Congratulations, you have been chosen as the chosen one. In 10 minutes, you will go to the world of strange tales. This strange tale is the Lily Nobles Girls' School. Overall rating, C, death rate 99.99%, completion conditions unknown. Your success or failure will directly affect your country's luck. Good luck. Outside Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. A dead corner where no camera can reach. Jiang Mubai listened to the cold prompt sound in his mind and fell into silence. He knew what this was. In this parallel world invaded by terrifying and strange rule-based tales, each country is randomly selected one chosen one to represent it, entering the world of strange tales to face life and death challenges live for the world. If they survive, the chosen one's country gains huge rewards. If they die, their country suffers terrible punishment. His 3 roommates disappeared in this strange tale. This directly caused several cities in Long Country to fall into weirdness. As a normal person, he was very scared. He had every reason to be scared because the death rate was 99.99%. As his friends said, this basically meant death was certain. What is a normal person's first reaction to hearing this? Exactly, thinking that one must be sick. Jiang Mubai thought the same. He wanted to go back and get treatment. So, he returned to the psychiatric hospital. His good friend was really amazing. With his help, he overcame fear and came to the so-called Lily Nobles Girls Academy. Crimson moonlight poured from the sky, giving Jiang Mubai a sense of calm comfort. His mind became sharper, his eyes gradually filled with liveliness. On his harmless face, clear yet slightly dull eyes scanned around, capturing everything. In front of Jiang Mubai, a gloomy, terrifying ghost school stood in the wilderness. Black crows perched on a withered fruit tree at the school gate, emitting harsh, strange cries. The rusty big gate creaked, accompanied by the cold night wind, making one's scalp tingle. In front of the gate, on the reddish-brown nameplate stand, several crimson blood words twistedly wrote. Lily Strange Girls' School. This school is only for girls. The shocking scene and the striking blood letters gave off a maddening aura. Jiang Mubai looked at the words in parentheses and fell into long silence. Ding, detected that the chosen one participates in a strange tale for the first time, can awaken a random talent once. Outside. On major live broadcast platforms. At this moment, Long Country people watching the live broadcast could not remain calm either. 3 times already. Long Country had experienced 3 consecutive psychotic events. Last time, that madman didn't even give a hint, rushing like crazy at a crack girl to use the elastic of her underwear as a slingshot. The result was predictable. If it weren't for Long Country's leaders responding quickly and deploying countless drones and rescue teams, the death toll would have been far more than 1 million. After 3 hardships, the people of Long Country thought they had developed strong hearts. But when Jiang Mubai appeared in that familiar blue and white striped uniform, they still froze in shock. Really, if heaven doesn't give me Long Country, psychiatric hospitals will last forever. Oh God, are you playing with us? I've been played before, but not like this. Someone save me. Look at that blue and white uniform, it's from Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. The first few, could they be his roommates? Unlike the collapse of Long Country people, others laughed at Long Country at this moment. I can't stop laughing, family, Long Country has another madman. Luckily, I immigrated early to pretty country, the air here is sweet. Haha, same, in our country, the actress Park Gong-in knew as IQ 250. Dragon Country is probably going to fall again, I want to eat kimchi to celebrate, Simada. Yoshi, our country's Jusso Huankan just won his 100th warrior duel, Great Sakura Country will surely pass, Dragon Country will be crushed under our feet, Bakayalu. Chat channels on various live streaming platforms exploded, harsh laughter pierced like needles, stabbing into the hearts of Dragon Country people. They were angry, they were furious. But they were powerless to argue. Dragon Country. Paranormal Bureau. This was a special organization urgently established after the rule-based paranormal incidents appeared in Dragon Country, filled with big shots, top talents, with unimaginable authority. At this moment, the head Zhang Jintian was slumped in his chair, eyes vacant, staring at a 300-inch projection screen ahead. Even after enduring so many storms, the moment Jiang Mubai appeared, he almost fell to the ground. If it weren't for the experts behind him acting quickly to support the chair and interrupt his spell, he might really have planned to faint and die there. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, anxious knocking echoed. A woman ran in, panting heavily. Captain Jiang Mubai's files have been pulled, there is something slightly special about his situation. Her tone carried a hint of urgency. Special? Hearing this word, the 20 or so senior experts in the room had dazzling eyes, like seeing life restored. They eagerly wanted to hear good news, for example, that Jiang Mubai was a veteran mental patient cosplay enthusiast or something. The woman glanced at the experts, who looked at her with childlike anticipation, and instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Then she gathered courage and looked at Zhang Jintian. Director Zhang, according to information from Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, Jiang Mubai should be normal now. Now. Should? Zhang Jintian sharply noticed those two words. The girl nodded. Yes, the director cannot be sure either, mainly because his experiences are simply too complex. He was originally a normal person. 3 months ago he was framed and admitted to the hospital. The doctor responsible for his diagnosis committed suicide 1 month after his admission. The psychiatric hospital only learned the truth through the letters he left behind, but by then, it was too late. Jiang Mubai, after multiple rounds of treatment, really became ill in the process. He developed a second personality. That personality showed extreme calmness, perfect judgment, and super learning ability. He once infiltrated the director's office almost perfectly, spent a month teaching himself psychopathology, psychopharmacology, psychiatric clinical research methods, neuroscience, electroshock therapy, biopharmacology, and more. At the same time, he proved world-famous paradoxes like the brain in a vat, ship of Theseus, and ball division paradox. At least 10 senior doctors at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, after reading his papers, were diagnosed as mentally ill. After that, he successfully improved electroshock therapy, transcranial magnetic stimulation, electronic biofeedback therapy, and even created a personality integration therapy. He treated those doctors while successfully curing himself. According to his recent behavior, he seems to have perfectly integrated his second personality and forgotten everything. But the director believes this may be a false appearance. Behind a harmless facade, there could be a hidden madman. And an extremely calm one, skilled at hiding his madness. Brothers, the C-level paranormal Lilac Girls School backend data is good, continuously rising. Thank you for support. Tiantian Biotech is finished. Go go go. Chapter 2, The Unspeakable Exclusive Talent. The girls' report took about 3 minutes, and the battle conference room sank into a deathly stillness. Zhang Jintian did not know how to judge. According to what the girl said, Jiang Mubai seemed like a genius-level madman, a person who had advantages entering strange tales, but the disadvantages were extremely obvious. He was crazy. What this madness would bring, it was hard to say, because his actions were completely uncontrollable. Organize all his files, and his papers, everything, all of it. After a pause, Zhang Jintian said again. Find 100 psychiatrists. 100 psychoanalysts. 100 behavioral psychology professors. Study it together. After saying that, he looked at the big screen again. On the screen, Jiang Mubai was now squatting on the school gate plate, touching the character Gue. Zhang Jintian became even more uneasy. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai was thinking at this moment. Starting with a must-die rule, no normal person's mood would be good. Jiang Mubai, as a normal person, naturally felt the same. Fortunately, a prompt of awakening talent came into his mind. He knew what the talent was. According to his friend's words, this was a thing that could reverse fate. Moreover, usually, this talent was like giving help in the snow, solving real problems. He was a strong person who came out of a mental hospital. Casually choosing an S-level talent was not too much. Other books wrote it like this anyway. With the thought of trying, Jiang Mubai directly chose yes. Ding! A blinding white light appeared before Jiang Mubai, and a prompt came in his mind at the same time. Congratulations, chosen one, you received a C-level talent, gender correct. C-level talent, gender correct. When you wear the patient uniform, your gender will be decided by your thought. All strangeness will recognize this. Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai looked at his talent, then at the blue and white striped clothes on him, his face a little unnatural. He was normal. He was male. Ding, chosen one, do not despair, detected your soul comes from talent star, can awaken again, awaken? Outside, all people watching the livestream, at this moment, all looked bad. Almost everyone showed pessimistic emotions. Not to mention the mental shock from Jiang Mubai's dazzling blue and white striped uniform, just the must-die opening rule and the absurd C-level talent made them despair. Among the 131 countries visited by Strange Tales, at least more than 120 got B-level talents. The chosen one of Beautiful Country got an S-level talent, Death Immunity. The chosen one of Sakura Country got an A-level talent, Random Transfer. Even the chosen one of Dog Eat Kimchi Country got an A-level talent, Danger Information Marking. And them? The huge Dragon Country actually got a C-level talent? Although this talent seemed to let the chosen one survive in a girls' school. But that was only survival. Look at others, they could survive directly, and the weakest still had B-level talents. Really just confirming identity, Jiang Mubai confirming gender, right? I can't take it, I want to immigrate to Beautiful Country, you all play. Tickets are sold out, what to do? Our country's luck has dropped to 60, recently everyday typhoon and heavy rain, how to live? People watching the live stream complained, their mood exploded. You know, the survival of the chosen one directly affected national luck. Any country with luck below 60 faced endless disasters and misfortunes, unbearable suffering. Compared to the sorrow of Dragon Country people, others were gloating. Welcome everyone, join beautiful country, welcome top talents, come join us, we only want top talents. If you cannot go to beautiful, you can come to Cashew Country, make big money, to succeed, first go crazy, monthly salary over 10,000 is not a dream. Want to go to beautiful country, can transfer via Elephant Country, we have tickets, guarantee direct to beautiful country. Q, a bunch of idiots. Some could not take it, directly started online fights. Strange Tales Management Bureau. In the combat meeting room, at this moment at least 300 people were concentrated here. Each person in the room held a piece of Jiang Mubai's file, analyzing the reports in their hands while watching his actions on the big screen. In the end, all the experts reached an astonishingly unanimous conclusion. Jiang Mubai had gone mad. The current version of him was just hidden beneath the shell of a normal person. Don't be fooled by his normal appearance now, because it only takes one trigger for him to remember everything. At that point, the consequences are unpredictable for everyone. After hearing the analysis from the experts, Zhang Jintian decisively used one of his 3 prompt permissions and sent a message. Mubai, stay calm, we believe in you, Longwo believes in you, you are normal. In the eerie mirror world of the ghost story. Jiang Mubai stared at the sudden prompt that appeared in front of him, a bit dazed at first. But deep inside, he felt a surge of emotion. After all, he was a normal person, and others' trust in him naturally made him happy. Don't worry, I won't let you down. The blood-red moon made Jiang Mubai even more rational, and now, once again, he had rediscovered his true self, and he was happy. Muttering to himself, Jiang Mubai began his second awakening. Ding! A wonderful system prompt sound appeared, and this time, a terrifying golden light suddenly appeared before Jiang Mubai's eyes, drowning his vision. At this moment, the blue star of the parallel world even froze for a split second. As the light faded from his sight, a completion sound rang in his mind. Ding, extraction successful, congratulations to the chosen one for awakening an indescribable, nameless, and unique exclusive talent, he transforms into the Yuri. He transforms into the Yuri, no grade, exclusive, unique in your pursuit of truth, you went mad, and grew stronger. Now, you are gradually approaching the Yuri. After each ghost story, you will gain a bizarre ability, only the Yuri can kill the Yuri. Ding, he transforms into the Yuri talent activated. The system detects that the chosen one has entered a ghost story for the first time. The Eerie transformation will randomly grant the host a bizarre ability. Chosen one's awaken Eerie ability, 3 reflections of the self. 3 reflections of the self, reflect on yourself 3 times a day, find the commonalities between you and the Eerie. As long as you speak 3 similarities to the Eerie, it will be destroyed. 4 prompts appeared in a row, and Jiang Mubai was almost stunned for a moment. How powerful was this ability? He recognized it almost instantly. You see, the highest level of talents appearing on the entire parallel blue star was S-class, and SS or SSS levels had never even been heard of. Yet Jiang Mubai had gained something indescribable and unique. How outrageous was that? If this talent were given to someone else, wouldn't they be so excited they'd go mad? But Jiang Mubai wasn't particularly happy at this moment. Because this talent hinted that he was mad. But he wasn't crazy. He was a normal person. The higher-ups of Longwa had already recognized him. What was this talent worth? Jiang Mubai stubbornly glanced at the blue and white striped uniform on his body, then began to look around. He had already noticed that in front of the school's main gate, in front of the security office, there was a red poster. On the poster, there were some densely packed small red words. That was probably one of the rules for this ghost story. Jiang Mubai glanced around, and after confirming no one was nearby, cautiously walked over. The rules of the Lily Eerie Tribe Women's School are as follows. 1. Must wear the school uniform and the school badge when entering the school. During school hours, the uniform cannot be removed under any circumstances. 2. New students can collect their school uniforms from the security office. The school badge must be picked up at the admissions office. Heartfelt reminder, the badge has the student's seat number. 3. Any matter during school hours is under the responsibility of the director. 4. Absolutely do not speak to the director. 5. The school uniform is blue and white. If any student wears a red uniform, immediately stay away. And report it to the director. 6. Do not answer any questions from the security guards. 7. Without the director's permission, do not go to the library. After midnight, except. 8. You must attend evening self-study at 7 p.m., no absence is allowed. 9. No dating is allowed in the school. 10. No one is allowed to skip the physical education class at 10 p.m. every night. 11. When the class bell rings, you must return to the classroom to attend class. 12. Children who fail the monthly exam will be sent to the 404 confinement room for punishment. All students must follow the above rules. Chapter 3. The mentally ill have broad minds, and the school guards have much fun. The 12 rules were neatly written above. The blood-colored writing revealed a strange vibe, and Jiang Mubai could even smell a rusty, bloody odor. Jiang Mubai didn't care about these things, his focus was entirely on the rules. Some of these school rules were bizarre because there were many contradictions between them. The most obvious was the first and second rules. Entering the school required wearing the school uniform and badge, but the security only provided the uniform. What's going on here? Then there were the fifth and eighth rules. To go to the library, you must get the head of the department's permission, but you cannot speak to her. This rule completely restricted access to the library. It could only be after midnight. Is there something wrong with the library? What would happen if you went after midnight? What would happen if you didn't go? Snap. While Jiang Mubai was thinking, a withered hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, followed by a grayish-white face appearing from the side, pressing close to his ear. The face's two eyes, resembling black holes, leaked red blood, staring at him with a deadly gaze. Freshman, are you here to pick up your uniform? A cold, eerie voice came from his mouth, and Jiang Mubai could even see his teeth about to fall out. This terrifying scene would scare any normal person. Jiang Mubai, being a normal person, was no exception. He was indeed startled. He forcefully suppressed his inner agitation and slowly turned around. He saw a person in a black security uniform standing behind him. His neck twisted and stretched in a bizarre way, just like a snake. Is this the school security? It's truly miraculous. Looking at this appearance, it seems like he doesn't even have a brain. What drives him to move? A soul? Or is it just the body's instinctive memory? I'll find a chance to test this. Strange thoughts somehow popped into Jiang Mubai's mind. He shook his head, pushing the chaotic thoughts away. Rule 6 only says not to answer questions, not that you can't ask. This simple rule is easy to see through. With this in mind, he spoke directly. You only have the uniform, no badge. Can I go in? The security guard froze in place. His black hole eyes suddenly burst out with blood-red light, and his neck stretched out in an instant. You're a man, right? You're a man. You're a man. A voice full of suppressed joy screamed out of the security guard's mouth. He opened his mouth wide, about to bite Jiang Mubai. His mouth split all the way to the back of his head, and the teeth that had fallen out became sharp instantly. This terrifying scene would make even the people in the live broadcast room shudder, let alone the officials at the management bureau. Jiang Mubai remained calm. He took 2 steps back. Just as the security guard was about to reach him, Jiang Mubai used his talent. Ding, gender correct. From now on, all the oddities will acknowledge you as a female character. No, you're wrong. Jiang Mubai's calm voice rang out, and the security guard's snake-like head suddenly stopped in midair, a look of questioning life in his eyes. His body quickly returned to normal, as if wondering why he had said such a foolish thing. This delicate, handsome guy in front of him was obviously a cute girl. I'm really stupid. The security guard walked gloomily to the security room and took out a set of blue and white uniforms. It's an exception for the first day of the new students. The admissions office is in the 3rd teaching building, and the self-study class is in the 2nd teaching building. Reluctantly, he said that, then walked into the security room without looking back. His 2 hollow eyes stared at Jiang Mubai, unable to believe it even now. Jiang Mubai ignored him and directly put on his school uniform. Just as he was about to enter the school, he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and looked at the security guard. Hey! The security guard looked at Jiang Mubai in confusion. Ding, gender correct. The guard's 2 black holes flickered with a trace of bloodlight, clearly showing disbelief, and he suddenly opened his mouth. You are a boy? Hiss. Ding, gender correct. I really should die. Ding, gender correct. A boy, hiss. Ding, gender correct. Damn it. Ding. Outside, in all the live streaming rooms. The terrifying scene of the security guard attacking Jiang Mubai made all the people in Long Country watching the livestream feel a chill. Even Jiang Jintian was startled by the sudden scene. Just now, they all thought Jiang Mubai was dead. Jiang Jintian was even ready to give orders and start emergency measures, but luckily Jiang Mubai reacted in time. It made their hearts beat back and forth. Just when they thought the disaster was over, they saw an extremely strange scene. The security guard stood in front of Jiang Mubai, twisting his neck like dancing, sometimes blaming himself, sometimes roaring. For a moment, everyone was dazed. But soon, they realized what was happening. After all, the talents are public after awakening. Although they could not see the indescribable strange talent, they knew the sea-level talent. Oh my, is he bugging the system? Crazy thinking, I suddenly feel this guy has a chance to pass. But, will this bring unknown consequences? People from other countries already went in. There are still many who didn't go in, let's see them. You are really something. In the Monster Tales Bureau, Zhang Jintian and others also watched Jiang Mubai. Unlike the curiosity in others' eyes, worry showed in Zhang Jintian's eyes. Because Jiang Mubai's gaze became more and more excited, which was not a good sign. He was mad. His behavior was uncontrollable. Now Zhang Jintian did not know if he should give him hints again. In the parallel mirror space, Jiang Mubai still used his talent to switch genders, but now the security guard sat blankly in the chair, like he lost his soul, not moving. No matter what he did, the guard did not speak. His brain seemed to crash. Jiang Mubai walked over curiously, waved his hand in front of the guard's eyes, and seeing no reaction, sighed. Boring. He looked at the time. It was already 6:50. 10 minutes until 7, he needed to quickly go to the admissions office to get the school badge. Rule 8, the evening self-study at 7 must be attended, he remembered that. He was about to leave when his eyes caught a key on the guard's waistband. Jiang Mubai carefully walked over, and seeing no reaction from the guard, picked it up. Ding, obtained the key to the horror room. Ding, chosen one obtained through abnormal path, warning once. Ding, his strange talent activated, detected sea-level talent, gender correct, automatically absorbed. Ding, his strange ability talent activated, chosen one obtained ability, strange body. Forbidden, strange body, you are mad, and stronger. In Monster Tales, you will fully become a strange being. When you truly awaken yourself, you will surpass all strangeness and rules. Strange body awakening degree, 1%. The sudden prompt stunned Jiang Mubai. His face turned even grimmer. His strange talent kept hinting that he was mad. This was obviously offending him, testing his limits. He was not mad. He was completely normal. Stubbornly looking at the sky, Jiang Mubai directly hung the key on his pants. This was a global livestream, so Jiang Mubai's actions could not escape others' eyes. Everyone saw what he had obtained. A strange item. The lunatic of the Dragon Nation actually got a strange item. Countless people at this moment revealed shocked eyes. Just looking at that key, one could tell it might relate to some hidden level or a critical pass clue. This is impossible? At this moment, all the countries that had passed the security checkpoint showed regretful emotions, including Beautiful Country, Kimchi Country, Seven Black Country, Cashew Country, mocking unwillingly. And some who had not passed quickly spread the news, preparing to try. Although they did not have Jiang Mubai's talent, trying was never wrong. After all, as long as they did not answer the security guard's questions, nothing would happen. Elephant Country was the first among these countries to try. Equals 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 equals. Brothers, the first Monster Tale data is still rising. This is a good thing, because it shows the first Monster Tale did not disappoint everyone. Now the problem is many people are raising the second Monster Tale in the book. If the data crashes again, I plan to write this book long term. Those who like it must finish the first 50 chapters, otherwise the second Monster Tale will really end. I like this book very much, I will not let you down. Chapter 4, The Chosen of Elephant Country dies. Elephant Country's calm mirror space. The country's chosen one, Saiban, had already changed into her school uniform. The blue and white school uniform on her looked a bit tight, the zipper on her chest was almost bursting. Being the chosen one, although she was not very stupid, she could see the loopholes in the security rules at a glance. But her memory was poor. Therefore, she wasted most of her time memorizing school rules. Just as she finished memorizing the rules and was about to leave, a new prompt suddenly appeared in her mind. It was about that lunatic from Dragon Nation obtaining a hidden item. As the chosen one, she knew clearly what a strange item was. This was a mysterious item. It could be a powerful self-defense weapon, or it could be an extremely important clue for passing. The key, just looking at it, one knew it was the latter. To get this item, even if there were some risks, it was worth a try. Saiban. She shouted loudly, braving herself. Soon the security guard looked at her. I am a man. I am a woman. I am a man. The security guard turned his head to look at this sturdy woman who kept talking to herself. Two black pits of eyes flashed a hint of bloodlight. It was obvious, it was a look like staring at a madman. Saiban did not notice, she was still exploiting the bug. Anyway, as long as she did not answer the security guard's questions, it was fine. While she was excitedly talking to herself, the security guard suddenly spoke. His eyes were full of wisdom, and his tone carried a hint of excitement. Are you a man or a woman? The security guard suddenly speaking, not only Saiban, even those watching the livestream did not expect. Saiban did not react at all. I am a woman. You are a woman, you are, hissing, you are a woman. Suppressed wild joy came out from the security guard's mouth, his eyes blood red, his head like a snake rushing towards Saiban. Crack. A crisp sound, the Elephant Country livestream suddenly turned red, then the 4 big words, pass failed, appeared on the big screen. The people of Elephant Country were stunned. Before they could curse, the terrifying punishment descended instantly. Ding, Elephant Country is punished. The death rate of Elephant Country people using transport is 99.99%. Elephant Country's national luck -20, currently remaining 6100, natural disaster risk level increased. Elephant Country average lifespan -5 years, average property -10%, average height decreased 10%. The terrifying monster tail rules descended instantly, Elephant Country was almost destroyed. This horrifying scene shocked all countries, countless high-level leaders urgently held meetings. Zhang Jintian and others were the same, seeing Elephant Country's fate, they were extremely panic-stricken. Hundreds of people almost simultaneously suggested to give Jiang Mubai another hint. Calm him down. But he only has 3 chances to give a warning. Start with 2 at the beginning, this will make things very hard for Dragon Country next. Parallel mirror horror story. Jiang Mubai had already arrived on the campus. A few crows flapped their wings, flying over Jiang Mubai's head, and the blood-red moonlight shone from the sky, making the campus look even more eerie. Jiang Mubai became even more rational, his own emotions grew fuller, he felt extremely good. At the main gate square, Jiang Mubai glanced at the dark red teaching buildings lined up side by side, and walked toward the building with blood-written number 3 on the side. On the silent playground, the sound of Jiang Mubai's footsteps went da-da-da-da. Time was running out. Less than 5 minutes left, he had to quickly go to the admissions office to get the school badge, he still did not know where his classroom was, the clue should be in the admissions office. Just as he was about to enter the teaching building, a sweet voice appeared behind him. Junior sister, wait for me. Jiang Mubai glanced with his peripheral vision, seeing a girl in a red school uniform running quickly toward him. Her long hair fell in front, hiding her face. Jiang Mubai, as a normal person, naturally felt 1,000 horses running in his heart seeing this. School rule number 3, if you see a girl in red school uniform, turn your back on her and keep away. Without a word, he immediately sped up to get away, the girl in red school uniform quickly chased after him. This red school uniform, why does our country's chosen one meet this red-clothed girl? This idiot must be late, our cashew country already analyzed it, you can't stay more than 5 minutes at the school gate. Laughing to death, only 4 minutes until 7, he can't make it, Simida, our kimchi country already got the badge, Dragon Country will die, The red-clothed girl will tear this crazy cashew up, The countries that didn't get the key, cashew country, 7 black country, kimchi country, etc. They were naturally very happy to see Jiang Mubai encounter the red-clothed girl. Parallel horror world. Jiang Mubai ran quickly toward the teaching building, the girl in red school uniform was like a ghost, always behind him. A faint voice whispered continuously in his ears. Junior sister, are you also going to class? The red-clothed girl's voice asked again. Jiang Mubai still ignored her, running even faster. He quietly counted in his mind, maybe only 1.5 minutes left. If he did not hurry, even if he was not killed by the red-clothed girl, he would be killed by the death rule. As a normal person, being afraid of death was very natural. Junior sister, why don't you answer me? Her tone had a hint of eeriness. Day. Her speed suddenly changed, becoming a blur, instantly appearing next to Jiang Mubai. Her head pressed close to Jiang Mubai's ear, he could even feel her fragrant breath. Although she had no mouth. And no face. Junior sister, can you help me tell Xia Yulawa that I like her? She is the school flower of our school. The girl grabbed Jiang Mubai, terrifying strength immediately stopped him in place. Jiang Mubai had to make a choice, agree or refuse. This was irresistible power, the rule of horror stories. No one knew the logic behind the red-clothed girl's choice, over 100 countries chosen ones, only Dragon Country's Jiang Mubai met her. Awakening the second talent, provoking the security guard, taking the key from the guard, all spent time, this time seemed short, but together, it coincidentally triggered the red-clothed girl's appearance. Now, Jiang Mubai obviously had no time to go to the admissions office, once 7 o'clock came, he would die, since death was certain, better make his death meaningful. Countless people are watching Jiang Mubai, he will become a stepping stone for all countries. If he dies alone, the Dragon Country will face a strange tale, and other countries will get precious intelligence. Chapter 5 Reflect on yourself 3 times daily, even the strange must die. This is killing me with laughter, tonight I will eat 100,000 kimchi to celebrate, but we must stay alert, the Dragon Country must not block the news. The Dragon Country must share the intelligence of the woman in red, this is for world peace. We 7 black countries support the pretty country, the Dragon Country must share intelligence. Now, other countries have started to pressure the Dragon Country, in their eyes, this madman Jiang Mubai is destined to die. The people of the Dragon Country in front of the live screen dare not even breathe heavily. They all wait for Jiang Mubai's response. This concerns the fate of the Dragon Country people. But Jiang Mubai's next move made everyone's face change wildly. He turned his head without hesitation and looked directly at the woman. This shocking action instantly ignited all the Dragon Country viewers of the live stream. Is he ******ing stupid? Go F asterisk 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 yourself, damn it. Haha, I'm dying laughing, forgot the rules, is this your level? Snap their kidneys, let the strange tale arrive, snap their kidneys haha. Countless Dragon Country people cursed Jiang Mubai, countless foreigners laughed at the Dragon Country. Even Qingshan of the Strange Tale Bureau felt numb in his hands and feet from anger at Jiang Mubai's action. He regretted not warning him. He's crazy. His behavior is uncontrollable. Immediately notify all cities in the country, activate S-level Strange Tale response program, everyone prepare to evacuate. All cities, first level alert. Supplies team, rescue team, medical team, act immediately. Dachwon City has completed the response. Yuehai City has completed the response. Jiang Mubai's action threw the Dragon Country into panic, but he himself did not know this. He carefully looked at the woman's flushed face and spoke words that made everyone's heart race. Senior sister, reflect on yourself 3 times daily. You are strange, I am also strange. The woman froze, her smooth face had already split open into a gaping mouth of blood. You have class, I also have class. Her eyes opened, black blood overflowing. You like women, I also like women. The woman suddenly lunged forward, her red uniform turned into blood, rushing toward Jiang Mubai. Ah! A piercing scream instantly echoed across the schoolyard at night, all Dragon Country people closed their eyes. This scream also ignited the inner fear of all Dragon Country people. Dragon Country, it's over. The strange tale will arrive for the 4th time. No! Countless people began to shout wildly, smashing things everywhere, helplessly venting the fear inside. Sea-level strange tale, the Elephant Country had already told everyone the consequences through failure, fear destroyed their hearts. Panic and fear spread across the country. But after waiting for a long time, the imagined punishment did not arrive. The crowd slowly opened their eyes, looked at the screen, then they saw a scene they would never forget. The woman in red was rolling crazily on the ground, black smoke rising from her body, and soon, she turned to ashes and disappeared. Strange, dead. My God, what did I just see? Impossible, Strange cannot be killed, this is impossible. Even using the rules, it cannot be done like this, the Strange cannot be exterminated, only limited. But that woman in red disappeared. This never happened before, the rule that Strange cannot be killed is broken. Countless people looked at the screen in shock, unable to believe what they saw. The Strange Tale Bureau people felt the same, but Zhao Zhentian, as the head of the bureau, reacted immediately. Quickly record what just happened. Where is the expert team? Every move, expression, even the tone Jiang Mubai used just now. Lock it, immediately lock the message, Strange, it can actually be destroyed. Zhao Zhentian's pupils contracted violently, as the top strategist of Dragon Country, he knew what this meant. Everyone started to act. Meanwhile, people from other countries quickly sent the information back to their national leaders. We stole it, we got new intelligence, we have the method to destroy the red-clothed woman. Quick, contact Lord Gangmen Yuditang, urgent telegram. Grey Palace leader, make him answer the phone quickly. The leader of Pickle Country was full of excitement, he almost couldn't keep his eyes off it, especially the 3 questions about how Jiang Mubai destroyed the red-clothed woman, their translation team almost worked non-stop to translate them. The same was done by Beautiful Country and Sakura Country, Third Brother Country, and so on. Did you see it, our chosen one just destroyed a Strange. This is a new rule, it must use the new rule. I know, it must be that strange character at the school gate, he kept touching it just now. I thought I was very detailed, didn't expect someone more detailed than me, I apologize for what I just said, I am handsome, please forgive me. I admit I was reckless, Dragon Country is the best. Lily of the Valley Girls Strange Tribe School. Ding, Strange Body Awakening Degree, 10%. Jiang Mubai looked at the ash on the ground, his eyes showing satisfaction. Although this talent hinted that he was crazy, it offended him. But the actual effect was quite good. He needed to find a chance to deeply develop its use, self-reflect, maybe the eyes, nose, mouth could also work? On the ground, besides black marks, there was a round badge and a love letter. Jiang Mubai glanced at them, hesitated slightly, then picked them up. Congratulations to the chosen one for obtaining Lily of the Valley Girls Strange Tribe School Badge *1. Seat number, A1-3. Congratulations to the chosen one for obtaining an anonymous love letter to Xia Yuluo. Note, this love letter is neatly written, language beautiful, contains deep feelings of the writer, it has no signature, you can write your own name, maybe, something wonderful will happen. Feeling the cold badge in his hand, Jiang Mubai hesitated not at all, quickly ran into the second teaching building. That red-clothed woman just now wasted a lot of his time again, he estimated he now had less than a minute. The evening self-study at 7 must be attended, he needed to hurry. The admissions office could only give up for now. Dragon Country. All major Livestream platforms. At this moment everyone felt like they had survived a disaster. After the great ups and downs, the Livestream room was once very friendly, but this friendliness lasted only a moment. People from other countries came to stir trouble again. The scene where Jiang Mubai destroyed the Strange using the rule was too shocking, slapped all those waiting to watch Dragon Country show in the face. They naturally were not happy. 7 Black Country, Sakura Country, Pickle Country, Cashew Country, and others rushed over, provoking the hearts of Dragon Country people. Yo, just a coincidence, why be so happy? Don't forget, he didn't go to the admissions office. Didn't go to the admissions office, no school badge, he doesn't even know the classroom, he will die soon. This is really romantic news. Go back and do your paternity test, the ink already dripped, still showing off. Crazy person must die, Dragon Country must be destroyed, then we will make your kidneys into cashews. But what they said seems a bit reasonable. The admissions office has information about the self-study classroom. Ghost Story Mirror World. Jiang Mubai walked alone in the dark teaching building. Above his head, the broken sound-controlled lights flickered. With each step forward, a sound-controlled light above him lit. The dim green light made the corridor look eerie. Scratches and blood marks remained on the walls, making all Livestream viewers shout damn. Less than a minute left, and Jiang Mubai still didn't know where the self-study classroom was. He had passed by several classrooms, all of them empty. But after he left, strange women with cracked faces appeared in each room. They moved in perfect unison, staring directly at Jiang Mubai with eerie smiles. Jiang Mubai naturally saw them, and as a normal person, he felt scared. But for some reason, his heart grew more and more excited. It was as if something suppressed inside him needed to be released. Chapter 6, Hidden Conditions for Success. The Strange Tales Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian and a group of analysis experts were staring at the computer screen, filled with worry. Jiang Mubai had successfully obtained the school badge, though it wasn't his own, at least he had one now. The problem now was, he still didn't know where the classroom was. Team leader Zhang, a group of dogs led by Ugly Country, have blocked the enrollment office's information. However, Iron Brother Country is willing to provide the information. The evening self-study classroom is in room 404. Should we send a hint? 404. Zhang Jintian's heart skipped a beat. According to school rules, that place was a detention room. Detention room. This was originally a normal place. But what if the person entering the detention room was Jiang Mubai? Who knows what might happen? He's gone mad. His actions are uncontrollable. This is undoubtedly very dangerous. But considering Iron Brother Country wouldn't deceive Dragon Country, nor dare to deceive Dragon Country, Zhang Jintian chose to pass on this information. Use the hint authority, contact Jiang Mubai. In the teaching building, Jiang Mubai was still observing his surroundings. Less than half a minute remained, and the bell could ring at any moment. School rule number 11, when the class bell rings, you must return to the classroom for class. He still didn't know where the classroom was, and to say he wasn't nervous would be impossible. But the more it was like this, the more he had to stay calm. Panic would only lead him to death. His finger gently brushed against the wall, and Jiang Mubai carefully examined the cracks in the wall. Just then, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding, Dragon Country has used hint authority, current hint count 2/3. Jiang Mubai, you are normal. We believe in you. I am Zhang Jintian, the head of Dragon Country. I am now informing you of the information from the enrollment office. The classroom is 404. You need to determine the truth yourself. The fate of Dragon Country is in your hands. Good luck, you are normal. The illusory prompt that suddenly appeared in front of him made Jiang Mubai pause for a moment. Then, he showed a slight smile. Yes, the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country thought he was normal. Why should a talent like him be considered insane? Jiang Mubai was happy, and he began to think about the information he had received. 404? Clearly, he also remembered school rule number 12, that place was the detention room. That place, he had once stayed there in a mental hospital. It was there that he met his good friend. Speaking of which, it seemed like it had been a long time since he saw him. Mubai looked ahead. His current classroom was 398, and the classrooms on both sides of the hallway were 404, the fourth one on the left. Just as he was thinking, his hand suddenly touched something. Jiang Mubai turned his head and saw a bloodstained note in the torn wall crack. Jiang Mubai's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately took it out. He ignored the blood on the note and unfolded it. Under the eerie green light, Jiang Mubai could clearly see the few lines of black words written on it. Lonling Women's Ghost Tribe School, School Rule, 2. New 404 classroom must wear your own school badge to enter. 404 is not the real classroom, the real classroom is in 402. When you see this message, it will be standing behind you. His hair stood on end, and his heart raced. Jiang Mubai instantly felt a pair of cold eyes staring at him. Fear, like a tide, surged from his heart, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. His face looked somewhat unnatural. Ding, the eerie body awakening degree, 15%. The continuous shocks. Jiang Mubai could no longer hold back. A trace of struggle appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly turned his head to look behind him. A short, fat woman dressed in blood-colored clothes was standing almost pressed against him. Her body was an unnatural gray-white, just like a corpse. The corners of her mouth split, dripping fresh blood, her eyes bulging, filled with lifelessness. The eerie green light shone on her, making her look even more sinister and terrifying. Jiang Mubai was not scared by her strange appearance. He looked at what the woman was holding. There, a chainsaw. Yes, a chainsaw, the rusty blade still stained with black blood. It was a weapon that could calm even a madman's nerves. As a normal person, Jiang Mubai was obviously the same. His slightly restless heart instantly became calm. He glanced at the short, fat woman, took 2 steps back, his face calm. Why is there a chainsaw inside the school? Obviously, Jiang Mubai's strange logic made the woman a little stunned for a moment. She looked at the chainsaw in her hands, showing a trace of confusion, then continued to stare at Jiang Mubai with blood-colored eyes, as if thinking. In her perception, Jiang Mubai was of the same kind as her. But somehow, he was not, in short, very strange. As she examined Jiang Mubai, her gaze suddenly froze at his waist. There, an old gray key. Clang. The chainsaw in the short, fat woman's hand fell to the ground, blood tears appearing in her eyes, her mouth making ho-ho sounds. Confused, crazed murmurs came from her mouth, and at this moment, everyone watching Jiang Mubai's livestream felt their heads buzz. Only Jiang Mubai himself was unaffected. His eyes remained clear. Being strange himself, he clearly heard what the woman said. Save my daughter. Please, save her. Ding, the chosen one has triggered a hidden completion condition. A cold alert sound echoed in Jiang Mubai's mind. The short, fat woman slowly faded, disappearing. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, the sharp class bell rang, the empty hallway of the teaching building emitting cracking sounds. All the sound-controlled lights went out at this moment. The teaching building instantly turned pitch black. Around Jiang Mubai, countless pairs of red eyes appeared. In the live stream room. At this moment, everyone had recovered, staring blankly at the prompt on the screen, their eyes showing shock, joy, and a new round of panic. Completion condition, this is the completion condition. Oh my god, when he turned back just now, I thought I was going to die, but unexpectedly, he triggered the completion condition. How did he do it? I know, the note only said he was behind you according to school rules, it didn't say the strange thing would attack him. But this still doesn't make sense, right? Did you just feel dizzy? Don't get happy yet, look, Brother Mubai is in danger. Message from a respected Diamond VIP. The Monster Tail Bureau. Zhang Jintian and hundreds of experts all stood up, shocked, looking at this scene. They did not know what had just happened, because even they felt their heads go numb. But the 6 shining blood-red characters, they recognized. Hidden completion condition. This had never appeared in previous monster tales. If hidden completion could really be achieved, it was imaginable that Longwo would gain incredible benefits. At this moment, he truly felt Jiang Mubai's terror. This was a madman, a genius-like madman. But this decisiveness, this rational judgment, was he really crazy? Zhang Jintian felt he was about to go mad. No matter, even if he is crazy, I trust him. He forcibly calmed the impulse to send Jiang Mubai a third message. At that moment, a young man dressed in black ran over. He bowed slightly before speaking. Director Zhang, the countries like the Beautiful Country, Sakura Country, and 7 Black Country have already learned about Jiang Mubai triggering the hidden pass condition. They are requesting that we use our authority to contact Jiang Mubai and publicly reveal the pass condition. Their fleets and warships are already approaching our coast. Tell them to get lost. Zhang Jintian slammed the table suddenly, showing a fierce momentum. Our dragon nation is not one that can be bullied by anyone. Anyone who offends us, even from afar, will be punished. Tell everyone this exact message. After saying that, he once again looked at the large screen. At that moment, the live broadcast room remained pitch black, with only countless pairs of red eyes and Jiang Mubei's panting sounds. Just as the experts in the conference room were about to be suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere, the sound of a door opening suddenly rang out. Ka, bang. Then the live broadcast screen lit up. Jiang Mubai entered a dimly lit classroom. The lighting here was also dark green, and the entire classroom echoed with eerie laughter. Ding, the eerie body awakening degree, 25%. Chapter 7, Mirror Room and Conflicting Rules. Phew, that scared me to death, really scared me to death. Don't be too happy too soon, look at the classroom. 402, why 402? Didn't Dragon Nation give a hint? What is this crazy person thinking? Did a dog call you? Didn't you see Brother Mubai got the hidden school rules? The real classroom is 404, our cashew country's Sadie is already inside, a bunch of fools, so easy to trick, huh? Our 7 black countries Charles is also inside, Dragon Nation a bunch of idiots, don't even know they went into the wrong room. Damn it, give them hell, haha. The mirror ghost story space. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was still feeling a lingering fear. Just a moment ago, he almost got killed by the eerie force, and he could even see what those things were. They were all women wearing red school uniforms. So this is what a terrifying ghost story is? Really scary. But why is he so happy? This is so interesting. He felt his thoughts becoming clearer, and his condition improving. Although he already knew the hidden past condition, he wasn't planning to investigate it now. He wanted to have fun with this rule-based ghost story, it's just so interesting. After calming his somewhat hurried breath, Jiang Mubai looked around. In the dim green classroom, the seats were already filled with students. He just casually glanced around and confirmed the number. 39 people. Among them, 38 had bodies as gray and white as corpses, with cracks all over their bodies, leaking black blood. Only one person was an exception, the girl sitting at the 4th seat in the first row. She looked no different from a normal person, very beautiful. She wore a clean blue and white school uniform, with a red bow on her chest. Her black long hair fell by her ears, slightly curled, looking quiet and well-behaved. At this moment, she was lowering her head, quietly looking at him, appearing a little shy. Jiang Mubai was not attracted by the only girl who seemed normal in the room. Because he was a normal person too. His gaze passed over the girl and looked at the desk. In the top right corner of the desk, there was a black tag with the seat number on it. A 1-4, that was the girl's seat number. And the badge number he got from the red-dressed woman was exactly a 1-3, her deskmate. Having realized something, Jiang Mubai carefully walked over to his seat. Everyone in the classroom turned to look at him. They showed strange smiles at the corners of their mouths. Jiang Mubai glanced at them and gave a kind smile in return. He gently pulled out the chair and sat down. His gaze swept over his deskmate and looked at the textbook in front of her. Linear Algebra Xiaolua. 3 blood-red elegant little characters were written on the lower right corner of the textbook, confirming the guess in his mind. That faceless red-dressed woman was her deskmate. Her deskmate was too cowardly to confess, really, what a scaredy cat. Not like himself. Thinking of this, he directly took a pencil case from the desk and began writing rapidly. Soon, a pink envelope with his own name appeared in his hand. Jiang Mubai looked at his fairly neat notes and smiled. Just as he was about to hand the love letter to Xiaolua, he glanced sideways. He noticed a trace of blood on the girl's pure white right hand. And inside her desk, there was a gray-white smiling human head. As a normal person, Jiang Mubai instantly calmed down. He quietly put the love letter into his pocket and also took out a linear algebra book, looking at it seriously. It's over, look at Jiang Mubai's deskmate, is there a human head in her desk? That's not the point, did you notice, classroom 402 seems a little different, everything inside is opposite to other countries' classrooms. In all live streams of Long Country, everyone watching showed horror on their faces simultaneously. Huh, the chosen ones of Long Country are truly crazy, they even went to the wrong classroom, look at our Qihei country classrooms, so bright, this is a real classroom, romantic. You don't understand, Long Country people just like this kind of classroom, in Cashew Country we like to lock them in these dark places and hurt them. Ha, Long Country people only deserve to stay in such places. Facing the mockery from Qihei and Cashew Country, Long Country people were naturally angry, and they started scolding. Their country's language is not as rich and profound as Long Country's, and soon they were completely roasted. In the strange tale mirror space, Jiang Mubai was flipping through the book, the human head in Xiaolua's desk indeed startled him, but for some reason, he felt even more excited. Especially when he saw the weird head smile at him, he felt even happier. Really wanted to kick the ball. Ding, weird body awakening degree, 30%. Jiang Mubai thought while flipping the book, linear algebra was too simple for him, no need to study, he just wanted to find the rules. Soon, he saw a blood-stained note in the book's hidden layer. He directly took it out and slowly unfolded it. Lilybell Strange Tribe Girls School, School Rule 3. 1. After the class bell rings, all students must not speak. 2. There is no teacher for night study, students should be self-disciplined. 3. If you see a teacher, please ignore it, pretend not to see. 4. Respecting teachers is what every student should do, you must look at the teacher when seeing them. 5. You cannot refuse teachers' questions, must answer honestly. 6. Classmates can be trusted. 7. Do not trust anyone, unless you have a special relationship. 8. Xiaolua is the school beauty. The 8 rules were neatly written on the note, viewers of the livestream were stunned. Damn, these rules, so many conflicts, seriously? The second rule says no teacher, the third implies the teacher is weird. What does this mean? It means the second is correct, then the fourth rule about looking at the teacher must be false. If you follow the fourth, you will die. But what if the fourth is true? No one said a strange tale can only have one false rule, and the third is too obvious, right? What does it mean Xia Yuluwa is the school beauty? In Long Country's live streams, countless people were discussing, even the experts from the Strange Tale Bureau were a little confused. How long will it take to analyze this? Zhang Jintian looked around seriously, nearly 300 people, not a single one spoke. Except for the strange school beauty rule, all other rules had conflicts, hard to judge. Zhang Jintian's face became even darker. Day. At this moment, eerie footsteps sounded in the live stream, everyone focused and looked. All eyes, including Xia Yuluo's, turned toward the door. The footsteps came closer and closer, the classroom door was slowly pushed open. Through the door crack, one could see a strange and twisted figure about to push the door and enter. What to do, it's over, the strange thing came in. To look or not to look, this is a choice. I am so scared, I still do not have a boyfriend, I do not want to die. Quick, look at Jiang Mubai. A luxury VIP bullet comment appeared in the live room. Chapter 8 Must Die Rule. In the classroom, Jiang Mubai had just finished reading the rules. To tell the truth, this kind of rule has many conflict points, although there are only 8 rules. Among these 8 rules, 7 all have mutual conflict, among them rules 2, 3, 4 are even linked one by one. This is without doubt very dangerous. Just when he was thinking about the breaking point, from the classroom door came clear footsteps, the sound of da was like a heartbeat, making people panic and uneasy. Inside the classroom, everyone all focused and looked toward the door, along with a creak sound. The door opened. As if something extremely terrible was about to enter the classroom, Jiang Mubai's heartbeat became faster and faster, the frequency became higher and higher, just at this critical moment. Jiang Mubai closed his eyes. Damn, I got it. In the Dragon Country live room, someone answered excitedly. This guy has something, Rule 3 and Rule 4, both are first see the teacher, then make a choice, then just do not look is fine. Hearing the sound, immediately close eyes, very decisive, love it, I suddenly feel this Mubai little brother is so handsome. Is there no one noticing, he just seemed to write something? All people in the live room were impressed by Jiang Mubai's reaction. Jiang Mubai judged not fast is impossible, even Zhang Jintian covered his chest and heavily let out a breath. When the strange thing comes in, who would not panic like crazy, but Jiang Mubai almost instantly made a reaction. This kind of person, is he really a mental patient? No, he is not a mental patient. Zhang Jintian suddenly trembled, cold sweat came out. He is crazy. His behavior is uncontrollable. No one knows what he will do next. Maybe he will suddenly open his eyes. The more he thought, the more afraid. Zhang Jintian even had an impulse to turn off the projection screen. Dragon Country parallel mirror space. In the classroom, at this moment walked in a woman wearing a red dress. She wore gold rim-round glasses, her hair was tied up high. Her long legs wore black stockings that people could not look at directly. Many people in front of the screen immediately drooled. This is the strange thing? Seems not that scary. Slightly hard, showing respect. After the woman entered the classroom, her gaze swept, then stopped on Jiang Mubai. In her eyes there was wild joy, excitement, then the corner of her mouth split open, showing a blood basin big mouth. Damn. The guy who just sent bullet comment instantly went soft. In the classroom. Jiang Mubai at this moment also felt the cold. He closed his eyes, could not see what happened, he only felt waves of cold air attacking behind him. A pair of dry hands touched his neck, sharp nails even almost cut his skin. Jiang Mubai's whole body hair stood up, but for some reason, his heart instead became more and more excited. This restless feeling, as if something inside his heart was about to wake up. Ding, strange body awakening degree, 40%. New student? Good child, tell teacher what your name is? The strange female teacher's action stopped, she gently moved her hand away, then came close to Jiang Mubai's ear, softly spoke. Her words were full of temptation, making people unable to resist wanting to answer. Rule 1, after class bell rings, all students must not speak. Rule 5, teacher's question cannot be refused, must answer honestly. Damn, is there no end, isn't this certain death? Mubai brother entered classroom not even 5 minutes, this is already the second death rule, this strange talk, simply is unsolvable level. After class bell cannot speak, but teacher's question cannot be refused. What should we do, being forced to make a choice? Previous ghost stories were never this absurd, this is almost non-stop forcing us to make deadly choices. The audience in Dragon Country saw this scene and their faces turned grim. Jiang Mubai's previous performance clearly exceeded everyone's expectations, giving them a hint that he might have a chance to pass. But the horror of the sea-level ghost story, nobody had expected. Security guard, woman in red, corridor, study classroom, everything happening now, at most 20 minutes, yet in this time, Jiang Mubai had already faced life and death crises several times. How terrifying, this is simply certain death. So stupid, Dragon Country refuses to reveal the passing conditions, they deserve everything, Dragon Country's crazy people must die, beautiful country will win, our chosen ones haven't used our talents yet, wonderful. Support beautiful country, crazy people must die, Dragon Country who don't understand romance will surely face horror, 7 Black Country sends blessings. Ha ha ha. Dragon Country crazy people are too funny, really can't stop laughing, when the time comes we'll bring you all to our cashew country. We promise not to cheat you, we'll make big money together ha, no I can't continue the story, hit the kidney, hit the kidney. Seeing Jiang Mubai in danger, people from other countries immediately ran to Sir. Jiang Mubai obtained the hidden passing information, which no other country had. Multiple countries tried to pressure Dragon Country, forcing Zhang Jintian to contact Jiang Mubai to reveal the conditions, but Zhang Jintian decisively refused. This made them hold grudges. Now as soon as there is a chance, they launch a media attack. But soon, they could not laugh, because their own country's chosen ones also faced all this. They originally thought Classroom 404 was different from 402, now it seems, both are eerily the same. In the classroom, Jiang Mubai was still thinking. With only the current information, it was really impossible to judge the truth of the rules. He could open his eyes, as the weird one he was immune to all madness pollution, but if the rules were triggered, those weird things would still attack him. As a normal person, he had no reason not to fear these, so he was also thinking of a way. While he was pondering, suddenly his heart stirred. Then his body began to emit strange black gas. A sudden panic appeared in everyone's heart in the classroom, but it only appeared for a moment, then disappeared. Ding, weird body awakened 49.9%. So simple, huh? Jiang Mubai suddenly understood. He quickly drew an envelope from his pocket with his right hand and touched Xia Yuluo. Xia Yuluo's face blushed, her voice like a mosquito spoke. Teacher, his name is Jiang Mubai. The weird female teacher's face stiffened, she looked at Jiang Mubai deeply, nodded, then moved away. The rules only said to answer the teacher's question, but did not say it had to be one self-answering. Xia Yuluo's answer was fine. This rule is really very simple. This is, for me. Jiang Mubai's ear heard Xia Yuluo's soft mosquito-like voice again. Xia Yuluo's face slightly red, she whispered. Jiang Mubai turned his head, closed his eyes to look at her, and nodded. Whoosh. The love letter in his hand disappeared instantly, Jiang Mubai's hand froze slightly. At this moment, the weird female teacher again let out a tempting laugh. Hee hee, next, we play a game, this game is called Link the Cards. Hearing the female teacher's words, Jiang Mubai smiled slightly. As expected. Next, just need to confirm one more thing. Dragon Country. Major live broadcast platforms, including the Ghost Story Management Bureau experts. At this moment everyone felt like they were on a roller coaster, their hearts beating back and forth, feeling a desire to live and die. Isn't that a love letter? This can break the situation? Seen borrowing flowers to offer Buddha, first time seeing borrowing a book to confess, amazing. Honestly, the school beauty is indeed beautiful, but now is the time to care about this? Why not care? That cute weird girl agreed to Jiang Mubai, what now? Brother Mubai is so handsome, and the most important thing is that there's a rule at school that forbids dating. Little girl, you are still too young. Who told you that accepting a love letter means you have to date? Don't say anything, the third round of the inevitable death rule is starting again. What's there to fear? I trust Brother Mubai. I'm Brother Mubai's dog. In contrast to Dragon Kingdom, the people of Cashew Kingdom, upon seeing Jiang Mubai's actions, laughed wildly and made strange gestures. But as they spoke, their faces turned green. Because their chosen one didn't have a love letter in hand. Watching this twist of fate, the people of Dragon Kingdom burst out laughing, running straight into Cashew Kingdom's live stream, beginning to greet them warmly. Shout. Why aren't you shouting now? 666, 666, 6666. The people of Cashew Kingdom looked extremely grim. They looked at this legendary figure from their country, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Yes, a legend, Lilac, the guitarist from Cashew Kingdom. At the same time, she is the only person in the entire country, or even globally, who can get a fraud company to issue a certificate proving that she is not a fraudster. This even led to a new paradox, the fraud paradox. The theory, is the action of a fraud company in doing this considered fraud? Clearly, there's no solution yet. In the Cashew Kingdom live stream, Lilac is currently in a bright classroom. In front of her, there stands a teacher, but unlike the one in Dragon Kingdom, this teacher is pale gray, dressed in black. Completely the opposite. New student, what's your name? A gentle voice came from Cashew Kingdom's live platform, sending a chill down the spines of countless people in Cashew Kingdom. Chapter 9, The Chosen One of Cashew Kingdom dies in the Black Seven Kingdom. New student, what's your name? Sadie closed her eyes, panic filling her heart. The strange teacher's hand was already on her waist, and every time the teacher's fingers brushed her body, Sadie would flinch slightly. She remembered those people locked in the water prison. Sadie had survived until now purely because Cashew Kingdom had used hint privileges. If it weren't for Cashew Kingdom seeing Jiang Mubai's reaction from Dragon Kingdom, Sadie would have been long gone. Sadie, don't answer. If you answer, you'll die. Not answering means death too. We have to figure out a way to make someone else answer. That's what the crazy one from Dragon Kingdom did. Deskmate, deskmate. Sadie, we believe in your charm. You can play the guitar, you're the best. Cashew Kingdom will stand by you. Figure out a way to get your deskmate to help you. The live stream chat in Cashew Kingdom was going wild, and their leader Ding Ding frowned deeply at the moment. Are you sure the chosen one from Dragon Kingdom did it like this? In front of Ding Ding, a bald man in a green coat with a fierce look nodded sharply. That's right, it must have been like this, but we don't have a love letter. Ding Ding frowned, deep in thought, then suddenly slapped his hand and said, never mind, let Sadie use her charm, contact Sadie immediately. In the parallel world of the strange stories. Sadie is currently closing her eyes. The strange female teacher's hand seemed to have reached into her body. If she didn't answer, she would die in the next moment. Just as she was filled with fear and anxiety, a system prompt suddenly echoed in her mind. Hearing this prompt, Sadie was overjoyed. She was very confident in her charm because before coming to the strange story world, her performance had been outstanding. She quickly cleared her throat twice and nudged her deskmate. Next to Sadie, sitting a short, chubby girl, with willow eyebrows, cherry-like mouth, small exquisite nose, and starry eyes. Besides her order being a bit off, she was almost perfect. She was quietly studying linear algebra when suddenly she felt someone tap her. She quickly turned around, and upon seeing Sadie, her eyes immediately showed a shy expression. Teacher, her name is Sadie. Sadie didn't even have time to react to why she knew her name. The strange female teacher, upon hearing this, cracked a smile, revealing a captivating grin, nodded, and left. Don't say, the mental patient from Dragon Country is quite lucky. It passed, that's great. The next round of the matching game will be interesting. The mental patient from Dragon Country is sitting in the first row. We have our own school emblem, sitting in the last row, hooray. The Cashew Nation's live stream room was filled with laughter and cheers, but before they could even enjoy it for 2 seconds, the girl with willow-shaped eyebrows and a cherry-like mouth suddenly turned her head, opened her mouth wide, and bit off Sadie's head. Crunch, crunch. In class, no talking, crunch. Sadie didn't even use her talent and was eaten by the cashew. Ding, Cashew Nation's challenge failed, punishment will be received soon. One of Cashew Nation's kidneys will turn into a cashew, and they will soak in a water prison for a year. 2. All people from Cashew Nation will have children without dermatitis. As the 4 Blood Red Words challenge failed appeared on all of Cashew Nation's live streams, the nation fell into a terrifying nightmare of supernatural horror. Damn you Sadie, I'm going to kill you, kill your whole family. Put them all in the water prison, I will never die in peace. My kidney, Horror descended, and Cashew Nation soon paid a heavy price. On the other side, the 7 Black Nation was also making their choice. Their leader was a middle-aged black man named Ben Juhi. Unlike Ding Ding, Ben Juhi still had a bit of sense, and he immediately understood that the key point was likely Xia Yulua. But there was one difference. Although their chosen one was also in the 404 classroom in their mirrored space, and the classroom lights were bright, almost romantic, Xia Yulua in this classroom was very different. To be precise, in this classroom, besides Xia Yulua, who looked pale, with cracked skin and black blood flowing, everyone else appeared normal. Completely the opposite. He couldn't judge right away, but as time passed and it got closer, he had no choice but to make a decision. Tell Charles about Xia Yulua's situation, let her judge for herself. Ben Juhi said in a deep voice, and soon someone communicated the supernatural message. In the mirrored space, Charles was also uneasy, but she was slightly better, because her talent was an A-rank talent, close eyes viewing. Even with her eyes closed, she could still see around her and was immune to certain levels of the supernatural. Compared to others, she remained calm as she hadn't lost her sense of sight. While she was thinking desperately for a countermeasure, a prompt message appeared in her mind. Charles instantly realized and looked at the strange figure in front of her, seemingly struggling with her inner turmoil. But as the strange female teacher's smile grew wider and her gaze became more cruel, Charles couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly stood up and walked towards Xia Yulua. Ahem. Charles mimicked Jiang Mubai's actions and tapped Xia Yulua. But the scene she expected didn't happen. Xia Yulua didn't even acknowledge her, lightly waving her hand. Swish. A blood-red glow shot through the air, and Charles instantly lost consciousness. Another grayish-white human head appeared on Xia Yulua's desk. Ding, 7 Black Nations challenge failed, punishment will be received soon. 1. All members of 7 Black Nation will lose 50% of their savings. 2. All men from 7 Black Nation must wear a green hat when traveling, or they will be attacked by the supernatural. Two synthesized electronic voices echoed in everyone's minds across 7 Black Nation. They looked at the big screen displaying challenge failed and howled in pain. However, compared to Cashew Nation, their punishment was much lighter, mainly because they were one of the countries that passed the previous round of supernatural challenges. Others may ride horses, but we ride donkeys. Worse will come later. With this thought in mind, 7 Black Nation quickly regained its calm. They vowed to surpass everything in the next round of supernatural challenges. In the parallel mirrored space of Dragon Country, Jiang Mubai was currently with his eyes closed. In front of him, the strange female teacher was letting out a cackling laugh. Let's play Lian Lian Can, starting from the first student in the first row. You can't refuse the teacher's request. After saying that, a wooden box appeared in the strange female teacher's hand out of thin air, and he carried the wooden box toward the first student. Inside the wooden box was a Lian Lian Can with a 9 grid. This Lian Lian Can was very simple: find 3 identical patterns, and you can clear them. Even a 3-year-old child could connect them. Jiang Mubai was not disturbed by the teacher's words. Now his mind was very sharp, and he roughly knew the rules of the self-study room. He only needed to confirm a point. Next, just wait for this teacher to come over. Ah, damn it, this level is made for me by the Chihei country, it's killing me. Not romantic at all. It's okay, Simada, did you notice? The crazy guy from Long Country didn't follow the set process, he sits in the first row, 3rd seat. And us? We followed the rules, all sitting in the last row. We have plenty of time to watch him, Simada. Soga, the situation now is super good for us, just let the crazy guy from Long Country be the stone, he dies, we live. The Long Country livestream platform was filled with the gloating voices of the Kimchi Country, Cherry Blossom Country, and Ugly Country. The Long Country people were angered again. Now Jiang Mubai had already won over most of the Long Country people, who insults him. Isn't it like insulting themselves? A verbal battle started immediately, but Long Country is Long Country. Soon someone reminded them, now is not the time to argue, it's time to figure out how to survive the challenge. So the Long Country people directly ignored them, starting to analyze the rules. All the strange ones who want to kill must follow the rules. Now the situation: that female teacher obviously wants Mubai brother to open his eyes. The key rules must be in the 3rd and 4th. The teacher wants to lure Jiang Mubai to open his eyes? That means her killing rule can only be seen with open eyes, so the 4th rule is false, the 3rd rule is true, we must pretend not to see. What if the teacher plays reverse logic? She guesses you guessed this idea, makes you follow the 3rd rule, but actually the 3rd is false, the 4th is true, you die without seeing the teacher directly. Remember, the Lian Lian Ken is in the teacher's hand, you can't avoid looking at her. As soon as you see her, you must choose between the 2 rules. At the Paranormal Management Bureau, Zhang Jintian was pacing back and forth. Have you figured it out? Is it the 3rd rule or the 4th? Zhang Jintian asked loudly. We can't confirm. Among the already dead chosen ones, some also entered classroom 402, but those people, whether following the 3rd or 4th rule, all died. We think it's very likely, the evening self-study rules are unsolvable. An old man with white hair spoke in a deep voice. Slap. Zhang Jintian slammed the table. Seeing Jiang Mubai in danger, he was overly anxious. Calm. Jintian took a deep breath and continued. First pass the news about other chosen ones dying after entering classroom 402 to Jiang Mubai. Now, only he can do it. Zhang Jintian anxiously gave the order, then looked at the livestream. Seeing that, he froze. In the parallel paranormal world, Jiang Mubai was now holding Xia Yuluo's hand, not knowing what he was doing. He was crazy. His behavior was uncontrollable. Cold sweat appeared on Zhang Jintian's forehead. Chapter 10, Daily Self-Reflection, Kilda Strange Again. What is Mubai brother doing? My god, he won't really like the strange, right? That is strange. But that girl is really pretty, her face beats everything. Jiangda in the Jianghu, ruthless and quiet, can even deal with the strange. In the Long Country parallel paranormal world, Jiang Mubai was now holding Xia Yuluo's hand. Accurately speaking, it was the summer rain falling onto his hand, writing words. A stroke, a character, as if wanting to tell Jiang Mubai the rules this way. Her hand was soft and gentle, it felt very comfortable to touch, but her writing speed was too slow. It should be known that Zhang Jintian had just conveyed some bad news to him. Although Zhang Jintian emphasized once again that he was a normal person, which made him very happy. But the weirdness was right in front of him, it was impossible not to panic. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Mubai had no choice but to interrupt her. He exerted force with his right hand, pinching Xia Yuluo's hand in his grasp. Xia Yuluo was seriously writing the rules at that moment, and when she felt Jiang Mubai's action, her cheeks instantly turned red. With a swift motion, she immediately pulled her hand away. This scene left the Dragon Country live stream audience stunned. Is the weirdness this seductive in this session? Beauty equals justice, Mubai is the truth. As expected of Brother Mubai, I'm now a dedicated fan of Brother Mubai. In the world of strange tales. After Jiang Mubai forcefully grabbed Xia Yuluo's hand, she quickly pulled it away. Her face was red, and she quietly glanced at Jiang Mubai, saying nothing. Jiang Mubai waited for a long time without any reaction. Jiang Mubai was thinking, was his hint not obvious enough? Xia Yuluo's face turned even redder. She looked at Jiang Mubai, gently leaned towards his ear, and whispered softly, "You can't answer the matching game correctly, okay?" Hearing this, Jiang Mubai was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. As expected, it was like this. The Dragon Country live stream exploded again. Is this something I can watch? Damn it, what is that fox spirit doing? Let go of Brother Mubai. Ah, what's going on with this session's weirdness? Is there some unspoken rule? Wait, this seems like it's not too bad for us? While the people of Dragon Country were fiercely discussing, the people from other countries were stunned. Especially the Sakura Country people, whose lives were going pretty well. Their leader Gangmen Yuting looked at the received message and shouted Baka. In classroom 402, Jiang Mubai had a smile on his face. From Xia Yuluo's answer just now, he had already confirmed the key to breaking through this stage. First, Rule 7 in the self-study room, do not trust anyone unless your relationship is special, was undoubtedly correct. Because since he gave Xia Yuluo the love letter, she had really been helping him, even though it was just a hint, but that was enough. Under the premise that Rule 7 was correct, Rule 6, which says students can be trusted, was naturally false. Combining with the fact that when he first entered the classroom, nearly everyone in the class was looking at the teacher, this kind of intentional guidance easily misleads people, so their goal must have been to make him break the rules. Through this behavior, he basically concluded that Rule 4 about looking at the teacher was false. With the conflict between Rules 3 and 4, Rule 4 was excluded, and next, it was the conflict between Rule 2 and Rule 3. One said there was no teacher in the classroom, the other said to ignore it when you see the teacher. Actually, these two rules had already hinted at the key information clearly. This woman was definitely not a teacher. She was a weirdness with deep malice towards him, as evidenced by her repeated emphasis on being the teacher. The focus wasn't on the teacher, but on the identity of teacher. From her repeated emphasis that she was the teacher, it could be proven. And most importantly, a teacher who doesn't teach linear algebra but plays a matching game? Is that reasonable? The key to breaking this stage was here. As long as you don't treat her as a teacher but as it, you can follow Rule 3 and open your eyes. As for Rule 1, which says not to speak, Xia Yuluo had already given in the answer. True or false, it didn't matter anymore, killing this weird female teacher was the interesting part. Jiang Mubai became calmer and calmer, his thoughts grew clearer, and at the same time, his heart was growing more and more excited. Heh, it's your turn. Jiang Mubai. The woman came to Jiang Mubai, she bent down, looked into Jiang Mubai's eyes, her mouth corner carrying a strange smile. Jiang Mubai ignored her, he directly opened his eyes, in an instant grabbed the chessboard in the female teacher's hand. This scene, again set the live room on fire, but at this moment, no one blamed Jiang Mubai. In their eyes, Jiang Mubai had already found the key to success. Brother is so handsome, I want to buy the blue and white striped clothes. I just saw, it is already sold out. Qingshan Mental Hospital just released the official announcement, they plan to cooperate with big clothing brands, released Jiang Mubai cooperation version. People in the live room discussed warmly, all looking relaxed. Even the experts from the Strange Tales Management Bureau, all had faces of expectation. Only Zhang Jintian was different. At this moment his face was ugly. The world of calm strange tales. Jiang Mubai now held the chessboard in the female teacher's hand, whispered to himself. Reflect on myself 3 times a day. I am strange, you are also strange. In the classroom, the strange female teacher heard Jiang Mubai speak, slightly stunned, then her eyes showed bloodthirsty excitement. See, ha! The female teacher suddenly split her mouth, originally like normal people, instantly split to the back of her head. Jiang Mubai still remained unmoved. I hold the connect the pieces chessboard, you also hold the connect the pieces chessboard. The female teacher's mouth was already close to Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai could even see the blood and flesh left on her teeth. I want to kill you, you also want to kill me. Ah! A piercing scream sounded again, the previously cruel strange female teacher suddenly let out a shocking scream. Then she began to roll violently on the ground holding her head, strands of black mist emitted from her, in an instant, turned into flying ash, vanished completely. This extremely strange scene not only stunned people watching the live broadcast globally, even the other strange beings in the classroom felt strange, they even could not tell who was truly strange. Even Xia Yuluo, looking at Jiang Mubai, her eyes showed a trace of fear. But then, her eyes revealed obsession. Ding, Xia Yuluo accepted your love letter, favorability plus 20. Heart-cutting reminder, favorability 60 to confirm romantic relationship. Hint 2, Xia Yuluo likes you, she likes you even more than herself, she will do anything to keep you here. Looking at the strange tale giving him hints and shy Xia Yuluo, Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned. Then a bright smile appeared on his face. Xia Yulua liked him. Then she must think he is normal. Thinking this, he looked at Xia Yulua, tried to make his tone gentle. Xia Yulua, do you think I am normal? Xia Yulua slightly froze, she gently nodded, then lowered her head. Her face turned even redder. Ding, Xia Yulua favorability plus 10, current favorability 30-60. Ding, strange body awakening degree, 50%, you are crazy, also stronger, overall physical quality improves, gain the ability to harm strange beings. Jiang Mubai was very happy. Although that talent kept offending him, saying he was crazy, he knew he was not crazy. And Xia Yulua also thought he was not crazy. The crazy one was that talent. Great, I also think I am normal. Happily said a sentence, then Jiang Mubai turned his head, looked at where the strange female teacher disappeared. There was a jet black card. Chapter 11 An extra person. Looking at the card on the ground, Jiang Mubai showed a happy expression. He bent down gently to pick it up. The laminated card now had some blood-colored text, then Jiang Mubai's black and white avatar appeared in the middle of the card. Ding, congratulations chosen one for obtaining identity card, teacher. This identity card can be used 3 times, current times 1/3. Teacher card? Interesting. While Jiang Mubai examined the teacher card, suddenly all students in the classroom turned their heads together, staring at Jiang Mubai. Rule 1, cannot speak in self-study class. All the students looked at Jiang Mubai in unison, and as they spoke, the dark green light flickered on and off. In the live stream from Dragon Country, everyone was once again shocked by Jiang Mubai's actions. But this time, they just stared at Jiang Mubai blankly, silent. Because now they all felt that something was wrong. But they couldn't say exactly what. At the Paranormal Bureau, Zhang Zhentian was numb at this moment. Even the group of old experts behind him had many people faint. Now all 3 warnings had been used up, and he had no way to communicate with Jiang Mubai anymore. Emergency start, initiate the paranormal emergency response procedure. No one answered behind him, Zhang Zhentian's legs went weak, he trembled as he held the desk and picked up the phone. At the headquarters in Kimchi Country, the paranormal director Park Ganglai listened to the call from Dragon Country, his face full of excitement. Those idiots in Dragon Country, they mastered such a rule and did not hide it, heaven helps our Kimchi Country. Immediately prepare 100,000 portions of kimchi, celebrate across the nation. Also, quickly send the rule to eliminate the strange to Sister Park. Ha, Minister Park, there is more good news, the chosen one in Dragon Country, the crazy person, spoke, he and a strange confession in the paranormal triggered the first certain death rule. Haha, crazy people are fun, 2 good news in a row, kimchi doubles. The head of paranormal in Kimchi Country laughed very happily. The arrival of paranormal in Dragon Country was huge good news for them. Dragon Country is large and rich, they had long coveted its culture. All of it belongs to our Kimchi Country. Park Ganglai spoke with full excitement. Not only the people of Kimchi Country were gloating, but the leaders of Sakura Country, Ugly Country, Maple Leaf Country, and others were the same. The crazy person in Dragon Country mastered such a rule but did not hide it, now everyone obtained it. Not only that, the madman in Dragon Country even used his own life to test a certain death rule, isn't he making a dress for others to wear? They laughed happily, in their eyes, the chosen one in Dragon Country would surely die. No one had survived after triggering a rule yet. Parallel mirrored paranormal space. Classroom 402. Jiang Mubai's face was excited at this moment, he completely lost the fear from before, since the progress of the strange body exceeded 50%, he could no longer feel fear. Now, his heart was extremely excited. After triggering the rule, those female classmates were already walking toward him, one girl's head spun 180 degrees, and she directly bit toward Jiang Mubai. The terrifying scene made viewers in the live stream sweat, but Jiang Mubai had no reaction at all. He waved his right hand, swish, a black afterimage flashed, accompanied by a dull sound, a head instantly flew out. The classroom lights began to flash wildly. Hee hee. Ha ha. Giggle. Hee hee, ha ha, really interesting. The high-frequency flicker, accompanied by strange murmurs, made countless people watching Jiang Mubai dizzy and dazed. The intense pain in their minds made them hold their heads, in a daze, they seemed to see Jiang Mubai overturn a desk. Clang. The desk fell to the ground, a pale woman's head appeared on the live stream screen, her eyes fixed on the camera, a smile on her lips. Rule 1, in class. Cannot speak. A stammering voice came from the head, the people in Dragon Country only felt blood stain their vision. What happened? Paranormal, the paranormal has arrived. This is bad. Quick, call the police, ask for help. Countless people shouted wildly, Dragon Country almost fell into panic. This terrifying situation lasted for a full 10 minutes, when everything returned to normal, the people of Dragon Country found themselves just stunned, everything just now seemed unreal, like a dream. They looked at the screen. The dark green light illuminated the entire classroom. made a zila zila sound. And Jiang Mubai then quietly sat on his own seat. Just now, what happened? I did not see clearly, I do not know, but Mubai brother is fine then, okay? I am so scared, I just now seem to make a dream. Me too. Strange Talk Management Bureau, Zhang Jintian at this moment also shocked with fear. Someone pulled out the Management Bureau meeting room monitor, but a group of experts had no any discovery. That scene just now seemed like a collective illusion covering Dragon Country. How frightening. Under cannot find reason, a group of people could only continue to look toward the big screen. Parallel mirror space. Jiang Mubai at this moment was sitting on the seat, he looked at the scene like time flowing back, strong curiosity appeared in his eyes. All people all returned to the state when self-study class just started, everything had not changed. No. Student number changed, the current classroom no longer is 39 people. Is 40 people. One more person, and also, one person also changed. Xia Yulua. Her body more and more pale, one corner of the school uniform already became red. When Jiang Mubai looked toward Xia Yulua instantly turned head, corner of her mouth showed a sweet smile, looking at him. In her hand, holding a small paper note. Ding, Xia Yulua favor degree increased, current favor degree 40-60. Favor degree 60 will confirm love relationship. She likes you more, Xia Yulua seems preparing to act as soon as possible. Ding, strange body has awakened 55%. Interesting. Strange rules and people like us are not the same. Self-study class seems already no danger, really look forward, next class, seems as cannot refuse physical education class, huh? Until now, how could he not understand, just now he under certain death rule was saved by Xia Yulua. But all these directions seem a bit out of control. But this not in Jiang Mubai thinking range, he now only wants to explore this interesting place well. He looked at the paper note in Xia Yulua hand, took it over. Xia Yulua face a bit red, she lowered head, seems a bit shy. Jiang Mubai slightly smiled, openly moved the stool closer to her a bit. Zhang Jintian looked at this scene, cold sweat appeared on forehead. He went crazy. His behavior cannot be controlled. Lily Strange Clan Girls School Rules Strange Talk 1. 1. Lily Girls School flower has special right, it can change one school rule. 2. All students must obey Strange Talk rules. 3. Under rule condition, no difference kill all outsiders. 4. Must not tell anyone the dean name. 5. School forbids girls and girls to fall in love. 6. If find male student, please at any cost kill him. 7. Good classroom environment will not limit students speaking, but please pay attention to measure. 8. If security guard wears white clothes, please stay away from him. 9. If break rules, please consciously go to 404 confinement room. 9 rules, with dark brown font neatly written vertically, Jiang Mubai finally knew some reasons. But this rule seems not so complete, could it be these strange do not know full rules? Just thinking, Jiang Mubai suddenly felt the fingers holding the note sticky, he turned the note over. Outsider leave condition, XXXXXXX. He, crossed out, really do not want me to leave. But crossed seems not so well. Ding, Dragon Country Chosen 1 triggered a level pass condition, survived 30 days in Lily Strange Clan Girls School. Chapter 12 Pickled Vegetable Country Chosen 1 Death. Our Chosen 1 actually lived, and got one more pass condition, too good, I again apologize for my words just now, please call me handsome guy. A level pass condition, although do not know what, but think it will not be too hard. Only I pay attention how Mubai brother lived down? And me, I just now saw Mubai brother got the small paper note, will not be what I think right. Hey, you all quickly look, Pickled Vegetable Country live room. Just when everyone discussing. A luxurious VIP bullet message attracted everyone, countless people jumped to the live broadcast room. Jiang Mubai had survived, and the self-study class seemed normal, they trusted Jiang Mubai completely. The relaxed people of Long Country decided to mock back. Fortunes change, let's see how they choose. 666666666. Our Chosen 1 from Kimchi Country will definitely survive, Sister Park has an A-level talent, not like your crazy one. A web dispute began in the live broadcast room of Kimchi Country. Mirror parallel space. Kimchi Country. A tall, delicate-faced woman was sitting in the second-to-last row of the classroom. She was the Chosen 1 of Kimchi Country, Park Gongin, also called Sister Park. Originally, she was just a minor actress in Kimchi Country, not even 18 line. Suddenly selected into the horror story, her value rose again and again, because she awakened the A-level talent danger information marking, and successfully led Kimchi Country through the horror story twice, now she was even more famous in Kimchi Country. Even major conglomerates valued her highly, which made her enjoy immensely. As long as she passed this horror story, her status would be higher, then she could make those conglomerates support her, completely leave Kimchi Country, and become internationally famous in one blow. Every time she thought of her future, Sister Park felt excited inside. Compared to others, she was more confident, because only she knew how extraordinary her A-level talent was. Although not like the S-level of ugly country that can resist one death, this danger information marking was more suitable for horror stories. Moreover, she knew some secrets that others did not. With her looks, strong talent, and rich experience, Sister Park was confident to pass. While thinking, Kimchi Country sent her a hint. This hint was how Jiang Mubai would destroy the Yuri. Seeing this, her pupil shrank violently, then a charming smile appeared on her face. The rule to destroy the Yuri was actually to speak to the Yuri. Others did not know, but she knew. This rule was not about the content of speech, but 3 common points between herself and the Yuri. It was amazing. She did not know how the chosen one from Long Country discovered it. It did not matter, she only needed to know the rule. How it came was unimportant. As a chosen one who passed twice, she had her own understanding of the horror story. Horror story rules had no unsolvable cases. As long as the place the chosen one entered had rules, there must be logic. This logic might be hidden very deep, but it certainly existed. And she had already, through her talent, resolved conflicts among 234 rules. Now, she only needed to wait quietly, wait for the female teacher in black clothes to approach her, then she just needed to state those 3 rules. Yes, just say it, these were the rules she had mastered. Here, speaking was allowed, but with the condition, she must wait for the teacher's question. If the teacher did not ask a question, just told her to do something, speaking would trigger the first rule. This was the rule of classroom 404. Soon, the woman in black clothes walked over, smiling at Sister Park. It's your turn. The female teacher spoke softly. Sister Park did not move. She had opened her eyes but ignored her. Because she did not recognize the teacher's identity in her heart, the rule did not trigger. The female teacher saw this, a sharpness flashed in her eyes. Student Park Gongin, are you unwell? Sister Park smiled. She suddenly grabbed the board game of matching pieces in the eerie teacher's hands. Hiss, ha! The female teacher had already opened her blood-red mouth. It could swallow a basketball. Ha! The moment to witness a miracle has come. Thanks to the rule sent by the Long Country Crazy Appa. I'll treat you to kimchi, knowing you'll never be able to buy it in your life. Thank our kimchi, and by the way, add some extra spice to the kimchi we export to Dragon Country. The netizens of Kimchi Country were thrilled in their hearts. They were about to witness how their sister park would use Dragon Country's rules to destroy the weird ones. Examine myself 3 times daily. I am a woman, you are also a woman. Hiss ha nonsense. I held the chessboard, you also held the chessboard. Hiss ha, answer my question. The woman with a gaping blood-red mouth even bled black blood from her mouth. You want to kill me, I also want to kill you. Die for me. The weird female teacher stopped speaking. She opened her mouth wide and in one bite swallowed Park Gomin's head. The cracking sounds passed through the screen into the ears of Kimchi Country, for crimson words appeared on the screen. Level failed. No, why? It must be Sister Park who did something wrong. Yes, she must not have followed the original words. No, don't. Ding, Kimchi Country failed the level, about to receive punishment. 1. Everyone in Kimchi Country loses 50% intelligence. 2. Everyone in Kimchi Country must have extra spice added to meals from now on. 3. Average lifespan in Kimchi Country -5 years. Amid the terrified screams of Kimchi Country, horror descended upon them. On the other side, Sakura Country and Ugly Country also repeated Jiang Mubai's words. The weird attack struck them too, though Ugly Country's chosen Emily used her talent of death immunity to escape disaster. Sakura Country's Ju Huayijin used her talent to teleport, arriving in a safe room. They barely escaped disaster. Now they were furiously arguing with Dragon Country people in the Dragon Country livestream. Baka, you cheat, why is that crazy person fine but we are attacked by the weird ones? You must be hiding something, Dragon Country must make it public. Yes, Dragon Country must publicly reveal the method to destroy the weird ones to the world. Did you reveal it when you controlled Classroom 404? No, you blocked the news and kicked us out of the livestream. That's different, that was controlled by us chosen ones, we had no right to demand it from him. Dragon Country is the same, Brother Mubai controls it himself, why should he give it away? Because the method to destroy the weird helps world peace, it must be public, otherwise it's deliberately targeting all countries. See, this is Dragon Country people, this is why I immigrated to beautiful country, they are selfish. Damn you. The public opinion war on all livestream platforms started again. Jiang Mubai did not know any of this. In the classroom, another teacher walked in. Also a woman, compared to the previous weird one, this person was taller, more elegant. She wore a black coat, long hair fell behind her, looking extremely graceful. The PE teacher is sick, I'll take this class. Chapter 13, School Bullying. In the classroom, besides Jiang Mubai, 39 people all looked grim. It was self-study again, they really had enough. Before anyone could complain, the female teacher's next words made them perk up. Don't worry, PE class is not cancelled, but we are going to play a game. Yay! Loud laughter erupted in the classroom. The female teacher looked at these obedient students and smiled. She glanced at Jiang Mubai, then left the classroom. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the bell rang again, and in the dark green classroom, voices exploded. Teacher AI teaches biology, right? Why is she suddenly taking PE class? I don't know, let me tell you a secret. Little Co, let's go, quickly have a snack during break. I know a place that sells blood buns. This familiar scene even made Jiang Mubai recall his past life. While he was sighing, he suddenly heard a commotion. He turned his head, seeing 3 tall girls in the back row pulling the hair of a girl who looked weak and gentle. Pull her out. Her grayish-white body was dragged along the ground, leaving a trail of blood. I'm sorry, please don't hit me. Get out here, and come with us to the bathroom. Let's teach her a good lesson this time. Dare to report to the teacher? Bitch. What are you looking at? Move aside. One short-haired girl kicked over the weak girl's desk, and her stationery and backpack scattered all over the floor. Jiang Mubai saw this scene and thought back to his past life on Blue Star, where he had also been bullied for being too honest. At this thought, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. He was about to go after them when he suddenly felt someone tug at his sleeve. He turned around and saw that Xia Yulua was pulling him, shaking her head, signaling for him not to get involved. At that moment, he remembered that this was a terrifying horror story. After a moment's thought, he didn't take action, but he kept his eyes on the girl's back, deep in thought. If he remembered correctly, that girl hadn't been in this classroom before. The extra person was her. Who could it be? Does it relate to the hidden conditions for clearing the story? He hadn't forgotten what the chainsaw girl had said to him. By the way, why was there a chainsaw in the school? This question seemed impossible to ignore, and Jiang Mubai kept thinking about it. Shaking his head, he looked toward the desk at the end of the room. On the floor, there was a pink diary. He walked over, picked it up, and Xia Yulua silently followed behind him, her eyes growing more and more obsessed as she watched Jiang Mubai. Her school uniform pants had already turned red and were slowly spreading upwards. Jiang Mubai didn't notice this, or rather, he didn't care. Xia Yulua thought he was acting normal, which made her very happy. He opened the diary and began to read. The diary was very dirty, with even some filthy footprints on the pages. The neat handwriting had been smudged by the footprints. August 1st, 2023. They bullied me again. It's been a year. I helped them with fetching water, buying things, and washing socks, but they never let me go. I saw them pour foot washing water into my cup. I'm scared, Mom, I want to go home, I don't want to go to school anymore. August 2nd, 2023. Today, I called Mom. I wanted to tell her that I wanted to drop out, but when I heard her aging voice, I hesitated. Mom is in poor health, I can't make her worry. I must persevere. I will study hard and work well in the future to send money back to Mom. August 3rd, 2023. Sister Zhang asked me to find her alone. I know she wants to hit me again. I didn't provoke her, why? Just because my clothes are too old-fashioned? I also want to wear beautiful new clothes, but Mom's health is too poor, and I don't have extra money. August 7th, 2023. The 50 yuan I secretly hid is gone. It must have been them. I begged them for it, it was my living expenses for a week. As long as they give me the money, I'm willing to be beaten. I can't ask Mom for living expenses anymore because she is sick, but they won't admit it, saying I lost it. I have no proof. August 15th, 2023. I asked the dormitory manager to change my room, but she refused. She's Li Nana's mother, it must be Li Nana who said something. I'm so tired, I feel like I can't hold on anymore. August 17th, 2023. They hit me again. I resisted, and they called a lot of people. They stepped on my hair and forced me to drink shampoo. September 1st, 2023. I'm so tired, for Mom, I must hold on. September 7th, 2023. I'm so tired. My stomach hurts, today I coughed up blood. The shampoo was bitter, it made me feel terrible in my stomach, I can't make Mom worry. September 10th, 2023. The last page of the notebook was filled with chaotic scratches. It looked like it had been torn out. What's today's date? Jiang Mubai looked at Xia Yulua and asked. Xia Yulua was slightly stunned. She lowered her head, holding onto Jiang Mubai's sleeve. November 12th. Over 2 months have passed. It looks like that girl hasn't been writing in her journal. Could she be the hidden key to clearing this level? The notes felt a bit heavy, and Jiang Mubai's mood wasn't that good either. Ding, the eerie body has awakened, 60%. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At this moment, the class bell rang again, and the pale green light in the hallway suddenly brightened, as if returning to normal. The classroom was filled with laughter, and the few remaining people scattered and ran out. Physical education class had always been very popular. Jiang Mubai glanced at the diary in his hand, placed it back on the girl's desk, and left. The crimson moonlight shone down from the sky, painting the playground in a bloody color. In the middle of the playground. At this moment, many people gradually arrived. Jiang Mubai casually scanned, confirming there were still 40 people. They were still classmates from the same class. Since he entered room 402, all the rules in the ghost story had changed, perhaps even earlier. At this moment, the tall female teacher had already stood in the middle of the playground, and Jiang Mubai and others lined up, forming 4 rows. He was still in the first row, standing with Xia Yuluo on the far right. The female teacher glanced at Jiang Mubai and Xia Yuluo and smiled slightly. The PE teacher is sick, students must strengthen their bodies. Today I will lead the class and decide to play a small biology game to warm up. Before the game starts, first look at the classroom rules for PE class. After speaking, the female teacher handed each student a slip of paper. On the slip were clearly recorded classroom rules. PE class classroom rules. 1. Listen to the teacher during class. The teacher's requests cannot be refused. 2. All students must participate in the game session. 3. No eating snacks or asking for leave during class. 4. Students who do not obey go to room 404 for confinement. 5. Students who fail the game must accept punishment. Chapter 14 PE class, The Living Devil Appears. Students, have you finished reading? After reading, I will introduce the game rules. This game is very simple, called throwing iron ball. The female teacher spoke while scanning everyone, then she took out a red iron ball. See the iron ball in my hand? In a moment, we will form groups of 3, 2 throw the iron ball, 1 hides in the middle. Be careful not to be hit. If hit, it's a foul and it hurts a lot. Also, don't think the throwers are safe. I said this is a biology game, so we must hit special spots with the iron ball, like the head, the heart, or the ankle bone. If you miss 3 times, you automatically switch to the middle. As the teacher spoke, she lightly tossed the iron ball in her hand, looking relaxed. The students saw this, their already gray faces turning even paler. Such is biology, it seems. Only Jiang Mubai grew more excited as he listened, looking eager to try. Obviously, he was very interested in this game. Alright, the teacher has finished. Any questions, students? The teacher smiled and spoke. A female student in the second row raised her hand. Teacher, how do we decide who goes in the middle to dodge the iron ball first? Her voice trembled. Jiang Mubai looked, it was the bullied girl. She obviously cared a lot. As soon as she spoke, a group of people looked at her, 3 girls with terrifying murderous eyes among them. They were the 3 who had bullied her earlier. The girl trembled all over and stopped speaking. The female teacher glanced at her, then at the concerned eyes of everyone else, showing a charming smile. Of course, by drawing lots, fair and efficient. The students' faces turned pale again. Alright, any other questions? Everyone fell silent. The teacher was very satisfied. She scanned again and was about to turn to get something, when Jiang Mubai raised his hand. Teacher, I have a suggestion. The teacher froze, then her mouth curved, her eyes showing excitement. People in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room saw this scene, their whole bodies numb with fear. Damn, big brother, what are you playing at? No, Mubai brother, what are you doing? Big brother, what does that excited look in your eyes mean? I am so scared, Mom, I have not even been in love yet. Strange Tale Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian looked at Jiang Mubai's expression, cold sweat flowed all over his face. When Jiang Mubai opened his mouth, his heart gave a heavy thump. He is crazy. His behavior cannot be controlled. A bad feeling appeared in his heart. This strange classmate, you come and say, what suggestions do you have? The female teacher looked at Jiang Mubai and slowly walked closer to him. Jiang Mubai was still full of excitement in his eyes. Teacher, I think this game can be optimized a bit. You see, some classmates have flexible bodies, it is very easy to dodge the iron ball. If that classmate always dodges it, wouldn't it fail to achieve the biology class effect? The female teacher showed a thoughtful look. Jiang Mubai continued to speak excitedly. I suggest, we can give the classmates who throw the ball some counter methods for this kind of person. For example, idioms, A throws the ball and says upside down hang, B when catching the ball says golden hook. If B successfully catches the ball, then the person in the middle cannot move. This way we can limit some people who are especially flexible. The more the female teacher listened, the brighter her eyes became. She completely ignored the classmates whose faces became even more pale. Good idea, explain more. Jiang Mubai lightly coughed and continued to say. Also, this game is still a bit incomplete. Incomplete? When the female teacher heard this sentence, madness appeared in her eyes, her face quickly turned gray-white, full of cracks. How is it incomplete? Jiang Mubai looked at the teacher curiously and continued to say. Think about it, if some classmates keep deliberately throwing crooked? Then the three people discuss it, wouldn't one class just keep changing people back and forth? When the teacher heard this, thinking appeared in her eyes, obviously she had not realized this problem before. Therefore, I suggest. Jiang Mubai interrupted the teacher's thinking. To avoid this situation happening, we should also add a restriction, for example, if a classmate fails to hit anyone for 10 times in a row, they must receive punishment. The teacher's eyes suddenly lit up. Also, this iron ball thing, although its visual impact is strong, the game experience is a bit worse, there is no stimulating feeling of adrenaline surging, this is after all a physical education class. I also suggest, we change the iron ball to kitchen knives, pro kitchen knives. These words made all the classmates' faces turn deathly pale, originally corpse-like gray-white now became paper-white. They looked at Jiang Mubai with eyes full of hatred. Damn, is this a classmate? This is the king of hell. Those strange female classmates, at this moment wished to kill him. On the contrary, the teacher stood stunned in place. Jiang Mubai's words opened a new world for her. So it can be like this. Her vision was too small. Kitchen knives won't do, too ugly, let's change to surgical knives, and surgical knives are sharper. The strange female teacher said while rummaging through the bag she carried with her. Very quickly, a pile of silver-shining delicate surgical knives appeared on the grass. The blood-red moonlight made the blades of the surgical knives emit a blood glow, looking especially terrifying. Thanks to this strange classmate's suggestion, it is really too good. Next is drawing lots. We 40 people, divide into 13 groups. The extra one person will be used as a specimen. Later I will dissect her. First I will explain human organs well for you. A group of people all stepped back, cold sweat bursting out wildly. Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room at this moment exploded again. Countless Dragon Kingdom people felt icy cold all over, faces pale, even whiter than those female ghosts. My god, do you hear what he just said? Damn, this is a living king of hell in the world, doesn't he know he also has to play the game? Look at his excited eyes, I feel I am going to be finished. Mom, I have not even been in love yet. Compared to the sorrow of the Dragon Kingdom people. Other countries were extremely excited, especially Beautiful Country and Sakura Country. They had just used talent to pass through the hard moment, and thought they would face a deadly disaster again. Did not expect, before they even started, Jiang Mubai this lunatic had already spoken out the way to break the rules. Moreover, he even helped the strange thing improve the rules. Originally a rule with only 30 to 40% death rate, he forcibly made it into 99%. And it was his own country. This damn really is a talent. I'm laughing to death family, this madman from Dragon Country is too insane. I was still thinking how to break it, he instead blocked his own road. Oh my god, look at this idiot, he is so stupid, haha, Beautiful Country will surely take the fourth Strange Tale victory. With the condition provided by this lunatic, Great Sakura Country will surely clear the Strange Tale, lunatic, die. Countless people mocked one after another. But before they could show off a few more words, a prompt suddenly appeared in everyone's live broadcast room. Dragon Country Chosen 1 improves horror rules, reward 10 points national fortune, Dragon Country summer highest temperature reduced by 15 degrees, physical cooling, most effective. Dragon Country Chosen 1 can select 2 other countries for rule verification, current surviving countries number, 51, respectively Beautiful Country, Sakura Country, Maple Leaf Country. Chapter 15 Jiang Mubai is very normal, he is not crazy. One prompt after another on the screen shook everyone's heart. The foreigners who were mocking just now all looked like they had eaten dead flies, their faces ugly. In all countries' live broadcast rooms, except Dragon Country, a rare silence appeared. After that, the people in charge of their countries frantically sent messages to Dragon Country, to Zhang Jintian. Strange Tale Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian's face was also pale at this moment. He had just listened to Jiang Mubai's speech, and he still had not recovered from the shock. He turned his head and looked behind him. The huge strategic meeting room, now only 5 people were still standing. The others were all scared faint. He once again thought of Jiang Mubai's information. He is crazy. His behavior is uncontrollable. Gulp. Zhang Jintian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, a sharp phone ringing suddenly sounded. Zhang Jintian turned his head and took a look. The ringing one was the black phone among more than 10 phones. This was for talking with leaders of other countries, specially encrypted. Zhang Jintian looked at the screen, roughly guessed the reason, he decisively picked up the phone. Don't worry, our Dragon Country still has 3 chances of prompts. We will contact Jiang Mubai, but we cannot control his behavior. You also saw, he is wearing a mental patient uniform. Like this, you first send money. Okay, all kinds of materials, send over quickly, otherwise I cannot guarantee Jiang Mubai will choose you. After answering more than 10 calls in a row, Zhang Jintian's mood became a bit better. After that, he made more than 10 calls again. After confirming the process of receiving materials from various countries, he once again started the S-level Strange Tale response procedure. Parallel mirror space. Jiang Mubai looked at the prompt that suddenly appeared in front of him, and was slightly stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. Such a fun thing, playing alone definitely is not okay. He decisively began to check. Very quickly he selected 3 countries. They were Sakura country that lives a comfortable small life, Beautiful country that claims world justice, and Maple Leaf country that is willing to be a dog. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Jiang Mubai still chose Beautiful country and Sakura country. In the terrified eyes of the people of the 2 countries, a blood-colored prompt appeared in their live broadcast rooms. Ding, Beautiful country, Sakura country Strange Tale rules have synchronized with Dragon country. After that they saw, inside the live broadcast rooms of the 2 countries, that female teacher whose body was grey-white and completely opposite to Dragon country, excitedly took out a pile of surgical knives. Sakura country Strange Tale headquarters, the person in charge Gangman Yutantang looked at the blood-red big words on the big screen in disbelief. His face was pale, and he roared loudly, "Baka, give me the card." Colonel Gangman, the most urgent thing now is to quickly provide information to Ms. Ju Huaijin. Behind Gangman Yudian, several people dressed in samurai clothes spoke in grief and anger. Gangman Yudian trembled even more upon hearing this. He gave a shaky order and sent the last hint. The same situation occurred in Beautiful country. They, who had always prided themselves on being the world's police, were now silent, fear wrapped around their hearts. Originally, there was still a slim chance of survival, but Dragon country's madman had turned it into an almost certain death game. If he dies, so be it, but why does he have to drag us in? Is there no justice? Countless people cursed angrily, and some extremists even prepared to hack into Dragon country's livestream, but once again, the rules of the Strange Talk gave a warning. Beautiful country deducted 10 points from the national fortune. Their country's Strange Talk leader, Gordon, Dog Egg, finally calmed down. He hurriedly issued orders to stop this group of people who outwardly claimed to be from other countries but were actually from their own. Though angry inside, he was not completely powerless. As a country that had cleared 3 rounds consecutively, Beautiful country did indeed have deep reserves. In the previous rounds of Strange Talk rules, Beautiful country had acquired 2 bizarre items, one of which was perfect for this situation. They had to win. Only by continuing to win could they maintain their position as the world's hegemon. Immediately check the data of Dragon country's chosen ones, all of it. After giving the order, Dog Egg looked again at the livestream. In Dragon country's parallel mirror space, Jiang Mubai, after making his choice, excitedly looked at the field again. The scarlet moonlight spilled from above, making Jiang Mubai feel completely at ease. At this moment, he felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring. This student Gue, come and draw a lot. Teacher AI smiled warmly at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned. He decisively shook his head. Teacher, I'm not playing this game anymore, it's too dangerous. Are you kidding? He was a normal person, not crazy. How could he play this? Throwing knives? Isn't that just looking for death? The people in Dragon country's livestream heard this and were moved to tears. Brother, you still know it's dangerous. Rule 2, all students must participate. Do you even know what you're saying? Are you crazy? Mubai brother, please don't have a breakdown, I beg you. It's over, the strange thing is going to attack him. Ah, I know, Mubai brother is definitely going to kill the strange thing again. The luxury VIP bullet comments scrolled across the screen, and everyone was staring intently at Jiang Mubai. Teacher AI was stunned at this moment. Bloodthirsty excitement suddenly erupted in her eyes. You violated the rules, ha ha ha. An ear-piercing laugh came from Teacher AI's mouth, her lips cracked open, and she suddenly lunged at Jiang Mubai. At this moment, Jiang Mubai reached into his pocket, and a black card appeared in his hand. Teacher card. As soon as the card appeared, the madness in Teacher AI's eyes disappeared instantly. She stopped in place, her face filled with disbelief. It's impossible, you're a student, how could you have a teacher card? She roared loudly, her harsh voice making Jiang Mubai's head hurt a little. Jiang Mubai shook his head and said calmly, found it. Teacher AI stared at him with madness in her eyes. She wished she could kill him. She had clearly violated the rules, but she was helpless. This feeling almost drove her mad. She took a deep breath, returning to her elegant state. Then I'll count you as an auditor teacher. After speaking, she returned to the students. At this point, one unfortunate strange thing had already been selected as a specimen. Teacher AI seemed to release all her hatred on that female strange thing, and the scene became extremely brutal. Of course, since it was a strange thing, their bodies quickly recovered, but even so, the eerie incident still left many people with lingering psychological scars. However, Jiang Mubai felt like he had learned a lot from it. Ding, the strange body has awakened 65%. It felt as if a power hidden deep inside was about to awaken, and Jiang Mubai felt his mind becoming clearer and clearer. He really liked this feeling. Outside, in Dragon Country's livestream, everyone who saw the scene was shocked. Chapter 16, his actions were uncontrollable. Mubai brother, did you use a strange item? I know, it must have been from that eerie female teacher in self-study class. At that time, I was dizzy and didn't see clearly. If these strange things can really kill, then auxiliary items would appear. Oh my god, this has never happened in previous ghost stories. The difficulty is completely different. The previous ones were D class, but this one is C class. Also, no one has been able to kill the strange things before, right? The strange things are invincible. The Ghost Story Management Bureau, Zhang Jintian was also feeling a bit nervous because of Jiang Mubai. Although it seemed like he had solved this deadly problem for now, Zhang Jintian knew the truth. He had gone crazy. He sighed, forget it. No one knew what he was thinking. Maybe, seeing the excitement, he might join the game himself. This was very likely to happen. Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Mubai spoke again, and Zhang Jintian felt his scalp tingle. Teacher AI. Jiang Mubai's words again attracted everyone's attention. The strange female classmates looked at him with eyes full of madness. Jiang Mubai didn't notice it at all, and continued, Xia Yulua won't play this game anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the female teacher's expression twisted into a grimace. Clack, clack, clack. Her figure blurred and instantly appeared in front of Jiang Mubai, staring at him fiercely. You said, what? I said, Xia Yulua won't play anymore. This game is too dangerous. Didn't the classroom rules say that? A teacher's requests cannot be refused. Teacher AI froze, her expression twisted. No. Jiang Mubai was also getting angry. Xia Yulua was the only one who helped him, liked him, and still thought he was normal in this strange world. How could he just ignore her? Xia Yulua, come here. Xia Yulua blushed slightly and slowly walked toward Jiang Mubai. Go back. The female teacher's face twisted as she glared at Xia Yulua. Xia Yulua hesitated for a moment, then returned to her seat. Come here. Jiang Mubai slammed his hand on the ground and stood up. Go back. The female teacher responded sharply. Come here. Go back. The viewers in Dragon Country's livestream were completely stunned. They saw the school uniform covering her, but a hint of blue and white stripes could be seen. Their hearts sank. Big brother, please don't go crazy. That's strange, that's strange. Although she's pretty, it's not worth it. Big brother, really not worth it. There are plenty of beautiful girls in the world, Mubai brother, stay calm, I am willing to dedicate myself to you. I am too, I don't mind being the little one. Mubai brother, you must stay calm. As the Dragon Country livestream exploded, Zhang Jintian was now slumped in his chair. His eyes were hollow, filled with helplessness. He really wanted to cast a spell to faint, but behind him, no one was standing anymore. All the experts had already passed out. On the school playground, Jiang Mubai was still in a standoff. After about 5 minutes, the female teacher realized that if this noise continued, the class would be over. She looked at Jiang Mubai coldly and stopped speaking. Xia Yulua successfully sat next to Jiang Mubai. She lowered her head, fiddling with her clothes, her face slightly red. Her school uniform became even redder. Half of her pants leg had already turned blood red. Ding, Xia Yulua's favorability increased, current favorability 50-60. Jiang Mubai looked at the classmates in front of him with satisfaction, not saying a word. Xia Yulua looked at him curiously. After a while, she took out 2 apples from somewhere. The bright red apples glistened, and under the moonlight, they exuded a bloody beauty. Do you want one? Jiang Mubai glanced at Xia Yulua. He looked at the apple again and picked it up. Crunch! This bite did not sink into the apple, but into the heart of the Dragon Country people. No! Some even fainted on the spot. But what no one expected, Jiang Mubai was completely fine. He even ate it with great pleasure. No, won't he be contaminated? Last time in the scary tale, a chosen one from Iron Fruit Country ate something strange and turned into a flesh monster instantly. Even the mentally strong chosen ones went mad. Why is he okay? Is it possible that he is already insane? If a mad person eats a strange ingredient that drives people mad, could it somehow cancel out? He's eating so deliciously, it makes me want to eat too. I'll wash an apple first, you guys chat slowly. Seeing Jiang Mubai was fine, the live stream returned to a friendly and peaceful state. On the playground, the strange female teacher saw Jiang Mubai eating the apple and showed a murderous glint again. But considering he was a teacher, she couldn't stop him, she could only watch Jiang Mubai eat the apple. At this time on the playground, 38 students were divided into 13 teams, the extra 2 people were in a team with teacher AI. The despair in the eyes of these 2 people now, they occasionally looked at Jiang Mubai with hatred in their eyes. The game started quickly. Flying knives flashed across the playground with swish, swish, swish. For a moment, piercing screams echoed across the square, strange black blood splashed everywhere. When the game started for Dragon Country, Pretty Country and Sakura Country also began. Since the 2 came from classroom 404, their classmates included only Xia Yulu and the teacher who seemed strange, other classmates were normal. At this moment, the 2 chosen ones, Emily and Zhu Huanji, were in the middle responsible for dodging the flying knives. Even through the screen, you could see the ugliness of their faces. Look carefully, this student is called Xiao Mei. Look closely, the other student is called Xiaoing. It's starting, damn, are these the SEAL team members? Their reflexes are really fast. The reflexes are indeed good, but if I play the teacher card, how would you respond? Ha ha ha. Look, that one from Sakura Country, this move donkey roll is amazing, even through the screen I feel my lower body tighten. I think the one from Pretty Country just now, Mad Dog Attack, was cool, catching the knife directly. Why don't you say she lost one eye? The people from Dragon Country all became commentators to vent their hatred. The last few times Jiang Mubai faced danger, people from these 2 countries often came to provoke Dragon Country. Now the tables turned, they naturally wanted revenge. Pretty Country and Sakura Country were grinding their teeth with hate but had no way. In the end, each of them used their trump cards. After all, their 2 people in the country both had S-level talent and had cleared the scary tales 3 times, they had foundation. Pretty Country used a one-time strange tool, the heart of the Saint Mother, convincing the teacher that she was sick. Sakura Country used the death game exemption to escape from here. Although they survived, their injuries were severe. Sakura Country's Zhu Huanji and Emily from Pretty Country were cut no less than 10 times each. Besides that, other countries suffered heavy losses, even though their game rules were not so cruel, more than 60 chosen ones still died. Until now, out of 300 countries in the world, only about 30 were still alive. The terrifying scary tale rules descended on Parallel Blue Star, like a natural disaster. In the Dragon Country parallel space, Jiang Mubai had finished the apple, Xia Yulu gently rested her head on his shoulder. If there were no crimson blood moon, scattered limbs, terrifying black blood, and grinning teachers, this scene would have been very warm. But Jiang Mubai was not happy now. At this moment, he looked at the people participating in the game, with a faint trace of anger in his eyes. Chapter 18, could she be the hidden clue? The author was mysteriously corrupted, the chapter number is wrong. He saw the scene of that girl being bullied once again. Originally, he didn't plan to intervene, but those 3 women were too much. They first forced the girl to exchange the paper slips she drew, forcing her to team up with them. Then, they even worked together, frequently bullying her. Whenever the girl was in the middle, they would attack her like crazy. Every time they changed players, if the girl's throwing knife didn't go the way they wanted, they would coldly stare at her. They also threatened her with what would happen if she went back to the dorm. The girl was completely frightened and froze, her face as pale as death, not daring to resist, allowing them to torment her. Every time the players changed, those people even forced her to eat sand under the pretense of helping her. In less than 20 minutes, the girl had already coughed up blood several times. Those people laughed recklessly, with each of them being a bit taller. One of the girls, whose name seemed to be Zhang Nana, would grab the girl's hair and slap her whenever she got the chance. The girl's pale face already had 5 red marks from slaps. Teacher, that girl isn't playing the game anymore. After watching for a while, Jiang Mubai couldn't stand it anymore. He had seen bullying before, but he had never seen someone bullied like this. They were trying to break her. Even though those strange things might all be dead. But that doesn't matter, Jiang Mubai couldn't tolerate it. School bullying? He opposed it completely. The female teacher was also throwing knives, but suddenly heard this and her face froze again. The 3 girls reacted the same way. They looked at Jiang Mubai, their faces twisted. Shut up, who do you think you are? Zhang Nana shouted loudly. Jiang Mubai stood up directly and walked over. Slap. He slapped Zhang Nana hard across the face, completely stunning her. Her face twisted, her mouth curled up as she bared her teeth and was about to rush at Jiang Mubai. But when she saw the teacher's badge around his neck, she hesitated and didn't make a move. Teacher AI's eyes turned cold at this moment. This person had disrupted her normal class order time and time again, and she couldn't stand it anymore. If it weren't for the rules, Jiang Mubai would already be dead. I said no, and now you want to argue with me? Yes. Jiang Mubai answered firmly, which made Teacher AI's expression twist even more. She glanced at the girl who was coughing up blood, then looked at Jiang Mubai, and in the end, didn't say anything. She made a note of this event. If there was a chance, she would definitely dissect Jiang Mubai. Seeing the teacher silent, Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Nana. Slap. Another slap. Show some respect when you see a teacher. Then, he dragged the girl away. Jiang Nana was completely stunned. This was the first time she had seen someone dare to hit her. Didn't she know who she was? A trace of hatred appeared in her eyes. Wait until there is a chance, and she would definitely make them pay. She coldly stared at Jiang Mubai's back, her eyes flashing with madness. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Why is he meddling in other people's business? Damn, my brother, how could you become so kind at a time like this? It's strange, why care so much? But even if it's strange, it's still wrong to bully people like this. Now you understand? Don't you know he's carrying the fate of so many of us? Are we supposed to die just because of a weird thing? Has he thought about us while doing this? There was an unusual silence in the live broadcast room. Rather than worrying about Jiang Mubai's safety, they were more confused about why he was doing this. At least Jiang Mubai wore a teacher's badge, so he was safe for now. But after helping that girl, what about all the chain reactions that would follow? What should be done then? In their eyes, after getting the teacher's badge, staying safe and surviving this strange event was the most important thing. Is it possible this is one of the conditions for clearing the game? Just when the atmosphere in the live broadcast room froze, another VIP bullet comment appeared. This made the live room even more quiet. After a moment, the bullet comments rolled again. Mubai has already brought us too many surprises. Think about the chosen ones before, even D-level strange stories could not last one round, but Mubai, in C-level strange stories has already reached the front of all countries. I want to believe him once. I also want to believe him once. And me. Please call me handsome guy. Very quickly, the people in the live room once again unified their thoughts. Most people wanted to choose to believe Jiang Mubai, only a small part were still dissatisfied, but this was also normal. 1,000 people have 1,000 thoughts, as long as can clear the level, anything is fine to say. Strange Story Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian at this moment looked at Jiang Mubai, also silent without words. Compared to ordinary people, he obviously could see more things. Jiang Mubai could hurt the strange. 2 times already. Last time, was in the classroom, he knocked a head flying. This was simply unheard of. The reason the strange are strange is because of their strong body ability, can pollute human spirit will and the undying characteristic. But when it came to Jiang Mubai, these 3 most deadly things seemed to lose their effect. Pollution had no effect on him, strength big enough to knock the strange flying, even the undying characteristic also lost effect. He very much suspected Jiang Mubai maybe secretly awakened some heaven-defying SSS talent, but thinking about it, felt impossible again. If such a talent really appeared, at the very beginning it would be announced, how could wait until now for him to guess? AI. Zhang Jintian sighed again, looked toward behind. Those behavior analysis experts were all scared faint, otherwise could analyze the logic and mental thoughts behind Jiang Mubai's behavior. This way at least could let him grasp the current situation. In the parallel mirror space, Jiang Mubai at this moment pulled the girl to his side. He looked at the girl, eyes showing thinking. This girl had some strangeness, her appearance actually could not be seen clearly. Even if Jiang Mubai turned into strange, it was still like this. He carefully stared at the girl, could clearly see a face same as ordinary people. But when he turned his head, the girl's appearance strangely disappeared from his mind again. This strange scene made Jiang Mubai very interested. What is your name? Jiang Mubai touched the girl. The girl was startled, retreated in panic. Xia Yulihua saw this, gave the girl an apple. The girl did not take it, but from her eyes could see, she wanted it. Jiang Mubai took the apple from Xia Yulihua's hand, directly put it into the girl's hand. If give you then just take it. Thank you. The girl softly said a thank you, did not speak again. Jiang Mubai curiously looked at her one glance. At this time, he suddenly thought of something. He took out the somewhat rusty ancient key at his waist, showed it to the girl. Do you recognize this key? The girl looked one glance, shook her head. She had no impression. Jiang Mubai did not ask further. He only faintly had a feeling this girl would be related to the hidden clearance condition. But exactly how to do, he currently had no clue. He turned back to ask Xia Yulihua about the horror room matter. But Xia Yulihua seemed to also not know. Seems need to find chance to get some words out from the security guard. But that security guard cannot answer questions, maybe beat him once to try? Ding, strange body has awakened 70%. A kind of primitive impulse burst out from the deep of Jiang Mubai's heart. He felt his strength seemed even more powerful, logic more and more clear. Speaking of it, that girl appearing should be after that fake strange female teacher died. After that what happened? So that's how it is. Need to continue to confirm, physical education class ended, today should end. This place really is interesting. That. Xia Yulua suddenly softly spoke, pulled his sleeve. Jiang Mubai looked at her. We, tonight go to the library? Xia Yulua lowered her head, her face slightly a little red. Jiang Mubai froze for a moment, then showed a smile. Library? After 12 o'clock going will have danger? Xia Yulua shook her head, just don't let the Dean of Discipline discover. Dean of Discipline. Jiang Mubai thought of the content in School Rule 1. Absolutely do not talk with the Dean of Discipline. All things in the school are completely handled by the Dean of Discipline. Speaking of it, she should play a very important role in the school. Let me think, right, which dorm building do you live in? Xia Yulua's face became even more red, she leaned on Jiang Mubai's ear and said one sentence, then did not speak anymore. Is this something I can see? To be honest, I want to see. Ah, damn fox spirit, let go of him. What is fox spirit? It is that strange fox spirit. Ding ling ling. The piercing alarm sound rang, all the students once again stood in one line. Jiang Mubai also followed and stood over. Teacher AI stood in the front at this moment, looking at the group of injured students, a smile showed on his face. This class you all performed not bad, I believe you all learned a lot of things, tomorrow we continue, class dismissed. Share, good, bye. Along with the students' united shout, the PE class ended. At this time, Jiang Nana brought 10 people and walked toward Jiang Mubai, in her eyes there was thick hate. Chapter 19 Branch Choice. Damn, I knew it would be like this. Karma, this is karma, Dragon Country madman tried to harm my beautiful country, karma came too fast, family, come quickly watch, XSWL. Go back where you came from. Doesn't he have a teacher badge? Baka, Dragon Country's strange item failed, truly heaven helps my great Sakura country, strange kill this Baka. Funny, they thought mastering one way to kill strange things means they can do whatever they want, karma came right, Dragon Country must lose, family, come immigrate to our beautiful country. Running dog get lost. Dragon Country die. While people in the live room were arguing, those more than 10 girls had already come in front of Jiang Mubai. Their skin cracked dry, black blood flowed out, in their eyes showed bloodthirsty light. Jiang Nana was the tallest, she stood at the very front, those more than 10 people followed behind her. They were holding a girl. Jiang Mubai's gaze crossed over Jiang Nana, looked to the back. It was exactly the girl Jiang Mubai helped just now. Jiang Nana first coldly glared at Jiang Mubai, then turned back and wildly slapped the girl 2 times, then turned again. Her tone carried teasing meaning. You seem to love minding other people's business? Jiang Mubai coldly looked at her, then looked at the teacher badge on his neck, only one use time left. Did not answer, instead asked back. You seem to have opinion? Jiang Nana froze, then got angry and laughed. Do you know who I am, in the whole girls' school, who dares with me Zhang? Pa! Before she finished speaking, Jiang Mubai gave a slap directly on her face. Jiang Nana's head tilted, almost flew out. This made people in the live room have their hair stand up all over, but right after they became excited. Baka! How can Dragon Country madman hit strange, even my great Sakura Country female warrior cannot do this. OMG, how is this possible, he must have gained benefit, damn, must let Dragon Country make public. That's right, make public, our 7 black countries support beautiful country, Dragon Country must make public. 7% black, you all wear green hats already, shouting what, you frogs in the well know what, from very early, brother Jiang could hit strange already. Classroom, at classroom time. When you say this, I feel his strength is absurdly big, look at that thing's head, almost falling off. Damn, she twisted it back again. Damn, this is impossible, how can human beat strange, kill that madman, kill that madman. People from beautiful country and Sakura country were furious and shouted loudly. But Dragon Country people no longer paid attention to them. In their view, the behavior of Sakura country and beautiful country was all a display of impotent rage. Parallel weird world. At this moment, Jiang Nana was also stunned. Her face was twisted, her neck contorted, and with a suppressed roar, Jiang Nana instantly transformed into something bizarre and charged towards Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai saw this and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. It was pure madness, an uncontrollable form of madness that still held onto rationality. Strange black threads floated from his body, and the oppressive, lifeless atmosphere slowly emerged. Boom, boom. The terrifying sense of pressure, accompanied by an inexplicable heartbeat, immediately froze Jiang Nana in place. Swish. Jiang Mubai's left hand turned into a shadow. He grabbed Jiang Nana's collar. With a strong pull, he yanked Jiang Nana right in front of him. Slap. Another slap, and Jiang Nana was sent flying backward, crashing into the crowd behind her. Jiang Mubai walked slowly toward Jiang Nana, and the terrifying aura made all the bizarre creatures feel horrified. They instinctively backed away, but soon, madness appeared in their eyes. Ah! Damn it, kill her, kill her. Jiang Nana screamed loudly, pointing at Jiang Mubai. The group of bizarre creatures rushed towards Jiang Mubai. At that moment, Jiang Mubai's cold voice rang out again. What's this? Do you want me to go talk to the director of discipline? This sentence, like a sedative, instantly calmed everyone down. Even the once arrogant Jiang Nana showed fear in her eyes. No, you can't talk to the director of discipline, you can't talk to the director of discipline. Jiang Nana covered her head, screaming loudly, retreating with her hands and feet as if she had seen something terrifying. Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned when he saw this. He hadn't expected the director of discipline to have such deterrent power. But this was good, it saved him the trouble of dealing with them himself. He glared at Jiang Nana, then took the teacher's card from his chest. See this? I'm a teacher, so why can't I talk to the director of discipline? This sentence's threat reached the sky, making everyone lower their heads in fear. Even Jiang Nana didn't dare to speak. Jiang Mubai gave her a cold glance, snorted, and then looked at the girl next to him who was groaning in pain. The atmosphere became even more oppressive, and Jiang Nana knew she couldn't do anything to Jiang Mubai today. Slowly, she got up, glared at the girl fiercely, and left without saying a word. The girl then stood up, nervously walked over, took out an apple, and handed it to Jiang Mubai. It was the apple that Xia Yulua had just given her. Thank you. Jiang Mubai shook his head, not accepting it, but looking at her. Why didn't you resist? The girl instinctively took 2 steps back, her eyes showing a look of panic. They are too many, I don't want to make my mom worry. Jiang Mubai nodded and left. This was not his business, at most, he could advise her. However, this girl was truly strange. Even now, he still couldn't remember her face. What's going on? Jiang Mubai slowly walked toward the dormitory building. Xia Yulua had been silently following him, not saying a word. It was already 11 p.m. Next, he had 2 options, one was to go to the library with Xia Yulua. The other was to return to the dormitory. Although he didn't know the building or his room number, from how the seating arrangement was done with the school badge, he could tell it was definitely related to the school badge. Jiang Mubai thought for a moment, then decided to go to the dormitory first. He was a bit tired, so taking a rest was a good idea. And, most importantly, now everyone was heading in the direction of the dormitory building, so if he separated from them, he might encounter some inexplicable weirdness. He was perfectly normal. He wasn't crazy. Why would he put himself in a dangerous situation? Even though he wasn't scared, there was no need for this. Jiang Mubai thought to himself with confidence. What he didn't know was, if the people watching the live broadcast heard this, they would probably collapse. How many times have you put yourself in danger, and how dare you say that? Ding, the strange body has awakened, 75%. The blood-red moonlight made Jiang Mubai feel very calm as he held onto Xia Yulua's hand and walked toward the dormitory. Are you going to the dormitory? This should be a branch point. I saw people from beautiful country going to the library. I also think the library is the right choice. The school rules suggest it pretty clearly, after 12 o'clock, we should go to the library. Not necessarily, didn't you notice? Classrooms 402 and 404 are obviously different, but they both led to this point, so I think it's likely that different paths lead to the same result. It's indeed strange, but speaking of which, after Mubaiji came out of classroom 402, he seemed a bit different. That bullied girl. Sure enough, is this the hidden checkpoint? Or is it just Jiang Ji's? Strange Talk Management Bureau. Zhang Zhentian looked at Jiang Mubai walking toward the dormitory, unsure of what to do. At this moment, he couldn't figure Jiang Mubai out. Earlier, when Jiang Mubai suddenly took action, it really startled him for a long time. But when he saw everything being resolved, he sighed in relief. Now, all he hoped for was that Jiang Mubai would go back to the dorm and sleep obediently, without causing any more trouble. Student Dormitory Building. Jiang Mubai pulled Xia Yulua into this place. It was different from what Jiang Mubai had imagined. The dormitory building was a huge-shaped connected building, with 5 entrances on both sides and the middle. Its scale was so large that it could easily accommodate thousands of students. Jiang Mubai thought for a moment and immediately understood why. This was an all-girls school, only admitting female students, so there was no need for separation. He glanced around the dormitory building and walked toward the middle. A huge pitch-black poster was stuck at the entrance of the dormitory building, looking like a vicious, giant mouth. Crimson letters were written on it, giving off a crazy aura. School Rules Dormitory Building. 1. To enter the dormitory building, you need to use a school badge for registration. Without a badge, you cannot enter. 2. All students must listen to the dorm manager. Greet the dorm manager whenever you see her. 3. The dormitory will cut off electricity at 11:25. After the electricity is cut off, the corridors are very dangerous, so do not leave your dorm. 4. The last room check by the dorm manager is at 11:30. If there is a room check after 11:30, do not believe it. 5. After 12 o'clock, no one is allowed to leave the dormitory building. 6. Do not speak to the dorm manager in white clothes. 7. When you see the dorm manager in red clothes, you must politely greet her. 8. When you see the dorm manager in green clothes, immediately run away. 9. The dormitory building locks at 11:30. If you are not back by then, go directly to classroom 404 for confinement. 10. To ensure the safety of the students in the dormitory, absolutely no interaction with the school beauty is allowed, absolutely. All students must follow the above rules. The 10 school rules also appeared on the live broadcast screen. This rule conflict seems more about the dorm managers. Look at the 2nd and 7th rules, they both suggest that the dorm manager in red clothes is not an issue. But what about the other 2 dorm managers? Also, shouldn't we be focusing on the school beauty in Rule 10? She's right next to Jiang Mubai. What are you afraid of? Didn't you see that Jiang Ji has already taken care of her? Trash from Dragon Country, don't think that just because you managed to escape once, you can do whatever you want. This grudge, Sakura Country will definitely take revenge. Jiang Mubai will die a horrible death. The strange talk is still strange, there's still danger, but Jiang Ji will definitely be fine. Baka, did you hear what I said? Dragon Country will definitely lose, the crazy ones will definitely die. Mubai, fighting. Bastard, we will ask beautiful country's daddy for justice. Mubai, fighting. The barrage messages seemed to ignore each other, directly drowning the people from Sakura Country who were living well. The Sakura Country people were so angry their hands and feet turned cold, but there was nothing they could do. Mirror parallel strange talk. Jiang Mubai took less than a minute to memorize the rules. There were only 2 points of conflict in these rules. One is the dormitory ant, and the other is the campus beauty. Compared to the ant, Jiang Mubai's focus was on the campus beauty. He remembered Xia Yulua was the campus beauty. He turned his head and looked at Xia Yulua behind him. She was still blushing, her head lowered, occasionally glancing at him secretly. The only difference from earlier was the school uniform. Her school uniform was even redder now, from her waist down, it looked completely like it had been stained with blood. A strong curiosity appeared in Jiang Mubai's eyes. He squatted down and carefully looked at Xia Yulua's red pants. Xia Yulua seemed startled, taking 2 steps back. Damn, look at this, this is my brother Jiang. Impressive, but can I even watch this? Mubai isn't afraid of the woman in red, don't you guys remember? As the live stream discussed, Jiang Mubai spoke. Xia Yulua, is this campus beauty referring to you? Xia Yulua was slightly stunned, lowering her head and shaking it. No, it's not me. Then who is it? I don't know either. Is this rule broken so easily? Is it too easy? 666. The truly chosen one is so plain, while we are trying to figure out how to break the rules, they directly ask. Cheating, this is cheating, damn Dragon Country, it's unfair. Dragon Country must openly eliminate the woman in red, it must. Fool. Jiang Mubai looked at the somewhat shy Xia Yulua, nodded, and said nothing. He looked back toward the dormitory building. There were 5 entrances to the dormitory, and at each entrance, there was a dormitory ant responsible for registering the school badge. All the dormitory ants looked strangely the same, with pale faces, cracked and bleeding skin, and hollow, lifeless eyes. Their movements were all mechanical, taking the school badges, placing them on a machine, then returning them to the students. The only difference was their clothes. 2 entrances had red uniforms, 2 had white uniforms, and 1 had a green uniform. Among them, the green uniform window had almost no strange students, while the other 3 windows were constantly bustling with people. This easily reminded people of the deliberate guidance during self-study sessions. Interesting. It seemed like all the strange occurrences were avoiding the dormitory ant in the green uniform? The rules of the strange events were different from mine. Is this deliberate guidance? Or is there another issue? Jiang Mubai wanted to ask Xia Yulua, but when he turned around, he found that Xia Yulua had already disappeared. Jiang Mubai glanced at the faint red bloodstains left on the ground, paused for a moment, then smiled. So that's how it is. He glanced at the busy dormitory ants and directly walked toward the ant in the red uniform. He had already made a judgment. Because Xia Yulua had already told him. Xia Yulua denied being the campus beauty, but then suddenly left blood and disappeared. Jiang Mubai almost instantly understood what Xia Yulua wanted to express. The difference in the rules might have made it impossible for Xia Yulua to directly tell him the correct information. She could only use disappearance and denial to directly deny that she was the campus beauty, meaning Rule 10 was problematic, and disappearance and blood meant she was in danger. Moreover, one point in Rule 10 clearly stated: for the safety of students in the dormitory. From this, it could be inferred that the dormitory building rules were indeed protecting the students. If that's the case, then directly going to find the dormitory ant in the green uniform, as well as possibly triggering conflicts with the white-clad dormitory ants, would undoubtedly be dangerous. He was 100% sure the dormitory ant in the red uniform was fine. But what did all of this have to do with Xia Yuluo? He would go to her dormitory later to find her. Soon, Jiang Mubai arrived in front of the dormitory ant in the red uniform. After greeting her, he handed over the school badge. The dormitory ant in the red uniform took the school badge, glanced at Jiang Mubai, her hollow gaze flashed with a hint of cruelty, then returned to calmness. She placed the badge on a black machine, and with a ding, the machine displayed a green digital number. C308-2. This is his dorm number. ABCD corresponds to floors 1 to 4, 308 is the dorm number, 2 is the bed. Xia Yuluo's dorm is D404, this she just quietly told herself, which means she is on the 4th floor. Jiang Mubai glanced at the clock behind the dorm supervisor ant. 11:22. In 3 minutes, the dorm will lose power. Rule 3, at 11:25 the dorm loses power, a hallway after losing power is very dangerous. As a normal person, Jiang Mubai certainly would not challenge this rule. He decided to think of a way later. After politely greeting again, Jiang Mubai walked straight into the dorm building. After Jiang Mubai left, the dorm ant stopped moving, her head stiffly turned, staring at Jiang Mubai's back. Hollow eyes, 2 lines of bloody tears flowed. Longhua live streaming room. Everyone stared at the big screen, not daring to breathe. Only when Jiang Mubai successfully entered the dorm did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, scared me to death, this damn dorm supervisor is too terrifying. I knew it, Brother Mubai would definitely break the rules. Baka, Longhua mental patient must die, must die. See, my logic is correct. Rule 2 and Rule 7 I judged at a glance, suddenly I feel, I can do it too. You just guessed, Brother Jiang was very sure, didn't you see he almost didn't hesitate? Baka, XXXXXXXX, this user was muted. The rules are clearly written, is hesitation needed? Sounds like it makes some sense. Ghost Story Bureau. Jiang Jintian saw Jiang Mubai acting so normal, his heart became more uneasy. Now his reason might have already reached a critical point. This landmine could explode at any time. Since Jiang Mubai entered the ghost story, Jiang Jintian had been observing his every move. From the beginning's fear, worry, and sometimes being scared, to now curiosity, anticipation, excitement. This transformation. Absolutely abnormal. Because normal people would have already been scared out of their mind, like the Japanese Jukichi, or the American Emily, now they are completely like birds startled by bows. This is how normal people act when entering ghost stories. But Jiang Mubai is completely opposite, this undoubtedly shows one thing. He is becoming more and more abnormal. Chapter 21 Kill the Strange Again. In the dorm hallway, the lights were still flickering. The blood-colored lights made the hallway extremely terrifying, and the occasional passing of pale women, like skin and corpse, made it even more eerie. Those women seemed like ghosts, walking without a single sound, some even seemed to pass through him as if he did not exist. Day. In the dead silent yet crowded hallway, Jiang Mubai's footsteps echoed clearly. This terrifying scene made people in the live room's scalp tingle. As time got closer, Jiang Mubai did not want to waste more time, he quickly reached the room with 308 on the door. The door was locked, the handle stained with blood, as if someone had just opened it with a bleeding hand. Jiang Mubai looked curiously, not caring at all. Clack. The door opened. The dorm was still lit, but the light was ghostly green. Terrifying energy appeared in front of him with several bloodthirsty eyes. This was a standard 6-person dorm, besides 3 bunk beds, there was only a small dressing table. The dressing table was now full of bottles, jars, and toiletries. It really surprised Jiang Mubai. To be honest, this was also his first time in a female dorm. In his previous life, though he went to university, he had never entered a female dorm building. Of course, entering once is not impossible, this opportunity, prison but not trapped. Jiang Mubai sighed, looking around. 3 beds, now 5 spots were covered with impenetrable black mosquito nets. Pairs of blood-red eyes looked through the mosquito net, showing cruelty and madness. Hello, my name is Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai smiled and greeted, then went to the windowside spot. His place was the upper bunk, now needing to climb up. Just as he stepped onto the ladder. Plop. A withered hand grabbed Jiang Mubai's pants leg directly. The hand reached out from the lower bunk, through the mosquito net, the red eyes inside now even crazier. Fuck, shit, you scared me. My god, Brother Mubai's psychological quality is so strong. Do not trigger the rules, do not trigger the rules. Everyone's hearts were full of worry. But Jiang Mubai had no reaction at all, his eyes flashed a bit of madness, then returned to normal. Ding, the eerie body has awakened, 80%. Anything wrong? Jiang Mubai spoke calmly. Do not interfere in other people's business. Do not go out. Fragmented voices came from the lower bunk, full of pain. Jiang Mubai did not speak, he lightly hummed, as a reply. Then he climbed onto the bed. Soon, he saw on the side wall of the bed a set of rules. Dormitory rules for students. 1. Must sleep after turning off the lights. 2. Dormitory door must be locked from inside, otherwise it will be dangerous. 3. No matter what happens, cannot use lighting tools. The 3 rules, twisted and crooked, were written on the wall. Almost as soon as Jiang Mubai finished reading, a bell rang. Just a plop sound. The light went out. At 11:30, the dormitory completely lost power, almost at the exact moment darkness swallowed the dorm. Suddenly, dozens of scarlet eyes appeared in the dorm. These eyes floated in the air, looking around, like invisible moving shadows. The people in Longwo livestream room felt a chill through their bodies. Of course, this time it was not because of Jiang Mubai, but purely because of the scene itself. My god, I suddenly feel coming to the dorm was not a wise choice. Do you think those eyes might be our roommates? Fuck, those eyes are moving toward Jiang Mubai. What the people in Longwo noticed, Jiang Mubai also noticed. Now the whole dorm was pitch black, the only things visible were the scarlet eyes. Those eyes showed cruelty, madness, bloodthirst, their gaze locked on him. Even Jiang Mubai felt a bit uneasy, he was about to get up and grab an eye to study, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Then a cold, eerie female voice came from outside. Dorm inspection, open the door. The icy voice made goosebumps crawl over the skin. The eyes in the air also stopped at this moment, they floated around and slowly disappeared. Rule 4, 11:30 dorm inspection cannot be trusted, this is eerie, this is definitely eerie. Do not open it. Did you forget? Eerie rules are different from ours, if the eerie opens the door. Shut your crow mouth. Everyone in the livestream room felt anxious, and then suddenly a creak sound rang. Then, the door opened. Fuck, the door is not closed. Brother Mubai only got the rules after lights off, what now? Ha, Longwo idiots are going to die, family, let's immigrate to a beautiful country. Fuck off. Stop cursing that idiot, think of a solution. Everyone held their breath, watching the livestream. Inside the door, a pale figure appeared. Which dorm supervisor in white is that? Triggered 2 deadly rules, first the dorm door, second must greet the supervisor, but cannot speak when the supervisor sees, what to do? In the dorm. Jiang Mubai's face also changed, he clearly realized a rule was triggered, but then a flash of madness passed through his eyes. The air seemed frozen, a strange force wrapped around him. The power of rules is undeniable. The rule of locking the dormitory door is right, and when this rule is broken, Jiang Mubai immediately faces contamination. However, he possesses a forbidden power and a strange body, so this contamination has no effect on him. At this moment, the dormitory manager, wearing white, looked at Jiang Mubai. A flash of excitement passed through her eyes, and a bloodthirsty grin appeared on her face. She lunged directly at Jiang Mubai to bite him. Jiang Mubai's eyes turned cold. He suddenly leaped off the bed and slammed a fist into her head. Bang! A muffled sound rang out in the dormitory, followed by a hoarse scream. The dormitory manager's head was instantly knocked off. Ding, the strange body is awakening by 85%. Strange black threads drifted out from Jiang Mubai's body. His gaze grew even colder. He coldly glanced at the madly screaming dormitory manager, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Boom! Jiang Mubai's feet suddenly exerted force, and he took a quick step forward, pressing the dormitory manager's neck down. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. I am strange, and you are strange. Hiss, ah! The dormitory manager let out a piercing scream. Madness flashed in her eyes. Jiang Mubai had triggered the death rule, she could move. She wanted to kill him. But Jiang Mubai's strength was terrifying. His grip on her hands was like steel bars, firmly holding her in place on the floor. I want to kill you, and you want to kill me. I am a school staff member, and you are a school staff member. Ah! At this critical moment, Jiang Mubai used his teacher ID card. The struggling dormitory manager let out a tragic scream, then turned to ash and disappeared. The Dragon Country live broadcast room was stunned. Then, the barrage exploded like fireworks, rapidly scrolling across the chat screen. Chapter 22, Enough is Enough. He killed another strange being, Brother Jiang killed another strange being. Who says there's no one in Dragon Country? With Jiang Mubai here, that strange being dares. Invincible? Did you notice? Brother Mubai says something different every time he kills a strange being. Awesome, 666, 6666. Pull the card, damn Dragon Country, my great Cherry Blossom Country is not convinced, not convinced. My god, how could this be? No way, for world peace, Dragon Country must reveal the method to eliminate strange beings, openly. 7 Black Country supports Beautiful Country, Dragon Country must reveal it. Kimchi Country supports Beautiful Country, Dragon Country must reveal it, must reveal. Maple Leaf Country supports Beautiful Country. The Dragon Country live broadcast room was on fire. The barrage was so intense that it even caused some lag in the strange being broadcast equipment. The Bizarre Incident Management Bureau. Jiang Mubai was also staring at the screen in a daze, his face filled with shock. It was the third time. This was the third time. 3 strange beings killed in a row. This was an unprecedented event. At this moment, he felt hope for Dragon Country. Report, Captain Zhang, the people led by Beautiful Country are applying pressure again. They are trying to create public opinion to force us to reveal our methods. This time, Jiang Mubai did not get angry. He simply sat calmly in his seat, smiling as he looked at the young person who came to report. If they really dared to act, they wouldn't be barking like dogs. The power of bizarre talk is incredibly terrifying. They are afraid. We don't need to pay attention to them. Now, we just need to wait quietly. Wait for Jiang Mubai to successfully survive the bizarre talk. He chuckled lightly and then stared at the screen again. Immediately, he froze again. On the screen, Jiang Mubai had already closed the door and was now catching eyes. A sense of absurdity rose in Jiang Mubai heart. He stared blankly at the live broadcast room, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Beautiful Country. The person in charge of managing the bizarre talk, Dog Egg, once again heard a report from his subordinates. This time, he felt a hot wave rising in his head. Bastards, trash, can't even find this, what use do I have for you? Bastard. The angry Dog Egg smashed things around him. Behind him, a young blonde woman was trembling with fear. Not long after, a young man ran over. Mr. Gordon, the son of the Sakura Country just called, their chosen one has died, the weirdness has descended on Sakura Country, they hope we can rescue them. Rescue? Oh, spray waste, F*******inga, we don't have money to rescue, don't bother with those stupid sons. Gooden slammed the table suddenly, but at that moment, with a glance from the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed Emily in the library was not moving. Then he saw Emily's head, like a ball, rolling onto the ground. OMG, impossible, impossible. Gooden screamed with all his heart. At this moment, the sky seemed to collapse. Ding, Beautiful Country chosen one failed, national luck -20, Beautiful Country will have earthquakes for 1 year, typhoons 1 year, summer high temperature increases 20 degrees, winter low temperature drops 20 degrees. Ding, Sakura Country failed the pass, national luck -20, Sakura Country will have typhoons for 1 year, all water sources turn to wastewater, Sakura Country will have diarrhea for 1 year, no medicine can save. 2 notices suddenly appeared in all live streams, making the people of Dragon Country even more excited. Look, this is what it means for the Wheel of Fortune to turn. Dragon Country, parallel mirror space. In the dorm, Jiang Mubai, after killing the weird dorm ant, directly locked the door. He was originally curious about the floating eyes in the air, but for some reason, those eyes disappeared too. Those weird female roommates had made some noise at first, but when Jiang Mubai looked at them, their crimson eyes disappeared instantly. Clearly, they were afraid. Being weird, yet killed, now in their eyes, Jiang Mubai was weirder than the weird. Seeing this, Jiang Mubai felt bored, so he said nothing and lay back on the bed. Since entering the ghost story, he was also a bit tired. It was just the right time to take a break. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly heard some noises, seemed to come from next door. Curious, Jiang Mubai pressed his ear to the wall, scattered conversations and crying sounds faintly reached him. Bitch, bitch, you dared resist, you bitch. Hit her hard. Pa. Crisp sounds faintly came, along with the girls crying. Stop hitting me, I beg you, stop. I won't dare again, I won't resist again, I beg you, stop hitting me. Shut up, you bitch, what right do you have to speak? Ah Zhu, bring the shampoo, make her drink it all. Then scattered noises came, followed by the gurgling sound of drinking, painful moans, and vomiting. Pa. Sorry, I didn't mean it, it's too bitter, I'll drink it, I'll drink, please don't hit me. Shut up, shut up. Shut up. Pa. Zhang Nana's harsh voice, with crisp hits, came again. Listening, Jiang Mubai's face darkened. He hated school bullying, he hated this, before coming to this world, he had experienced it, he was bullied as a child, he could deeply feel the helplessness of the victim. Pa. The sound of whipping continued, seemingly tireless. Bitch, Azhu, hold her head down, make her kowtow hard, come on, scream, you bitch. Ha, this is the apple we can eat, and you still have this. I beg you, give me the apple, I'll drink, I drank all the shampoo, I kowtow to you, please give me the apple. Bang, bang, bang. The sound like hammers hitting the ground came. Here, you are nothing, how dare you speak to me, hit her. Hearing Jiang Nana's harsh screams, Jiang Mubai finally couldn't hold back, he jumped to the ground and walked toward the door. Brother, what are you going to do? I have a bad feeling. Brother Mubai's face looks bad, what's wrong with him? *T, I see him going out, the dark hallway is very dangerous. Don't be impulsive, calm down Brother Mubai, I beg you, calm down. Jiang Mubai didn't know what people in the livestream were thinking. He only felt a nameless anger rising in his heart. Ding, the eerie body is awakening, 90%. Jiang Mubai grabbed the door handle and directly opened the door, stepping into the corridor. The corridor was pitch black at this moment, with countless pairs of blood-red eyes floating in the air. As soon as they saw Jiang Mubai, they immediately revealed cruel and bloodthirsty expressions. But when they saw the thin black lines on Jiang Mubai's body, the eyes showed fear and slowly disappeared. Bang! Jiang Mubai reached the nearby room 302. Bang! With a strong kick, he directly kicked the door open and walked inside. As soon as he entered, he saw a scene that made his blood boil. Chapter 23, This school might hide a tragedy. Behind Jiang Nana, there were also 3 women standing. They were of varying sizes, some fat, some thin, but without exception, all were taller than the girl. When Jiang Mubai entered, they were pressing the girl's head to the ground, violently smashing it onto the floor. Various small bottles of shampoo, face wash, and other items were scattered all around. The girl was lying on the ground, gagging continuously, with bitter water and shampoo flowing out of her mouth. When Jiang Mubai saw the scene, his eyes burned with rage. Let her go. Jiang Mubai spoke coldly. Hearing the noise, the girl cautiously lifted her head. As soon as she saw Jiang Mubai, her eyes instantly turned red. Then, she quickly lowered her head, not allowing Jiang Mubai to see her. You, how did you get in here? It's impossible. How can you walk in the corridor? Jiang Nana was previously crazily staring at the girl, and as she was about to strike the girl again, the door behind her suddenly got kicked open. Her face changed, and she quickly turned around. Then, Jiang Mubai's figure appeared in her line of sight. Panic appeared in her heart. It seems the lesson from last time wasn't enough. Jiang Mubai didn't answer her, instead glancing at the bitten apple in Jiang Nana's hand. He walked over and grabbed her. What are you doing? My mom is the dorm manager, Jiang Mubai didn't listen to anything she said. He grabbed Jiang Nana, raised his hand, and slapped her. Then, he slapped her again with a backhand. Slap. 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 With each loud slap, Jiang Mubai kept slapping her over and over again, at least 10 times, before stopping. At this point, Jiang Nana was dazed. She looked at Jiang Mubai, her face twisted, screaming frantically. You bastard, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Jiang Mubai slapped her again, continuing for 5 minutes until Jiang Nana finally stopped speaking. The group behind her wanted to intervene, but when they saw Jiang Nana, who was supposed to be eerie, completely unable to resist, they froze in fear. Apologize. Jiang Mubai grabbed Jiang Nana and pressed her in front of the girl. Jiang Nana gritted her teeth, saying nothing. Her body was now turning an unnatural grayish-white, clearly a sign of becoming eerie. I'll say it again, apologize. Jiang Mubai's tone was becoming impatient, and the madness in his eyes deepened. Jiang Nana, feeling Jiang Mubai's murderous intent, finally became terrified. Why yes, sorry. Jiang Nana gritted her teeth as she spoke, and Jiang Mubai snorted coldly before looking at the girl. The girl was now stunned, trembling as she lifted her head, her eyes filled with tears, staring at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Nana's eyes flashed with a cold murderous intent, and her mouth twisted into a cruel grin. The girl, scared again, quickly lowered her head and muttered, "It's okay." Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Nana, his eyes filled with killing intent. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Jiang Mubai. It was the dorm manager in a green outfit. Her icy gaze fell on Jiang Mubai, and Jiang Mubai stopped his actions. He let go of Jiang Nana, turned around, and faced the woman in the green outfit. His eyes were calm. The green-clad dorm manager didn't make any move. Her gaze kept scanning the teacher's ID badge on Jiang Mubai's chest. She spoke at last. Her voice was hoarse, as if her throat were filled with water. Let her go, and all the oddities in the dorm building will not attack you. Jiang Mubai continued to stare at her. He felt no killing intent, and the rule of self-reflection might not activate. After a moment of thought, Jiang Mubai loosened his grip on Jiang Nana. Mom. As soon as she was free from Jiang Mubai, Jiang Nana rushed towards the green-dressed dorm manager, her eyes filled with murderous intent. This oddity bullied me, torture him. I want to torture him. Lock him up, lock him in that classroom, lock him in that room. Slap. The green-dressed dorm manager slapped Jiang Nana and left while she stared at her in disbelief. From start to finish, Jiang Mubai did not say a word. After the green-dressed woman left, Jiang Mubai turned his gaze to the three people. At this moment, she was thinking about how to deal with them, but then, the girl spoke. She crawled on the ground, picked up the apple, wiped it with her clothes, placed it in her arms, and then looked at Jiang Mubai. It's okay, thank you, thank you. As the girl spoke, tears streamed down her face. At that moment, Jiang Mubai finally saw her face clearly. It was Xia Yuluo. Jiang Mubai's eyes showed rare shock. Damn, brother Jiang is amazing, he gave that oddity a fierce beating. Did you hear? The oddity was making a deal with brother Jiang, and even the green-dressed dorm manager didn't dare to provoke him. How did he do it? The apple, it must have been that apple. Do you remember? Jiang Mubai ate the apple that the campus beauty gave him. Did he figure it out back then? This is a huge strategy. The Bureau of Strange Tales. Zhang Jintian stared at Jiang Mubai, equally shocked. At this moment, he no longer saw Jiang Mubai as a madman. Yes, he was mad, but he was a genius kind of madman. Maybe it was just that he couldn't reach the other's level. It was no wonder Zhang Jintian thought this way. Everything Jiang Mubai had done in the world of strange tales had truly reshaped his understanding. Making deals with oddities. Ignoring the rules. Ignoring contamination. Any one of these would shake the world if spoken aloud. But all these were happening to just one person. Until now, he still felt as if it were a dream. No matter how outsiders guessed, they would never guess right. After all, it was the indescribable, exclusive, one-of-a-kind talent. In the world of strange tales, Jiang Mubai also snapped out of his shock. He moved forward, wanting to take a closer look at the girl's face, but before his hand could touch her, she disappeared. A single tear and a bitten apple fell to the ground. Jiang Mubai calmly watched all this, as if he had come to an understanding. Perhaps, hidden in this campus, there is a tragedy. Ding, the body of the oddity is awakening, 99.99%. You've gone mad, but you've also become stronger. You are about to fully awaken your inner self. This is undoubtedly madness, but who can guarantee that they are normal? The process of seeking truth will always be accompanied by misunderstanding. Jiang Mubai listened to the system's prompt in his mind, silent. He glanced at the three girls who were completely stunned, and left the room. Slap. Jiang Mubai closed the door. After he left, the 303 dormitory disappeared without a trace. It was as if everything had never happened. Next, he was going to Xia Yuluo's dormitory to make the final confirmation. He hoped it wasn't what he thought it was. Chapter 24, The Disappearing Room 403. The Disappearing Room 403. In the live stream, countless people were staring blankly at the screen. When the 403 classroom disappeared, it was no longer just terrifying. It was shocking. Damn, I've never seen anything like this. Is this what a Class C strange tale is like? Did you guys notice? This corridor is getting more and more oppressive. I hope Brother Mubai will be okay. The oddities are all scared, what could possibly happen? But I just have this feeling that something bad is about to happen. While the people in the livestream were sighing, Jiang Mubai had already reached the winding stairs. The dormitory building had once again resumed power, with dark red lights flickering. Occasionally, a few transparent figures with blood-red eyes could be seen, but they did not attack him. These eerie beings only stared at him from a distance, occasionally making a mocking, eerie laugh. This sound, if heard by an ordinary person, would definitely cause a severe mental shock. Those with weak wills might even die on the spot and turn into something eerie. But Jiang Mubai didn't care at all. Apart from finding the sound a bit annoying, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. This forbidden ability, the eerie body, had already awakened 99.99%, and these eerie beings seemed so weak in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Although without using his three-province mind, he might not be able to kill them, Jiang Mubai was still capable of beating them up. Jiang Mubai glanced at a transparent figure that passed through his body, grabbed it, slapped it twice, and then headed for the fourth floor. The transparent figure initially showed some resentment, but after sensing the cold killing intent and hidden madness, it shrank back. Soon, Jiang Mubai reached the fourth floor. The layout here was the same as the third floor, with grey tiles on the ground, and the surrounding walls almost falling off. Jiang Mubai walked forward according to the door numbers. D404 was just ahead. But when he truly arrived at the door of room 404, he froze. Because there was no such room here at all. Next to 403, there was 405. Room 404 seemed to be non-existent. He walked back and forth several times but still couldn't find it. Xia Yuluo. Unable to find any answers, Jiang Mubai made a choice that any normal person would make. He shouted directly. His loud voice echoed down the corridor, causing an echo. Soon, countless figures appeared around him. They were all faceless women dressed in blood-red clothes. The dim red lights flickered, accompanied by the terrifying sound of crackling electricity. This scene once again made the people in the live stream tremble in fear. Bro, my heart isn't good, can you stop doing this? Oh my god, so many women in red, can Jiang Mubai handle them? I believe in Brother Mubai. I guess. The viewers in the live stream all showed fear on their faces. At this moment, Jiang Mubai also saw the women in red, and a hint of curiosity flashed across his face. Just now, he didn't notice so many of them. But now, it was perfect. Asking the eerie beings questions was better than searching for them on his own. He directly walked toward one of the women in red. Excuse me, where is room 404? The faceless woman in red clearly showed a hint of disbelief. They probably didn't expect someone to come and directly provoke them like a madman. A bloodthirsty excitement flashed in her split eyes. Just as she was about to open her blood-red mouth and kill this foolish person, she suddenly froze. A strange fear rose from her heart as she saw the thin black lines floating from Jiang Mubai's body. This terrifying feeling seemed as though it was urging her to annihilate him. It was a suppressive force more terrifying than any rules. Although the faceless woman didn't know what it was, she had a premonition that if she made any move, she would surely release this terrifying existence. Without thinking, she quickly returned to her original form and softened her tone. This schoolmate. Our school doesn't have room 404. In her eyes, Jiang Mubai, this delicate, handsome young man, was undoubtedly a cute girl. No? Why? Because 404 is a confinement room. It can only be a confinement room. This is the rule set by the head of the teaching office. Jiang Mubai listened and fell into deep thought. This was clearly suspicious, because he had seen room 404 in the second teaching building. Although it was called the new 404, it was undoubtedly 404. He was about to ask again when the woman in red suddenly disappeared. Jiang Mubai looked at the empty, silent corridor without saying a word. He returned to the doorways of rooms 403 and 405 and kicked the door open. When the eerie beings inside saw someone barging in, they immediately tried to explode, but upon seeing the black lines on Jiang Mubai's body, they instantly calmed down and obediently answered his questions. This dorm building has never had a 404. No, but I think I've seen it before, once when I went to the bathroom. Impossible, I've been living here for 3 years, and there's never been a 404. You must have mistaken it. Xia Yulua? We've never mentioned that name. The campus beauty is by Kiki, she lives on the second floor. She's pure-looking, but not that pretty. The strange statements were all different, which made Jiang Mubai frown. And their responses were also odd. If the campus beauty wasn't Xia Yulua, then what about the self-study class rules? Could it be that the Xia Yulua I saw was fake? With this thought in mind, he decided to go check on by Kiki. In the dark corridor, Jiang Mubai's footsteps echoed once more. I feel like this is getting creepier. This must be a hidden trigger, the key person is definitely Xia Yulua. You don't need to say that, the key is, she's missing now. At the door of room 202, after Jiang Mubai knocked, there was no response, so he violently entered again. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open. Jiang Mubai walked in. Inside was eerie and dark, and aside from the blood-colored eyes floating in the sky, there was no one. Jiang Mubai frowned slightly. He walked over to the curtains, ready to peek through the blood moon and see what was inside the room. But as soon as he pulled open the curtains, a pale girl's head floated outside. Her eyes were hollow, black blood oozing from them, staring at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai ignored her and looked at the window, where a line of text was written. Dorm rules, never open the curtains. Damn, that scared the life out of me. What the hell is this? Brother Bai triggered the deadly rule. How many times has he triggered it? This time should be no different. Is this a mental illness buff? Who said Brother Jiang is sick? He's not sick. Just then, a strange pollution appeared, quickly shrouding Jiang Mubai's body in a blood-red shadow. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 100%. Are you really crazy? Maybe only you know. Boom. A terrifying black shockwave suddenly erupted from Jiang Mubai, and the blood on his body exploded. He slowly turned his head, only to see countless blood-red eyes floating in the air behind him. He looked at those eyes, let out a light laugh, and his right hand reached out towards the front. Swoosh. A flash of afterimage passed, and one of the blood-red eyes was caught in his hand. Then, he squeezed hard. Bang! With a burst of blood mist, the eye disappeared. The eye did not perish. The strange being couldn't be killed. Without using his inner strength, he had no way to destroy it. Jiang Mubai simply crushed it. Soon, another eye appeared in the air, but this time, the blood-red eye revealed intense fear, quickly disappearing. Swoosh! At that moment, a flash of afterimage swooped down from behind Jiang Mubai's window. With a dull thud, it landed below. Without thinking, Jiang Mubai quickly turned and pushed open the window. On the ground. At that moment, a girl's corpse lay there. Chapter 25, Library. Xia Yuluo. Looking at the body on the ground, Jiang Mubai froze for a moment. The crimson half-body uniform already indicated who she was. Jiang Mubai's face darkened. He ignored the head of the woman hanging outside the window and slapped it away, leaping straight down from the second floor. But when he landed on the ground, there was nothing. The ground was very clean. Aside from the occasional crow flying by, there were only the bush's shadows under the blood moon. Everything that had just happened seemed like a hallucination. Jiang Mubai looked up and stared at the window above. There, a dorm window was pushed open. The curtains fluttered in the wind, as if indicating the truth of everything. This is 404. Jiang Mubai's pupils contracted. From its location, he instantly confirmed that it was room 404. Without hesitation, he headed back to the dorm building. But when he arrived on the fourth floor again, next to 403 is 405, on the tightly locked door, you can even see the footprints Jiang Mubai just left. Is this an illusion? Or maybe, this floor is simply repeating past events. Jiang Mubai looked down, deep in thought, and suddenly remembered something. That is, Xia Yulu once wanted him to go to the library. Library? Jiang Mubai glanced at the blood moon and walked towards the teaching building. Under the red moon, a long shadow appeared behind Jiang Mubai. Brother Mubai, where are you going? A clue, he must have gotten a clue. The damn ghost story blocked the hidden completion condition, otherwise we could also know. Isn't that a good thing? Our chosen one worked hard to get the clue, why reveal it? I have a premonition, our dragon country will complete it. Hidden completion condition, how much benefit will we get? Baka, dragon country's crazy people can't complete it, surely dead. Dragon country crazy will lose, Simida. People from Kimchi country and Sakura country angrily poured cold water, but no one paid attention. All of dragon country was fully excited. They seemed to see hope. Ghost Story Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian watched the scene, equally moved. It seemed Jiang Mubai already had a clue, but he did not know how far from completion. Zhang Jintian was a high-ranking figure in the bureau, unlike the blind optimism of livestream viewers. Before Jiang Mubai completed it, he would have no illusions, always keeping the highest alert was the most important. Because of Zhang Jintian's attitude, Dragon Country had safely survived previous strange arrivals. Parallel mirror space. Jiang Mubai had now arrived at the library door. Although a chain lock hung on the door, the padlock was now open, and one blue glass door was broken, as if something had broken in. On the glass door, a pitch-black poster was stuck, covered with tiny words. Library rules. 1. You must wear a school badge to enter the library. 2. No loud noises in the library. 3. Library closing time is 2200 hours, no one may enter after closing. 4. After 2200 hours, entering the library requires the director's stamp. 5. If someone takes a photo from behind you, do not turn around. 6. There were 10 rules in total, written neatly, but Jiang Mubai only glanced and ignored them. These rules no longer applied to him. The awakening of his strange body made him unusually strong, now he was completely immune to rules. Even if something strange appeared, he was not afraid. Moreover, the blood moon continuously replenished his energy, keeping him at peak condition. Looking at the broken glass door, Jiang Mubai directly pushed it open and walked in. The library was still pitch black, but when Jiang Mubai entered, the motion sensor lights turned on. The dark green light made the place barely visible. Looking around, all were rows of redwood bookshelves, tens of thousands of books neatly arranged. Bookshelves were categorized, study materials, extracurricular reading, all could be found. Jiang Mubai glanced and walked towards the back. Because there, a bookshelf looked obviously different. That shelf was white, as if someone had splashed white paint on it. It stood out sharply in the dark library. Day. In the silent library, Jiang Mubai's footsteps echoed. Whenever he passed a row of shelves, a strange red figure drifted past the shelves. A terrifying, oppressive feeling filled the entire livestream, but Jiang Mubai showed no reaction. Outside. In all major livestream rooms. Chat channels exploded. Jiang Mubai ignored the rules. The scene of walking straight in once again sent a chill down their spines, but soon after, the crowd became excited. Did you see that? This is the chosen one from the Dragon Country, ignoring the strange phenomena. How did he do it? Was it the red apple's doing? It must be, the chosen ones from all countries, only we got the love letter, only we received the apple from that girl, it must be like that. Bastards, damn dragon country, why didn't we get it? He must die, must die. The beautiful country's little May was taken here, is Brother Jiang okay? Don't worry, absolutely fine, Brother Jiang knows how to eliminate the strange phenomena, besides, how many strange things has he beaten up? By the way, the method to eliminate strange phenomena seems to be that strange word at the school gate, right? It must be. The viewers of the livestream had no idea about Jiang Mubai's situation, so they could only guess for themselves. And surprisingly, they were almost right. This might be something Jiang Mubai himself hadn't even thought of. There was nothing to be done, his talent was just too against the heavens. An indescribable, exclusive, one-of-a-kind talent, not just heard of, not even dreamt of. Moreover, this talent would evolve again after passing this bizarre tale. How terrifying is that? In the library, Jiang Mubai had now reached the pale white bookshelf, quietly flipping through the books on it. These books were all very new, clearly ones that were frequently borrowed. Just as he was about to pull out one to examine, a cold gaze suddenly froze time behind him. Are you borrowing books? A hoarse, old male voice came from behind him, and then a rusty iron hook appeared on his neck. Yo, Dragon Country finally got its karma, it's this strange thing that killed our Kuaishao Wankue warrior, kill him, kill him. I can't stop laughing, the Dragon Country is getting its karma, huh, even our Emily from Beautiful Country couldn't stop it, what's he worth? Strange thing, kill him, I'll treat you to kimchi. Seeing Jiang Mubai in danger, the people from Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, and others, who harbored resentment, excitedly spoke again. But before they could speak two more words, they witnessed a terrifying scene. Jiang Mubai raised his right hand, directly grabbed the iron hook, and with a gentle twist, crack! That terrifying strange tool instantly broke. Everyone felt shocked once again. Chapter 26, Continuing the Diary. Who are you? Jiang Mubai turned his head and looked behind. About a meter away from him stood an old man wearing a yellow trench coat. His mouth seemed to have been sewn with needles, covered in strange threads, and his cold white eyes, devoid of any emotion, coldly stared at him. Jiang Mubai was not scared by the scene in front of him, he simply looked quietly at the old man. From his calm gaze, there was no trace of emotion, if one had to say, it was a terrifying madness suppressed by absolute calmness. You've broken the rules, you've broken the rules. The old man didn't respond. In the instant Jiang Mubai turned around, a bloodthirsty excitement flashed in his eyes. His mouth, stitched with threads, instantly cracked open, and he lunged toward Jiang Mubai to bite him. Jiang Mubai was unhurried, and with a reverse slap. Slap! A remnant image flashed, and the old man's head instantly flew off. So hard, it feels like slapping a rock. Jiang Mubai shook his hand and murmured quietly. The old man remained rooted to the spot, his head that had fallen to the ground showing shock. No, no way, how could you have such strong power? The old man's head flew up again and returned to his body. Jiang Mubai looked at him with curiosity in his eyes. This flying head was something he hadn't expected. He had thought these strange things would turn into blood mist and reassemble. Such a magical thing. He directly reached out, intending to grab the old man's head for a closer study. The old man saw the look in Jiang Mubai's eyes. A sudden jolt hit his heart, he screamed in terror, and quickly hugged his head, crouching on the ground. This scene left the viewers in the live stream stunned and frozen. No, I'm telling, I am the library administrator. The old man's voice twisted with fear as he hurriedly spoke. Jiang Mubai also withdrew his curious gaze and looked at the old man. Xia Yilua, do you know her? And no, I don't know her. But I have the registration form, Seeing the evil flash in Jiang Mubai's eyes, the old man quickly shouted, but Jiang Mubai ignored him. He remembered Xia Yulua had said something about not letting the director find out. Thinking like this, she probably wouldn't have registered here. Nothing to do with you, you can go now. He said calmly, then Jiang Mubai looked at the bookshelf again, ready to go through it book by book. At this moment, the old man spoke, his voice trembling. Something happened at this bookshelf before. Jiang Mubai turned his head to look at him. Some students fought here, their heads were bleeding, it seemed because they were fighting over some diary. I heard that a few bullies in the school tore apart a girl's diary, put it in the books, letting the whole school see, it seemed like that. Where are those diaries? Jiang Mubai looked at the old man, lowering his head in thought. I don't know, the last time I saw that girl, she was crouching in that corner, crying and sorting something. The old man trembled as he spoke, pointing with his hand to a corner. It was pitch dark there, not even the faint green light reached. Jiang Mubai glanced at the old man, without hesitation, and walked directly toward the direction he pointed. The old man looked at his back, a cruel flash appeared in his eyes, but he felt fear thinking about his gaze. A madman, this weird one is definitely a madman. Even if he can't kill me, he will torture me. No, must not provoke him, absolutely must not. The old man carefully stepped back 2 steps and disappeared. Jiang Mubai did not care, he went straight into the dark corner. It was very dark, almost nothing could be seen, he could only squat and carefully feel around. Soon, he felt some scattered papers. He sorted them out and took them. In the faint green light, he could read the contents of the diary. September 11, 2023. Mom came to see me, she bought me new clothes, and brought apples for me. These apples are from the tree Mom planted when she was little, not sweet, but I love to eat them. I decided, after graduation, I will find a job, I want to earn a lot of money, to buy Mom the sweetest apples. September 12, 2023. They tore my clothes, threw my apples, they said I don't deserve to be in this school, don't deserve to be their roommate. I explained, if I did something wrong, I can fix it, but they don't listen, they just want to beat me, these are all excuses, I am so tired. September 13, 2023. Today is the last day Mom comes to see me, she has to go back to work, cannot stay with me anymore, I don't want Mom to worry, but, they bullied me in front of Mom. They made me wash clothes, clean, buy things, anything is fine, but why, they must beat me in front of Mom, why, what did I do wrong? September 14, 2023. Mom took me outside to stay one night, she bandaged my wounds, I saw her cry, I felt bad too, all my fault, my personality too weak, she said she would contact the school, I didn't want her to worry, told her I can handle it myself. September 16, 2023. Mom still went to find the director, when Zhang Nana hit me she said, they said I complained, tattletale, they want to show me, same as my mom, I don't know why they said this. September 17, 2023. Mom cannot be contacted, she left a note. She said she went home. October 20, 2023. No, this is not real, Mom will be fine, why are you doing this to me, what did I do? I am so tired, maybe from the start, I should not have come into this world. Mom, sorry, I am tired, I am really tired. On the last diary page, the handwriting was a little messy, besides the dark red bloodstains, there were some round dry marks. The diary stopped here, Jiang Mubai knew, this might be Xia Yuluo's farewell letter. It seems, the hidden clearance condition back then, was to save Xia Yuluo. The woman with the chainsaw said that only after seeing the key on me. She said my daughter. Is she Xia Yuluo's mom? This key is the key to the horror room, if this school has a truly scary place, the only possibility is 404, if so, then what role did the head of teaching play in this matter? Did Xia Yuluo's mom die at the school? Through these diaries, Jiang Mubai had already analyzed that Xia Yuluo's mom most likely had an accident. This might also be the last straw that broke Xia Yuluo. And Zhang Nana. A flash of anger appeared in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Forget it, first go find the security guard, confirm what this key is about. Thinking this, he directly left the library. The crimson moonlight shone down from the sky, making Jiang Mubai's shadow look even lonelier. Chapter 27 Head of Teaching. School Entrance. Jiang Mubai came to the security room again. The security guard in black clothes was sitting blankly at the school gate, his eyes still empty, as if frozen. Jiang Mubai walked straight to the security room. Click. Screech. Turning the lock lightly, Jiang Mubai slowly opened the door. This key, about the horror room, what do you know? Jiang Mubai glanced at the security guard and asked. The guard turned his head, his empty eyes showing confusion, then a flash of chaotic madness. It's you. You. The guard clearly hesitated. It was obvious, the psychological shadow Jiang Mubai left him still remained. Jiang Mubai's gaze passed the guard, looking at the wall behind him. There was a poster. It listed 2 school rules, seemingly only for security guards. 1. White security clothes will make you lose your mind. 2. Without the head of teaching's permission, do not change security clothes. Curiosity flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. To him, this guard's current state was almost like losing his mind. What would happen if he really lost it? Thinking this, he directly took the white security clothes over, then punched the guard. Then, he began to strip the guard's clothes. In the livestream, everyone watching this scene showed confusion and strangeness in their eyes. Do you think Brother Jiang might be bisexual? Nonsense, Brother Mubai is normal. Look at what he is doing now, do you still think it's normal? He must be, just venting a little, maybe. Hey, look. In the livestream, Jiang Mubai had already stripped the guard completely, then in a blur of mosaic, Jiang Mubai put the white clothes on the guard. Is he changing clothes? I know. Remember the last ghost story? Last ghost story had a rule, people in white are different from people in black. I remember now, people in white can communicate. I knew it, Brother Mubai is not that kind of person. Everyone held their breath, looking at the livestream, seeing the guard slowly stand up, his empty eyes showing a glimmer of light. You are strange. In the security room, the guard seemed startled, crawling back using hands and feet. Jiang Mubai glanced at him, showing thoughtfulness. Now the guard clearly had more wisdom than before, it seemed possible to communicate. You don't remember what happened before? Jiang Mubai did not answer. Slowly walked toward him. The security guard was still in shock. He looked around, then looked outside, then a trace of sorrowful blood-red light flashed in his two black, hollow eyes. Lily's school. I remember, it was them who killed Yulu. The security guard suddenly painfully held his head and fell to the ground. Yulu? You mean Xia Yulu? The security guard looked at Jiang Mubai, his eyes flashing with madness. It's you. You were sent by the director, you want to take my key. No one can take my key, no one. The security guard suddenly went mad, rushing fiercely at Jiang Mubai, his neck twisted, teeth instantly becoming sharp. Jiang Mubai frowned slightly. With a swipe of his hand, he directly sent the security guard's head flying. Clang. The guard's head hit the wall heavily and calmed down. Jiang Mubai looked at him curiously, then took an old-fashioned key from his waist and placed it in front of the guard's eyes. The horror room is 404? The guard saw the key, his eyes first flashed with shock, then showed despair. Yes, but this room, no one can enter. Why? Because, this room disappeared. Disappeared? Jiang Mubai frowned slightly. Since it disappeared, why does the school rule have punishment for going to room 404? I don't know either. Jiang Mubai looked at the guard again and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he asked again, are you Xia Yulu's father? Yulu. The guard again held his head, kneeling on the ground. Jiang Mubai saw this and left directly. Since everything is in 404, then it's better to go see. The truth of this tragedy is right there. Second teaching building. Jiang Mubai returned here again. The eerie teaching building had completely lost power. In the dark corridor, only Jiang Mubai was there. Clear footsteps echoed in the dead silent floor, making people afraid inside. Jiang Mubai did not care at all. These strange things could not hurt him at all, even the rules could not limit him. Now, he only wanted to find the truth. Soon, he came to the fourth floor again. Crimson moonlight penetrated through the classroom windows, letting the fourth floor barely be visible. Following the previous path, Jiang Mubai came to 402 again. He looked into the classroom, it was empty, no one inside. He glanced slightly, then moved his eyes away and walked forward 2 more classrooms. He arrived at the so-called new 404 classroom. Here, it was completely different from before. A dark red iron door eerily appeared here. A gloomy, ominous aura spread from the door, just seeing it made people hallucinate. Hee, ha ha. The eerie laughter of a woman echoed in the corridor, making it even stranger. Jiang Mubai glanced around, seeing that the strange shadows did not approach him, then looked at the iron door again. In the center of the iron door, there was a keyhole. He took out the key and inserted it into the lock. Click. Just as Jiang Mubai opened the door, behind him, dark energy suddenly began to gather violently. In an instant, a tall, gray, dry-skinned woman appeared behind him. She wore a bright red long dress, holding a black pointer, extremely conspicuous in the dark corridor. Once she appeared, she instantly raised the pointer, striking at Jiang Mubai. In the dead silent corridor, even a sharp slicing sound appeared. The power of this strike could be imagined. Ordinary chosen ones, even with enhanced body talents, would die if hit. However, this had no effect on Jiang Mubai. Just as the pointer was about to hit Jiang Mubai, he turned his head instantly, his gaze calm, without a ripple. Swish! A shadow flickered past. The red-dressed woman's hand stopped in the air. The pointer in her hand broke in two, the other half was in Jiang Mubai's hand. Jiang Mubai glanced at the teaching pointer in his hand and casually threw it aside, looking at the woman. Her face was black, completely invisible, looking as if swallowed by black mist. Director of teaching? Jiang Mubai curiously looked at the black mist on the woman's face and asked. As soon as the words fell, a strange pollution appeared on Jiang Mubai, red bloodlight like a fierce giant mouth, instantly devouring him. School Rule 5, never, ever talk to the director of teaching. Boom! Terrible black energy burst from Jiang Mubai's body. The strange red light formed by the pollution lasted less than a breath and then exploded. Jiang Mubai appeared intact in the same place, without any harm. The strange scene made the director of teaching stunned. She instinctively stepped back 2 steps, her voice filled with shock. You broke the rules. Jiang Mubai ignored her, stepped forward, and grabbed at the director of teaching. Seeing this, the director of teaching trembled all over, screamed, and instantly turned into black mist, disappearing. Chapter 28, The Truth About Xia Yulu. Did you see that? This is real power, real power. Baka, this is unfair, unfair. Close your mouth, fool from Sakura country. Why did the director of teaching come here? Look at how she appeared, so strange, it must be the rules. I guess, the detention room hides a big secret. Jiang Mubai looked at the place where the director of teaching disappeared, curiosity in his eyes. The abilities these strange beings had were really amazing. Bodies could fade, twist, even heads could fly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have thought such things could exist in this world. He was becoming more and more interested in these rule legends. If it weren't for caring about Xia Yulu, he might have wanted to stay here for a while. Seeing the director of teaching gone, Jiang Mubai no longer thought about her. He turned again and looked at the iron door. Then he gently pushed it, and with a creak, the iron door opened inward. A rotten smell hit him. A room that looked like a bedroom appeared before Jiang Mubai. Wooden bed, desk, lamp, wardrobe, everything was there. On the desk, there were a few scattered papers. Jiang Mubai walked over and picked them up. They were still diaries. But the diary started from September 18th. September 18th, 2023. The director of teaching came to see me. She brought a doctor. He said I have serious delusions and autism, gave me medicine, and took me to a separate dorm. I did not want to take it, but seeing the director's concerned look, I took it. I can feel she wants what's best for me, but it is strange. Why does she look exactly like my mother? I can't understand. Maybe I am too tired. September 20th, 2023. After taking the medicine, I felt much better. These days, it feels like a dream. The director came again. I told her many things. She said she knew what Zhang Nana and the others did and already punished them. I am very scared. They will surely take revenge on me, surely. I should find a place to hide. September 27th, 2023. I have not seen Zhang Nana and the others for a week. This week, I was very happy. I also met a new friend. Her name is Kiki, a very beautiful girl. She often helps me. We promised that after graduation we will look for jobs together. September 28th, 2023. Today, the director took me to the office and showed me my file. The guardian section was blank. The director told me my mother died in a car accident last year. I could not handle the shock and imagined family. She hopes that knowing the truth, I can live well. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. My mother just came to see me. She even bandaged my wounds. Why? October 7th, 2023. The head teacher almost talks to me every day. She often comforts me, and even though I don't believe it, I know deep down, I've started to accept her words. She's been so kind to me. I feel like I should get out of this sadness as soon as possible. My mother has passed away, but I must live a better life. October 12th, 2023. I ranked in the top 50 in school for today's exam. The result might not be the best, but I'm satisfied with it. The head teacher came to see me again, and she was also happy. I'm studying horticulture, and I want to be a landscape designer in the future. I want to buy a big yard and fill it with fruit trees so I can eat sweet apples every day that I grew myself. October 18th, 2023. Zhang Nana and the others came to find me again. They tore up my diary and read it aloud in class. All the students laughed at me. Why? Why? The diary ends here. Jiang Mubai repeatedly watched the diary, his head lowered in silence. From his experience, this was indeed Xia Yiluo's notebook. But there were parts, almost like they were veiled in mist. Who was the woman holding the chainsaw? Have you finished reading? At that moment, the head teacher's calm voice came from behind Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai turned around to look at her, his gaze still calm. Did you leave these diaries here? The head teacher glanced at him, sneering. Otherwise what? With someone like you, who doesn't follow the rules, you'd never be able to collect all the diaries. As she spoke, a faint red glow appeared on her dark face. What you're doing goes against the rules, doesn't it? The rules can't kill me, they can only make me suffer a little. What about Xia Yiluo? My task is supposed to be to save her. How did you trigger this task? The head teacher didn't answer. Instead, she asked a counter-question. Jiang Mubai said nothing, just calmly looked at her. Seeing this, the head teacher sighed and walked to the bed, sitting down casually. You can't save her. She's already dead. As you saw, she jumped off the building and killed herself. Xia Yiluo's mental state had always been bad after her mother passed away. During this time, because of the bullying from Zhang Nana and the others, she developed severe delusions and autism. You must have read her library diaries. Those diaries aren't real. They were just fantasies she created. Originally, our treatment had been working, and Xia Yiluo's condition was improving. But who would have thought, it was all a facade. Depression, you know. When she wrote the diary on the 17th, she was actually already in a very serious condition. On the surface, she appeared happy, but all the sadness was hidden deep inside. This is how the tragedy happened. In the end, everything is over. When you finish reading this diary and learn the truth, you will have met the condition to leave. Go. This school doesn't welcome you. After saying this, the head teacher stood up and left. Jiang Mubai looked at her back without saying a word. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one of Longwei for completing B-level mission conditions, the truth. You will leave this haunted tale in 10 minutes. A cold, emotionless voice rang out in Jiang Mubai's mind, confirming what the head teacher had just said. He had completed the mission. He could leave now. But he didn't feel happy at all. Is this really the truth? He looked again at the diary in his hand and the files beside the table. Jiang Mubai silently left. Inside him, an inexplicable fury burned. It was as if the suppressed, maddening rationality was about to break free. Outside. On major live streaming platforms. When the words "mission completed" appeared on the screen, the atmosphere in the live stream room was unimaginable. The scrolling bullet comments were even more joyful than during the new year. We've passed. We, Longwei, have passed. So great. Finally, we've passed. Oh my god, to celebrate this moment. I've decided to give my cute employees an hour of paid leave. Shut up if you upstairs can't speak. Brother Mubai is amazing. Wait, why is it B level? Who cares what level it is, as long as it's cleared? Look at Pretty Country, look at Sakura Country, there's even an earthquake now. The chat channel was filled with laughter, even Zhang Jintian from the Strange Tales Bureau looked confused. Cleared. C-level Strange Tale, just cleared like that. Even now, it felt like a dream to him. He watched the lively livestream, listened to the excited crowd outside, and his eyes showed relief. Xiao Ko, have someone wake these experts up. Behind Zhang Jintian stood a girl in a floral short-sleeve shirt, with a delicate face. She would be in charge of public relations in the future, no, in charge of contacting Jiang Mubai by Xiao Ku. At this moment Bai Xiaoyu was equally excited, he glanced at the lively screen and quickly left. Ah, that's great. After Bai Xiaoyu left, Zhang Jintian could not hold back, he waved his hand hard and looked at the screen. He froze at what he saw. Bright red words like blood sent chills through his body. Dragon Country's chosen one gives up this clearance, Strange Tale continues. He remembered Jiang Mubai's file again. He went crazy. His actions were uncontrollable. Chapter 29, The Trap Against Jiang Mubai. How could this happen? How could this happen? Someone slapped me twice, let me know if I'm dreaming. Ha, XSWL family, this is Dragon Country's chosen one, quickly move to Pretty Country, there's still hope. Yay, Dragon Country's chosen one, not bad, just like that, kill yourself. Ha, seeing this news, I've decided to eat 10 bowls of kimchi tonight. The livestream filled with sarcasm again, everyone's scalp tingled at the scene. What does it mean to go from heaven to hell? This is it. Clearly cleared it, yet the chosen one gave up. Is there anything more ridiculous? Brother Jiang, you can't play with me like this. Big brother, what are you doing? I'm willing to believe in Brother Mubai once more. If we don't believe, what can we do? What can we even do? God, don't want to hit the wall anymore, wall, fly over and hit me. Mirror Strange Tale Space. Jiang Mubai left the teaching building, blood-colored moonlight shining on him, making him feel warm. But his mood was very bad. When he received the Strange Tale hint, it became worse. He knew clearly there was a hidden plot. Judging from the time Xia Yulua spent with him, he didn't think Xia Yulua was sick. He was a senior psychiatrist, even if the other side was weird, he could judge some things. But the Strange Tale hint seemed to suggest it was real. What exactly is going on? There must be a deeper reason. He had to investigate. He went to the security room again, the guard now wore black uniform again. Jiang Mubai just looked at him, then walked straight to him. You, what are you doing? The guard showed a hint of fear, Jiang Mubai was too strange. He didn't follow rules, wasn't afraid of these weird ones, how could they fight him like this? Jiang Mubai ignored him, grabbed the guard, and stared coldly. Who told you to say that? Say what? I don't know what you are talking about. Slap. Jiang Mubai twisted, the guard's dry head flew off. He threw the guard's body outside the school, slowly walked to the head. His eyes were burning with anger. The words you just said to me, who taught you to say them? Jiang Mubai held the head, ice cold. The guard trembled, finally could not endure the fear. He knew Jiang Mubai had the power to kill him, he had seen him kill a woman in red. It was the gardener told me to say it. The guard screamed loudly, voice twisted by fear. Gardener? She is Ding Hai's mother, the school's gardener, Ding Hai, the girl who was with Zhang Nana. Jiang Mubai recalled carefully, besides Zhang Nana, there really were two other girls. One was a bit fat, the other thin, neither very tall. Speaking of which, the woman holding the chainsaw had the same hairline as the fat girl. Where is the gardener? I don't know. Jiang Mubai gave the security guard a cold look, then threw his head up into the air and kicked him away with a big foot. He had to admit, the guard's words had misled him somewhat. 404 was a deadly trap. The head teacher personally executed it, trying to kill him, but rules and tricks didn't work on him. Out of desperation, the head teacher changed his attention and decided to give him a B-level clearance condition to let him leave. If it were another chosen one, after reaching this step, after experiencing a deadly trap, they might really give up. But Jiang Mubai was different. He would not leave until he got the truth. Moreover, Xia Yulua was the only weird one in this strange world who had helped him and thought he was normal. Leaving the security room, he walked alone on the playground again. His goal was the teaching building, to see the gardener, and all the truth would be revealed. Just as he was about to enter the teaching building again, he suddenly felt his sleeve gently tugged. He turned sharply and looked back. There was nothing. Only a few crows, sitting on a withered fruit tree, cawing. Jiang Mubai looked deeply at the tree behind him and walked toward it. It was a dead apple tree, but somehow he could still feel life inside it. It seemed strange. He slowly squatted to check, and at that moment, he felt a gaze on him again. Jiang Mubai stopped his action, stood up, and looked back. On the second teaching building, in front of the window of classroom 402, stood a lonely figure. A blood-red half-body dress already revealed her identity. She silently looked at him, a tear rolling from her eye. Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned, looked at the fruit tree, then at Xia Yulua, and sighed. You already know. In that case, only one last thing remained. He walked again toward the dormitory building. The shaped dormitory building was now completely dark. Jiang Mubai could still see huge posters at every entrance, the 10 rules clearly written, but he didn't care anymore. Rules were completely useless to him, now he had only one thing to do. Find Zhang Nana and the others and bring them to 404. The guard was right, 404 really disappeared. But it appeared again in an extremely unreasonable way, randomly in the teaching building. This was Xia Yulua's doing, perhaps this was also the origin of all the school's weirdness. Bang! Jiang Mubai reached the entrance where the dorm manager once wore green and kicked open the dorm door. The pitch-black floor immediately echoed with giggles, but when the weird ones appeared and saw Jiang Mubai, they froze slightly. Then they quickly disappeared. Even among the weird ones, information existed. They already knew that a madman had come to the school, looking for the terrifying 404 room. This madman, like them, was a weird one, but the most terrifying thing was, he was not affected by rules. This made all the weird ones feel uneasy. Once, a senior weird girl, just passing through his body, was slapped twice by him. How dangerous this was. Simply insane. All the weird ones immediately moved away from Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai ignored them, his target was Zhang Nana, and he went straight to the green-clothed dorm manager's room. But inside, there was no one. The dorm supervisor in green seemed not to exist at all. Jiang Mubai walked around, found nothing, and turned to leave. He was going to room 202. Since Baikiki was Xia Yulua's friend, he believed she might know some clues. Chapter 30 Zhang Nana. Room 202. Jiang Mubai came here again. It was still dark, countless eyes floating in the air. When Jiang Mubai entered, those eyes focused for a moment, then disappeared instantly. Jiang Mubai ignored them and went straight to the window, looking at the girl hanging upside down. Are you Baikiki? The girl's head exploded into a cloud of blood, then a seemingly innocent, pale-skinned girl, just like a creepy neighbor girl, appeared behind Jiang Mubai. Her eyes were full of displeasure. Do you have any manners? You've kicked my door twice. Jiang Mubai turned, expressionless, staring at the girl. Sorry, I was in a hurry. I want to find Zhang Nana and the others. Do you have any clues? Baikiki glanced at him unhappily. Why do you want to find them? To take them to 404. 404 has disappeared long ago. I advise you not to get involved in Xia Yulua's matters. She's crazy. Jiang Mubai frowned. Aren't you her friend? Yes, but she is dead. If not for her, this school would not be like this. Baikiki pursed her lips. Jiang Mubai looked at her and continued. I will handle this. Tell me, how do I find Zhang Nana? Baikiki stared at him deeply, then sat on an empty bed. They are on the 3.5 floor. You can't get there from here, only through the staff elevator. Press 3 first, then 4, then return to 3, then you will reach it. Jiang Mubai thanked her and left. He turned 3 corners along the dark corridor and arrived at an empty hallway. This was the staff elevator. It was for the dorm supervisor to check rooms quickly. The elevator was old. Both doors were rusty, even the electronic screen showing floors was cracked. When Jiang Mubai arrived, a red number 2 flashed on the screen above the elevator. The whole building had no power, but the elevator still worked, which was extremely strange. Jiang Mubai did not care. In the whole ghost story, he was unbeatable. He glanced at the elevator, confirmed it worked, and pressed the start button. Hum. With the sound of the machine, the elevator doors slowly opened. A ghostly green light shone from above, revealing a poster inside. Elevator rules. 1. Only those with special ID cards like teachers, supervisors, cleaners, gardeners can enter. 2. No one can go to floor -1. 3. The elevator can press only one floor at a time. Must exit after arrival. 4. Once a button is pressed, it cannot be cancelled. 5. 8 rules neatly written. Jiang Mubai glanced once, then entered. Following by Keek's words, he pressed 3, then 4. Hum. The elevator doors closed, and the old elevator started. With the sound of cables, the lights flickered inside. Meanwhile, thumping sounds came from above Jiang Mubai's head. Looking closely, above the elevator, a pair of bloody hands were searching for something. Outside live stream room. Everyone watching felt their scalps tingle. Damn, this is really scary. Even knowing Brother Mubai isn't afraid of rules, ignoring them like this seems wrong. The creepy things are already beaten, what are you afraid of? Have you watched horror movies? When lights flicker, something bad always happens. I won't take the elevator today. Inside the elevator. Jiang Mubai calmly looked at the electronic display above. He completely ignored the bloody hand slapping above, carefully watching the floor timer. The numbers on it were constantly jumping, sometimes 2, sometimes 3. Logically, it should have stopped by now, but the elevator was still operating, showing no sign of stopping. Jiang Mubai's eyes flashed with a cold glint upon seeing this. He glanced around at the strange, eerie shadows that appeared from time to time, his right hand reaching out to grab one. How do I get to the 3.5 floor? Jiang Mubai's voice was icy, and the eerie shadow, which had been preparing to resist, already opened its bloodthirsty mouth. But upon seeing Jiang Mubai's frenzied eyes, it forcefully stopped its movements. You pressed it correctly, but someone sabotaged the elevator. Jiang Mubai remained silent, his grip tightening. The eerie shadow began to struggle frantically. When the elevator reaches number 5, force the door open. Through broken, fragmented words, the shadow finally spoke the rule. Jiang Mubai loosened his grip, releasing it onto the ground. The eerie shadow, seeing this, flashed a look of dread, then instantly disappeared. Jiang Mubai paid no attention to it, his gaze stayed fixed on the floor timer above the elevator. When it blinked to 5, Jiang Mubai suddenly kicked the elevator door. Bang! With a deafening crash, the elevator door was kicked straight off. The people in the livestream room froze in shock as they watched the scene. The force of this kick was truly unbelievable, the elevator door was deformed. Jiang Mubai looked at the eerie, cold hallway before him and sneered, then left the elevator. Tap, tap, tap. In the pitch-black hallway, Jiang Mubai's crisp footsteps echoed. Having grown accustomed to the darkness, Jiang Mubai quickly adapted to the surrounding environment. He spotted a white door in the dim, grayish space. This was the only door in the space. Jiang Mubai walked over to it and, without hesitation, kicked it open once again. With a loud crash, the door shattered. Inside the room, the green-clad dormitory supervisor was holding a kitchen knife, coldly staring at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai glanced at the dorm supervisor indifferently, then looked behind her. Jiang Nana was hiding behind, gazing at him in fear. Come with me to 404. Jiang Mubai's tone left no room for refusal. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nana's fear intensified. No, I won't go. She committed suicide on her own, what does it have to do with me? We've already been punished by the director, why should you interfere with us? Jiang Nana screamed as she looked at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai ignored her and walked directly toward Jiang Nana. At this moment, the green-clad dorm supervisor moved, her eyes flashing with bloodlust and madness, charging at Jiang Mubai with the kitchen knife. Jiang Mubai's eyes flashed with cold light upon seeing this, and he raised his foot once again. Boom! With a muffled sound, his kick sent the green-clad supervisor flying. Jiang Mubai coldly stared at them, then walked toward the two women. At that moment, intensine energy began to gather again, and the director of education reappeared behind him. She looked at Jiang Mubai, her eyes filled with fury. Outsider, you've gone too far. I already gave you the chance to leave, why are you still continuing? Jiang Mubai turned around and looked at the director of education. His madness had been suppressed to its limits. Chapter 31, My name is Xia Yuluo. Swipe. He transformed into a shadow, instantly appearing beside the director of education, grabbing her collar. The director of education's body trembled violently, her hands starting to shake. Is it really so amusing to deceive a girl by teaming up? Jiang Mubai's voice was icy, as cold as ancient ice. Everyone could feel his killing intent. The director of education also felt a sense of danger. She forcefully suppressed the fear inside her and spoke. We're doing this for her own good. She was already in a poor mental state, and when she found out the truth about her mother, I was afraid she couldn't handle the shock. For her good? So this is the reason you hid the truth? We did not hide it, I just wanted to tell her when her mood was stable. I didn't expect she would know in advance. Jiang Mubai glanced at the dean and threw him aside, then looked at Jiang Nana. Come with me to 404, my patience is limited, this is the last warning. No, I won't go. Jiang Nana backed away frantically. Jiang Mubai became a shadow again, appearing before her. He waved his right hand, with a slap, Jiang Nana was thrown away. Jiang Mubai stood before her again, gripping her neck tightly. Pain appeared on Jiang Nana's pale gray face. The dean hesitated but still spoke. I have already punished her. Jiang Nana and the others are no longer in this school, now she is only a remnant of Xia Yuluo's obsession. Jiang Mubai turned sharply, staring coldly at the dean. She doesn't want punishment, she wants an apology. From start to finish, you never understood anything. After saying this, Jiang Mubai grabbed Jiang Nana to leave, but as soon as he left the dorm, Jiang Nana vanished from his hand. He turned sharply, seeing Jiang Nana appear in the room again, terrified. Jiang Mubai looked at the dean, terrifying black energy exploded. At this moment, the entire dormitory trembled. The dean shouted in fear, no, it's not me, it's Xia Yuluo. It's it. Jiang Mubai calmed down, staring at the dean. She trembled all over, no longer holding the eerie authority. Xia Yuluo, she is disappearing. In the classroom she forcibly triggered a rule once, now she has no will to survive. Her power is not enough to maintain this illusion. This is the truth, this is Xia Yuluo's truth. This is her will, and it is its will. Listening to the dean, Jiang Mubai stood dazed. After a moment he spoke hoarsely. Who is it? It is God. Ah. Painful screams turned into eerie murmurs, driving people insane. Jiang Mubai glanced at the dean rolling on the floor, then left. She is too weak, she cannot speak it. He will investigate himself. After Jiang Mubai left, the dean stood up in horror, looking at Jiang Nana disappearing in fear, turning into black smoke, vanishing. Jiang Mubai left. She did not forcibly take Jiang Nana away, but came again to the fourth floor of the dormitory. At this time, the floor had power restored, crimson lights flashing, the surroundings full of terrified female voices. 404, 404 appeared. Impossible, this school never had 404. This is the room, I have seen it before. Dense voices filled the hallway, countless pale-faced students stared in fear at the blood-red door at the end of the corridor. They all stepped back, only Jiang Mubai went against the flow. Soon, he reached room 404, gently placing his hand on the door. Click. With a crisp sound, the door opened. It was an ordinary four-person dormitory. 2 bunk beds neatly arranged along the walls on either side. Crimson moonlight through the window dyed the room red, the window open, cold wind blowing, curtains rustling. The dormitory was empty, except for the cold night wind, only a letter on the wooden desk by the window. Jiang Mubai slowly walked over, picking it up. It was a normal yellow envelope, in the center, written with 3 delicate small characters, Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai was silent for a moment, carefully taking out the letter inside. A letter full of delicate small handwriting appeared before his eyes. My name is Xia Yuluo, and I was born on a rainy day. My mom says life is like rain, falling from the sky to the ground, brief and insignificant. My family is quite ordinary. My father was a fruit farmer, and he passed away when I was little, leaving only my mom to raise me. I don't have a strong memory of my father. I only remember that after he passed away, my mom became the pillar of our family. She had to take care of the fruit trees and take care of me. In truth, life was still a bit hard. While other children played, I helped in the fields with the fruit trees. When I was young, I didn't understand and always felt my mom didn't like me. Otherwise, why wouldn't she let me play? Until one day, I saw my mom secretly eating an apple core. That night, I cried. My mom heard and came over to comfort me. I clearly remember her rough hand patting my back as she told me to stay strong because my dad was watching over me from the sky. From that day on, I felt like I had grown up. When I went to college, I often fantasized about my future life. I kept my mom's words in my heart. Because of that, no matter how Jiang Nana and the others bullied me, I didn't care. I must stay strong. I must study hard and work diligently so that I can give my mom a better life. But one day, the headmaster told me that my mom had already passed away, right when I came to school. I don't remember this at all. This was like a thunderclap for me, and I felt like my whole life had been covered in darkness. If it weren't for the headmaster comforting me day and night, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. I am very grateful to her. When I was lost, I once again remembered my mom's words. I must live strong because mom is watching me from above. But fate seemed to be playing a joke on me. The day after I decided to live well, Jiang Nana appeared in front of me again, mocking me as she told me something. She was holding a red cloth wallet in her hand. I knew it was my mom's. In my anger, I lost my rationality and rushed toward her. I wanted to take back my mom's wallet. I wanted to resist. Just then, Jiang Nana suddenly threw the wallet out of the window. I anxiously ran to the window to check, and she pushed me from behind. After that, I fell into a daze. This state lasted for a long, long time. Every minute, every second, I suffered endless torment. I didn't know how long this dark chaos would last until I met you in classroom 402. I don't even know when it started, but I once again had the desire to live well. Maybe it was when you picked up the diary of that weak girl in 402, or maybe it was when you saved that girl from Jiang Nana during P class, or maybe it was when you ate the apple one gave you. Anyway, your presence was like a light, illuminating my dark life. Life is indeed like rain, short and insignificant, but your arrival gave this raindrop a purpose. Thank you. If there is a next life, I will definitely live well. Thank you. If there is a next life, I hope this raindrop can fall beside you. Thank you, my name is Xia Yulua. Chapter 32, S-Class Completion, Redemption. In the dormitory, Jiang Mubai looked at the envelope in his hand, silent. Now, all he felt was a heaviness in his chest. He still hadn't been able to save Xia Yulua. He still hadn't been able to find the real truth. This made him feel uncomfortable, even though it seemed like Xia Yulua didn't care about these things when she wrote the letter, just wanting to tell him everything. But he still felt deeply saddened. He stood by the window, silently gazing at the blood moon in the sky. The cold gloomy night wind blew in from outside the window, messing up his hair. The blood moon was like a strange eye, staring at him, as if mocking his overestimation of himself, and also as if comforting his persistence. If he had not insisted on staying in this world, maybe he would never know the truth. Maybe, this is enough. Jiang Mubai softly sighed, and closed his eyes. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one for achieving S-level hidden clearance condition, redemption. She has already died, you cannot save her life, but you can redeem her soul. The chosen one will leave the strange tale in 10 minutes. Dragon Country. All major live broadcast platforms. At this moment all chat channels strangely fell into a death-like silence. When the big words S-level hidden clearance appeared on the screen, everyone felt unreal. But no one spoke. Everyone was afraid Jiang Mubai would again do a heaven-defying act of staying in the strange tale. But a full 5 minutes passed, and still nothing happened. We cleared it? This sentence was like a spark lighting explosives, instantly exploding the live room. Cleared, we cleared it. S-level clearance, unprecedented, even the last highest-ranked beautiful country only got B-level clearance. Ha, my brother Jiang is unmatched in the world, did you see the scene of beating the strange just now? But Miss Xia Yulua died, really very painful. She is just as strange, dead is dead, brother Jiang clearing is the most important. Are you even human upstairs? Brothers, to celebrate this exciting moment, I decide to give my lovely employees 2 hours paid leave. User has been muted. Baka, impossible. User has been muted. In the live room, at this moment filled with all kinds of voices, some excited, some thrilled, and some caring about Jiang Mubai and Xia Yulua, but all people's messages without exception were full of happiness. 3 times. After all, Dragon Country has already failed 3 times in a row. These 3 times, although Dragon Country people looked fine on the surface, their inner heaviness could be imagined. Especially when the 4th strange tale descended, countless people were full of despair, sea-level difficulty, 99% death rate, any one of them was a huge mountain pressing on Dragon Country people's hearts. But Jiang Mubai broke all of this. Beating the strange violently, ignoring rules, at the moment when everyone doubted him, with firm determination he stayed in the strange tale, and completed S-level hidden clearance. This without doubt made Dragon Country, made countless people see hope. This is their chosen one, the chosen one who leads Dragon Country from desperate situation to hope. Strange Tale Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian at this moment was also excited, but his mature self already suppressed all thoughts. Jiang Mubai's situation is a bit complicated. Heaven knows whether he will, once excited, stay in the strange tale again. He waited until the last second, when the 300-inch big screen showed the clearance reward. Zhang Jintian finally let out a big breath. He again collapsed onto the chair, but compared with the first time, his face showed a happy smile like a child. Congratulations to Dragon Country Chosen One for clearing S-level hidden condition. All Dragon Country resources plus 50%, including but not limited to fresh water, oil, coal mines. Dragon Country land area increases by 10,000 square kilometers. Dragon Country national fortune plus 40 points, with added smooth wind and rain, abundant harvest, warm winter and cool summer. Dragon Country smog reduces minus 77.77%. Dragon Country average lifespan increases by 10 years. Dragon Country average property increases by 100%. The following are special rewards. Choose 2 out of 3, remaining selection time 1 day. 1. Strange Tale Failure Punishment Immunity Right. 2. Next Strange Tale Information Viewing Right. 3. Next Strange Tale Hint times doubled right. On the 300-inch big screen, those lines of rewards made people dizzy to look at. This is the reward of S-level clearance, more than 100 times stronger than the previous Beautiful Country clearance. Last time Beautiful Country's B-level clearance was only freshwater resource plus 10%, national fortune plus 20, with 1 strange tale information viewing right. This time, Jiang Mubai's S-level clearance came with 6 full rewards. And there was an additional reward of choosing 2 out of 3. How astonishing this was. At this moment, Zhang Jintian wished he could make a choice immediately, but considering this supernatural tale was cleared by Jiang Mubai, the exact choice still needed to be discussed with him. Thinking of this, he abruptly stood up and called Bai Xiaoke in. Go to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital immediately and welcome Jiang Mubai. To be safe, we should stay low-key. Just a few hundred fighter jets to guard the area will be enough. Bai Xiaoyu looked at the excited Zhang Jintian, feeling speechless. Captain Zhang, are you sure a few hundred helicopters are low-key? Forget it, go quickly. After speaking, he left with decisive action. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one for clearing the supernatural tale. The next tale will start in 3 days. Please be prepared. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. A bright double room. Jiang Mubai was lying on the bed near the window. He felt like he had had a dream. In the dream, he went to a place called Lily of the Valley Aristocratic Girls' School. It was very eerie, very scary, very frightening, but he still survived and left. But for some reason, his heart felt empty, as if something was missing. Xia Yuluo. The familiar name appeared in his mind, giving him a sense of the blur between illusion and reality. Xia Yuluo. Jiang Mubai suddenly sat up, sadness appearing in his eyes. Is this the story of Lily of the Valley Aristocratic Girls' School? While thinking, someone knocked on his room door. Then an old man with a pale face, wearing a white coat, walked in. As soon as he entered, he immediately threw down his cane, tremblingly stretched out his hands, and walked forward. His face was full of a smile, wrinkled like the peel of an orange. Slap. The director's hands heavily clapped on Jiang Mubai's shoulders. His expression was kind, and tears of excitement glimmered in his eyes. Mubai. Congratulations, you are discharged. From now on, you must walk your path yourself. When he said the words discharged, the old director paused. Jiang Mubai came back to his senses. He looked at the excited old director and also smiled. Yes, discharged. He is not crazy, the world is crazy, it is that talent. Jiang Mubai lifted his spirit. He remembered Xia Yuluo's letter. Life is indeed like a raindrop, short and tiny, but if it exists, it has meaning. This drop of his would eventually fall, but before falling, he would bravely enjoy all the scenery along the way. Knock knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and then a youthful, beautiful girl in a yellow floral short-sleeved shirt walked in. Director, I am Bai Xiaoke. Is this Jiang Mubai? He really looks as good as in the video. Bai Xiaoke smiled and walked toward Jiang Mubai. Behind her, Zhang Jintian also smiled. Mubai, I am Zhang Jintian. Sorry to disturb your rest. Now there is an important matter, the reward of choosing 2 out of 3. The supernatural tale cooldown is only 3 days. I suggest we make the choice quickly to know the next tale in advance. Zhang Jintian acted decisively, without delay. He carried a heavy mission. Even knowing Jiang Mubai needed rest at this time, he still came bravely. Equals. Xia Yuluo's side story is in chapters 61 and 62. I have always emphasized, the story still continues. Also, the 4th part has started. You all like action, so I will write something sweet. Flowers bloom again, and we will meet in the end. Chapter 33 B-Level Supernatural Tale The Mysteriously Vanished Company. Zhang Zhentian. Jiang Mubai also saw this man, who had communicated with him 3 times in the supernatural tale. Standard square face, firm features, clearly a person with strong action ability. Jiang Mubai could not help being affected by him. He sat up straight, curiously watching him. As for Zhang Zhentian, Jiang Mubai still had a good impression of him. After all, he had believed him to be a normal person multiple times. Team Zhang, you decide how to choose the reward. Jiang Mubai didn't particularly care about this, as his strange ability would grant him another bizarre power the next time he entered a strange tale. This continuous snowballing method, as long as he was careful, shouldn't be a big problem. Unless the strange tale undergoes some other change again. He naturally thought this, and couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Really looking forward to what place the next strange tale will be. Zhang Jintian had been observing Jiang Mubai, and when he saw the curiosity in Jiang Mubai's eyes, he was obviously stunned. Then he felt a sudden pang in his heart. Mubai, don't worry, you are a normal person, we all believe you. That, when you enter the strange tale, be sure to stay calm, don't get too excited, control your emotions well. Jiang Mubai didn't immediately react to why Zhang Jintian would say such a thing, but he still had a good feeling about Zhang Jintian, so he readily agreed. Don't worry, I will be careful, I definitely won't do anything dangerous. Looking at Jiang Mubai's serious face, for some reason, Zhang Jintian felt that this promise was too weak. He went crazy, his actions, forget it. Recently, Zhang Jintian had also felt that, due to him subconsciously saying this sentence repeatedly, the people of Dragon Country had already expressed strong dissatisfaction. They even ran to his official account to leave messages, saying they were going to give a bad review. This made him very sad. But for the cute people of Dragon Country behind him, Zhang Jintian gritted his teeth and decided to quit this catchphrase. Of course, this was not because of the bad reviews, he simply hoped that those who understood his intentions could pass this on and let them feel his determination. Zhang Jintian swallowed, then began to seriously think about what reward to change. By the way, Mubai, I haven't asked you yet, how did you kill the bizarre thing? Jiang Mubai didn't hide it, and he told him about his strange ability self-reflection. Of course, he didn't say everything. He didn't mention that he would soon gain a new ability. According to his friend, one must always keep a trump card. After hearing this, Zhang Jintian was completely shocked. Another talent, it turned out to be another talent. How terrifying, this was something that had never happened since the strange tales began. Must protect it, and protect it well. At the same time, he also had an idea. Could this be used to trick other countries? For example, find an opportunity to tell the Sakura country that Jiang Mubai got the ability to exterminate the bizarre thing because of schizophrenia. Just thinking about it was exciting. Of course, he must stay cautious about Jiang Mubai's mental state. Mubai, as for the reward, I will choose the immunity from failure and the information prompt rights. You rest well, by the way, this is Bai Xiaoka, she will be responsible for contacting you in the future. Any requests you have, you can tell her, and we will do our best to satisfy them. You young people can chat well, I will leave first. After saying that, Zhang Jintian left, and he also called the dean out. Only Jiang Mubai and Bai Xiaoka were left, both looking confused in the hospital room. Jiang Mubai glanced at Bai Xiaoka and then continued to lie on the bed to rest. He was very tired and wanted to rest well. While Jiang Mubai was resting and relaxing, other countries were still in an uproar. Dragon Country cleared the level. Not only cleared the level, but also obtained the S-level hidden level clearance. The huge rewards made countless people's eyes shine. Especially the acquisition of non-renewable resources, it was simply insane. This was the S-level hidden level clearance condition. Sakura Country. The person in charge of the strange tales, Gangate Yuden, was now roaring loudly, wildly throwing things. Baka, baka na, baka na. That crazy person. Why can he kill the weird ones? Why, he didn't get contaminated? Can someone tell me, why? No one dared to speak, all were terrified of this person who might cut his own belly at any moment. The same situation happened in Pretty Country. Gordon was now equally furious, smashing hundreds of wine glasses. The chosen of their country, along with Emily 3 times, had died in the library so mysteriously. Not only that, a weird item was lost. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Gordon was almost collapsing from anger, especially when he learned about the rewards from Dragon Country. His vision went black, almost fainting. He must investigate clearly why that crazy person in Dragon Country could kill weird things. Why, he was not afraid of contamination. Gordon already had a plan. Next time a weird story appears, he would use public opinion to force Zhang Jintian to tell the reason. 7 Black Country, Maple Leaf Country, Kangaroo Country and a group of countries led by Pretty Country all expressed support. The existence of Jiang Mubai had become something not easily tolerated in their eyes. Absolutely, Dragon Country must not have any chance to recover. They must press this lion down to the ground. Jiang Mubai slept beautifully. This sleep was very fragrant. He had long forgotten that someone was waiting for him. That was Bai Xiaoka. Bai Xiaoka had waited for 7 or 8 hours. She didn't know what to do, only helped Jiang Mubai wash clothes. She also sorted out 2 new mental illness outfits. When she came out, she could also ask Jiang Mubai for an autograph. Bai Xiaoka happily thought in her heart. It was 10 at night, Jiang Mubai slowly woke up. Bai Xiaoke had long been waiting nearby. You are awake. Jiang Mubai just woke up and heard Bai Xiaoke's excited voice. He didn't know why she was so excited. What happened? Wow, aren't you happy? You passed the C-level weird story, and you got discharged. Discharged. The three words seemed magical. Jiang Mubai immediately got excited. Yes, discharged. He could leave. He was about to get up, when he suddenly remembered he had no place to go. At that time, his cheap uncle had sent him to the mental hospital for the family property, probably donated and ran away long ago. Bai Xiaoke seemed to have known for a long time, and said, "Don't worry, your uncle has already paid the price, and Dragon Country rewarded you a super big villa." When talking about the big villa, Bai Xiaoke's eyes almost shone. There was a garden, a swimming pool, beautiful scenery, full sunshine, almost like paradise. This kind of place was like a dream love room. Unfortunately, it was far beyond what she could afford. Bai Xiaoke enviously described the villa. Jiang Mubai listened, his face also showed a happy smile. Who could not like a villa if they were normal? The two agreed immediately, and left. On the way, there was naturally a special car for pickup. Jiang Mubai also enjoyed the view of the imperial city. He had to admit, the imperial city was beautiful. The bustling night market, even at 10 o'clock at night, was still crowded. But one thing was strange, all people wore the same blue and white striped clothes as him. Could they also be his roommates? Jiang Mubai curiously looked at the countless people, some even had name tags on their chest with their own names. These are all your fans. Fans? Yes, look, they were the same when you entered the weird story. These are all Trend brand collab clothes. Jiang Mubai looked at the Trend brand collabs, his face darkened. He was not crazy. He was very normal. He looked at the blue and white striped clothes on himself, felt this clothes was the real culprit. Arrived at the villa, the first thing was to change it. By the way, I prepared many styles of mental illness clothes for you in your villa. You will sign it for me later. Bai Xiaoke's tone was a mix of excitement and eagerness. Jiang Mubai heard this and his face turned even more unnatural. Bai Xiaoke secretly glanced at Jiang Mubai, and she roughly guessed what he was thinking. She let out a soft laugh. Suddenly, she felt that Jiang Mubai was really cute. This delicate and handsome guy really suited being a beautiful girl. Around 11 p.m., the two arrived at Jiang Mubai's private villa. Looking at this at least 500 square meters, 4-story luxury villa, with a surrounding swimming pool and entertainment facilities, Bai Xiaoke's eyes nearly popped out from envy. This villa was something that many people wouldn't be able to afford in 3 lifetimes. Mubai, can I go in and take a look? Bai Xiaoke hesitated for a moment and spoke softly. Sure. Jiang Mubai agreed immediately. For Bai Xiaoke, Jiang Mubai didn't mind at all. Her personality seemed lively, and she could add a lot of energy to this big villa. Otherwise, he would be living here all alone, and it would truly be boring. The villa was fully equipped with everything: a living room, dining room, kitchen, entertainment room, and even Zhang Zhentian had prepared a luxurious study for Jiang Mubai. Inside, there were various professional books on spiritual theories, clearly showing that Zhang Zhentian wanted Jiang Mubai to study more. According to experts, Jiang Mubei's expertise at the moment had already surpassed most people. His chances of continuing to heal himself were actually very high. And so, Jiang Mubai settled down here. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and during these 3 days, Jiang Mubai thoroughly experienced what it meant to be served hand and foot, with meals coming right to his mouth. Honestly, this feeling was really nice and relaxed. If it weren't for the voice in his mind, it would have been even better. Ding, the chosen one is about to enter a ghost story, please prepare yourself. This ghost story, Qingshan Biotech Company, Limited, overall rating, B, mortality rate 99.99%. Your success or failure will directly affect your country's luck, good luck. When the cold voice rang in Jiang Mubei's mind, his pupils instantly contracted. Qingshan. These 2 words, he remembered them. The head of the teaching department once said that Xia Yula's death, besides her own thoughts, was also influenced by its will. Was that at Qingshan Biotech? Jiang Mubai lowered his head in deep thought. All major streaming platforms were already packed with people. Various floating bullet comments exploded. Damn, this time it's a B-level ghost story, Qingshan Biotech, why does it feel so familiar? What? How is this possible? Isn't this the company that mysteriously disappeared 10 years ago? What are you talking about? You young people might not know, Qingshan Biotech is a top pharmaceutical research company headquartered overseas, but it is said that the company's headquarters, including the research building, completely disappeared. I know, the news about that was everywhere 10 years ago. My uncle worked there, and our whole family was happy at the time. But then... Hiss, are you saying this ghost story company is the one? As the people in the live chat discussed madly, the live stream slowly brightened up. Jiang Mubai, wearing casual clothes, appeared on the screen. Chapter 34, Welcome to Qingshan Biotech. Mubai brother has appeared. Damn, he took off the psychiatric outfit, honestly, he looks so handsome. What brand is this clothing? Quickly collaborate. The glaring white light slowly faded, and Jiang Mubai arrived in front of a semicircular domed building. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, his shadow cast on the ground. The surroundings were deathly silent. Except for the huge semicircular building in front of him, there was nothing around, not even the sound of birds or insects. This undoubtedly made people feel a chill. After looking around, Jiang Mubai turned his gaze to the building ahead. The huge words Qingshan Biotech hung at the top of the building. Jiang Mubai gave a deep glance at the words Qingshan and then quietly began to wait. He used his strange ability to give himself a second power. Ding, his strange ability has activated, and the Chosen One awakens a bizarre power, Reversal. Reversal, the Chosen One can forcefully reverse a heavily polluted anomaly back to a human form. This ability can only be used once per supernatural incident and cannot be used on oneself. Note, are you sure that reversal will be useful for you? Ding, the bizarre body is awakening. The ability originating from your core personality will awaken again. When you awaken your true self, you will gain incredible power. Please be prepared. Reversal? Jiang Mubai looked at his ability and pondered for a moment, then walked toward the glass door in front of him. This ability is powerful, and if used well, it can even reverse a life or death situation. But it can only be used once, and cannot be tested. He must use it cautiously. Right now, the most important thing is to clear this supernatural event as soon as possible and find the clue about it. Perhaps, the answer is hidden within this company. Buzz. Just as he approached the door, before he could observe further, the two blue glass doors automatically opened, followed by an electronic synthetic voice. Welcome to Qingshan Biopharmaceutical Company, Limited. Please go to the front desk to receive your registration form. Jiang Mubai looked around again and then gazed at the lobby. The first thing he saw was the empty front desk in the middle of the lobby, with the 4 black characters Qingshan Biopharmaceutical printed on the wall behind the seats. On both sides of the front desk, there were 2 potted plants, which looked like hibiscus flowers, with vibrant red blooms flourishing on them. At the front, there was a large black marble counter, with 3 carbon pens stuck in it, and several scattered registration forms lying around, some on the floor. The area was deserted, and there wasn't a single person. The dead silence in the lobby allowed Jiang Mubai to hear the sound of his own breath. He took a deep breath and walked towards the front desk, picking up a registration form. This was a very simple registration form, with fields for name, age, home address, and other personal information. Jiang Mubai did not rush to fill it out but carefully flipped through it. Soon, he found a sheet of paper titled, Notice for New Employees, in the folder of the registration form. Welcome to Qingshan Biopharmaceutical Company, Limited. Founded in 1729, our company is a top-tier research and development enterprise specializing in life sciences and biotechnology. We are dedicated to the development of various gene drugs to break human genetic shackles and explore higher forms of life. Please note the following points, and remember them well. 1. If there is no one at the front desk, absolutely do not speak to anyone. 2. When speaking to anyone, ensure they are under the fluorescent lights. People under the fluorescent lights can be trusted. 3. Make sure the person you are speaking to is of your kind. 4. If someone calls you from behind, immediately turn around. 5. Our company has multiple departments. Regardless of the department, only the supervisors can be trusted. 6. All department supervisors wear blue research uniforms. If someone in a white research uniform claims to be a supervisor, immediately stay away. 7. If you accidentally enter an area without fluorescent lights, do not speak to anyone. If someone quickly approaches you, immediately run towards the fluorescent light. 8. New employees must start working immediately. Only by focusing on work can you maintain your mental stability. 9. New employees can only choose from 4 basic positions: front desk, janitor, duty manager, or research assistant. Fill out an application form and get approval from the HR department. 10. The HR department is located on the 5th floor. New employees should take the stairs on the left side of the front desk to reach it. There is 1 floor for every 2 staircases. When going upstairs, count in your mind. If you make a mistake, immediately close your eyes. 11. The administrative department is a very special department. If you accidentally violate company rules or feel something is wrong, immediately go to the administrative department for investigation. 12. The administrative department is on the 4th floor, and the door is yellow. If you see a red door, run away at once. If you cannot tell red and yellow apart, please at once tightly close both eyes, until someone pats you from behind, and calls your name. 13. After firmly remembering the above rules, please use the carbon pen on the front desk to fill in the information. There are 3 carbon pens in total. Before filling, please use the middle one. If you cannot confirm, please at once swallow a hibiscus flower on both sides of the front desk. 14. The above are the precautions for new employee entry, please be sure to remember. Hiss, these rules are a little bit too complicated, I can see the company supervisor has a problem. Rule 2 and Rule 5, one says people under fluorescent light can be trusted, one says only the supervisor can be trusted, conflicting rules. Please make sure the one talking to you is the same kind? What kind of ghost thing is this? If someone calls you from behind, please at once turn your head. Fear. I also found a conflicting rule, the front desk now has no one, if someone calls and talks to you what to do? Damn, you are really a crow mouth. May I ask, has your damn mouth been blessed? In the picture, behind Jiang Mubai there has already appeared a man wearing a blue research suit, his eyes empty looking at Jiang Mubai, and Jiang Mubai seemed as if he did not know, still seriously looking at the rules. Big brother, behind. Brother Mubai, be careful. Everyone nervously looked at Jiang Mubai. At this moment Jiang Mubai had already finished reading the rules. Strangely, he had no reaction at all, but walked toward the place where the carbon pens were stuck on the front desk. This action at once made the people in the live room hair stand up, but very quickly, someone analyzed the reason. I know it, the rule says, if someone calls you from behind, you must turn your head. Now that person did not speak, so do not care. If at this time you turn your head, very likely danger will happen. Ah, Brother Mubai reacts so fast. Honorable Luxury VIP White Diamond member. Is there a possibility he does not know there is someone behind? Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai at this moment was seriously looking at the carbon pens in front of him, just like what the people in the live room said. He already knew there was someone behind him, at the same time also knew the misunderstanding of not turning his head. As a normal person, Jiang Mubai would not do this kind of thing that lets himself fall into danger, and now, there is still one problem. He seriously counted the number of carbon pens. But no matter how he counted, it seemed he could not count clearly. His cognition changed. How could it be like this? Ding, strange body has awakened 15%. You are crazy, and also stronger, in this special place. Completely awakening the self seems not a good thing. Jiang Mubai's eyes in an instant returned to clarity, he felt the change of himself, showing understanding. So that is it, this is more terrifying pollution, silently influencing cognition. The awakening of the strange body should be able to be immune to this kind of pollution, but he always felt a bit uneasy. When did he get polluted? Could it be? He felt the person behind him, hesitating whether to turn around. If that person is strange, no matter reversibility, or the awakening of the strange body, he has confidence to deal with. But, that hint from the strange body, made him feel a trace of conspiracy. This conspiracy seems to come from the strange talk. And, this hint. Jiang Mubai's face was a bit not good looking. He is not crazy. He is very normal. Just when Jiang Mubai was thinking, at this moment, countless country leaders, also one after another opened Jiang Mubai's live room. Because they also met the same situation. This is a new round of strange talk, although their chosen ones again awaken talents, but this batch of chosen ones seems talent not high. Except the beautiful country once again awakened an S-level talent, other countries at most only awaken some like body acceleration kind of B-level talents. At this moment, they all cast their eyes toward Jiang Mubai. They want to see this one who awakened only a mere C-level talent. How a gender-correct lunatic acts. Can he still, like before, exterminate the weird? Not leaving a single detail, one must observe how he discovers the rules. If necessary, one can even imitate him. They have already sent a hint to their country's chosen one, telling them to wait for instructions. They are going to use Jiang Mubai as a pathfinder. The third ghost story, I want to write a perfect one, trust me, I already have a clue, I want to prove it to you, not to disappoint you, keep reading, and with Jiang Mubai, go, send this book to the charts. Chapter 35 Jiang Mubai breaks the rules, double chapter. Ghost Story Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian and other experts were now also staring at the screen. These battle-hardened old experts were intensely discussing the rules. That person is the supervisor, and he wears a blue research coat, he should be trustworthy. No, Jiang Mubai's method is absolutely correct, now we cannot turn back. I agree with old Jiang, and now, there are no fluorescent lights at the front desk. Rules 2 and 7 show one thing, only under fluorescent lights is it safe, only under fluorescent lights can you speak. But that supervisor is approaching Jiang Mubai, what should we do? Hint, a hint must be given, team leader Zhang. Zhang Jintian ignored the old experts, now he looked at Jiang Mubai seriously. Already knowing some background of Jiang Mubai, he didn't think this could affect him, but he felt something was wrong. Jiang Mubai seemed to be expecting something, and resisting something at the same time. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai was thinking. But the problem he was thinking about was not how to deal with this man, but the rule ghost story. If the rule ghost story targeted him, how would it target him? His forbidden talent seemed to hide a deep secret. From the rules, he seemed to now need to follow Rule 13. Because it had a hint, if you cannot distinguish the number of carbon pens, immediately swallow a hibiscus flower. This was the safest method. Because the hibiscus flower, unlike the weird, would not actively attack people, even if there was a problem, at most it would deepen the awakening of the weird body. Also, if this rule was true, he could confirm many issues. Thinking of this, he quickly went to the hibiscus, and just as he was about to pluck the flower, a somewhat panicked exclamation sounded again. Why, you are a new employee? At the circular hall behind the front desk, a girl holding a blue folder opened her mouth in surprise at him. Her hair was golden, shining brightly under the fluorescent light. No, you are contaminated, don't eat that flower. The slightly anxious voice made Jiang Mubai stop. He looked at the girl. Another unexpected change. This woman, standing under the fluorescent light, according to the rules, should be the side allowed to communicate. But why did she stop him? Interesting, this ghost story had two forces. Jiang Mubai made a judgment instantly. He decided to wait for a moment, to see if there were any other changes. What he did not know was, during his waiting, countless people were already stunned. Because now, almost every country in the world was waiting for Jiang Mubai to act. Even the beautiful country that awakened the S-level talent was the same. They wanted to see how Jiang Mubai would act. They wanted to know if this lunatic would, like last time, immediately discover the rule to exterminate the weird at the start. However, unexpectedly, they did not get the solution. Instead, they got another change. That blonde girl also appeared at their country's chosen one. Now, every country in the world faced a choice. This could have been avoided at the start. A group of people, just to see Jiang Mubai, were forcefully dragged into a pit by this lunatic Jiang Mubai. This made countless people gnash their teeth in anger. Now, they can only force themselves to continue watching, having already made up their minds that no matter what Jiang Mubai does, they will watch to the end. If he benefits, they'll imitate him. If he gets caught, they'll celebrate and dance on his grave. Baka, what the hell is this lunatic doing? Damn lunatic, did he eat too much spicy kimchi? Why isn't he acting quickly? Damn it, it's all your fault, you lunatic. If you dare come to my cashew country, I'll definitely get rid of you. Why is he going to cashew country? Just for a monthly salary over 10,000? When people from other countries cursed Jiang Mubai in Longwa's livestream, the barrage of comments was just as overwhelming. Of course, Jiang Mubai had already conquered the people of Longwa, and now they were frantically discussing this crazy start. No one blamed Jiang Mubai, they just felt this company was a scam. Damn it, are they trying to kill us? Mubai Gij, don't trust that blonde girl, don't be fooled by her looks. Rule 2, people under the fluorescent light can be trusted. Rule 5, only the supervisor can be trusted. Rule 1, if no one is at the front desk, absolutely don't talk to anyone. Rule 7, the supervisor in a blue lab coat is the real supervisor. Damn it, what should we do if a real supervisor in a blue lab coat stands in the shadow at the front desk with no one around? What if that supervisor talks to Zhang Ji, or maybe Zhang Ji couldn't resist the temptation and answered that pretty blonde girl? Shut the hell up. Who are you? Suddenly, Jiang Mubai's voice rang out in the livestream. This sentence was like the death knell, instantly freezing the livestream. All the people in Longwa felt their vision go dark, and they all began cursing that crow mouth, but at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. People from other countries actually ran over, coming as peacemakers. Baka, don't talk. Do you Longwa people not understand romance? Don't you know how crucial this moment is? Watch the live stream carefully, it's important now. The people of Longwa were even momentarily confused. What's going on here? How could people from other countries possibly admit they tried to use Jiang Mubai as a stepping stone, only to end up being dragged down with him? They could only remain silent, focusing intently on the stream. Ding, the eerie body has awakened 20%. You're crazy, and even stronger. When you truly awaken yourself, you'll ignore all rules and gain incredible power. However, in this special location, completely becoming eerie might not be the best choice. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai looked at the girl, his face slightly unnatural. To be honest, he didn't mean to. His mind was a bit unclear just now, and he unconsciously asked the question. He had already prepared himself, if the girl made any movements, he would catch her and activate the reversal ability. But the imagined scene didn't appear. The girl didn't attack him. Instead, he was contaminated more deeply. Jiang Mubai thought for a moment and roughly understood the reason. He had indeed violated the rules. The correct approach here should have been to completely ignore them, take the hibiscus flower, and go to the HR department. But this time, violating the rules didn't seem to trigger a strong attack. Instead, it was a contamination of himself. The awakening of the eerie body was a clear warning. This was different from the previous mental contamination in the eerie talk. This contamination was stronger, and it seemed to even affect the body. Jiang Mubai glanced at his body. His skin quickly turned grayish-white, but then, in a flash of black light, it returned to normal. On the other side. The girl, in response to Jiang Mubai's question, made no other move. She cautiously took 2 steps back. She waited for a full 5 minutes, confirming that Jiang Mubai showed no sign of change before continuing. I am the assistant to the head of the research department, Michelle. You should go to the administration office as soon as possible to receive treatment. Treatment. These 2 words made Jiang Mubai's face turn green. Without thinking, he immediately refused. Forget about the fact that he wasn't sick, just the bizarre way this woman had appeared made it impossible for him to believe her. Newcomer? What are you doing? Hurry up and sign the papers. Is there a problem? At this moment, another man's voice appeared from behind Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai quickly turned around and saw a man wearing a blue research uniform and glasses walking toward him. Have you been contaminated? The man, presumably a supervisor, was about to approach Jiang Mubai when he suddenly noticed the hibiscus flower behind him. The man abruptly stopped, carefully watching him. His expression was serious, as if he had seen something strange. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat the flower. Do you want to wait for irreversible contamination to appear? Jiang Mubai glanced at the girl behind him, then at the man, and lowered his head to think. Strangely, at that moment, it was as if they couldn't see each other at all. Both were speaking directly to him. There was definitely something wrong here. Irreversible contamination. Can this contamination be reversed? He didn't respond to the man's words. Instead, he walked toward the fluorescent light. He had another idea. He wanted to determine the level of danger in this place. If breaking the rules only led to contamination, then his next investigation should start with the contamination as a breakthrough, looking for information. Moreover, there was one more thing. The awakening of his strange body would make his thinking clearer. He had to admit, even though that Talon kept offending him, calling him crazy, it still had its advantages. The cognitive confusion that had appeared earlier had been instantly reduced. Yes, reduced. He knew the numbers now, but he still had some trouble understanding the concept of the middle. Therefore, he planned to continue accepting the contamination. He wanted to see if he could trigger a reverse bug, keeping the contamination at a level where he could maintain his sanity, while his cognition wouldn't be altered. After all, the prompt of the strange body was there, and as a normal person, he wouldn't look at the prompt and then step into the trap. Wouldn't that be pure foolishness? Who would do that? I've decided to listen to you. I won't eat the flower for now. I think its research value is higher than its value as food. By the way, do you know what the middle means? Under the fluorescent lights, Jiang Mubai looked at the girl and spoke seriously. Although he guessed the girl wouldn't attack him, Jiang Mubai was still ready to activate his reversal ability at any moment. However, the girl showed no unusual reaction. She only looked at him with a pale face. Because, in the girl's perception, Jiang Mubai's behavior had already surpassed her understanding. A contaminated human had walked under the fluorescent light and showed no reaction. How could this be? Was he human, or something strange? She naturally thought this way, because no normal person could be confused about the concept of the middle. The girl took a few trembling steps back, trying to distance herself. At that moment, a sudden flash of lightning crossed her mind, followed by a bold idea appearing in her heart. Was there a possibility that he hadn't been contaminated? Maybe he was just simply crazy. The girl increasingly felt that her assumption was correct. She looked at Jiang Mubai with even more caution. Although he was a normal person, he was crazy. His actions were uncontrollable. What if he hurt her? It wouldn't be worth it. Thinking of this, she spoke softly, what kind of work did you do before? The girl tried to keep her tone calm. Jiang Mubai turned around and glanced. The man in the blue research uniform was already gone. He continued to look at the girl and said, I was once a doctor at a psychiatric hospital. Doctor. That's right, this is how he defined himself. Being a doctor sounds better than being a patient, right? But hearing this, the girl didn't relax. Instead, she became even more nervous. As expected, he came from a psychiatric hospital. My God, who interviewed him? He must be a patient, pretending to be a doctor, it must be like that. The girl's legs were starting to feel weak. She needed to immediately go to the administrative department to undergo a pollution source check. I still have something to do. You carry on. The girl didn't even answer his question. In a rush, she hurried towards the elevator. The elevator was to the right of the front desk, also out of the fluorescent light range. Before she even got close, she took out a blue capsule and swallowed it. Wait. The girl turned back and carefully looked at Jiang Mubai again. That medicine, can I have one? The girl looked at her strangely, but didn't refuse. She took out another blue pill from her pocket and tossed it to Jiang Mubai. In numerous livestream rooms, countless people watched the scene, feeling a bit dazed. Just now, Jiang Mubai seemed to be in an unsolvable situation. However, with his simple question, "Who are you?" he easily cracked it. Not only that, he even gained a bizarre item. This left everyone in shock. Damn, my bro Jiang is amazing, he just got a bizarre item. The blue pill, my bro Jiang is going to be invincible. So good, the game starts with another bizarre item. Dragon Country is awesome. As Dragon Country people were excited, people from other countries were equally thrilled. Wow, Dragon Country's mental illness, not bad, not bad. Ha, Dragon Country's mental illness did something romantic. To be honest, even though he's a mental patient, his luck is really good, thanks to Dragon Country. What's going on? People from Dragon Country were once again confused. Did these people change their attitude? While the people from Dragon Country were puzzled, messages were quickly being passed around. General Gangman, we got good news, Dragon Country's mental patient has obtained a bizarre item again. Yes, first ask who are you, in the shadows, then speak to the blonde girl under the fluorescent light. Okay, I'll keep monitoring. Sir Park Gangneol, we just stole a top-secret message, yes, first ask who are you, in the shadows. Sir Ding Ding, good news. Chapter 36, Jiang Mubai's victim appears. The news spread like wildfire to the leaders of supernatural affairs in various countries. At this moment, the world was shaken. Dragon Country's mental patient indeed had an inhuman insight. He actually discovered a fake rule and used it to obtain a bizarre item. This was just too ridiculous. Countless people showed envious and jealous eyes. At this moment, more than half of the countries in the world consumed a hint message. They wanted to imitate Sakura Country. The kid, Gangdelman Yudian, who had been struggling lately, was excitedly looking at the big screen. He had just passed the message to Zhu Shanghua. As long as he followed the process, he would also get a blue pill. In the screen, Zhu Shanghua stood confidently and spoke to Michelle, "Who are you?" However, the imagined scene didn't appear. After Zhu Shangya's body glowed with red light, it quickly cracked and turned grayish-white. The Michelle didn't respond at all, she even disappeared in a flash. This scene left Gangdelman Yudian completely dumbfounded. He idiot. Gangdelman Yudian instantly realized that his chosen one had been polluted. His vision went black, and he immediately knelt down, grabbing the white cloth belt from his waist and covering his head with it. No. General Gangman. His subordinates behind him saw this and picked up a vase, directly smashing it to knock him unconscious. Sakura Country, it cannot be without him. The same thing happened in Seven Black Country, Kimchi Country, Cashew Country, and others. The exact same conversation, completely different results, leaving countless people shocked while feeling anger. The person in charge of their country's ghost story division is now not just pale but purple in the face. Dragon Country must give us an explanation. Damn Dragon Country, it's all because of you, you are the enemies of the world. Dragon Country people are shameless, everyone, explode their live broadcast room. At this moment, Dragon Country's fans also knew what had happened. They understood that these shameless Western countries couldn't be reasoned with, so they began counterattacking with mental attacks. 666666666. 666666666. Countless CXS made their scalps tingle, they were angry, furious, but helpless. Their powerlessness and anger could only lead to various media attacks. The Ghost Story Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian was sitting in his chair at this moment, taking a sip of tea. The top-grade Taiguanyin tea, still quite good in taste. He had already learned about the events in other countries. He glanced at Jiang Mubai, who showed no reaction, and then at Zhu Shangli, whose skin was ashen, feeling greatly relieved. Sure enough, trusting Jiang Mubai was the right choice. He didn't disappoint him. He really wasn't afraid of contamination. This was simply a miracle. How did he manage it? That kid must have a secret he hasn't told, even I don't believe it, alright, kid. Zhang Jintian smiled and continued to look at the screen. Although Jiang Mubai still hadn't made any other move, he knew that this ghost story should be secured. However, he still needed to keep an eye on Jiang Mubai's mental state. After all, he had once performed a crazy act of staying in the ghost story. Naturally, Jiang Mubai was unaware of what was happening outside. He curiously looked at the pill in his hand, put it in his pocket, and once again looked toward the front desk. At this moment, the man who seemed like a supervisor appeared again. He looked at Jiang Mubai with a somewhat unpleasant expression. What are you still dawdling for? HR is about to get off work, if you don't finish your onboarding today, it will be troublesome. Jiang Mubai didn't respond, still somewhat unable to grasp the concept of in-between. Seeing that Jiang Mubai didn't speak, the supposed supervisor gave him a deep look and stopped persuading him, walking toward the left staircase. Jiang Mubai returned to the front desk. He stretched out his hand, as if holding back something, and finally picked up the pen on the far left. Ding, the eerie body has awakened, 25%. Danger is getting closer, it seems to be you. A trace of madness appeared in Jiang Mubai's eyes in an instant, then quickly disappeared. Heh, so that's how it is, just in time to try it out. He played with the pen in his hand for a while before starting to fill out the form. Among the 4 occupations, according to what he thought in his mind, the research assistant was undoubtedly the most suitable for him. After all, he could learn a lot. But right now, he was in a rule-based ghost story, and compared to learning, acquiring information was the most crucial. Jiang Mubai thought for less than a second before making up his mind. Out of these 4 jobs, which one could have access to the most information? That's right, it was housekeeping. From what he knew about the so-called workplace, this group was the most fond of gossip. There might be unexpected information, though the front desk could also work. He just felt this front desk area was too eerie. As a normal person, he would definitely not choose this. Shoo. Jiang Mubai quickly filled out the form and soon completed the registration. Then he stood up and walked toward the stairs. What he needed to do now was find HR. HR was on the 5th floor, 2 flights of stairs per floor. He just needed to count the steps. It shouldn't be a problem. Screech. A harsh sound echoed as Jiang Mubai pushed open the stairwell door. Outside, countless people watched Jiang Mubai strut about, gritting their teeth in anger. However, at this moment, few dared to imitate Jiang Mubai. They all realized that Jiang Mubai was a person who could not be described by normal logic. He must have mastered some secret, a secret only Zhang Zhentian knew. They had to find a way to force Zhang Zhentian to reveal it. Countless countries urgently united and made countermeasures. At this moment, the leader of Cashew Country, the very clever Ding Ding, stared at Jiang Mubai's big screen with shining eyes. Their country's chosen one had also suffered some corruption, but Ding Ding did not believe in bad luck. He was ready to search again. As long as he could grasp Jiang Mubai's secret, everything would be worth it. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a hint to Cashew Country's new chosen one, Didiwei. Didiwei was Licidi's younger sister, the HR of Cashew Country's largest scam company. She had been soaking in a water prison when suddenly she received the news of the strange tale and became a chosen one. Her excitement could be imagined. She had already decided that one day, when she got out, she would become a chosen one, make Cashew Country strong, and take revenge on Dragon Country. She did not expect it to come so quickly. Ding, Cashew Country has used hint permission, remaining January 3rd. Didiwei, that crazy person from Dragon Country used the leftmost pen, imitated. This time we will definitely crush Dragon Country under our feet. At this moment, feeling a little dizzy from just breaking the rules, Didiwei did not know what to do when the second message appeared, shocking her mind. Although that strange person was still behind her, she could not care about it now. She looked at the leftmost carbon pen, thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and picked it up. Buzz. A piercing buzzing sound suddenly echoed in Didiwei's mind, followed by insane whispering by her ears. Bacteria, spores, mushrooms, petri dish. The insane whispering kept echoing in her ears, and soon Didiwei's hair turned green. This scene made Ding Ding very nervous, but when he saw a smile appear on Didiwei's lips, he let out a big sigh and his eyes showed surprise. Although he did not know what had happened, it was clear that Didiwei's state was good. That was enough. Ding Ding had already begun to look forward to how Cashew Country would crush everything in its way. While he was fantasizing, the green-clothed bald man behind him shouted, and Ding Ding instinctively looked at the big screen, seeing Didiwei's skin turn gray-white and her arms become like mushrooms. But she did not react at all, continuing to hold the pen and fill in the information. Soon, the data was completed. In the profession column, it was listed as cafeteria worker. What was happening? Cold sweat dripped down Ding Ding's forehead. He hurriedly asked the green-clothed bald man to send the third hint message. But Didiwei did not respond at all. She walked by herself to the back hall of the front desk and then left through the back door. Ding Ding's legs went weak. He collapsed on the table, his eyes full of despair. Strange Tales Bureau. Zhang Zhentian now also looked at the big screen with a relaxed face. Jiang Mubai had already reached the 3rd floor, but for some reason, he did not continue moving, instead seriously looking at the wooden doors on both sides. Zhang Zhentian's face instantly became serious as he looked at the big screen. He was thinking whether Jiang Mubai had lost count of the floors. After all, Jiang Mubai's previous actions really seemed like he was corrupted. After thinking for a moment, he said to Bai Xiaoke behind him. Xiaoke, send another calming message. Make sure Jiang Mubai is careful before making any choice. Also, tell him about Cashew Country's chosen one turning into a mushroom. Chapter 37 Just starting work and beating the supervisor? Parallel mirror space. Jiang Mubai was now thinking. It was not that he could not distinguish the floors, but that he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be neat writing on the doors. He observed carefully for a while, and finally recognized it. These words look like they were left by other chosen ones. The characters on the doors of the first 3 floors form a clear pattern. No matter who you are, if you can see this message, you must remember, the 3rd floor has disappeared, do not believe the new employee instructions, do not believe. The complete rule appeared in Jiang Mubai's mind, causing him to fall into deep thought. The 3rd floor disappeared. If what this rule says is true, then the next floor up would be the 5th floor. But if this rule is wrong, then entering recklessly will definitely put him in danger. Although he was not afraid, he felt that there was no need to be reckless. He was a normal person, not a madman. Jiang Mubai stared seriously at the rule, the flickering fluorescent lights above his head flashing nonstop, and the dead silence of the floor echoed with Jiang Mubai's even breathing. Is this? Brother Jiang discovered the hidden rule? Brother Mubai is amazing. Stop shouting 6 already, can anyone analyze if the rule is true or false? I didn't notice before, but anyway, these 4 don't believe, are definitely fake. Exactly, I think so too. The handwriting is too neat, it doesn't show the madness of desperation. The people in the livestream were discussing fiercely, while Jiang Mubai had already made his judgment. As the people in the livestream said, this handwriting was too neat. He had seen the handwriting of some desperate people in mental hospitals. Those words, just by looking at them, you could feel the despair, completely different from this. But Jiang Mubai was considering other things. If this handwriting is forged, then what is the forger's goal? This strange tale didn't seem to have a strong murderous intent. The consequence of breaking the rules was more about being polluted. Pollution again. At that moment, a prompt tone suddenly echoed in his mind. This was Zhang Zhentian's prompt, and Dragon Country had once again used its hinting authority. There's nothing to be done, after all, they have a lot of hinting privileges. It must be said that this hint was crucial, the information about mushrooming instantly gave Jiang Mubai some inspiration. He looked carefully at the door and noticed that in a discreet corner, the paint had peeled off, revealing obvious black spots on it. This was the sign of mushrooms growing. Jiang Mubai's face became somewhat unnatural. This pollution actually turned people into mushrooms? He looked at himself carefully, and after finding that he was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had the talent of a strange body, so he shouldn't have a problem. He definitely didn't want to turn into a mushroom person. After glancing at the red wooden door, Jiang Mubai directly stood up and walked upstairs. Tap, tap, tap. While counting the floors, Jiang Mubai walked upward. In the silent hallway, only Jiang Mubai's footsteps could be heard. He reached the top. After counting 2 more floors, Jiang Mubai saw a yellow door in front of him. Unlike the red wooden door from earlier, this one appeared much newer, and there was only 1 door on this floor. Jiang Mubai took a careful look, then walked over. Just as he was about to push the door open, a pair of yellow eyes suddenly appeared on the glass. The savage eyes were filled with blood vessels, extremely eerie. This sudden appearance was incredibly terrifying, and Jiang Mubai was instantly startled. His heart pounded wildly, and the madness in his eyes seemed impossible to suppress. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 40%. You're crazy, you're crazy, you're crazy. The price of awakening yourself is the gradual shattering of your sanity. The more desperate, the more dangerous, the stronger, the more limited. Creak. Jiang Mubai suddenly pulled open the door and kicked it. Boom. With a muffled sound, a black figure instantly flew out. Damn, Brother Jiang is awesome. Damn, that gave me a shock just now. Brother Jiang is indeed violent, but look, the one that flew out seems to be a supervisor. Just started and already beat up the supervisor. Seemingly challenging ghost stories, but actually cleaning up the workplace. I also want a hit, whatever, tomorrow I will act. People in the live stream discussed, extremely excited. Only Zhang Zhentian showed shock and delight in his eyes. Indeed, he could really hurt, was that strange? Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai looked at the man in blue scientific work clothes on the ground, moaning in pain, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. You are, human? Cough cough, nonsense, you damn, who are you? The man bent on the ground, like a shrimp, painfully holding his stomach, speaking with difficulty. Jiang Mubai calmed down at this moment, but he did not rashly go over to check, instead he stood at a distance. I am a newly hired employee, here to report to HR. While speaking, he took out a piece of paper. The man also shakily stood up, glanced at Jiang Mubai, horror on his face. You took the wrong pen. How could that be, you? The man looked at Jiang Mubai in disbelief, quickly running to the fluorescent lamp behind him. This is a corridor, surrounded by white walls at least 3 meters high. At the very top, about every 10 meters, there is a window the size of a book. Sunlight shone in from outside, combined with the ceiling fluorescent lights, making it look extremely bright. Jiang Mubai quickly scanned the surroundings, also moving to a fluorescent light. These fluorescent lights, like the windows, are also every 10 meters, just offset from the windows. The man who seemed like a supervisor saw Jiang Mubai's action, slightly relieved. Standing under the light shows the contamination is not so serious, as long as he goes to the administrative department for inspection, it should be okay. He carefully observed Jiang Mubai. Wearing casual clothes not matching the era, looking clean and neat, face a bit youthful, not old, a just graduated college student? No, this age looks more like a freshman in university. While the man observed Jiang Mubai was also observing him. This middle-aged man looked exactly like a human, with no mushroom features, but whether he was human still needed judgment. But from the man's behavior, he could confirm one thing: this company indeed has a part of normal people. They all follow certain rules, protecting themselves. Whether the female assistant or this man, they seem to trust the fluorescent light. From this, the new employee handbook rules are likely correct. If the handbook rules are correct, this company becomes interesting. Because the information on the corridor door just now undoubtedly shows there is another part of people trying to trick him to go to strange places by making fake rules. If he can see through those fake rules, being in this ghost story might be very easy. But this is a B-level ghost story. It could not be simpler than C-level, right? Interesting, very interesting. Curiosity shone in Jiang Mubai's eyes. I also don't know if I took the wrong pen. At the front desk, I didn't understand middle at first, but now I know. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, the man gasped. Now, he knew. Chapter 38, Resignation. Now, he knew. The middle-aged man's face darkened. This person in front of him was too strange. If he didn't know, it would be okay, but now he knows. This made it hard to make an effective judgment, because he was unsure if this person was already contaminated, becoming one of them. You, at the front desk, did you see anything strange? The middle-aged man stifled the urge to run, voice trembling as he asked. This was his duty: if the person in front of him was not contaminated, he must not give up. Jiang Mubai looked at him curiously, then told everything that happened at the front desk. Including the assistant girl from the scientific department and the supervisor in the shadows. The man turned even paler after hearing this. The two people you mentioned, I have never seen them. No, I've never heard of them. The research department, our company doesn't even have a research department, only a development department. Jiang Mubai's pupils slightly contracted. He was certain the girl was talking about the research department. Although the research department and the development department are similar, it's clear that one of these departments is made up. It seemed that he indeed encountered something strange. Interesting, do you think I've been polluted? Jiang Mubai asked, looking at the middle-aged man. This made the man even more nervous and uneasy. No, it's hard to say, I can't judge your mental state. Have you eaten hibiscus flowers? Mental state? That term deeply stimulated Jiang Mubai. He didn't answer the middle-aged man but stubbornly spoke, his tone firm and unquestionable. I'm not crazy. I'm completely normal. However, these two sentences didn't have the desired effect. Now, the middle-aged man's gaze toward him was like looking at a madman. This made Jiang Mubai feel slightly offended. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this man. Didn't he know if he was crazy or not? He extended his right hand and took out the hibiscus flower he had just picked up from the front desk. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrank. Jiang Mubai clearly noticed that he was staring at the flower in his hand. The red-purple petals looked extraordinarily beautiful. This is not hibiscus, this is a hibiscus flower. The middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded, causing Jiang Mubai's gaze to freeze. Hibiscus? To be honest, this touched his knowledge blind spot, as he didn't know much about flowers and plants. It seems that not eating this flower was undoubtedly the right choice. And there was another thing, that Michelle, why did she persuade him not to eat this flower? If Michelle was strange, if she was one of them, why would she help him? Or perhaps, this company didn't only have normal people and them as factions, but a third one? Jiang Mubai quickly analyzed the situation. The middle-aged man didn't think so much. Seeing Jiang Mubai didn't rashly use the hibiscus flower, he let out a sigh of relief. Your condition is very abnormal right now. I suggest you go to the administration department immediately for an examination. If the pollution isn't severe, you might still be able to return. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, and Jiang Mubai fell into thought. Actually, he felt fine, but the strange body had already given him hints, also implying that he was in danger now. The stronger you are, the more restricted you are? This explanation was clearly in conflict with the rules. If one really was strong, how could they be restricted? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mubai still decided to join the company first. I think I'm fine now, let's proceed with the onboarding. Now, it was already dusk, and he wasn't sure when the HR department would close. The middle-aged man stared at him deeply for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Fine, but you must go to the administration department for an examination afterward. If you refuse to cooperate, I will report to the executive manager. If you insist on non-cooperation, we will use force. When he said use force, the middle-aged man shuddered. It was clear that the kick earlier had left him with a psychological shadow. He wondered if the security guards could handle him. Jiang Mubai didn't disagree with this, as he was definitely going to the administration department, at least to understand what pollution was. Seeing that Jiang Mubai agreed, the middle-aged man stepped back 2 more steps. Keep a lamp's distance from me, the contract needs to be filled out again. Okay. The 2 of them walked down the corridor, continuing forward. After a turn at the end, they arrived in front of a glass door. Inside, the lights were still on, and 3 figures were constantly busy. The middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Mubai, motioned for him to stay away, then walked in. Soon, a middle-aged woman wearing a blue research uniform, round glasses, and slightly chubby, walked out. She held a blue report folder, inside which was a new registration form. You are Jiang Mubai, I am the head of HR, you can call me Sister Hao. Come with me, this is the new registration form, fill it out again with the black carbon pen in the middle, then give it back to me. By the way, the cleaning staff positions are full, now there are only the front desk, duty manager, and research assistant positions, do you want to reconsider? I heard about you from Xiao Jiang, your resume is excellent, I recommend you as a research assistant. While speaking, Sister Hao handed the blue report folder to Jiang Mubai. Her tone was not very enthusiastic, but much better than the middle-aged man earlier. Jiang Mubai curiously looked at Sister Hao, and took the report folder from her hands. My resume? To be honest, he had no memory at all. It must be because of that ghost story. Sister Hao, can I see my resume? Sister Hao looked at him strangely and shook her head. All resumes are archived and sealed, unless special circumstances, I cannot view them, after all this involves personal privacy, don't you know your own resume? At this, a strange light appeared in Sister Hao's eyes. Jiang Mubai looked at her, furrowed his brows slightly, but said nothing. Then the 2 of them entered the HR office together. I feel Jiang Gu is tricked, HR head cannot look at a resume? I guess that resume has a secret, hope Mubai Gu gets it soon. Why do I feel like you want to see it? Never mind the resume, cleaning staff full, what the heck? What do you think Jiang Gu will choose? I guess research assistant, with Jiang Ji's genius, he will surely achieve great things. But I feel letting Mubai Gu be a research assistant is not good, what if he has strange ideas, this is very dangerous. The chat room was unexpectedly quiet for a second, all minds unconsciously recalled Jiang Mubai's performance in PE class. They all agreed at this moment, this sentence was very true. God knows what he would do. Parallel mirror space. Jiang Mubai now stood in front of a desk. He looked seriously at the 3 carbon pens on the desk, then picked up the black one in the middle. Brush brush brush. Jiang Mubai filled it carefully, while Sister Hao watched from afar, breathing a sigh of relief. He could distinguish colors and positions, which meant no big problem, next he could go to the administration department for review. Sister Hao, I'm done. When Jiang Mubai's voice came out, Sister Hao walked over with a bright smile. She looked at Jiang Mubai's registration form, eyes showing surprise. Then she smiled at Jiang Mubai. Leaving, are you sure? Chapter 39, Looking Back and Taking Out. Leaving, are you sure? Sister Hao looked at Jiang Mubai, corners of her mouth smiling. Sure, Sister Hao, I feel this place is not suitable for me. Hearing Jiang Mubai, Sister Hao smiled slightly. It's fine as long as you thought it through, leaving is okay, but you have to wait until we hire a new person, then you hand over your work. New person, how long do I have to wait? Jiang Mubai didn't expect it to be so easy. 2 lives as a person, first job, before even starting, wants to resign, this experience is very strange. Sister Hao smiled at him, her eyes showing more and more strange light. Very soon, next Monday, there is an interview, if she passes, you can leave. Next Monday? Jiang Mubai looked at the calendar on the desk. Today is July 21st, Tuesday, next Monday, only 6 days. Not too long. As long as he followed the rules, no big problem. Thinking this, he smiled and responded. Okay, then I will wait for the notice first. Ding, the Dragon Nation's chosen triggers B-level clearance condition handover. Sister Hao nodded with satisfaction, okay? Have you chosen your internship position? Yes, at the front desk. Front desk? Sister Hao was slightly stunned, a strange look flashing in her eyes again. Okay, I'll stamp it for you. Tonight, you can start your internship. Front desk, a good position, good luck. After saying that, Sister Hao left. About 15 minutes later, a girl with coffee-colored long hair, wearing a butterfly hairpin, and beautiful features arrived. She smiled at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai, welcome to join us. My name is John Lily, I am the front desk supervisor. Our department only has the two of us. From now on, we will cooperate well. From today, you take the night shift, I take the day shift, wonderful. John Lily's tone was full of happiness, which gave Jiang Mubai a bad premonition. I want to change to a research assistant, is it okay? John Lily's face suddenly changed, her attitude completely flipped. No. If you come to my department, you are my person. Want to leave, only if I approve. Let me tell you clearly, I will, absolutely, not, approve. John Lily's voice was very loud, everyone in the office, including Sister Hao, looked at her. But soon, they all turned their heads. All right. Jiang Mubai pursed his lips, sighed helplessly, then glanced around. At this moment, he suddenly saw, in the corner, a young man with yellow hair, wearing a white research coat. This is strange? Jiang Mubai instinctively raised his guard. At this moment, John Lily suddenly slapped his back and threw over a small blue booklet. Hey, were you listening to me? This is the work manual. It has front desk notes. Take it, hurry to the administration department. Her tone had a hint of urgency. Jiang Mubai immediately understood, he stood up and left directly. After he left, the man in white suddenly turned his head, glanced at John Lily, and quickly went after Jiang Mubai. Everyone in the office seemed not to see him at all. B-level clearance condition triggered, handover? This time the strange tale actually revealed the clearance condition. I just saw, beautiful country, 7 black country also noticed, maybe this time the clearance condition is simple, so it was revealed. Speaking of this, is it really a B-level strange tale? Now, chosen ones from 131 countries are all here. I have a bad premonition, feels like the calm before a storm. Hey, did you see, that yellow-haired one just followed out? That person in white, is he under the fluorescent light? This. At the Strange Tale Management Bureau, Zhang Jintian also felt a bit of scalp tingling. This strange tale is really weird. From the start until now, except the chosen one from Cashew Country showing serious mushroomization signs, no one has died, only lightly polluted. This should be good, but for some reason, a suppressed feeling always lingered in his heart. It always felt like something was about to happen. Just now when Jiang Mubai went out, it was obvious, but he had no reaction and could not judge. He could only silently pray in his heart that everything goes smoothly. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai now arrived at the corridor again. The research department is on the 4th floor. According to the rule for going upstairs, just count 1 floor to arrive. Soon, he passed through the corridor and came to the stairs. Along the way, he also watched his surroundings. That yellow-haired young man followed, he naturally noticed. But that person kept some distance, he also planned to observe first. Rule 9, all department supervisors wear blue research coats. If anyone in white research coat claims to be a supervisor, immediately stay away. He remembered this rule well. Unless necessary, he would not provoke the other. But if the other insisted on causing trouble, he would not mind using self-reflection 3 times. Now, he already met 2 conditions. Both strange, both colleagues. As long as he reveals even a little killing intent to himself. He was confident he could eliminate the opponent. Moreover, he had a new ability reversal. Day. In the silent hallway, 2 identical footsteps appeared, Jiang Mubai and the young man with blonde hair, arriving at the 4th floor at the same time. At this moment, the young blonde man was on the stairs behind Jiang Mubai, staring at him without hiding anything. Jiang Mubai ignored him, glanced at the 2 doors on either side, and after noticing they seemed connected to the same circular corridor, he pushed the door and walked in directly. Zzz. The sound of an electrical short suddenly appeared, and the fluorescent lights in the 4th floor corridor began to flicker on and off at this moment. It seemed that soon, the lights here would go out. Jiang Mubai realized this, stopped hesitating, and quickly ran toward the front of the corridor. As long as he crossed the corridor and turned the corner, the administrative department should be ahead. Screech! At this moment, the door behind Jiang Mubai opened again, the young blonde man followed once more. Now he looked at Jiang Mubai expressionlessly and ran toward him quickly. Seeing this, Jiang Mubai also started running. This scene made viewers in the live stream feel chills, all of them holding their breath and staring at the screen. Holy shit, is that human? He's so fast. Brother Jiang, hurry, faster. Almost there, less than 10 meters. Less than 3 meters. 2 meters, go. 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 Turning the corner. When the viewers barely dared to breathe, Jiang Mubai suddenly stopped at the corner. Then he made a dazzling turn and with a powerful kick, directly struck the blonde man's face. Bang! This time, a muffled sound even echoed in the dead hallway. The blonde man, rushing toward Jiang Mubai, was kicked away before he could react. Even Jiang Mubai was thrown back due to the reaction force. The power of this kick was truly tremendous. Everyone in the live stream was stunned by this turn of events. Chapter 40, The Mysterious Administrative Department. Question mark. Holy shit, what is this move? Weren't you running away just now? This turn back strike is really fierce, did you see that? That person seemed to explode. Can you guys pay attention to my brother Jen? Didn't you see him fly? Speaking of this, I have to teach everyone a physics fact. Seeing the danger removed, people in the livestream finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to discuss happily. Even Zhang Zhentian patted his chest. So danger could be removed like this. But would this cause bad consequences? Two fists cannot fight four hands. Although Jiang Mubai's kick looked satisfying, what about the chain reaction it caused? He had already decided, if Jiang Mubai came out alive this time, he would immediately arrange for professional training. Including but not limited to Sanda, Taekwondo, Judo, martial arts. In short, he would find a way to maximize his combat power. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 55%. You're crazy. In the corridor, Jiang Mubai shook his head and stood up. A trace of madness remained in his eyes, but it was quickly drowned by calm. The fear that had lingered just now also disappeared. His mind became clearer, his power stronger. I am not crazy. Jiang Mubai stubbornly muttered to himself, then began to look around. Unlike the 5th floor, after turning the corridor on the 4th floor, it was still a corridor, only much wider, with more than 10 red and yellow doors on both sides. Among them were the administrative office, administrative department, archives room, conference room, and more. Jiang Mubai curiously scanned each door. He was heading to the administrative department, which should be the administrative department. However, at this moment, the administrative department had a red door, while the administrative office was yellow. If he hadn't met the middle-aged supervisor just now, he might have entered the yellow administrative office. But ever since he heard about the research department and development department from the middle-aged supervisor, the thought disappeared. Obviously, it seems to be the same here. Every door leads to a misleading path. No one can say what will happen if you go the wrong way. Jiang Mubai slowly walked past each door, finally stopping at the end of the corridor. There was a black wall. The black wall seemed to absorb all the light, as if it were swallowing it. Just by looking at it, it felt like the world went dark in front of you, and facing the wall directly, the impact on Jiang Mubai could be imagined. Frantic mumblings, like a scream, echoed in his ears. Ding, strange body awakening, 65%. You're crazy. Jiang Mubai lowered his head, looking at the ground, which had a layer of shadow over it, as if something terrible was about to appear. Boom. A black wave of air exploded from beside Jiang Mubai, his eyes blood-red as he suddenly turned his head. A curtain that seemed to want to devour the entire space instantly swept across the corridor. Jiang Mubai looked at the strange figure slowly walking out from within, a flash of madness crossing his eyes. Get lost. Jiang Mubai shouted, his voice also turning into murmurs, rushing toward the curtain with the black wave. Buzz. The space twisted, light and shadows crossed, and after a blinding flash of black light, all the strangeness disappeared. Jiang Mubai still stood in place, the black wall in front of him had vanished, but his face was now dark as thunder. So it's like this. I must find a way to stop it. Jiang Mubai muttered quietly, then walked directly to a surveillance camera. He looked at the camera and slowly closed his eyes. Damn, has Brother Jiang transformed? What was that shadow that devoured people just now? That ominous aura, I can even feel it through the screen. Is Brother Jiang okay, just standing there with his eyes closed? Family, XSWL, come and see, a crazy person from Dragon Country has been corrupted, so amusing. Our Cashew Country's Didi Wei has already joined, and she's even a hidden class cafeteria assistant. The crazy ones from Dragon Country can't even get a cleaning job, so sad. Two clowns. Even breathing echoed in the dead silence of the corridor. No one knew how much time had passed when Jiang Mubai's shoulder was suddenly tapped. Then, a calm man's voice came from behind. The new receptionist, Jiang Mubai? Jiang Mubai slowly opened his eyes, turned around, and saw a man in a black suit standing behind him, with a tough expression. The man had curly hair, blue eyes, and a typical foreigner's face. Jiang Mubai curiously sized him up for a moment and then quickly realized. This company was most likely based overseas. It was normal to see foreigners here, but their speech was standard Mandarin, so it must have been the strange talk doing that. Yes, I just finished your paperwork, but I feel like I've been contaminated. The man in the suit looked at Jiang Mubai with an incredulous look in his eyes. He stepped back 2 paces, his expression serious. You know you've been contaminated? I have a rough idea. Is there any way to stop it? Follow me. The man said, tossing a pair of black handcuffs. Put them on. Jiang Mubai glanced at the handcuffs for a moment and then put them on. A cool sensation immediately followed, as if he had dipped into a spring of eerie water. Ding, strange body awakening, 60%. The edge of madness seems to have arrived too early, you are not ready. You're crazy. I'm not crazy. Jiang Mubai suddenly spoke to himself, scaring the man in the suit. He looked at Jiang Mubai, his eyes becoming increasingly wary. This person was definitely insane. His behavior was uncontrollable. Better be cautious. The man in the suit couldn't help but think to himself. Jiang Mubai silently followed him, and although they were still in the same corridor, it felt like Jiang Mubai had entered a different place. The ground and walls were growing more and more dilapidated, as if time itself was reversing. Soon, the two arrived at the door of an old wooden door. A blue and white label is attached to the doorplate, with the words Administrative Department written on it. The suited man told Jiang Mubai to wait at the door. After turning on the light inside, he motioned for Jiang Mubai to come in. The room is dim, with red-tinted lighting that gives off a somewhat oppressive feeling. Inside the room, it looks like an experiment setup. On the cold counter, there are various bottles and jars arranged. After entering, the man walked straight to a potted plant and plucked a pink flower from it. It should be pink. Because the lighting here is red, Jiang Mubai couldn't judge properly. This is a hibiscus flower, the man casually said, crushing the flower and placing it into a bottle. Then, he started to get busy. 5 minutes later, he poured the liquid from the bottle into 2 thumb-sized bottles and placed them into a nearby machine. A roaring sound continued for a while. Soon, 2 bottles of liquid were spit out from the machine. The man walked over, picked them up, and looked at Jiang Mubai. Red and pink, pick one, and drink it. Chapter 41, Front Desk Work Rules. The man looked at Jiang Mubai, speaking cautiously. Jiang Mubai did not rush to choose. He just looked curiously at the 2 bottles of liquid. Is this the extract of anthocyanins mixed with a mental suppression agent? What is that machine for? It seems like it has a reactor function, advanced technology. Do you think there's something wrong with my mental state? The core of this medicine is actually the anthocyanin from the hibiscus flower, and also, this light can affect the anthocyanin. Interesting. What does the hibiscus flower represent in the company? Jiang Mubai looked up, his eyes showing curiosity. The dim red light gave off an eerie feeling. The suited man, however, looked shocked. You know a lot, but it's better not to be too curious. The more you know, the faster you'll get contaminated. As soon as the man finished speaking, he suddenly clutched his head, falling to his knees and groaning in pain. His body quickly changed, and green veins appeared on his arms. Without hesitation, the man immediately drank the medicine in his left hand. With heavy breathing, he slowly returned to normal. Jiang Mubai became even more curious. The 2 bottles of medicine, they seem the same, just different concentrations. Why make me choose? Just now, it seemed like you wanted to drink the one in your right hand, but you chose the left one. Depending on the degree of contamination, the contaminated person will instinctively resist this medicine? Strange, I don't really feel anything. Also, you looked very much like a hibiscus flower just now. Shut up! The man suddenly shouted loudly. He grabbed Jiang Mubai and shoved the medicine from his left hand into Jiang Mubai's hand. Jiang Mubai wasn't angry. He still looked curiously at the man. The man took a deep breath to calm himself down. Don't ask too many questions, drink it quickly, or else. He pressed a red button on the experimental table. It seemed to be red, and with a series of clicking sounds, the whole room was locked with iron bars. Jiang Mubai looked around, then glanced at the man's wristwatch, before drinking the medicine in his hand without hesitation. A burning, tearing feeling spread from his chest, and Jiang Mubai felt as if his body was being torn apart. Strange black smoke flew out from his body. Jiang Mubai's expression slowly changed: madness, calmness, oppression, irritation. Finally, in his painful groans, a hint of fear appeared. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 45%. Frequent walking on the edge of madness will surely make you suffer terrible backlash. You need to think of a solution quickly. You are going crazy. Jiang Mubai took several heavy breaths, his face a bit pale. This damn talent keeps offending him. He wasn't crazy. He was fine. The suited man watched Jiang Mubai's transformation until he saw the fear in his eyes. Finally relaxed. Your pollution is very special. No fear is not a good thing for humans. You need to stay here for at least 1 hour. It is 6 o'clock now. 1 hour later, you can leave to work at the front desk. I suggest you carefully read the work manual. I will get your uniform and work badge. By the way, do not leave. Before leaving, the man reminded once more, then lightly pressed the watch on his wrist. With a series of click-click sounds, the iron bars rose back to the ceiling. Then he left. Jiang Mubai did not object, he did not want to be polluted again. Although this pollution was useless to him, it seemed it could accelerate his forbidden talent, the awakening of his strange body. That broken talent had warned him, turning into the strange form was not a good choice. He thought it was still necessary to listen. Looking at the clock behind him, Jiang Mubai casually pulled a chair and sat down. Then he opened the blue booklet he carried. Welcome to Qingshan Biopharmaceutical Company, Limited. The following are front desk staff work guidelines. For your safety, please watch carefully and remember them. 1. Front desk work duties are very important. It is not only the company's appearance symbol, but also connects all departments. Therefore, at the front desk, you must wear tidy, company uniform clothes and badges. Those on duty must check the badge every hour. If the badge photo is not yourself, stop work immediately and call the following number 444-4444, extension 4. 2. Various calls will come to the front desk. Those on duty must notice, no matter the call, answer only on the third ring. If accidentally answered, hang up immediately and swallow a hibiscus flower. If a call is auto-answered, remember, do not answer any question, do not answer any question. 3. The front desk may have staff from other departments consulting, but absolutely no outside visitors. If someone claims to be an outside visitor, ignore and directly call 444-4444, extension 1. 4. Confirm that the one speaking to you is the same kind. If not sure, do not leave the front desk, immediately close your eyes. 5. Front desk hygiene is done by those on duty. Under the desk is 85 disinfectant. Must disinfect before leaving work. 6. On night shift, if the main door opens automatically with a welcome message, pretend not to see. 7. Front desk working hours are 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. On night shift, at 11:15 p.m. the company provides night meal. Duty staff can temporarily leave desk. When leaving, pick up the phone and put it aside. 8. Night staff must be on duty at 12 midnight. No matter what happens, cannot leave. 9. If the stairwell door turns green, immediately leave the front desk and stay under the fluorescent light in the back corridor. 10. Hibiscus flower is very important. Do not let anyone take care of it. Check it at work start and end. Make sure your potted plant is hibiscus, not Hibiscus rosa sinensis. 11. On night shift, the front desk must absolutely not turn on the light. Absolutely. Besides these 11 rules, the booklet has department transfer numbers: Research Department, Extension 404, Development Department, Extension 402, Production Department, Extension 401, Service Department, Extension 399. After carefully reading all rules, Jiang Mubai began to lower his head and think. Development Department, Research Department. He saw two different departments again. That supervisor clearly said there was no development department, but the work manual had the transfer number. Interesting. Which supervisor was polluted, or? He recalled the first time he saw him, hazel eyes full of bloodshot veins. Those were definitely not human eyes. Forget it, whatever. Anyway, he would resign next week. He decided not to interfere. Do the work honestly according to the manual. He just didn't believe it. Could this really drag him into trouble? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door was knocked, then a figure pushed it open and appeared in Jiang Mubai's sight. Golden hair, like sunlight itself, even under the dim red light it shone brightly. The person was Michelle. At this moment, she was holding a stack of brand new black clothes, staring at Jiang Mubai in shock. On top of the clothes, there was also a sealed work badge. Is it you? It's you. Both spoke in unison. A bad feeling rose in both of their hearts at the same time. Chapter 42: Jiang Mubai's Profession. Why are you here? Michelle spoke first, her eyes showing caution. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Jiang Mubai also looked at her cautiously, quickly thinking about similarities, while also preparing his ability to reverse the situation. This woman was from that maybe not even existent research department. Being cautious could never be too much. Michelle was stunned for a moment, then her face showed some complaint. Of course I came to deliver the work clothes and badge. I heard a new research assistant was contaminated today, in the administrative department. Is that person you? I was indeed contaminated, but I joined the front desk. Speaking of which, now clearly you have more problem. I already checked, this company doesn't even have a research department. Nonsense. I am the normal person. Carefully look at your work manual, it clearly has the research department phone number. When she said normal person, Michelle cautiously stepped back 2 steps, which made Jiang Mubai feel a slight offense. I am also a normal person. As if to prove it, he spoke while stepping forward 1 step. Michelle got a little scared and stepped back again. Jiang Mubai kept walking forward. Although this action of Jiang Mubai was strange, the viewers in the live stream didn't care much. They were analyzing the rules at this moment. Although they also saw Michelle, Jiang Mubai's earlier move gave everyone confidence. Everyone agreed, this kind of cute strangeness could never stop Jiang Mubai, a strong man from a mental hospital. No woman in heart, foot strikes naturally divine. I think the most dangerous place for the front desk is the phone. Damn, taking calls at night in a place without lights, don't you find it scary? As long as you follow the rules, taking calls is not a problem. Carefully look at Rule 6, damn, the door can open automatically, the speaker can broadcast automatically, plus the late night buff, clearly there is dirty stuff here. Don't talk nonsense, we must trust cause science. That did you see the green door in Rule 9, maybe going in there you really disappear. Think carefully about the two versions of rules that appeared, this company is very deep. Afraid of what? Brother Mubai is not afraid of contamination. Ah, that annoying blonde woman, what are you doing? On screen, Jiang Mubai had already followed Michelle out of the administrative department room. Paranormal Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian watched the scene, his eyes blank. He originally thought Jiang Mubai had returned to normal, who knew, he was so simple, he got taken out. Jiang Mubai not afraid of strange side effects, could it be a dumb aura? Zhang Jintian felt his throat a little dry. Quick, contact Jiang Mubai, let him calm down. Bai Xiaoke was already on standby, receiving Zhang Jintian's order, immediately acted. In less than half a minute, the alert was sent successfully, but Jiang Mubai was unusually persistent, he seemed not to see it at all. When Bai Xiaoke tremblingly finished reporting the situation, a group of experts fainted again. Makes me laugh to death, family, don't look at that idiot Longhua, come see our beautiful country's James, he successfully became a cleaner, those little cleaners, all were bewitched by him, Crazy Appa, come on, blessings from Kimchi country, Sumida. Crack his kidney, crack it. Go to hell, don't you ever learn? Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai's eyes flickered with unhappiness at this moment. This hateful woman kept offending him, making him unable to bear it any longer. He now really wanted to prove he was normal, but it seemed there was no good way. Just as he angrily stared at Michelle, a shout rang out. How did you come out? Go back quickly. Jiang Mubai turned his head and saw the suited man who had returned before appearing again, holding a set of black clothes with a work badge on top. Just right, you came, tell this woman, am I a normal person? Jiang Mubai walked straight over and grabbed the man's hand. But when he turned his head, Michelle had disappeared. The suited man's face turned pale, looking at Jiang Mubai like he was seeing a madman. He suddenly shook off the hand, stepped back a few steps, and shouted. Go back, immediately, right now. At the same time, he had already taken out a walkie-talkie. Jiang Mubai looked at the vanished Michelle, his face a little grim. He silently walked into the room. In the room, the suited man walked in again. He looked at Jiang Mubai with a serious expression. The Michelle you said, our company never had, and also, our company never had a research department, never. You are lying. Jiang Mubai interrupted him. You confirmed twice in a row, this seems more like self-psychological suggestion. The man was slightly stunned, his face a little unnatural. You are contaminated, mentally abnormal, it's inevitable to see some. I'm not crazy. Jiang Mubai interrupted again. The man's face trembled, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes, as if in defiance, he stood up and went to a table covered with a white cloth. Okay, look at the monitor. He pulled off the cloth, revealing an old computer on the table. The man clicked the mouse, a surveillance screen appeared on the monitor. In the screen, Jiang Mubai was reading a book, suddenly the door in front of him opened strangely by itself. Then Jiang Mubai started talking to himself while walking forward. This scene stunned Jiang Mubai. His face grew even grimmer. Something strange had happened to him. What could be worse than this? Ding, strange body awakened, 75%. You are crazy. You are crazy. You are crazy. I see, this computer has problems too. The fear in Jiang Mubai's eyes disappeared, curiosity returned as he looked at the big screen. You. The suited man was furious, he took out the walkie-talkie and called for backup. Flash. A shadow passed, the walkie-talkie was already in Jiang Mubai's hand. He turned his head and calmly looked at the suited man. No need, I know I'm contaminated, now what should be done is to make that potion again. Your method is too rough, this strange light can massively stimulate special chlorophyll, this amount of chlorophyll is best extracted at low temperature. Go prepare some ethanol, I will do some pre-treatment first, this machine should separate it, give me the manual. Jiang Mubai operated skillfully, the suited man was stunned, instinctively obeying Jiang Mubai's instructions. The two were busy in a small laboratory-like place. Why don't you become a research assistant? I will resign, it's the same everywhere, the front desk lets me know more information. The suited man looked at him deeply. Did you forget what I said? I remember, but now it's too late to change, my supervisor said, he will never let go. Jiang Mubai answered while skillfully extracting chlorophyll into a thumb-sized vial. As he put the vial into the machine, a roaring sound started again. Why did you make so many bottles? I need to take some to the front desk. I don't want to get contaminated. It's useless. The potion only works here. When you get to the front desk, remember to take the hibiscus flower. Hibiscus flower. Jiang Mubai suddenly remembered something. When he was at the front desk, what he received wasn't the hibiscus flower. It was the hibiscus flower. Chapter 43, The Mysterious Heavenly God Biopharmaceuticals. The hibiscus and the hibiscus flower were swapped. Who did it? Could it have been that supervisor? As Jiang Mubai pondered, the humming of the machine stopped. The special potion to suppress contamination was once again ejected from the machine. Jiang Mubai glanced at the small bottles filled with red liquid. Without any hesitation, he took 3 bottles and drank them all. The man in the suit watched this scene, his eyes filled with terror. Zzzzz. Strange black smoke appeared on Jiang Mubai's body. Amidst a muffled groan of pain, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes once again. Ding, the mysterious body has awakened, 45%. You are crazy. Madness will surely lead to backlash. After gasping for breath a few times, Jiang Mubai stood up again. He glanced at the time. There were 25 minutes left until 7 o'clock, almost time for work. This is a ghost story, not a real company. No one knows what would happen if you were late. As a normal person, Jiang Mubai naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. He paid no attention to the man's gaze in the suit and quickly changed his clothes. Is this something I can look at? Ah, I envy him. 8-pack abs, so handsome. Ah, he's so tall too, I love him. Damn, what is this evil mosaic? Stop drooling, Jiang Gu is about to work now, it's working time. I just work at the front desk, honestly, this job is really easy, just be pretty like a flower. Jiang Mubai moved swiftly and quickly changed his clothes. The designer of the Heavenly God Bio's clothing had some decent taste. Although the uniform was mainly black, the short-sleeve cuffs had golden floral edges. The pants also had uniquely designed asymmetric pockets. Jiang Mubai looked quite handsome in it. On the chest of the upper part of the uniform, there was a red hibiscus flower, and the only slightly annoying thing was the words Heavenly God Bio on it. If you removed those words, it could easily be sold as a trendy hot item. However, Jiang Mubai was still quite satisfied. This outfit was far more stylish than the blue and white striped uniform. After adjusting his collar, Jiang Mubai directly left the administration department. Next, he had to go to the front desk to work. In case of an emergency, remember to take the hibiscus flower. The hibiscus flower might not completely work, but it has some effect. Jiang Mubai gave the man in the suit a deep look before quickly leaving. After he left, the man in the suit reappeared at the door. He stared at Jiang Mubai's back with a look of regret in his eyes. At this moment, the sign on the door behind him changed. Administration Department disappeared, replaced by Research Department, Abandoned Laboratory 1. Jiang Mubai seemed to sense something. He turned around but saw nothing. The corridor once again returned to its original state, with the black wall appearing at the end. Jiang Mubai no longer hesitated. He quickly turned the corner, reaching the staircase. Then, he pushed the door open and swiftly descended the stairs. First floor of the Heavenly God Bio building. When Jiang Mubai opened the door, Supervisor Jiang Lili was already waiting at the front desk for him. She was wearing a blue research uniform, her coffee-colored curly hair draped over her back, standing aside with her perfect figure faintly visible beneath her clothes. Wow, I really want to see her in black stockings. Why can't I have such a good supervisor? Exactly, my supervisor is like this, and I work 996 every day. I think Michelle is a bit more beautiful. Just saying, can't you guys change the focus? Look, this supervisor's position. Slacking off on the first day? 5 more minutes until work starts, hurry over. Jiang Lili looked at Jiang Mubai, her tone a little displeased. Jiang Mubai did not answer, because Jiang Lili was standing in the shadows, not under the fluorescent lights. Second rule for new employees, when talking to anyone, always stand under the fluorescent lights. The front desk environment was completely different from the hall behind it. There were no fluorescent lights at the front desk, and with the sky dark, it felt very dim. A faint red moonlight shone through the glass front door, coloring the floor red, making it even more eerie. He walked straight past Jiang Lili and went to the fluorescent lights behind the front desk. Do you have any instructions for me? Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Lili carefully and asked. That delicate figure made him look a little longer. Seeing this, Jiang Lili's face darkened. Slap. Without saying a word, she threw down a black notebook and walked toward the elevator. Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned, but he didn't care. He went to the side of the front desk, pushed open a glass door, and walked into his workstation. Before entering, he specifically checked the hibiscus flowers. Because he had just extracted chlorophyll, he could already distinguish them clearly. After confirming the flowers on both sides were indeed hibiscus, he finally relaxed. Then, he looked at his own workstation. It was very clean. On the white desk, there was only a black phone and 3 carbon pens in the front, of course. Now there was also the black notebook Jiang Lily had thrown down. Under the front desk was a black chair, next to it a bucket of 85 disinfectant, and a small spray bottle. After work, he could use the spray bottle to disinfect the workstation. Clean places always feel pleasant, and Jiang Mubai felt the same. He pulled out the chair and sat down. Just as he was about to pick up Jiang Lily's black notebook, he suddenly noticed a drawer on his right. Curious, Jiang Mubai opened it directly. A red notebook lay quietly inside. Jiang Mubai glanced at it and picked it up. Then he began to flip through it. The notebook contained work notes, which Jiang Mubai started to read. This company is so strange. Where does a company front desk have to work night shifts? No, I want to resign. I went to HR to resign, but they said I never joined. How is that possible? I know, I did not follow the rules. Whatever black notebook I looked at, it was all because of that notebook. Rules, this company has strange rules, we must follow these rules, otherwise, we will be lost. I don't know who can see this notebook, but remember, never, ever listen to the supervisor, she is not herself anymore. This company is very good, both welfare and treatment, the best company I have seen, I want to stay here forever. A few lines, strange and eerie, Jiang Mubai looked at the notebook with a grave expression. From the literal meaning, it was clear this was the process of someone being corrupted. The black notebook, was it this one? Jiang Mubai glanced at the side. That person just now was really not Jiang Lily. Ding-ling-ling. At that moment, the piercing phone rang suddenly. Jiang Mubai looked to the side, frowning. The sound was too loud, too harsh. It was clearly quiet here, no need for such a loud sound. He felt a bit annoyed and frowned at the phone. Second rule in the employee handbook, for any call, wait until the third ring. He waited quietly. Meanwhile, at the Strange Tales Management Bureau, Bai Xiaoke ran in anxiously. Captain Zhang, something's wrong. Zhang Zhentian turned his head to look at Bai Xiaoke. His calm demeanor made Bai Xiaoke's tense heart settle a little. She looked at Zhang Zhentian, then at Jiang Mubai, who was lost in thought on the screen, and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. After organizing her thoughts, Bai Xiaoke spoke seriously. Captain Zhang, we just found out that up until last week, some people were still receiving interview notifications. And the company's name is Qingshan Biotech. Zhang Zhentian's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. Chapter 44, Terrifying Job. Still hiring. How is this possible? A ghost story only selects the chosen ones for the challenge, right? Zhang Zhentian felt the situation was becoming increasingly strange and terrifying. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. If this company is still hiring, could there be other places like it that are still going on? This is just a B-level ghost story, but is there an A-level or S-level? No one knows. If there is, are those ghost stories also pulling people in the same way? Zhang Zhentian felt his hands and feet turn cold, his body trembling. He looked at the big screen, where Jiang Mubai was now staring at the red notebook, and its contents appeared on the live stream. Who? Zhang Zhentian let out a heavy sigh and turned to Bai Xiaoke. Immediately gather statistics on how many people in Longwei received an interview invitation from this company. Also, pass this information to other countries. At a critical moment like this, we can no longer hide it. Humanity is a community of shared destiny. But, the benefits still need to be collected. Zhang Zhentian muttered to himself, then directly bypassed the shocked experts behind him and picked up the phone. Longwa. On major live streaming platforms. This doesn't count as a rule, right? But this is information, precious information. This clearly is the process of a person being contaminated. Brother Mubai, please don't open the diary. Have you considered that maybe this was deliberately left by those strange beings? I don't think so. Do you remember the sentence Jiang saw on the stairs? The thing the ghost left was obviously misleading. If this diary was left by the ghost, wouldn't its purpose be to make Jiang read the diary? That's true, but what if the diary holds more important information? Damn, the phone is ringing. Ding-dling. The harsh sound continued to ring. Jiang Mubai waited patiently. When the phone rang for the third time, he picked up the call. Z. A crackling sound, like electricity, came from the phone, followed by an elderly male voice that was interrupted and faint. Is this Qingshan Biotech? My medicine, when will my medicine be ready? Jiang Mubai frowned slightly. He wasn't sure about this. Hello, what medicine are you referring to? It's done, the medicine. The medicine. give me the medicine. The frantic scream made Jiang Mubai frown. He pulled the phone away a bit. What medicine? Medicine, medicine, medicine. What medicine? Damn it, just say it. Jiang Mubai was getting a bit annoyed and directly retorted. The voice on the other end obviously froze for a moment, then the voice started to tremble. Please, give it to me, APTX 4565, I got, cough, aging disease. I need this, please, give it to me. I don't know what you are talking about. Click. Jiang Mubai hung up the phone directly. This left the people in the live stream staring in disbelief. Damn, this is how a working person should act. As a receptionist, I think he didn't do well. This is an attitude issue. No matter what, it shouldn't be like this. If I were the supervisor, I would fire him. Why don't you call this a ghost story? But wait, if Jiang brother gets fired, don't we directly clear the level? Damn, I didn't think of that. I'm on the first level, and Jiang brother is already in the stratosphere. I don't care anymore. Tomorrow, I'm going to confront that brain-dead customer. Damn it, I've been tolerating him for a long time. After hanging up, Jiang Mubai's mood improved a little. He looked back at the red notebook. He had already made up his mind not to look at the black notebook tonight. He would ask the supervisor tomorrow, and he would know everything then, right? Such a simple problem. Very easy to solve. Just as he was about to look at the red notebook again, a cold, chilling wind suddenly blew in. Jiang Mubai instinctively raised his head, and at that moment, a cold electronic synthetic voice suddenly sounded. Welcome to Qingshan Biopharmaceutical Company. Our company will serve you wholeheartedly. Rule 6, during night shift, the main door opens automatically, pretend not to see. Jiang Mubai took a deep breath, directly opened the red notebook, pretending to check. Plop, plop, plop. Strange footsteps suddenly sounded. Jiang Mubai felt a figure standing in front of him. He could even hear intermittent breathing. Medicine, give me, medicine. The familiar voice made Jiang Mubai's pupils shrink. His hand trembled unconsciously, a flash of madness flickered and vanished from Jiang Mubai's eyes. He said nothing, holding back the inner agitation, continuing to flip through the notebook. The red cafeteria has mushrooms, the blue cafeteria is all leftovers. I really don't know why anyone wants to eat there. Mushrooms, the company's staff meals are very delicious, my favorite to eat is mushrooms. The supervisor asked me today to work the day shift, I refused. The daytime cafeteria has nothing I love to eat, no mushrooms, no those cute clients. Clients? Jiang Mubai seemed to understand something. The trembling old man before him, constantly saying medicine, should be one of the clients. Where did this client come from? Just as Jiang Mubai was thinking, Zhang Zhentian's prompt came again. Ding, Dragon Country has used a hint permission, remaining March 6th. Mubai, keep your emotions steady, go for it, Dragon Country believes in you. Also, we just found a very important piece of information, not sure if it helps you. This company in reality is still recruiting people. According to experts' analysis, these people seem different from chosen ones, their deaths won't affect their country, but until today, no one noticed. Keep your emotions steady, go for it. After the familiar opening, it was Zhang Zhentian's message. After reading, Jiang Mubai felt a chill in his heart again. Could it be that the call he just received was in reality? That person died because there was no medicine? Then appeared here in a strange form? Various chaotic thoughts flashed through Jiang Mubai's mind. He took a deep breath again, pretending not to notice. After about a quarter of an hour, Jiang Mubai felt the staring gaze disappear. He slowly lifted his head, there was nothing around. A faint red glow fell on the ground, making the surroundings look ghastly and terrifying. He turned his head, glanced at the clock behind him. Exactly 8 o'clock. Just a few breaths, an hour had passed? Jiang Mubai felt a sense of disbelief. He remembered something, quickly lowered his head to check his work badge. At this time, the place on the badge where his photo used to be had changed. An old man with graying hair appeared there, his face pale and lifeless, eyes showing intense resentment. Chapter 45 Shameless Beautiful Country. Damn, this is too terrifying. That old man, I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Stop talking, this is a ghost story. No, this is a rich man from beautiful country, I heard he is trying to extend his life. Holy crap, now that you say it I remember, I heard he has replaced several hearts. Look, that old man entered Brother Mubai's work badge. The Ghost Story Bureau, Zhang Zhentian also watched the scene in shock, others didn't understand, but as a Dragon Country senior, he naturally knew. That old man is the king of real estate business in beautiful country, David Locks. He is said to be 120 years old, just a few days ago he had major heart replacement surgery. Unexpectedly he is connected to ghost stories. He was unintentionally caught up in this. Did you already know? Does the rich in Dragon Country also know? At this moment, Zhang Jintian's mind was filled with terrifying thoughts. While the people of Dragon Country were shocked, the head of the Creepy Stories in Beautiful Country, Gordon, Dog Egg, was also stunned. At the same time, there was a deep worry in his eyes. After all, the live broadcast room was public, and when Rox appeared in Jiang Mubai's live broadcast room, he immediately received a message. As the leader of Beautiful Country, he naturally knew what this represented. If other countries found out that their wealthy had already been connected with Creepy Stories and had even placed orders, it could possibly put Beautiful Country in the spotlight. This was something Beautiful Country, which always prided itself on being the world's justice, could not accept. Therefore, he issued an order without hesitation. The lunatic from Dragon Country, Jiang Mubai, used Creepy Stories to murder the wealthy of Beautiful Country. In this case, Dragon Country must give Beautiful Country and the whole world an explanation. A flood of public opinion swept through the live broadcast room of Dragon Country, and countless people, who didn't understand the truth and lacked critical thinking, were led astray. Even in Dragon Country, many people thought it was Jiang Mubai answering the phone that caused this. Zhang Jintian immediately responded, even publicly stating that Dragon Country was the first to discover that Creepy Stories were pulling people from the real world. Battling Country, Iron Brother Country, Desert Country, and others also came forward to support, saying that Dragon Country was the bell ringer country for the eerie invasion of the world. But the overwhelming public opinion still pointed at Dragon Country, with Beautiful Country leading a group of countries, including Maple Leaf Country and Cherry Blossom Country, who refused to listen. Their target was simple: Jiang Mubai, dead. Because they knew the truth. Baka, Dragon Country lunatic, tear it apart. Send him to our Cashew Country, we'll chop him. 7 Black Country supports Beautiful Country, firmly resisting Dragon Country. Lunatics using Creepy Stories to harm people must give the world an explanation. Are you idiots? Creepy Stories pulling people into reality, that's our warning to the whole world. One thing at a time, don't talk about truth or lies, even if it's true, it's still two separate things. The lunatic using Creepy Stories to harm people, this is undeniable, and we Maple Leaf Country firmly stand with Beautiful Country. Family, don't listen to this idiot. I've already immigrated to Beautiful Country. It was obviously Beautiful Country that notified us first. I'll go to hell with your %you and #%you and %. In the mirrored parallel space. Jiang Mubai had no idea what was happening in the live broadcast room. At this moment, his face looked a bit ugly. Such a horrifying scene made his heart race, and the madness in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. He forced himself to calm down. The first rule of the front desk is, if you find that the photo on your ID badge is not yours, immediately call 4444444-4. Jiang Mubai took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and started dialing. Beep. Beep. After 2 beeps, a cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, this is the Night Shift Personnel Department of Heavenly God Biology. How can I help you? Tear it apart, tear it apart. Tear it apart. Hello, this is the Research Department of Heavenly God Biology. How can I assist you? The cold voice suddenly turned into a familiar sweet voice, making Jiang Mubai's face darken even more. Hello, how can I help you? If it's inconvenient for you to speak, you can tell me the location, and I'll come find you. Jiang Mubai thought for a moment before speaking. I'm at the front desk, my ID badge photo has changed. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds, then a surprised scream came. Ah, it's you. You, how could you be so careless? Wait for me at the front desk. The girl said, then hung up the phone. Click, beep, beep. Jiang Mubai listened to the sound from the phone and looked at the ID badge on his chest, his face growing even darker. Because, in the badge, the old man's photo seemed to move his eyes slightly. Medicine, give me medicine. The intermittent eerie voice came from the badge, and Jiang Mubai finally couldn't bear it anymore. Ding, the eerie body has awakened, 80%. You're crazy. Eerie black threads spread out from Jiang Mubai's body, and he ripped off the ID badge. With a forceful twist. Crack. The work ID badge broke. Amidst a cloud of black mist, the old man appeared in front of the desk. At this moment, the old man's eyes were bloodshot, his face distorted, and veins erupted all over his body as he stared intensely at Jiang Mubai. Why didn't you give me the medicine? The old man suddenly roared loudly. Jiang Mubei's eyes flashed with a hint of madness, and he abruptly stood up. Whoosh! A shadow passed through the air, and then... Snap! A sharp sound rang out. The old man's head spun several times in place before he fell straight to the ground, making a wheezing sound. Jiang Mubai flicked his hand and left the desk. By now, his gaze had returned to calm, a hint of curiosity reappearing. He crouched down and carefully looked at the old man. The veins on his body were somewhat like the pattern of leaves. These leaves, are they from a hibiscus flower? Just as he was about to examine further, the old man suddenly stood up straight, his head snapping back violently. His body twisted and writhed, his voice tinged with madness. Medicine, medicine, mine. Bang! Before the old man could finish speaking, Jiang Mubai kicked again. The old man flew through the air for several spins, turning into smoke and vanishing. Jiang Mubai watched this curiously, his head lowered in thought. What exactly is this medicine? The aging disease. I don't think I've ever heard of such a sickness. The old man just ran off? The research material is gone. Ding! At that moment, a clear ringing sound echoed, and the elevator doors on the right side of the desk slowly opened. A blonde girl in a white research coat hurriedly ran out. In her hand, she held a brand new white ID badge and looked toward the desk. She had originally planned to speak, but when she saw Jiang Mubai had already left the desk and was curiously looking around, a sense of unease appeared in her heart. She abruptly stopped in place, then quickly ran to the daylight lamps behind the desk. You. The girl stuttered, unsure of what she wanted to express. Jiang Mubai turned his head and looked at the girl. His expression was not good. It's her again. She thinks I'm abnormal. I'm perfectly fine, she's the one who's not normal. With an unhappy face, Jiang Mubai walked toward the daylight lamp, and the girl seemed to relax when she saw this. She patted her chest, extended her hand, and handed the ID badge to Jiang Mubai. This is the new ID badge, please replace your old, huh? Where's your ID badge? Chapter 46, Miss Hale. Bastard, why hasn't that psycho from Longwa died? Why? Longwa, they must have mastered some method to attack the strange beings. The last paranormal incident was just like this, make them hand over this method, Siamida. The chosen one from the Elephant Nation attacked a suspected strange being and died on the spot. Why can Longwa be so powerful? Family members, listen to me, they must have been colluding with the strange beings for a long time. Are you all idiots? If we had this method, would we have been defeated 3 times in a row? Don't listen to the people from Longwa, make them hand over Jiang Mubai, hand over the method to attack the strange beings, and we, the 7 Black Nation, will firmly support Beautiful Nation. The moment Jiang Mubai made a show of force in the paranormal incident, it shocked everyone once again. This time, a group of nations, led by Beautiful Nation, couldn't stay calm any longer. They thought, why not take this opportunity to eliminate Jiang Mubai? Longwei will soon become the strongest. Using the death of a Beautiful Nation tycoon as an excuse, a group of people crazily stirred up public opinion to attack Longwa. Naturally, the people of Longwa were unwilling to back down and engaged in heated debates with them. For a time, live broadcasts worldwide were engulfed in arguments. The Paranormal Incident Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian looked at the somewhat out-of-control situation, his face dark, but he did not give any further instructions. Longwei is not afraid of any country, as long as Jiang Mubai can stay steady and leave the paranormal incident, those clowns are nothing to fear. A bunch of idiots, they can't even see the problem with the human community. They can't see the real threat. With a cold snort, Zhang Jintian sat back down in his chair. He looked at the large screen. On the screen, Jiang Mubai had already hung that clearly opposite work badge around his neck. Zhang Jintian nervously swallowed, picking up the teacup beside him. Divine Biology Pharmaceuticals. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was curiously examining his new work badge. Michelle looked at him with displeasure. How can you casually damage the work badge? Do you know this is very dangerous? How did that old man contact here? I am asking you a question. I have been contaminated, the hibiscus effect is useless, I need a medicine to completely suppress the contamination. You. Michelle's voice trembled slightly, she was angry at Jiang Mubai. Just as she was about to question Jiang Mubai, another exclamation came from Michelle's mouth. Her hand trembled slightly as she pointed at the front desk phone, stammering. The phone, why didn't you take the phone away before leaving the front desk? Jiang Mubai was stunned, he looked at the front desk. To be honest, he had only left for a short while, in his mind, this should not even count as leaving. But at this moment, the shrill ringing of the phone suddenly sounded. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. The cold voice was like a deadly alarm, piercing and noisy. Strangely, this time the phone rang very briefly, in less than 2 breaths, it rang 4 times. Before the two could react, the phone answered itself. Click. Zzz. The faint electric sound came out, the speaker button under the phone lit up. Jiang Mubai watched all this curiously. It was obviously an old-fashioned landline phone, how could it answer by itself? Hello, zzz. From the phone came a slightly familiar female voice. Hello, I am here for an interview, but I don't know who to find, zzz. Michelle looked at the phone in horror, her face turning pale. Jiang Mubai still watched the phone, but the other side seemed affected by a strong magnetic field, breaking up intermittently. Not long after, a woman's crying came through. I'm sorry, I don't zzz should. Beep, beep, beep. The phone suddenly hung up, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Mubai returned to his seat, picked up the phone, listened with it to his ear, then put it back. This action left Michelle stunned. She thought Jiang Mubai must be crazy. Yes, he must be contaminated, a new contamination source, a contamination source that could drive people crazy. Not medicine, nor them. Ding. At this moment, the elevator doors rang again. Jiang Mubai turned, seeing the white elevator doors now turned green. Quick, run! Michelle shouted, then saw a gray-white figure emerge from the elevator doors. Its head had already turned into a mushroom, like a shiitake. Under the huge cap were two bean-sized eyes. What is this thing? Jiang Mubai looked at the mushroom man curiously. Michelle quickly rushed over. She grabbed Jiang Mubai, threw the phone aside, and held him as they ran toward the stairs. Where are we going? Jiang Mubai did not resist. Compared to that mushroom man, he actually wanted to remove the contamination. He roughly guessed what would happen once the strange body fully awakened. He could very likely be trapped here forever. Become one of them. He had to think of a way. The strange body's suppression times were few. This girl's white work badge seemed specially made. She seemed to have a way. Was she one of them? Or... You are crazy, how can you do this? Quick, to the research department. Michelle pushed open the stair door, pulling Jiang Mubai up the stairs. Jiang Mubai ignored her, holding Michelle's hand, gently stroking. At first Michelle did not notice, but slowly, her eyes changed. She quickly pulled her hand back. What is Brother Mubai doing? That lunatic is acting up. Great, Simida. Kill him. The blonde woman killed this madman. Can we mute this group of stupid dogs? Ignore them, we continue. Speaking of which, I always feel this scene is a bit familiar. He would not have taken a liking to this weird thing again, right? My brother Jiang must have his deep meaning. Maybe he found a clue. Maybe. No, I cannot make it up anymore. Big brother, you are the chosen one, not a love saint. Stairwell, 3rd floor. Jiang Mubai lowered his head and thought. He ignored Michelle's somewhat angry gaze. You have been polluted, very serious, but why do you act the same as a normal person? You talk nonsense. I am normal. You are the one polluted. Michelle explained while going upstairs. This time, her voice became smaller and smaller. Jiang Mubai looked at her curiously, and once again grabbed her. Since you do not believe, then I prove it to you. As he spoke, he was about to activate reversal ability, reverse Michelle's current state. At this moment, the light in the stairwell suddenly began to flicker. Then a dark green like paint quickly dyed the stairs they had just walked through. This weird scene was very strange, instantly attracted Jiang Mubai's gaze. He looked down the stairs. It seemed the floor they just passed connected to another space. What place was that? How could it be? The 3rd floor clearly does not have it. Michelle's exclamation suddenly came out. She suddenly pulled Jiang Mubai, about to run upstairs. A burst of cold gloomy wind suddenly blew from the stair entrance above. Then, a long-haired woman wearing a red research uniform appeared at the top of the stairs. Her skin was gray, somewhat dried, sharp black nails faintly exposed from the sleeve. She looked at Jiang Mubai. Strong malice, undisguised killing intent, burst out from her eyes. Weird. Jiang Mubai's eyes tightened. He suddenly stepped forward, looking at the woman. Every day I examine myself 3 times. I am weird. You are also weird. The woman moved, her figure like a ghost, quickly floated to Jiang Mubai's front, pitch-black claws about to grab Jiang Mubai's eyes. I am staff. You are also staff. Do not. Just when Jiang Mubai activated ability, Michelle suddenly sensed something. She suddenly pushed Jiang Mubai, blocked in front of him, then she looked at the woman. Sister Zhang, you quickly go, you will die, you will die. The red-clothed woman strangely stopped, a trace of confusion and killing intent flashed in her eyes. It seemed she could not distinguish what to do. Seeing the woman stopped moving, Michelle did not care about her. She turned around, looked at Jiang Mubai, pleading appeared in her eyes. Do not, she will not hurt us, do not. You move aside. Jiang Mubai ignored this. The red-clothed woman's killing intent was like substance. Jiang Mubai would not let this weird go. You want to kill me, I. Do not. Just when he prepared to forcibly activate self-examination, Michelle suddenly screamed. She suddenly hugged Jiang Mubai, kissed him. Then she pushed hard. The two rolled down along the stairs. Chapter 47 Penrose Stairs, Weird Timeline. Just now Brother Jiang was going to destroy that female weird? Damn it, all because of this weird fox spirit. If not, her Mubai brother would have destroyed that red-clothed woman. Weird, absolutely weird. Michelle is definitely one of them. Are they not mushroom people? I know, they at least have 2 kinds. Now what to do? Where did Brother Jiang and them fall? Entering parallel space. Jiang Mubai and Michelle rolled down along the green stairs. When the two stood up again, the surroundings had already completely changed into another appearance. Although still a stairwell, but at this moment, all around had been dyed green. More terrifying was that every floor's big doors had disappeared. Looking through the gaps between the stairs, whether above or below, all were endless. Here, except stairs, only stairs. Jiang Mubai patted the dust on his body. He looked at Michelle with an unhappy expression. What are you doing stopping me? Didn't you see she was trying to kill us? Sister Zhang isn't like this. Michelle lowered her head. It's because the medication went wrong. She has been very good to me. When I first came to the company, it was her who helped me. She explained softly, her voice carrying a hint of apology. Jiang Mubai no longer had the desire to argue with her. The incident had happened, and there was no point in discussing it now. The current issue was how to leave. He curiously looked around, then walked toward the stairs above. At this moment, Michelle also realized. She looked at the surrounding green stairs, her face turning a little pale. Where is this? You don't know? And no, I've never seen it before. Then why did you push me? Michelle fell silent again. She nervously glanced around and followed behind Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai didn't speak either. The two of them kept walking up the stairs without stopping. There were no time-tracking tools here, so it was impossible to measure time. Jiang Mubai could only silently count in his heart. After counting about 3,600 seconds, he stopped. Michelle had long been so tired that her legs were shaking. When she saw Jiang Mubai stop, she couldn't help but sit down on the stairs. She never complained at any point. She just looked around with a worried expression. Interesting, the Penrose staircase, something that can't possibly exist in three-dimensional space. Jiang Mubai suddenly spoke, squatting down on the ground, beginning to touch the surface with his hand. Michelle, hearing this, showed confusion in her eyes. What is that? In simple terms, it's a staircase that connects upwards and downwards, forming an endless loop, similar to a Mobius strip. Mobius strip. A look of shock appeared on her face, quickly followed by fear. If it really is like that, how would they get out? She took a few deep breaths, patting her chest to calm herself down. What should we do? We can't drag this out any longer. We've wasted too much time, something bad is bound to happen. She stood up and quickly walked downstairs, but after going down one flight of stairs, she saw Jiang Mubai again. This made her face even paler. You can't walk out, we'll have to use force. Don't worry about time. If it really is a Penrose staircase, we might not even be in three-dimensional space. Time won't be accurate. Now that I think about it, the world of Strange Tales really does resemble a high-dimensional space. World of Strange Tales? Michelle was even more confused. She had never heard of such a term before. Jiang Mubai then remembered. This company seemed capable of pulling people from the real world. How long have you been at the company? 2 years. Never left? No. This company. I don't know how to describe it. Some people ran away, but the next day, they came back, completely forgetting about trying to escape. And those who returned, they seemed like completely different people. After coming back, they only knew how to keep working. Listening to Michelle's explanation, Jiang Mubai nodded. When did you join the company? Do you remember? Has your family ever contacted you? Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, a flash of confusion crossed Michelle's eyes again, then she painfully covered her head. Jiang Mubai just looked at her, silent. His right hand gently placed on Michelle's shoulder. If she made any movement, Jiang Mubai wouldn't hesitate to reverse her state. After about a minute, Michelle stopped shaking. She looked at Jiang Mubai with a terrified gaze. I left the company. Don't panic, think slowly, what happened? Jiang Mubai's calm voice came out, and Michelle became a bit more composed. Her voice still trembled. I left half a year ago. My family. I have no family. They all died, in a plane crash. Do you remember the current time? Jiang Mubai spoke again. Time. Now it is, July 21st, 2012. 2012. It is actually 11 years ago. He thought time was synchronized. After all, he received news from Zhang Jintian, this company had been hiring non-stop, but now it seems, far from that. Come to think of it, the calendar he saw in HR back then seemed to only have months and dates, no year. Could it be that time here is fixed, or looping? If that is true, leaving work 6 days later is very likely impossible. He must find another way. As for this staircase. He patted Michelle, signaling her to follow him, then he reached the 4th step of the stairs, and suddenly kicked towards the side wall. Boom! A violent sound rang out, and the wall before Jiang Mubai instantly became a red wooden door, shattering. The space twisted, Jiang Mubai returned to the 1st floor again. In front of him was the reception desk where he worked, even the phone was exactly as it was when he left. We have been gone 10 minutes. Jiang Mubai glanced at the clock on the wall behind the chair, speaking calmly. Michelle was stunned, she looked at Jiang Mubai in shock, not knowing what to say. After more than 10 seconds, she finally asked in disbelief. You how do you know? Guess. That place is not right, whether horizontal or the sense of space, it gave me a wrong feeling. Jiang Mubai explained casually. Then he looked at Michelle. Do you have a way to fix my contamination? My situation now is very bad. A hint of madness flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Michelle saw it sharply, she instinctively stepped back 2 steps, but immediately stopped. I can make medicine, but it only works in the research department. Take me there. Jiang Mubai said in a low voice. He walked to the reception desk, glanced at the black notebook on the desk, thought for a moment, and still picked it up. If you leave work without permission, contamination will be worse. It's fine, after 12, there should be new changes, this is also why the rules require being present at 12. Besides, we have already broken the rules. Look, you and I did not speak under the fluorescent light? After saying this, he walked straight toward the elevator. Michelle heard this, her face turned pale immediately, she hurriedly checked herself. After confirming nothing had changed, she breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately, she remembered Jiang Mubai's words. I have already been contaminated? I see, I have long been. Michelle's eyes were a bit red, but she quickly adjusted and rushed toward the elevator. Chapter 48, Terrifying B-Level Urban Legend, Horror Descends. Finally out, but Brother Jiang knows so much. Penrose stares, this thing actually appeared in Urban Legends, really a physics miracle. Family, look, this is evidence of Dragon Country colluding with the supernatural. Baka, yes, the last urban legend was like this, without that female supernatural, Dragon Country could never pass. Dragon Country must know the method, they deliberately hide information, letting our country suffer horror. Maybe all these legends were made by Dragon Country. We will resist Dragon Country. From tomorrow, all our company's kimchi will not be exported to Dragon Country, they will never eat it in this life. Yes, exactly, our country also agrees with Kimchi Country's approach, united, resist Dragon Country, they must reveal how to harm the supernatural. Jiang Mubai's actions made the group envious, they felt again that Jiang Mubai might pass the challenge, they shouted, wanting him to pay the price. Our country is a sleeping maggot, when it wakes, the whole world will feel sick. Ah, Kimchi Country, go eat your seasoned kimchi. Laugh, I will unilaterally reveal how to harm the supernatural. Drink more wastewater. Baka, the Dragon Nation lunatic is dying. While the outsiders were fighting, Jiang Mubai had already arrived at the elevator with Michelle. The elevator had returned to normal now. Michelle pressed the elevator button, and the doors slowly opened. The inside of the elevator was very bright and clean, if you looked at it alone, you would never guess anything strange had happened here. Michelle took out something like an ID card from the pocket of her white lab coat and pressed it to the sensor. With a beep, the numbers on the side of the elevator lit up. Michelle pressed 6 and then stood still, waiting. A humming sound came, and the elevator doors slowly closed. Jiang Mubai looked at the elevator curiously. After the doors closed, the elevator changed again. The fluorescent lights above, which had been bright yellow, now turned green. Under the dim light, black blood appeared on the walls of the elevator. What is this? Jiang Mubai leaned in gently. Just as he was about to inspect the strange black blood, the elevator suddenly shook violently. Then the elevator doors slowly opened. The sudden scene immediately grabbed Jiang Mubai's attention. He looked curiously at the doors. In the dark hallway, there were countless mushroom people packed tightly together. Their eyes were as black as soybeans, and just looking at them was extremely creepy. They run fast. Michelle suddenly shouted in terror. Jiang Mubai glanced at the elevator doors. 2 huge mushroom-like hands were pressing against the doors, forcing them open. We can't get out. Are they all former company employees? No, they are patients. They are failures. Failures? Jiang Mubai was curious but did not want to fight these mushroom people now. He suddenly stepped forward and kicked. Bang! With a dull sound, one of the approaching mushroom people flew away like a cannonball. Close the door, go. Without Jiang Mubai saying it, Michelle anxiously pressed the elevator close button. But there were too many mushroom people, they rushed forward densely, and the doors could not close. Madness grew in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Ha, the Dragon Nation lunatic is going to die. Going to die. Can't live laughing, family, hurry and immigrate to pretty country. Strangeness descends on Dragon Nation, turning their kidneys into cashews. You call UX, #* at UN%. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 85%. You are crazy. Fully awakening yourself is not a good choice. Get out. Jiang Mubai shouted, and black threads of strangeness burst from his body. At this moment, the lights inside the elevator went out. Blood-colored eyes appeared in the dark space. Jiang Mubai exploded. Boom! Terrifying energy instantly filled Jiang Mubai's body. He felt his power was infinite, and the darkness was full of heavy bangs and collisions. Blood-red eyes and the hammering sounds made everyone watching the live stream shiver. What's happening? The live stream is gone. Is Brother Mubai in danger? Ha, terror descends, Sumida. Family, Pretty Country announced it first. It is us. We are the first to reveal that this strange tale connects to the real world, not Dragon Nation. 7 Black Nation trusts Pretty Country. Dragon Nation is vile and shameless. Elephant Nation also trusts Pretty Country. They are the light of the world. Sakura Nation sends blessings. The lunatic is dying. Under the crazy livestream comments, 5 full minutes passed before the screen slowly lit up. The scene on the screen shocked everyone again. Impossible, this is impossible. Why does the Dragon Nation lunatic get to do this? Why? On the screen, Jiang Mubai appeared in the elevator, completely unharmed. His eyes had already turned blood red. His right hand was tightly gripping Michelle's neck. Where is she? Jiang Mubai's cold voice echoed, Michelle struggling in agony, her mouth constantly emitting choking sounds. Where is she? It was as though he was suppressing his fury, Jiang Mubai's voice now trembling. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Michelle's neck instantly snapped. Bang! Then, Michelle directly turned into black smoke and vanished. Jiang Mubai stared at his empty right hand, his face dark. He was in a very bad state. Very bad. The forbidden ability, the strange body, gave him immense power, but at the same time, it also brought limitations. The strange, it cannot leave the creepy tales. Perhaps the goal of this creepy tale wasn't to kill them, but to turn these chosen ones into one of them. From the very beginning, it was a trap. No wonder the rules this time were so simple, even blatantly telling you how to survive. Because only simple rules can make people drop their guard, allowing them to slowly invade everyone. If the rules were hellishly difficult from the start, everyone would stay alert, and their actions would inevitably be thwarted. They didn't underestimate human intelligence. With talent, the chosen ones might not lose, but those strange beings, they have their own intelligence. Strange intelligence. Perhaps even the rules that were openly told to you were made by those strange beings. Jiang Mubai glanced at the elevator, which was still moving upwards. The floor display above the elevator read 5, and it was about to reach the 6th floor. Jiang Mubai closed his eyes, trying his best to stay calm. At the same time, outside, an unimaginable horror was unfolding. 131 countries, in just a few breaths, 100 countries had failed to pass directly. No reason, no warning. Just a moment ago, the chosen ones from these countries were struggling to survive according to the rules, and the next second, they all showed eerie smiles. Some countries, like Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, and 7 Black Country, didn't even know what was happening. Just moments ago, they were frantically typing in Longwa's live broadcast room, but then, terrifying punishments fell upon each of them. 7 Black Country failed the challenge, punishment arrived, Heavenly Beast's Biopharmaceutical Department, arriving in 7 Black Country for a year. Elephant Country failed the challenge, punishment arrived, Elephant Country's average lifespan reduced by 20 years. Maple Leaf Country failed the challenge, punishment arrived, Heavenly Beast's Biopharmaceutical new drug experiment base arriving. Battle Country failed the challenge, punishment arrived. No. What's going on? How could this happen? No, I won't accept this. I won't accept it. Chapter 49, The Hope of the World? The entire world fell into chaos. Beautiful Country, Sakura Country, Kangaroo Country, and other countries where the chosen ones were still alive, urgently called a joint meeting. They called it a meeting to help those failed countries, but in reality, it was to gather information to help their own chosen ones. Though those countries knew the truth, they had no choice but to use the little information they had to exchange for some material support. The horror of this creepy tale exceeded everyone's expectations. No time to react, there was no time to react at all. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Then Jua, the person in charge of the creepy tale in 7 Black Country, roared in the video. He wore a green hat, his voice distorted, clearly in disbelief about the situation. The chosen ones from their country had awakened an A-grade talent, the substitute death part, which, though having some side effects, allowed immunity to death. Why still like this? Calm down, then Jua, stay calm. Dog Dan, lounging with his legs crossed, sat in a chair and spoke in a low voice. Although he was also a little worried, the chosen one from Beautiful Country had once again awakened an S-grade talent, survival from death. This talent allowed him to sense crises in advance and react, greatly improving his chances of survival in the creepy tales. And Dog Egg also had his own plan. Heavenly Creature Corporation, although headquartered in a small country, is actually controlled by their Beautiful Country, so Dog Egg knew some secrets. With S-level talent plus the information they knew, if we talk about which country is most likely to pass this time, there is no doubt it would be their beautiful country, so why not wait until the chosen ones from other countries all die before announcing the information? This way, they could gain a good reputation and consolidate their world status. Calm down, how can I calm down? We have already failed twice in a row, and that broken company has descended on our 7 black country. What do you want us to do? Ben congratulated loudly, making Dog Egg frown. The strange beings descended on their 7 black country. What does it have to do with their beautiful country? But for appearances, they still had to act. Our beautiful country will provide you with some material support. Now, the most important thing is to find out why you failed. Baka, Jiang Jintian from Dragon Country must know something. That crazy Jiang Mubai is still fine, and he has hit the strange beings many times, they must know. In the middle of the screen, Jiang Jintian frowned slightly, glared at Gangman Yuting, then calmly sat in his chair. Sorry, our Dragon Country does not know. If we really knew the reason, would our Dragon Country have failed so many times? If that is so, why could Jiang Mubai discover those unknown places in 2 strange stories, and why did he get help from the strange beings both times? You must know the reason. Park Ganglai from Kimchi Country roared. Jiang Jintian did not care at all. Just a little Kimchi Country, he did not even glance at them. This kind of ignoring made Park Ganglai so angry he almost vomited blood. Jiang Jintian, if you have any information, you better tell us. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope, don't make things unpleasant. I will announce the news first. Our Cashew Country chosen ones can survive now completely because they imitated Jiang Mubai. When we filled in the information, we used the leftmost pen. Ding Ding suddenly spoke, making the scene silent for a moment. All eyes turned to the big screen. In an inconspicuous corner, Ding Ding sat respectfully in front of the chair. Jiang Jintian originally did not want to get involved, but the stupid deer from Cashew Country insisted on provoking him. Could he endure this? He suddenly slammed the table and started cursing. Who do you think you are, daring to interrupt? You are like a sun without skin disease. Being cursed in front of so many country leaders, Ding Ding's face turned red. He wanted to retort, but seeing Jiang Jintian's cold eyes, he dared not say anything. In the live meeting, over 100 leaders, not one spoke for him. Some countries even looked at him like he was an idiot. Not to mention Dragon Country is a world power itself, just those terrifying companies that descended into reality. Maybe in the end they would still rely on the countries where chosen ones survived to provide rule-breaking methods. Now offending Dragon Country, would he not die? Those who could attend the meeting were not fools. Even if they had ideas, they would not say this. Moreover, anyone with eyes could see, their chosen ones had a problem. Maybe the next second they would die. Ding Ding looked at the mocking eyes on the screen, his vision darkened. At this moment, Dog Egg spoke. He coughed and smiled, speaking. Okay, Jiang Jintian, if you really have information, reveal some, we are willing to pay for it. Hearing this, the faces of several country leaders changed. Everyone knew that if beautiful country paid, it was not their money. Jiang Jintian glanced playfully at Dog Egg, smiling as he spoke. Mr. Dog, Jiang Mubai is crazy, his behavior is uncontrollable, you are not unaware, and I think this time the key point is your beautiful country. According to our investigation. Before the disappearance of the Heavenly God Biological Company, the one holding the shares was you all. Also, the rich man who placed the order that Jiang Mubai encountered was from your beautiful country. No one is a fool here. Aren't you going to explain? This retort directly pulled away the beautiful country's cover, and at this moment, the expression on Dog Dan's face was dark. Just as Jiang Jintian said, they are not fools. They all know who has more information between the Dragon Country and the beautiful country. Someone has taken the lead, and naturally, more will stand up. A group of people began to put pressure on the beautiful country. Even if the beautiful country is a powerful nation, so what? They are on the verge of being unable to take care of themselves, let alone deal with you. Moreover, some countries aren't even afraid of them. Dog Dan never expected to get dragged into this. He coldly glanced at Ding Ding and, reluctantly, released some information. The whole meeting was under the control of Jiang Jintian, and unknowingly, Dragon Country subtly became the leader among the group. But Jiang Jintian wasn't happy about this. He desperately hoped someone would stand up. He knew the saying, the bird that stands out gets shot, and just as Jiang Jintian was struggling with this, Dog Dan appeared again. Everyone, I've already revealed the news. Now, it's time for Dragon Country to talk about how they plan to eliminate the anomalies. Dog Dan's eyes were shining. He had been eyeing this ability for a long time, and now that he had the chance, how could he let it slip by? Jiang Jintian didn't get angry when he heard Dog Dan's words. Instead, he smiled. Everyone, you didn't ask, but I was planning to say it anyway. Actually, I've already discussed it with Mubai. He has awakened a second talent, an A-level talent called 3 Reflections of Myself. As long as he finds 3 common points in the anomalies, he can kill them. However, the side effect is very clear. Every time he activates it, his mental state becomes more unstable. As for the reason why he awakened his second talent, we speculate it might be related to his split personality. Zhang Jintian spoke half-truths, and surprisingly, many countries believed him. After all, they had seen Jiang Mubai's mental state during the B-class monster incident. The kid really looked like he had a mental illness. It wouldn't be surprising if he ended up harming himself. Seeing that everyone believed him, Zhang Jintian was pleased. He slammed the table and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, we have done everything we can. With the punishment for failing this monster incident, it's clear that an anomaly company will descend. Honestly, I'm not optimistic about Mubai. He's crazy, and whether he succeeds or not is uncontrollable. I hope the beautiful country truly passes and can help internationally. The 7 black countries need to confirm quickly whether the company descending to reality has rules as well. If it does, all we need to do is wait for the beautiful country's chosen one to pass and bring the solution to break the rules. The beautiful country is the hope of the whole world. Dog Dan was stunned by this statement. He even thought for a moment that Zhang Jintian might be an undercover agent from the beautiful country. But this remark was exactly what he wanted to hear. He laughed loudly and said, "Don't worry, our beautiful country will definitely pass and help you all." Hearing the beautiful country's guarantee, the people in the meeting room sighed in relief. Zhang Jintian, seeing this, smiled even more brightly. "Then I'll take my leave. You all continue the discussion." With that, he directly closed the online meeting room. In the meeting room, countless small countries were trying to flatter the beautiful country, all hoping that their new chosen one would escape and bring back the method to break the rules. Monster Talk Bureau. Zhang Jintian lowered his head, pondering for a moment, before looking at the live stream again. Behind him, Bai Xiaoke was looking at Zhang Jintian with an obviously unhappy expression. She couldn't understand why Zhang Jintian was so supportive of the beautiful country. Didn't he really not believe in Mubai? Team Zhang, why did you say that? No matter how she thought about it, Bai Xiaoke still opened her mouth to ask. Zhang Jintian glanced at her and smiled. Do you really think it's a good thing to have all eyes on Dragon Country? But just now, they used public opinion to attack Mubai. They only dare to do this, don't mind them, all we need to do is deliver the message to Mubai, help him pass through. As long as we keep winning, what use are those schemes? Hearing Zhang Jintian's words, Bai Xiaoke nodded thoughtfully. Xiaoke, quickly deliver the information we just got to Mubai, now we can only rely on him. After giving the order, Zhang Jintian continued watching the live broadcast. On the screen, Jiang Mubai had already entered a pitch-black corridor. The 6th floor was different from the 5th floor, there was no light here. Scarlet moonlight passed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the ground a layer of blood color. Jiang Mubai's eyes grew calmer, but his expression became more serious. The strange body was still awakening. It was already at 87%, it must be suppressed quickly, otherwise at 100%, he might be trapped here forever. By then, even if he broke through this company, he might not escape. Michelle had disappeared, now he could only search for clues. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Jintian's message came again into Jiang Mubai's mind. It was about Qingshan Biological Pharmaceuticals, their research on the intermediate drug APTX4565, which could suppress cell regeneration, even reverse it. The inspiration for this drug came from a fungus called Ashi honey ring fungus, specific information was unknown. Zhang Jintian believed that finding this laboratory and destroying it might give hope to pass through. Jiang Mubai agreed. He did not know Ashi honey ring fungus, but that mushroom man, he had indeed seen it, he believed the APTX4565 laboratory must have information about them. But Jiang Mubai was thinking about another thing, that this company had other strangeness. That woman from the research department, wearing a red research suit. They were obviously not mushroom men, what were they? Jiang Mubai thought while observing the surroundings. The 6th floor space was very large, but like a closed hall. Except for the elevator behind him, there was no passage, not even stairs. It seemed the only way to get here was the elevator. And now, the elevator was gone. Jiang Mubai curiously looked at the wall behind him, then walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. He wanted to see where exactly this place was. Soon, he reached the window. Under the blood-colored moonlight, he saw outside. At this moment, downstairs, in front of the main entrance, countless dark shadows, like forming a long line, slowly entered Qingshan Biological Company. There were old men, children, men, women. Jiang Mubai even saw a familiar figure. Michelle. How could this be? She disappeared just now, did she go outside? Jiang Mubai continued watching Michelle. Soon she entered the company, although separated by the 6th floor. Jiang Mubai could confirm, it was indeed Michelle. What was happening? Jiang Mubai had no clue. He returned to the wall where the elevator door disappeared, silently waiting. Not long, about 5 minutes passed. Suddenly, a cold ding sound rang out, then an elevator door strangely appeared. It seemed to appear out of nowhere, yet also as if it had always been there, with no sign. The door opened. Michelle walked out holding a blue folder. Ah! As soon as she came out, she immediately saw Jiang Mubai. She screamed, hurriedly ran into the elevator, looking at Jiang Mubai with fear. The sunlight hit her, making her blonde hair even more dazzling. But her expression was full of fear. Have you forgotten me? Jiang Mubai looked at her curiously and asked. Michelle didn't answer at all. She frantically pressed the elevator close button. Seeing the elevator about to close, Jiang Mubai directly reached out. He stopped it. This action made Miser once again scream in fear, covering her mouth, looking at Jiang Mubai with terror. Jiang Mubai looked at her with a puzzled expression, then walked straight into the elevator. Under the fluorescent light, he placed his hands on Miser's trembling shoulders. Miser, I don't know what's happened to you, but it seems you've forgotten about me. However, I have a small problem now, and I hope you can help me. I've been polluted. Jiang Mubai's words made Miser's eyes widen, and slowly, she calmed down. I can help you. You've definitely been polluted, but can you please take your hands off me first? Jiang Mubai curiously glanced at Miser, removing his hands. He was 100% sure that this was Miser, and amazingly, she showed no signs of pollution. She was completely human. How could this be? Could she be like Xia Yuluo, some sort of special anomaly? No, that's not it. Xia Yuluo, though special, was clearly identifiable as an anomaly, but Miser. Jiang Mubai couldn't figure it out for a moment. At this moment, when Jiang Mubai removed his hand from her, Miser seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She took a small flashlight from her pocket and pressed it. Click. A white beam appeared in the dark corridor. Miser signaled for him to follow her, and she led the way out. Jiang Mubai said nothing. He just silently followed behind. Soon, the two of them arrived at a white door. Miser nervously glanced at Jiang Mubai and took out an employee card, placing it near the sensor area beside the door. With a buzzing sound, the door slowly opened. They walked in. Inside, it was still a laboratory, with red lights casting an eerie glow over everything. Ding, the anomaly body has awakened, 90%. You're crazy. This was pollution. Jiang Mubai froze for a moment and immediately looked at Miser. At this moment, she seemed to not notice, busying herself at the lab table. Give me a vial of your blood. Miser, holding a small needle, looked at Jiang Mubai in fear. Jiang Mubai did not refuse. He stretched out his hand generously, and then Miser slowly drew a vial of blood. Then, to Jiang Mubai's shock, Miser directly drank the blood. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Jiang Mubai suddenly grabbed Miser. At this moment, she was trembling all over, her eyes filled with blood, and her golden hair began to twist. Reversal. Jiang Mubai didn't hesitate and was about to use his power, but at that moment, Miser suddenly shook him off. No, don't. She groaned in pain, then stood up and continued to work. Jiang Mubai silently watched her. 15 minutes later, 2 bottles of red potion appeared in her hands. She drank one first, then handed the other to Jiang Mubai. I just tried it. It works. Miser's voice was still a bit shaky. Jiang Mubai didn't drink it. He looked at Miser, his eyes full of confusion and lack of understanding. Why? I can't experiment on you. You're a patient. And then? Then you experiment on yourself? Are you crazy? Don't you know this will pollute you? I'm not afraid. I just want everyone to turn back. Miser said, crying. Jiang Mubai realized that her pollution was fading. The strange black energy seemed to be imprinted on her soul. I see. Jiang Mubai murmured softly as if he had figured it out. Is this your hope? Keep helping others, and when you get severely polluted, you commit suicide to return to this company. What kind of experience has made you have such an obsession? Jiang Mubai's eyes were somewhat sad as he spoke these words. He didn't say it. Chapter 51, Resurrection Potion. He gazed deeply at Michelle, and in the end, drank the potion. A sharp pain shot from his chest, the burning sensation once again spreading throughout his body. Black smoke enveloped his body, and the pain lasted for a full 15 minutes before slowly subsiding. Jiang Mubai's lips were dry, his face pale. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 45%. The self that is about to awaken is far beyond what you can suppress. You went crazy, but became stronger. After everything calmed down, Jiang Mubai looked at the laboratory. At this moment, the laboratory was empty, and Michelle seemed to have disappeared. Jiang Mubai stared at the traces of activity left on the experiment table, knowing that she had chosen death again. Although he had the ability to reverse things, it was useless. When Michelle returned to human form, she would only once again test the potion with her own body. Jiang Mubai took a deep breath, calming his complicated emotions. He glanced at the clock above the experiment table. It was already 10 o'clock. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. He had been away from his station for 2 hours, and he didn't know what would happen now. He had to find a way to go back. Jiang Mubai began searching for clues in the laboratory. See, I told you, that Michelle is definitely one of them. Brother Mubai, don't let yourself get contaminated. Is it possible that Jiang Gu contaminated Michelle? Brothers, I just saw the punishment for failure in other countries, it's terrifying. There was a live streamer, and that ghost story company's branch descended, a bunch of mushroom people, horrified. The live stream in beautiful country blew up, at least hundreds of millions of people are waiting for them to clear the level. Trusting them is worse than trusting Brother Jiang. People in the live chat were discussing fervently, saying all kinds of things. They didn't know Michelle's situation, but to them, this kind of strange phenomenon was better to stay away from. After all, Jiang Mubai had personally experienced the Xiaoyulua incident, knowing that some strange phenomena with strong obsessions were actually quite special. The Divine Beast Company. Jiang Mubai had already pried open a safe. A yellow file folder, sealed up, lay quietly in the middle of the safe. Jiang Mubai glanced at it twice, then opened it. A research report appeared in his hands. Research report, Performance Study of the Resurrection Potion APTX 6272. Project Leader, Research Department, Project Manager, Zhang XX, Report Writer, Vivian. Report Date, July 21, 2001. After comparing the cell division of the Aspergillus niger and hibiscus flowers, we seem to have discovered the ultimate genetic secret of human resistance to death. But this is far from what we wanted. Immortality and longevity are only for our new project, Resurrection. The Resurrection experiment was carried out in 3 phases. The first 2 phases failed. In the 3rd phase, we found a strange creature. It seemed to be a peculiar life form that was transformed from a human into a mushroom. We captured one of them for research, and something incredible happened. The resurrection factor extracted from it greatly improved the neutralization properties of APTX. Now, this potion seems to be applicable to humans. This is a great invention. Research Report, Universality Study of Resurrection Potion APTX 6272. Project Leader, Research Department, Project Manager, Zhang XX, Report Writer, Peter. Report Date, August 21, 2001. It's strange. Ever since we captured the first Mushroom Man, the company seems to have undergone some changes. Strange rules have appeared, and those who violate the rules seem to turn into mushroom people. This is simply unbelievable. We conducted secondary research on the mushroom people. They turned out to be failed products of APTX 4565. How could this be? We didn't detect this in previous tests, meaning these mushroom people were created by us? With the authorization of the board of directors, we increased the development effort, and eventually, we developed something terrifying. APTX 6270. It has an incredible cell closure property, cell closure, which is our internal term for it. Through 6270, we permanently sealed cell activity into a self-loop, and through this method, we achieved immortality. According to our speculation, this seal can allow us to live at least 300 years. How amazing this is! Under the authorization of the head of the research department, researchers uniformly injected this medicine. We took the first step towards eternal life. Research Report, Permanent Sealing of the Immortality Drug APTX 6270. Project Responsible, Research Department, Project Leader, Zhang XX, Report Writer, Zhang XX. Report Writing Date, September 21, 2009. The project has been forcibly stopped. This medicine has extreme side effects. It can completely amplify the deepest desires of a person. This is terrifying. The immortals created by the medicine completely disturbed this company. Bloodthirsty, cruel, without reason, these are changes that appeared in the 7th year after injection. We did not anticipate this at all. After forcibly gathering all immortals into the research department, we used conflicting rules to erase the research department. It has already changed here. The strange has arrived. Terror has revived. Absolutely cannot let the immortals go out. Outside, besides the research department, there seem to be mushroom people. They can only rely on themselves. Mushroom people fear sunlight. This is the first maternal gene defect. We have left this information to the outside world, hoping no irreparable consequences occur. It is all me. If I had not insisted on researching the resurrection medicine, this would not have happened. Research Report, Continued Research Report on Resurrection Medicine APTX 6272. Project Responsible, Research Department, Project Leader, Zhang XX, Report Writer, Zhang XX. Report Writing Date, June 21, 2011. I succeeded, and I failed. All my negligence. The research department had long connected with the outside world. A poor girl got involved in this terrible company. She was so innocent, so kind, as if the world's best qualities gathered in her. Why did she come to this department? I must find a way to let her out. Her life has just begun, absolutely cannot, because of me, lead to. I failed. The second day she arrived, she was already contaminated by the immortals. She died, the cold corpse lay in front of me, just like her. No, absolutely cannot allow this to happen again, I must resurrect her. The medicine was very successful, Michelle successfully resurrected, but it seemed, still a little lacking. Now she is on the border of immortality and death, still missing a neutralizing medicine. Once she has that medicine, she can completely escape this fate. I told all the information to Michelle. She has infinite resurrection ability, she must succeed. I did it, Xia. I should sleep, with you, my reason has reached its limit. If I continue activity, I will also become one of them. Michelle, you will surely succeed, surely. Ding, the chosen one triggers the hidden clearing condition resurrection. One of the hidden clearing rewards, complete resurrection medicine, hidden from outside, Ding, this clearing condition is unique, the chosen one cannot trigger other clearing conditions, confirm? A cold voice and a tempting reward appeared in Jiang Mubai's mind, seemingly wanting him to accept this task at all costs. Chapter 52, Self-Examination, Complete Destruction of the Strange. Hidden Clearing Condition, another hidden clearing condition. Still unique, resurrection? Resurrection of what? Why can't I see the reward? Quickly accept it, Brother Jiang, quickly accept it. What accepting this task, other clearing conditions cannot be accepted, this is burning the boats, if we fail, have you thought of the consequences? Strange Tales Management Bureau. Zheng Tian was also pacing back and forth at this moment. He still had 2 hint permissions, he could fully intervene in Jiang Mubai's choice. He struggled internally, one is the hidden clearing reward, it is obvious, not ordinary. But failure. Although there was an exemption from failure penalties, the fact that he put Jiang Mubai at risk for his own selfish desires weighed heavily on him. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Zhentian still gave the order to Bai Xiaoke. Xiaoke, tell Mubai that no matter what choice he makes, his own safety must always be the top priority. Received, Captain Zhang. Bai Xiaoke quickly left. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai listened to the prompt in his mind, falling into deep thought. He had already received Zhang Zhentian's advice, and aside from the external interference, the complete resurrection potion was something he couldn't simply refuse. Whether it was for reviving loved ones or for the next strange talk, it would have an incredible effect. But the hidden condition for passing was too strange, almost like it was tempting him. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mubai finally decided to accept it. His decision was based on 3 reasons. First, he was indeed interested in the resurrection potion. Second, his strange body was no longer controllable, and the next time he awakened, it was certain to be 99.99%. He had to find a way to completely suppress it, otherwise, he would become the strange entity and remain here forever. As for the third, this method was likely the fastest way to pass. Although he was handling the resignation process, based on his guess, time was fixed here, and there was a high probability it wouldn't work. Even if it could, it would likely be just waiting for time. Every moment spent here increased the danger, which was undoubtedly terrifying. Ding, the Dragon Country Chosen One has received a hidden mission. Who do you want to resurrect? The cold prompt made Jiang Mubai's pupils shrink. This condition seemed to hide other strange things. Speaking of which, Michelle would forget everything every time she died. Whether she could remember where the neutralizing potion was uncertain. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a harsh alarm rang. Jiang Mubai's face changed, and he quickly put away the report and hurried out. As soon as he stepped out of the lab, a group of people in white lab coats appeared eerily in the pitch-black hall. The blood-red moonlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting on them, making their exposed gray-white skin look even more sinister. The strange part, they were undead. Countless undead, and roughly speaking, there were at least 30 of them. The people in the live broadcast room were so scared they nearly passed out. Damn, I knew this mission was impossible. It's over, the strange entities are going to descend. Jiang Mubai shouldn't have been so greedy. He shouldn't have taken this mission. Whether this is caused by taking the mission is still uncertain, but I trust Brother Mubai. Yes, he can eliminate the strange entities. This is hilarious, everyone, Zhang Zhentian has already sold Jiang Mubai out, his ability has side effects. Karma, we Cashew Country people are still working in the cafeteria, while you Dragon Country people are going to die, it's so satisfying. Oh, finally getting retribution, die. Zhang Zhentian is so arrogant, keep calling. The trash who can't even afford kimchi. The people of Dragon Country had no time to argue with them. They were all praying for a miracle. Jiang Mubai's face was equally grim at this moment. So many undead, who wouldn't be scared? Jiang Mubai's heart skipped a beat, and the madness in his eyes seemed to want to break free of its restraints. He forced himself to calm down. Get out of the way. Jiang Mubai said in a deep voice. The undead remained unmoved. One of the taller men looked at Jiang Mubai, his eyes revealing unabashed killing intent. What did you see? His voice twisted and was grating, even the people watching the live broadcast felt a moment of dizziness. Bai remained unaffected, his body slightly trembling. I examine myself 3 times daily. What did you see? Where is she? Where is she? The man suddenly roared violently and charged at Jiang Mubai, his eyes filled with cruelty. At the same time, the strange entities behind him moved as well. In that instant, the entire hall trembled. Jiang Mubai still stood in place, muttering softly to himself. I am the strange entity. You are also strange. I am an employee of the company, and you are also employees of the company. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you. Just as the man at the head was about to touch Jiang Mubai, he suddenly raised his head, and with a flash of madness in his eyes, a strange black circle erupted violently. Ah! What is this? No, no! The heartbreaking screams echoed throughout the hall, and in the shocked eyes of everyone in the live broadcast room, the eerie beings all collapsed to the ground. They rolled wildly, and finally turned into black smoke, disappearing into thin air. The entire floor returned to a dead silence again. The scarlet moonlight poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making the entire 6th floor feel even colder. Damn, what is this? Mubai, brother, you are so awesome. Brothers, I just went to the Ghost Talk Administration website and saw this is Zhang Ji's second ability. What? Zhang Gu awakened a new ability? How is this possible? Compared to the shock of the Dragon Country people from other countries felt a cold chill. Beautiful Country, Sakura Country, Maple Leaf Country, Kangaroo Country, and so on, all the heads of the Ghost Talk departments from these countries, as soon as they knew this, without exception, all had terrified looks in their eyes. He can annihilate the eerie beings, annihilate them in groups. Is this really an A-level ability? For some reason, a trace of panic and unease appeared in their hearts. They must find a way to eliminate Jiang Mubai. If they let him continue like this, Dragon Country will definitely stand at the top of the world. Led by Beautiful Country, a group of countries are silently making plans now. The plan to eradicate Bai. They must, absolutely must, kill Jiang Mubai. They absolutely cannot let him continue to challenge Ghost Talk. They can accept failure, but they absolutely cannot allow someone to break the balance. Dragon Country, Ghost Talk Administration. Zhang Jintian was once again shocked by Jiang Mubai's actions, but now, what he was thinking about was something else. That was to protect Jiang Mubai at all costs. What other countries could realize, Zhang Jintian naturally could as well. The actions of the other countries, he could guess with his heel. Zhang Jintian took a deep breath, then walked to a black phone and began to give instructions. 10 minutes later, he returned again. At this moment, on the big screen, Jiang Mubai had already come to the broken window. In Zhang Jintian's shocked gaze, Jiang Mubai kicked and shattered the window. Chapter 53, Zhang Lily's Notes, Interviewees. Mirror Parallel Space. Jiang Mubai arrived at the shattered window. The night wind blew, causing his clothes to flutter and also bringing him a sense of refreshment. This is the 6th floor. At this height, it was nothing to him, who had already partially turned into an eerie being. He originally planned to jump down directly to see what state Michelle, who was queuing up, was in. But the moonlight outside seemed to have a special kind of pollution. This pollution didn't affect him, but it could very likely awaken the eerie body. He glanced at the long line of dark shadows below, then retreated. Phew, that scared me. Brother Jiang is actually still a normal person. My hands and feet are cold, I almost thought he was going to do something foolish. Do you think he might suddenly jump down? Shut the hell up. But how is Brother Mubai going to get downstairs? This hall is like a prison. I believe Brother Jiang, he will definitely find a way. 6th floor of the Heavenly God Creatures. Jiang Mubai returned again. He bent down, picked up a black card from the ground, and walked toward the elevator. Damn, the answer is right in front of me. The moonlight is too dark, it must be the moonlight blinding my eyes. Ding ding. As soon as Jiang Mubai approached the wall, a mechanical synthesized voice sounded. Then, an elevator appeared out of nowhere, and Jiang Mubai directly pressed the button. Ding. The elevator opened, and Jiang Mubai walked inside. He glanced at the overhead fluorescent light, then took out his employee card. Just as he was about to place the card on the sensor, a pair of dry, withered hands fiercely clawed at the elevator door. The cyan skin, the twisted blood vessels, shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. Jiang Mubai's eyes flashed with madness once again, and he suddenly raised his leg and kicked out. Bang! A muffled sound, a strange figure instantly flew out and fell out of the window. Was that, Sister Hao? Jiang Mubai's eyes widened, and she clearly saw the person. It was the supervisor from the Human Resources Department. She, too, had been contaminated? Jiang Mubai lowered her head and thought deeply. A buzzing sound rang, and the door slowly closed. Damn, Brother John's experience, this is scarier than the videos you can only watch before sleep. I feel like clearing the B level is harder. Is it possible that this company doesn't actually have normal people? The normal ones are just normal in specific areas or during certain times? In the elevator, Jiang Mubai took out the black notebook the supervisor gave her. Twisted notes were written inside. 1. Absolutely do not sleep during night shifts. If you feel sleepy, you can take a sip of 85 disinfectant. 2. There is only one canteen during night shifts. Its door is blue. If you see a door of another color, wait half an hour before going. 3. You must be online at midnight, but absolutely do not look at the calendar. For safety's sake, I have already taken the calendar away. 4. If the front desk suddenly shows a calendar, immediately throw it away. 5. After 12 o'clock, do not answer any calls. 6. This company does not have a research department. If anyone claims to be from the research department, immediately pull the alarm. The alarm is hidden behind the hibiscus. 7. The front desk can only have 2 people. If anyone claims to be applying for the front desk position, directly inform the supervisor. 8. Customer requests cannot be refused. 9. If you encounter an automatic answering call, politely ask who the other party is, record their request, and report it to the supervisor. 10. All company staff will not use red notebooks. If you see a red notebook, immediately throw it away. 11. Never trust anyone, including me. You guys, look, new rules have appeared. What nonsense, drinking disinfectant. Are you sure it's not a joke? But these rules and the employee manual all point to one thing: something is wrong at 12 o'clock. I'd rather trust the employee manual. While the people from Dragon Kingdom were discussing, Jiang Mubai stared at the 11 notes, falling into silence. These notebook rules indeed had a strange aura. Jiang Lily seemed to have been contaminated. Her situation was hard to say. Jiang Mubai could roughly confirm that the first time she met Jiang Lily, she was normal, but after that? When exactly was it? Could it have been? Jiang Mubai's eyes narrowed. He remembered one thing: when he first started working, Jiang Lily had reminded him to hurry to the administration department. Could it have been that moment? His heart became a little restless. The suppressed madness seemed to be breaking through his rationality. Ding! At that moment, the elevator stopped, and the first floor arrived. Jiang Mubai closed the notebook and cautiously walked out. The front desk was still empty. The blood-red moonlight shone through the blue glass door, casting an eerie light on the place. There was no one outside. Everything he saw from the 6th floor seemed to be an illusion. He stepped out of the elevator, and just as he left, he felt countless eyes gathering on him. He suddenly turned around. A dense crowd of people in white lab coats stood in the corridor behind the front desk, staring at him with hollow eyes. The fluorescent lights illuminated their cracked skin. Why, leave the post? Jiang Mubai looked at them, his heart pounding. Why, leave the post? Why, leave the post? The crowd seemed to only repeat these 2 sentences. Jiang Mubai glanced at them, and his restless heart calmed down a bit. He slowly walked toward his position. At this moment, he noticed that the phone he had taken down when leaving had already been placed back in its original position, and a strange red calendar had appeared next to the phone. What is this? Ding-ling-ling. Before he could check, the phone suddenly rang. In the midst of an electric hum, the phone automatically answered. Hello, I'm here for the interview. I've arrived at the door, please open it. Thank you, I'm here for the interview, for the research assistant position. I brought my resume. My name is Zhang XX. A familiar girl's voice came through the phone, breaking up intermittently, as though someone was talking to her. But there was no one at the front desk. Damn, what is going on? This can't be happening. Brother Jiang, I suggest you run. What's there to be afraid of? Brother Jiang will take care of them. But the key is we can't see anything. Jiang Mubai stood in front of the phone, watching the red light flashing next to the black phone speaker, his face darkening. Click. He reached out and turned off the phone. Ding, welcome to Qingshan Biopharmaceuticals. Please proceed to the front desk to collect the registration form. A familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed from the loudspeakers above the front desk, and then a pale, ghostly figure walked in through the door. It was a woman, looking young, wearing a yellow casual outfit, tall in stature, her face blurry. At this moment, she stood in front of Jiang Mubai and handed him a resume. Hello, I'm here for the interview. Can you take me to the HR department? Hello, I'm here for the interview. Can you take me to the HR department? The dead silence at the front desk was only broken by the woman's voice and Jiang Mubai's soft breathing. The figures of the people in white lab coats had disappeared. The whole hall had returned to its original state. Jiang Mubai ignored her, continuing to flip through the black notebook. The woman stood in front of him, silently waiting. 5 whole minutes passed, and she made no response. Just as everyone thought the woman would disappear suddenly, she gently tapped Jiang Mubai. "Hello, could you please take me to the HR department?" The people in the live stream suddenly felt a chill. What's going on? Why isn't she disappearing? Is it possible that she's really here for an interview? Are you crazy? Who interviews late at night? Then give me a reason why. As the live stream people debated heatedly, Jiang Mubai finally lifted his head, looking at the woman with an unnatural expression. "The HR department is off work now, come back tomorrow." The woman was slightly stunned when she heard this, and her figure seemed to twist for a moment. I really need this job, please help me." "They're off work." Jiang Mubai rejected again. But you clearly said." The woman spoke reluctantly, and Jiang Mubai felt a hint of frustration. He carefully looked at the woman, her voice somewhat familiar, as though he had heard it somewhere before. "The head of HR was kicked out by me, you can wait under the fluorescent light." After saying that, Jiang Mubai pointed to the fluorescent light behind him. The woman seemed to be stunned for a moment, then awkwardly walked under the fluorescent light. The bright light illuminated her body more clearly, and Jiang Mubai could clearly see her face. His pupils contracted for a moment, and the suppressed rationality in him was about to explode again. "Damn, this is Zhang Jie from the spiral staircase, isn't it? Isn't Zhang Jie supposed to be weird? Why is this happening? Zhang Jie now looks completely normal. Has time gone backward?" The people in the livestream felt a chill running down their spines. Jiang Mubai's face darkened, he carefully checked the notes, and finally looked at the red calendar in front of him. On the blood-red calendar, there was a twisted date. This calendar was different from the one at the HR department. It showed the year, and now, it was 1999. Time had gone backward. When he got off the elevator, it felt like he had entered another space. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 99.99%. "You're crazy." A flash of madness passed through Jiang Mubai's eyes, and then he curiously looked around. Interesting. What triggered the time reversal condition? Was it the research report, the elevator, or the red calendar? Jiang Mubai had no clues. He turned his head again, seeing the woman's confused expression, and he stood up and walked to the woman in front of him. "Give me your hand." The woman froze for a moment, then extended her hand, and Jiang Mubai grabbed it, feeling it for a moment. "I think Brother Jiang is quite normal, it's just that his hobby is a bit hard to accept. Love can transcend cognition. Brother Mubai doesn't like her, there must be another reason." Jiang Mubai withdrew his hand and lowered his head, deep in thought. The woman in front of him, without a doubt, had been corrupted. But her state was very strange, a little like Michelle, yet somewhat different. Michelle used a resurrection drug to keep herself between normal and strange, but this woman seemed more like someone who had been corroded yet maintained her sanity. Xia Yulua. Jiang Mubai felt a tinge of sadness in his heart. Xia Yulua had a powerful obsession in her heart, did she also have one? "I'll take you to the HR department, follow me." After a moment of thought, he spoke directly. He then glanced at the front desk, left, and walked toward the elevator. He no longer followed the rules. In 1999, the company was normal. Because according to the research report, the abnormalities started in 2001, when they captured and studied the Mushroom Man. It seemed that the cause of it all was this research project leader, Zhang XX, who wanted to study resurrection techniques. Speaking of which, this woman in front of him also had the surname Zhang. Was she the same person? "Why do you want to join this company?" In the elevator, Jiang Mubai asked curiously. The woman looked at Jiang Mubai, her eyes filled with an unusual look. She seemed a bit wary. He wasn't sure if it was just a feeling, but she always felt that this person was a bit abnormal. He kicked the HR staff out. Because the benefits are good here, and Qingshan Bio has the world's top research department. As expected, it was her. Jiang Mubai curiously examined the woman in front of him. Who would have thought that such a young-looking girl would have such a powerful professionalism? And then she developed the resurrection drug machine. Who did she want to revive? Thinking about this, Jiang Mubai spoke again. "What's your ideal?" "Ideal?" The woman looked even more puzzled. She cautiously glanced at Jiang Mubai and shook her head. Ding! At this moment, the 5th floor arrived. They both exited the elevator and arrived at the HR department. At this time, through the glass door, there were still several busy figures. If it weren't for Jiang Mubai seeing the red moon through the window in the corridor, it would be hard to tell that this closed office was at night. This was even worse than a 996 schedule, almost as bad as a 007 schedule. "We're here, it's inside." Jiang Mubai pointed to the HR department, then pressed the doorbell beside the glass door. Soon, a middle-aged woman with a slightly plump figure walked out. Sister Hao. At this moment, Sister Hao looked exactly the same as when Jiang Mubai first arrived at the company, not changed at all. Just as he was curiously observing her, Sister Hao suddenly froze. She looked at Jiang Mubai with a clear expression of terror. Ah! Quick, stop this madman! Sister Hao screamed and pulled the woman into the door, locking it. Jiang Mubai curiously watched all this. Interesting, I didn't recognize her, she's already turned into something abnormal. Another one, special, seemingly different from the immortals, and not a mushroom person. This company is really interesting. Thinking of this, Jiang Mubai kicked open the glass door and walked in. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The harsh alarm suddenly sounded, followed by numerous security guards in black clothes rushing toward him. They surrounded Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai looked at them with curiosity and then at Sister Hao, whose face was pale. Ha, are you going to fire me? Sister Hao's pupils contracted sharply, and she froze in place. You shouldn't. You shouldn't be here, why? Sister Hao's voice twisted as she screamed, and at that moment, the office lights flickered on and off, and the security guards vanished like bubbles. After a moment, only Sister Hao, Jiang Mubai, and the shocked woman remained in the office. There will be one more update tonight, I am writing, I have no saved drafts left. Chapter 55 Michelle, 3. What happened? I just saw it, time went backward. How is this possible? What exactly is this company? I am not worried about Brother Jiang. Do you still remember the report Brother Jiang looked at? 1999 was clearly normal, but that strange HR. Brother Jiang, destroy him. When the people of Dragon Country were roaring in the live room, Zhang Zhentian and the others were also watching this scene in horror. Now the situation has clearly changed. Even though they knew Jiang Mubai could kill the strange, the timeline has now changed. If they kill that HR here, what kind of result it will bring, no one knows. Captain Zhang, should we ask? Behind Zhang Zhentian, Baishoka was a bit nervous. Zhang Zhentian hesitated for a moment. Compared to Jiang Mubai's safety, he was more worried about his mental state. Because he had already seen it, the look in Jiang Mubai's eyes, as if he was curious about everything in the world. This made him very uneasy. In this state, no one can guarantee what he will do. Zhang Zhentian seriously suspected that Jiang Mubai might not listen to him. Xiaoka, you calm his mental state. Baishoka heard it, froze for a moment, then quickly left. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai at this moment looked at everything around, curiosity showing in his eyes. This strange HR is very powerful, creating a real environment, very similar to Xia Yuluo. I also don't know how I came here, how about you send me back? With a swish, Jiang Mubai turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Sister Hao. Damn, what is this? My god, I have a bad feeling. His speed, it reminds me of that white-clothed supervisor in the corridor who was kicked and exploded by him. Impossible, impossible. Sister Hao was still roaring loudly. Suddenly she turned her head and looked at the woman. It's you! Sister Hao shouted with a twisted face and rushed toward the woman. A moment of panic flashed in the woman's eyes, then the whole space twisted again. Under Jiang Mubai's curious gaze, he arrived at the door of a laboratory. At this moment, that woman was inside the laboratory, busy with something. The door of the laboratory was locked, a red "Do Not Enter" shining in the middle of the door. The only thing that could be seen was a small window above the door. Jiang Mubai looked inside through the window. He saw the woman who came to interview him, together with another blonde girl, busy in front of a human capsule like an eggshell, like an operating table. Minister, no, her organs are almost shattered, she cannot be revived at all. A young woman's voice came from inside, with panic in her tone. Jiang Mubai heard it and immediately recognized it was Michelle's voice. But right after that, another more harsh voice came from inside. Then use mine. You, what are you saying? Inject me with APTX 6270, use mine, this way I will not die. But this will make you become one of them. I don't care. After saying that, the woman immediately walked toward the experiment table. Not long after, she held a pink syringe in her hand. No, no. Michelle's panicked voice came out. She waved her hands and was about to refuse directly. The woman directly put the syringe into Michelle's hand, then rolled up her sleeve. Sister Zhang, why, who is that girl? Michelle stepped back in panic. The woman called Sister Zhang seemed a bit sad. She walked to the human capsule and looked at the girl with complicated eyes. Sinner. Sinner? Jiang Mubai listened to all this with curiosity. He originally wanted to go in to check, but the space here twisted again. Jiang Mubai once again arrived at a familiar place. Research Department. Here all the lights were off, only dim red moonlight. In a few scattered rooms, a bit of yellow light showed again. One by one twisted voices came out from the rooms. Damn it, how long do we still have to continue like this? I can't take it anymore, I have to leave. Leave? Where can we go? The only way out now is to get APTX 6272 to change our state. That hateful woman destroyed the medicine data, we can only wait for Minister Even to develop it too. And that woman? We lost her, but she will come back soon. Be careful what you say, don't reveal anything. Just act pitiful a bit, she will soften. We can't do our experimental medicine without her. Her body, her serum, all very important. Jiang Mubai stood at the door, quietly listening to them, a trace of anger appearing in his eyes. Is this worth it? He spoke softly, suppressing his anger, turning his head to look behind him. Michelle appeared again at this moment. But once again, she forgot Jiang Mubai. She looked at Jiang Mubai, her eyes cautious. Jiang Mubai ignored her, he went straight to the door where the voices came from. Boom! He kicked hard. The solid steel door twisted and deformed, flying into the room. Who are you? Several men in white lab coats came out, a fierce glint in their eyes. Jiang Mubai did not answer, he instantly moved close to a man, swinging his hand back. Smack! A crisp sound, the man's head flew off instantly. Seeking death. Behind the man, countless white lab coat figures turned into white shadows, rushing at Jiang Mubai, but their bodies, 99.99% awakened by Jiang Mubai, were no match. Thumps sounded repeatedly, soon the strange figures were smashed and scattered. At this moment, a killing intent flashed in his eyes, he walked to one of the men, grabbed him, and brought him in front of Michelle. Tell her the truth. Jiang Mubai's tone was grim, the man struggled wildly, screaming, looking at Jiang Mubai with cruelty in his eyes. Michelle stood by, staring blankly at the scene, then suddenly rushed at Jiang Mubai. No, don't. Michelle's eyes showed pleading as she looked at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai immediately stopped, looking at Michelle, a bit confused. You knew all along? Why? He could not understand why anyone in this world would do such things. Michelle's eyes were red now, she pressed her lips, looking at Jiang Mubai, teeth gritting as she spoke with a crying voice. I knew everything. They didn't do it on purpose, it's the side effect of APTX 6272, not their own thoughts. Hearing Michelle, Jiang Mubai slowly released his hand. Bang! The man fell to the ground, but in an instant, he lunged at Michelle, biting her arm. Ah! Michelle cried out in pain, but did not move. She stood still, looking at the man, his mouth already full of her blood, his eyes cruel. It's you. If it weren't for you and that crazy woman researching the revival medicine, we wouldn't be like this. The man roared loudly, arms swinging wildly, as if venting. I'm sorry, brother Jiang, don't do this. Michelle backed away in panic, repeating the words non-stop. Jiang Mubai quietly watched everything, not intervening. Soon, Michelle turned into a black smoke and disappeared. Time reversed, space changed, everything around seemed to rewind, returning to its original state. This time, a woman appeared in front of Jiang Mubai. Sister Zhang. No, more accurately, the head of the research department, Linglan Women's School graduate, Zhang Nana. The dean also said this sentence. Chapter 56, The Chosen of Dragon Kingdom, Lost. Sinner, could it be that the person inside that human pod is the root of all divine creatures? Look at this woman, she seems somewhat familiar. Isn't this Sister Zhang on the stairs? No, I don't mean familiar like this, I think I saw her in the last ghost story. What nonsense are you talking about? Who cares, Brother Jiang just eliminated her directly, can we clear it now? This strange mess seems unrelated to that woman. But, what if that woman has no intention to kill Brother Mubai? The condition isn't met, and the side effects of this ability are too big. People in the livestream were discussing, ever since Jiang Mubai's strange team event, he had become a god in the hearts of the people of Dragon Kingdom. In their eyes, Jiang Mubai clearing the game was only a matter of time, they just needed to lie back and wait. Beautiful country. Grey Palace. Dog Egg looked at his chosen on the big screen, hearing the flattery coming from the meeting room, a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. James did not disappoint him, although he did not trigger any hidden clear conditions now, he had triggered an A-level clear condition, survival. As long as he survived for 7 days, he could leave this cursed place. That was an A-level hidden clear, who knows how many good things he could get. Moreover, the rule breaking he brought out after clearing would surely make beautiful country stronger in the world, how joyful that was. But every time he imagined the benefits he was about to get, Jiang Mubai's crazy figure would appear in his mind. Hidden conditions, teen wiped in a strange way. This could no longer be described as absurd. Bang! Dog Egg slammed the table, his good mood vanished instantly. How is that lunatic in Dragon Kingdom now? Big figures like Dog Egg didn't care about others, he had his subordinates to monitor and analyze Jiang Mubai's behavior. Mr. Gordon, the lunatic in Dragon Kingdom, is still trying to trigger the hidden clear. He seems to have returned to a past point in time. Hearing this, Dog Egg's face darkened. He looked at James, feeling he was still lacking. Why didn't he have the team wiped strangely? Schizophrenia. This time, when he came out, he could try. If he also became schizophrenic, would he awaken another powerful talent? Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Nana, his face dark. Why show me this? He held back his anger. Jiang Nana looked at him strangely. She did not know Jiang Mubai. Why was she so angry at him? Could it be because of Michelle? I want to save her, she shouldn't be trapped here. Hearing Jiang Nana's words, Jiang Mubai let out a slight sneer. Ha, you want to resurrect yourself, right? Michelle was not wrong. The side effects of APTX 6270 have already eroded your reason. Hearing Jiang Mubai, Jiang Nana's face twisted for a moment. Then, her voice began to tremble. No, she shouldn't be trapped here, she shouldn't be like me, I am a sinner, Do you think I would believe that? Jiang Mubai suddenly moved close to her, grabbing her collar. Michelle already got the neutralizing serum, right? She did not inject it, she would not inject it. She should have compared the serum with her own blood, trying to recreate the true resurrection serum to revive you all, but an accident happened in the process. She was contaminated, died, reborn, forgot everything, all experiments were interrupted, only this remained. While speaking, Jiang Mubai took out a small blue pill from his pocket. This was exactly what he had asked Michelle for at that time. Seeing the pill, Jiang Nana's face twisted again. Those contaminated researchers could not unlock the secret of this pill, so they awakened you. Maybe at first you really wanted Michelle to leave. But now? Under the influence of drugs, you have long lost your original sanity, you've gone mad, and your selfishness deep down, only wanting to resurrect yourself, to leave here. Recreate everything, trying to make me observe Michelle, find some clues. I think Michelle must have said something to you. She's special, able to see my abilities. From the first time I wanted to kill you, she knew. You want me to reverse your condition. You know, I won't help you, so you've set up the game. Xia Yulua is the chip you used to play the act. Bang! After speaking, Jiang Mubai kicked Jiang Nana, and she immediately flew out. Sinner? Do you think calling yourself a sinner can make up for the mistakes you've made? You never thought about how much trouble you caused for others. Maybe you helped Michelle leave, just to make up for that little, pitiful confession in your heart. Bang! Jiang Mubai spoke again, stomping on Jiang Nana's chest. Jiang Nana turned into black smoke and disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already standing far away, looking at Jiang Mubai in fear. How do you know Xia Yilua? I went to Bellflower Girls' School, and she never waited for your apology, even to her death. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 100%. A terrifying black airwave erupted from Jiang Mubai, and the Heavenly God Biological Company instantly began to tremble. Countless people were stunned, watching this scene. What happened to Brother Jiang? Brother Mubai. No, look at the screen. How could this happen? Ding, the chosen one of the Dragon Country has been lost. In major live broadcast rooms, the footage of Jiang Mubai was suddenly cut off. Blood-red words appeared on everyone's screen. Wow, the Dragon Country psychopath is finally dead, let the strange descend. Heavenly God Biological, descend to the Dragon Country, Simida. Got them. Harsh mocking laughter, gloating comments exploded in the Dragon Country live room. The Dragon Country immediately fell into panic. Ghost Story Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian looked at the suddenly dark prompt, his face looked bad, but he quickly calmed down. He glanced at the experts who were almost unconscious and then at the panicking comments in the live room. Without hesitation, he used the Ghost Story failure penalty exemption. However, the Ghost Story penalty did not descend, and the exemption right did not take effect. The live room was still dark, occasionally flashing a few frames, in which Jiang Mubai's figure flickered in and out. What's going on? Zhang Jintian was a little confused, then he noticed the Ghost Story prompt. The chosen one, lost? Equals Heartbroken, teary-eyed, feeling so miserable. Chapter 57. Two patients. Beautiful country. Dog Dan was happily listening to his subordinate's report, gloating. The Dragon Country chosen one is lost. Is there anything better than this? Now, the only ones left in the world are them, the beautiful country. One can imagine what kind of rewards the beautiful country is about to receive. Happy, excited, Dog Dan's expression was full of exhilaration. He grabbed the 1982 Lafite beside him and gulped it down. Next, all he had to do was wait quietly, waiting for James to finish the game. Dragon Country, mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Nana, a flash of madness in his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Nana was panicking, crawling backward with both hands and feet. Jiang Mubai was too fast, he almost turned into a blur and instantly grabbed her. Where is she? Jiang Mubai's voice was cold as ice. Jiang Nana looked at Jiang Mubai in panic, in the lab, the research room on the 3rd floor. Jiang Mubai ignored her, threw her aside, and directly headed for the elevator. Jiang Nana slowly got up from the ground, looking at Jiang Mubai, her face twisted, and eventually turned into black smoke, disappearing. Heavenly God Biological Pharmaceutical Company. 3rd floor. Jiang Mubai arrived in front of a white radiation-proof door, a trace of complexity and confusion on his face. Through the window beside him, Jiang Mubai could see a figure with golden long hair, busy in front of an experiment table. She skillfully drew her own blood, put it into a yellow test tube, and started adjusting. Jiang Mubai slowly walked to the door. He ignored the rules posted on the door, pulled it open, and walked in. The busy figure seemed startled, but immediately, she continued working with her hands. Help me get serum number 27, the yellow vacuum blood collection tube, the one with the label. Michelle pointed to a cart behind her, then lowered her head, looking through a microscope. Jiang Mubai said nothing, walked over, looked at a row of 30 vacuum blood collection tubes, took the one marked 27, and walked over. Michelle gently took the vacuum blood tube from his hand and continued her work. Help me get a 29G syringe needle. Clean this needle holder for me, use 2% to 3% iodine solution. In the laboratory, the two became busy, and 2 hours passed quickly. From beginning to end, Jiang Mubai did not say a word. He only silently helped Michelle. Her golden hair had dulled, repeated blood draws and experiments made her skin slightly dry and cracked. But she seemed not to notice and kept working. 3 more hours passed, and Michelle could no longer resist contamination, her eyes dim, both hands on the experiment table. She took out a stack of record papers and handed them to Jiang Mubai. These are the experiment records. If I disappear, help me store them, give them back to me when I come again. If I do not return, help me give this to Sister Zhang. Jiang Mubai looked deeply at Michelle, walked over, and grabbed her hand. He did not hesitate. In Michelle's slightly panicked eyes, he activated the reversal ability. Buzz. The dazzling black light, like ink, covered Michelle. Streams of blood-colored smoke flew from her body, her condition restored at a visible speed. Michelle stared blankly at all this, shock in her eyes, then took a deep breath, and continued toward the experiment table. Jiang Mubai grabbed her. Enough, you will die. You should feel, this ability, I can only use once. Michelle looked at him, determination in her eyes. She shook her head, struggled hard to break Jiang Mubai's hand, but she was too weak to escape. Let go of me, there is, no time. Michelle started struggling. Jiang Mubai looked at her hair changing again, shock in his eyes. He slowly released his hand. Michelle continued toward the experiment table, took out the syringe again, drew blood, repeating the busy process. Time passed, Michelle's golden hair almost turned dry yellow, she stopped. In her hand, she only held a bottle of medicine, eyes shining with joy. Help me give it to Sister Zhang, force her to drink it, she will let you leave. Thump, Michelle fell to the ground, tightly holding the medicine. Jiang Mubai quickly caught her. Michelle's body was soft in Jiang Mubai's arms. Why? I do not understand, why you do this? His eyes were confused. Michelle looked at him, then at her dry yellow hair, and lowered her head. I do not know who my parents are. Since I have memory, I have been in the orphanage. Griffinlo orphanage, in the poor area. The only source of money is when we grow a little, can work alone, help others with housework, earn a little labor fee. Sometimes rich people give us leftovers, many foods we never saw. It was very hard there. Diseases from hunger every day took many of my friends. Emily, Marshall, Sister Jenny. The director also died when I was 10 years old. At this point, Michelle fell silent. More than 10 seconds later, she raised her head, looked at Jiang Mubai, and showed a light of hope. I have one dream, I hope the whole world will no longer suffer from disease. The immortality medicine of God life, the resurrection medicine, is hope. A happy smile overflowed on Michelle's face. Jiang Mubai looked at Michelle, and helped her move her hair to the back. Michelle, you are sick. Michelle was stunned for a moment, then looked at Jiang Mubai, curiosity appeared in her eyes. What is your name, what dream do you have? Jiang Mubai showed a bright smile. My name is Jiang Mubai, I want to cure myself. A pale smile appeared on Michelle's face, she closed her eyes. You will. Michelle. Jiang Mubai looked at her gently. I hope in your next life, you can still be as kind as now. There was no response at all. Michelle had already disappeared. Jiang Mubai sat blankly on the ground, looked at the empty laboratory, confusion and not understanding showed in his eyes. After a moment, he stood up and walked toward the outside. Jiang Nana was already standing at the door at this time. She looked at the medicine in Jiang Mubai's hand, complexity showed in her eyes. Do you know I hate you? Jiang Mubai walked toward Jiang Nana. Jiang Nana did not speak, she stared blankly at the empty laboratory, complexity showed in her eyes. Pa! Jiang Mubai put the medicine into Jiang Nana's hand. Jiang Nana came back to her senses, then toward the direction Jiang Mubai left, knelt down to the ground. Sorry, I really want to repent. Jiang Mubai turned his body, looked at her. His eyes were calm, without a single ripple. If you want to repent, after resurrecting yourself, restore the people here to the original state. God life should end. From the moment you died, it should have ended. Jiang Nana looked at Jiang Mubai, left one tear, then slowly disappeared. The resurrection medicine fell to the ground, turned into a pool of liquid. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one for achieving the hidden clear condition, resurrection. What you resurrected is not the people who died early, but the emotions in your heart that had already disappeared. Ding, the chosen one will leave the strange talk in 10 minutes. Equals. Thank you all for support. Godlife, I did not write well, I roughly know the reason. I do not know if you were willing to give me one chance. My new book is still Rule Strange Talk. This book, I will continue to update. I still do not want to give up. If the new book has improvement, I can use the new book to drive this book. Ask for one follow. Chapter 58 Hidden Clear achieved, the world shocked. Hidden Clear, once again is Hidden Clear. Dragon Country. Countless people looked at the screen in front of them, stunned. Just now, everyone thought Jiang Mubai failed. However, the never-appeared loss of the Chosen One, and the strange talk prompt with no reaction, all seemed to indicate something wrong. Countless people were guessing whether Dragon Country used all special permissions. After all, the Hidden Clear reward is basically public. When the crowd was in panic, confusion, unease, another prompt sound rang. At the moment when seeing the blood-colored twisted clear achieved, Dragon Country boiled. What happened? Why suddenly clear? Just now the picture was faint and unclear, but I saw that Michelle disappeared. Could it be she is the final strange? Brother Jiang killed her? Brother Mubai is so powerful. No matter, clearing is enough, brothers. To celebrate this beautiful moment, I decide to give my cute employees 3 hours paid poop leave. This user has been muted, lifespan -10 years. Countless people were immersed in joy. Everyone could think of how rich the next reward would be. Hidden Clear, the last Hidden Clear almost made Dragon Country become the most comfortable place in the world. This time reward, who knows what good thing there will be. Everyone was expecting. At the same time, other countries. All the strange talk persons in charge who received this news. They all showed expressions of disbelief. Kimchi Country. Park Gangrayol also had vacant eyes. Dragon Country cleared the level again. Once again, under that lunatic's lead, they cleared the level. With 2 hidden completions, what Dragon Country would gain, no one knew. More importantly, now their Kimchi Country also descended on that terrifying company. Countless people were disappearing. Park Gangrayol was now bearing pressure from major conglomerates. He knew, if he did not solve this problem, he would surely be sent to prison by angry conglomerates. Quick, call Beautiful Country, ask them for the rule-breaking information. Mr. Gangrayol, we already called them, the situation over there might not be good. What? How is that possible? He has S-level talent. Other countries? Park Gangrayol shouted at his subordinates. Behind him, a tall thin man was frozen with fear, his handsome face twisted by terror. Beautiful Country refused our call, they only told us to quickly send the supplies. Other countries, it seems only Cashew Country is willing to help us, but they want us to establish a tourism project with them. Build immediately. Quickly call them. Sakura Country. Sugamichi Yuten was shaking with anger while listening to his subordinate's report. Baka. How is this possible? How could that lunatic from Dragon Country clear the level again? Investigate, at all costs, investigate. He slammed the table twice in anger, then looked at the big screen again, but what he saw next made him terrified. Sakura Country's chosen one, Zhu Shangni, was now wearing a white lab coat, entering a laboratory on the 3rd floor. Inside the lab, countless people in white lab coats were waiting for him. He entered, said nothing, smiled slightly, then lay down in a human container. Then, the screen went black, and blood-red letters appeared on Sakura Country's screen. Sakura Country's chosen one failed the level, punishment descends. 1. Sakura Country's land area reduced by 10%. 2. Sakura Country's average lifespan decreased by 30%. 3. Divine Creature Laboratory descends on Sakura Country. Sugamichi Yuten stared at the screen dumbly, collapsing in his chair. He tremblingly picked up the phone beside him to contact Beautiful Country, but the special contact number could not be connected. Beautiful Country. Dog Dan now stared at the big screen with a dark face. James was still fine until now. If this trend continued, it would be only a matter of time before beautiful country cleared the level. But at this critical moment, that lunatic from Dragon Country cleared the level again. Hidden completion. Again, that damn hidden completion. Never mind the reward for clearing, just Dragon Country's chosen one leaving the strange tale early was enough to have a huge impact. Now, in the whole world, only Beautiful Country and Cashew Country's chosen ones were still alive. Cashew Country's chosen one, even an idiot could see there was a problem. Her head had turned into a mushroom, it was only a matter of time. But James from Beautiful Country was fine. According to plan, James would come out, bring the rule-breaking info, or weird tools, or any other intelligence, whatever it was, it would give Beautiful Country a massive advantage. But now, Jiang Mubai that lunatic appeared, and it ruined everything. He could already imagine Dragon Country's next moves. Mr. Gordon, I just received news, over 20 countries have left our alliance, they all ran to ask Dragon Country for help. Bang! Dog Dan slammed the table hard again. Contact Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, and other countries still willing to trust us, tell them we are willing to provide more divine creature information. Mr. Dog Dan, the phones to Beautiful Country and Kimchi Country were hung up in your anger, other countries seem to be seeking help from Cashew Country. Behind Dog Dan. A spy in black clothes hesitated and said. Hearing the agent's words, Dog Dan suddenly stood up and glared at the blonde man with a cold expression. Are you questioning me? The man stood still, silent, not saying a word. Dog Dan's face grew darker, and he sneered. A bunch of idiots, the problems of Cashew Country were bound to happen, let them beg. When James comes out, they will realize how foolish their decision was. Jiang Mubai is a madman. Whether he can remember the rules is uncertain. He made it through purely because of his second talent, it has nothing to do with the rules. Second talent. Every time this term came up, he felt an unwilling anger. If only James also had schizophrenia, it would be perfect. He looked at James with eyes that went from madness to anticipation. James would be the hope of Beautiful Country. Cashew Country. Ding Ding had just hung up the phone with the Pickled Vegetable Country's national call. At this moment, his mood was slightly better. He had never been treated with such importance. Those powerful countries were now begging him, and it felt incredibly wonderful. Of course, he knew this wonderful feeling wouldn't last long. Once the ghost story was over, if Didiwei couldn't pass the test, he would return to the water prison and receive the punishment for his previous failure. As for whether Didiwei could pass the test, he had some idea in his heart. Anyone could see that Didiwei was abnormal. But Ding Ding still held a glimmer of hope. After all, he was imitating the lunatic from Dragon Country at the start. Although he felt uncomfortable inside, he had to admit that after imitating the lunatic from Dragon Country, Didiwei's survival rate had increased. Moreover, until now, even though Didiwei had turned into a mushroom person, there was still no failure prompt. Thinking of this, he looked back at the live stream. On the screen, Didiwei was still busy in the kitchen. At this moment, she was squatting on the floor, cleaning mushrooms. Although there were only a few mushrooms in the bowl, as Didiwei cleaned them, they seemed to multiply. This was undoubtedly strange, but Didiwei's mushroom face still showed a smile. Chapter 59, Preparing for the Terrifying Ghost Story. Cashew Country's Parallel Space. Didiwei was seriously washing mushrooms at this moment. Her thoughts were sometimes clear, sometimes chaotic. She clearly remembered her goal was to pass this heavenly creature, but what passing meant, she had already forgotten. Nothing was more important than the mushrooms. She washed the mushrooms with all her might, and slowly, a bowl of mushrooms appeared in front of her. Her left arm had disappeared, but she still didn't feel anything. She just used her other hand to hold the mushrooms and place them in front of the head chef. The head chef, wearing a white coat and a tall chef hat, didn't even look at Didiwei. He directly threw the mushrooms into the pot and started stir-frying. Soon, a delicious mushroom dish was ready. Didiwei, go to the staff cafeteria. We're about to eat. A short, chubby, and twisted-faced middle-aged woman looked at Didiwei and gave a strange smile. Sure. Didiwei looked at her with a blank stare and walked toward a small room. By the way, what are we eating? Didiwei's stomach growled. The middle-aged woman gave another strange smile. Duck neck rice, it's really delicious. Didiwei left without understanding, and a moment later, the middle-aged woman walked over again. She held a plate of rice and placed it in front of Didiwei. Didiwei remained silent. Although she had been contaminated. But the dark thing in front of her, she still recognized it. That thing, if she remembered correctly, should be a rat's head. Zhao Jia, what's the name of this food we're eating? Duck neck rice, eat it, it's really delicious. The people of Cashew Country who saw the scene on their necks felt a chill in their scalps, and they roared angrily. Didiwei, don't eat it, don't eat it. No, you can't eat it, that's not safe. Damn Diddy way. You die, don't drag us. However, it was useless. Didi Wei still used chopsticks to pick up a piece of duck neck and put it into her mouth. Buzz. A blinding black light slowly appeared, and Didi Wei, at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned into a mouse. Cashew Country failed the clearance, punishment arrives. Heavenly God Creature Experiment Department descends on Cashew Country. Average life expectancy of Cashew Country minus 80%. Cashew Country experiences continuous earthquakes for 1 year. The terrifying urban legend rules arrived instantly, and this tiny Cashew Country had no resistance, and was wiped out in an instant. 131 countries officially became 130 countries. The news spread quickly, and countries that had just made contact with Cashew Country panicked like they had eaten a dead fly. Even though they already knew the result, when it really happened, it was still unbearable. At this moment, the terrifying urban legend rules still ravaged, and the countries that failed the clearance had to find a new way. We were wrong, please forgive us. Today, almost all the calls Jiang Mubai received were this sentence. For countries that had good relations with Dragon Country, Jiang Mubai almost immediately agreed, and would share part of the rules when Jiang Mubai came out. As for those like Kangaroo Country, Seven Black Country, Jiang Mubai extorted them heavily. And Sakura Country. To hell with them, he wouldn't kick someone when they were down, that was already out of human decency. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was in a good mood, quietly watching the big screen, waiting for Jiang Mubai's return. Heavenly God Creature Company, Limited. 6th floor. Jiang Mubai was now standing in front of a broken window, looking at the crimson full moon. Moonlight poured on him, making him feel extremely comfortable and free. It's over. Heavenly God Creature will eventually disappear. All of this felt like a dream, the only regret was Michelle. She was so kind, he hoped she would stay the same in the next life. He raised his head and looked at the sky, and at that moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. In the sky, there seemed to be a moving red castle, faint and unclear. What is that? Jiang Mubai looked at the sky curiously, but before he could see clearly, a golden light appeared before his eyes, and his consciousness fell into darkness. He returned to reality. The chaotic feeling appeared again, he felt as if he had a dream. In the dream, he came to a company called Heavenly God Creature. He met a kind-hearted girl. Boom. At that moment, a blood-red pupil suddenly appeared in his mind, and everything, his dream, shattered like bubbles. Only a cold, emotionless prompt tone remained. SSS level urban legend, Death Castle, preparing. Remaining urban legend cycle, 3, erasing taboos. Congratulations to the chosen one for successful clearance, rewards will be given. Dragon Country, all major live broadcast rooms. Twisted words appeared again on the big screen. Congratulations to Dragon Country's chosen one for completing hidden S clearance condition. 1. Average life of Dragon Country increases by 10 years. 2. Average wealth of Dragon Country doubles. 3. Non-renewable resources of Dragon Country double, including but not limited to oil, fresh water. 4. Dragon Country completely free from smog for 1 year. 5. Dragon Country territory expands by 5%. Wow, this reward is amazing. Ha, I'm rich, I'm going to indulge myself properly. Thank you brother Mubai, woo, I want an autograph. Extra, Jiang Mubai collaboration research suit officially on sale, fully 1-to-1 crafted. Meanwhile, on Jiang Mubai's and others' exclusive computers, a prompt appeared. Hidden clearance rewards, choose 2 of 3, remaining selection time, 7 days. 1. Exemption from urban legend failure punishment. 2. Double hint times. 3. Photolithography machine manufacturing technology and materials *3. Jiang Mubai stared at the reward in shock, a little impatient, but considering Jiang Mubai just came out and needed rest the most, he forcibly restrained the urge to go find him. Although he could choose for himself, he must meet Jiang Mubai, this is out of respect for him. Dragon Country. The Imperial Capital's luxury villa district. Jiang Mubai suddenly opened his eyes wide, breathing heavily. A strong sense of oppression, as if it would crush his heart. SSS level strange tale, will arrive after the 4th tale. Unmatched terrifying pressure, even Jiang Mubai felt a bit nauseous. Strong pollution, seeming to completely erase his mental will. Ding-ling. At that moment, the doorbell rang, followed by Shioka's voice, like a silver bell. Mubai, are you back? Jiang Mubai had calmed down a bit, put on his clothes, and opened the door. Shioka stood gracefully in front of him. Looking at the girl in front of him, and the armed helicopters circling in the sky, Jiang Mubai felt a sense of reality. He was back. This was the real world. Ding, the next strange tale will start in 15 days, please chosen ones prepare. Ding, the chosen one receives a hidden reward, the revival potion. This book makes me very sad, I want to cry, I almost reached the point of showing results. Unfortunately, I need to reflect on myself. I did not write the divine creature well. I am sorry to everyone. I will try hard. I hope you give me a chance. Additionally, as compensation, I will write a Xiaoyuluwa side story, because some readers want to see it. If they want to see it, I will write it. Satisfying readers is what an author should do, but I will still explain. Side stories are different from fan fiction. Some might misunderstand. A side story means a story about someone not told in the main text. The timeline and space will not change. No extra devil plots will appear. If Xiaoyuluwa's side story is written, it can only show some of her childhood experiences, because her experiences are clear. Not many points can be written now. Michelle has more points that can be written. She has a sister, Jenny. I think, if I have not figured out the next strange tale, I will write a side story for you. This is a bit brain-consuming. I really need some time. Thank you again for your support. Chapter 60, The Light of the Beautiful Country, James. Revival Potion. Unimaginable magical item, but it can only show its full power in a strange tale. The cold alert sounded again. Jiang Mubai felt something heavy in his pocket. Jiang Mubai did not care. To others, this potion, priceless, did not make his emotions move at all. Because in his memory, there were things heavier than the revival potion. To him, this potion felt more like a trick of fate. Sad, ridiculous. Mubai, you're back. Why do you look unhappy? Baishioka sharply noticed Jiang Mubai's low mood. Nothing, just tired. Then rest well. Captain Jiang originally wanted to see you, but he is now supporting another country. Mubai, do you have the rules to solve the divine creature rules? Jiang Mubai nodded. He remembered those rules. They did not seem hard. It would not take much effort. He took out a pen and paper, wrote quickly, then handed the rules to Baishioka. Baishioka looked at the rules, her eyes shining. Wow, amazing. So mushroom people fear sunlight. The undead in white lab coats can only leave the lab through elevators. I see, stairs avoid meeting them, but seem polluted by mushroom people. Mubai, you are amazing. Baishioka now blindly admired Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai smiled slightly, returned to the bedroom, and lay on the bed. Baishioka made a delicious meal for Jiang Mubai, and left discreetly. He knew why she came. He could feel that Baishioka was afraid of disturbing him. Actually, he did not mind. He hoped to have some friends. After his good friend disappeared, he felt very lonely. Of course, he also understood Baishioka and Zhang Jintian's pressure. After all, behind them were millions of citizens of Longhua, and when he was in the monster tale, Zhang Jintian was definitely not just watching from the screen. His mind had to stay tense, dealing with all kinds of emergencies. Even after finishing the monster tale himself, he still had to handle international matters. Since the monster tale appeared, Zhang Jintian probably never had a rest. He admired such a person. For the country, he had already sacrificed himself long ago. After a good sleep, Jiang Mubai took out a tablet and opened the livestream from Pretty Country. Relax a little, let's see the chosen ones of Pretty Country. On the screen, a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes was now wearing a light blue research suit, busy in an experiment. His movements were very agile, his work very careful, but Jiang Mubai did not focus on him. His eyes were always on the figure at the main experiment table. Jiang Lily, head of human resources. No, it seems she is now head of the R&D department. I see. She is also a pitiful person. Jiang Mubai's eyes went blank for a moment, then became harmless again. While Jiang Mubai watched the video, Pretty Country's Godan became furious. Jiang Mubai came out alive. That lunatic brought out the rule-breaking. That bastard Zhang Jintian would never provide the method to break the rules if there was any chance to get along with Pretty Country. Now Pretty Country was almost isolated and helpless. The terrible news of triple hits made Godan's reason almost collapse. He hated Jiang Mubai so much he wanted to strangle him. The white extermination plan must destroy Jiang Mubai. Godan's eyes were dark, but he knew this plan could not be executed for now. No one would help him. Only Maple Leaf Country, his most loyal dog, wanted to help, but that dog seemed also unable to do anything. In one night, no, not even a night, Pretty Country's international status collapsed completely. Furious, Godan smashed the Grey Palace to pieces in one breath. He could only pray that James came out alive. He had already informed Pretty Country's mental experiment base. Once he came out, he would take him away directly. For Pretty Country, for his world domination, he must make him mentally split. Only two talents, could crush Longhua. At the Monster Tail Management Bureau, Zhang Jintian was now sitting in his chair with eyes closed. He could finally rest for a while. Jiang Mubai did not disappoint him, bringing out the rule-breaking. With these rules, it was like having capital. Now Longhua was at its peak. Captain Jiang, Cashew Country requests help. They have been destroyed and want to join Longhua. Let them go. Received. Captain Jiang, Kimchi Country requests help. They are willing to export chips at the lowest price in exchange for the rule-breaking. They even have the lithography machines. Still, let them go. Received. Captain Jiang, Pakistan Iron requests help, hoping we can provide the rule-breaking. Sane, wait. Give it to them. Zhang Jintian had never felt so satisfied. After a comfortable sleep, before dawn the next day, Zhang Jintian had already arrived at Jiang Mubai's door. About the reward, he needed to confirm with Jiang Mubai. Finally, after an hour of private discussion, Zhang Jintian left satisfied. No one knew what they talked about, but all experts at the Monster Tail Management Bureau saw that Zhang Jintian seemed full of confidence in Jiang Mubai. These days, Jiang Mubai once again enjoyed life of being fed and clothed effortlessly. During this time, an international event also happened. Pretty Country also cleared this Monster Tail. A-level clearance, survival. The huge reward made everyone envious, and Pretty Country's netizens spoke excitedly across all platforms. Family, our Pretty Country's James got A-level clearance, our country's leader personally welcomed him. Those wanting to immigrate, come to me, Dragon Country people are not welcome. Wonderful, Mr. Gordon personally met James, there were a bunch of agents protecting him, the scene was really shocking. Just the helicopters alone numbered over 1,000, personally protecting the great James, absolutely cannot let anyone know his whereabouts. Exactly, James is the light of Beautiful Country, the next strange tale, we will crush Dragon Country. In these days, Beautiful Country's status rose like a tide, even showing a slight rebound from the bottom. Countless countries flattered Beautiful Country again, claiming Beautiful Country's depth lies in its strong technology. Of course, there were more neutral countries, after all now the strange tales of rules arrived, nothing is certain. Soon, the time for the next strange tale arrived. Jiang Mubai was already ready to face the new strange tale. Equals. Brothers, the new copy opens, the first strange tale, Lily of the Valley Girls School data exploded. But the accident of the heavenly god creature caused this book to be just short of being hot, please everyone, help push the book, just need to boost the first 50 chapters data. The next strange tale, I haven't decided, I am thinking whether to write a side story for you, or continue the main line. The side story is writing other time periods of Jiang Lily, Michelle, and Xiao Yulua. Give me some time, there is another update tonight. Chapter 61 Side Story Fruit Basket. I thought a bit, still feel should write the side story first, then the main line. One reason is I promised everyone the side story, another reason is I haven't decided the main line, although I could write, but I don't want to be perfunctory. Side story of Xiao Yulua, 2 chapters. The third strange tale, I already have a clue, thank you for your support, let's charge together with Jiang Mubai, charge. Apricot Blossom Village. Doll Mountain. A little girl wearing a flower cloth dress, with 2 braids, was holding an insect net, chasing butterflies on the mountain. The sunset glow shone on her, stretching her shadow long. Xiaohua, Xiaohon, wait for me. The girl jumped and hopped, looking very happy, drops of sweat ran down her forehead, falling on her rosy little face, her innocent laughter like baby birds chirping, coming from her mouth, making her look extremely cute. Ouch. Just as the girl focused on swinging the insect net to catch butterflies, she accidentally kicked a stone. With a plop, the girl fell face down on the ground. The insect net in her hand also drew an arc and got stuck on an apple tree. Ha, Xiaoyu, you were so clumsy. At this moment, another clear voice came. A girl who also looked 5 or 6 years old, wearing a beige dress, ran happily over. She laughed looking at the girl lying on the ground, as if amused by her funny look. But immediately, she noticed the girl's knee. It was bleeding. Ah, Xiaoyu, your knee is broken, are you okay? She walked over with concern, reaching out to help her up. But before she could touch her, the girl stood up by herself. She dusted off herself, shaking her head firmly. It's okay, just fell, too bad, my insect net flew away. The girl looked up at the net stuck on the tree, showing a helpless expression, seeming not to know what to do. So high. The girl in the beige dress also looked up, but immediately laughed again. Ha, how did you do that? When I fell, it flew up by itself. Then what to do? Don't know. Then, let's watch the sunset. The 2 girls sat on the top of Doll Mountain, leaning against a tree, cuddling while watching the fiery red sun. Xiaoyu, do you think the sun tastes good or the apple? Of course the apple. I knew you would say that, why don't you ask me why I want to eat the sun? Because the sun cannot be eaten, apples I can eat every day when I go home. You just like to eat apples, but the apples at your home are really not tasty, both sour and bitter. No, actually some apples are very sweet, but the sweet ones have to be sold. The 2 of them talked to each other casually, soon, the sun set. Although it was just the beginning of autumn, the evening wind still had a hint of coolness. Hand in hand, they returned to Apricot Blossom Village. Usually, the village would be very lively, but for some reason, today the village was a little quiet. Although some people passed on the street, they all whispered to each other, and whenever Xiao Yu passed by them, they looked at her, sighed, and shook their heads. Xiao Yu, why are they all looking at you? The girl in the beige short skirt looked at Xiao Yu, then looked at the passers-by, feeling a little confused. I don't know. Xiao Yu also did not know, but in her heart, she felt a strange fear and unease. She let go of the girl's hand and ran toward her home. The girl saw this and followed. When the two arrived at Xiao Yu's home, they were both stunned. The white couplet and the white cloth at the door were especially striking at night. Mom, Mom! Xiao Yu called out in panic. Squeak! With a harsh scraping sound, a middle-aged woman in a white hemp dress came out. Her eyes were red and swollen, her steps unsteady as she walked toward Xiao Yu, and when she reached her, the woman hugged her. Xiao Yu, Xiao Yu! A suppressed sad voice came from the middle-aged woman, and the young Xiao Yu immediately felt it. Her tears fell uncontrollably. Mom, Mom! Xiao Yu cried, not knowing why she cried. As a child, she could feel her mother's sadness. Yulua, it's okay, be good. You must be strong, you must be strong. Your father is watching us from the sky, he will bless us. Come, Mom made ribs for you, let's eat ribs. The woman led Xiao Yu into the house, and the young Xiao Yu, hearing her mother's words, bravely wiped away her tears. She looked at the little girl in the beige skirt behind her. The girl seemed infected by sadness too, silent, just staring around blankly. Soon, a man smoking dry tobacco came over and took her away. That was the girl's father. Xiao Yu still felt a little confused. She had not yet realized why her father was watching her from the sky. In her memory, her father just went to sell apples, at most for a week, he would come back. She looked at her mother, her gaze swept past the fragrant ribs on the table, and looked at the wooden door. A square white cloth was pasted slantwise there. On the white cloth, a single word condolence was written. A cold aura came from the black word, scattering some of the rib aroma. This was Xiao Yu's first time eating ribs. But she felt it did not taste good. The sour and sweet apples were still more delicious. Xiao Yu fell asleep, sleeping very deeply. Not until 10 o'clock the next morning did she wake up. Yulua, get up, come with me to the orchard, help me a bit. Her mother's voice came from the doorway. Yulua opened her eyes. She wanted to go out to play, she and Lily had agreed to catch butterflies today. But she had to listen to her mother. Xiao Yu put on her clothes, washed up, and just as she was about to go out, she suddenly heard a commotion. It seemed her mother was talking to someone. The young Xiao Yu quietly sat on the edge of the bed, waiting. A middle-aged man's voice kept coming from the door, seeming to argue with her mother. Xiao Yu only heard words like child engagement and what school the little girl should go to. Soon, the middle-aged woman returned. She looked at Xiao Yu, her eyes a little red, then hugged her again. Xiao Yu could feel her mother's body trembling slightly. Yulua, you must study very very well in the future. Your father left us money, that money is enough for you to go to school. The middle-aged woman's voice was somewhat choked, which made Xiao Yulua's mood fall once again. Go to school? A longing appeared in Xiao Yulua's eyes. Mom, I will definitely study hard. Good, go to school. The woman's voice carried a sense of comfort. Xiao Yulua wanted to ask her mom if she could go out and play with Lily because she had so much to talk to her about. In her view, Lily knew a lot because she had an older sister who went to school. But hearing her mom's choked voice, Xiao Yulua still didn't ask her. The little orchard at the foot of the Doll Mountain. Xiao Yulua came here with her mom, and behind her, she carried a fruit basket as large as her body. The fruit basket wasn't heavy, but it was a bit uncomfortable to carry on her back. She curiously looked at her mom, wondering why she could carry several fruit baskets in one go. It must be because she was an adult. She also wanted to grow up. Chapter 62, 3 Wishes Under the Blood Moon. The orchard at the foot of Doll Mountain wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was big for Xiao Yulua, but small for the family. The orchard's output in a year could barely sustain their survival, and that didn't even account for the rent for the land and the cost of various pesticides. During the season, they even had to hire people to come and help. If Xiao Yulua's father was still around, things would be easier. But now, with her father gone, only the mother and daughter remained in the family. They had to save wherever they could. Though her father's death compensation provided a lot of money, Xiao Yulua's future schooling and daily expenses couldn't be avoided. A family that loses its pillar is undoubtedly facing a disaster. Moreover, Xinghua village wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. The middle-aged woman looked at Xiao Yulua's dirty little face, and a trace of heartache appeared in her eyes. No mother doesn't love her daughter. She should be playing happily at this age. Holding back the pain, the woman turned around, picked a red apple from the tree, washed it in the nearby canal, and handed it to Xiao Yulua. Xiao Yu, eat. Xiao Yulua looked at the red apple, her eyes filled with happiness. This kind of apple was the sweetest, and she hardly got to eat it more than once or twice a year. She happily took a bite and continued her work. Time passed, from morning till noon, after lunch, from noon till evening. These days started out tough, but slowly, Xia Yulua grew accustomed to it, and she grew up. In the new year, she put on the new clothes her mother had just made, facing the sun, making a wish. She wanted to see her father. She already knew about her father's passing, but his appearance had disappeared from her memory. Only when looking at photos could she recall memories. Xiaoyu, come out and play. Lily came, wearing a pretty skirt, looking lively and cute in the sunlight. No, Lily, I'm going to the orchard. Ah. Lily looked at Xia Yulua with disappointment. You haven't been with us for a long time, what's so fun about the orchard? But I want to help my mom. Work is for adults, what are we doing when we grow up? Xia Yulua hesitated, wanting to go play, but when she saw her mom working behind her, she shook her head. Then fine, Xiaoyu, how about we go out at night when the sun sets? Let's go to Doll Mountain, I'll show you something nice. Looking at the mysterious smile on Jiang Lily's face, Xia Yulua's heart stirred. Okay. She happily agreed, hopping and skipping toward the orchard. Soon, it was time for the sun to set. Back home, Xia Yulua quickly ate some food, almost not feeling tired at all, and ran out. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Her mother's voice came through as Xia Yulua skipped away, her voice coming from afar. Mom, I'm going to find Jiang Lily. She said she has something nice to show me. The middle-aged woman wanted to stop her, but after thinking for a moment, she realized Xia Yulua hadn't contacted her friends for a whole year. She still let her go. She looked at Xia Yulu with a heart full of pain, then returned to the room. Doll Mountain. Xia Yulu and Jiang Lily held hands, sitting on top of the mountain. Lily, what is the good thing you mentioned? Young Xia Yulu looked at her good friend beside her, eyes full of expectation. Jiang Lily smiled mysteriously, taking out a watch from her chest. The green dial shone beautifully, looking extremely delicate. Wow, is this a watch? So pretty. Xia Yulu looked at the watch, eyes full of longing. Pretty, right? My brother gave it to me. Brother, don't you only have a sister? A new brother, I quietly tell you, he is my sister's boyfriend. Mom said he will be part of our family in the future. This is the gift he gave me. Young Xia Yulu had no idea what boyfriend meant. She only felt a little envious of Jiang Lily. See, can I see it? Xia Yulu looked curiously at the watch, timidly asking. Jiang Lily generously handed the watch to Xia Yulu. Xia Yulu gently touched it, eyes wide. On the crystal dial, the second hand ticked, as if with magic, attracting Xia Yulu. Thump thump. Croak, croak. While Xia Yulu carefully watched the watch, a black strange bird suddenly appeared. It flapped its wings and, amidst Xia Yulu's panicked cries, snatched the watch from her hand. Xia Yulu was startled and quickly got up, running after the strange bird. But because of panic and fatigue, her body lost balance and she tripped. Thump, Xia Yulu fell to the ground, and the strange bird disappeared. Jiang Lily stared blankly at everything, then cried out, Wah! Xia Yulu was also a little at a loss. She didn't care about her scraped arm, quickly stood up, ran over, and kept saying sorry. Jiang Lily ignored her, just crying loudly. At night, Xia Yulu lay on the bed feeling down, staring blankly. Mom was outside talking to Jiang Lily's father, a familiar yet strange male voice kept coming through. Do you know how much that watch costs? Sorry, she is still a child. What about the child? I don't care, compensation, must compensate. Sorry, how much is the watch? Xia Yulu knew she had caused trouble. Tears kept forming in her eyes. When Mom came back, she cried out loudly. The middle-aged woman also had tears in her eyes. She looked at Xia Yulu, picked up a broom, and hit Xia Yulu's butt. Let you be careless, let you be careless. Mom, sorry, I was wrong. Will you dare to touch others' things in the future? And no, I won't. Smack, smack. The slapping sounds occasionally came from the room, soon turning into the cries of two people. In the middle of the night, Xia Yulu suddenly woke up for some reason. She opened her eyes in confusion, looking at her mother beside her. Mom was asleep, quietly mumbling her own name. Xia Yulu looked at her mother's rough hands and gently pulled the blanket over her. She had to go out. She had to go to Doll Mountain to find the watch she had lost. She carefully dressed, opened the door, and went out. On Doll Mountain, Xia Yulu's lonely figure kept searching, but no matter how she looked, she could not find it. Xia Yulu cried once again. She squatted, hugged her head, making woo-woo sounds. A faint red light fell from the sky, making her figure look even lonelier. She didn't know how much time passed. When no more tears could fall, she stopped crying. She lifted her head, looking at the sky. There, a moon like an apple. This moon was the red moon spoken of by the village elders. It is said that everyone who sees the red moon can make 3 wishes. Young Xia Yulu looked at the blood moon, hope shining in her eyes. She faced the sky. She made 3 wishes. Apple moon, help me, I want to find back John Lily's watch. I want to see my dad again. I want. After making 3 wishes, Xia Yulua dragged her tired body back home. The next day, before dawn, Jiang Lily came. She looked at Xia Yulua happily. Yulua, look, the watch is back. That strange bird, it was a crow, huh? That stupid crow crashed into our window and died in the middle of the night. Yulua, look. Jiang Lily's cheerful voice came from outside. The extra chapter stops here, the main story is about to begin, the Infinite Train chapter. I hope I can write well, let's do our best. Chapter 63, A Level Strange Story, The Infinite Train to the Foggy City. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, countless people eagerly looked at the screen. Jiang Mubai had achieved 2 consecutive S-level hidden clearances, giving the people of the Dragon Kingdom unparalleled confidence. Now, they almost blindly trusted Jiang Mubai. Some even started putting Jiang Mubai's catchphrase in their mouths. I'm not crazy. They all saw it, every time Jiang Mubai repeated this phrase, he was preparing to crush the strange story. When he didn't mention this phrase, the real crushing of the strange story began. At this moment, in the livestream, countless people were frantically scrolling through the bullet screen. Brother Jiang is here. What will this strange story be? I used to think Brother Jiang was mentally ill, now I think, I'm the cool one. Brother Mubai, go for it. Respectful VIP Green Diamond member. Brother Jiang, quickly say you're not crazy, crush the strange story, it all starts from me saying Brother Jiang's not crazy. Plus 999. The Strange Story Management Bureau, Zhang Jintian was also looking at the big screen with great anticipation. Ever since the private conversation with Jiang Mubai, he had developed great confidence in Jiang Mubai. Every strange story awakens a strange ability. This world actually has such terrifying talents. No wonder he can always easily crush strange stories at the last moment. However, we need to plan well, it's best to use this news to trick other countries, like Sakura Country, Beautiful Country. Just when the people of the Dragon Kingdom were excited and anticipating. The person in charge of Beautiful Country, Gordon, Dog Egg, was also looking at his chosen one with shining eyes. To be honest, he was very satisfied with the mental experts of his country. After their 2.5 days of special training, now, James had successfully fallen in love with singing, dancing, and rapping. He kept chanting 3 words in his mouth. I'm not crazy. Although it was a bit annoying, everything seemed unimportant compared to the second talent that was about to come. With the second talent, plus a round of S-level talent, and the double hint rights for clearance rewards, Beautiful Country was confident of clearing the game. Dog Egg was getting more and more excited, his eyes full of anticipation. Ding, the chosen one is about to enter the strange story, please prepare yourself. This strange story, The Infinite Train to the Foggy City, comprehensive rating, A, death rate 99.99%. The clearance condition, unknown. Your success or failure will directly affect your country's fortune, good luck. A cold voice echoed in Jiang Mubai's mind, a dazzling red light appeared before him. As the red light faded, Jiang Mubai, dressed in white casual clothes, found himself on a running train. The sound of clank-clank mixed with the woo-woo whistle made Jiang Mubai feel a bit dizzy. He steadied himself and looked around. It was an old-fashioned train. The dirty seats were now full of all kinds of people, men and women, old and young. Chaotic voices came from their mouths, bringing a bit of life to the carriage. All the windows in the train were covered by black curtains, and dim yellow light fell from the overhead, making it impossible to tell whether it was day or night. Jiang Mubai did not act rashly, he quietly waited. Ding, his strange ability is activated. Congratulations, the chosen one has received a bizarre ability, Rewind. Rewind, it can return to the space from 10 minutes ago. Note, you can only watch. The cold reminder constantly echoed in Jiang Mubai's mind. A trace of madness flashed in his eyes, then he quickly regained his calm. Rewind, an interesting ability. This ability allows me to see what happened in places I've never been. Even in some temporarily dangerous places, I can avoid going, wait for safety, and use Rewind to watch. A great ability, I'm very satisfied. Ding, the bizarre body is awakening. The ability from your original personality will be reawakened. When you awaken your true self, you will gain incredible power. Always pay attention to your mental state. Ding, the bizarre body has awakened, 0.01%. You're crazy, and stronger, find a way to awaken the real self, only then can you leave. Before Jiang Mubai could be happy for 3 seconds, his face darkened. The bizarre body was starting to offend him again. He wasn't crazy. He was perfectly normal. This crazy talent kept testing his limits, and that made him very unhappy. Of course, he was mature now. He decided not to argue with this talent for now. The most important thing now was to find the rules. Jiang Mubai scanned the seemingly normal people around and walked toward a vacant seat. The bus was actually quite crowded, but that seat was unoccupied. Such an unusual thing naturally caught Jiang Mubai's attention at a glance. He decided to take a look. The bizarre body, this crazy talent, gave him a completely opposite hint from the previous eerie event. It was worth studying. Soon, he arrived at the vacant seat. This was a 4-person seat with seats facing each other. At this moment, 3 people were sitting there. 2 men and 1 woman, all middle-aged. One of the men was bald, and the other wore glasses. The woman was wearing a bright red dress, with heavy makeup. At this moment, the 3 of them were playing cards. 3 of a kind. Trump card. Can't win. Jiang Mubai glanced at the woman who played the Joker and shook his head. She was crazy. Wasn't that bald man his teammate? He gave the woman a glance as if looking at an idiot, then his gaze shifted to the table in the middle of the seats. There, clearly placed under the cards, was a promotional flyer. He instantly recognized it as the rules, but right now, it was being used to prop up the cards. Excuse me, I just want to take a look at that. It won't bother you. Jiang Mubai said politely. No one paid attention to him. They continued playing cards, and the bald man even snickered disdainfully. Jiang Mubai asked again, seeing no response, he carefully extended his hand, intending to take the flyer. He didn't want to disturb them, after all, he was a polite, normal person. Just as he was about to touch the flyer, the bald man suddenly turned his head. Bloodthirsty, crazy, cruel, his blood-red eyes stared like death itself, fixing on Jiang Mubai. At the same time, everyone in the bus started speaking. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down. The bus fell silent for a moment, then exploded into frantic muttering. The terrifying scene definitely sent chills down the spine, and Jiang Mubai's face turned ugly as well. Ding, the bizarre body has awakened 45%. You're crazy, and stronger. When you no longer suppress your reason, the bizarre body will awaken more quickly. A trace of madness flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. I'm not crazy. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the bald man. Slap. Jiang Mubai slapped him across the face, and the man's head spun 3 full circles. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalp tingling, showing shock. Only the dog from the beautiful country showed excitement in his eyes. Chapter 64, The Shock Brought to the World by the Beautiful Country. It's here, Brother John's classic, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy, ha ha ha. One upstairs has already gone mad, take him away. Although that strange one twisted his head back, Brother Jiang is about to give him another slap. In Longwa's live streaming room, countless people watched the scene, eyes full of anticipation. In Pretty Country, in all major live streaming rooms. At this moment, countless netizens of Pretty Country were also crazily discussing their chosen one, but compared to Longwa, Pretty Country seemed not so excited. Because their light, James, seemed to have some problem. Oh no, what's wrong with our James? Why does he look like that crazy guy from Longwa? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But, he keeps saying he's not crazy, I get it. Is it possible that our James will also, like Longwa, enter Strange Tales? It must be so, great, Pretty Country will soon shock the world. While Pretty Country netizens excitedly discussed, Godan also stared at his big screen with shining eyes. When James first entered this train, he was stunned. He stood there blankly. Although it seemed a little strange, it completely fit Jiang Mubai's logic, that crazy guy, it was exactly like this back then. He must be awakening his talent. Just as Godan waited for the world to be shocked by James, a young agent with blonde hair and blue eyes walked in again. Mr. Gordon, Jiang Mubai just beat that strange one again. What? Godan's face showed shock upon hearing this. While he was beating the strange one, he said, I'm not crazy. Jiang Jintian really didn't lie to us. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man's voice sounded again, this time filled with excitement and expectation. Godan's heart thumped fast. In his view, Jiang Jintian would not lie, and would not dare to lie. Because when Jiang Jintian said this, leaders of more than 100 countries were watching. Could he lie to 100 countries? To borrow Longwa's words, Jiang Jintian is truly honest. So, schizophrenia really can awaken a second talent. Godan laughed wildly. Just then, a pleasant voice came from the screen like a bird bringing good news. Ding, Pretty Country's chosen one James has awakened B-level talent. Hearing this, Godan was so excited he almost fainted. He seemed to already see the hope of Pretty Country rising. Awakening. Awakened. Really awakened. However. Next. Ding, B-level talent, madness, in Strange Tales, you will resist very small amounts of mental corruption, but remember, your madness makes your actions uncontrollable. What? What is happening? Godan was a bit confused, and when he saw the striking words, uncontrollable, his vision went black. No. At the same time, outside. Just as Pretty Countries Godan predicted. At this moment, the whole world boiled. The world was shocked. Leaders of countless countries called Pretty Countries Godan. Zhang Jintian was telling the truth. Although they guessed Zhang Jintian would not lie, no one dared to bet, no one dared to joke about this. Moreover, most importantly, the chosen ones are only selected before the Strange Tales start. Even if they wanted, they would have no time. No one could have imagined Pretty Country would have such courage. Sacrificing a chosen one with S-level talent who achieved A-level completion, just to verify. Countless subordinate countries praised Pretty Country to the status of world light. Public opinion spread everywhere, sweeping the world. Major headlines competed to report, only to flatter Pretty Country. Sakura Country. Kongmen Yudianting at this moment looked at Pretty Country's live streaming room, fear in his eyes, but soon his face showed flattery. Quickly call Daddy Pretty Country, by any means, look for the intelligence. He knew Zhang Jintian would never share such crucial information. He could only pin his hopes on the beautiful country. Gangman Colonel, the beautiful country rejected our call. It must be that we weren't sincere enough, it must be, we must increase our efforts to please them, no matter the cost. You, immediately prepare the plane, I'm going to the beautiful country myself to personally meet Mr. Gordon. Colonel Gangman, what about the Sakura country after you leave? Oh yes, don't worry, if I can't come back, my son Gangman Tengaying will take over my position, and Sakura country will definitely step on Dragon country underfoot. After saying that, he left directly. The same situation also happened in Maple Leaf Country, Seven Black Country, Kangaroo Country, and others, but at this moment, none of them were surprised, they all couldn't reach Dogdan. Should we take another look at what that crazy person from Dragon Country is doing? In a private chat room, Park Ganglai quickly typed. What's there to look at, that despicable country of Dragon Country, they awakened a second talent and even hid it secretly, plus they tricked us in the last round of the strange talk, now the beautiful country has also awakened, and they didn't hide it. Why not just imitate the beautiful country directly? Exactly, I, from Ashen Country, absolutely support Maple Leaf Country's words, just directly imitate the beautiful country. Indeed, it's necessary to imitate, but why isn't the beautiful country answering the phone? They must be trying to slap our faces, that James from the beautiful country is indeed extraordinary. Look, after awakening his second talent, he didn't show a single bit of excitement, but kept repeating I'm not crazy. This guy will definitely achieve great things. Why doesn't our Seven Black Country have this kind of talent? It's just so unromantic. Calm down, Beiju, let's first see how Jiang Mubai, that crazy person, does things. At the same time, we can also observe James. No matter who it is between the two, as long as one of them makes a safe decision, we can just imitate. The female leader of Kangaroo Country sent a voice message. A group of people expressed agreement. Jiang Mubai, that crazy person, must have mastered some special ability, and it turns out that only he in the whole world can do it. They couldn't analyze the reason, but now it's different. James also awakened 2 talents, and comparing the two, maybe we can really spot something. Of course, this method is only a temporary fix, we still have to use public opinion to force Zhang Jintian to spit out the information. If Zhang Jintian insists on not handing it over, then they can only execute the assassination plan. Dragon Country. Strange Talk Management Bureau. At this moment, Zhang Jintian was staring at the live broadcast room of the beautiful country, dumbfounded. What's going on here? His wild ramblings actually turned out to be true? Hiss. Zhang Jintian instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. But soon, he thought of another problem. He clearly remembered that Jiang Mubai seemed to have said that awakening the second talent was related to the soul or something. Strange, very strange. That talent, perhaps has a very strong side effect, especially the description of that talent, it's a bit off-putting. Still, it's best to observe for a while, and if necessary, give a hint to Dragon Country's friendly nations. Just as Zhang Jintian was lost in thought, Bai Xiaoka's somewhat muttering voice reached his ears. It must be that you polluted the strange talk again, another one has gone crazy. Ahem. Zhang Jintian's face turned a little embarrassed, he pretended not to hear anything and coughed twice. Mubai is perfectly normal, his actions are absolutely controllable. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt countless eyes on him. Behind him, the expert's gaze had already changed. Team Zhang, if you don't consider yourself, you should consider the people of Dragon Country. Don't you know that your official account has been exploded by angry people from Dragon Country? Those experts' eyes were full of resentment. Zhang Jintian awkwardly touched his nose and looked again at the live broadcast room. At this moment, the bald man had already twisted his head back. His expression was fierce, as if he was about to explode. Writing words, thanks to the support of all the readers, hair is falling. Chapter 65, Beautiful Country's Failed Clearance, Attempts, 1. Dragon Country Mirror Parallel Space. Jiang Mubai's madness in his eyes was gradually suppressed. He looked at the bald man in front of him, his face showing some unnaturalness. At this moment, the bald man had already twisted his neck back, and a bloodthirsty light erupted in his eyes again. You dare hit me, you dare hit me? Damn bastard, you dare hit me. The man's expression was hideous, his voice distorted, and he suddenly lunged toward Jiang Mubai. Just as he was about to reach Jiang Mubai's body once again emitted a strong black light. Ding, the strange body has awakened 50%. You are crazy, you are crazy, you are crazy. The cold prompt made Jiang Mubai's face turn gloomy. He could no longer tolerate this constant provocation from his talent. He had to release it. He wasn't crazy. He was perfectly normal. Endless rage turned into power. Jiang Mubai suddenly raised his right foot and kicked the bald man in the face. Bang! With a muffled sound, the bald man instantly smashed through the train and flew out. Boom! The violent and cold airflow brought by the speeding train instantly rushed into the carriage, and the crowd in the carriage screamed. Outside the carriage, countless figures, all black and with blood-red eyes, were about to rush in. At this moment, a blinding bloodlight appeared once again. After everything dissipated, Jiang Mubai returned to the position where he first boarded the train. He first calmly scanned his surroundings, then walked towards an empty seat on the train. 3. Bomb! Jiang Mubai glanced at the three people playing cards and showed a curious look in his eyes. I also want to play. Can I join? The three people playing cards were stunned for a moment. They looked at Jiang Mubai, their eyes full of strangeness. Among them, the bald man smiled and looked at Jiang Mubai with a playful expression. But immediately after, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed like he had a memory of this person in front of him. How is that possible? Could it be that a new person arrived? The bald man carefully examined this seemingly harmless young man. A sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. He's crazy, his actions are uncontrollable. He didn't know where this sentence came from. Only cold memories flowed in his mind. He swallowed, pointed to a travel flyer under the cards. Okay, if you win, I'll give you this. What is this? Jiang Mubai glanced at it casually, showing no interest. It was obvious from his curious look that he was more interested in the card game. The bald man was slightly stunned. He looked at the man next to him, who was wearing glasses. The glasses man pushed up his glasses with his index finger, revealing a wise smile. You and that woman are on the same team, I'll be the landlord. Okay. Jiang Mubai glanced at the heavily made-up woman. Although her brain wasn't very sharp, he had already thought of a perfect cheating method. Dragon Country, major live streaming rooms. Everyone who saw this scene was a bit confused. What happened? Didn't Jiang just kick that man flying? It looks like time has reversed. Damn, is this what an A-grade horror story is like? Do you guys think if Jiang Ji's time reversal has any previous memories? I'm a little scared. What exactly is that rule? The Horror Story Bureau. Zhang Jintian also stared at all of this in confusion. The scene in front of him, like time flowing backward, truly felt eerie. He wasn't sure now whether Jiang Mubai had his previous memories or not. Jiang Mubai was the type, no matter what the choice, if you made him choose after reversing time, he could give you two options. So whatever he did now wouldn't be strange. After all, well, forget it. Xiao Ke, send Jiang Mubai a hint. After giving the command, Zhang Jintian looked back at the live stream room, but this time, he was looking at Beautiful Country. Beautiful Country was too high profile. Their netizens almost occupied every live streaming room around the world. Wonderful, next up we have the world's strongest chosen one, James Bond. Congratulations to the 7 Black Kingdom for James awakening his second ability. Wow, James is the strongest. Speaking of which, we also have to thank Zhang Jintian from the Dragon Kingdom. Hey, didn't you guys just ignore the part where they said his behavior is uncontrollable? What do you know, when Jiang Mubai first awakened, wasn't Zhang Jintian like that too? And now? Isn't that lunatic doing just fine? Wait and see, James is about to wreak havoc. Zhang Jintian's face was a little grim at this moment. Beautiful Country. Dog Dan was looking at James on the live broadcast with a face even darker than Zhang Jintian's. He had already sent 2 messages. James didn't react at all, he kept chanting, I'm not crazy. This was starting to drive him crazy. Countless people from the outside were watching Beautiful Country. If Beautiful Country couldn't handle this situation in a shocking way, their international status might collapse. His anxiety was beyond imagination. As he anxiously waited, James moved. He first made a strange shoulder shake, then directly walked toward the empty seats of the train. He came to the bald man's side and loudly swayed. "Come on baby, let's go, we are loser go go go." The bald man was playing poker, and when he saw James, he immediately looked at him like he was a fool. He suddenly stood up and slapped James hard in the face. James's head spun 180 degrees, then he fell straight to the ground. "No! No! OMG, Baka!" Dogdan looked at this scene, feeling as if the sky had fallen. He was completely at a loss for words, spitting out 5 different languages in one breath, then clutching his head, he started smashing things madly. Endless regret appeared in his heart. An S-class ability, A-class completion, such a powerful chosen one, and now he's dead. It's all Zhang Zhentian, all Zhang Zhentian. Damn dragon country, damn dragon country. The agents behind him looked at him with the same fear, but before they could comfort the collapsing Dogdan, the cold notification sound rang out again, and at that moment, Dogdan fainted. Ding, beautiful country's chosen one failed to complete, attempts, 1, punishment descends. Beautiful country's national luck -20, current remaining 70 to 100, risk of natural disasters increases. The endless train descends on beautiful country. Strange stories, continuing. The outside world, all around the world. At this moment, all the live streams broadcasting beautiful country's chosen one showed a strange silence. Then, various comments exploded like an ocean. "Oh, no! Why? Why? Baka, how could this happen? He's dead, how could James Appa die? Doesn't he have a second ability? Isn't he the light of the world? No, it's not fair, it's not fair. Why did that lunatic from Dragon Country not die, but the light of the world did? Wait, did you see the death count one? Could this still be reincarnation?" Countless people stared in shock at the beautiful country livestream, and in their fearful gaze, the screen shifted, and James appeared again at the original spot, with a confused expression and black gas faintly flashing around his body. Horror, fear, erupted like thunder in the hearts of strange story heads across countless countries. Endless death, endless punishment, is this an A-class strange story? At this moment, the first thing that came to many people's minds was to go see Jiang Mubai. See how that lunatic did it. Why can he be so abnormal? Chapter 66, Teasing the Landlord. Dragon Country. Various live rooms. At this moment, countless netizens from other countries were flooding in. The news that the light of the world, James, died once had already spread. Now, the whole world knew James had split personalities. His behavior, forget it, right now, all he does is sing, dance, or rap, his whole being a little out of his mind. In the world of mental illness, this is considered an explosive existence. OMG, it must be the lunatic from Dragon Country spreading the disease. Damn Zhang Zhentian, Dragon Country must apologize publicly. Are you guys stupid? It's clearly Dogdan who drove your chosen one mad. Impossible, Mr. Gordon would never do such a thing. I don't believe it. Wait, I'm hacking into our beautiful country's database right now. I will prove that the righteous Mr. Gordon would never do such a thing. Gordon, who had just woken up from his coma, felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he saw these words. He quickly ordered a check of all the network security systems. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai had already sat down. It was a 4-seat table with opposing chairs. Beside him was the bald man. He ignored the stiff bald man and instead stared at the red and white back of the old-fashioned playing cards in front of him, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. The bald man's face looked somewhat unpleasant at this moment. He glanced nervously at Jiang Mubai and spoke in a low voice. Playing landlord, you know how to play, right? Here, the rules are that newcomers can only play as peasants. If you win, we'll give you a flyer, but if you lose. He originally wanted to threaten a little, but for some reason, the words didn't come out. The glasses-wearing man seemed very quiet. He glanced at the bald man, a wise light flashing in his eyes. Then, he started shuffling the cards. Shuffling sound. The sound of shuffled playing cards echoed. Amid a dazzling display of hand tricks, the cards were neatly placed on the table. Jiang Mubai curiously glanced at the cards, reaching his hand out. Just as his hand was about to touch the first card, a sudden prompt sound rang in his mind. A cold voice, accompanied by a distorted virtual text, appeared before him. Mubai, keep it up, steady your emotions. I don't know if you still have any memories, but it seems like the train's time has reset again. I hope this message helps you. Keep going, you're a normal person, we believe in you. The prompt in front of him made Jiang Mubai slightly stunned. Then, a look of relief appeared in his eyes. He was happy that Zhang Zhentian and the others believed in him, but he indeed no longer had his previous memories. He briefly checked his talents. The mysterious body had awakened 50%, reverse was still usable, and the new talent flashback had awakened. Wait, new talent. Come to think of it, he hadn't received any prompts. It seemed that time had indeed reset here. Jiang Mubai's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he directly activated his talent, Flashback. In that instant, it was as if time had flowed backward. The space in front of Jiang Mubai instantly became intertwined and overlapped. Then, as if his soul had left his body, he arrived at a place that felt darker compared to reality. This was the train from 10 minutes ago. The chaotic sounds of the crowd could still be heard, and he saw all of his previous actions. From when he first entered the carriage, passed through the crowd, argued with the bald man, his menacing face rushing towards him, and so on. His expression changed from curiosity to gloom. Buzz. Jiang Mubai deactivated his ability, and the space in front of him shattered like a bubble. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the bald man next to him, in his terrified gaze. Slap. A big slap landed on his face. The bald man couldn't believe it, covering his right cheek, his face now full of rage. You dare hit me? You dare hit me? Slap. The bald man quieted down. The Dragon Kingdom livestream also fell into an eerie silence. What the heck? What's going on? Wasn't Jiang Gu going to play landlord? Why did he suddenly change? I can't believe it. Jiang Gu didn't go crazy, did he? Nonsense, Mubai Gu is perfectly normal. Luxury VIP diamond. OMG, why can a crazy person hit people? Yaxi, crazy person must die. Just as the people in the livestream were confused, Jiang Mubai's voice came from the screen. You scared me just now. What the hell, did Jiang Gu remember? A gentleman takes revenge, a cycle never ends, next cycle, continue. Unfair, why? We, the Seven Black Kingdom, used hints, but the chosen ones don't know. Can someone give me an explanation? Baka. At that moment, countless foreign netizens were furious about the unfairness. The Bureau of Strange Tales. Zhang Jintian was equally shocked. He remembered. This is so magical. From his words, it seems like he knew what had happened earlier. Could this be his new ability? Zhang Jintian's heart raced, pounding loudly. If this is true, in this strange tale, he would have unimaginable advantages. But now, there is still one thing that urgently needs to be confirmed. That is, will this train automatically loop if the chosen one does not make any destructive moves? If so, this good news might not be so great after all. As he analyzed, the same choice, replayed, Jiang Mubai could really pull some tricks out of the bag. This is definitely a huge uncontrollable factor. And not destroying the train. Zhang Jintian remembered Jiang Mubai's big kick, which seemed not very likely. Mirror parallel space. At this moment, the bald man was sitting quietly beside, like a little lamb. Although his eyes were filled with wild fury, he didn't dare to voice any complaints. Jiang Mubai ignored him. He had already started playing cards. To be fair, his luck was good, with 4 twos and 2 kings in his hand. This round should be safe. 3 of a kind. The man with glasses threw down 2 cards, just as Jiang Mubai revealed his 4 of a kind. Suddenly, a discordant woman's voice rang out. Bomb! Queen! What the hell? How are we supposed to play this? Damn it! Is this even a game of cards? I should have seen it coming. Jiang Mubai's face also turned a little sour as he glanced at the heavily made-up, now insane woman in front of him. Dare to bomb me? Interesting. King bomb. Damn it, I give up. Ha, this mental case from our country plays cards better than they do in Kimchi country. In the next 5 minutes. The people in the Dragon Country livestream witnessed the most outrageous game of cards they'd ever seen. Even more outrageous, Jiang Mubai won. They didn't even know how he won, but it was as if he had X-ray vision, clearly calculating the cards of the others. At this moment, he was sitting on a cushion, curiously looking at the pamphlet in his hand. Beside him, a server pushing a cart squeezed by him. Beer, drinks, bottled water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, roasted fish slices, excuse me, move aside. Chapter 67, Endless Train Rules. Wow, so playing cards can give us the rules. The crazy guy finally did something good. Such a romantic piece of news. My dear, how's the light of our world? He's still rapping, I think he might be stuck for a while. We should solve the current predicament first. Soon, this message was being passed on to the Strange Tales management bureaus of various countries. They had all been struggling with what to do. But Jiang Mubai had given the answer. And it was a solution that seemed to pose absolutely no danger. That crazy guy, starting with a king bomb and bombing his teammate, still wins. How could they lose? Kimchi country. Park Gangyo looked at their new chosen one, Kim Jianggu, with expectant eyes. Playing cards, they had already secretly stolen this culture. And their new chosen one was the popular variety show star from Kimchi country's King of Cards. It was easy to imagine how good his card skills were. At this moment, Park Gangno seemed to see hope and couldn't wait to pass this message to Kim Jianggu. Kimchi Country Mirror Parallel Space. A man with a pale face, resembling the ultimate reward guy, was standing confusedly on the train. He had no clue at all. Although he vaguely guessed that the key information might be the only empty seat on the train. But that bald man's eyes were so fierce, he was a little scared. Just as he was at a loss, a prompt suddenly appeared. Kim Jianggu saw it, and his eyes immediately shone with golden light. Playing cards. This game was too simple for him. As an orphan, he had been surviving by playing poker since he was a child. The key to breaking this game was poker. What could be better than this news? This was tailor-made for him. He couldn't wait to reach the seat he had just feared and gently spoke. "Three of you, may I join?" The bald man ignored him, only the heavily made-up woman glanced at him. Her gaze quickly swept over Jiang Jingu's pant legs, and she snorted in disdain. Jiang Jingu's face instantly turned red. But he still gritted his teeth and asked again. Soon, the wise-looking man with glasses raised his head. He gave Jiang Jingu the middle finger, pushed his glasses up, and pointed to the flyer beside him. "Team up with her. If you win, you'll get this." Jiang Jingu looked at it, his eyes showing expectation, and then he sat directly next to the bald man. But before he could settle down, a shadow suddenly flashed by, followed by a crisp sound. Slap. A blood-red handprint immediately appeared on Jiang Jingu's face. "Did I tell you to sit?" Jiang Jingu fearfully covered his face, not daring to look at the bald man. In a flash, he stood up with a jolt. Slap. The bald man slapped him again with the back of his hand. "Are you standing up to cheat?" These two slaps left Jiang Jingu dumbfounded. He trembled and opened his mouth like a little lamb. "Bald Appa, what do you think I should do?" "I will listen to you." The bald man snorted coldly, pointed to the ground next to him. Seeing this, Jiang Jingu immediately squatted down without hesitation. The bald man paid him no further attention, and soon, the game began. Jiang Jingu trembled as he began to pick up cards. When he saw that he had 3 twos, his eyes nearly sparkled, but before he could show his strength. 3 of a kind. King Bomb. The 2 voices immediately left him at a loss. "Aren't we teammates?" Jiang Jingu stared in shock at the heavily made-up woman. Just as the words left his mouth, a shadow flashed by again. Slap. "Did I tell you to speak?" Under the fearful gaze of the people from the pickled cabbage country, Jiang Jingu faced his first death. The same situation occurred in other countries as well. At this moment, countless netizens from different countries looked at Jiang Mubai with eyes full of resentment. Damn, this is so unfair. Why does Jiang Mubai hit others, but they get beaten? Is there no justice? Is there no law? Of course, although they were angry inside, they could only curse wildly in the livestream. No one dared to repeat Jiang Mubai's act of violently beating the bald man. After almost all the chosen ones had been slapped 3 times and faced their first death, one by one, some chosen ones obtained the flyer. At this moment, public opinion in all countries took a strange turn. Those who received the flyer fell into silence, while those who didn't could only try every possible way to spread the news. Mirror Parallel Space. Jiang Mubai, at this moment, looked at the flyer, his face clearly showing a look of interest. Welcome aboard the K748 train. The destination of this train is the Fog City. Only when you arrive there can you be reborn. Follow the rules for this train ride, please remember them. 1. You are already dead. 2. Do not pull open the curtains on the sides of the train. 3. Playing landlord must be a win. 4. The train turns off the lights every 20 minutes, please close your eyes when the lights are off. 6. There is no rule 5. If someone claims to have seen it, stay away from it. 7. The infinite train has no destination. 8. Do not ask anyone their name. 9. To buy things, you need era coins. Each cycle grants 1 era coin, and there is only 1 era coin. 10. Era coins are stored with Fat Tiger. He will not show himself voluntarily. 11. You can only get off the train at the final destination. I, Jianga, am already dead? Impossible, didn't you see him beating the strange things? Then what's the deal with the rules? Fake. No conflicting rules, how can you judge it's fake? 7 and 11 seem to conflict, but it's not too strong. What is era coin for? At this moment, the live stream room was in the midst of a heated discussion. The Bureau of Strange Tales. Zhang Jintian and an expert analyzed the situation the same way. Have you figured out any useful rules? Zhang Jintian's expression was serious. Captain Zhang. An elderly man with graying hair stood up. Based on previous strange tales, the first thing we need to do is research the trigger conditions for passing. It's obvious that the hidden Rule 5 and the train's final destination are a clear hint. We know this too, but the key is that Rule 7 and Rule 11 both indicate that this destination is hard to find. Another red-haired woman interrupted the elderly man. Zhang Jintian looked at the two of them, his eyes filled with thought. He had thought of this too, but he was considering other reasons. The time loop of that train. Every cycle would erase all memory of the previous one, and that was the real danger. Now they had a clue, something that could remind Jiang Mubai, but what about after the clue is used up? Would Jiang Mubai still be able to remember what happened before? While Zhang Jintian was lost in thought, a sudden alarm rang out on the large screen in front of him. Warning, warning, train K748 has encountered an irresistible force, self-destruct in 3 hours. Please leave your fate to destiny, and God will bless you. The cold, heartless voice felt like the icy chill of winter, making everyone feel frozen. Despair spread in the hearts of countless people. This strange tale, acting rashly would mean death, and even doing nothing, death would come in 3 hours. The scariest part was, no one knew whether the death after the train exploded would reset. If it didn't reset, was everyone's time really only left with 3 hours? Strange tale space. At this moment, Jiang Mubai had finished reading the rules. He listened to the voice from the loudspeaker and his eyes revealed curiosity. Interesting. The train automatically explodes in 3 hours. If I actively trigger the loop, will the train never explode? But first, I need to figure out a way to keep my memories of the cycle. While thinking, Jiang Mubai glanced at the bald man. The bald man, who was already sitting quietly like a lamb, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat when he saw Jiang Mubai looking at him. He hurriedly swallowed, turning his head away. In his mind, that gaze was scarier than the Grim Reaper. It felt as though something terrifying was waiting for him in the future. Chapter 67, Fat Tiger. What do you want to do? The bald man stared at Jiang Mubai in terror. Jiang Mubai's eyes flashed with intense curiosity. He forced himself to suppress the urge to confirm his thoughts, and looked at the bald man. Don't be nervous, take me to find Fat Tiger. Upon hearing Jiang Mubai's words, a trace of fear flashed in the bald man's eyes. I don't know. A trace of madness flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. A cold sensation immediately spread through the bald man's heart. He looked to the bespectacled man for help. The bespectacled man was currently lost in thought, contemplating the absurd card game from earlier. To be honest, he felt that Jiang Mubai had cheated, but he had no evidence. When he saw Jiang Mubai looking at him, he immediately spoke up. I can tell you where Fat Tiger is, but you have to tell me how you won against me earlier. Jiang Mubai didn't expect him to be so fixated on the card game. He looked at the bespectacled man for a moment and directly spoke. I cheated. Simple, direct, and brutal. The bespectacled man was immediately stunned. A madness and bloodlust briefly flashed in his eyes, but it faded quickly. Rule 3, playing Do Di Zhu, a card game, means you have to win. Winning is the goal, whether cheating or not doesn't matter. At that moment, everyone watching the live stream outside was stunned. Because they had also thought of this logic. What the heck, it can actually be like this? How did Jiang Bro cheat? I didn't notice. Bakana, our country's chosen one got slapped 3 times for nothing? Xiaoingzi, you guys are already very romantic. Look at the kimchi country, they were just totally caught off guard. Damn it, it's all because of that shameless bastard from Dragon Country. Family, let's blow up their livestream. Incompetent rage. Jiang Mubai didn't know any of this. He was waiting for the answer from the glasses guy. The glasses guy's face changed several times, and in the end, he said nothing. With a dark face, he pointed to an old man in the back of the carriage. Seeing this, Jiang Mubai smiled and walked over. Thanks, it was fun playing cards with you. Let's play together next time. Jiang Mubai really enjoyed himself, but these words felt like a knife, stabbing into the heart of the glasses guy. He tightly clenched his fists. At the back of the carriage, Jiang Mubai had already reached Fat Tiger's side. He looked at this old man who wasn't fat at all, and whose body seemed a little withered, with curiosity in his eyes. Why are you called Fat Tiger? The old man glanced at Jiang Mubai but didn't answer. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. It's just a code name. You're special. However, there are many special people on this train. He. The old man chuckled a few times and then took out a black coin and tossed it to Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai curiously caught it in his hand and examined it closely. The coin was cold, as if it had just been taken out of an iceberg. On both sides of the coin were a black and white skull. Interesting, what is this for? You'll figure it out yourself. I can only tell you that it's very important, extremely important. Hearing the old man's words, Jiang Mubai nodded in understanding. He returned to his seat and began flicking the coin up and down. The people around him saw this, some showing confusion, others showing envy, especially the bald man trio. They looked at the era coin with bloodthirsty, menacing eyes. Jiang Mubai looked at them curiously. I see. Rule 9, every cycle grants one era coin, and only one can be owned. This should refer to each person's own era coin, but it seems maybe era coins can be obtained by other means. Thinking about this, he looked at the bald man. Do you have an era coin? The bald man froze, fear appearing in his eyes. Just as he was about to come up with an excuse, the train lights began flickering. It seemed like the train was about to lose power. This, however, wasn't the terrifying part. The terrifying part was that every time the lights on the train ceiling went out, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. Jiang Mubai watched all of this with curiosity. Although Rule 4 stated that one should close their eyes when the power goes out, Jiang Mubai, at this moment, was clearly more curious about those eyes. He wanted to catch one and study it. In the livestream, everyone saw Jiang Mubai's gaze, and their hearts skipped a beat. Bro, I know you're not afraid of this thing, but isn't that look of yours a bit too dangerous? What are you panicking about? Haven't you noticed that my brother Jiang isn't saying I'm not crazy anymore? Honestly, I feel like Jiang brother in this state is even more uncontrollable. Right, have you guys thought of something? What if Jiang brother gets so excited that he blows up the train, and then he starts over again? At the Ghost Story Bureau, Zhang Jintian was also a bit worried. Jiang Mubei's gaze was very wrong. Very wrong. He was excited. No one knew what he was going to do next. He was thinking whether he should send Jiang Mubai a message to calm him down first. But sticking to the idea of trusting Jiang Mubai, he decided to wait and see. On the train. Jiang Mubai had already reached the middle of the train, and the eager look on his face had already shown what he wanted to do. While he waited in silence, a little boy dressed in shabby green clothes walked over. He was holding a stack of newspapers in his hand. Big brother, do you want a newspaper? Just one era coin. Jiang Mubai glanced at the little boy. He was filthy all over, and his coffee-colored curly hair was tangled together from not being washed for a long time. Some slightly unpleasant smells came from his body. No, I don't need it. Jiang Mubai refused without thinking. He had more important things now, because the train was about to lose power. His eyes grew even more excited. The little boy saw this and looked at Jiang Mubai pitifully. He gently tugged at Jiang Mubai. Brother, just buy one, please, just one era coin, only one era coin. Jiang Mubai still refused. After being refused twice, the little boy turned his gaze to the bald man behind Jiang Mubai. Brother, may I ask you to? Go away, dirty thing. Before the boy could finish, the bald man cursed him, then raised his hand and slapped the boy's face. Smack! The boy flew back instantly, spitting out a bloody tooth. He painfully held his face, tears swirling in his eyes. Finally, he held back from crying, and walked toward the back again. Sister, do you want a newspaper? Go away, what time is it, still reading newspapers? Uncle, do you want a newspaper? Jiang Mubai watched all this, a flash of madness passing in his eyes. Click. At that moment, the lights went out, countless blood-colored eyes appeared in the air. In the livestream, countless people focused on this scene. Chapter 68, Special People. Yo, crazy, hurry up and find a way to break it. I hope the crazy Appa dies while trying to find a way. Yes, he must die, using his death to confess to the world like James. In the livestream, countless foreign netizens watched Jiang Mubai's move while cursing him. They waited because Jiang Mubai was ahead of everyone. He was the first chosen one to pass Dodiju and get the rules. Other countries were imitators, some even died a few times, time reset, so their trains were not at the lights out yet. They hoped to find a way through Jiang Mubai. They cursed because Jiang Mubai was too special. In the rule horror tales, he was like cheating, especially when other countries were being taught by the bald man was taught back by him. This was unbearable for everyone. The powerless rage could only let them enjoy Jiang Mubai's benefits while cursing him. Although people from the dragon country were angry, they had no good solution yet. A tree without bark will surely die, a man without shame is invincible. This sentence perfectly described the Western countries led by the beautiful country. Horror Tale Bureau. Zhang Jintian also looked a bit nervous at the scene. After thinking carefully, he decided to personally send a message to calm him down. Soon, he came to a computer and opened a horror tale prompt software. Just as he was about to edit the message, a sharp twisting pain appeared in his chest. Then he started coughing loudly. Cough, 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 cough. The painful cough seemed suffocating. The experts rushed over. They looked at Zhang Jintian with worry. Zhang Jintian waved his hand. Don't worry about me, keep analyzing the rules, Xiao Ku. Zhang Jintian looked at Bai Xiaoke. Bai Xiaoke also showed worry on his face. Captain Zhang. I'm fine, first, cough cough. Send a message to Mubai first. Baishoka's eyes turned slightly red as he looked at Zhang Jintian, then ran to the computer and sent a message. Mirror parallel space. The train's lights had gone out. At this moment, countless blood-colored eyes drifted in the air. Jiang Mubai looked at the cruelest, reddest, most hideous pair of eyes showing amazing brilliance. Without doubt, it was the most valuable for research. He walked toward the eyes. At that moment, an illusory prompt appeared before him. It was sent by the Horror Tale Bureau. The content in the previous story were not much different. It first confirmed that he was a normal person, then told him not to destroy the train, putting himself in a passive situation, and finally confirmed once again that he was normal. Jiang Mubai was very touched. He had a great affection for the Weird Talk Bureau and Zhang Jintian. After all, they had repeatedly believed that he was a normal person. If possible, he wanted to bring back a pair of eyes as a gift for them. At this moment, he looked at the blood-red, hideous pair of eyes with even more excitement. Just as he walked up to the blood-red eyes, he froze for a moment. Because these blood-red eyes were not a solitary unknown entity. It had an owner. Its owner was a short and chubby woman, wearing a black uniform. At this moment, she looked at Jiang Mubai, and her eyes erupted with intense murderous intent. Ding, the bizarre body is awakening 70%. Are you really crazy? The genius is on the left, the madman on the right, where are you? I'm on the train. A crazy light flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes for a moment, then he calmed down. At this moment, the woman spoke, her voice was painful, hoarse, as if she were enduring torment. Era coins, Era coins. Give them to me, and you will retain your memory. A frantic roar erupted from the woman's mouth, and she rushed toward Jiang Mubai recklessly. Seeing this, Jiang Mubai's eyes turned cold. He lifted a foot and kicked directly at the woman. Boom! A loud muffled sound echoed, and the train shook once more. Countless people screamed in the darkness. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was tossing the Era coins, while watching the blood-red pupils in the darkness, showing a look of displeasure. I'm not done playing yet. This sentence immediately stunned everyone watching the live stream. Not Brother Jiang, you really don't intend to retain your memory? Brother Jiang, you need to stay calm, without memory, you'll have to start all over again. Brother Mubai, give it to her, please give it to her, as long as you give it to her, I'm willing to give you. At this moment, the people in the live stream were frantically spamming the comments. However, Jiang Mubai had already made up his mind. He directly placed the Era coin in his pocket, and it seemed he was determined not to give it. The short and chubby woman had already gotten up from the ground at this moment. Her fierce pupils no longer held cruelty, but instead, a trace of suspicious and strange gaze appeared. A special person, he is also a special person. The woman trembled in her heart, and she immediately turned to run. Just then, Jiang Mubai grabbed her back. What else does the Era coin do? Jiang Mubai's voice carried curiosity. The woman now seemed a bit afraid, but her duty forced her to tell Jiang Mubai. Upgrade the cabin, 10 Era coins can upgrade the cabin. Jiang Mubai nodded thoughtfully and released her. Just as he let go of his hand, the man with glasses walked over. He didn't care about Jiang Mubai and what was happening at that moment. Without hesitation, he gave the woman an Era coin. The woman eagerly took it and immediately swallowed the Era coin. Crunch, crunch. She chewed while patting the glasses man. A strange red light flashed, and the man's eyes immediately turned blood-red. Jiang Mubai watched all this with curiosity, his eyes revealing enlightenment. So that's how it is, this man with glasses had already retained his memory, he hid it very deep. Jiang Mubai waited for a while longer, but even as the lights began to flicker, no one else came. He looked around again and began to ponder. At this moment, he had started to become interested in this woman, and the special person that Fat Tiger spoke of. Who are they? ZZZZZ. The eerie sound of electric currents seemed to be hinting at something. Jiang Mubai looked up again, staring at the incandescent light on the ceiling. The light seemed to be about to light up. The space around him had begun to reset, a strange power covered him, and he could feel his body changing, both the space and the memory. Interesting. Jiang Mubai felt all of this, and instantly activated his power. Reversal. An even stranger fluctuation suddenly appeared, and Jiang Mubai immediately felt the time and space around him intertwining. In a dizzying blur of overlapping images, Jiang Mubai's soul was transported back to 10 minutes ago, his body quickly regressing to the place where he first entered the carriage. Mubai brother. Brother Jiang. It's starting again. It's okay, I believe in Brother Jiang. The worried comments flooded the live stream, and everyone prayed for him, hoping he wouldn't mess things up. Meanwhile, messages quickly spread to various countries. Equals 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 equals. Dear readers, could you help me with a good review and promote my book? I want to write this book for a long time. I still have so many stories to share with you all. Carrot? Chapter 69, The Loop. Rule 4 is a lie. The way to preserve memories is to open your eyes in the dark and trade with that strange woman using the era coin. After the lights go out, the train will automatically loop. The leaders of supernatural incidents in various countries all received shocking news. They eagerly passed the information on to their chosen ones, not even considering what might happen. To them, the most important thing was how to preserve the memory. However, when those chosen ones returned to the starting point with their memories intact, everyone was stunned. Oh no, why is this happening? We preserved our memories, but we've returned to the starting point. Does this mean we'll be stuck in this loop forever? There must be a way to break this, there must be a way. That crazy guy from Dragon Country couldn't figure it out, now we can only rely on others. The light of the world, our light. Countless people turned their eyes to James once again. After all, he was the only one, besides Jiang Mubai, who passed the last round. However, at this moment, he was still singing and dancing. Even in the dark, he was still the same. What was even more terrifying was that while James was singing and dancing, he was singing a children's rhyme. Fog City, death is the final destination, we must all run quickly, let's all head to Fog City. Everyone who saw this shuddered, and they quickly sent a message to their chosen ones, urging them to loudly announce their purpose. What terrified everyone was that all the people who had died, even just once, all said the same answer. Fog City. The whole world once again fell into panic. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai had already lifted his power. At this moment, he was standing in the place where he first entered the train, his eyes glowing with a brilliant blue light. He had not lost his memory. The ability to rewind time worked on this strange train, but at this moment, he was also in a dilemma. He touched his pocket, and the era coin had disappeared. He needed to go find Fat Tiger again to get another one. This is interesting. Jiang Mubai curiously looked around and walked toward Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger was still sitting calmly in place. When Jiang Mubai arrived, he seemed to already know that he had retained his memory. Therefore, without any explanation, he handed the era coin to Jiang Mubai. How do I preserve it? Jiang Mubai asked Fat Tiger. There's no way. Fat Tiger calmly replied, then looked towards the end of the carriage. Jiang Mubai curiously walked over. It was empty here, not even a door, just a pale white wall. Jiang Mubai thought for a moment, then suddenly lifted his foot and kicked the wall. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and the train shook violently for a moment, but the white wall remained intact. Everyone around seemed to not notice Jiang Mubai at all, and they continued doing their own things. Mom, where are we going? The hometown of Fog City, we're going to see Dad. Isn't Dad living in Xinghua Village? Isn't he dead? You're remembering it wrong. Jiang Mubai curiously glanced at the two people talking and sat next to them. They were a mother and daughter. The mother looked to be in her 30s, her hands a bit rough, seemingly from years of farm work. The girl appeared to be only 5 or 6 years old, wearing a floral skirt, her bright eyes looking very cute. When did you get on the train? Jiang Mubai glanced at the two of them and asked. The middle-aged woman looked at Jiang Mubai for a moment before raising her head. Her eyes were vacant, confused, completely lacking the liveliness she had when speaking with the little girl. Just now, didn't we just get on? Jiang Mubai glanced at them again, nodded, and walked away. Along the way, he asked a few more people. All of their memories were stuck at the moment they got on the train, but their destinations were strangely the same. They were all heading to the Misty City to visit someone who had long since passed away. Jiang Mubai carefully observed the surroundings and had a realization. He understood now. The problem wasn't with these people, but with the train. This train had been contaminated, affecting the people inside. Its purpose had long been distorted and changed. These people had no idea how many cycles they had gone through. Jiang Mubai suspected that, except for the bespectacled man, everyone here had been unable to bear the endless loop and had chosen to willingly give up their memories. The reason for this became clear just now, when the lights went out. At that moment, everyone closed their eyes. It was a subconscious action, and they didn't even hesitate when making this move. However, erasing memories wasn't without side effects. Jiang Mubai suspected that their minds had long been polluted by repeated cycles, and even their thoughts might have been altered. Otherwise, a normal person could never appear so calm and familiar. They knew all the rules here, but had no related memories. The proof was that when the newsboy asked them for the era coins, no one had any doubts. Era coins. The very name was out of place for this time. Yet, those people accepted it as normal. It seemed that he would have to find another way to leave here. There must be other clues here. Jiang Mubai came back to the bespectacled man again, who was still repeating the same actions as before. But Jiang Mubai noticed a hint of fear hidden in his pupils. I mean, no harm, just give me some information. How many cycles have you gone through? As soon as Jiang Mubai asked, the bald man next to him suddenly exploded in anger. Who the hell are you? Get the hell away. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a cold chill. A fear from the soul, which immediately made the man feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. His raised hand froze in place, his whole body trembling. Jiang Mubai gave him a cold stare. With that one look, the bald man immediately became like a lamb, shrinking back into his seat, trembling, and not saying a word. The bespectacled man seemed to not notice at all. It wasn't until several seconds later that he lifted his head. 100, 1,000, 10,000, I don't remember anymore. Where are you heading? Mole City, I am going to Mole City abroad. You haven't died before? No, only me hasn't. Stop saying it. The bespectacled man suddenly screamed in horror. Jiang Mubai just silently looked at him. Seeing the man still terrified, Jiang Mubai stood up and gently patted his back. He was a pitiful person. Jiang Mubai didn't want to make things difficult for them. If he could, he would take them out of here. But now, it seemed everything had become stuck in a loop. Perhaps, awakening the strange body could break the white wall, but if the train kept cycling after that, he didn't seem to have any better way. The most important thing was that he felt the contamination in this carriage no longer affected him. He had to think of another way, maybe upgrading the cabin could solve the problem. I'm stuck. I'm completely stuck, it's a bit uncomfortable. I've rewritten it several times. Chapter 70 How to Let Time Continue. Damn, Brother Jiang didn't lose his memory? Could it be possible that he remembered? Wasn't it like this last time too? Doesn't seem like it. This time after the loop, Brother Jiang went straight to Fat Tiger, which means his memory never forgot at all. No more words, Brother Jiang is just awesome. Unlike the happy people from Longwa, viewers from other countries were staring at Jiang Mubai with pure envy, jealousy, and hatred. They wished they could rush into the monster story and kill Jiang Mubai. Why is he the most special in the world? We refuse. Cheating, it must be cheating. Damn Longwa bastards, Baka Yaru. Family, beautiful country shakes every day, I can't take it, all because of that crazy person from Longwa, why doesn't he just die? I have already prepared the voodoo doll, I will curse him. However, they were destined only to shout in the live stream. No matter what they said, the Longwa viewers used the 6 strategy in unison. Countless 6s scrolled crazily, making them feel tingling in their heads. Monster Story Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Jiang Mubai was also trapped in the loop dilemma, his situation was, so far, the best. Longwa still had one chance to give a hint, and Jiang Mubai was not keeping memory through time coins, which added some variables to the monster story. Zhang Jintian's eyes swept over the expert team with authority, and he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, regarding the current situation, do you have any suggestions? An old expert stood up, first looking at Zhang Jintian with worry, then giving his opinion. Team leader Zhang, we may have fallen into a misunderstanding. The train will self-destruct in 3 hours. When we first heard the news, our first reaction was to stop it. Now it seems, what we should do is actually push the 20-minute loop forward. Zhang Jintian looked at the old expert and nodded. It made perfect sense. When he first heard the alarm, he thought the same, but now it seemed their direction was wrong. It might be that by pushing time forward, at a certain key point, stopping the train from exploding is the correct choice. While he was thinking, he suddenly realized something. He immediately looked at Bai Xiaoka and said in a deep voice. Xiaoka, check immediately if anyone nationwide bought tickets for train K748. Bai Xiaoka heard this and acted at once, soon returning with a worried expression. Team leader Zhang, yes, through big data filtering, we can see the purchase records for K748, but... At this, Xiaoka hesitated, her expression a bit unnatural. But, in Longwa, K748 does not exist at all. Zhang Jintian's pupil shrank. He quickly went to the black phone and started communicating with other countries, finally confirming that train K748 belonged to no country. It seemed to appear on the world's railways out of nowhere. How strange and terrifying it was. Zhang Jintian had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, thought carefully for a moment, and then said in a deep voice. Xiaoka, send these 2 pieces of news to Mubai. Bai Xiaoka hesitated, because now there was only one last chance to give a hint. But seeing Zhang Jintian's firm eyes, she didn't ask further. Soon, a message was sent. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai once again took out the time coins. At this moment, he kept tossing the time coins, seemingly very interested. He kept recalling the scene when the lights went out. That short and fat woman seemed to have eaten it. Jiang Mubai looked at the time coins with growing curiosity. Just as he was about to taste a little, a virtual hint arrived. Jiang Mubai stopped his hand. He looked at the hint, eyes showing thought. Let the world continue. Actually, he had already thought about this question. But this train, just like a sealed space, has no exit, no matter the front or the back. However, speaking of this, another hint from Zhang Jintian did give him some inspiration. Never appeared in reality. Combining with the first rule, he was already dead. He speculated that this train was most likely a special one designed to carry the souls of the dead. If that's the case, then this is interesting. He has the ability to reverse, so what would happen if he reversed one of these corrupted anomalies back into a human? Just as he was thinking, a little boy walked over again. He was wearing a green, shabby coat, and his entire body was covered in dirt. Big brother, would you like a newspaper? Just one era coin. Jiang Mubai glanced at the little boy again. To be honest, he didn't feel that the little boy was particularly special. Alright, I'll buy one. The little boy, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Really? Thank you, big brother. He eagerly pulled out a dirty newspaper from his chest and handed it to Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai didn't mind at all, grabbing it in his hand. He looked at the era coin with some regret and eventually tossed it to the little boy. Thank you. The little boy was almost crying at this point. Jiang Mubai watched him feeling a bit awkward, then smiled gently and patted his head. Sizzle, sizzle. At that moment, the lights flickered again. Without thinking, Jiang Mubai opened the newspaper and then closed his eyes, activating his reversal ability. What mattered now was looking at the information on the newspaper, not dealing with those anomalies. Following the rules would save him from a lot of trouble. Soon, the lights went out. Countless eyes once again turned towards the surroundings, but this time, they seemed a bit fearful of Jiang Mubai's position. The cycle began again. Jiang Mubai didn't care at all. At this moment, he was controlling his ability. The flashback ability was indeed very strong. Not only could he watch scenes from 10 minutes ago, but he could also freeze a certain scene. Although the overall 10 minutes wouldn't change, this was enough. He really liked this ability. Because this ability wouldn't tell him he was crazy. Soon, he saw the information recorded on the newspaper. This was a newspaper from July 11, 1999, with 4 pieces of information. 1. A previously unrecorded train K748 was found in the Sorafan Sea. After investigation, the train was determined to have exploded due to excessive carbon buildup in the engine, with no survivors. Strangely, this train had never been recorded by any country. 2. A fire broke out this morning at the Griffinlo Orphanage. Fortunately, the orphanage had been abandoned for a long time and was uninhabited. 3. A woman was found dead from starvation in the old apartment building on Green Street. 4. The serial killer reappeared in Donis Town. We only found one victim's body, but we know there were definitely more victims. 4 news stories accompanied by 4 pictures were printed on the newspaper. Jiang Mubai carefully read through them a few times before deactivating his ability. He returned to the starting point once again. But this time, a smile appeared on his lips. He was 100% sure that the solution to break this cycle must be upgrading the cabin, and now, what he needed to do was figure out how to get a few more era coins. Chapter 71, Upgrading the Cabin. A train that had never appeared in reality. A train that seemed to only carry the dead. Combining with Rule 1, you are already dead, plus the information on the newspaper in Zhang Jintian's transmission. Jiang Mubai had confirmed that this polluted and twisted train's ultimate purpose was to send these people to the Fog City. Where the Fog City is, he didn't know, and whether one could see the dead there, he had no idea. But, obviously, this train had an accident on the way. 3 hours later, it exploded. This old-fashioned train, if it really explodes, it must have a problem in the engine, and the newspaper also proved this. The engine is usually at the front of the train. I only need to go there myself, try to stop it, maybe I can trigger the passing condition. But, to get there, I need to pass through the dining car and the sleeper car. It seems necessary to upgrade cabins quickly, maybe, seeing the driver can really solve the problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Mubai looked at the man with glasses. Do you want to get off? Get off. These 2 words immediately made hope appear in the glasses man's eyes, but then, despair appeared again. We cannot get off, we cannot get off. The glasses man murmured softly. Jiang Mubai patted his back again. Okay, I will get off. If possible, I will also take you all off. The firm tone made the glasses man lift his head. He looked at Jiang Mubai, his eyes empty, confused. I need a time coin, only by breaking all the rules of this train, will there be hope to get off, will you trust me? The glasses man struggled deeply. After a moment, he shakily took a time coin from his pocket and carefully placed it in Jiang Mubai's hand. Jiang Mubai looked at the time coin for a long moment, resisting the urge to taste it, and put it away. If I do not collect enough time coins in this cycle, I will come back. Give me a secret signal, so you can trust my signal. The glasses man lifted his head, looking at Jiang Mubai. Tears appeared in his eyes. He believed Jiang Mubai. He clearly had absolute power to just take the time coin, but still traded this way. It gave him a glimmer of hope. My name is Li Cha. I have never told anyone my name. Jiang Mubai nodded, patting Li Cha's shoulder again. And you, will you trust me? Jiang Mubai looked at the bald man, trying to make his tone calm. The bald man shivered instinctively. He looked at Li Cha, then Jiang Mubai, and grit his teeth, taking out a time coin. Jiang Mubai then looked at the heavily made-up woman. She also gave Jiang Mubai a time coin. Just like that, Jiang Mubai began moving through the train cars, persuading. In the first cycle, he got 3 time coins, except for the 3 men including the bald man. No one believed him. In the second cycle, he got 4, an old woman finally chose to believe him. In the third cycle, he got 5, this time from a little boy. His eyes showed unwillingness. Jiang Mubai folded a paper plane from a flyer and gave it to him. The cycles continued. Outside, everyone was a bit confused by Jiang Mubai's actions. Brother Jiang, why not just grab it? But I feel Brother Mubai's action makes him more trustworthy. Anyway, Brother Jiang can keep memory, I trust him. In Long Country's live stream, comments floated up one after another. This scene shocked the countries of the world again. Time coins, yes, why did they not think of this method? Every country has expert teams. They quickly analyzed why Jiang Mubai did this. However, they no longer had permission to give hints. They could only look at the big screen with hope in their eyes. Oh no, our light, please don't jump again. Ah, what is our kimchi country fool doing? Not romantic at all. Hurry up and think of a way. Look, our India country's Jollyha realized it. He started finding a way to earn time coins. Great, we followed Long Country's step. Various voices filled different platforms. At this moment, the world order changed. In the Bureau of Weird Stories, Zhang Jintian also watched the scene. His eyes showed a look of relief. He had high hopes for Jiang Mubai. Although his actions now seemed a bit foolish, Zhang Jintian knew that Jiang Mubei's humanity had become even stronger. Not using his own power to bully the weak, isn't that also a kind of strength? Longhua has finally produced a true chosen one. Cough, 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 cough. Zhang Jintian suddenly began coughing violently. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoke hurriedly ran over to support him. Zhang Jintian pushed her away. He casually wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine, you all continue. Although we no longer have any hints, we must still continue analyzing. Only by mastering the logic of analysis rules can we respond to any potential changes. The old experts looked at Zhang Jintian with worry, but then resumed their discussions. Mirror parallel ghost story space. Jiang Mubai began another round of the cycle. At this moment, he was sitting next to the little girl at the end of the train. I will take you off the train. Can you trust me? Jiang Mubei's tone was very gentle. The girl's big, watery eyes looked at Jiang Mubai, hesitating for a moment before finally shaking her head. I want my daddy. Big brother, can you take me to see my daddy? If you promise me, I will give you. Jiang Mubai could not promise her. He also shook his head, and the little girl's eyes revealed a disappointed gleam. Jiang Mubai left. He began persuading her again. When the cycle reached the 12th time, he finally obtained the 10 era tokens. At this moment, the little boy selling newspapers came again. He looked at Jiang Mubai with hope in his eyes. Big brother, do you want to buy a newspaper? Just 1 era token, just 1. Jiang Mubai glanced at the ragged little boy and gave him one of his extra era tokens. I don't understand. Why does Brother Jiang always buy the newspaper every time? I know, you haven't noticed, every time the little boy comes, he always turns off the lights. Brother Jiang must not have finished reading the contents of the newspaper. I see, we have screenshots, we can see that Brother Jiang is truly experiencing it. The people from Longhua didn't know about Jiang Mubei's flashback ability, so they could only analyze it based on their own thoughts. They once again wrapped it up just like last time's ghost story. Countless foreign netizens saw this scene and their eyes shone. Baka, newspaper, we no longer have hints. Why doesn't our country's chosen one have this kind of insight? It must be because his mind isn't split enough. This is a gift only for the mentally split. They were angry, frustrated, but since there were no hints, they could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, some chosen ones from other countries also noticed this, and although they were still in the cycle, it was a good start. At this moment, Jiang Mubai once again opened his eyes in the darkness. He curiously looked at the eyes floating in the air and walked towards the pair that was the most crimson, the most bloody, the most cruel. I want to upgrade my cabin. Jiang Mubai took out 10 era tokens, and at that moment, the short, fat woman in the dark revealed an astonishing blood-red light in her eyes. Chapter 72, Dining Car Rules. Era tokens, era tokens. Intermittent mumbling came from the short, fat woman's mouth, her eyes filled with greed and cruelty. Jiang Mubai looked at her curiously, then placed the era tokens in her hand. Upon seeing this, the woman's eyes flashed with bloodlight. She immediately devoured the era token, then pulled out a blood-colored, tattered train ticket from her pocket. Upgrade, dining car. Jiang Mubai took the ticket, carefully examined it, and put it away. The short, fat woman vanished. As if avoiding Jiang Mubai, she disappeared in an instant. Jiang Mubai looked at the eyes in the air with a hint of regret. They all have masters now. Sighing in frustration, Jiang Mubai once again activated his reversal ability. This time, when he returned, he found that his position had not changed at all. Time continued. He glanced at the three men with glasses, along with those who had given him the time tokens, and softly spoke. Don't worry, I will solve this train issue and get you off. The people stared at him in confusion, then went back to their own tasks. Jiang Mubai deeply studied each face, then walked towards the train's white wall, where a dark red iron door had appeared. By the iron door stood Fat Tiger, expressionless, watching him. I see. So he's the train manager? Jiang Mubai only took a glance and knew immediately. He walked over and handed his ticket to him. Fat Tiger took the ticket without even looking at it, just ate it, then pushed open the iron door. Jiang Mubai glanced at Fat Tiger again, then walked through the door. Just as he stepped past the iron door, a cold prompt rang in his mind. Ding, congratulations chosen one, hidden mission triggered, save. This time, will you succeed? Outside. In all the live streaming rooms, everyone watching the stream was shocked. Did it just trigger? Save? Save what? Ah, it's so frustrating, we can only see the title, not the prompt, I'm losing it. I gotta say, Jiang Bro is 666. As the Dragon Country netizens discussed, the whole world was in chaos. Hidden mission, the chosen one from Dragon Country triggered the hidden mission again. Doesn't this just crush the other countries? Beautiful country. Dog Egg started smashing things again, he had already lost count of how many times he'd gone mad. Anyway, everything is Dragon Country's fault. While he was venting wildly, his agents brought him another piece of news. The countries allied with Beautiful Country were all rushing to lick Dragon Country's boots, and this bad news almost made Dog Egg faint. He looked at Jiang Mubai with eyes full of hatred. The same situation occurred in Cherry Blossom Country. At this moment, Colonel Gaman Yuden was on a plane, almost landing in Beautiful Country, when he suddenly received this terrible news. The furious colonel started screaming like a madman, muttering words like baka na, baka repeatedly, and if there had been a knife nearby, he might have ended himself in seconds. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai was naturally unaware of all this. At this moment, he was observing the dining car. This was a carriage with old rectangular wooden tables. Compared to the previous carriage, it was much wider. At least the aisles weren't filled with baggage and lying people. Everyone had their own seat. Jiang Mubai didn't need to look, he already knew where his seat was. Because there was only one empty seat in the entire carriage. It was also a two-person seat, but with a table in the middle. At that moment, a man and a woman were sitting at that seat. The man had blonde hair and blue eyes, looking like a foreigner, dressed in a black suit, very handsome, reading a newspaper. The woman had standard black hair and black eyes, looking somewhat quiet and gentle, with a great figure. She wore a green wristwatch with a crystal-clear green dial, which even Jiang Mubai couldn't help but stare at for a couple of extra seconds. At that moment, they sat side by side. A black handbag occupied half of the opposite seat, and the other half was empty. Jiang Mubai curiously glanced at the black handbag and walked over, sitting in the empty seat. At this moment, the blond man lowered his newspaper and looked at Jiang Mubai, smiling. Heh, a newcomer? It's been a while since I've seen someone come out of that carriage. The woman also looked at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai didn't respond to him. Instead, he looked at the woman. Because he had the strange feeling that he might have seen her somewhere before. Sir, staring at a lady who has a boyfriend like this. But it's not polite enough. The blond man spoke again, a strange red light flashing in his eyes. Jiang Mubai turned his head and looked at the blond man. You look a bit familiar, sorry, are you special people? Curiosity appeared in Jiang Mubei's eyes. The blond man, upon hearing this, suddenly showed a sharp gleam in his eyes. Heh, you could say that. Special here means people who can keep their memories without using time coins. The blond man smiled, glancing at the woman beside him. The woman immediately lowered her head. Jiang Mubai glanced at the woman again. I see, thanks for letting me know. Where can I find the rules? Jiang Mubai had already scanned the surroundings but didn't see any hint of rules. The only thing that looked like a rule was that newspaper, but Jiang Mubai had already glanced at its content. The content was exactly the same as the one the little boy in the previous car was selling. The blonde man smiled again upon hearing this. The rules are in the loudspeaker above your head. What each person hears is different, it should start soon. Jiang Mubai nodded and stopped speaking. He continued to look around curiously. The place also had curtains, with dim yellow lights hanging from above, giving it an eerie gloom. As Jiang Mubai thought about whether he should pull open the curtains to take a look, the loudspeaker above suddenly broadcasted a voice. Hello, passengers. Welcome aboard train K748, this train is heading to the Fog City. Please follow the following terms. 1. You are already dead, do not question it. 2. The curtains must not be opened. 3. If you see someone wearing a black chef uniform, please pretend you didn't see them. 4. The dining car does not serve food. If you're hungry, you can sleep. 5. The train will arrive in 2 hours and 40 minutes. You cannot get off during the trip. 6. No one can refuse Tony's requests. 7. Keep your time coins safe. You will receive 2 each cycle. 8. There is no cycle in this carriage. 9. You cannot upgrade your cabin unless you are special enough. 10. Special people will die. The 10 rules played 3 times in a row before stopping. Jiang Mubai had already memorized them, his curiosity growing stronger in his eyes. This place is really interesting. Especially the 10th one, special people will die. It looks like this rule is to eliminate those who came here out of order. So, does this mean I am one of those who were eliminated? A fleeting madness flashed in Jiang Mubei's eyes but quickly disappeared. He looked at the man and woman in front of him, both of them now showing eerie smiles. This is the rule. So, what do you think? Want to cooperate? The man spoke again, his red light growing more intense in his eyes. Cooperate? Are you Tony? Jiang Mubai glanced at the blonde man again, and the blonde man froze for a moment. Boring, I was planning to test you and see how capable you are, but your response was quick. The red light in the man's eyes faded. He leaned back in his chair, seemingly not expecting Jiang Mubei's next answer at all. Jiang Mubai looked at him, then at the woman beside him, and nodded. Let's cooperate, but tell me first, why is it that everyone hears different rules? The blonde man chuckled softly and stroked the woman's hand. Of course, it's because my girlfriend and I confirmed it. The rule I heard is Rule 5, that the train will explode after 3 hours. But she heard that the train will arrive after 3 hours. Jiang Mubai glanced at the woman again. In his perception, it seemed like this girl hadn't been polluted. He knew very clearly that he himself was in a polluted state. Only this strange body, this crazy talent, let him keep very good sanity, his cognition was not changed. By logic, he should also have heard the explosion. Interesting, that rule, was it specially for special people? He looked at the man again, and found the way the man looked at him was getting more and more wrong. That was a look like looking at a pervert. This made him feel a slight offense. Although this woman was also very good-looking, she was not as good-looking as Xia Yilua, nor as cute as Michelle, nor as Jiang Lily. Wait. This woman seemed very similar to Jiang Lily. Jiang Mubai looked at her again. The blonde man's body seemed to be trembling. Sir, please pay attention to your behavior, this lady in front of you has a boyfriend. I saw a girl called Jiang Lily in Qingshan Biopharmaceutical Company, what is your relationship with her? Jiang Mubai did not care about the blonde man, suddenly opened his mouth and asked. This sentence instantly made the woman tremble with excitement, she raised her head, looking at Jiang Mubai with eyes flashing with tears, she grabbed Jiang Mubai in one move, her voice choked as she spoke. How is she? How is my younger sister? Please tell me. The blonde man and Jiang Mubai were both stunned at the same time. A trace of apology showed in the blonde man's eyes, he also knew he misunderstood Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai did not expect the woman's reaction to be so big. Even more did not expect she was Jiang Lily's older sister. That Jiang Lily was also a pitiful person. Jiang Mubai fell silent. He did not answer, but the girl already understood. She suddenly leaned onto the blonde man's shoulder and began to cry. I knew it, I want to get off, I want to go to the land of Fog City, I want to see her. The blonde man gently held the woman. We will. After the blonde man finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Mubai again. Sir, to show my apology, I will reveal a piece of rule information to you. Rule 4, after getting hungry, you absolutely must not sleep, after sleeping, you will return to the first carriage. This carriage indeed has no loop, but it will go backward. The dining car will not provide food, only before starving to the limit, leave here, complete cabin upgrade, then you can leave. Jiang Mubai looked at the man, nodded his head. He looked at the girl again, his tone carried unquestionable certainty. I will leave this train, definitely will, if possible, I will take all of you away. After speaking, he directly stood up, walked toward the counter in front of the dining car. There was a middle-aged man wearing a black chef uniform. At this moment, the way he looked at Jiang Mubai was full of cruelty. Jiang Mubai completely ignored him. In his eyes, there was only calm, and under the calm, hidden madness. Ding, strange body awakened, 80%. Bang! Jiang Mubai grabbed the man in black chef uniform in one move. The man in black chef uniform was about to explode, but Jiang Mubai's hand movement was faster. He did not even give him a chance to transform. Directly 3 slaps interrupted his casting. You, cook, enough for everyone in this carriage to eat, I only say once. The black chef man at this moment already doubted strange life. He stared blankly at Jiang Mubai, red light in his eyes flickering bright and dark. Reflect on myself 3 times a day. You are strange, I am also strange. I cook, I cook. At this moment, the man suddenly felt something. He roared crazily in a loud voice. Jiang Mubai let go of his hand. He tremblingly opened a door behind the counter. Inside had all kinds of strange ingredients, like a duck with a mouse head, a singing rabbit, a big green worm that can dance. Jiang Mubai's eyes were instantly attracted. He looked at that strange duck, curiosity showing in his eyes. Wait. Don't wait, bro, your eyes are not right. I guarantee with my personality, that one cannot be eaten. Brother Mubai, don't eat randomly, as long as you don't eat it. I am fine with whatever you eat. Noble Luxury Pink Diamond VIP member. Just when everyone thought Jiang Mubai was about to do something outrageous, his voice came out from the live broadcast room. Don't use those animals, they are a bit abnormal. Hearing this, the people in the live broadcast room were all moved to tears. Brother Jiang, you finally became normal. I told you, Brother Jiang is a normal person. Who said Brother Jiang was crazy? I'll go after whoever it was. Just use that blue broccoli. That one is prettier. The live broadcast room fell silent. An eerie silence. The same silence appeared in the Creepy Tales Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian was also watching this scene, and he fell silent as well. He shouldn't be afraid of pollution, right? Yes, he shouldn't be afraid of pollution. He kept repeating this sentence in his mind, and after a quarter of an hour, he looked back at the live broadcast room. In the screen, Jiang Mubai was now holding a plate of blue broccoli, his eyes shining, and he returned to his seat. And the security guard in the black chef's uniform had already changed into a white chef's uniform, pushing a trolley down the aisle. Ah, XSWL, the crazy person is going back to the first carriage. Ah, hell, start over, the whole world welcomes you. Yaxi, beautiful. Foreign netizens, filled with jealousy and hatred, jumped out, watching Jiang Mubai as he placed a piece of blue broccoli into his mouth. As they excitedly anticipated Jiang Mubai to be polluted and die, returning to the first carriage. Jiang Mubai, however, seemed as if nothing had happened. He even smacked his lips. Apart from the color being a bit off, everything else is very normal. Jiang Mubai's curious voice came out from the live broadcast room, and countless people looked at this scene again, revealing shock. Chapter 74, The Newsboy. The world laughs at my brother for being crazy, but my brother laughs at the world for not seeing through. Rule 4, is it really broken like this? Sorry, I raised my voice just now. Baka, it's not fair, it's not fair. Why, I want to protest, I want to file a complaint, damn creepy tales, they must give us, and the whole world, an explanation. However, those foreign netizens' protests were destined to be ineffective. At this moment, Jiang Mubai had already finished eating the blue broccoli safely. He even brought the unpleasant parts to the singing rabbit. The rabbit squeaked, and its beautiful singing made Jiang Mubai feel more energized. As for the rat-headed duck, he slapped it twice. Because it was too ugly. At this moment, Jiang Mubai looked around again, and there were 40 people in the entire carriage. Apart from the 2 blonde men, Jiang Mubai also saw a familiar face. Fat Tiger. He didn't know when Fat Tiger came here, but as soon as he thought about it, Jiang Mubai knew the reason. It seems that upgrading the cabin should have been done through him. He walked toward Fat Tiger, who looked up with a gaze full of strange intent. Upgrading the cabin, sleeper carriage, 100 era tokens. Fat Tiger said straightforwardly. This made Jiang Mubai frown slightly. If Fat Tiger wasn't lying, the total era tokens of everyone in this carriage shouldn't be enough. It seems that this is the difficult point of this carriage. Combining Tony's information, he already knew that this carriage ran on a rule logic. Rule 7 and 8, this carriage cannot loop, each loop requires 2 era tokens. In this place, the rule of the carriage is to make you so hungry you can't stand it, and then choose to sleep, which returns you to the first carriage. After the first carriage's loop, you can gain 2 era tokens. This is similar to inheriting an era token in a second round game. But this era token is not as powerful as imagined. Because the rule of the first carriage is that each loop only has one era token. It can at most allow you to hold on for an additional 20 minutes. The way to break through this carriage is get enough era coins in the first level, then come back. But the problem comes, unless you are a special person, able to remember Fat Tiger's key information 100 era coins, otherwise, ordinary people will inevitably forget everything after 2 cycles of baptism. This loop train is through many cycles, subtly affects the passengers who enter here. Jiang Mubai understood, but he also fell into a stuck level. However, no matter what, he still needed to first look for a way to break it. Give me era coins. Jiang Mubai asked Fat Tiger for his own 2 era coins, then walked toward the other people in the carriage. Hello, I will try to take you away, can you give me your era coins? Jiang Mubai walked toward an old man with grey hair. The old man looked at him with blood-red eyes. No, the era coins are mine. As soon as he finished speaking, others all echoed. Yes, don't think because you treat us to food, we will believe you. That is what you should do, you have ability, you should do this. If you treat us a few meals, I can consider giving you one. Various different voices filled the carriage. Jiang Mubai tried several times, without any progress, then returned to opposite Tony. Ha, see? This is this group of pathetic people. Tony sneered and spoke. As soon as he finished, the crowd in the carriage spoke again. Who do you think you are, you dare to talk to us? Don't think just because you have a foreign face, we are afraid of you. On this death train, we are all the same. Seeing the crowd about to explode again, Tony stood up directly. Terrifying pressure instantly spread. In Tony's crimson eyes, blood flowed. Shut up. Tony suddenly reached out, grabbed someone behind him, and squeezed hard. With a bang, the person turned into black mist and disappeared. The people around saw this, all fell silent, not a word. Tony sneered, then sat down again. Then he smiled at Jiang Mubai, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Mubai didn't stop him at all, he only curiously looked at Tony. This person, very strong. So, do you want to cooperate? Tony asked again. Of course. Jiang Mubai also smiled and answered. Do you have a way to get enough era coins? I already saved 18, as long as we kill these people, take their era coins, plus your 2, exactly enough, but only one of us can go over. Interesting, I go over, you wait here? Hee, of course, I go over, you wait here. You go alone, what about your girlfriend? You take care of her for me. Jiang Mubai slightly paused, he looked at Tony's girlfriend, saw her just a little pale, nothing else changed. Jiang Mubai looked at her twice, then withdrew his eyes. Neither wanted to yield. Tony needed Jiang Mubai's 2 era coins, Jiang Mubai also needed Tony's 18. Although Tony's request could not be refused, Jiang Mubai was not afraid of him. Breaking the rules, at most, is just to fight with Tony. As long as he has killing intent, he will die. However, for now, Tony was just negotiating with Jiang Mubai. Even if he refused him, he didn't show any anger. Since so, we can only wait. Seeing Jiang Mubai silent, Tony spoke softly again, picked up a newspaper, leaned back in the seat. Jiang Mubai continued to observe around. He knew, the first carriage, no one would come over. Now the situation seemed only to wait for the newcomer. However, Jiang Mubai strangely looked at Tony. With his strength, just 2 era coins, he could fully let his girlfriend keep them. He could loop back in sleep to get 2 more. But he still chose to cooperate with him. It seems the loop of sleeping may have other problems. He really wants to continue to awaken the strange body. As long as the strange body awakens 100%, he can ignore all rules. But the level of pollution here seems unable to continue. While he was thinking of a countermeasure, a little boy walked over again. He wore a tattered green coat, holding a folded newspaper, looking at Jiang Mubai. Big brother, do you want a newspaper? Only 1 era coin. The little boy looked at Jiang Mubai pitifully. Jiang Mubai looked at the newspaper in the boy's hand, then looked at the blonde man's. Just by a glance, Jiang Mubai saw that the content was the same. Still July 11, 1999. Even the 4 news stories were the same. But Jiang Mubai still gave him an era coin. You look like you really need money. Jiang Mubai's voice was gentle. The little boy timidly nodded. I need money, I need era coins. Why? I don't know, I only remember that I need money. Jiang Mubai nodded. He took out an era coin and placed it in the little boy's hand. Do you still remember me? The little boy raised his head, looked carefully at Jiang Mubai twice, and shook his head. Sorry, big brother, I forgot. It's okay. Jiang Mubai picked up the newspaper and quietly sat in the seat. His gaze occasionally swept over the little boy, showing curiosity. He saw with his own eyes that after the little boy asked the last person in this carriage, he mysteriously disappeared. Without any trace. This news seller is somewhat special. I guess, he might be a point that creates the loop. Tony spoke, his eyes looking at the place where the little boy disappeared, showing undisguised killing intent. Jiang Mubai ignored him. He had been paying attention to one thing, which was that the newspaper in the little boy's hand was decreasing. Truly decreasing. If he bought them all, what would it be like? Chapter 75 Extra Seasoning. Jiang Mubai looked at Tony again. Tony had 18 era coins, he knew, and the newspapers in the little boy's hand seemed to be only about 20. If the little boy is a point, then breaking the deadlock in this carriage seems to have a turn. Interesting. Next, it is to get enough era coins before the little boy appears again. If he analyzed correctly, in 20 minutes, he would come again. Outside, the people watching the live broadcast naturally did not know what Jiang Mubai was thinking. They discussed one after another. I know that Tony's request cannot be refused. The deadlock point in this carriage is likely Tony taking away Jiang's era coins, and Jiang cycles again, coming to this carriage to wait for Tony. That's weird, impossible to believe. Right, and Jiang refused him, now Jiang obviously is fine, clearly, rule 6 is false. No, also possible, that man is not Tony at all, he is pretending to be Tony. Paranormal Management Bureau. Zhang Jintian and other experts were also analyzing. At this moment, they were also in a dilemma. What netizens could analyze, they also analyzed. Moreover, they analyzed Rule 10. Those experts agreed that Jiang Mubai is a special person. Combining the information given by the suspected Tony, they judged that the special person in this carriage, after cycling, is very likely to fall into extreme danger. But even if they analyzed it, they had no solution. Long Country also gave no hints. Zhang Jintian listened to the expert's analysis and nodded. If we still have hints, should we tell Jiang Mubai this message? The crowd looked at Zhang Jintian, a bit confused. No hints now, does asking still make sense? But Zhang Jintian is the head of the Paranormal Management Bureau. Since he spoke, everyone would answer. Soon, an elderly expert spoke. Captain Zhang, I think it is necessary. The one who is in the situation is confused, but the onlooker is clear. I believe this analysis is absolutely correct. If there are still hints, we must pass them on as soon as possible to help him better figure out the way to solve the strange tale. Cough, cough. Zhang Jintian coughed twice and nodded. Are there any different opinions? Zhang Jintian looked around, and after a moment, another young man stood up. He was tall and upright, his spirit sharp, standing there like a green pine tree. Captain Zhang, I think we should wait a bit longer. Zhang Jintian gave him a glance, his gaze showing authority. Why? The man paused for a moment, as if organizing his words, then spoke. Captain Zhang, the hints you've given Mubai have always been about his own state, or things he can't know in the strange tale, like news from the real world. So, I speculate that you, Captain Zhang, must have some information that makes you absolutely believe in Jiang Mubai's judgment. If that's the case, I think if we still have hints, they should focus on two directions only, one is his mental state, and the other is the information he absolutely cannot capture. Zhang Jintian looked deeply at this man. What's your name? Replying to Captain Zhang, my name is Li Fei. Zhang Jintian nodded and looked at the screen. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was talking to a man who was suspected to be Tony. I haven't tried buying all the newspapers. It's too risky. The blonde man, after hearing what Jiang Mubai said, had a flash of bloodlust in his eyes, then he spoke again. I think we should return to the previous carriage and get more time coins. It's safer. Jiang Mubai chuckled. What's the cost of going back to the previous carriage? If it were that simple, I don't think you would be hinting for me to go. Tony glanced at him and smiled. I really can't deceive you. I'm curious, what's your ability? Ability? Jiang Mubai guessed that he was referring to his own talent, but how could he tell him? Seeing that Jiang Mubai didn't speak, the blonde man continued talking to himself. We're already dead, there's no doubt about that, but some people, after they die, gain special abilities. Jiang Mubai completely ignored him. The way he spoke was clearly problematic. It was possible that he was dead, but without a doubt, Jiang Mubai was still alive. And that girl? Jiang Mubai looked at her again. It was obvious that she was alive. At this moment, the blonde man seemed to be completely unconcerned. He was just watching Jiang Mubai with interest. Jiang Mubai could not be swayed by him. To be precise, Jiang Mubai was already lost in his own thoughts. He curiously looked around at everything, and after a moment, he turned back to Tony. I want to try to buy all the newspapers from that little boy. Tony was clearly thrown off by Jiang Mubai's unexpected thinking. This response didn't follow any logic. A normal person would be curious about his ability. This person was somewhat abnormal. Tony made a judgment in his mind. Do as you wish. Anyway, you've already spent one time coin, and we can't leave anyway. Jiang Mubai ignored him, stood up by himself, and started talking to the people in the carriage again. Putting hope in these stupid people is destined to have no result. Tony sneered and said, then continued reading the newspaper. Jiang Mubai began the second round of communication. Hello, I will do my best to prevent the train from exploding. May I borrow a time coin from you? Go away, I'd rather die than give you a time coin. Give me another serving of food. As long as there's food, I'll consider it. Eat first, no other discussions. Jiang Mubai listened to their words, then went to find the chef. The chef, at this moment, looked at Jiang Mubai with a look full of resentment. But he couldn't beat Jiang Mubai, so he had to endure it. He glared at Jiang Mubai fiercely, then went back into the kitchen. He began to get busy. In his eyes, there was a flash of bloodlust. He couldn't beat him, but can't he think of another way? Push. With this thought, he directly added some special ingredients to the food. A moment later, she brought out a plate of green broccoli. Jiang Mubai didn't think twice and directly took it away. The chef let out a dark laugh, and only after seeing Jiang Mubai eagerly carrying the plate away, did he slam the door shut. At that moment, he no longer wanted to see Jiang Mubai again. On the other side, Jiang Mubai had already brought the green broccoli to the man who had said he would give him a time coin if he brought him food. The man had originally said it casually, but seeing Jiang Mubai actually bring it, without thinking, he gobbled it up. Jiang Mubai curiously watched him, then looked at the green broccoli, and only after he finished the last bite did Jiang Mubai speak. Time coin, can you give it to me now? Gulp. The man burped loudly and then said, no, I only said I would consider it, not give it to you, unless you get me another plate. You still want to eat? Jiang Mubai seemed a little confused. The man didn't care about much at that moment, he only wanted to eat. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, I still want to eat, give me more. Jiang Mubai went back to the chef again. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked hard on the door. The door opened, and the chef's bloodshot eyes appeared in the doorway. Make another plate, the last one was good, add more. At this point, the chef was starting to suspect something strange. He kept scanning Jiang Mubai, then went back into the kitchen. Ugh. Push. Gulp. 15 minutes later, another plate of broccoli, exuding a green aura, appeared. Jiang Mubai carried the plate and went back to the man. At that moment, the other passengers in the car started to roar. We want it too, we want it too. Give us food, time coins, we'll consider giving them to you. That's right, food, food. The passengers in the dining car roared loudly, and they even started fighting over the limited food. Jiang Mubai was stunned seeing this. But since they wanted to eat, he had no reason to refuse. As long as they gave him time coins, it would be fine. After calming the arguing passengers down, Jiang Mubai came to the counter door for the third time. On the seat beside the counter, Fat Tiger watched all of this, his facial muscles twitching continuously. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, the chef was knocked out again. This time, the chef in black no longer showed any rejection. His eyes were now bloodshot with a hint of excitement. That was excitement from being recognized by others. Make it, I'll arrange it right away. He glanced at the mouse head duck, then eagerly picked up a cleaver and went inside. When he came out pushing the food cart, everyone fell silent. They stared at the dark, ominous thing, quietly sitting at their seats, not speaking a word. Jiang Mubai also took a curious glance. It wasn't that he was interested in the mouse head, he just didn't expect the chef to cook so quickly. The food for the whole car was ready in less than 10 minutes. Is this the strange power? It was truly amazing. I must have the chance to study it. But right now, he had other things to do. Eat, don't be shy, just remember to give me a time coin. Jiang Mubai spoke generously, looking at the passengers. But at that moment, no one moved. They sat in their seats like statues. Jiang Mubai was a little disappointed seeing this. He carried a plate of mousehead rice and walked to the previous middle-aged man. The man looked at Jiang Mubai, his vacant eyes showing confusion. This, can I eat it? As soon as the words were spoken, the chef in black suddenly showed a blood-red light on his face. Are you questioning me? An eerie, cold voice appeared. But the man seemed to not notice, continuing to stare at Jiang Mubai. Rule 3, if you see a person in a black chef uniform, pretend did not see. They after all are not Jiang Mubai, no one dares break the rules. The chef at this moment also realized it, he hurried back into the door of the counter. Brush, brush, brush. Very quickly, a chef in white clothes walked out. He walked straight to in front of the middle-aged man, face dark looking at him. You damn questioning me? Pa! The white-clothed chef gave a big slap on that person's face, directly hit that person stunned. He looked at the white-clothed chef in fear, picked up the black rat head and started to eat. After he finished eating, Jiang Mubai opened mouth again. A coin. That middle-aged man completely feared. He was very afraid. If he refused, would he have to eat one more plate of rat head? He trembling took out 2 black coins from pocket, handed to Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai satisfied looked 2 times, then turned head, looked at other people. On all people's faces showed frightened expression. They one by one took out 2 era coins from pocket, handed to Jiang Mubai. Very quickly, Jiang Mubai got 78 era coins, plus his own one, now he has 79. The whole carriage, all era coins gathered into 2 people hands. 2 people era coins added together, total 97. At this moment the blonde man, looking at Jiang Mubai, eyes full of blood color. Jiang Mubai also looked at him, he also hesitating, whether kill him, grab his era coins. However, doing this most likely will not work. He just saw, this blonde man used hand to choke kill a passenger, that passenger directly disappeared. No anything left. I did not expect, you really can get their era coins, hehe, I was still thinking what method to use, force them. The blonde man spoke, his tone a bit dark. What, you want to grab? Jiang Mubai while speaking, took out 1 era coin, threw into mouth. Ga bang, ga bang. That looked very hard era coin, directly was bitten broken by him. Strange black light flashed on his body and passed, then his mind became clear for a moment. Ding, strange body already awakened, 80%. The madness about to burst again was suppressed. How much reason you still have, please remember, you are crazy. Jiang Mubai's face became a bit ugly. The blonde man same like this. People in the live room also all became silent. Damn, brother Jiang still ate. The crisp biting sound, I also want eat. I go buy a chocolate. You all not care is Mubai brother safe? Small problem, my brother Jiang even ate blue broccoli, eat a coin, I think also normal. Inside the loop train, the blonde man eyes already returned normal, he looked at Jiang Mubai, like looking at a madman. He did not expect Jiang Mubai would do such outrageous thing. Era coin, actually was eaten. Now they even leaving is difficult, he actually still ate one. Is he crazy? The blonde man at this moment almost go mad, but feeling the immeasurable terrifying power inside Jiang Mubai body, he forced himself calm down. What exactly you thinking, do you know if fail, we need wait how long? Interesting, listening your words, you must have looped, time here flowed, could it be in this carriage, the train will explode? And, after explosion still return here? Jiang Mubai words immediately made blonde man forehead sweat flow, obviously, the explosion thing he said right. Jiang Mubai again looked at him one eye, then looked at the woman beside him. Now the only strange point, is her, if really like that, why this woman is human. According to his guess, after explosion, all people will die, even if loop, must also be polluted. But this woman, Jiang Lily older sister, even more like human than Michelle he saw before. This is very strange. Just when he wanted to ask. That little boy appeared again without anyone noticing. He was holding a stack of tattered newspapers, walking toward Jiang Mubai. Big brother, do you want newspapers? Just 1 era coin, only 1 era coin. Jiang Mubai looked at this ragged little boy and smiled. I'll buy them all. How many do you have? At this moment, the boy's eyes widened, staring at Jiang Mubai in disbelief. I still have 25 copies, brother. All these newspapers are the same, buying one is enough. It's fine, I'll buy them all. Saying that, Jiang Mubai took out 25 era coins. In the boy's anxious gaze, he placed them into his hands. The boy stared blankly at the era coins and burst into tears. Thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother. The boy kept bowing his head, and Jiang Mubai helped him up. What's your name? Jiang Mubai asked curiously. Marshall, my name is Marshall. The boy was still sobbing, and Jiang Mubai froze for a moment. This name, he had heard before. It was not a happy memory. Just as he felt sad, the boy gently touched him and took out a note. Big brother, I found this in the sleeper car, it's for you, thank you, big brother. Jiang Mubai came back to his senses, smiled slightly at Marshall, you're welcome. Then he picked up the note, and it only had 1 sentence written on it. Sleeper car rules, killer, the trains will grant you special power, conceal, do whatever it takes, kill him. The blood-red letters showed twisted intent, driving everyone who saw it into madness. While Jiang Mubai pondered the note's content, a sudden scream rang out. A blond man clutched his head, lying on the ground. No, impossible, I have been to the sleeper car. A terrified voice came from his mouth, making the dining car atmosphere even more eerie. Chapter 77, 2 Camps. Kill him, kill who? It must be someone special, my Jiang brother is very special. Not knowing who the killer is the scariest. If you ask me, my Jiang brother should just push through the sleeper car. My Jiang brother is probably not that kind of person, and this looping train, pushing through may not even work. Outside people were discussing, while Jiang Mubai frowned at the blonde man. His body was stained with blood, at his heart was a deep cut, black liquid flowing constantly. He himself, besides pained wailing, showed no signs of life weakening. Also, he was strange, not really human. The woman traveling with him now panicked, supporting the blonde man, constantly looking at Jiang Mubai, her eyes pleading. Help him, I beg you, help him. Jiang Mubai did not act rashly, first glancing around. At this moment, everyone except Fat Tiger had smirks, clearly unhappy with the blonde man. From their expressions, Jiang Mubai didn't think they were the ones who hurt the blonde man. The blonde man was clearly strong, so why was he suddenly stabbed? He's fine, the wound is healing, help him sit in a seat. Jiang Mubai said to the pleading woman, then returned to his seat, activating his power, reversing. A strange wave flashed and disappeared. In the overlapping space, Jiang Mubai returned 10 minutes earlier. 10 minutes ago, he was at the dining car counter, having the chef cook. He used his ability to accelerate time flow. Soon, time came to the moment Jiang Mubai bought the newspapers. At that moment, he was carefully looking at the note Marshall gave him. The blonde man stood behind him. He had no action at first, but when he saw the note in his hand, his pupils shrank violently. As Jiang Mubai was carefully observing the blonde man, a strange wave suddenly appeared. Without any warning, the blonde man was suddenly struck by a knife. A pitch-black dagger seemed to appear out of nowhere and then disappeared just as quickly. In the flash of black light, the blonde man collapsed to the ground. Jiang Mubai rushed towards the black knife, but his hands passed right through it. He could only watch. Bang, the image shattered, and Jiang Mubai returned to reality. At that moment, the blonde man was already sitting in his seat, pale-faced, with his right hand clutching his heart. The black blood had stopped flowing, and it was clear that his wound had healed. The blonde man fell into a deep sleep. The woman looked at Jiang Mubai, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, my name is Jiang Shasha. Jiang Shasha extended her hand to Jiang Mubai, but he shook his head. I didn't help much. In fact, him falling unconscious now is likely to trigger the cycle. Jiang Shasha paused, then retracted her hand, looking at the blonde man with concern. The blonde man's body began to fade slowly, and during this process, strange black light appeared around him. What should we do? What should we do? Jiang Shasha became anxious again. At that moment, the blonde man suddenly opened his eyes. Trembling, he took out 18 black era coins from his chest and placed them in Jiang Shasha's hand. Wait for me. His voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. He suddenly raised his right hand and slammed it onto his head. With a loud bang, he turned into black mist and scattered away. Buzz. At that moment, a blinding bloodlight suddenly appeared from the air, like a vengeful spirit, rushing towards the black mist. Just as the bloodlight was about to engulf the black mist, Jiang Mubai made his move. His body instantly became a blur, and with a wave of his right hand. Whoosh! The bloodlight shattered violently. At this moment, the lights in the car flickered on and off. Strange laughter and blood-red eyes appeared again. Jiang Mubai immediately felt a terrifying power surrounding him. It seemed as if someone wanted to pull him into another carriage. Interesting, trying to forcibly separate us? So, I've broken the rules again. The correct way to handle this should be for me to enter the cycle and get more era coins, then have Tony take me away. But now, it's Tony who's returning to the first carriage. This is completely the opposite of what was supposed to happen. And so, he really is Tony. TSK. Jiang Mubai curiously observed everything, then activated his powers again. When he returned, nothing had changed. He was still standing in the dining car, but now, all the people in this carriage were different. They were dressed in black clothing and staring at him with blood-red eyes. Only one person was the same as in the previous carriage, Jiang Shasha. But now, Jiang Shasha's eyes were filled with cruelty. Ding, the eerie body has awakened, 95%. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At that moment, Jiang Mubai laughed, his laughter mad and wild, as if he had lost his mind. No wonder you can maintain a human form. Your ability is separation and isolation. Jiang Mubai almost instantly made his judgment. He looked at Jiang Shasha rushing toward him, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Jiang Shasha was right in front of him. Her eyes blazed with bloodlight, and sharp teeth showed as she suddenly lunged toward Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai, however, showed no concern. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed Jiang Shasha's throat. Jiang Shasha clawed and struggled, trying to strike at Jiang Mubai. Interesting, if I kill you, it should purify her. I wonder if this counts as some kind of reversal. Jiang Mubai calmly looked at her and slowly spoke. Daily self-reflection. You are eerie, and so am I. You are a passenger, and so am I. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you. Ah! As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Shasha suddenly began to struggle violently. She screamed wildly, roared, but the power of self-reflection was absolutely not something she could resist. She was seen rolling on the ground, turning over, and soon, she transformed into a black smoke, vanishing completely. The surroundings fell into a strange silence. Those passengers whose eyes had shown cruelty, looking at Jiang Mubai, all showed fear. Even the strange ones felt something eerie at this moment. The person in front of them could kill them. They saw with their own eyes, the strongest strange one in this carriage, just disappeared. This was not a cycle, but disappearance, real disappearance in the true sense. Mubai coldly glanced at the strange crowd around. At this moment they seemed to realize their situation, and all began to step back. Jiang Mubai looked at them again, then he directly walked to a man with slicked back hair. "Give me the era coins, and I will let you go." The slicked back man looked at Jiang Mubai cruelly, said nothing, and finally took out 2 era coins. Jiang Mubai picked up the era coins, followed the same method, and walked to the others. Soon, all the era coins of the people in this carriage were in his hands. At this moment, he already had 133 era coins, enough to buy a ticket to the sleeper carriage. He went to Fat Tiger again. At this time, Fat Tiger had become a young man, but Jiang Mubai could still confirm by his aura that he was Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger looked at Jiang Mubai, his eyes showing cruelty. "Hee, sleeper carriage, 2 camps, you, which one do you choose?" The strange words made everyone watching the livestream feel a cold chill. Chapter 78 Identity Idiot. Sleeper carriage also has camps? Did you forget? That killer with hiding ability. Killer camp and good people camp? Damn, exciting, I don't know why, I always feel Jiang will push through. The Long Country live room was now full of all kinds of sounds. Now all the major live rooms in Long Country had become the hottest in the world. 130 countries, not one had hint rights anymore. They could not decide to watch or not, so they could only come to Long Country to spoil themselves. However, not everyone was happy, because less than 20 countries could follow Jiang Mubai's pace. Each of them had died at least twice. Also, they were stuck at the second checkpoint. Our third country followed Long Country's steps and reached the second carriage. Our battle country also came, hooray! Baka. Not fair. Little Sakura stays alone, no choice, sorry. Oh no, our light, he is still jumping, please ghost story, kill him. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai looked at Fat Tiger, his eyes showing interest. Camps? Yes, 2 camps, one is normal passengers, and one is. I choose normal passengers. Before Fat Tiger finished speaking, Jiang Mubai made the decision in one bite. I haven't finished. Surprise appeared in Fat Tiger's blood-red eyes. No need, I choose normal passengers, I am very normal. Fat Tiger looked at Jiang Mubai deeply. He suspected this person in front was not normal, but he had no evidence. Good, sleeper carriage, only 9 people, eliminate 1 to enter 1, last round someone died, just right, you can replace him. Jiang Mubai lowered his head and thought, remembering Tony. Interesting, since so, give me the ticket. Jiang Mubai took out the era coins, placed them in front of him. 100 era coins fell on Fat Tiger's table like seeds. Seeing this, a flash of blood appeared in Fat Tiger's eyes, he swallowed the era coins in one bite. Sleeper carriage is sealed, a game is being played inside. This is your identity, you have only one chance, the consequence of failure is severe, survive. Fat Tiger spoke while handing over a note. This is not a ticket, but a rule. A rule just for you, read it and burn it. Once the train door appears, you can go past. After speaking, Fat Tiger took out a green lighter. Jiang Mubai's eyes were instantly drawn to the lighter. He picked it up, playing with it out of curiosity. This erratic thinking made Fat Tiger's cheeks twitch slightly. He suspected this kid's mind was a little sick. After coughing twice, Fat Tiger closed his eyes and stayed silent, while Jiang Mubai began reading the rules. Sleeping car death game rules are as follows. 1. You are already dead, do not doubt it. 2. After lights off in the sleeping car, everyone must close their eyes. You may only open your eyes when the train manager calls your identity. 3. Absolutely cannot break the rules. Any violation will cause the train to loop. 4. The death game has 9 people, divided into 2 camps, normal passengers and killers. Normal passenger identities are 1 angel, 1 idiot, 1 magician, 3 civilians, totaling 6. Killer camp identities, 1 killer, 1 sniper, 1 fence sitter, 3 people. 5. Killer camp acts after lights off. Killers can directly kill a good person. The sniper must hide for 2 turns before acting, then the person they choose will die during the day. The fence sitter has no ability, swings between camps. 6. Normal passenger camp, even if the angel dies at night, they revive during the day. Note, if the angel dies during the day, everyone fails. Angel wins, can get off the train, others continue the cycle. 7. The magician has a resurrection potion, he can revive one killed person. 8. Your identity is idiot. After lights off, you may keep your eyes open. Remember, absolutely cannot stop the killer. 9. Do not let others know you are the idiot, or they will not believe anything you say. 10. Normal passenger victory condition, find all killer camp members except the fence sitter and vote them out when lights are on. Killer camp victory, kill everyone except the idiot. 10 rules, twistedly written on a piece of paper. But Jiang Mubai's face did not look good. He looked at Rule 8, his eyes flashed with ferocious light. He was normal, he was not an idiot. He really wanted to slap Fat Tiger twice. Fat Tiger leaned on the chair, feeling a strange tremor in his heart. He looked at Jiang Mubai and swallowed hard. This is not my decision, this is just a game. I believe you, you are normal. Fat Tiger didn't know why, he quickly started explaining. Jiang Mubai's expression softened a bit. He glared at Fat Tiger, picked up the lighter, and burned the rules. He was not worried about forgetting them because he had the flashback ability. Moreover, his mind was getting clearer and clearer. This game, combined with his ability, shouldn't be too hard. As long as he hid his idiot identity well, it would be fine. It's simple, he was normal, and he trusted fully that he could hide it. It's over, I think Brother Jiang is a little unreliable. Look at Brother Mubai's confident eyes. He must have full confidence. Prestigious Platinum Green Diamond VIP member. Trust me, Brother Jiang, has he ever done anything abnormal so far? Does playing landlord count? Silence, the live stream room fell into deadly silence. But soon, everyone remembered Jiang Mubai's absurd victories. Just like he damn had X-ray eyes. This undoubtedly gave them great hope. Paranormal Bureau. Experts like Zhang Zhentian were analyzing the rules. Compared to those experts, Zhang Zhentian's face did not look so good. He believed in Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai had both strength and wisdom, but the current problem was not whether Jiang Mubai could analyze it, but how to make others believe he was normal. Now he could only silently pray that Jiang Mubai wouldn't do anything absurd. Mubai is still a little anxious. This faction, the killer lineup, actually occupies the initiative position. An old man with white hair spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, another young man interrupted him. Not necessarily, if the killer faction directly kills the idiot, they might lose immediately, but whether Mubai can win and keep his secret is also a problem. I think we've been misled by the rules. Another woman spoke. Mubai is now completely in a passive situation, he has to participate in the game, but after he wins, what happens next? Will there be another game? It was clear that no one had thought in that direction. Fat Tiger did mention that the sleeper car was in a game, and one person has to fail before another can enter. Doesn't that mean that the game inside is still ongoing, or perhaps it has already gone through several rounds? While they were thinking, a blood-red prompt appeared on the screen. The Chosen One has triggered the A-level clearance condition, Death Game, Survival. Only the survivors can get off the train. Chapter 79, Christmas Eve. Mirror Parallel Space. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was listening to the cold voice in his mind, his face showing deep thought. Another clearance condition. This clearance condition, compared to the hidden clearance, seems simpler. But Jiang Mubai still believed there was something wrong. Because the rules of the first two carriages hinted at one thing. This train will explode. At the same time, the dining car also has a rule. Rule 5, no getting off halfway. With these added rules, it can be concluded that the only way to get off the train is to prevent the explosion and wait until the train reaches the station. So, the biggest difference between the A-level and S-level clearance conditions becomes clear. Choice. The former is about taking others off the train, the latter is about getting off yourself. However, no matter which one, since there is a choice, there will definitely be variables. Now that time is flowing normally again, this choice point is very likely to appear at the moment when he prevents the train from exploding. Countless ideas flashed through his mind, and Jiang Mubai pushed open a dark red iron door that had appeared at the end of the train. Creak. Cold air, along with 8 gazes, landed on Jiang Mubai. These were 8 blurry figures, completely indistinguishable in terms of appearance, except for the eerie red numbers from 1 to 8 on their bodies. Are these their code names? Jiang Mubai looked at them curiously, then glanced at himself. He too had a number on him, 9. The game begins. As soon as Jiang Mubai entered the sleeper car, the cold voice rang out from the loudspeaker above. He ignored the voice and the 8 gazes that scrutinized him. He quickly observed the layout of the carriage. Unlike the sleeper cars he was familiar with, this one only had lower bunks, 2 rows along the aisle. Each row had 5 beds, with a total of 10 people. The space utilization could be described as extremely poor. However, this carriage only had 9 people, so this setup seemed reasonable. Jiang Mubai glanced at those distorted figures and sat down on one of the vacant lower bunks in the middle. Just as he sat down, one figure spoke up. He was number 4, and from his voice, he sounded like a young man. The loser of the previous round was sitting here, the ominous seat. Loser, isn't this a team game? Jiang Mubai glanced at number 4. Heh, it's been a long time since I've seen someone so naive. You're not an idiot, are you? Number 1 glanced at Jiang Mubai, her blood-red eyes flashing. You're the idiot. I'm perfectly normal. Jiang Mubai glared at the woman. He remembered his own note, and his face turned a little unpleasant. Luckily, he was also blurred. TSK, not an idiot, then an angel. Little brother, even if it's a team game, the person who gets off in the end is the one who survives. People like us, even if we win, will still be killed. Still continuing. Hearing the woman's words, Jiang Mubai understood. The game was indeed still going on. But among those people, even if someone won, someone would still die. The dead would then start a new game. If that's the case, then the difficulty of this game is unimaginable. Looking at it this way, the assassin's difficulty seems lower. However, there is still one thing, which is the note Marshall gave him. At all costs, kill him. Who is this him? At first, Jiang Mubai thought it was a special person, but now it seems, it is very likely the hidden target of the assassin. What would happen if he didn't play the game and disrupted their hidden target? Ding, the chosen one triggers a level clearance condition cheating. Cheating is shameful, but it's another path. Unfortunately, you don't know the assassin's ultimate goal. Outside. The people in the livestream were once again shocked. From when Jiang Mubai got the note to when he entered the sleeper car, in less than a few minutes, 2 clearance conditions had been triggered one after another. This excited countless people. It's coming, it's coming. My brother Jiang is about to clear the game. Have you ever thought, this train might be a prelude to an S-level eerie tale? Damn it, why is it always you, the crow mouth? Can you mute him? Shut up, the game is about to start. At this moment, the lights in the sleeper car had started flickering, and everyone returned to their seats. Zizizi, zizizi. Woo. With the sound of the train's whistle, the lights went out. It was pitch black here, and only 3 pairs of blood-red eyes opened in the darkness. Of course, there was also Jiang Mubai, but compared to the cruelty in those 3 pairs of eyes, Jiang Mubai's eyes were full of curiosity. He really wanted to go over and see what their target was, but he found himself restricted to his sleeper. With his abilities, he could easily destroy it, but the problem was, if he really did that, the rebirth would be troublesome. Therefore, he patiently waited. Ka. A strange sound suddenly rang out, and everyone knew, this was the sniper. He moved. In the daylight 2 days later, 1 person would be killed. Even the people outside watching the livestream felt a sudden tension in their hearts. Damn, I know Brother Jiang can beat the eerie beings, but they have weapons, what should we do? Get the first move, we must strike first, today in the daylight, we must find the sniper. That sniper is too dangerous, what if he kills the angel during the day? I guess the angel will get off the train, and others will continue the rebirth. On the bright side, what if the sniper kills Brother Jiang? Shut up, the result would definitely be that Brother Jiang and the assassin die together, the other normal passengers would leave, and they would be happy to do that. Ugh, garbage game, it's one thing to have 2 opposing factions, but even those in the same faction are tormenting me like this. How can I play this? As the people outside debated, another burst of electrical noise sounded. The lights came on. As the lights came on, everyone in the train began to move, but nothing happened to anyone. The assassin has acted, last round, on Christmas Eve, passenger number 1, please speak. An electronic female voice came from the speaker, and everyone looked at number 1. Number 1's figure was still blurred, only able to tell that she was a woman. She didn't speak recklessly, but instead observed everyone, and her gaze finally fell on Jiang Mubai. There was an obvious spark of interest in her blood-red eyes. Everyone was attracted by her gaze and looked at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai was also stunned, but he wasn't distracted by the woman. He just gave her a faint glance, then activated his ability. No matter what, he'd better see what happened last night first. Buzz. A strange fluctuation appeared, and the space before Jiang Mubai twisted immediately. Soon, the time returned to when the lights went out. At this moment, although he was still sitting in his sleeper, his surroundings were about to change. But he could move now. He slightly rose, and the strange barrier of the isolation bed had no effect at all, his body moved like a phantom, walking straight out. Chapter 80 Chaotic Scene. The train car was still dark. Nothing could be seen except the blood-red eyes. Jiang Mubai returned to the past time, so he did not care at all, strutting boldly behind the 3 killers. At this moment, one of them took out a knife and stabbed at number two's heart. Number two groaned in pain, and soon, there was no sound at all. Strangely, everyone else in the other beds did not hear the sound. Jiang Mubai thought for a moment, then understood. It must have been blocked by the monster story. He immediately looked at the three killers. The strange thing was, he could not see any numbers. This was a bit different from what he thought. It seemed this monster story was very well prepared for this game. Click click. While thinking, a sound suddenly rang out, and Jiang Mubai immediately looked toward the source. He saw a phantom holding a black sniper rifle. The sniper rifle's target was himself. The sniper. Jiang Mubai's face looked a little grim. He wanted to kill this sniper directly, but considering the rules, he could not. If a loop happened, it would be too costly. He could only think of a way to see if he could push that crazy talent to 100%. He already felt the danger coming from that black sniper rifle. Once the strange body reached 100%, he was confident to push through here. At least, the rules could not stop him, and he could do much more. Fence sitter. At this moment, the killer spoke. His voice was broken, impossible to understand any information. Jiang Mubai was sure he had never heard this voice before the lights were off. We have this round one. Just follow us to vote. Tomorrow during the day, find the angel and the idiot. Remember, whoever of us speaks last, owns the vote. Okay, don't worry, I will follow you to vote. The fence-sitter seemed in a good mood. It was a high win rate roll because he could swing the lineup. The sniper glanced at the fence-sitter, saying nothing. Jiang Mubai stood nearby, quietly watching everything. This was what happened last night, after the lights were off, without any special actions. The killers had not killed anyone other than players. This made his analysis enter a slight dilemma. He decided to wait and see. This killer would definitely reveal his ultimate goal. Jiang Mubai deactivated his ability. At this time, number one also started to speak. First, let me declare, I am a magician, and my antidote has already been used. The one who died yesterday was me. I saved myself. You all, really, why do you start by killing people? Number one's voice had a touch of charm, sensual, making it very pleasant to hear. The others on the train all turned their gaze to her. Number one glanced at everyone, then said, I am speaking first, no clues at all, listen to number two. I think number two is a normal passenger. Everyone's eyes turned to number two again. Jiang Mubai also began to analyze. He knew what had happened last night. If this woman did not lie, then number two was an angel. Because only angels could be immune to death when lights were off. But, if number one was just a civilian stirring the water? Then this scene became more interesting. Maybe number two was a magician, maybe number two was saved by a real magician. This game, even knowing more information, was still hard to play. Especially, he was already targeted by the sniper. At this critical moment, it was important to make the sniper change targets. Although his identity was the idiot, and killers could not kill the idiot, if Jiang Mubai exposed himself as the idiot, it would become even harder. Jiang Mubai had already guessed, within other identities' rules. There is probably one. What an idiot says is all lies, or you absolutely cannot trust what an idiot says. I must think of another way myself. Maybe pretending to be an angel is a good choice. At this moment, number two also spoke. It was the voice of a young woman, judging by the tone, about 17 or 18 years old. I am the real magician. Last night I saved myself. This number one is fake. Throw number one out. Number two spoke very firmly, which immediately changed number one's expression. Of course, they could not see number one's face. They could only see number one sitting in her seat, clawing and glaring, but no one could hear what she was saying. The scene instantly became chaotic. For normal passengers, this was undoubtedly bad news. The more chaotic the scene, the more dangerous it was. Number three spoke. He was a man. His tone was calm, as if he was suppressing anger. Stop arguing. I think number one is the real magician. This number two is probably an angel. She likely wants us to throw her out, so I suggest, ignore them. Whether they are angel or magician, as long as they are in the normal passenger camp, we should first find the killer. Now it is known that number one and number two are both in the normal passenger camp. I am also a civilian. 1, 2, 3 are all good people, so number 4 is very likely the killer. I suggest, throw number 4 out directly. After speaking, number 3 looked at number 4. Although number 4 could not see his face, just hearing his tone, it was clear he was in a bad mood. Bullshit. I am the normal passenger. Number 3 is obviously the killer. How do you know number 1 is not stirring the water? You are so sure, you must know what happened after the lights went out. If you ask me, number 3 is the killer. He knows that last night number 1 was the one who really died. Jiang Mubai also looked at them. By now, he already had his own judgment. That number 1 is very likely the real magician. Her words just now were meant for the killer, to let the killer recognize who is the angel. If the killer really understood her meaning, after they turn on the lights, they should avoid number 2. This way, the killer can be directly revealed. It was obvious that number 3 realized this. He not only ignored numbers 1 and 2, but directly aimed at number 4. The possibility that number 3 is the real killer is very high. Alright, stop arguing. Number 5 spoke. He looked around and said again, number 3 and number 4 clearly don't get along. One of them must be the killer. I suggest, when voting, everyone vote from 3 and 4. First avoid numbers 1 and 2, who may be angels, then see who gets thrown out. If both get about the same votes, we can analyze in the next round. If one gets many votes and is thrown out directly, then this person has no teammates and is likely a normal passenger. In the second round, we throw out the other one. This was well said, and summarized the situation in the field. Number 6 agreed immediately without thinking. Normally, in this kind of follow the leader kill scenario, number 6 should have been suspected, but numbers 7 and 8 all followed the votes. Even the outside watchers were confused by this. Wow, is this a pure newbie? You are too naive. This game is supposedly a team game, but actually it is individual. Those people do not care at all. The killer camp does not care, as long as they don't attack Brother Jiang at night, it's fine. For them, killing anyone is okay. Damn, this killer camp is too unbalanced. I feel a bit hopeless. What if Brother Jiang is really targeted by a sniper? Why is it this jinx again? Give me your address. I promise I won't hit you if you tell me. Chapter 81 New Newspaper. Player number 9 speaks, 1 minute limit. Sleeper train car. Jiang Mubai was organizing his words. In his analysis, the probability of a killer being number 3 is higher than number 4. Of course, it's possible that both of them are ordinary passengers, but Jiang Mubai didn't plan to change his ticket. Everyone agreed. Changing the ticket at this point could likely shift the conflict onto them the next day. He needed a set of words to make others believe he was an angel. Just as he was about to speak, the door to the sleeper compartment opened again. A little boy in torn green clothes walked in. He held a newspaper, shyly looking at everyone. Big brother, big sister, would you like to buy a newspaper? Jiang Mubai's attention was instantly drawn. He curiously glanced at Marshall, then scanned the newspaper. The date had changed. July 10, 1999. It was a day earlier than the newspaper he had seen before. He took another look at the boy named Marshall, then took out the remaining 33 era tokens from his pocket and placed them in his hand. Give it all to me. Big brother, no need, just one newspaper will do. It's fine, don't you need money? Marshall stared blankly at the era tokens, his eyes immediately turning red. Thank you, big brother. He directly knelt down on the ground, repeatedly bowing to express his gratitude. Jiang Mubai sighed, gently helping him up. Marshall looked at him gratefully, and finally, gritting his teeth, took out 10 era tokens and carefully handed them to Jiang Mubai. Big brother, you need this. Jiang Mubai was a bit confused. He looked around, and saw everyone around him, all with bloodshot eyes, staring at the little boy. To be precise, they were staring at the era tokens in the boy's hand. Roar! At that moment, number 4 suddenly roared silently and rushed toward Marshall, trying to snatch it. Marshall was startled and immediately fell to the ground, scrambling backward using his hands and feet. But before number 4 could reach Marshall. Boom! A muffled sound suddenly echoed. Number 4 flew backward like a cannonball. Jiang Mubai had struck. His kick instantly calmed everyone down. They looked at Jiang Mubai, their eyes filled with terror. Ding, the chosen one has violated the camp rules. This speech is cancelled. A red glow reappeared, enveloping Jiang Mubai. A flash of madness crossed Jiang Mubai's eyes. He had planned to speak, but then he realized his voice was blocked by the red light. He shot a cold glance at number 4 and sat back down in his seat. Now wasn't the time to blatantly violate the rules. He didn't want to do it again. Marshall had come back to his senses at this moment. After thanking Jiang Mubai again, he left. Speech ended. Please cast your votes. The illusory red light flashed, and a red ticket appeared in Jiang Mubai's hand. Jiang Mubai looked at the ticket in his hand, his face slightly darkened. He did not speak. Originally, he had planned to pretend to be an angel. It was all because of number 4. Jiang Mubai shot him a fierce glare and directly cast his vote on number 4. Soon, everyone completed the first round of voting. Number 3, only number 4 voted. Numbers 1 and 2 were at each other's throats, each voting for the other. Number 4, 356,789. The perfect vote pattern sent number 4 out of the game. Number 4's last words. A cold voice echoed from the train speakers. Number 4 stood frozen in place, unable to believe it. He touched himself, then began shouting wildly. No, no, I'm not. I'm a civilian, it's number 3, no, it's number 9, kill this number 9. Wizard, help me. Crimson light suddenly appeared on number 4, and he began struggling violently, screaming, but to no avail. Soon, he collapsed on the ground, lifeless. At this moment, the black smoke around him also dissipated. A thin man appeared before everyone. This was number 4's true form. Jiang Mubai shot him another glare. This guy, even before dying, tried to frame him. It was a good thing he had wanted to help him at one point. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Jiang Mubai got up immediately and walked over. Slap, slap. 2 big slaps hit number 4's face hard, making a crisp sound. Everyone fell silent. The sound of zzz rang out again. The light went out. At this moment, the assassin's voice appeared again. Sniper, move the gun away from number 9, this kid looks a bit abnormal. This seems reasonable, okay, I will aim at number 1, you kill number 8. Wait, we are on the same side. Shut up. And no. A painful sound suddenly came out, as if something was struggling wildly. Number 8 was dead. Jiang Mubai understood. They directly killed the fence-sitter. Thinking about it, for someone who wavers, killing them early is the safest. Jiang Mubai glanced at the crimson eyes flashing in the air, finally stopping at the assassin's eyes. He remembered this person. He said he was abnormal. This was undoubtedly an insult to him. He could not deal with that broken talent, but he could not deal with him either? Just wait. Looking deeply at the assassin, Jiang Mubai sat on the bed. He decided to first look at Marshall's newspaper. Buzz. Time twisted, strange waves passed, and he arrived at the moment he had just bought the newspaper. At this moment, he froze time at the second he opened the newspaper and began to read. Morning Light Daily. July 10, 1999. There were still 4 pieces of news, each accompanied by a photo. 1. The director of Griffinlo Orphanage died today in Tyrone Hospital, suspected poisoning. 2. A sudden storm hit the Sorafan Sea. According to incomplete statistics, at least 10 cruise ships disappeared, estimated 4,800 casualties. 3. Extra, dangerous killer in Donez Town, codename Blood Shadow, his target seems to be single women, please protect yourself. For missing person notice, former Griffinlo Orphanage newspaper boy Marshall disappeared 3 days ago, age 10, curly hair, wearing a green coat, photo below, if there are clues, contact 020-7278XXXX, or go to Miss Sally at the old apartment on Green Street. 4 pieces of information, with 4 photos, Jiang Mubai quickly finished reading. He looked at Marshall curiously, eyes showing confusion. Marshall sells newspapers, didn't he notice his own information in the newspaper? He seemed to have said he remembered nothing. Buzz. Strange waves flashed again, Jiang Mubai cancelled the backflash ability. At this moment, the lights were already on. The second round of speaking began. Jiang Mubai no longer looked at what happened last night, he already knew. Number 8 was killed, number 1 was targeted, the third light, he would be sniped directly. Now the most important thing was to find the assassin who offended him. He looked at number 3, his eyes becoming more hostile. He had decided, in this round of speaking pretending to be an angel, he would first get rid of number 3. This round of speaking starts from number 9, time limit 1 minute. Chapter 82 Assassin Mission. Jiang Mubai glanced at the people around, stopping at number 3. First, I declare, number 1 and number 2 are not magicians, I am the magician, you can completely not trust them. On the first night, number 1 died, I used the resurrection medicine to save number 1. I don't know why number 1 pretended to be a magician, but I am willing to give her a chance to explain. Finally, I suggest, we collectively vote number 3 out. Jiang Mubai's words sounded strange and awkward, although the last shot twisted and hit number 3, his previous nonsense made normal people think he wanted others to vote him. So they would subconsciously treat him as the angel, then, if number 2 didn't reveal identity, no one dared vote him, if number 2 did, still no one dared, 50-50 chance, directly forcing the assassin into a corner. The assassin camp could not kill the angel in the day, nor stab idiots at night, not so easy. However, ideas are beautiful, reality is cruel. Number 1's next words directly made Jiang Mubai's face go dark. You don't need to act anymore, number 9, we know you're an idiot, don't worry, you're safe both day and night, just follow us and vote, forget about this number 3 for now, listen to me, throw out number 5. Number 1 made a sharp turn and focused on number 5. This caused number 5 to be momentarily stunned. But at this moment, he couldn't speak, he could only silently endure. Next, it was number 2's turn to speak. As an angel, he had now completely turned into a madman. Right now, he only wanted someone to vote him out, without considering how he would leave the game if he died, a clear rule conflict bug. He rambled on, swearing to kill number 1. This made number 1's eyes bloodshot with rage. Alright, listen to me, although number 9 wants to vote me out, as a good person, I naturally have to speak for the normal passengers, just like number 1 said, everyone knows number 9 is an idiot, let's not worry about him for now, let's sort out the identities. Now, there are still 7 people left in the game, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 9. Among them, 1, 2, and 9 are very likely to be normal passengers with identity cards, so 3, 5, 6, and 7, the 4 cards, must contain at least 2 killers, because we don't know the identities of number 4 and number 8, considering one was voted out by the majority and the other died at night, the worst case scenario is that there are 3 killers left in the game. This vote, it must come from 3, 5, 6, and 7, there's no logical issue. Personally, I think we shouldn't vote out number 5, we should vote number 7. Think about it, 1 and 2 have identities, I'm just a civilian, voting out number 4, doesn't that make sense? With number 4 dying despite still having players last night, excluding the killer, let's assume he's just a fence sitter, so voting number 5 makes sense, right? Number 3 clearly had logical clarity, and the group nodded repeatedly as they listened to him. I agree with number 3, because number 5, am just a civilian, it makes no sense to vote me out, vote number 7. Number 6 glanced at number 5, then at number 1. What we should really do is vote out number 3, although number 9 is an idiot, number 3 is really suspicious, what identity does he have? Why is he speaking for number 5? They are clearly working together. Exactly. Number 7, as the vote catcher, must speak up, what number 3 said is indeed wrong, I suggest that in case of confusion, vote number 5. Voting begins. When the cold prompt sounded, Jiang Mubai's expression was no longer something that could be described as just unpleasant. This number 7, a logical genius, number 3 wants to kill him, yet he votes number 5 instead of number 3? What's he thinking? Sniper, this number 7 is not a sniper, just an idiot. Jiang Mubai glared at number 7, directly casting his vote for number 3. Soon, the second round of voting results were announced. Number 1, 2. Number 3, 9.5. Number 5, 1367. Number 5 is out, please give your final words, number 5. What the hell, are you all idiots? Number 5's furious voice came. Voting me out, then how do you play this game? The killer reveals the witch, then kills another civilian, and in the end, only angels and idiots will remain, how will you play to win? What's wrong with you guys? Magician, resurrect me, or we will lose the game, and we will have to go through reincarnation. After roaring in unwillingness for a few sentences, number 4 died, and the black mist dissipated, revealing the true identity of number 4. It was a man with glasses, his skin was dark, looking very much like someone from a country in South Asia, and on his chest was a shiny silver key. Jiang Mubai's gaze was immediately drawn to it. Just then, the sound of zzz echoed again. The lights began to flicker again. Night was about to fall. The next round would be the moment when the entire game's pattern would completely unfold. Who do you think is the killer? Obviously number 3, what's wrong with number 1's brain? Not voting number 3 but voting number 5, I really give up. I guess you might think number 3 is the sniper, the game prioritizes voting the killer, after all, the sniper kills one person every 2 rounds. What if number 5 is also a civilian? Can you be sure number 3 is the sniper? Damn it, so annoying, at this point 3 and 7 should definitely be killers, luckily that group of killers got rid of the fence sitter, otherwise, next round might even lead to a tie. This number 6 looks like his thinking is very clear, maybe he can lead the team. Although everyone has a god view, their god view all follows Jiang Mubai. So the information they can grasp is about the same as Jiang Mubai. Mirror parallel space. At this moment, the killer camp began to speak again. That sniper's voice was clearly a bit unhappy. Killed too early, if number 8 this fence sitter did not die so early, we could still win. TCH, this kind of fence sitter, sooner or later is a variable, the key has been found, I am going to act. Kill the train conductor, our hidden task is completed, then no matter win or lose, we can get off the train. The killer said coldly one sentence, directly stood up and walked toward the end of the carriage. Jiang Mubai listened to the two people's conversation, looked at the vague shadow in the darkness, his brows slightly wrinkled. This is the killer's hidden task? This train's explosion is not because the engine has a problem, it is made by this group of killers? What identity is that person from a Sane country? Jiang Mubai wanted to stand up to check, but the strange red light once again restricted him to the original place. He heard the clicking sound of unlocking, that killer seemed to have acted. Jiang Mubai wanted to force leave, at this time, he suddenly thought of something. Time. That's right, the time flow speed of this room is normal. From when he entered the dining car, time seemed to have flowed. According to calculation, from the first carriage until now, it should have only passed 2 hours. The train explosion is after 3 hours. Looking like this, the train conductor being assassinated is not the key problem. So that is it. This group of killers also does not know why the train will explode. Their task should be the train conductor. Under normal situation, the train conductor was indeed killed. That group of killers indeed could get off the train, but the train exploded, no one could get off the train. No, also not right. They said before, someone had once gotten off the train. Is it possible, getting off the train is also a loop? Jiang Mubai lowered his head and thought deeply. Must find the reason. At this moment, in the darkness at the end, a miserable scream was heard. Chapter 83 Game Over. After the painful miserable scream, the lights lit up again. This time, the dark yellow light just lit the carriage. Out of thin air, a black sniper rifle appeared out of thin air. Along with a sharp gunshot, number 1's forehead directly had a blood hole appear. Number 1 was killed by the sniper. Strange black smoke appeared from her body. A hazy female figure slowly appeared. Just before her true body completely showed, 3 electronic synthesized female voices came out from the speaker above the head. Player number 1 died, no last words. Revival potion takes effect, player number 1 has been revived. This round of speaking starts from player number 1. The black smoke gathered again, number 1 returned to normal. Even after many games, in her eyes still inevitably appeared a trace of fear. She took several deep breaths. Number 1 looked at number 2, her tone carried a trace of dislike. I am the magician, you all believe it now. Humph, now on the field there are still 6 people, 1 2 3 6 7 9, among them, number 2 is the angel, number 9 is the idiot, plus last night the killers did not kill anyone, only the sniper acted. I guess, number 5 who was voted out yesterday, must be a killer. Let us look at the vote type. 1 3 6 7 all voted number 5, we make a bold assumption, assume, the killer killed the fence sitter, then the sniper and the killer each have their own evil thought, the sniper harmed the killer, like this. Is the vote type on the field very clear? But, at present, equally suspicious is also number 6, only he is questioning number 3, I suggest, this round voting, vote from number 6 and number 7. Number 1 speaking is simple and clear, directly took control of the rhythm into her own hands. The people in the field although each have their own evil thought, but while listening kept nodding. Especially number 3, he looked at number 1 with eyes, inside there was thick appreciation. A child can be taught. Originally he still planned to clean himself, now it is good. He turned white. Everyone ignored player number 2's statement and looked at player number 3. At this moment, he was talking non-stop about how clever player number 1 was, praising them highly. At the end, he directly concluded. I believe in player number 7, vote out this idiot 6, you don't need to talk, just follow us and vote. Player number 6 was completely dumbfounded now. Last night, the killer didn't kill anyone, leaving him completely confused. But he still felt that player number 3 was suspicious. Have you never thought that the killer purposely didn't kill anyone? If you vote me out today, tonight the killer will kill the magician, the sniper will aim at the angel, then when the lights turn on in the next round, the angel will be shot during the day, and only the killer and the idiot will remain. The game will end immediately, and the killer will win. Now, you shouldn't vote for me. If you believe in player number 3, you should vote out player number 7. Player number 9, you must vote with me, or even if you survive, the game will fail. You will still be reincarnated, and at that point, you will only remember that you participated in the game, but everything else will be forgotten. This is the nightmare cycle. Jiang Mubai's face was now ugly. He completely ignored player number SAX's words and coldly stared at player number 3. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. He was already on the verge of exploding. His gaze toward player number 3 grew increasingly hostile. At this point, it was player number 7's turn to speak. But Jiang Mubai could no longer bear to listen. He suddenly stood up and walked toward player number 3. This action stunned player number 7, who was still speaking. What's wrong with Mubai? It looks like he wants to hit someone. What if he reincarnates? If he doesn't die, does that mean he won't reincarnate? Countless people looked at Jiang Mubai in anticipation. In their eyes, Jiang Mubai's casual push was about to start. At this moment, Jiang Mubai had already reached player number 3's side. In the confused gaze of player number 3, he forcefully broke through the sound-blocking light barrier and grabbed him. What are you doing? Player number 3's eyes showed a hint of shock, and then involuntarily, a trace of fear appeared. Jiang Mubai didn't answer. He gave him a fierce glare, raised his right hand, and slapped him across the face. Slap. The slap left player number 3 stunned. The rest of the people in the train were also confused. They looked at Jiang Mubai as if he were a madman. What the hell, they were just playing the game, and suddenly he slapped player number 3. You broke the rules, slap. Player number 3 stayed frozen for a moment, then shouted loudly. Slap! 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 Jiang Mubai ignored him and directly slapped him repeatedly, both with backhand and forehand. After slapping him dozens of times, Jiang Mubai finally stopped. At this moment, player number 3 looked as though he had been stunned, staring blankly at Jiang Mubai. You're the idiot. Jiang Mubai muttered irritably and walked toward the end of the train. He no longer participated in the game. If his analysis was correct, the moment the killer killed the train conductor, the game had already ended. Because the killer had said that once the conductor was killed, regardless of the outcome, they could get off the train. If one side of the game was deemed unfair, it would be judged as over. This was very normal. Zizla, zizla. At that moment, the lights on the train started flashing again, and at the same time, the sound from the speaker rang out again. This time, the electronic synthetic female voice seemed to have gained intelligence, and her tone was filled with excitement. Dear passengers, the game has ended. Here's some good news. Due to uncontrollable reasons, the train will explode in 30 minutes. Please return to your seats and enjoy the last 30 minutes. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. At the end, the announcement turned into a piercing laugh. This scene made countless onlookers feel a chill. What happened? What's going on? Player number 1's terrified voice echoed. The black mist around her trembled violently. I see, ha ha ha, the game is over. Player number 2's excited voice came through. How could this happen? This has never happened before. Player number 6 spoke with a confused tone. Click, at that moment, the sound of a gun being loaded echoed in the darkness again. The game is over, but the power given to the killer can still be used when the lights are off. At the same time, his power has been strengthened. No waiting, no delay, after the lights turn on, the sniper rifle will fire immediately. At this moment, number 7, looking at Jiang Mubai, showed a cruel expression. Jiang Mubai also felt a trace of threat. Madness flashed in his eyes. Ding, the eerie body has awakened 99.99%. You are crazy. The talents alert rang in Jiang Mubai's mind, he felt his thinking becoming clearer and clearer. Looking for death. Jiang Mubai whispered to himself, and he instantly became a shadow, disappearing without a trace. In the dark, the sniper was laughing at Jiang Mubai through the night vision of his rifle. Suddenly, a pair of brutal, crazy eyes appeared in his sight. The sniper's heart shook violently, he shouted in shock, and immediately stepped back. Jiang Mubai's right hand instantly became a shadow, grabbing him. Without giving him a chance to explain, Jiang Mubai directly activated 3 self-reflections. Reflect on oneself 3 times a day. You are eerie, I am also eerie. You are a passenger, I am also a passenger. You want to kill me, I also want to kill you. The moment the cold words left Jiang Mubai's mouth, the whole carriage began to shake instantly, then the sniper's crazy roar began to spread. No, impossible, how could this be, how could this be? Ah! Killer, save me, it's an idiot, an idiot. The piercing screams immediately caused those groping in the dark to cry out in fear. But with a flash of a cold knife, the carriage fell silent. Chapter 84. You are already dead. Damn, my brother John's second talent is amazing. Eerie says kill, then kill. But what next? I believe my brother Jiang can beat the Eerie, but the train will explode. Brother Mubai is lucky, nothing will happen for sure. As the livestream viewers discussed, Zhang Jintian also felt a little worried. He heard that crazy voice from the speaker. A train explosion is not something to joke about. Even if Jiang Mubai is strong, he is still human. Who knows what the consequences of the explosion would be? Cough, 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 cough. Zhang Jintian coughed violently a few times, looking at the experts behind him. The wireless train seems to be reaching a critical point, do you have any ideas? Bai Xiaoka quickly ran to Zhang Jintian and handed him a glass of water. The old experts first looked at Zhang Jintian with concern, then at the large screen. The pitch-black screen showed nothing but a few pairs of blood-colored eyes. We think that now all interference should be removed, and focus on finding the way to stop the train from exploding. The key on the killer is very likely crucial. A white-haired old man spoke his opinion. Zhang Jintian looked at him, nodded, then looked at a tall young man behind the old man. Li Fei, what do you think? Hearing Zhang Jintian, Li Fei quickly stepped forward. Captain Zhang, I think we should unite the people on the train, confirm the rules together, then go to the cockpit. The key on that black man is very likely the solution. Rules are important. Any other ideas? Zhang Jintian spoke again. Li Fei hesitated, looked at Zhang Jintian, then said. Captain Zhang, I think your previous judgment has some mistakes. Mubai is obviously different from other chosen ones. Sending hints too early may speed progress, but the closer we get to the end, the more passive we become. If it were me, I wouldn't send hints at first, I would observe first, so now we might still have one hint left. Jiang Jintian coughed twice, drank some water. You are right, the first hint may not even be necessary, Mubai will remember, it's only a matter of time. You did well, Li Fei, the next ghost story will be your responsibility. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Jintian started coughing again, and the bright red blood flowed down from his hand seams. The experts around him quickly rushed over to help him up. No, it's nothing, old problem. Jiang Jintian just shook his head and said, then he looked at the big screen again. At this moment, the lights were already on. Inside the infinite train. Jiang Mubai observed his surroundings, the assassin number 3 had now disappeared. Just now he wanted to kill him, but his ability to hide was a bit troublesome. In the dark vision, the assassin 3 seemed to want to run, and Jiang Mubai couldn't find him for a moment. No, it can't be. My deduction isn't wrong. Number 5 is the assassin, number 3 is a good person. Number 1's voice, full of disbelief, suddenly echoed out, still immersed in her own deduction. Number 6 glanced at number 1, a flash of hatred in her eyes. Stupid woman, if it weren't for you blindly stirring the pot, we would have won already. You should thank number 9. Luckily he took out number 3, otherwise, we'd all be dead. Shut up. Number 1 suddenly shouted and rushed towards number 6, baring her teeth. At this moment, number 6 was also enraged. He suddenly stood up and kicked number 1 flying. The two quickly started fighting. Number 2 stood aside, watching with a gleeful look. Jiang Mubai, however, paid no attention to the two. He walked toward the end of the sleeper car. There, a dark red iron door appeared. On the iron door, there was a keyhole. No need to think, number 3 must have used number 5's key to run into the cockpit. You guys, Jiang Mubai spoke. He looked at the struggling number 6 and number 1, his voice calm. Do you know the true identity of number 5? Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, number 1 and number 6 stopped moving. They looked at each other, then snorted coldly, and pushed each other away. I don't remember, maybe I knew before, but the game has reset, now I only remember we're going to the Fog City. Number 1's cold voice echoed. Me too. Number 6 answered as well. Jiang Mubai looked at number 2. To be honest, he thought number 2 was a little strange. Sure enough, when number 2 saw Jiang Mubai's gaze, he immediately jumped up. You fool, how dare you steal my angel, you. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Mubai slapped him across the face. Number 2 instantly went quiet. He recalled the fear he had when number 3 was in control. Speak. Jiang Mubai coldly stared at him, and number 2, trembling like a chick, nodded in fear. I don't remember much, I just remember number 5 is the train conductor, and this game, he organized it at the beginning. When we got on the train, we were bored, and he said let's play a game to pass the time. The more number 2 spoke, the more Jiang Mubai furrowed his brow. If what number 2 said was true, then who did the assassins kill? What other rules does this train have? Gulp, number 2 swallowed, glanced at the loudspeakers above, then spoke again. The rules of this train are the same as before, you can't open the curtains, you can't eat, you can't ask names. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Mubai threw him aside, then directly went to the window. What? What are you doing? Number 1 screamed in fear. Jiang Mubai glared at her and immediately pulled open the curtains. Whoosh! The curtains were pulled open, and the scene outside the window immediately appeared in everyone's eyes. Outside, countless blurry shadows were floating, their blood-red eyes banging against the windows, as if they wanted to come inside through the window. Bang, bang! The loud banging caused the window to crack slightly. Enough, enough, enough! Number 1 began screaming wildly, trying to stop Jiang Mubai. But Jiang Mubai shoved her away. He saw it. Those figures outside, they were all passengers from the previous carriages. There were blonde men, Jiang Shusha, the man with glasses, the little girl sitting in the back row, and the old man from the first carriage. They were all people he had seen before. A trace of madness flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. He had promised them to take them off the train. He suddenly reached out and smashed the window. Boom! With a loud crash, the glass shattered. The terrifying airflow suddenly surged in, and number 1, who was closer to the window, was instantly blown out. No, what have you done, what have you done? Number 1 screamed madly, and the phantoms had already rushed in through the window. They were baring their claws and teeth, charging toward everyone. Jiang Mubai looked at them, his eyes filled with confusion. They are dead. All of them are dead. Is the train just their souls? He pulled Jiang Shasha's phantom over. At this moment, her hair was messy, her eyes bloodshot, as if she wanted to tear apart everything in front of her. Reverse. Jiang Mubai was about to use his ability, but before he could activate it, one figure after another rushed toward him. Jiang Mubai was pushed aside. He looked at the space in front of him that was about to distort, and sighed. Boom! A terrifying black airflow erupted from his body, and all the phantoms were blasted away. Flashback. He activated his ability, and in the overlapping of time, his soul returned to 10 minutes ago. When he deactivated the ability, the sleeper compartment had returned to calm. Everything had returned to before the curtains were opened. Rule 1, you are already dead. Chapter 85, I will take you away. In the train, number 1 and number 6 were still fighting. The assassin was still missing. Jiang Mubai returned to the red iron door at the end of the carriage. Everything had returned to the moment when the game ended. Now, there were only two choices, either wait for the train to explode and die, or actively begin the endless cycle. It seemed like everything had changed again. Jiang Mubai didn't pay much attention to this. At this moment, he was touching the iron door with his hand. He also realized that even if he forcibly destroyed the iron door of the cockpit, it would still be useless. The cycle would continue. They were trapped in this time period. He glanced at number 2 and walked over to him. Is there any other way to enter the cockpit? Number 2 had been watching the fight between number 1 and number 6. When he suddenly saw Jiang Mubai walking toward him, he instinctively trembled. An inexplicable fear appeared in his heart. I don't know what you're talking about. Jiang Mubai didn't waste time. He swung his right hand, and a slap landed directly on number 2's face. He could tell that this number 2 wouldn't speak honestly without a beating. Slap. Accompanied by a crisp sound, number 2 screamed and rolled aside, covering his face. I'll talk, please don't hit me. Seeing that Jiang Mubai was about to strike again, number 2 scrambled to shout. Jiang Mubai looked at him with satisfaction. Wouldn't it have been better to say it earlier? At this moment, number 2 was completely terrified. He seemed to have awakened a fragment of a memory from being controlled. There's a spare key, the spare key is with the chef. Chef? Why would the chef have the key to the cockpit? The chef stole it, I saw it, it was him who stole it. Jiang Mubai nodded, lightly patted number 2. Don't worry, if I stop the train from exploding, I'll let you get off. Really? Can we really get off the train? Hope shone in number 2's eyes at that moment. Number 1 and number 6 stopped fighting as well. They stared blankly at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai looked at them and nodded. Yes. The premise is that you cooperate. Now, tell me, how do we get back to the dining car? Number 6 and number 1 exchanged glances, and finally, number 1 gritted her teeth and spoke. I have a ticket to return to the dining car, but I don't dare to provoke the chef. He wears black clothes when he sees me. Jiang Mubai remembered the rule of the dining car, which indeed stated that if the chef wearing black clothes was seen, pretend not to notice him. But it seemed like he wasn't very powerful. Alright, give it to me, I'll go find him. Number 1 was still hesitating. She had bought this ticket when she was in the first carriage. Originally, she had a boyfriend. But after entering the dining car, he disappeared. Her memory of that person was unclear. After so many cycles, all she wanted was to get off the train and go to the misty town. Jiang Mubai simply looked at her. He didn't make a move to grab it. Although he could do it. After waiting for about 5 minutes, number 1 hesitantly took out a tattered train ticket. Jiang Mubai glanced at the ticket, then looked at number 1. How do you use it? Number 1 seemed unsure too, a hint of confusion flashing in her blood-colored eyes. Or, should we burn it? At this moment, number 2 spoke up. He carefully took a lighter out of his pocket. Why didn't you take out the lighter earlier if you had one? Number 6 was slightly stunned seeing the lighter in number 2's hand. Even if I take it out, it's useless. We can't see anything with the lights off, the rules will block it, we are not idiots. Jiang Mubai abruptly turned his head and looked at number 2. I was wrong. That look scared number 2's soul out of him. The people watching the livestream were stunned. It really is Brother John's intimidation, so fierce. Poor little number 2, haha. By the way, have you thought about how Brother Jiang will return to the dining car? Maybe the dining car cycles again. Did you notice? Each car's cycle is different. While everyone was talking, Jiang Mubai had already burned the train ticket. Infinite train. Jiang Mubai looked at the dark red iron door appearing in front of him, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Originally there was no door here, it appeared after burning the ticket. What would happen if he destroyed it? This was different from forcing through a car, this was normal passage, just with more force. Yes, normal. Jiang Mubai increasingly felt his deduction was correct. Thinking of this, he suddenly lifted his right foot. Boom! With a violent sound, the dark red iron door was kicked flying. Everyone inside the car was stunned. Why you destroyed the iron door? Number 2 looked at the shattered door and the crowd inside the dining car, speaking in disbelief. Jiang Mubai glared at number 2. I just accidentally used too much force. Too much force? Do you think we believe that? Number 6's gaze at Jiang Mubai clearly showed disbelief. Jiang Mubai didn't bother explaining, he had already arrived at the dining car. He first looked behind, and after confirming the broken door to the sleeper car hadn't disappeared, a happy expression appeared on his face. Just as expected. He was right. At this moment, he looked at the dining car again. Inside were still familiar people, the old Fatu, the middle-aged man eating rat heads, and Jiang Shasha. Jiang Shasha sat in her seat, her eyes full of confusion. The blonde man still hadn't returned, he seemed to be in the first car. Why you didn't leave? The middle-aged man forced by the chef to eat rat head rice now looked at Jiang Mubai, dumbfounded. Jiang Mubai glanced at them, smiling. Came back to see. He didn't immediately go find the chef, but came to Jiang Shasha. Because Jiang Shasha's state was unusual, as if she had just gone through a cycle. Tony hasn't come back yet? Jiang Mubai spoke softly. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, Jiang Shasha slowly lifted her head and looked at him. Her eyes were empty, her tone confused. I don't know Tony, I want to go to the Mist City. Jiang Mubai looked at her deeply and nodded. He knew why only Jiang Shasha in this car became like this. He had misanalyzed. Killing the opposite space Jiang Shasha didn't reverse the Jiang Shasha here, her state became even stranger. It seemed that the other part separated from Jiang Shasha carried part of her memory. But that didn't matter anymore. He had a way to fix it. Jiang Mubai grabbed Jiang Shasha's hand, and in her confused gaze, initiated the reversal. VZZZ. A piercing red light flickered over Jiang Shasha. Amid her painful moans, her eyes gradually regained clarity. Lily, Lily. As soon as Jiang Shasha recovered, she panicked and shouted. Jiang Mubai gently held her shoulders. Do you remember? Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Shasha, and in an instant, her eyes filled with tears. She suddenly threw herself at Jiang Mubai and began crying. Lily, Lily, my sister, woo woo. Jiang Mubai gently patted her back, trying to calm her uncontrollable emotions. It's okay, I'll take you away, I promise. Jiang Mubai made his promise to Jiang Shasha. Jiang Lily had helped him at Qingshan Bio, and for that reason alone, Jiang Mubai would not stand by and watch her die. He clearly remembered that after he had signed the paperwork in the HR department, he met a blonde, white-clad supervisor. At that time, Jiang Lily kept hinting to him to go to the administration department. And he chose to listen to Jiang Lily. Although he didn't follow her exactly afterward, she was, apart from Michelle, the only person who had helped him. Qingshan Bio is over. Everyone is dead. Jiang Mubai couldn't save Jiang Lily, but he could take her sister away. These things, he didn't tell Jiang Shasha. He didn't want this poor girl to suffer any more torment. After helping Jiang Shasha into her seat, Jiang Mubai walked again toward the food cart counter. At this moment, the chef in black had come out. He looked at Jiang Mubai with fear in his eyes. What do you want to do? Before Jiang Mubai could get closer, the chef in black began screaming in terror. Jiang Mubai ignored the crazed chef and instead looked behind the food cart counter. The interesting little animals inside were now gone. Jiang Mubai showed a disappointed expression. That singing rabbit was quite cute. It must be that this chef ate it. Jiang Mubai grabbed the chef and pulled him over. Where's the rabbit? Rabbit, 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 what rabbit, what rabbit? The chef's face turned green from fear, and he stammered as he spoke. Jiang Mubai pointed to the door behind him, and the chef quickly spoke up. Ate it, ate it. Slap. Jiang Mubai slapped him hard across the face. Give me the key to the cockpit. The chef scrambled and crawled to the door, rolling and tumbling. The people around stared blankly at this scene. The chef, who had been a nightmare to them, was now being thoroughly beaten into submission by Jiang Mubai. Soon, the chef ran back, fearfully handing Jiang Mubai an old-fashioned key. Jiang Mubai played with the key, looked at the chef, and then at Jiang Shasha. Keep an eye on her, if anything happens to her. Don't worry, she'll be fine, I guarantee it. Before Jiang Mubai could finish speaking, the chef quickly promised him. Jiang Mubai looked at him with satisfaction, then walked towards the sleeper car again. In the sleeper car, the few remaining passengers were standing at the door. They looked at Jiang Mubai, their eyes no longer just shocked. Hey, how did you do it? You're not afraid of the rules? Passenger 6 looked at Jiang Mubai in disbelief and spoke. Jiang Mubai also looked at him. It's not that I'm not afraid, it's just that the rules don't affect me much right now. Alright, let's go to the cockpit. After speaking, Jiang Mubai walked past him. Passengers 1 and 2 stared blankly at his back, exchanged a glance, and silently followed. Soon, the group arrived at the red iron door. Jiang Mubai took another look at the red iron door, gently touched it, and then inserted the key into the lock. Click. With a crisp sound, the door opened. But before Jiang Mubai could do anything, the dark red iron door suddenly deformed, and with a sharp, grating sound, a dagger shot out from the keyhole. PFF. The dagger pierced the iron door and stabbed into Jiang Mubai's hand. A surge of black energy rushed into Jiang Mubai's body through the dagger. Ha 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 ha. Behind the iron door, the crazy voice of passenger 3 echoed out. Die, die, die. This is the power of rules, you cannot resist, ha ha. Bang. Just when number 3 was wildly laughing, Jiang Mubai suddenly lifted his right foot and directly kicked onto the iron door. Along with a violent sound, the iron door suddenly deformed and flew toward the driver cabin. Together with the iron door flying out, there was also a twisted black shadow. A very magical dagger, but its pollution seems not serious. Jiang Mubai's calm voice came out again. He slowly walked into the driver cabin. At this moment number 3 was painfully lying on the ground struggling. He looked at Jiang Mubai's still bleeding but quickly healing wound. Fear showed in his eyes. No, impossible, impossible. This is the dagger given to me by the train rules. This is the ability given to me by the train rules. This is impossible. Number 3 at this moment seemed like he saw a ghost, roaring loudly. The black smoke on his body also shook together. Jiang Mubai did not care about him. He calmly walked to in front of number 3 and stepped on his chest with one foot. Speak, why will the train explode? Cough, cough, cough. Number 3 violently coughed. What explosion? I don't know what you are saying. Jiang Mubai's foot pressed harder. Your mission is to kill the train conductor? Pain expression immediately showed on number 3's face. He crazily used his hands to move Jiang Mubai's foot. No, no, my mission is to kill the driver. Then why did you say it is to kill the train conductor? I was tricking the sniper, he joined later. He does not know number 5 is the train conductor. Jiang Mubai nodded his head. He roughly knew the reason. This killer, he should have a hidden mission. That hidden mission is that the killer can't win alone by himself. And that mission to kill the train conductor should belong to the sniper. Number 3 is like number 2, also has a bit of broken memory. He hid the fact that number 5 is the train conductor, did not tell the sniper, and voted number 5 out during the day. This way even if the sniper survives, he will still be judged as failure. Have to say, number 3 did very well. According to normal logic, he indeed won. But, at the moment the game ended, the prompt of killer camp winning did not come out. Instead explosion information appeared. Jiang Mubai looked around again. The driver cabin, at this moment empty, except number 3, there is not a single person. Where is the driver? Jiang Mubai looked at number 3 again, coldly spoke. Number 3 at this moment was still stepped on the ground by Jiang Mubai. He painfully groaned, and raised his head back a bit. Doing this one is to let his breathing smoother, second is to tell Jiang Mubai the position of the driver. But, when he looked toward the driver's seat, he was stunned. Panic, shock, unbelievable voice came out again. No, impossible, I clearly killed him. Number 3 became even more crazy and started struggling. Jiang Mubai lifted his foot. Number 3 panicked and climbed up, ran to the driver position, kept checking. But, there was nothing at all. Not to mention a corpse, not even a single hair. Jiang Mubai looked at number 3, then looked toward the control panel. Finally his gaze stopped at a broken panel. Looks like, your mission failed. When the driver escaped, he seems to have started the brake, at the same time destroyed this function. While braking, while moving, the wheels and the brake device produced a large amount of friction causing high heat, thus destroying the engine, making it explode. This is the reason why the train exploded. Jiang Mubai looked at the position marked brake, frowned and said. Then what to do, what should we do? Number 3 also became panicked at this moment. Must stop it, we must find a way to stop it. Number 1 also shouted. She hurriedly rushed to the front, but when she came to the complex control panel, she was stunned. Because she does not know how to operate at all. Number 9, what to do, can you think of a way? Number 6's panicked voice also came out. At this moment, Jiang Mubai became their only hope. Jiang Mubai did not answer them, he still bowed his head and thought. The more danger there is, the more calm one must be. That crazy talent stopped at 99.99% now, temporarily unreliable, now he could only act from another angle. At present, the only method was to start from the train's power source. This old-style train should be driven by burning coal, heating the boiler, and using steam. But how should he get there? This train was clearly problematic. His carriage did not enter in the standard way, but required a certificate like a ticket. Otherwise, the hard seat carriage would not leave and come straight to the dining car. He looked at the driver's seat, eyes flickering, and just as he was about to try to break in, he suddenly remembered something. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So it was you, the driver. Chapter 87, The Meeting. Jiang Mubai looked at the driver's seat, eyes full of sudden understanding. Tony. The man who had been ignored since entering the sleeper carriage. He clearly remembered being stabbed in the dining car. No doubt, he was the one attacked by the assassin in the last round. He must have escaped from there, damaged the brakes, but due to the loop, lost his memory. So it seemed his analysis was correct. Those killers never got off the train. They were just repeating the game endlessly. Even Tony, who was stabbed by number 3, was probably a false memory created by the train loop. Let's go find the driver. Jiang Mubai said lightly, turning to leave. The people behind him stared blankly. Should we follow? Number 2 looked at Jiang Mubai's back with fear. Better not, let's solve number 3 first. Number 6 stammered, then looked at number 3. Number 3 had already been seriously injured by Jiang Mubai, and seeing number 6's gaze, instantly panicked. He immediately activated his ability to hide and tried to escape. At that moment, the black mist from number 1, 2, and 6 surged violently, drowning him amid number 3's terrified screams. Dining car. Jiang Mubai once again came to Fat Tiger's side. Fat Tiger looked at Jiang Mubai, his cheek twitching slightly. Do you need something? Fat Tiger's voice sounded unnatural. I want to go back to the hard seat carriage. Fat Tiger looked at him deeply. Do you really think these people want to get off? The destination in the Mist City is the consciousness the train gave them, reaching it may not be good. Fat Tiger's tone was deeply tired. Jiang Mubai glanced at him, then at the window, his eyes piercing through the curtain, the roof, to the sky. There, floated a dark black castle. Their destination is twisted, but their desire to get off is real. Even if they stay here, it is just a meaningless repeating loop. Fat Tiger did not speak, quietly taking a hard seat ticket from his pocket. Jiang Mubai reached out and took it. A dark red iron door had already appeared on the white wall at the end of the carriage. Jiang Mubai glanced at it, expressionless, and walked over. As he neared the iron door, he suddenly kicked it. Bang! With a violent sound, the iron door twisted and flew away. In the hard seat carriage, countless people watched in fear. Through the broken iron door, a figure slowly walked in. Jiang Mubai looked at the familiar faces inside. His gaze swept across everyone, finally stopping at Tony, who sat in the seat Jiang Mubai had once occupied. Tony smiled at Jiang Mubai, face showing playfulness. You should have worked with me. Jiang Mubai nodded. Indeed, maybe letting you into the sleeper carriage was better. What is your current state? A fragment of the train's cycle? Or did you really escape the driver's cabin at that time? Jiang Mubai looked at Tony, his eyes showing something strange. Tony felt a chill down his spine under his gaze. Actually, I'm not sure myself. By the way, do you know where this train was originally headed? A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Tony's mouth. I know. Jiang Mubai's words froze Tony's smile in place. The newspaper already provided the information, didn't it? Donuts Town. Tony gave Jiang Mubai a deep, meaningful look. You're really insightful. I only remembered this after returning to this carriage. What can be confirmed is that everyone who stepped onto this train is already dead. Originally, their purpose was to take a final look at their hometown, but after dying again on the train, their purpose changed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At this point, Tony suddenly went mad and laughed loudly. Jiang Mubai furrowed his brows. Tony laughed for several seconds before stopping. I died too, so I changed the train's purpose. Give it up, the train can't be stopped. Even if it could, I wouldn't stop it. I absolutely won't let this train head to some foggy hometown. I am the driver. My duty is to safely take the passengers to the places they want to go, but the foggy town is absolutely not one of them. Tony's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he stood up in a sinister manner, roaring at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai had no reaction. He simply nodded gently. I understand. You're right, these people shouldn't go to the foggy town. But they want to get off the train. Jiang Mubai's gaze swept over the crowd, their eyes hollow, yet there was a trace of hope in them. Can we really get off the train? A young girl walked up to Jiang Mubai and gently tugged at his sleeve. Jiang Mubai glanced at her and squatted down. Yes, there's another way. You sit back in your seat and wait for me. After saying that, he looked behind the little girl. The girl's mother had already anxiously rushed to her side and pulled her back to her seat. Tony. Jiang Mubai stood up and looked at him. Tell me how to get to the power room. What you can't do, I can. Jiang Mubai's tone was filled with certainty. Tony stared at him blankly. His eyes showed signs of struggle. You know, you've already figured it out. Yes, I know. It can't be stopped, right? You've also thought about it, only stopping the train will stop it from heading to the foggy town, but even if you use all the brakes, the train won't stop. Jiang Mubai's tone was calm, as if he were talking about an ordinary thing. Our cooperation is nothing more than you going back to the driver's cabin and trying to stop the train, but deep down, you should know that it won't work. No matter how many times you loop through it, it won't work. The only possible solution is to cut the power source from the power room. What I want to know is, what makes you so afraid of the power room? What is there, something you can't fight against, right? As soon as Jiang Mubai finished speaking, Tony's eyes showed a look of horror. That's right, it. Where is it? Where is it? No, I can't go there. I can keep my memory, I can think of a way, there must be a way, there must be a way. No! Jiang Mubai shouted loudly, interrupting Tony's terrified voice. Tony, face it, you're all already dead, it has absolute control over you, doesn't it? Only by dealing with it can we stop the train. Tell me, it's information, the power room's information. Jiang Mubai pressed his hand on Tony's shoulder, forcing him to calm down. Tony stared blankly at Jiang Mubai, and then his eyes suddenly turned blood red. It's you, why can you break the rules? Tony suddenly began to roar violently. He struggled crazily, trying to attack Jiang Mubai, but it had no effect. Jiang Mubai's hands. It was like a pair of iron pincers, firmly holding him in place. He looked at Tony, and deep in his eyes, a strong madness flashed. Hee, interesting, we finally meet. Lily of the Valley Girls' School, Celestial Biopharma, all manipulated by you behind the scenes, right? Celestial. Jiang Mubai's voice was grim, the suppressed anger finally could not contain his madness. His eyes instantly turned pitch black, terrifying black energy erupted violently. Ding, strange body has awakened 100%. Chapter 88, The Final Command. Boom. Terrifying black energy erupted violently. Tony was instantly thrown back. Jiang Mubai slowly walked toward him. Tony, hold on, use your will, drive it out, tell me how to get to the power room. Tony's eyes were blood red, his mouth making ho-ho sounds. See, can't. Kill me. Tony's voice was full of pain, his eyes sometimes blood red, sometimes pitch black. Jiang Mubai looked at him, instantly becoming a shadow, appearing by his side. Snap. Jiang Mubai tightly grabbed Tony's neck with both hands. Leave him. Jiang Mubai's tone was icy, Tony had no reaction. He just looked at Jiang Mubai, laughing madly. Terrifying mental corruption, like a storm, swept through all the people in the hard seat carriage, their bodies twisting, eyes glowing with bloodthirsty light. Jiang Mubai's hands pressed harder, yet Tony still smiled at him. Rule 1. You are already dead. The terrifying rule instantly descended, blinding blood light burst from Jiang Mubai's body. But then, the blood light exploded violently. Cruelty and ferocity flashed in Tony's eyes, he let out a piercing roar, seeming to want to break free, but facing Jiang Mubai, he had no way. Tony, hold on. After struggling for tens of seconds, Tony's eyes finally regained a trace of clarity. Kill me, take. Sha, away. Tony's voice was broken, full of pain. Jiang Mubai looked at him, his face dark. Tony's condition, there was no solution. If he had reversal ability, it would be okay, but the only time he used it on Jiang Sha. He had no way now. Although he had resurrection medicine, after the daily self-reflection activated, that medicine also had no effect. No way? Jiang Mubai's tone carried a trace of sadness. No, take her away. Power room, use my token, find. Fat tiger. Black blood flowed from the corner of Tony's mouth, his body twisted, legs bent unnaturally backward, like a zombie. Jiang Mubai looked deeply at Tony, finally, he activated his ability. Daily, self-reflection. You are strange. I am also strange. For the first time, Jiang Mubai resisted his own ability, his heart full of sadness. But, as Tony said, it was the only way. Its consciousness had completely corrupted him. There was no other way, except to kill him. If it continued, it would fully descend into Tony, and then Tony would also die. You are a passenger, I am also a passenger. Stop the train. It must stop the train, please, my friend. You want to kill me. I also want to kill you. When Jiang Mubai recited the last condition, Tony's eyes suddenly widened. Terrifying black smoke emanated from him, as if wanting to swallow everything. What did you do? From the void, a twisted whisper came, yet Jiang Mubai did not answer. He just quietly looked at Tony lying on the ground. I will definitely stop the train. Tony looked at him, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Sorry, my consciousness was twisted. Boom. When Tony finished the last sentence, terrifying energy exploded from him. Tony ultimately turned to ash, completely annihilated. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In the sky, its phantom laughed wildly, twisted mental consciousness, as if polluting everything. So that's how it is. Is this your ability? I remember you, chosen of Dragon Nation, the train I send you. I am looking forward to Donut Town to meet you. The black energy transformed into a pair of amber eyes, deeply looking at Jiang Mubai, finally also turning into starlight, dissipating. Jiang Mubai ignored its words. He quietly walked to the place where Tony had disappeared. There, a card lay. K748 Train Driver Certification. At this moment, the photo on the card had already disappeared. When Jiang Mubai picked it up, his own photo appeared on it. Congratulations to the chosen one for obtaining the ID, train permissions upgraded. Ignoring the cold words in his mind, Jiang Mubai went to the dining car. Fat Tiger was still sitting there. Everything that happened in the hard seat carriage seemed to have nothing to do with him. Take me there, power room. Fat Tiger glanced at Jiang Mubai, taking a pocket watch from his chest. Also, 3 minutes. Enough. Fat Tiger said nothing more. He led Jiang Mubai to the far end of the hard seat carriage. There, a black iron door appeared. Fat Tiger took a key from his pocket and turned it forcefully. With a crisp click, the door opened. Outside, on major live streaming platforms. At this moment, the flying comments suddenly became quiet. You all say, what exactly are those strange things? People who were polluted and twisted, of course. But, they are so special, that Tony, even when he died, was still worried about the passengers. What use is that? Didn't he still bring those passengers into that fog place? He was polluted. If it were you, the same would happen. You all say, what exactly is that it? Brother Jiang said he saw it in the first 2 ghost stories, true or not, do you have the memory? Don't know. No matter how the live room people discussed wildly, they could not reach a conclusion. The only certainty was, everyone hated that twisted existence. Ghost Story Management Bureau. At this moment, it was also silent. Jiang Mubai was about to clear the level. All of them could see. Each of them was happy for Jiang Mubai, but at the same time, they felt a heavy sadness. Zhang Jintian fell ill. At the moment Jiang Mubai obtained the train driver ID, he also collapsed. Many experts came to the scene, but each showed a sad expression. There was no way. Cancer itself is a problem that current human medicine cannot overcome. Since the ghost stories appeared, Zhang Jintian had not rested. The great pressure, almost no rest, continuous work, in the end, he still could not bear it. He could persist until now, all thanks to that steel-like will. But now, he still fell ill. The Ghost Story Management Bureau is not just watching live streams, it is not that simple. Across Dragon Nation, no matter the city, as long as it is related to ghost stories, everything is coordinated by the Bureau. Material coordination, casualty rescue, various emergency rehearsal executions, all kinds of ghost story data analysis. As the person in charge, Zhang Jintian had to review everything. To persist until now was really hard, but he was tired. He needed rest. In front of the 300-inch big screen, Li Fei was watching Jiang Mubai, serious. He also felt sadness, but Zhang Jintian's last order made it impossible for him to relax even a little. Everyone, continue, Mubai is almost done with the level. The more at this critical moment, the less we can relax. No one can guarantee what accident may happen with an A-level ghost story. Hearing Li Fei's words, all the experts immediately prepared seriously. They acted quickly, some continued to analyze the current situation, some prepared to coordinate all cities. Before clearing the level. Absolutely no relaxation. This was Zhang Jintian's last order. Chapter 89 Dragon Nation fails to clear, Attempt 1. Endless train. Jiang Mubai had already arrived at the engine room. In front of him, there was a huge black boiler. At the glowing red furnace opening, a man in a blue work uniform was shoveling coal into the boiler. The huff-huff sound was extremely loud in this carriage. Jiang Mubai glanced at the man with hollow eyes, like a zombie, only mechanically repeating actions, and walked toward him. When he reached the man, Jiang Mubai directly grabbed him. The man still did not react. Jiang Mubai looked at this crazily struggling man and let go. Then, his gaze moved to the huge old-fashioned boiler in front of him. This should be the power source of the train. Jiang Mubai stopped wasting words. He lifted his right foot and kicked the boiler. The terrifying force instantly made the moving train shake violently. At this moment, the man responsible for shoveling coal regained a bit of reason. He looked at the boiler with shock in his eyes. You, what are you doing? Do you know that breaking the boiler will cause the train to have an accident? Rumble. While the man was speaking, the train shook again. This time, the shaking seemed even stronger. Jiang Mubai knew the train was about to explode. Get out of the way. Jiang Mubai had no patience to argue with the man in front of him. He kicked the boiler with full force. You are crazy? You want to stop? Impossible. No one can stop us from going to Wudu. Bang! Before the man finished speaking, Jiang Mubai kicked him flying. This boiler should have a way to shut it down, but this was his blind spot in knowledge. He did not understand everything. In situations he did not understand, violence was the root solution to all problems. Nothing cannot be solved with a kick. If there is, kick again. Boom! Jiang Mubai kicked again. This time, the cylindrical boiler deformed completely, with the train shaking violently again. The whole carriage seemed about to flip. The hard seat carriage, the dining carriage, the sleeper carriage, at all times everyone's eyes showed terror. They held tightly onto anything around them, screaming loudly. The crying of children, the curses of the crowd rang from time to time. Jiang Mubai ignored them. He could feel the train slowing down. He stabilized his body, kicked the boiler again. Bang! This kick broke the water valve. The gushing water immediately covered the carriage. Seeing this, Jiang Mubai's eyes lit up. He had forgotten this steam-powered source could stop fastest with water. His method was actually quite dangerous. He could accidentally blow up the boiler with one kick. After all, this thing had pressure inside. Thinking this, he acted immediately. He had wanted to threaten the man again, but seeing the man's insane eyes, he knew it would not work. Even killing him would be useless. He slapped the man hard twice, prepared to act again. At this moment, he caught a green figure in the corner of his eye. Jiang Mubai was stunned, and immediately walked toward that figure. It was a little boy, a worn-out coat draped on him. Jiang Mubai looked at this thin, almost starved little figure and gently squatted down. He picked up the scattered, water-soaked newspapers and placed them in front of the boy. I thought you were the point making the cycle, but unexpectedly the cycle is only yourself. Jiang Mubai sighed. He had just stood up, feeling his body being touched. He turned around and saw Marshall carefully watching him. Big brother, do you want to stop the train? His eyes showed sadness. Jiang Mubai looked at him and nodded. Yes, can you help me? Marshall lowered his head. He seemed to be hesitating. But Jiang Mubai felt that time was running out. At this moment, the train was making even more violent noises. Feeling the train's current state, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. He wanted to destroy this carriage directly. At this time, Marshall spoke again, cautiously pointing at the red valve. Big brother, just turn off that valve, then stop heating, that's all. Jiang Mubai looked at him, then quickly walked to the red valve and closed it. The woo-woo sound kept coming, and the train slowed down even faster. Boom! Just as Jiang Mubai thought everything was getting better, a huge sound suddenly came, and then a blinding light appeared before his eyes. The terrifying wave of fire was like a giant mouth devouring everything, and Jiang Mubai had no time to do anything before being engulfed by flames. Dragon Nation chosen failed, attempts 1. Punishment reward, Dragon Nation fate -15 points, terrifying train immediately appears in major cities. Dragon Nation has used the supernatural failure immunity. This punishment is minimum, current remaining immunity times 1. Outside, in all major live stream rooms, silence fell. The blinding red light devoured everything. On screen, only burning flames remained. Brother Jiang failed. How could it be? Didn't he just want to push through the supernatural? That was a train explosion, an explosion. Yes. The madman finally failed. Blessings from Sakura Nation. Go drink your own trash water, fools. Baka, our water is absolutely healthy. We will pass through the ocean to share it with the world. Screw you, go back to watch your trash merchants. The livestream was full of all kinds of voices. Jiang Mubai failed. Countless countries came over to post mocking comments. He was so special that everyone envied, hated, and loved him, and now seeing Jiang Mubai suffer, they were naturally happy. Supernatural Management Bureau. Li Fei looked at this scene, also frowning. Those old experts showed worried expressions one after another. Team leader Li, shouldn't we care about public opinion? Li Fei glanced at them and shook his head. Let's first see how Mubai handles it, that is most important. Mubai failed once. For Dragon Nation, it was undoubtedly painful. But Jiang Mubai's previous mastery still remained, not letting Dragon Nation fall into passive position. Through this failure, his focus would lessen, which was also fine. Everyone understood the rule of the gun striking the bird that sticks out. He could be special, but it was better not to be too special. Otherwise, sooner or later, it would attract others' targeting. At this moment, Li Fei remembered what Zhang Jintian had told him. Jiang Mubai still had a trump card. Resurrection Potion. Chapter 90, A New Change. Endless Train. Jiang Mubai returned once again to the very beginning. This time it was not because Jiang Mubai destroyed the train, but because the train exploded on schedule. All carriages were destroyed, everything returned to the starting point. Jiang Mubai was now standing in place, flames still lingering on his body. White air flowed from him, rolling hot waves, making everyone in the hard seat carriage look at him. He did not use the resurrection potion. The strange body had already awakened to 100%, this kind of damage could not hurt him, the only effect might be the extreme pain from the explosion. But this only made Jiang Mubai more insane. His gaze no longer had the calmness from before. Ding, strange body has awakened, 101%. You are transforming into the unknown. Black threads floated from Jiang Mubai, all around people showed terrified expressions. You, what are you? The bald man was originally playing cards, seeing Jiang Mubai, he screamed in terror. Jiang Mubai looked at him, the madness in his eyes immediately made the bald man's vision go black, and he fainted. Jiang Mubai did not speak, he went straight to the end of the hard seat carriage. There, it was still a white wall, but Jiang Mubai did not care about this, he lifted his right foot, and directly kicked toward the front. Boom! Along with a violent sound, the wall directly broke. The dining car carriage appeared in front of his eyes. Outside, countless people saw this scene, shock showed in their eyes. Brother Jiang, damn, I really cannot think of words to describe. Fortune turns around, did not expect my brother Jiang also failed once. But I feel brother Jiang is even more fierce now, look, he did not use time coins, directly smashed through this train. Is there a possibility, it is because there is a driver badge hanging on his chest? Did he not loop? Is there also a possibility that Tony was killed by brother Jiang, so his item does not join the loop? Inside the dining car carriage. At this moment countless people looked at Jiang Mubai with fear on their faces. Jiang Mubai did not pay attention to them, he directly came to Jiang Shasha's side. She was still in the human state, but Jiang Mubai knew, she had already been polluted. If he could stop the train, it should be fine, but, the last step, only the last step left. Anger flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Jiang Shasha had already lost the previous memory, she looked at Jiang Mubai, fear showed in her eyes. It's okay. Everything will be okay. Jiang Mubai looked at her, softly murmured a few sentences, and walked past her side. Fat Tiger was right behind him at this moment, he looked at Jiang Mubai's back, shock and fear showed on his old face. He watched with his own eyes Jiang Mubai come to the end of the train, break the wall, and walk into the sleeper carriage. At this moment, the game in the sleeper carriage was still going on, when Jiang Mubai came in, shock showed on everyone's faces. They did not know why Jiang Mubai would suddenly rush here. Everyone looked at him, showing panic. They were not sure whether Jiang Mubai was it. Jiang Mubai did not pay attention to them, his gaze directly swept toward number 3, number 7, and number 9. Sure enough. Exactly the same as his analysis. Their identities had not changed, they thought those winners got off the train, actually they had all already come back. Sleeper carriage. At this moment there were 7 people. Number 7 and number 9 had already died. Jiang Mubai looked at the number that once belonged to himself. That vague figure, faintly had a trace of his own outline. He then looked at number 7 who was killed by his self-reflection. Number 7 had no connection with the original number 7, but Jiang Mubai could see through the black fog, her real body. That was a mechanical and stiff woman. Announcer. She had also already died, Jiang Mubai could faintly feel, on her body that trace, belonging to it. Bang! Jiang Mubai walked to number 7, and stepped down with one foot. Number 7's stiff body immediately turned into black smoke and disappeared. You, who are you? Number 3 showed a terrified gaze at this moment, looking at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai did not answer him, he directly walked over, Papa gave him 2 big slaps. Number 3 was directly stunned from the beating, even, this time, Jiang Mubai directly beat out his memory from the previous round. I was wrong. Number 3 knelt on the ground, constantly apologizing. Jiang Mubai did not pay attention to him, he looked toward the end. There, a metal door had already appeared. You killed Tony? Jiang Mubai's voice was full of coldness. No, I did not find the key. After speaking, number 3 looked at number 5 in fear. The others did not have previous memory, did not know why number 3 was so afraid. Jiang Mubai also did not explain. At this moment, he suddenly felt, this train seemed to have a slight change. Tony was killed by him, he became the driver, then could he stop the train? He could try, but still needed to be more safe. Thinking of this, Jiang Mubai directly walked toward number 5. Give me the key. What key? Number 5 looked at Jiang Mubai, showing a guarded gaze. Jiang Mubai took out an identity card, that was the driver's license belonging to the driver. Did you see? Now I am the driver. Number 5's pupils shrank violently. He had no memory at all. No, impossible, I have no memory at all. Then do you have Tony's memory? Tony? A trace of confusion showed in number 5's eyes. The original driver. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, number 5's pupils shrank violently. No. He had no memory at all. How could this be? A strong terror appeared on number 5's face. He now suspected that he unknowingly broke the rules and was punished by it. Jiang Mubai did not plan to waste words with him. He waved his right hand, a shadow flashed past in front of number 5. The key was taken into his hand. No, impossible, how could you break the rules? Number 5 let out a terrified shout. Jiang Mubai directly gave him a slap, making him calm down. You are restricted by the rules. If you want to live, continue the game. At this moment, everyone in the game looked at him in shock. From what he meant, he could not be restricted by the rules? They looked blankly at Jiang Mubai's back, then looked at the broken iron door, showing fear. Jiang Mubai did not make things difficult for them. He only had one thought now, that was to stop the train. Click. A crisp sound came out. Jiang Mubai opened the door. The driver's cabin appeared in front of him. Number 3 looked at Jiang Mubai walking to the driver's cabin. A trace of hope appeared in his eyes. He remembered the previous memory. He did not kill the driver. He did nothing. This time, can he really get off the train? He really wanted to go over and take a look, but the rules restricted him, forcing him to complete this round of the game. I am a good person, I suggest. This round vote number 5. Number 3 forced himself to endure the urge to self-destruct, continuing the previous speech. Those people, although also curious about Jiang Mubai, could only brace themselves to continue. Do not know if it was Jiang Mubai's destruction, or the game already had its original script. Number 5 was voted out once again. No, no, magician save me. Number 5's terrified voice came out, then in a burst of red light, death. Chapter 90 stopped the train. Train driver's cabin. Jiang Mubai looked at the intact operation panel in front of him, lowered his head and thought deeply. The train seemed able to stop. But its destination was the Fog City. That place, even thinking with the heel, one would know, was not a good place. And, if the power source was not stopped, even if the brake was pressed, it was probably useless. It would only continue to repeat explosion. After scanning the surroundings again, confirming there were no changes around, Jiang Mubai locked the door. This was a new cycle, there was still time, so he had to return to the power room again. Stop the power transmission. Sleeper carriage. Jiang Mubai looked coldly at number 3. He was hesitating whether to kill him. After the strange body broke through to 101%, if he wanted, he could do it. But what he worried more was that doing so would produce another uncontrollable factor. After thinking for a long time, under number 3's fearful gaze, Jiang Mubai left. If the train has a problem, I will come back to find you. This sentence was like a death declaration, making number 3's mentality completely collapse. Dining carriage. Jiang Mubai came again in front of Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger at this moment looked at Jiang Mubai, terror also showed in his eyes. He felt, the person in front of him was simply the incarnation of it. When the train goes to the land of Fog City, what places will it pass? Jiang Mubai's voice suddenly appeared beside Fat Tiger's ear. Fat Tiger looked at him, his old face kept twitching. 3 stations, but none will stop. No one can stop the train from going to Fog City, no one. Speaking of Fog City, a bloodlight burst in Fat Tiger's eyes. But immediately after, he felt an even more terrifying pressure. That was the feeling of death. His blood-red eyes instantly returned to normal, slowly lowering his head. What are the names of these 3 stations? Jiang Mubai did not pay attention to Fat Tiger, it could even be said he did not care at all. He only wanted to know what he wanted to know. Jiang Mubai's tone was calm. While speaking, strange black threads emerged from his body. Fat Tiger looked at him in terror, and finally gritted his teeth and spoke. Blue Flower Town, Apricot Flower Village, and Donuts Town. Jiang Mubai listened to Fat Tiger's words and thought carefully. These 3 places, just hearing the names, one can feel they cross 3 countries. With the current speed and technology of this train, it is absolutely impossible to reach them in a short time. Then there is only one possibility. These 3 places are all disappeared, strange lands. Donuts Town. He thought of the information in the newspaper. This was the train's original final stop. No matter experience or feeling, he felt that letting this train return to its original place would be safer. But, after arriving at the station? That place, is it the next horror story? Or directly return to reality? Jiang Mubai currently had no clue. Donuts Town, how long left? 20 minutes. Jiang Mubai nodded. You, help me get the door of the power carriage out. Jiang Mubai stood up. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Fat Tiger saw this and screamed again. Jiang Mubai backhanded him with a big slap. Fat Tiger immediately became obedient. He honestly stood up and led him to the end of the hard seat carriage. At this moment, everyone looked at Jiang Mubai with eyes full of hatred. Just now when he talked with Fat Tiger, everyone had already heard it. They wanted to get off the train. But their destination was the Fog City. And Jiang Mubai wanted to take them to Donuts Town. This was absolutely not allowed. Countless people looked at Jiang Mubai with blood-red eyes. Jiang Mubai's eyes also flashed with madness. Do not stop me, I do not mind killing you all. Jiang Mubai's tone was ice-cold. At this moment, that glasses manly Cha stood up, he looked at Jiang Mubai, his eyes full of hatred. You promised me to take me off the train. Jiang Mubai looked at him, then looked at the others. They seemed to remember the previous memories. I only promised to take you off the train, I did not say which station, you are contaminated. Bullshit. Nonsense. We are going to Fog City, we only go to Fog City. Countless people shouted crazily and rushed toward Jiang Mubai. Boom. Terrifying black energy suddenly exploded from Jiang Mubai's body, the passing crowd was instantly blown away. Do not provoke me again. Kill him, kill him. One old man roared loudly, he picked up a cane and crazily smashed toward Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai coldly glanced at him and kicked out. Bang! The old man instantly turned into a pile of black fog and exploded. This one kick made everyone freeze in place, they looked at Jiang Mubai with fear and hatred. Woo-woo, Mom, can we see Dad? A little girl sitting near the dining carriage cried. Her eyes were red, making people unable to bear it. The middle-aged woman held her hand and pulled her into her arms. We definitely can, we go to Fog City, go find Dad. After comforting the girl, the woman rushed toward Jiang Mubai like crazy. Jiang Mubai waved his right hand, the woman was directly sent flying out. He coldly looked at Fat Tiger, Fat Tiger's face instantly turned pale, he quickly slapped the wall, and an iron door appeared at the end of the hard-seat carriage. Jiang Mubai kicked the door open and walked in. Stop him, stop him. The crowd was now fearful, but seeing Jiang Mubai about to stop the train, at this moment, they all acted again. The narrow passage door instantly became crowded. Jiang Mubai turned his head and coldly looked at the leading person. He grabbed him in one hand. Every day. I examine myself 3 times. You are strange, I am also strange. You are a passenger, I am also a passenger. You want to kill me, I also want to kill you. Like the chanting of Death God came out from Jiang Mubai's mouth, that leading middle-aged man immediately began to scream crazily. Strange black energy floated out from his body, along with painful sounds, the man turned into black smoke and disappeared. The crowd became quiet. They could see that Jiang Mubai had completely destroyed that person. Totally destroyed. Jiang Mubai ignored the terrified crowd and walked toward the boiler. There, the worker in blue clothes was still burning coal. Jiang Mubai walked over and threw him far away. Then he went straight to the red valve and shut down the boiler. Woo! Boom! With a whistle and violent shaking, the train's speed began to slow. Next, all he had to do was stop the train. Jiang Mubai glanced at the blue worker still trying to climb over and threw him away. Just as he was about to leave, behind him, a childish voice spoke again. Big brother, can we not stop the train? Chapter 91 Getting Off Loop. Behind Jiang Mubai, Charles wore a tattered green coat and looked at him. Jiang Mubai looked at this little boy who had dealt with him many times. He was a special existence. He could move freely through all the carriages without being affected by the gates. Marshal. Jiang Mubai sighed lightly. He lifted his head and looked toward the top of the train, his gaze piercing everything. Do you remember where you came from? Charles looked at Jiang Mubai and shook his head timidly. He remembered nothing. This special little boy did not seem to have forgotten because of strange pollution. Fog City, do you want to go? Yes. Hope appeared in the boy's eyes. Jiang Mubai had been watching him all along, he could feel the faint strange waves coming from Charles. Marshal. Jiang Mubai suddenly spoke, Charles looked at him puzzled. Marshal, I must stop the train. Fog City is not the place you really want to go. Charles's eyes turned a little red. He looked at Jiang Mubai and tears fell. Leave, you cannot stop me. Jiang Mubai left. He ignored Charles and looked at everyone. The train will loop infinitely, you only have 2 choices. 1. Get off at Donuts Town. 2. Survive, then get off at Donuts Town. Seeing the endless madness in Jiang Mubai's eyes, everyone fell silent. Jiang Mubai could destroy the strange, could eliminate them directly. This made countless people feel terrified. Even if they disagreed, there was no way. Even if they stopped this time, in the next loop, Jiang Mubai would do the same. Everyone looked at Jiang Mubai with resentment, as if he had ruined everything. Jiang Mubai ignored them. He walked straight through the crowd and returned to the cockpit. In the previous loop, Jiang Mubai had already remembered how to brake the train. He quickly reached the control panel, and with his fingers, the train made a clang-clang sound again. Finally, with a piercing whistle, the train slowly stopped. Arrived! At this moment, in the carriage, countless people looked confused. At the top of the train, the horn sounded again, this time still a mechanical female voice, but without last time's madness. Dear passengers, train K748 has arrived at its final stop, Donuts Town. Please take your luggage and get off quickly. The cold voice echoed from the horn, and people looked at each other. We can get off now? Someone spoke first, breaking the silence completely. Getting off, we can get off now. Donuts Town, what kind of place is this? No, we want to go to Fog City. But the train has already reached the final stop? Doesn't matter, get off first, I don't want a loop. The moment the train stopped, the loop ended, and many remembered their previous memories. After a brief confusion, the crowd exploded. They rushed recklessly toward the doors that suddenly appeared at the ends of the carriage on both sides. I go first. Let me first, don't you know ladies first? Get out of the way. You are not allowed to make a sound. The chaotic scene shocked countless people watching the live stream. The train has stopped, does that mean we cleared it? But there's still no hint of the ghost story. I have a bad feeling, Brother Jiang won't go from one ghost story to another, right? Shut the hell up, you jinx. But I feel, even if it's another ghost story, it's still better than the land of fog. Countless people began discussing fervently. At this moment, all over the world. The moment Jiang Mubai stopped the train, countless countries felt the shock he brought them again. The train had stopped. Right now, the fastest progress was by the three nations, but even they had died many times and were still struggling with Tony. But Jiang Mubai had already stopped. How could they not be jealous? At this moment, led by the beautiful country, all the nations were almost crazy. They directed all their conflicts toward the beautiful country and issued threats. If the beautiful country didn't provide a solution quickly, they would join the Dragon Nation. Thus, countless countries pressed the beautiful country while simultaneously flattering the Dragon Nation. Li Fei was indeed lucky. As soon as he came up, he received countless friendly calls from nations. But he did not blindly feel optimistic. It must be said, this was very much like Zhang Zhentian. Without 100% certainty that Jiang Mubai came out safely, he would not make any rash decisions, also considering the people of the Dragon Nation. Ghost Story Management Bureau. After quickly hanging up several calls, Li Fei looked at the experts again. From Mubai's performance this time, he seems to want the S-level hidden clearance reward, because he had the ability to kill those strange things but didn't use it. Dragon Nation should thank him. Even in crisis, he still thinks of us. What we can do now, besides not betraying his trust, is fully ensure that any emergency can be handled. Alright, everyone, get back to work. Endless train. Jiang Mubai now looked at the crowded people, his face somewhat grim. Those people didn't even realize they had fallen into another loop. After getting off the train, they immediately forgot everything and suddenly appeared on the train again. Then they continued repeating this action. It was very strange. Ignoring the crowded people, Jiang Mubai walked toward Fat Tiger again. Fat Tiger was still sitting on the train, as if he was not involved in this. But Jiang Mubai could see the fear in Fat Tiger's eyes. He had realized what was happening on the train. He was afraid that one move would immediately trap him in the endless loop. When Jiang Mubai reached his side, hope instantly appeared in Fat Tiger's eyes. He looked at Jiang Mubai, his gaze pitiful. Save me, please save me. Jiang Mubai looked at him calmly, without a single expression. Check your era coin. What? Don't make me say it twice, era coin. Fat Tiger's face turned pale. Without hesitation, he immediately plunged his hand deep into his pocket. But as he felt around, his expression changed. He didn't have any era coins left, not a single one. How could this happen? Fat Tiger panicked, suddenly stood up, and began frantically searching his body. But no matter how he looked, there was nothing. Stop searching, the era coins should have been reclaimed. To be precise, only part of them were reclaimed. Jiang Mubai looked at Fat Tiger and said something that seemed strange to him, then Fat Tiger was shocked to see era coins appear in Jiang Mubai's hand. This era coin was exactly the one Marshall had given him. At that time, Marshall had told him this would be useful. Connecting it with the train's hint to process the disembarking procedure, Jiang Mubai already understood the reason. He felt the malice of the ghost story once again. Chapter 92, The Promise of Being Human. Marshall gave him 10 era tokens. The current number of era tokens needed for getting off the train is unknown, but even if it's 1 token per person, there would be at most 10 people. Right now, there are at least 100 people on this train. And, Jiang Mubai had also promised many people to bring some of them off the train. He could backtrack, but those people wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But he wasn't the kind of person who would break a promise like a scoundrel. For example, in the Sakura country, on the surface they claimed it was for the ocean environment, promising not to do certain things, but in the end, they blatantly went back on their word. Doing so would surely invite retribution in the end. Shaking his head, he threw aside his chaotic thoughts and looked ahead. At this moment, Marshall appeared again, tugging at the corner of Jiang Mubai's coat. "Big brother, when you get off, could you help me restart the train?" Jiang Mubai looked at Marshall. "Why, aren't you getting off?" Marshall shook his head. "Big brother, I'm just from Ward City, in front of Donis Town." As Marshall spoke, he pulled open the curtain. Outside the window, the black phantom shapes that had been floating earlier were now gone. Bright sunlight poured in through the window, filling the train with a hint of warmth. Outside the window, a quaint little town was not far away. The yellow earth, overgrown with weeds, and rows of pointed roof houses in the distance, the scorching sunlight seemed to twist the air. Twisted human figures walked back and forth in the town, heading towards the largest tavern in the town. This is Donis Town. Looking beyond Donis Town, further in the distance, one could vaguely see a steel-like city. Everywhere were dark red high-rise buildings, with huge chimneys belching thick smoke, all pointing to the highly industrialized nature of this city. Donis Town and Ward City seemed far apart, yet strangely close. Jiang Mubai glanced at them and immediately realized it was something the strange tales had caused. Whether these two cities exist in reality is unknown, but even if they once did, they are definitely two places that are worlds apart. "Big brother." Marshall saw Jiang Mubai's gaze fixed on the distant city and spoke again. "I need money, I need to earn a lot of money. I can't go back until I save enough." "Marshall." Jiang Mubai looked at Marshall, his eyes deep. "Don't you remember what happened before you boarded the train?" Marshall shook his head. "Then, do you know Michelle?" Upon hearing the name Michelle, Marshall's eyes immediately widened, and tears began to drip down his face. No memory, but it feels familiar." "Big brother, is she someone I know?" Jiang Mubai shook his head. "I once heard her say your name, but I don't know if it was really you." Thinking of Michelle, a trace of sadness flickered in Jiang Mubai's eyes. That kind-hearted girl, in the end, he still couldn't save her. "Really? Thank you, big brother. If you see Michelle, remember to ask her if she knows someone named Marshall." "Sister?" Jiang Mubai glanced at the little boy. He was sure now that he was the Marshall Michelle had spoken of, but he would never see her again. Michelle had died in the hands of the heavenly god creatures. "Sorry, Marshall." Jiang Mubai refused him. He told Marshall the truth, not wanting to deceive him, but he couldn't do it. "Big brother." Marshall was not affected at all by Jiang Mubai's words, his eyes full of light. "Big brother, look." Marshall pulled Jiang Mubai and pointed to the Steel City. There's a slum, a rich district. In the slum area, there's a green street. Although I've forgotten many things, I still remember, that's where my home is. Big brother, after people die, don't they always go home? Jiang Mubai looked at this completely confused little boy and shook his head. "Marshall. You've been corrupted." "Big brother, I did not." Marshall's eyes were unusually firm. "I want to go to the Fog City, not because the train takes me, but because I want to go. I remember where I come from, I remember what I must do, I just forgot my family." A faint light flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. He looked at Marshall, and it was clearly felt, the aura belonged to him. He had already used the reversal ability. He could no longer help him. "Marshall, if I could go to Ward City, I would go to Griffinlo Orphanage." "Griffinlo Orphanage?" Marshall's eyes showed confusion, then his eyes turned red. "Why do I feel so bad?" "Sister." Whoa. Marshall squatted on the ground, crying. Jiang Mubai ignored him. He took out the era coin, walked toward the glasses man who was about to get off the train, then suddenly grabbed him. "Here, get off, I promised you." When Jiang Mubai put the era coin into his hand, a clear light instantly flashed in Lich's eyes. Strange black energy slowly emitted from the era coin, and Lich's body began to gradually become transparent. He looked at Jiang Mubai, excitement flashing in his eyes. Snap! Licha suddenly grabbed Jiang Mubai's hand, kneeling in front of him. Thank you. Too excited, he kept repeating these words in his mouth. Jiang Mubai did not speak. He patted his shoulder, then gave the remaining 9 era coins to the 10 people in the first carriage who helped him. Those people got off the train. Jiang Mubai saw with his own eyes, their bodies became transparent and disappeared. This scene, not only Jiang Mubai, but other passengers in the carriage also saw it. Some people had realized it. They loudly shouted at Jiang Mubai. I want era coin too, give me. I gave you era coin in the dining car, you promised us, to take us off. He still has era coin, he still has, let's go together, take his era coin. However, before these extreme people acted, Jiang Mubai acted first. Terrifying black energy exploded, Jiang Mubai became a blur, rushing toward those leaders. Boom! With a loud noise, those rioters all turned to smoke, dissipated completely. Jiang Mubai looked at the remaining people, they all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look at him. Those who want to get off, now, immediately return to your seats. After the train starts, I will recycle, with enough Aracoin, we'll let you get off. This was Jiang Mubai's idea. It seemed, only this way. But he did not worry this method would fail. Now his strange body had awakened to 100%, those rules could not restrict him, he could get unlimited Aracoin in the cycle, to take them down, just a matter of time. He could take them down, as long as they obeyed. Those people looked at Jiang Mubai in confusion, and sat back in their seats. Just as Jiang Mubai was about to start the train again, Marshall walked over with red eyes. Big brother, I have Aracoin here, you, get off. Chapter 93 Jiang Shasha. Marshall's voice suddenly came, Jiang Mubai was stunned. He really did not expect Marshall to say this. Also, he did not expect Marshall to have Aracoin. Marshall, don't you need Aracoin very much? Jiang Mubai asked. Marshall looked at Jiang Mubai timidly. Big brother, Aracoin can be earned, they want to get off, right? Yes, we want to get off. Aracoin, you have Aracoin? The crowd shouted again. Jiang Mubai looked at them coldly, the icy gaze instantly made the carriage quiet. He looked at Marshall again. Marshall, how many Aracoins do you have? More than 80. Jiang Mubai swept the crowd, he could roughly guess, Marshall's Aracoin should be just enough for these people to get off. This is the malice of this ghost story. It will definitely leave someone on the bus. You decide for yourself, my suggestion is, you can consider yourself. The Ara token belongs to Marshall, what he does is his business. If Marshall lets these people off the bus in advance, does that count as passing the level? Or should I also get off the bus? He isn't very worried about getting off the bus. The strange body's heightened awakening, the rules can no longer stop him. He stays here just because some things are not done yet. For example, Jiang Shasha, she hasn't gotten off the bus yet. He gave all 10 Ara tokens to the people in the first carriage, he had promised them when he went to the dining car. With a sigh, he walked up to Jiang Shasha. Jiang Shasha was also very scared, looking at Jiang Mubei's eyes with some fear. You. Jiang Shasha's voice trembled, Jiang Mubai just smiled slightly, then sat across from her and calmly looked at her. If Marshall didn't give you an Ara token, in the second round of the cycle, I will take you off the bus. Will we forget? Will we attack you like before? Jiang Shasha tightly gripped her hands, her fingers were faintly turning white. Yes, but I will handle it. While they were talking, Marshall appeared in front of them, extending his dirty little hand and taking out an Ara token. Big sister, get off the bus. Jiang Shasha's eyes widened suddenly, she looked at Jiang Mubai, then at Marshall, a little hesitant. Take it. Jiang Mubai spoke softly, Jiang Shasha carefully took the Ara token. Thank you. She looked at Marshall, speaking gently. Big sister must miss her family. Marshall didn't know why, but suddenly felt a sense of sadness, he gently lowered his head. Jiang Shasha had been paying attention to him, she gently hugged Marshall. Yes, I have a little sister, when I left, she was about your age. Little sister. She must be very happy. Marshall felt a little lost in his heart. Then you get off the bus, she must be very worried about you. Marshall pushed Jiang Shasha away, his eyes were a little red, he wiped them with his sleeve and quickly ran away. He continued holding the Ara token, handing it out to other passengers. When those people saw Marshall, their eyes lit up with excited red light, if Jiang Mubai hadn't been there, they might have directly snatched it. Let's go, it's time to get off the bus. Jiang Mubai glanced at Marshall, helped Jiang Shasha and came to the door of the bus. Jiang Shasha stood on the footstep, looking at Jiang Mubai, then looking behind him. Her gaze kept searching. Searching for a figure. Did you see a blonde-haired person? Jiang Shasha whispered. The person she was asking about was Tony. After the cycle, she had forgotten many things. But Tony, however, deeply stayed in her heart. Jiang Mubai looked at her, then looked at the sky. There, a huge black castle floated. Tony. He didn't know how to say it, whether to lie to her or not. Jiang Shasha saw Jiang Mubai hesitate, and she walked back. I'll wait for him. Her tone was firm, after speaking, she was going to return to her seat. Jiang Mubai grabbed her. Shasha, Tony he. Jiang Mubai didn't finish, Jiang Shasha's gaze had already looked at his chest. There, hanging a train driver's qualification certificate. She had guessed it. Jiang Shasha squatted down and began to cry. You killed him? Jiang Mubai was silent, nodding his head. Why? Jiang Shasha suddenly grabbed his body and started to beat him. Her strength was very weak, it was of no use to Jiang Mubai. After hitting him twice, she squatted down and cried again. Sorry, this is not what I wanted to do, Tony, he was polluted by it, killing him was the only solution. Jiang Mubai didn't know how to explain. And indeed, Tony was killed by him. Tony, before he died, he asked me to take you off the bus, this was his wish. No! Jiang Shasha screamed loudly. Then she rushed to her seat, holding the newspaper Tony had once read, and cried again. I want to wait for him, I want to wait for him. He watched the crying Jiang Shasha and sat across from her. At this moment, Marshall had already given out most of the era coins. On the train, there were only a few scattered people. Little sister, this is an era coin, you should get off. Marshall held an era coin in his hand and handed it to a cute little girl in front of him. The little girl sat in her seat and shook her head. Thank you, I don't want to get off. Auntie, this is an era coin. Thank you, we are going to Mist City, where our relatives are. Marshall ignored them and continued to walk to others. Soon, all the era coins were distributed. Except for that mother and daughter, Jiang Mubai, Jiang Shasha, and Marshall, everyone else got off the train. Even the worker in charge of adding coal left. At this moment, the train became much quieter. Marshall came once again in front of Jiang Mubai. Big brother, can you help me start the train? Jiang Mubai looked at Marshall, Jiang Shasha, and the mother and daughter. A flash of madness appeared in his eyes again. Snap! He suddenly grabbed Jiang Shasha. Get off, I promised Tony. Tony's last wish was for you to get off. No, please, let go of me. Jiang Shasha struggled desperately, but Jiang Mubai still ignored her. Mist City, she absolutely cannot go. Even if she hates him, he absolutely will not let her go. Jiang Lily helped him, and her boyfriend Tony also died. Jiang Mubai felt pain too, but he could not watch Jiang Shasha do something foolish. Tony is still there, he definitely will not stop him. Let go, let go. Jiang Shasha struggled violently, she suddenly took out an era coin and threw it outside. Bang! The era coin turned into a black smoke and dissipated. Chapter 94 Pass Level? Jiang Mubai stopped in place. He looked at Jiang Shasha in confusion. She would rather loop forever than get off. My sister is dead, Tony is also dead. I am so tired, so tired. I miss them, I want to find them, Mist City, the land of Mist City, I can surely see them. Seeing Jiang Shasha's determined eyes, Jiang Mubai nodded. Then he looked at Marshall, the little girl, and her mother, their eyes were the same. I see. Jiang Mubai understood the reason. The stronger the longing, the more Mist City will summon. Since that is so, then just go. Madness flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes again. Terrifying black energy erupted. His body began to twist, black long hair grew strangely, stopping only at his waist. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 102%. You are crazy, now you should stop all actions, the broken mind will make you do something you will regret forever. Jiang Mubai ignored the strange body's warning, he went straight to the cockpit. He was ready to go directly to Mist City. The train would no longer explode, the terminal could almost surely be reached. Bang! Jiang Mubai kicked open the cockpit door. The madness in his eyes could no longer be controlled, anger seemed to take over all his reason. With every step he took, his figure twisted more. The internal space of the train seemed to suffer unknown corruption. Click! Jiang Mubai started the train, with a whistle sound, the train slowly moved. Jiang Mubai now stood in the cockpit, looking out the window. He did not move at all, because the train would drive automatically. Pink mist already surrounded the train, the oppressive feeling appeared again. Just as the train moved, not even 30 seconds, suddenly there was a violent shake. The train, strangely, stopped. Jiang Mubai looked at the still-lit control panel, lowered his head in silence. He gently touched the buttons, confirmed they had no problem, then looked back. Because all the carriage doors were broken by him, the train could be seen to the end at a glance. Marshall had already run to the power room. He struggled to pick up the shovel, adding coal into the boiler. The boiler was still burning, but the train did not move. Jiang Mubai said nothing, his face calm as he walked to the window, then raised his right hand. Bang! With a crisp sound, the train's glass shattered. Pink mist slowly flowed in, dark red moonlight poured from the sky. The sky, at some point, had turned black. Jiang Mubai looked at the strange surroundings of the train and kicked the train again. Boom! With a violent crash, part of the train's cockpit side shattered. He wanted to destroy this train and restart the cycle. Strange waves appeared again, the cycle began. But before Jiang Mubai could activate his ability to flash back, the train horn sent out a mechanical female voice again. Dear passengers, train K748 has reached the final station. Please pack your luggage and get off as soon as possible. No place names, no disembarking procedures. It just told all passengers to get off. Ding, congratulations to the chosen one for completing a sea-level pass final station. Due to irresistible reasons, the train abandoned its original route. You saved the person you promised, you should feel happy. The chosen one will leave the strange tale in 10 minutes. This strange tale has ended. Outside, all the major live streams. At this moment, they were filled with shock and disbelief. Cleared it, so good, we cleared it. Though not an S-level pass, a bit disappointing, but Brother Jiang is still Brother Jiang. Brother Mubai is amazing. I always feel something is strange. Think about it, Brother Zhang's 3 passes. First, stayed in the strange tale, second, got lost, third, this easy? What did you expect? This strange tale has ended, can't you see the big letters? It's over, Brother Jiang is coming out. Collaboration, 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 the new card drawing mobile game Strange Tale Fantasy Edition is out, register to get 10 draws, even an SSS level deck, Brother Jiang. Want to take my money? No way. The people of Long Kingdom were excited, while other countries fell into chaos again. Pretty country. Dog Egg had smashed everything that could be smashed. James was still stuck in the first carriage. Though not dead, the repeated failures made Pretty Country's defeat inevitable. As he was angry, a blonde agent ran over, bringing news. Major Tsunemaki of Sakura Country came to visit. Angry Dog Egg's face was full of resentment. Why only Pretty Country had to deal with this? That dog from Sakura Country was already at the dining car. This was unfair. In anger, he decided to teach Sakura Country a lesson. You, take out our research results, he wants them, right? Sell to him. As for the price, 30 billion is fine. Haven't they already prepared it to remove the international backlash after a chosen one fails? This money is ours. A dark gleam flashed in Dog Egg's eyes. 7 Black Country. Ben Zhuga's face was equally ugly. Long Kingdom had cleared again. Good news, this time it was only sea level. Bad news, they cleared 3 times in a row. Damn, this was so hateful. This unromantic news twisted Ben Zhuga's face to the extreme. It was envy, extreme, hate mixed together, a complex feeling. This sick emotion lasted a full minute before Ben Zhuga calmed down. He trembled as he picked up the phone, dialing Long Kingdom's exclusive contact number. Of course, others from different countries did the same action too. Strange Tale Management Bureau. Li Fei was busy again. Unlike other anxious country leaders, Li Fei's busyness carried strong energy. Because Jiang Mubai cleared it again. Although only sea level, it was enough. Strange tales were already twisted, they had no reason to let their chosen ones risk their lives. Jiang Mubai had already made many efforts. He had been trying to meet the S-level completion conditions, and everyone could see it. Although he had not succeeded, he had survived, and that was enough. After hastily hanging up a few calls, Li Fei looked at the expert team. Everyone, Mubai has not left the ghost tale yet, we cannot let our guard down, continue recording everything happening with the ghost tale. Xiao Ko, you go to Mubai's villa in advance. He should be very tired. Help take care of him. Once he has rested enough, I will definitely visit him. Bai Xiaoke looked at Li Fei and nodded. Her mood was not very good, because Zhang Jintian was now lying in the intensive care unit. Chapter 95, The Last Chance. Endless Train. Jiang Mubai looked at the illusory prompt in front of him, his face darkened. This ghost tale had forcibly ended. Even he had no way to stay here any longer. He looked at Jiang Shasha, then glanced at Marshall and the mother-daughter pair. They also looked confused. Why, isn't this Fog City? Jiang Shasha's tone was filled with sadness. Big brother, can't we go to Fog City? Marshall also walked up to Jiang Mubai's side, cautiously asking. Jiang Mubai looked at the two and shook his head. I don't know, you two wait for me here. After saying that, he walked directly to the train's door and kicked it open. Outside was a desolate wilderness. There was nothing but weeds on the ground. He didn't get off the train. He felt that if he got off the train now, the train would immediately disappear. But there were only less than 10 minutes left. Even if he stayed on the train, everything would still end after 10 minutes. Was this really the only option? Jiang Mubai felt a sense of helplessness. Marshall had already come up behind him, looking at the wilderness, his eyes glowing red. This is Fog City. Hearing his words, madness flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Strange, twisted black threads appeared on his body again. Do you want to get off? Jiang Mubai forcibly suppressed his anger, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Marshall showed no expression, he just stared blankly ahead. Yes, my family is waiting for me. After saying that, Marshall directly got off the train. Jiang Mubai grabbed him, but he seemed to have no feeling, walking forward on his own. Sister, sister. Marshall muttered softly, his eyes blank as he looked ahead. Jiang Mubai looked in the direction he was staring at, and in the distance, there was a woman in a grey long dress. She had long brown hair and fair skin, and she was gently looking at Marshall, waving at him. Jiang Mubai looked at the illusory woman, his eyes flashing with complexity. She was the woman who had been murdered in the newspaper. Jiang Mubai could see that there was still blood on her clothes. Even though she was selling newspapers about her family, Marshall had forgotten the related memories. Sister, sister. Marshall continued walking forward, and Jiang Mubai let go of his hand. He shakily got off the train. The gentle woman, upon seeing Marshall, gently embraced him. Marshall, where have you been? Do you know how worried I am? As she spoke, the woman also cried. Sister, I'm sorry. I wanted to sell newspapers. If we make money, we can buy bread to eat. By the way, sister, this big brother bought a lot of newspapers. We have money now, look. Marshall said, taking out a token of the era from his pocket. The era token emitted a black light, which then turned into an unknown old paper note. The woman looked up at the money in Marshall's hand, then gently patted his dirty and messy hair, gently combing it for him. Marshall, keep it for yourself. From now on, sister will never need money again. Why? Marshall still looked somewhat confused. The woman gently shook her head. She took Marshall's hand, and they disappeared into the wilderness. Thank you. A gentle voice from a woman reached Jiang Mubai's ears. He looked at the disappearing Marshall, sadness appearing in his eyes. The real soul, the false memories, is this the truth of the foggy city? At this moment, Jiang Shasha also walked over. She shakily got out of the car, but Tony did not come to greet her. She stood in the wasteland for a full minute, still no movement. Tony, where are you, Tony? Jiang Shasha looked around with hollow eyes, repeating one sentence over and over. Jiang Mubai sighed softly. Tony was dead. His soul had disappeared, vanished. He would never return. Just as Jiang Mubai was about to take her back to the car, Jiang Shasha's startled cry suddenly echoed. Jiang Mubai immediately looked toward her, seeing a young figure appear in front of Jiang Shasha. He still had bright golden hair, and a handsome face with a slight smile. Great, Tony, I thought I wouldn't see you again, Tony. Jiang Shasha cried out loud, suddenly throwing herself into Tony's arms, hugging him. Tony also gently looked at her, patted her back, then turned his gaze toward Jiang Mubai. Crimson eyes, an eerie smile. At that moment, Tony's eyes revealed intense mockery. Come back. Jiang Mubai shouted loudly, his voice turning into a whisper, piercing Tony's ear. Tony's eyes immediately showed shock and disbelief, and then with a bang, he turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. Jiang Shasha stood frozen in place, staring at Tony, tears welling in her eyes. No! Tony, Tony! Jiang Shasha ran wildly, her figure becoming increasingly transparent. Jiang Mubai looked at her with a complicated expression, transforming into a fleeting shadow, appearing in front of her. You were deceived by it. No, no, let go of me, why? Why do you keep stopping me, why do you want to kill him? Why? Jiang Shasha was emotionally overwhelmed, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Jiang Mubai watched her eyes slowly turn red, and his right hand clenched tightly. I'm sorry. Jiang Shasha knelt on the ground, holding her head and crying. Jiang Mubai gently pulled her up. Jiang Shasha, I don't have much time left. Jiang Mubai's voice was slightly hoarse. Tony once asked me to take you off the car. Now I've done that, but this place is full of the strange. From my analysis, if a familiar soul guides you, there may be another chance, but... Jiang Mubai spoke quickly, but in the end, he didn't know how to continue. Jiang Shasha raised her head, looking at Jiang Mubai with hollow eyes. Jiang Mubai knew her heart was dead. The moment he destroyed what Tony had turned into, her heart was gone. Jiang Shasha now seemed like a puppet. Jiang Shasha. Jiang Mubai's throat felt dry. He looked at the sky, looked around. Confusion and bewilderment appeared in his eyes. He didn't know if what he was doing was the right thing. He wanted to help Jiang Shasha, for Tony, for Jiang Lily, for the promise he made to Tony. But until now, everything he had done had gone completely against his intentions. Jiang Shasha hated him, her heart was dead. Tony died to help him, too. Even Jiang Lily was dead. Why? Jiang Mubai looked at the sky, his expression filled with confusion and lack of understanding. He should have listened to the strange being's hints to him. Losing his sanity, everything he did became twisted. He must find a way to suppress it. A wild, intense madness flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes, but then, he quickly regained his composure. Ding, the strange being has awakened 100%. Have you really found yourself? Maybe, you still have one last chance. Chapter 96, Past Shadows, The Crossing of Fate. One more chance. Seeing the strange being's message, Jiang Mubai understood. Indeed, there was one more chance. Rule 1, you are already dead. Jiang Shasha and the others don't have the strange being's body, they are still bound by the rules. She is already dead. But, if revive her, in this special place, maybe will produce a conflict. And this conflict is exactly the key to break this place. Jiang Mubai looked toward Jiang Shasha, her hollow eyes, already did not have even a trace of emotion. Jiang Shasha. Jiang Mubai softly said one sentence, in his hand, already appeared a bottle of green potion. It is exactly the revival potion. Jiang Shasha still did not pay attention to him, she knelt sitting on the ground, looking at the direction where Tony disappeared. Jiang Mubai walked to in front of her, squatted down, he opened the revival potion, gently fed it into Jiang Shasha's mouth. Buzz. Blinding green light, flickering on and off, on Jiang Shasha's body, appeared huge life force. That is the energy of life. Jiang Shasha's state is reversing rapidly, thick black smoke floated out from her body. That its power. God. Jiang Mubai raised his head, in the sky, once again appeared a black castle. Huge pressure floated down from above the castle, Jiang Mubai felt his heart even begin to beat uncontrollably. Death Castle? Jiang Mubai did not pay attention to it, that thing seems to have limitation. Now it cannot descend. Time is not much, there is less than 1 minute left. Taking back his gaze, Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Shasha, at this moment her eyes already showed a trace of liveliness. Where? Lily, Lily. Jiang Shasha suddenly stood up, began to call out. In Jiang Mubai's eyes, flashed a trace of shock. So, is like this. He ignored a very important point. The one who turned Jiang Shasha into strange is Tony. Maybe, what Jiang Shasha truly wants to find is her younger sister. This is Tony, left behind, revival method? Or say. He had no time to think, because Jiang Lily already appeared in front of the two people. She still wore blue research clothes, loose clothes, wrapped her perfect body. Lily, Lily. Jiang Shasha saw this, quickly ran toward her, Jiang Mubai directly pulled her. He wants to take her away. Already reached this step, cannot give up. Can save one, is one. His current strange body already awakened to 100%, ignoring rule situation, taking out one already revived person, should be possible. Just when he grabbed Jiang Lily, preparing to leave. Behind her, that pair of mother and daughter, walked down. The girl tightly grabbed mother's hand, looked toward front. In front of the two, already appeared a middle-aged man. He wore an old black coat, kept messy hair, his beard seems long time not shaved, looks a bit sloppy, but his eyes are very firm. At this moment he is blankly looking at the mother and daughter in front. In the hand full of calluses, tremblingly holding a red apple. Dad, Dad. The girl seems very happy, she ran toward the middle-aged man. Behind her, that woman at this moment also had tears in her eyes. Child's dad, you came back, we miss you, Xiao Yulua off in dreams calling your name. The woman murmured to herself, both eyes lifeless. Dad, woo-woo, Dad, I miss you. The girl threw herself into the man's arms, continuously crying. The man at this moment tremblingly stretched out his hand, gently hugged her. I lived, it's okay, I lived again. In the sky, blood-colored moonlight once again shone down. A hazy light fell onto the little girl. Xiaoyu, quickly come here, do not go over. On the other side, Jiang Lily loudly shouted. The little girl heard it, seems somewhat confused. She does not know this big sister in front, but the feeling she gives her has a trace of familiarity. You are. It's me, Lily. Jiang Lily waved hand while shouting, she nervously fumbled on her body, seems wanting to find something, but found nothing. Jiang Shasha at the side, blankly looked at Jiang Lily. Also stunned, is Jiang Mubai. You are. In Jiang Mubai's eyes flashed sorrow. He looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar little girl in front of him, his face filled with shock. No, don't go over, come back. Jiang Mubai shouted loudly, pulling Jiang Shasha and running toward the girl, but his hand passed right through her body. How could this be, this is. He looked at the girl, then at Jiang Lily. Everything seemed like an illusion. The train disappeared, Jiang Shasha disappeared, Jiang Lily, the little girl, and the middle-aged man, all vanished. Only a newspaper, flying with the wind, landed on his pants leg. July 10, 1999. Morning Light Daily. Buzz. A dazzling light suddenly appeared, and Jiang Mubai's vision went dark as he completely lost consciousness. At the same time, in Longhua, on a low, barren mountain top, accompanied by a blinding red light, a woman's figure appeared on the mountain peak. She wore a white short-sleeve shirt, looking quiet and delicate, with a green watch on her wrist. Ding, congratulations to Longwa's chosen one for achieving sea-level completion conditions, rewards are being issued. Longwa national fortune plus 10, current national fortune 9100. Longwa per capita wealth increased by 3%. Longwa freshwater resources increased by 5%. Longwa physical fitness improved by 10%. 4 pieces of information suddenly appeared on the screen. The live broadcast room once again began a discussion of the results. Cleared, that's great. But the rewards are so little. After all, it's a sea-level completion. Didn't Brother Jiang save so many people? The promise he made was fulfilled, why isn't it S-level? Those people, theoretically, were saved by that guy named Marshall, right? I don't care about that, as long as Mubai brother is safe. In contrast to the harmonious atmosphere in Longwa's live stream room, the foreign live stream room exploded in anger. Baka, that madman from Longwa, cleared it. They cheated, those despicable Longwa people must have cheated, otherwise, how could my samurai Jushinjian fall behind? I heard that General Gangman has already gone to the beautiful country for help. Once he returns, we can crush Longwa again. Damn, Jusheng Jinglan unfair play, that Tony, why did he kill him? Beautiful country. In a side hall beside the Grey Palace. This place is used to receive people of little importance. To Dog Dan, the clown in front of him was merely a pawn. Being able to see him was already giving him face. Gangman Kuan. Dog Dan said politely, then took out a bundle of sealed materials. This is the experimental data for awakening the second ability, along with our improved analysis. The price is 60 billion. Gangman Yudianting had originally still hoped for something, but hearing Dogdan's words, his vision instantly went black. Chapter 97, Investigation. 60 billion, why not go rob someone? Gangman Yudianting almost spat blood, but Dogdan showed no reaction, he just looked at him mockingly. He was robbing, but so what? For a small country like Sakura country, he never even bothered to look at it. It was just a dog to balance Longwa. Cough, cough. Dogdan coughed twice and patted Gangman General's shoulder. Prepare the money, the data is right here. Gangman Yudianting stared deeply at the bundle of materials and gritted his teeth hard. Longwa. Bureau of Strange Tales. Li Fei hung up the phone from Kangaroo Country once again. Although the conditions they offered were tempting, and their attitude was very humble. But Jiang Mubai had just come out of the Strange Tales. What he needed right now was rest. After confirming some details of the known rules with the old experts again, Li Fei arrived at Jiang Mubai's villa at 10 p.m. Ding dong. After a series of checks and verifications, Li Fei finally arrived at the villa door and rang the doorbell. The one who opened the door was Bai Xiaoka. At this moment, she was also a bit tired. Li's voice was weak. Captain Li looked at her with some confusion, shaking his head and smiling. Xiaoko, how's Mubai? Bai Xiaoka turned to look inside the room, then said, he's awake, just inside the room. Please tell him I want to discuss something with him. Li Fei gave Jiang Mubai the greatest respect. Now he finally felt the pressure that Zhang Jintian used to put on him. Bai Xiaoka went in, and soon, Jiang Mubai walked out. He was wearing loose white pajamas and looked at Li Fei curiously. Where's Captain Jiang? Jiang Mubai glanced behind him. Li Fei paused slightly, and Bai Xiaoka also showed a sad expression. Mubai. Li Fei looked at Jiang Mubai, his eyes showing complexity. Captain Jiang, he's sick, he's still recovering. He should get better soon, don't worry. Li Fei hesitated for a moment but still didn't tell Jiang Mubai about Zhang Jintian's condition. Zhang Jintian had told him before not to tell Jiang Mubai about his situation. Li Fei didn't know why Zhang Jintian had said that. Jiang Mubai nodded after hearing it, not asking more questions. He actually had something to ask Captain Li. The next half hour was spent discussing. Jiang Mubai knew the consequences of failing a strange talk, and he knew exactly what the Dragon Country urgently needed. He had already memorized the rules long ago, as he had experienced them firsthand. After giving Li Fei the methods for breaking the rules and dealing with conflicts, Jiang Mubai finally began asking him the pressing questions he needed to know. Xinghua Village. He needed to go to that place. On the train, he had seen Jiang Shasha, Jiang Lily, and a little girl who seemed to be Xia Yulua. If there was any connection between them and the strange talk, it could only be that place that seemed to be from the Dragon Country, Xinghua Village. Xinghua Village? Li Fei shook his head after hearing it. But Jiang Mubai's matter was very important to him. He didn't hesitate for a second and immediately called the duty officer at the Strange Talk Management Bureau. After a nationwide investigation, they finally found the location of Xinghua Village. It was a small village far from the imperial capital, in the southern provinces of the Dragon Country. It had been abandoned 6 years ago. The people there should have moved away long ago. After hearing this, Jiang Mubai frowned. Captain Li, I need you to check the 3 people, Jiang Lili, Jiang Shesha, and Xia Yulua. Also, I need the full records of everyone in Xinghua village. Looking at Jiang Mubai's expression, Li Fei knew this matter was likely related to the strange talk and another operation. However, this time, he found nothing. There were no records of the 3 people Jiang Mubai mentioned. What about Xinglan Women's Noble School? That's a foreign-invested key university. The records in the Dragon Country archives are from Kangaroo Country. But I've already contacted Kangaroo Country to confirm. There are no records of that school. Jiang Mubai closed his eyes. He knew that no matter how much he searched, there would be nothing. The name was probably a twisted fabrication. Including the divine beasts, this too could have been distorted. I need to go to Xinghua village. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mubai spoke firmly. Okay, I'll arrange for a private jet for you right away. By the way, the next strange talk. Li Fei looked at Jiang Mubai. The next strange talk? He remembered the hint the strange talk had just given him. Griffinlo Orphanage. Time, 15 days later. If nothing unexpected happens, this A-class strange talk will naturally end in 15 days, and at that time, any country that failed the strange talk will face the eerie consequences. Li Fei was greatly shocked by this news. He took a deep breath and stood up. Mubai, I've already arranged a special plane for Xinghua village, but to ensure your safety, I'll also send a team with you. I hope you don't mind. Jiang Mubai nodded. Having help was better than being alone. Jiang Mubai returned to the room. He planned to set off first thing tomorrow morning. As for tonight, he planned to relax a bit. The infinite train had already ended, and he had thought the next strange talk would be about the foggy city. But unexpectedly, as soon as he came back, he received the notification for the strange story. Lying in bed, Jiang Mubai took out his tablet. He then switched directly to the Sakura Kingdom's live broadcast room. Earlier, he had already heard Bai Shioka say. The Sakura Kingdom had done something that enraged both humans and gods. After hearing this, Jiang Mubai also felt a slight sadness. He deeply felt that it was unfair to those deep-sea king crabs and large lobsters. He hoped that those lobsters, jellyfish, octopuses, and so on, could quickly mutate and take revenge for themselves. After thinking fiercely for a moment, Jiang Mubai looked at the live broadcast room. At this moment, a young man dressed in a red samurai outfit had arrived at the second carriage. This person was none other than Zhu Shangtong. Inside the train, Zhu Shangtong had reached the opposite side of Tony. Tony was still reading the newspaper, ignoring him. Currently, Zhu Shangtong was heavily polluted, and he only wanted to go to the fog city. If it wasn't for the Chosen One still allowing him a bit of rationality about clearing the game, he might have already forgotten everything. Are you the new person from the previous carriage? Tony put down his newspaper and looked at Zhu Shangtong. A red light flickered in his eyes. TSK, not much, go help me and my lover get 2 meals. Tony casually said, then picked up the newspaper again. Zhu Shangtong froze for a moment, not even realizing who this person in front of him was. What's your name? Slap. Tony waved his right hand and struck Zhu Shangtong's head. It was just a simple newspaper, but at this moment, it felt like a huge hand, and Zhu Shangtong instantly spat blood, falling to the ground. A useless person, dare to refuse my request? Chapter 98, The Hometown of Summer Rain Falling. Zhu Shangtong trembled as he stood up and went to the counter of the dining car. At this moment, the fat chef was sitting in a reclining chair, wearing a white outfit. Excuse me, I'd like 2 bento boxes. Zhu Shangtong spoke with trembling eyes. The chef squinted, unmoving, and after 5 full minutes, he finally spoke. 2 era coins. Zhu Shangtong reluctantly took 2 of the era coins he had obtained from the previous carriage and placed them on the table. Now he only had 3 era coins left. Using 2 of them at once, it was easy to imagine how heartbroken he was. The chef sneered and looked at the era coins, then directly took them and turned, disappearing behind the counter. With the sound of clinking, the chef came back, holding 2 bento boxes. Looking at the dark, unappetizing food in front of him, Zhu Shangtong was startled. What is this? Cockroach bento, isn't this your favorite food? The chef's mouth cracked open in a sinister smile, his eyes blood red. Zhu Shangtong's face turned pale, and he quickly picked up the plate and left. At Tony's seat, Zhu Shangtong knelt on the ground, Tony's eyes also having a bloodshot gleam. Is this thing for people to eat? Zhu Shangtong thought in his heart, although he knew that these strange beings were no longer human, he dared not say it. Slap. Tony gave him another big slap. Pick it up, eat it. Zhu Shangtong coughed and, with difficulty, began to eat the cockroach bento 1 bite at a time. Squeak, squeak. After only 2 bites, Zhu Shangtong's body rapidly changed. His mouth grew coffee-colored whiskers, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, he turned into a cockroach. Tony looked at the cockroach with disgust, picked up the newspaper, and swatted it away. In the distance, the chef, holding a basin, quickly scooped up the cockroach and tossed it into the room. Ding, Sakura Kingdom's clearance failed, current death count, 6. This strange story has a country that has cleared the game, the instance is over. Punishment descending. Sakura Kingdom's national fortune -50, current national fortune 10 out of 100, risk factors for earthquakes, tsunamis, and typhoons increase. Sakura Kingdom's average life expectancy reduced by 50 years. Sakura Kingdom's land area -50%. Bakana, take the card, Arju Shangtongs. Run, run. It's useless, we can't run. No, this isn't fair, it's not fair. A terrifying ghost story punishment descended, accompanied by typhoons and earthquakes like natural disasters, and the cherry blossom country suddenly suffered devastating blows. This news quickly made international headlines. All countries felt the pressure. Some people passed the level, and the ghost story could no longer loop. For those still struggling on the train, this was undoubtedly bad news. It's all the dragon country's fault, they must give us an explanation. We should join forces to punish dragon country, Sumida. Pakistan supports dragon country is number 1. Cherry blossom country is the dog of pretty country, earth dog sacrifices to heaven, give me back my sea. Public opinion was not one-sided, on the contrary, many countries supported dragon country at this moment. After all, Li Fei, Zhang Zhentian, and others had made a lot of preparations. Jiang Mubai looked at international news, feeling comfortable. This time cherry blossom country suffered heavy losses, even if it was not destroyed, it probably would not last long. This was the first time he felt that the ghost story had done something good. Putting the tablet aside, Jiang Mubai stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. A sleepless night, a night without words. The next day before dawn, Jiang Mubai got up. After tidying up simply, Jiang Mubai left in a hurry. He now only wanted to go see Xinghua village. Jiang Lili knew Xiaoyulua, which he did not expect. He hoped Xinghua village could provide some clues. Now he could only place his hope there. Bai Xiaoka was on the second floor of the villa, watching Jiang Mubai's back with some worry in her eyes. She originally wanted to follow Jiang Mubai, but he refused. She could feel that Jiang Mubai seemed to have something on his mind. But he said nothing, keeping it inside. Mubai, I hope everything goes smoothly for you. Bai Xiaoka silently wished in her heart. On the plane, Jiang Mubai still looked at the tablet. It recorded information about Xinghua village that Li Fei had found. According to the records, the land in this village was special, rice and similar plants were hard to grow, and most people grew fruit trees or raised pigs, cows, and other livestock to sell. But in the fruit tree area, few could really produce, except for a small part with difficult conditions, most people would have moved to nearby towns long ago. Changes in Xinghua village appeared around 1996. According to newspapers in nearby cities, red moons appeared frequently. However, at that time technology was not advanced, villagers had never seen a camera, so there was no record, only one accidental reporter captured it once and published it in the paper. But the only newspaper was a black and white picture, nothing could be seen. Jiang Mubai held the tablet, carefully looking at the old newspaper, he zoomed the black and white moon to the limit but still saw nothing. Sighing, Jiang Mubai closed his eyes to rest for a moment. Soon, the plane landed. Because Xinghua village was remote, nearby towns also had no airport, so Jiang Mubai took several buses. When he arrived at Xinghua village, it was already 1 p.m. It was now October, summer and autumn just exchanged, and the cool autumn wind brought a sense of freshness. Around Jiang Mubai, more than 20 people were with him, all arranged by Li Fei to protect him. I will walk by myself, there should be no one here. Jiang Mubai looked at the group ready for action, speaking softly. The desolate village in front of him was already ruined, even the houses were damaged. Anyone looking would know there was no one here. Although they were worried, Li Fei had told them to follow Jiang Mubai, so they did not insist too much. Dragon country was very safe. And in their eyes, there were very few in the world who could beat Jiang Mubai. Kicking a train to pieces was already beyond human limits. Even these special forces. They didn't dare to say it could definitely be done. Received, we will be on full alert around the area. If you have any problems, just whistle. Thank you, I will be careful. Jiang Mubai nodded and walked towards the west, the back of the village. He had just seen what seemed to be a twisted figure there. Ding, the bizarre body has awakened 10%. What is going on? Jiang Mubai looked at the prompt in his mind, his pupils shrinking suddenly. Chapter 99, The Crow. The bizarre body has awakened. Jiang Mubai's heart jumped hard once. This is a very bad thing, it means that this place is contaminated. He originally thought this talent would only take effect in strange tales, but now it seems, it takes effect in polluted places. Whether in the real world or in the strange tale world. He looked at the desolate Xinghua village, his face looking a bit ugly. He took out the whistle from his pocket, put it to his lips, and blew. The long, bright whistle immediately spread throughout the area. Soon, a group of people wearing uniforms, holding firearms, and on high alert surrounded him. Jiang Mubai glanced at the people surrounding him, and his pupils contracted again. 19 people. One person was missing. After waiting for 30 seconds again, with no one else approaching, Jiang Mubai led them away from this area. Then, he immediately ordered everyone to return. Mubai, what happened? A young man in his 20s asked, looking at Jiang Mubai with admiration. Actually, they had originally called Jiang Mubai Captain Jiang, but Jiang Mubai felt it was unnecessary. Do you remember how many people there were when you came? Jiang Mubai looked at the young man and spoke in a low voice. The young man seemed not to understand why Jiang Mubai asked this. He blurted out, 19 people. The people around him all nodded. Jiang Mubai's face turned even uglier. Their perception had been altered. Was it during the dispersal time? Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Jiang Mubai decided to send them all back immediately. No, Mubai, Captain Li told us to stay with you. I will explain it to him, give me the phone. Seeing Jiang Mubai's firm attitude, the others didn't speak. They quickly dialed Li Fei's phone. On the other end of the line, Li Fei's expression was serious. After hearing what Jiang Mubai said, he already felt the seriousness of the situation. Recalling those people was very simple, the key point was, the missing person. He had a gun. Mubai, are you sure you can deal with him? Li Fei's tone was serious. Jiang Mubai wasn't sure either. Who wouldn't be afraid of a gun, even a normal person? It would be fine if he had awakened the bizarre body. But now, he was no different from an ordinary person. Why don't you go back first? Seeing Jiang Mubai not speak, Li Fei still decided to let him return and think things over. However, he knew clearly, this was not possible. Unless they flattened Xinghua village with heavy weapons. But what would happen then? It was hard to say. If they violated the rules of the place, it might be even more terrifying. No, I've already come, I must investigate clearly. This place should have rules. As long as we don't violate the rules, it should be fine. Jiang Mubai had experienced many rule-breaking strange tales. He knew that those bizarre things wanted to attack people, they had to make him break the rules. Mubai. Li Fei knew he couldn't stop Jiang Mubai, but when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know how to say it. In the end, he just said 4 words. Be careful. Xinghua village. Jiang Mubai hung up the phone. Since Jiang Mubai and Li Fei had been talking alone, no one knew what they had talked about. But they all received the order to retreat. Some smart ones had already guessed what happened. Jiang Mubai had just asked how many people had come with them. Mubai, you, be careful. The leader of the team protecting Jiang Mubai now looked at him with a complex expression. Jiang Mubai looked at him and nodded. Xinghua village, he must go, there was the truth. It might lead him to find the information about the gods. Also, he always felt that the Castle of Death was emitting a sinister aura. Jiang Mubai again stepped onto the road leading to Xinghua village. This time, he directly headed towards the westernmost part of the village. On the muddy path, the sound of Jiang Mubai's footsteps echoed, the surroundings were exceptionally quiet, not a single sound of insects or birds could be heard. Only the autumn wind rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound. Clop, clop, clop. Jiang Mubai walked quietly, and soon, he arrived in front of a dilapidated house. This house was extremely old, though it was a Thailand brick house, it seemed like it would collapse with a gentle touch. On top of the roof, there were several crows standing, their scarlet eyes fixed on him, as if they were statues. But Jiang Mubai knew they were not statues. They were still capable of moving, even though they had already died. Yes, those crows were dead, and Jiang Mubai could even smell the stench of decay and blood coming from them. Everything about this was extremely eerie. After locking eyes with the crows for a few moments, Jiang Mubai carefully pushed open the door. Creak. Accompanied by a sharp friction sound, a cloud of dust fell from the door. Jiang Mubai waved it away and looked inside the room. Inside, it was empty, with the kitchen right in front of the door. To the left of the kitchen was a large room, containing an old television, a wooden table, and a heated bed. To the right was a smaller room. Apart from a redwood cabinet, there was only a double bed. At this moment, beside the kitchen, there was a burning stove. The crackling sound of burning firewood came from within. The stove was on fire. It seemed someone had just added coal. However, both the dust falling when the door opened and the dirty floor indicated one thing. No one was living here. The strange situation clearly indicated the danger of this place, and Jiang Mubai began to feel tense. Ding, the eerie body begins to awaken, 20%. You are crazier now, and even stronger. The eerie body prompt sounded again, but this time, Jiang Mubai ignored it. He didn't want to argue with this crazy ability. Right now, all he wanted was to find the rules. The only place that seemed to hold any rules in this house was probably that redwood cabinet. Because on that cabinet, there was a large golden lock. In addition, there was an old hand-tier calendar. Jiang Mubai carefully walked over. He didn't open the lock hastily, although he could break it, but he felt uneasy. Before doing anything, he should think it through. He absolutely couldn't act impulsively. Jiang Mubai quietly reminded himself. At this moment, he had arrived at the calendar, and at the top of the hand-tier calendar, he could clearly see today's date. October 27, 1999. On either side of the calendar, in small black letters, were two pairs of couplets. Dead wind, 100 trees wither, sour rain, 10,000 flowers fall. Below the couplets, there were the do's and don'ts for today. October 3rd, suitable for cooking, sweeping the house, but avoid traveling and burying the dead. Jiang Mubai looked at the stove, as if suddenly enlightened. Could it be that the do's and don'ts on the calendar were the rules? Just as Jiang Mubai was thinking, a loud bang came from the kitchen. Jiang Mubai suddenly turned around, only to see a jet-black crow slam hard into the window. The crow's beak was holding a wristwatch. It was a crystal-clear green wristwatch. Looking at this familiar wristwatch, Jiang Mubai's pupils contracted violently. This was the wristwatch that Jiang Shasha used to wear. Jiang Mubai remembered it very clearly. Could it be that Jiang Shasha had returned to the real world? Jiang Mubai clearly remembered that Jiang Shasha had used the resurrection potion to complete her revival. But just before the strange tale ended, Jiang Shasha disappeared. Jiang Mubai originally thought that was just a remnant image from the past time point. But now, it seemed that there might be other changes. If it was the past time period. It really can bring a person back to life and bring them back. Then, Xiaolua, Michelle, Zhang Lily and them. Do they have a trace of possibility to revive? Jiang Mubai feels there is this possibility, but the rule weird talk is full of malice. He can imagine, there must be unimaginable difficulties inside. Must first as much as possible find clues. Maybe, this Xinghua village has related clues. Thinking to here, he looks toward the wristwatch fallen on the ground outside the window. The green wristwatch emits a strange glow, even in daytime it is extremely eye-catching. Jin Yo. The harsh friction sounds again. Jiang Mubai pushes open the door. He prepares to take the wristwatch back. But just when he is about to step out of the room door, a burst of unknown heart shock suddenly appears. As if something is watching him from behind. Terror, weird, the feeling like a thorn on the back, makes Jiang Mubai's whole body hair stand up. He does not even think, directly retreats back. All the feelings disappear in an instant. Cold sweat appears on Jiang Mubai's forehead. He turns his head, looks toward behind. Only see in the small house behind, that ancient diary, is emitting a faint red light. Rule. Although guessed it, but after really confirming, Jiang Mubai still feels a trace of trouble. He has no way to confirm what the consequence of violating the rule is. If it is only pollution, still okay. Weird body can be immune. But if what is brought is weird attack, or the disappeared gun-holding person, then it is troublesome. The weird body has not awakened to a certain degree. He also has no way to be immune to firearms. Especially, the other side is now in the dark. Unless he can find him one step earlier, then reverse his state. Thinking deeply for a moment, Jiang Mubai comes to in front of the diary. He looks at the old calendar, then stretches out his hand. If tear it off, what will happen? What can be certain is, the time of this calendar and in reality is not equal. Can try a bit. See la. Jiang Mubai lightly flips, the calendar is directly torn open. A weird red light flashes and disappears. The calendar shows new content, this time, not date, but rules. Dense small words are written on the calendar, twisted and weird. Welcome to my home, I am your good friend Lily. In our home, need to pay attention to some rules, because uncle is very fierce, he will hit people. I secretly saw uncle hit mom's legs and arms are all bruised. 1. Uncle is very superstitious, he cares a lot about those taboos on the calendar, do not go against uncle's words. 2. Uncle will go up the mountain to chop firewood during the day, do not let his stove go out, otherwise he will get angry. 3. The lock of the redwood cabinet cannot be opened, mom said there are dirty things inside. 4. Watching TV is not allowed during the day. 5. Can go out to play, but must get mom's permission. 6. Mom is already dead. 7. If feel that uncle's look at you is very strange, must quickly run. 8. I miss dad. 8 rules, tightly written on the calendar. After Jiang Mubai reads, his brows slightly wrinkle. These rules, rather than say are rules, better to say are information. If these rules are all true, then can confirm, this uncle is the biggest weird in this room. Also, 6 and 7, what do they mean? Just when Jiang Mubai is thinking, suddenly a burst of caca sound comes out. Only see that redwood cabinet locked by a lock is shaking non-stop. As if something wants to come out from inside. This scene, without doubt, is very terrifying. Jiang Mubai also feels a burst of tension. Just when he prepares to move away, a boom loud sound comes out. The redwood cabinet broke. Countless black dead crows fly out from inside, the bloody smell and rotten smell fills the entire room. Jiang Mubai is startled, he steps back 3 steps, face ugly looking at this scene. Ding, the weird self has awakened, 35%. You have already guessed it, haven't you? Taking 2 deep breaths, Jiang Mubai walks toward the redwood cabinet. Inside, there was a white, damaged shroud. In the middle of the shroud, there was a big character for mourning. Jiang Mubai did not touch it, he moved away from this room. If he guessed correctly, the rule that forbade leaving the room had already been broken. He understood how to break the rule. If he guessed correctly, from the moment he entered this room, he had entered a kind of role-playing state. His current identity was Lily, or Lily's friend. And that missing companion who was supposed to protect Jiang Mubai might very well be his uncle. The diary's taboo still existed, today was not suitable for going out. But Rule 1 had already been explained, that was his uncle being superstitious. In other words, that rule would not trigger calendar contamination if you were not superstitious. But if you went out, you would be attacked by your uncle. Although there were some logical contradictions here, the rules offered a solution. Mom. As long as you could get that mom's permission, the rules could conflict with each other. This conflict was not aimed at the chosen one, but at the weirdness itself. Imagine, uncle is superstitious, mom allows it, if you follow mom's words, then even if uncle attacks you, mom would block him. This was the contradiction between weirdness and weirdness. This was the normal way to clear the game. However, Jiang Mubai did not intend to follow the normal process. Because he had already thought of another point. That was mom. She might very well be Jiang Shasha. If that was true, this point of conflict would certainly hurt Jiang Shasha, even cause her death. This was not the result he wanted. And there was another reason. That was the awakening of the weird body. If he followed the normal process, he could not accept contamination. Then uncle came, it would still be dangerous, because he had a gun. Therefore, he planned to go against the rules. As long as he also believed in the diary's taboo, leaving would certainly cause contamination, awakening his weird body, gaining stronger combat power, able to directly counter his uncle. In this way, she would be much safer in Xinghua village. Now, he only needed to find Jiang Shasha who was playing the mom role. There should be some way to attract Jiang Shasha here. While Jiang Mubai was thinking, a clear little girl's voice sounded. Big brother, what are you doing? Chapter 101 Jiang Lily. The clear voice suddenly rang behind Jiang Mubai, he turned around sharply. He saw a cute girl with upright pigtails standing behind him. This was Jiang Lily. How could this be? Could his rule analysis be wrong? Looking at this familiar, slightly childish face, Jiang Mubai froze. He had seen Jiang Lily in the divine creature world. Moreover, after the looping train, he also knew that the rule ghost story could go to past times. So with just one glance, he recognized the girl's identity. But if this girl was Jiang Lily, then who was he now? He should be playing her or her friend, but judging from Lily's tone asking him, she seemed not to know him. A weird feeling appeared again, Jiang Mubai felt he might have missed some points. Where exactly? Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Lily and gently squatted down. You are called Jiang Lily, right? The little girl's eyes widened immediately, she seemed a little scared, stepped back 2 steps, then timidly nodded. I am, Jiang Mubai. A friend of Xia Yulua. Do you know Xia Yulua? The little girl's eyes widened again, she could not understand why Xiaoyu would have such a big brother as a friend. No, I don't know. Jiang Mubai stared at Jiang Lily, though she denied it, he could see at a glance that she was lying. Sighing, Jiang Mubai said gently, I mean no harm. I just want to ask, is she still in the village? The little girl cautiously glanced at him, then shook her head. She went to find her dad. Dad? He remembered the letter from Xia Yulua and the middle-aged man on the train. He seemed to have said, he came back to life. He hadn't been able to take the young Xia Yulua off the infinite train. If what happened on the infinite train had already occurred, Xia Yulua should still come back. Because he had seen her when she grew up at the Lily Valley Noble School. All signs seemed to suggest that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Lily, can you leave this room? Huh? Jiang Lily was startled, looking around cautiously, then shook her head. No, I need mom's permission first. Jiang Mubai looked at her. Then, where is your mom? Mom is dead. Jiang Lily spoke softly, lowering her head. A tear fell from the corner of her eye. Jiang Mubai gently wiped away her tear. Then, do you plan to stay here forever? Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, Zhang Lili froze. No, I can wait for my uncle. Uncle? Yes, after Dad died, my uncle has been taking care of us. Jiang Mubai sighed. He felt sympathy for Zhang Lili's background. At such a young age, both her father and mother were dead. He couldn't imagine how she would live in the future. He looked at Jiang Lili again, confirming that her state was normal, then stood up. Lily, I want to go outside. Do you have a way? At your house, there are rules. If I go outside now. Before Jiang Mubai could finish speaking, Jiang Lili exclaimed in fear. No, uncle will beat us. Jiang Mubai watched her terrified expression, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Looks like, I must take care of the uncle. Now, the question is, who is this uncle? He had originally thought his deduction was correct, but from Jiang Lili's words, it seemed more like he was the outsider trapped here. Could it be that there was something even stranger about this village? Just as he was thinking, the sound of footsteps came. Jiang Mubai immediately turned around, only to see a young man in black clothes, carrying a basket of firewood, walking toward him. His eyes were bloodshot, his body stiff, and his right hand was gripping a gun. At this moment, the young man was pointing the gun at Jiang Mubai. His finger was already on the trigger, and with a slight push, the bullet would surely fly toward Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai felt a dull pain in his forehead, his eyes growing crazed. How could this be? My deduction was correct. Then, who am I? Ding, the strange body has awakened, 45%. You're crazy. The overwhelming fear and pressure of death finally made Jiang Mubai unable to bear it anymore. The madness suppressed in his eyes seemed ready to explode. The young man seemed to notice that Jiang Mubai was not right. Looking at his blood-red eyes, a hint of savagery flashed in his own. Who let you come to my house? The young man roared loudly, his voice distorted with pain. Jiang Mubai didn't say anything. He slowly took a step back, and the young man's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glow. He hesitated no more and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud gunshot, the exploding sparks shot directly beside Jiang Mubai. At the critical moment, Jiang Mubai dodged the fatal shot. However, he still took the hit. The bullet struck his shoulder. After a brief numbness, blood began to pour from his shoulder. Jiang Mubai's madness grew even more intense. He could no longer suppress his sanity. Terrifying black energy exploded from within his body. Jiang Mubai suddenly stood up, kicking the door open. Just as he stepped out, the calendar that had fallen to the floor of the small house emitted a blinding red light. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 80%. The suppressed madness cannot be vented. Your ultimate ending will only be losing control. Jiang Mubai didn't pay attention to the strange entity's hint. He transformed into a fading shadow and appeared in front of the young man. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? A frantic scream erupted from the young man's mouth as Jiang Mubai grabbed his neck. Every day, I examine myself 3 times. You are strange. Just as Jiang Mubai was about to execute his self-examination, a flash of struggle appeared in his eyes, followed by a slightly pained voice. Reverse. A blinding black light suddenly erupted from the young man's body, and he screamed wildly. The strange red energy poured out from the young man's body like ink, flowing for a full minute before stopping. At this moment, the young man looked at Jiang Mubai with eyes full of fear and regret. He remembered what had happened. Just now, he had shot at the person he needed to protect. He looked at the person in front of him, whose shoulder was still bleeding, regret and guilt rising in his heart. He directly picked up the gun and aimed it at his own temple. I'm sorry, Captain Jiang, it's all my fault, it's all. He suddenly pulled the trigger. Swish! A shadow passed by his eyes, and Jiang Mubai snatched the gun away. At this moment, there was no madness in his eyes, only curiosity. He played with the gun while speaking. It's fine, I figured it out, it's not your fault. Everything is Jiang Lili's obsession, but she shouldn't have this much power. I want to know how she did it. Chapter 102, Encountering Jiang Shasha again. The young man showed a guilty expression after hearing Jiang Mubai's words, but just as he silently swore to protect Jiang Mubai with his life, Jiang Mubai curiously pointed the gun at his own temple. No! Bang! In the young man's terrified gaze, Jiang Mubai directly pulled the trigger. Accompanied by a fierce flash of flame, a bullet flew out of the gun. Captain Jiang! The young man screamed in terror, suddenly standing up, but he froze. The scene he had imagined didn't happen. At this moment, the bullet floated in the air, seemingly twisted by a powerful resistance, unable to reach Jiang Mubai's temple. Jiang Mubai waved his left hand and caught the bullet in his hand. Nice power, it seems that if the strange entity's level exceeds 50, it can resist. Really interesting. The man in black was completely stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai didn't explain. He just patted the man's shoulder. You can go back, the rules here have been lifted. Now, I'm going to find the root cause of all this. Jiang Mubai left. He didn't go after Jiang Shasha, nor did he check that wristwatch. They were all illusions. The man stared blankly at Jiang Mubai's back, then looked at the old, dilapidated house in front of him. At this moment, all the strange things had disappeared. Inside the room, the fire had already gone out, and everything, the old television, the double bed, the redwood cabinet, everything was gone. The entire room was empty. The man rubbed his eyes again, then dialed Li Fei's phone. Strange Tales Management Bureau. Li Fei listened to the phone call, his face serious. Behind him, a group of experts was already on standby. Although Jiang Mubai's actions had not been live-streamed, they were still prepared. Everyone, Lu Sang just transmitted the first rule from Xinghua village. Mubai has already cracked it. You can start studying it. Any ideas later, make sure to record and back them up. Hearing Li Fei's words, the experts showed shocked expressions. It was unbelievable. It was as if Jiang Mubai was born to solve rule-related strange tales. At this moment, other countries were still struggling in the deadly train of suffering. But Jiang Mubai had already solved a potential danger in the real world. How terrifying that was. Mubai, how is he now? An old expert asked worriedly. Hearing his words, Li Fei's face grew even more serious. He was injured, but it should not be a big problem. We can't send a medical team over right now, because any contamination they face will affect Mubai's judgment and actions. However, we can use drones to airdrop supplies. Some of you will continue analyzing the rules, while others should use all your connections to keep searching for information about Xinghua village. After giving the orders, Li Fei left. Now, deaths of the chosen ones have started to appear in various countries, and they are frantically calling Longwei for help. Li Fei could not completely ignore this. He had many things to deal with. At this moment, outside, in live streams from various countries, there were still all kinds of discussions going on. It had been almost a day since Jiang Mubai had passed the level. No one had expected that following Longwei's footsteps, it would be the Sane country. Their country's Chao Liha seemed to be playing as if she had cheats on. Not only was she getting along very well with Tony, but she was also brought to the sleeper car by Tony to play games. Her identity was also an idiot, but with Tony as her big support, along with various hints and cheating, the two were almost on the verge of victory now. Only number 3 was still struggling desperately. Due to Tony's interference, even with the key, number 3 couldn't enter the driver's cabin. Tony seemed to have special abilities. This was a sign that victory was near. Through Jiang Mubai's livestream, the world had already learned that Tony was the train driver. It was highly likely that as long as Tony returned to the driver's cabin, the death train ghost story would end. Now, the popularity of Sane country was soaring. They fully played on the traits of the awakened maggots, with their excited, mocking, and disgusting speeches truly making the whole world sick. Sane country will surely follow Longwei's footsteps. Beautiful country go die, we Sane country are the light of the world. Sane country Appa is so handsome, I really like them. Damn it, Sane country's idiots, the title of world's light isn't for you to enjoy, our James is the true light of the world. It must be said that in some ways, Sane country had diverted some pressure from Longwei. Although Li Fei also felt disgusted, but with someone blocking the bullets for him, he was comfortable. Xinghua village. Jiang Mubai looked up at a drone hovering above his head, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. He was very interested in this thing. Maybe, after this incident ends, he could get a few to play with. Whoosh! A red box dropped from the drone, with something like a smoke grenade tied to it, red smoke continuously drifting out. Jiang Mubai curiously walked over and opened the box. Inside the box, there were all kinds of supplies, including convenient food, iodine, bandages, various disposable medical supplies, and so on. This undoubtedly solved many of Jiang Mubai's difficulties. It must be said that Li Fei and his team were very experienced in this area. With their help, the ghost story of Xinghua village couldn't trap Jiang Mubai at all. He took out a pair of tweezers, removed the bullet from his body, and then simply bandaged it before continuing towards the northern part of the village. The awakening of the strange body allowed Jiang Mubai's body to heal unusually fast. If all went well, by nightfall, his wound would be healed. Jiang Mubai wasn't even sure anymore if he was still a pure human. At this moment, the sun was about to set. The orange sunlight bathed the entire village. In the silent alley, the sound of Jiang Mubai's footsteps echoed. On both sides of the alley, there were all kinds of low houses, some with courtyards, and others were simply built directly. The overall layout here was chaotic, clearly showing that there had been no architectural planning. Jiang Mubai opened every room, every door to have a look. But he still hadn't made any discoveries. This place had already been abandoned. It seemed, except for Jiang Lily earlier, there was no one else. There is nothing at all. But now, he cannot even find Jiang Lily's whereabouts. This without doubt lost all clues. At this moment, he can only search the rooms while loudly shouting. This without doubt is the fastest, also the simplest method. Jiang Lily! Jiang Lily! In the dead silent village, Jiang Mubai's shouting voice echoes. Not long after, a figure then appeared in front of him. She has a tall body, wearing an old white long dress, on her wrist, wearing a crystal clear green wristwatch. She is exactly Jiang Shasha. In the dead silent alley, Jiang Shasha stands on the muddy ground, her eyes hollow as she looks at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Shasha? You came back? Jiang Mubai sees Jiang Shasha, his face immediately shows a happy expression. He quickly walked over, wanting to check her condition. But, just as he was about to get close to Jiang Shasha, she suddenly raised her right hand, fiercely grabbing toward Jiang Mubai. Shwa! A black afterimage passed through space, tearing a piece of Jiang Mubai's clothes corner. Jiang Mubai stood there blankly, in her eyes, there showed uncontrollable madness. Pollution, even stronger pollution. Xinghua village, in the end, has what? Chapter 103 The Root of Everything. Jiang Mubai looks at Jiang Shasha, black energy again appears on her body. This is the sign that the strange body is about to erupt. Here, there is stronger pollution. This pollution source makes Jiang Shasha's condition worsen even more. His reversal ability has already been used, now there is no way at all. If using 3 reflections on oneself, to kill her, then everything he did before would be wasted. There must still be other methods, to let her transform back. Madness shows in Jiang Mubai's eyes, he once again turns into an afterimage, this time, he directly came behind Jiang Shasha. Bang! Along with a dull sound, Jiang Shasha's body went limp. She was knocked unconscious. Jiang Shasha is not the same as that security guard in Linglan Girls' School. That security guard has been dead for a long time, only relying on strange power to act. Jiang Shasha is different, she was just revived by Jiang Mubai, still having a human body, therefore there are ways to restrain her. But as pollution becomes stronger and time passes, this kind of method will only fail. Just like Jiang Mubai, if the strange body completely awakens, heavy injury that is normal for humans, for him it simply will not work. Looking at Jiang Shasha who collapsed in his arms, Jiang Mubai carefully put her on the ground, then began to carefully check her body. Strange black threads flew out from Jiang Mubai's hand, entering Jiang Shasha's forehead. This is an ability Jiang Mubai gained after his strange body awakened, he can better control those black energies, sense a person's condition. Very quickly, his face became serious. Because Jiang Shasha's condition is very bad, her pollution is not like the mushroom people kind that changes body structure. Instead, it is somewhat like Michelle, in between human and strange. This is very troublesome. Jiang Mubai is also not sure, if he turns her into black mist, will it let her briefly regain reason, or will the pollution become even worse? At this moment, Jiang Shasha's eyelids have already begun to tremble. She is about to recover. Jiang Mubai deeply looked at her once, turned into an afterimage and disappeared. He did not leave, but found a place to hide. He plans to observe Jiang Shasha. After all, she is Jiang Lily's older sister, and the young Jiang Lily is one of the roots that created Xinghua village's pollution. He wants to see whether he can find Jiang Lily through her. Slowly, Jiang Shasha opened her eyes. She stiffly stood up, walking toward the deeper part of the alley, her eyes still blank and hollow, as if she does not remember what just happened at all. Jiang Mubai stood on the rooftop, silently following her. Very quickly, Jiang Shasha came to the front of a courtyard with a red iron gate. Creak! Along with a harsh, ear-piercing sound, she pushed open the iron gate and came inside. The yard was empty, except for a withered fruit tree, there was only a pointed roof tile house with a chimney. Jiang Shasha walked into the tile house in a daze. Not long after, the sound of chopping on a cutting board came from inside. Jiang Mubai looked through the window and could see that Jiang Shasha was preparing to cook. Only, those foods of hers were somewhat overly withered. Whether it was eggplant or tomato, all were shriveled, only skin left. He seriously doubted whether this thing could be eaten. Sizzle. Not long after, the sound of frying came from the kitchen, along with crisp clanking sounds, a plate of pitch-black food was finished. After Jiang Shasha finished cooking, she did not eat, but carried it outside. She placed the cooked dish beside the fruit tree in the yard, quietly waiting. Not long after, Jiang Lily appeared. She timidly looked at Jiang Shasha. You are who? Fear and curiosity showed in the little girl's eyes. Jiang Shasha looked at the little girl, her eyes instantly became wet. She opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but when the words reached her lips, it was like she could not say them out. After a long while, she finally spat out the 2 words, little sister. Jiang Lily stared at her blankly, obvious fear and confusion in her eyes. You are not my sister. Lily, eat eggplant. Jiang Shasha seemed like she had just learned to speak, continuing to talk to herself. she gently pushed the plate in front of John Lily. Seeing this, John Lily carefully stepped back 2 steps again, then lowered her head to look at the ground. In the plate, the pitch-black thing was steaming hot. John Lily stared blankly, then stretched out her hand. Smack! Jiang Shasha lightly hit her once. Wash hands. John Lily quickly pulled her little hand back. Are you really sister? Yes, Lily. Jiang Shasha still repeated these 2 words. In her hollow eyes, tears showed. John Lily was very happy. She rushed over directly and hugged her. Woo woo, woo woo woo. Mom said you were missing, would never see you again, woo woo. Jiang Shasha stiffly stretched out her hands and hugged Jiang Lily. No problem. Woo woo, woo woo woo, sister, I am hungry, sister. Eat dish. Jiang Shasha gently patted her back. Jiang Lily cried for a long time. Finally she left Jiang Shasha's arms. She quickly ran into the tile house, washed her hands, then took out 2 pairs of chopsticks, and ran outside. Then, the 2 sat on the ground, and began to eat the food. Jiang Mubai was still watching. He did not stop it. Although that dish seemed to be contaminated, now was not the time to struggle with this. Only by finding the source of contamination could there be a way to end all of this. Otherwise, he also had no way. Although he could forcibly take Jiang Shasha away, what would happen at that time, no one could say clearly. Woo, sister, really delicious. Jiang Lily used chopsticks to pick up a piece of eggplant and put it into her mouth. Jiang Shasha was also eating, only her face had no expression. When Jiang Lily spoke, Jiang Shasha would turn her head, but her face had no expression, her eyes hollow. Sister, how did you come back? Jiang Shasha did not answer. She raised her head and looked at the sky. Seeing this, Jiang Lily showed a smile. I know, it must be the moon, it must be the wish came true. Jiang Shasha looked at Jiang Lily. Jiang Lily excitedly spoke. This is what Xiaoyu he told me, sister, do you still remember the watch brother gave me? That watch was what Xiaoyu and Tomato Moon wished for and got. Jiang Shasha did not speak, her hand froze in place, bloodthirsty, cruel light showed from her eyes. On the rooftop opposite, Jiang Mubai watched the scene, instantly felt something was wrong. He quickly jumped down from the roof, but before he could get close, Jiang Shasha suddenly grabbed Jiang Lily's neck and squeezed hard. Bang! Jiang Lily directly turned into black fog and disappeared. Clatter! The chopsticks fell lonely onto the ground. Jiang Shasha stopped in place, staring blankly at the chopsticks, then glanced at her hand, which was suspended in the air. Ah. Then, Jiang Shasha covered her head, screaming madly, running and bumping into things. Jiang Mubai watched all of this, and in an instant, he turned into a shadow, appearing behind her. He waved his right hand and knocked her unconscious again. He knew the source of all this. Blood Moon. Chapter 104, Twisted History. Blood Moon. He remembered the scenes he often saw in the ghost stories. That blood moon hanging high in the sky, like an eye, watching everything. Is it the source of the pollution? Jiang Mubai raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sun had set, and the white round moon hung high in the sky like a jade plate, emitting a faint white glow. This was the normal moon, with no changes. But the moonlight shining on the dead village revealed an inexplicable eeriness. Jiang Mubai left, not looking at Jiang Shasha anymore, as he currently had no better solution. Moreover, from what had just happened, Jiang Lily should not appear again. He had to go elsewhere to search for clues. His gaze shifted toward the northern part of the village. There was a grove of withered and dead fruit trees, and behind the grove, a small hill. From the direction of the village, the undulating hill resembled a little baby lying on the ground. The reason Jiang Mubai focused his gaze there was because he suddenly felt the residual breath of Jiang Lily in that grove. Although it wasn't strong, it was still a clue. Soon, Jiang Mubai arrived at the fruit grove. His hand gently caressed the withered fruit trees, carefully feeling whether their breath remained nearby. However, he found nothing. Apart from the dry branches and the cracked land that hadn't been tilled in years, there was nothing else. Jiang Mubai continued walking, arriving at the little hill that resembled a child. Standing at the top of the hill, he could clearly see the village below. It was not large, at most about 100 or so households. They survived on this small piece of land. Jiang Mubai stood quietly here, without any movement. He simply watched the village. Time passed, and Jiang Mubai seemed to transform into an ancient tree. Apart from his steady breathing, there was no other movement. It was unknown how much time had passed. When the sky was completely dark, and the stars filled the night sky, a small figure appeared behind him. Jiang Lily was crouched behind a tree, watching him carefully. Jiang Mubai didn't turn around, but he already knew Jiang Lily had appeared. His gaze turned toward the village, Jiang Lily's home. It remained unchanged. When Jiang Mubai reversed the young man's fate, the rules there had already vanished. Jiang Lily. Jiang Mubai looked at the sky and whispered. Do you miss your sister? Jiang Lili stepped forward, looking at Jiang Mubai's back, nodding her head. Jiang Mubai still did not turn around. He sat down on the ground. Can you tell me about yourself? Why did this village turn into this? Jiang Lili hesitated and came to Jiang Mubai's side, standing a little further away. I don't know. After the people in the village made a wish, everything here gradually changed. Made a wish? Jiang Mubai looked up at the sky, the full moon still shining brightly. Jiang Lili also followed and looked up. Yes, this is what Xiao Yu told me. She made a wish, and that's how she helped me find my watch. Xiao Yu. Jiang Mubai remembered Xiao Yu Luo, and a deep sadness filled his heart. Do you know what Xiao Yu Luo wished for? Jiang Mubai's voice was a bit hoarse. Jiang Lili shook her head. I only know that she made a wish to help me find my watch. As she spoke, Jiang Lili extended her hand, revealing a green wristwatch. It was the same one that Jiang Shasha had worn. I see. Jiang Mubai remembered the scene when the crow once crashed into the glass. That should be the scene appearing at that moment. This wish will appear in an extremely twisted way. He remembered Xia Yulu he had seen on the death train. She said she wanted to find her father. That should also count as a wish. Have you ever made a wish? Jiang Mubai turned his head and looked at Jiang Lili. Jiang Lili seemed startled. She stepped back 2 more steps. I have. Wishes get twisted, you should have felt it. You wished to see your sister, it came true, but she has already lost her mind. What should we do, big brother, do you have a way? Do you have a way to help my sister? Jiang Lili ran to Jiang Mubai's side, holding him tightly. A flash of madness appeared in Jiang Mubai's eyes. No, at least not for now. I ask you, have you seen the red moon? And no, many people in the village said they saw the tomato moon, but I haven't seen it. Then it should be that everyone can only see it once. He already knew the reason. Part of Jiang Shasha's return was due to his resurrection potion, another part was the twisted wish of the red moon. In this village in 1999, at that time, Jiang Lili should have already seen Jiang Shasha. At that time, Jiang Shasha should have been a projection twisted by the red moon. But when he used the resurrection potion to truly revive Jiang Shasha, history seemed to have been changed. When she reappeared here, the memory of this land was reactivated. Everything was fragments of the past, but in the fragments, the truth was hidden. And this truth was the revived Jiang Shasha. Her appearance disrupted everything. The space-time influenced by the red moon before had changed. The moment he and others stepped here, all points erupted. The young man who protected himself was twisted into Jiang Lili's father, and Jiang Shasha was twisted into Jiang Lili's mother. Normally, they all would be affected and become villagers, but Jiang Mubai reacted quickly. He discovered the clue before their recognition changed, interrupting everything. This is why Xinghua village is as it is now. The influence of the red moon got out of control. Balance was broken. Jiang Shasha is both Jiang Lili's sister and plays Jiang Lili's mother. Under the double influence, her mind became extremely twisted. Therefore, when she heard the red moon, she exploded. This is why she struck Jiang Lili. After understanding this, Jiang Mubai sighed heavily. She gently touched Jiang Lili's forehead with her right hand. This time, his hand passed through her body. When he realized everything, the false could no longer deceive him. Jiang Lili stared at Jiang Mubai blankly, tears appearing in her eyes. Big brother, can you help sister? Jiang Mubai looked at the little girl in front of him and sighed again. I don't know, maybe, we can start with your wish. How many wishes did you make? Chapter 105 Hope. Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Lili and asked seriously. Jiang Lili looked at him shyly. T3. What exactly are they? Jiang Lili seemed hesitant, because the villagers had said that wishes not yet fulfilled would not work if spoken aloud. Jiang Mubai saw her hesitation and spoke gently. The moment you make a wish, it will definitely come true in an extremely twisted way. It does not matter if you say it aloud. Only if you say it. Can I help you? Jiang Lili looked at Jiang Mubai. For some reason, she inexplicably trusted this person in front of her. When she spoke, she was very much like her father. Father is also dead. Jiang Lili stared at Jiang Mubai blankly. She remembered her sister, remembered her mother. Finally, she spoke softly. I made 3 wishes. The first is to see my sister. The second is to have mom and dad never quarrel. The third wish is to have Xia Yilua always be my friend. Hearing Jiang Lili's words, Jiang Mubai felt a chill of ice. Because her first 2 wishes had already come true. The first wish, he had seen Jiang Shasha. The second wish. As far as he knew, Jiang Lili's parents were both dead. As for her third wish, Jiang Mubai could not imagine what she would face in the future. Xia Yilua was already dead. Her wish to be forever friends with Xia Yulua would inevitably be fulfilled in an extremely twisted way. Maybe, going back to a past point in time? It would never be that simple. Strange tales, these twisted things, were filled with unimaginable malice. The madness in Jiang Mubai's eyes grew ever stronger. Ding, the eerie body has awakened 99.99%. You are mad, the suppressed madness will eventually be released. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Jiang Mubai's ferocious expression scared Jiang Lili, she stepped back 2 steps. Hearing her words, Jiang Mubai regained a trace of reason. He looked at Jiang Lili and spoke calmly. It's nothing, just a little tired. Tired? Dad and Mom always say tired too, rest for a while when tired. Jiang Mubai quietly watched her, then nodded. Lily, how long has it been since you ate? Don't remember. I'll teach you how to cook. I can? A light of hope appeared in Jiang Lili's eyes. Yes, you can. After speaking, he made a call to Li Fei. The main content was to have Li Fei regularly deliver some supplies to this village. Li Fei did not fully understand, but since it was Jiang Mubai's request, he had no reason to refuse. Soon, he finished coordinating everything. The first batch of supplies was even delivered overnight. Jiang Lili looked at the huge box with red smoke, her eyes full of curiosity. She had never seen such a thing before. Opening the box, inside were all kinds of supplies. Besides pots and bowls, there were fresh cucumbers, cabbage, eggplants, and various fruits, many she had never seen. So many, why is this eggplant long? This is a purple long eggplant. Then, what is this red one? Dragon fruit, peel and eat. Jiang Lili looked at these things, her eyes shining. I can give them to my sister? Jiang Mubai looked at her and nodded. Of course, remember this place, come every day to take some. Yes. Jiang Mubai carried the big box, Jiang Lili held the dragon fruit, and they returned together to Jiang Lili's original home. After cleaning carefully, Jiang Mubai began to teach Jiang Lili how to cook. His cooking was not very good, but at least he could stir-fry dishes. Though Jiang Lili looked young, as an eerie being, controlling these pots and bowls was easy. Soon, a dish of fish-flavored eggplant was ready. Jiang Lili looked at the steaming eggplant, her eyes full of expectation. She had never eaten something so delicious. I can eat? Yes, remember to wash your hands. Jiang Mubai looked at her, speaking casually. Jiang Lili happily ran to the basin, picked up soap. Jiang Mubai quietly watched. After she washed her hands, they ate together. This meal carried strong pollution. After Jiang Lili touched it, the eggplant turned even darker. But the pollution had no effect on Jiang Mubai, so he did not care. After finishing the meal, Jiang Lili returned to her small room. Big brother, will you rest? Jiang Mubai looked at her, shaking his head. Lily, remember what I taught you, from now on learn to cook by yourself. Yes. Your sister, her situation is complicated, do not mention Red Moon or anything related in front of her. Yes. Also, do not involve strangers, if you are not sure, do not see anyone for now. Yes. Big brother. Jiang Lili looked at Jiang Mubai, tears in her eyes. Are you leaving? Jiang Mubai didn't speak. He glanced at the moon in the sky and nodded. I'm sorry, I can't help you for now. Jiang Mubai's voice was a little low. It's okay, I'm already very happy. Jiang Lili's voice was a bit choked. Big brother, do you know? Xiao Yu always told me to be strong. At first, I didn't understand, but later, I slowly began to understand. Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Lili, who had squatted down on the ground. Dad disappeared when he was looking for my sister. When my sister first went missing, Mom and Dad fought every day. Mom cried every day, and sometimes Dad would hit Mom. He thought my sister went missing because of her boyfriend. He said that man tricked my sister and took her abroad. Dad didn't agree with their relationship. Later, Dad was gone. Mom said Dad went to find my sister. Like Xiao Yu, I only have Mom. Uncle always helps us, but I don't like him. The way he looks at me scares me. Later, Mom was gone too. She lay in bed and fell asleep. She slept for several days. Xiao Yu's mom told me that my mom went to a faraway place, up in the sky, watching over me. But I never saw her. I miss Mom, I miss Dad, I miss my sister. As she spoke, Jiang Lili began to cry. Jiang Mubai looked at this poor little girl and crouched down. Your sister is already back, isn't she? You have to be strong, just like Xiao Yu. No matter how hard life gets, don't give up. Because once you give up, you'll give it a chance to take advantage. It? Jiang Lili looked up in confusion. Jiang Mubai didn't explain. He gently touched Jiang Lili's head, but his hand passed through her body once more. I'll take care of it, don't worry. Jiang Lili nodded heavily. Jiang Mubai stood up, glanced at Jiang Lili, and left. The night was very dark. Jiang Mubai walked alone on the streets of Xinghua village. Around him, an eerie atmosphere filled the air, and once again, a blood moon appeared in the sky. The blood moon looked like an eye, filled with mockery. Jiang Mubai ignored it, as if he didn't see it, and continued to leave. Xinghua village was still Xinghua village, but everything had already changed. In Jiang Lili's heart, there was hope. Chapter 106, New Ability. In the imperial capital, in the Villa district. Jiang Mubai had returned to his residence. At this moment, he lay quietly on his bed. He felt powerless about Jiang Lili and Jiang Shasha. He knew the reason, but there was nothing he could do. He originally planned to find the breakthrough through Jiang Lili's 3 wishes, but after realizing that the real source might be the blood moon, he temporarily gave up. Now, he could only hope for the next ghost story, or the one after that. As long as he could gain strong abilities, there was still hope. Mubai, would you like something to eat? Bai Xiaoke walked over holding a cup of coffee and some snacks. No, thank you. By the way, Xiaoke, where's Captain Jiang? At this moment, Jiang Mubai remembered Zhang Jintian. He hadn't seen him in a long time and didn't know how he was. When Bai Xiaoke heard Jiang Mubai's words, his eyes darkened. Captain Jiang, he's still recovering. He was too tired before. Oh, I see. Jiang Mubai sighed. He then picked up his tablet. At this moment, international news was all over the place. The A3 country, as expected, successfully cleared the game. However, their chosen one did not appear. Because he had already died. The successful clearance only spared A3 country from punishment. But the chosen one was still dead. This made the eagerly awaiting A3 country furious, and they jumped out, accusing the ghost story of being unfair. Jiang Mubai from Dragon country survived, so why couldn't they from A3 country? Moreover, Jiang Mubai had gone through a train explosion. He survived a train explosion. Was that even possible? Unfair, unfair. Dragon country cheats, heaven law cannot tolerate. We together condemn Dragon country, Baka. Sakura country, you're that small broken island did not sink? How can still connect internet? Baka, nonsense, our Sakura country still here. We want complain, we want protest, strange talk not fair, why Dragon country special? He must die, Dragon country must execute that madman Jiang Mubai, fair competition. However, the protests of all countries in the end were useless, facing such public opinion, Li Fei only replied them one word. Get lost. Put down the tablet in hand, Jiang Mubai came to outside of the villa. Warm sunlight shined on his body, made him feel whole body warm and soft. He must adjust all state well, welcome the next strange talk. Time passed, very fast the rest time already over. Cold voice again sounded in Jiang Mubai mind. Ding, the chosen one is about to enter strange talk, please make ready. This strange talk, Griffinlo Orphanage, comprehensive rating, S, death rate 99.99%. This clearance condition, unknown. Your success or failure will directly affect your country fortune, wish you good luck. Outside world, each big live room, at this moment already full of people. New strange talk started, damn, this time strange talk is S level. This level, confirm not fake? Previous strange talks one time harder than one time, this time S level, I even a bit nervous. Why panic, when brother Jiang starts say he not crazy, then can push flat. Haha, right. Brother Jiang quickly say I not crazy. Asterisk 99. Scrolling flood screen, in a moment flooded the live room. Strange Talk Management Bureau. Li Fei and others also prepared well. Although S-level Strange Talk brought a bit pressure to everyone. But their expressions relatively relaxed. Jiang Mubai already created several miracles, all of them toward Jiang Mubai have a kind of unknown confidence. In their view, no matter what strange talk, Jiang Mubai in the end can successfully clear. Li Fei although also worried, but he still remembered what Zhang Jintian told. Everyone, do not slack. S-level strange talk must have unusual points. After saying 2 serious sentences, Li Fei then remembered, he looked toward Bai Xiaoke beside. Xiaoke, you have checked this orphanage-related information? Bai Xiaoke nodded, then shook head. This made Li Fei a bit confused. Bai Xiaoke saw this, also did not keep suspense, directly opened mouth to answer. Teamly, this orphanage can confirm existed in reality, only, its location always moving. Moving? Bai Xiaoke thought a moment, then said, according to our obtained news, this orphanage successively existed in Beautiful Country, Sunset Country, and Battle Country. But they all have no related information, Battle Country cannot communicate with us, what they can check, only one location, but now also already empty. Hearing Bai Xiaoke words, Li Fei felt a bit stunned. How this orphanage still can move. Originally he still wanted collect information in advance, tell Jiang Mubai, but now seems, cannot check. As for Sunset Country and Beautiful Country, no need think, definitely will not tell him. They already contacted Li Fei, before Li Fei even said need information, they already opened mouth with sky-high price. Is this not pure stupid? Sigh. Mubai, can only rely on you. Li Fei looked toward big screen, in the picture, Jiang Mubai just entered a strange place. Mirror parallel space. Along with a blinding white light, Jiang Mubai came to a broken old street. On muddy uneven cement ground, full of dirty puddles, all kinds of rotten green vegetable leaves, and no unswept tree leaves, fell around. Damp, sharp nose with rotten smell, surrounded at nose tip, only smell it then make people feel discomfort. Sun, high hanging in sky. Blinding sunlight did not make people feel comfortable, instead felt a bit cold. Around still no one, only white broken old western tile houses. Although this copy is an orphanage, Jiang Mubai did not see any information about an orphanage. Jiang Mubai examined this strange tale that might be related to Michelle, sadness showing in his eyes. He wondered if he could also rescue Michelle in this strange tale. Sighing, Jiang Mubai began to wait quietly, he would use the bazaar and give it another ability. While he waited silently, the sky quickly darkened, and then a blood moon suddenly appeared. Scarlet light slid from the sky, almost instantly shining on Jiang Mubai. Ding, his bazaar talent activated. Chosen One awakens bazaar ability, break contract. Under the gaze of the red moon, you gain the ability your heart desires, this is a gift, also a curse. Note, you can forcibly tear the red moon's contract, but the backlash must be borne by yourself. Jiang Mubai looked at the newly appeared ability, a cold glint in his eyes. The red moon can influence him now. Is this the revival of the god power? Or is there another reason? Jiang Mubai lifted his head, the red moon had disappeared, only a bright sun hung in the sky. Chapter 107, Jenny. The red moon had disappeared, Jiang Mubai saw no trace of it. Its appearance seemed only to affect the ability about to be born in him. Jiang Mubai glanced at the sky twice, then withdrew his gaze. He obtained the ability he wanted, this was the most important. With this ability, he could tear up the contract. After leaving this strange tale, he could go to Xinghua village to solve the anomaly there. Jiang Mubai's desire to return grew stronger, and he began searching for clues. This strange tale was the Griffinlo orphanage, the orphanage where Michelle grew up. But at this moment, he saw no orphanage or anything similar. He slowly walked forward, it was very quiet here, except for the wind in the alley and his footsteps. Plop, plop. The crisp sound seemed to merge with his heartbeat, making this place eerie. Soon, Jiang Mubai reached the end of the alley. Thick clouds covered the sunlight, in the shadow, a grim city appeared before him. Red buildings, huge chimneys, cranes hundreds of meters tall, and the cars and pedestrians on the streets made Jiang Mubai feel unreal. Is this a strange tale? To him, this was clearly a well-functioning city. At this moment, a little boy ran past him, he had brown curly hair, wore a red t-shirt and green shorts, held a small plastic figure toy, and smiled happily. Mommy, what are we having for lunch? The little boy ran while looking back. We are going to Wada's restaurant, there is delicious beet soup and beef patties. Behind the boy, a glamorous blonde woman with a black leather bag smiled and spoke. They seemed not to notice Jiang Mubai, or if they did, they didn't care to look. After all, the alley connected to the slum. Only a few meters separated them, yet it felt like another world. Jiang Mubai glanced twice and withdrew his gaze. He did not go forward, although this city looked more normal, he had not forgotten his purpose. This is a strange tale, his goal is to find the orphanage. Not to be attracted by what is in front of him. Jiang Mubai returned, people in the livestream were a little confused. This strange tale is so weird, wasn't it supposed to be an orphanage? How did it turn into a city? Where is the orphanage? Is it possible the orphanage is just a fake title? I saw the new chosen one from Qihei Nation already went to this city. The one from Kangaroo Nation went too, that city seems real, can make money. Life. Damn, what the hell? The people in the livestream were all stunned, including Li Fei and others. They too could not figure out the situation. Because until now, the rules hadn't shown up, and they didn't even know where the orphanage was. Behind Li Fei, an elderly expert with graying hair spoke up. Team Leader Li, should we inform others about the situation of the chosen ones from other countries? Li Fei shook his head. Wait a bit. Did you all notice that the people who went to the city seem a bit like those on the death train? This seems to be true. When Li Fei said that, the old expert also remembered. It seemed that as soon as they entered the city, everyone started making money. If only one or two people were doing it, it might be understandable, but all of them were like that. It was as if their behavior patterns had been set. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. How could this happen? I don't know, but it seems that Mubai has no intention of going over. This might be good, we can watch first. At this moment, Jiang Mubai had returned to the civilian area. It was a one-way street, and it seemed like it was the only road. But this posed no difficulty for Jiang Mubai. He reached the side of a brick house and, in just a few moves, climbed up. Standing on the roof, looking into the distance, Jiang Mubai could clearly see a dilapidated spire building, much like a church. On the building, there were several twisted letters. Although Jiang Mubai didn't recognize them, the translation Griffinlo automatically appeared in his mind. That's where it is. Jiang Mubai smiled and was about to jump over when, at that moment, the scene seemed to freeze. Then a flash of white light appeared, and Jiang Mubai was back where he started. This scene stunned everyone, even Jiang Mubai himself was momentarily dazed. What's going on? Just as Jiang Mubai was thinking, there was a crisp sound, followed by the shattering of glass from a nearby room. A sharp female scream came from inside. What's going on? Look at what you've done to my clothes. I'm cutting off your support today. Get out. The door opened. Then, a young blonde girl was pushed out of the door. The girl seemed unsteady, stumbled a few steps, and fell to the ground. Her elbows and knees were scraped, but she seemed not to notice, standing up and running towards the door. Mrs. Jessie, please don't do this. Just a little bit, even one potato will do. My brother and sister haven't eaten anything. The girl knocked on the wooden door, and soon, a man dressed in tattered leather came out. He took out a broom and pushed it towards the girl. Move aside, filthy thing. He then threw a coin at her. The girl looked at the coin on the ground, and tears fell from her eyes. 1 ruble, not even enough to buy a potato, let alone black bread. She picked up the coin and shakily walked towards another house. Jiang Mubai watched this scene in silence. He didn't speak, just silently followed. The situation was still unclear, and it wouldn't be good if he encountered some strange rule. Soon, the girl knocked on another door. The door was opened by a plump middle-aged woman with coffee-colored skin and a cruel look in her eyes. What's this? The woman glared at the girl and waved her hand in front of her nose. The girl nervously clutched the dirty hem of her skirt, looking at her anxiously. I'm Jenny from the Griffinlo Orphanage. Is there any work I can do? I don't want money, just a potato or some bread. The woman looked Jenny up and down, her expression full of disdain. Sweep the floor, wash clothes, do dishes. 1 day's work, and I'll give you a potato. I have a younger brother and sister, could it be? Bang! Before Jenny could finish, the woman slammed the door shut. Jenny quickly ran forward. I'm willing. Please, give me a chance. The girl knocked for a minute, but all she received was a cold go away. The girl lowered her head and walked forward again. Jiang Mubai followed again. This time, the girl arrived at a red door. Just as she approached, a man came out. He looked at the girl, a glint of malice in his eyes. I'm stuck. Chapter 108, The Family Rules of Jean. Jiang Mubai watched all this and followed behind. The girl's name sounded familiar to him. Jenny. He remembered, Michelle had said that she had an older sister, named Jenny. And this girl in front of him was from Griffinlo Orphanage. This was undoubtedly an important clue. Soon, Jiang Mubai arrived in front of the middle-aged man. The man also had brown skin, wearing a yellow tank top, stained heavily with what looked like foul, disgusting marks. Before getting closer, Jiang Mubai could already smell a strong, pungent odor. It was a mix of sweat and various other smells. Of course, the girl also carried this scent. This seemed to be a standard smell in the poor district. The man now noticed Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai's outfit was quite eye-catching in the slums. After all, his clothes were very clean and of a style not commonly seen. The man's eyes flashed with a red light as he stared at Jiang Mubai, babbling on in a strange language. Jiang Mubai didn't understand a word, but he could tell from the tone what it meant. What do you want? The man's tone was strange. In his eyes, Jiang Mubai looked fair and tender, exactly his type. Jiang Mubai felt a little uncomfortable, sensing the man's malicious intent. As a normal person, he naturally felt psychological repulsion, but he couldn't give up on the clue. I came to work. Jiang Mubai scanned the fat man with his eyes and said firmly. You? The man looked at Jiang Mubai again. He instinctively felt something was wrong with this person but couldn't put his finger on it. However, this person looked clean, and that was all that mattered. The red light flashed again in the man's eyes. All right, 1 potato a day, come in. Jiang Mubai stared at the man, his heart racing, a faint glint appearing in his eyes. He sensed danger. This made him uneasy. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 45%. Some things are beyond your control, like the madness that is eroding your sanity. After the cold voice, black threads started to emanate from Jiang Mubai's body. Jenny beside him seemed to notice, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at him. The fat man didn't notice, as he had already opened the door. "Come in." With a strange sound, the man walked in directly. Jiang Mubai initially planned to let Jenny go in first. After all, she looked strange, and it wouldn't matter if something happened to her, but she seemed very frightened. There was nothing he could do, so he followed her in. Inside, it was a mess. The floor was filthy, clothes were casually thrown on the sofa, and even the bedsheets were wrinkled. In the kitchen, a pot of potato and vegetable soup was boiling, the sound of bubbling coming from the pot. "Your task today is to wash all the clothes, clean the floor, tidy the bedsheets, and if there's one thing I'm not satisfied with, there will be no food today," the man said viciously, then his gaze swept over Jiang Mubai and Jenny. A faint red hue appeared on his fat face. Jiang Mubai ignored him and walked straight to the bedroom, starting to pick up the clothes. His purpose was, of course, not really to work, but to find the rules. Soon, he saw a note on the wall. Jean's family rules. 1. Jean is the only master of this house. Anyone who enters Jean's house must obey Jean's commands. Jean really likes his yellow clothes. All yellow clothes must be carefully washed. When Jean wears yellow clothes, it shows he is in a good mood. He may agree to some excessive requests, like asking for one more potato. Relief meals are the only things you can really eat. Rather than food, they are more like money. Never wake Jean when he is resting. Never go to the basement. The basement is safe. If danger appears, you can go to the basement to hide. Never refuse the water that Jean hands you. If you fall asleep, when you wake up, feeling your butt hurts is normal. Do not care too much about these details. Jean is a kind and disciplined person. Looking at these 10 rules, Jiang Mubai fell into thought. At the same time, outside world also began heated discussion. Rules 6 and 7 conflict. One must be false. But without other information, it's hard to judge. I always feel Jean is not a good person. You say, he won't be a pervert, right? What are you afraid of? Brother Jiang can even kick a train to explode. A mere pervert is not a problem. I know how to crack the rules. Look at the 3rd rule. We can wait until Jean is in a good mood, then ask directly. Wow, brother, good idea. The real crack is so plain. Brother Jiang did this before. Ghost Tail Management Bureau. Li Fei and others were also analyzing. The conclusion the experts reached was the same, that is, wait until Jean wears yellow clothes, then ask directly. This is undoubtedly the safest and most secure. Captain Li, should we send a hint? An old man with gray hair asked. Li Fei shook his head. What do other countries do? Now synchronized with us, only about 20 countries, others have all gone to that city. As for those 20 countries, only pretty countries. David found a new way. He seemed to go to a small house with Jean, then Jean gave him a cup of water, then the screen went black. Li Fei frowned slightly while listening. He didn't die? Not yet, but we think this is uneasy. Li Fei nodded again. Trust Mubai first, his judgment on ghost tales is more accurate than ours. What we need to do now is still collect outside information and inform him. After speaking, Li Fei looked at the big screen again. Pretty country. Gray palace. Gordon was now staring at the big screen. Now the screen was black, he felt a trace of unease. He tried again to have someone contact David, but after sending the information, it was still the same. Who can tell me what happened? Gordon's eyes swept the crowd behind him with authority. Those people were also experts, but they were timid, saying nothing. Useless, a bunch of useless people. Intelligence team, did any country try the method I released to awaken the second talent the next day? Gordon suddenly remembered this, because he could not bear the pressure, and allies were turning to Dragon Country. He made the information public. Who knew, after people got the information, they pretended to be grateful, but no one thanked him. This made him feel uneasy. He always felt he missed something. At this time, a blonde agent ran over again, looking at Gordon with a pale face. Mr. Gordon, so far the ghost tales have not transmitted news of anyone awakening the second talent, but... However, our observation shows that Maple Country, Kangaroo Country and other countries have already started second personality training projects. Second personality. Gordon's face darkened, he finally realized the problem. Schizophrenia and second personality are completely different. Could it be possible the true second talent arises from two personalities? Ah! While he was thinking, from the black screen, David's painful roar suddenly came out. Chapter 109 Jean's Small House. Mirror Parallel Space. Jiang Mubai had already finished reading the rules. In his view, these 10 rules, except for the obvious conflicts in 6 or 7 rules, Rule 10 also had a conflict. This conflict was not with the rules, but with the behavior shown by this short and fat man. This man was full of malice. Jiang Mubai felt it as soon as he saw him. But Rule 10 said he was a kind person. This was clearly a problem. Either Rule 10 was false, or this man had a problem. Compared to Rule 10 being false, he leaned more toward the latter. This was intuition, and the secret was likely in the basement. It was possible that this man himself had no malice, but he had been corrupted. Having gone through 4 strange tales, Jiang Mubai already knew that in strange tales, there were normal people, trapped here for various reasons, but their strong will could let them maintain a trace of humanity even after being corrupted. His gaze swept around, ready to find new clues. Just as he had thrown a piece of torn clothing, Jenny's scream suddenly came. Then she began shouting help. No, Jiang Mubai frowned and walked toward another room. This room had 2 bedrooms and a living room, with a large living room and kitchen in the middle. The girl's cries came from the room on the other side of the living room. When Jiang Mubai walked over, the door was already locked, only faint thumping on the walls occasionally sounded. Jiang Mubai looked deeply at the door, then knocked hard. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The loud noise made the room quiet, then a man's slightly furious voice came. What is it? Where is the washing machine? The other side was quiet. After a few seconds, the violent voice came. Wash by hand, are you an idiot? Jiang Mubai's face instantly turned unpleasant. Bang bang bang. Jiang Mubai knocked the door again. What the hell do you want? Who is calling me an idiot? The idiot is calling you, don't you understand? Fool. The man shouted in rage again. Bang bang bang. Are you sick? Who is the fool? The fool is you, saying you. The man suddenly opened the door, his eyes blood red, obviously furious to the extreme. At this moment, a shadow of gloom appeared in Jiang Mubai's eyes too. This man said he was sick, which undoubtedly offended him. He grabbed the man, a black light flashing in his eyes. The man reacted quickly, veins bulging in his hands, also grabbing at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai did not resist, letting him grab. I have not broken the rules. He said calmly. Those strange beings needed a reason to attack. Breaking rules was their premise. This was not just the rules. If he broke them, these strange powers would grow stronger. The man froze. His blood-red eyes looked at Jiang Mubai, cruelty in them. You, go wash the clothes for me. I refuse. The man's mouth twisted, black smoke spreading from him. A flash of madness also appeared in Jiang Mubai's eyes. His strange body awakened even faster. Ding, strange body awakened, 65%. Even more terrifying energy erupted from Jiang Mubai. He kicked the man. Now I have broken the rules. Bang! With a dull sound, the man flew out like a cannonball. The door behind him was instantly shattered. Jenny in disheveled clothes ran out. It was clear her expression was a bit panicked. Jiang Mubai glanced at her, then looked back at the man. Now he had gotten up from the ground, fear in his gaze at Jiang Mubai. You. Jiang Mubai glared at him, walked over, and grabbed him. Who are you? The cold voice made the man tremble all over. He stammered, I am called Baldin. Jiang Mubai nodded. Just as he expected. This man is not Jean. But there is another problem. That is, he is not Jean, so why would breaking his rules make me corrupted? Could it be that this room currently has no owner? As long as someone believes you are Jean, is that enough? Thinking this, he spoke again. Where is Jean? Baldin looked at him fearfully and shook his head. I don't know. Oh, then you are useless. After speaking, he grabbed Baldin and walked out of the room. No, without identity, I will die. Jiang Mubai ignored him completely. This man did not even spare such a small girl. It was just as well if he died. He reached the door and kicked Baldin on the butt. Baldin fell forward like a dog eating poop and tumbled outside. The blinding sunlight shone from above, and Baldin's body quickly caught fire. With screams of pain, he turned into ashes and disappeared. Ding, the Chosen One has acquired Jean's cabin. From now on, you will have the right to live in Jean's cabin. When Jean truly returns, you must return it to him, otherwise the rules of Green Street will punish you. Hearing the cold voice in his mind, Jiang Mubai smiled at the corner of his mouth. Finally, a clue was known. He heard a familiar word again: Ward City. The location was confirmed, the orphanage's name confirmed, so he was 100% sure, the girl in front of him was Michelle's sister, Jenny. Could he see Michelle again in this place? If he did, could he take her away? Jiang Mubai felt a rising expectation in his heart. If it succeeded, it would definitely be good news, but at the same time, he felt a vague unease. And the source of unease was the Red Moon. If his analysis was all correct, Michelle had surely also made a wish to the Red Moon. This was troublesome. The Red Moon's power to control and twist wishes was very strong. Even if he had the ability to break contracts, he could not guarantee success. He had not forgotten the description of this skill. He would have to endure backlash. Taking several deep breaths, Jiang Mubai calmed his mind. He still had time. This ghost story was just beginning. Now he needed to do two things: 1. Make the eerie body awaken faster, and 2. Figure out the conditions to pass. Only by clearly knowing how to pass could he better help Michelle. Thinking this, he looked at Jenny. Jenny, don't be afraid, now I am the owner here, you can continue working here, the reward promised to you will not be less. Jenny was a little scared at first, but hearing Jiang Mubai's words, her expression softened a bit. Thank you. I will work seriously. After speaking, she went to wash clothes, but Jiang Mubai gently pulled her back. Wait, I have something I want to confirm with you first. Chapter 110 Newspaper. Outside live broadcast room. Jiang Mubai's actions again caused everyone to sigh in admiration. So funny, brother Jiang tricked that fat man like he was a fool. I felt happiness for the first time in the Rules ghost story. Can you all be a little serious? After all this is S-level, laughing to death, ha. I feel brother Jiang is about to go after the cute female ghost again. This cannot be punished. Mirror parallel space. Jenny stopped in place, looking at Jiang Mubai, her gaze a little unnatural. Jiang Mubai saved her, she was very grateful to him. But for some reason, Jenny always felt that Jiang Mubai was a little off. What's wrong? Jenny spoke softly, her body slightly trembling. Jiang Mubai knew she might be afraid of him, he let go of her hand, stepped back 2 steps, and spoke as gently as he could. Do you know Michelle? Michelle? Jenny widened her eyes, then shook her head like a rattle. And no, I don't know her. Although Jenny denied it, there was no way to hide it from Jiang Mubai. I am her friend, I mean no harm. I really don't know her. She looked at Jiang Mubai, her gaze becoming more and more strange. Michelle is 2 years younger than her, how could she know such a big friend? This person must not have good intentions. Jiang Mubai saw this, and knew he probably could not ask anything from her, so he gave up. In a while, just follow her to that orphanage and take a look. After thinking it through, Jiang Mubai began to clean the house. This room is now his, how could he endure such a dirty, messy, and bad environment? So he cleaned hard, and when Jenny saw it, she hurried to help. Her movements were very quick, and soon she found a big wooden basin from the bathroom, filled it with water, and started washing clothes. But her body was too weak, and maybe because of long-term malnutrition, before doing much work, she was already tired and almost collapsed. Her face pale, she sat on the stool, her hands soaked in the water, trembling slightly. Jiang Mubai saw this, and sighed. Jenny, stop working first. Jenny originally wanted to catch her breath, but when she heard Jiang Mubai's words, her face turned pale, she hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothes and began to wash. So, sorry sir, please give me one more chance, I will work hard. Jiang Mubai held her. Jenny, I did not want to drive you away, you can wash later, eat something first. After saying that, he took the potato vegetable soup that was being cooked off the stove. Jenny covered her mouth with her hand, looking at Jiang Mubai with some disbelief. What's wrong? Jiang Mubai did not know what Jenny was thinking, and looked at her with some curiosity. Jenny's eyes immediately turned red, she lowered her head, and used her hand to wipe the tears at the corner of her eyes. Thank you, sir. Jiang Mubai smiled slightly. It's fine, eat full first then work. The two found a bowl, carefully washed it several times, and then began to eat the potato vegetable soup. This scene made the people in the live room stunned again. Now everyone knows, Jiang Mubai, this madman, is not afraid of pollution, so they can only envy and speak sour words. The madman of Dragon Country only deserves to eat this, we are eating romantic egg tarts. Who told him not to go to the big city, TSK, now the connection point at the end of this street disappeared, huh, the madman stay forever in the slum. Potato vegetable soup, in our country, it is all for pigs to eat. Hearing their sour words, the people of Dragon Country naturally were not willing to be weak and fought back. Very quickly, they were scolded until nothing was left of them. Strange Talk Management Bureau. Li Fei and others looked at Jiang Mubai, and let out a breath. He now looks very normal, the biggest threat in this room has already been solved, but the hidden danger of that basement still exists. He was hesitating whether to remind Jiang Mubai. Because Jiang Mubai's current performance seems like he has completely forgotten. But after considering, he still decided to leave it for now. Xiaoko, that orphanage information, still not yet? Bai Xiaoko stood at the side, looking at Jiang Mubai worriedly, and shook her head. No, Team Li, did we put the focus wrong? Why? Li Fei looked at Bai Xiaoko. For Bai Xiaoko's opinion, he still respected it. I think, since we cannot find it, we can synchronize what happened after other countries entered the Steel City to Mubai, let him know the situation there, and then make judgment. Li Fei nodded. Anyway, there are currently 3 reminder messages, should be able to try. Okay, Xiaoko, you tell Jiang Mubai, and remind him about the basement by the way. Bai Xiaoko agreed, and hurriedly left. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai and Jenny had finished drinking the soup at this moment. To be honest, this taste is not very good, very dry, basically no taste. But in the strange talk, being able to eat is already good, so he did not feel anything. At this moment, Jenny looked at the pot, there was still one portion of soup left, and hesitated. Finally, she still gritted her teeth and spoke. "See, sir, can I take these leftovers back? I still have a younger brother and a younger sister. I can do more work." Jiang Mubai looked at Jenny. He smacked his lips. "Is it Marshall and Michelle?" Jenny lowered her head again, but this time she did not deny it. Jiang Mubai watched her every movement, then sighed. He thought of Marshall and his sister. "Take it with you. You pack up the house first, and I'll go check if there's anything else." After saying that, Jiang Mubai stood up. He had already seen the message that Li Fei had sent him. To be honest, he wasn't interested in that Steel City. He only wanted to go to the orphanage, find Michelle, figure out her wish, and bring her back. If he succeeded, that would mean he could use the same method to save Xia Yulua. Xia Yulua had always been a thorn in his heart, and his feelings for her were very complicated. As for the basement, Jiang Mubai showed an interested glimmer in his eyes. At this moment, he was already standing in front of the iron door of the basement. With just a little force, he could open the door and walk in. But he did not act. He hadn't forgotten about Rule 6 and Rule 7. Although one clearly stated to never go into the basement, and the other said the basement was safe. Jiang Mubai still found a logical loophole here. The most likely explanation was that the basement was safe in case of danger. If that was the case, opening the basement now would undoubtedly be rash. After thinking for a while, he still didn't open it. Suppressing his inner curiosity, Jiang Mubai turned his gaze to the side. There was a small door. From within, there was a mix of potato and soil smells. Without thinking, he knew this must be the food storage room. Jiang Mubai placed his hand on the door and gently pulled. Creak. The door opened. Inside, there were 7 or 8 potatoes and cabbages scattered around. This was the only remaining food here. Jiang Mubai stared at those things, his eyes deep in thought. Rule 4, the food here, rather than being food, seemed more like currency. Currency? Curious, Jiang Mubai walked inside, picked up the potatoes, and examined them carefully. At that moment, a series of knocking sounds suddenly came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? The evening newspaper has been printed. Just one potato, do you need it? Hearing the sound outside the door, Jiang Mubai put down the cabbage in his hand and looked at the door. The evening newspaper? Jiang Mubai showed curiosity. He called out toward the door, yes, and the voice from outside came again. 3 Lu coins, or 1 potato. 1 potato? Jiang Mubai looked at the few remaining potatoes beside him. That's a bit expensive. But the newspaper might be related to the rules. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Mubai decided to trade one. He picked up a potato and walked to the door. Jenny was still washing clothes. Jiang Mubai didn't pay attention to her. He opened the door, and outside stood a man in gray clothes. His skin was bronze-colored, and his hair was a bit messy. At this moment, he was staring intensely at the potato in Jiang Mubei's hand, his eyes wide. Potato, potato. His voice became hoarse, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. But he only stood at the door, not making a move. Jiang Mubai curiously sized him up and handed him the potato. The man grabbed the potato, his eyes bloodshot, and he immediately started biting into it, dirt and all. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound came from the man's mouth as he finished the potato in just a few bites. Then, the man looked at Jiang Mubai, wanting to speak, but in the end, said nothing. He grabbed a newspaper and handed it to Jiang Mubai before leaving. Jiang Mubai glanced at his back, closed the door, returned to the room, and started looking at the newspaper. The date on the newspaper was July 21, 1998. Compared to the newspaper from July 10, 1999, on the train, Jiang Mubai had arrived at an earlier time. He stared at the date, looking at it deeply. This is the evening edition of the Sunset News on Grim Street, the front and back still printed with 4 pieces of news. Serial killer Jamie has cruelly murdered multiple women in Donuts Town, according to reliable sources from our newspaper, all of whom had once been streetwalkers. A level 8 typhoon will hit Grim Street at 7 p.m. tonight. All residents should take precautions, stay away from windows, and go to the basement if available. Griffinlo Orphanage received an anonymous donation of 10,000 rubles, but it was stolen last night. Those with clues can tell the director's assistant, Ms. Barbara. Griffinlo Orphanage Director Talon has received 7 consecutive death threats. According to Director Talon himself, it all started after he refused to sell the orphanage. Police have investigated Torani Real Estate Company, but found nothing. The 4 news items were accompanied by 4 pictures. Jiang Mubai's gaze lingered on Talon for a few seconds. He was an old man who looked thin, wearing round reading glasses and leaning on a cane. Jiang Mubai looked at him and remembered the director at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. He wondered how he was recently. Those mentally ill people must be hard to manage. After all, not everyone is like him, a normal person. Jiang Mubai put away the newspaper and began looking for a clock. What frustrated him was that there was no clock in this room. He could only ask Jenny how they judged the time. God knows if the time in this ghost story matched the real world. In the bathroom, Jenny was still washing clothes. Jiang Mubai walked straight up to her. "Jenny, do you know what time it is?" Jenny glanced at him and shook her head. This made Jiang Mubai frown slightly. The typhoon would reach this town at 7 p.m. Was this typhoon made by the red moon? Did it suddenly rise, or was it for another reason? After telling Jenny about the typhoon, she hurriedly stood up in a panic. "Sir, I need to go back. I need to tell my sister and the others about this." "Michelle and them? Doesn't your orphanage have a basement?" "Yes, it does, but that place cannot be entered." Jiang Mubai frowned. He guessed it was most likely limited by rules. He originally wanted Jenny to stay, at least there was a basement here, and later he needed her to go to the orphanage. But she insisted on leaving, and he said nothing. Besides, he was indeed worried about Michelle. That girl, even before dying, still thought about saving others. She had once helped him too. "Then take 2 potatoes with you when you leave. By the way, how do you get to the orphanage?" Jenny looked at Jiang Mubai, hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, the orphanage is very special. You can only go at night. At the end of this street west side, a small hole will appear at night." Jiang Mubai nodded in understanding. So that was it. According to the normal path, he should first meet Jenny, then imitate her, find a job here, wait until night, and finally find a way to go to the basement with the homeowner, survive the typhoon, and find the path to the orphanage. His method could not be called wrong, only that it greatly increased safety. Because he had driven out the original homeowner. The uncontrollable risk inside the house was now much safer. Now he only needed to wait for the typhoon. To be safe, he should check the basement. But he did not want to do unnecessary things. If he broke the rules and caused changes, it would be troublesome. It must be said, the death train left a shadow on Jiang Mubai. That broken train, if he did not follow the set path, or if he deviated too much, it would start the cycle again. He truly did not want to repeat this process. After Jenny left, Jiang Mubai began tidying the room out of boredom. Not long after, he made this place clean and spotless. This made the people in the live stream stare blankly, stunned again and again. Damn, clean so clean, does Brother Jiang really need to do this? Brother Mubai is really my ideal type, look how serious he is when he cleans the house. My brother Jiang has nothing to criticize on this point, but I have a question. You say he cleans so clean, later a typhoon. You are really a damn devil. Did my brother Jiang not think of this? Maybe my brother Jiang just feels bored, finding something to do for himself. The people in the livestream discussed one after another. At this moment their mood was extremely relaxed. They could also see the content of the newspaper. In their eyes, a mere typhoon was naturally not a problem. Jiang Mubai could even kick a train to explode. Would he fear a typhoon? Mirror parallel space. After Jiang Mubai finished cleaning, he looked at this room with satisfaction. This was his home. Home must be clean. In a good mood, Jiang Mubai once again came to the basement door. There still spread waves of strange fluctuations, as if behind the door, something dangerous was hidden. Jiang Mubai curiously looked over the door. He really wanted to push the door open and take a look, but he was also a little worried. Just when he hesitated, the sky suddenly became dark. Then the room began to shake violently. Countless dust shook down from the roof, the table began to tip over, the home Jiang Mubai had just cleaned was destroyed in an instant. Jiang Mubai looked at this scene, his face looked ugly. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 80%. Chapter 112 Basement. Black energy burst out from Jiang Mubai's body fiercely. At this moment, the whole room became quiet for a moment. Jiang Mubai stared hard at the room he had just tidied, in his eyes almost spitting out anger. His own effort was destroyed. The effort spent several hours, just like this was gone. This made him very angry, his fists were clenched tightly. Just when he wanted to go out and fight the typhoon to the death, the door behind him suddenly made a huge bang-bang sound. Jiang Mubai instantly turned his head, his eyes emitted pitch-black light. Someone knocking on the door? Jiang Mubai glanced at the old iron door, put his hand on the door handle. Ka! Creak! Along with the harsh friction sound and falling dust, the iron door was opened. A pitch-black underground passage appeared in front of Jiang Mubai. Behind the door, there was no one. Only a staircase full of dust. On the staircase, every other step, there was a pair of blood-colored footprints. The nearest pair of blood-colored footprints to Jiang Mubai was on the 2 steps below him. Looking over, it seemed there was an invisible figure, standing there, watching Jiang Mubai. Because the footprints there were turning. The toes that originally faced Jiang Mubai, as if drawing a circle, slowly turned toward the back. This scene made countless people in the livestream feel their scalp go numb. Invisible person? Or invisible strange? That thing did not attack Brother Jiang, means the danger is not strong. Brother Jiang definitely is not afraid of this, but this scene really looks creepy. By the way, do you really think Brother Jiang chose the right route this time? I went to see the live stream of 7 Black Country. Their chosen one is working as a clerk in a cake shop. That shop owner seems to want to help an orphanage. That is, you did not see clearly. Did you not see that shop owner's eyes were red? Let me tell everyone a joke. I went to see Kangaroo Country's live stream. They are imitating Brother Jiang, but they do not have Brother Jiang's strength. Now that poor guy is scrubbing the toilet. The people in the live stream talked one after another. They no longer discussed strange talk. They were not clear about Jiang Mubai's route, but for now, those who could reach Jiang Mubai's step were only a very few. Those people, at this moment, all fell into the complex emotion of doubting life. Kangaroo Country. Their strange talk leader Olivia was now grabbing her golden long hair. She looked completely overwhelmed. Behind her, several experts in white coats showed expressions of despair. The typhoon was almost here. Although this news was stolen from Longwa's livestream, it didn't stop them from taking action. However, when they sent the message, it not only didn't help their chosen one, but it made him panic even more. Because that terrifying middle-aged man was still forcing him to clean the toilet. Oh my god, why is this happening? Who can tell me why? Olivia's golden hair was completely messy, no longer showing the elegance she had when attending international meetings. Lady Olivia. Behind her, an old professor spoke up. Should we seek help from Longwa? Ask, why aren't you asking quickly? Olivia replied without hesitation, like a drowning person grabbing at straws. But we listened to the beautiful country's advice before, supporting Sakura Country. The terms they offered. The old professor hesitated, and as soon as he spoke the terms, Olivia froze, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Why do they want so much? These are the terms Li Fei proposed, ma'am. Should we? At this moment, Olivia's gaze was filled with despair. Even they didn't have many quantum computers. It was all the fault of that damn beautiful country. It was all the beautiful country's fault. Olivia was trembling with rage, but she had no choice but to obey, because they had to follow Jiang Mubai all the way. Because the only chosen ones left in the civilian district were them. Now, she deeply regretted her actions. She should not have blindly followed the trend. Agree with them. As the tremors in the livestream became more intense, Olivia finally gritted her teeth and spoke. The old professor, upon hearing this, immediately contacted Li Fei. Soon, he learned the terms for cracking the rules. What? That short, fat man isn't Jean? This is what Li Fei said himself. So, all we need to do is, just like back at the Lily of the Valley Girls' School, not acknowledge his identity? At this moment, hope appeared in Olivia's eyes. She rushed to a computer and sent a prompt to her chosen one. In the screen, the blonde man, who was originally cleaning the toilet, suddenly froze. He looked fearfully at the gloomy sky and immediately ran towards the basement. What are you doing? Who allowed you to come? The short, fat man saw the blonde man and immediately became enraged, but the blonde man didn't have time to care about that. He shouted loudly. You're not the homeowner. You don't have the right to command me. After saying that, he rushed into the basement. At the door, the short, fat man looked at the blonde man, his eyes even more bloodshot. In the end, he didn't say a word and also ran inside. Strange Tales Management Bureau. Li Fei looked at the live stream from Kangaroo Country, showing a look of as expected. Good job, everyone. Your analysis is excellent. It seems we have a deeper understanding of the rules. Behind Li Fei, the old experts watched the little guinea pig from Kangaroo Country with gratified expressions. At this moment, they finally felt a sense of self-worth. Thanks to Kangaroo Country, we hope they can hold on a little longer. Mirror Parallel Space. Jiang Mubai had already arrived in the basement. The upstairs had quieted down now. Though there were still occasional noises, Jiang Mubai knew he was safe. The stairs leading to the basement weren't deep, there were only about 10 steps. At the bottom, it resembled a warehouse. At this moment, Jiang Mubai stood in the middle of the basement, looking around. There were various cardboard boxes and tools placed around. Directly in front of him was a black coffin. Above him was a broken hanging light. Jiang Mubai glanced at the half-open black coffin, then turned his gaze to the ground ahead. On the floor, there were twisted blood-red words written. Welcome to my home, I am Jeanvel, I am already dead. The person upstairs is my servant, I know he is pretending to be me, but I have no way to stop it. Good-hearted person, if you can help me get rid of him, I can give you my most important treasure, the ancient Guron coin. This coin has an unimaginable power. As long as you throw it into the wishing pool, it can grant all kinds of wishes. It is placed in my coffin. If you can deal with the one pretending to be me, you can come and get it. Remember, if the coffin has already been opened, please escape immediately. Escape immediately, run away. Chapter 113, Old Man. Looking at the twisted blood-red writing on the ground, Jiang Mubai's eyes revealed intense curiosity. The coffin has been opened. That coffin was obviously suspicious, and now it's open. Did something inside escape? So, does that mean I can catch it and study it? He looked around excitedly, then began to search. Jiang Mubai first flipped over all the cardboard boxes, then dismantled the chandelier, and finally knocked over all the cabinets that could stand up and hold things, but still, nothing was found. There was nothing around. Having found nothing, Jiang Mubai finally turned his gaze toward the coffin. He remembered the blood-red footprints from when he came down. Slowly walking toward the coffin, Jiang Mubai reached the coffin's edge. He stretched out his right hand, grabbed the coffin lid, and yanked it open forcefully. Vroom vroom vroom. Bang! The coffin lid spun in the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces. Did I, Jiang, awaken my Qilin arm? I, Jiang, can even kick a train into pieces. Right, the train must be no match for a coffin lid. Look, there are words in the coffin. This plot feels a bit familiar, my memory seems to be awakening uncontrollably. In the basement. Jiang Mubai also saw the words carved on the side of the coffin. To be precise, it was a set of rules. I don't know who can see these, but what I am about to say is very important, please believe me. 1. Do not trust the blood-red marks on the ground, there is no wishing pool. 2. That coin has ancient value, it can be exchanged for money. 3. The coin is in my pocket, you may take it yourself. 4. If the coffin is opened, it means my condition is good. My friend, please believe me, I will not harm you. 5. Do not go to the Griffinlo orphanage, strange things have happened there. 6. If you see a wishing pool, run away immediately. 7. Stay away from Griffinlo. The 7 rules were carved on both sides of the coffin. Jiang Mubai looked at these rules, lost in thought. There are conflicting rules, who do you think is telling the truth? Isn't it obvious? It must be the truth in the coffin. He left the message while he still had some sanity, then ran out. The rule number 4 on the coffin and the rule number 10 in this room confirm each other, both suggest that Jean is a good person. But why did he run out and leave a false message? Could it be that the outside is true, after all, he left a warning to be careful of him? Damn, Jiang, look behind you. In the live broadcast, a twisted figure suddenly appeared behind Jiang Mubai. It was a short old man with white short hair and dark skin. He was reaching out his hand to strangle Jiang Mubai's neck. Jiang Mubai seemed to have not noticed, still lost in thought. The Haunted Management Bureau. Li Fei and the others also felt a sense of dread. Jiang Mubai, who usually reacts quickly, seemed to have no reaction at all. What's going on? Captain Li, should we give him a hint? Li Fei hesitated. He knew some of Jiang Mubai's background. To be honest, given Jiang Mubai's experience of kicking a train into pieces and various other fights with the strange, he didn't think this little old man could pose a threat to him. In his view, Jiang Mubai probably had other plans. Prepare for both options. Xiao Ku. Li Fei turned his head and looked at Bai Xiao Ku. Be ready at any moment, and if something goes wrong, alert immediately. Just to be safe, Li Fei still decided to have Bai Xiao Ku on standby. Hearing Li Fei's words, Bai Xiao Ku ran to a computer. Strange Tale Space, Basement. Jiang Mubai was also thinking at this moment. Having learned many secrets, it was not hard for him to imagine one thing. That is, this so-called wish might very likely involve the Red Moon. Therefore, he judged that the information about the wishing pool was very probably true. If the wishing pool was real, then Jean's state was somewhat intriguing. He should be on the edge between losing control and keeping reason. The information left in the coffin was false, but Jean's purpose in leaving it was to help the people who saw it. He did not want people to go to the wishing pool. And the Jean outside the coffin clearly did not want him to see. So, he left some misleading horror information. Ordinary people, seeing the final warning danger, would very likely leave quickly, but Jiang Mubai was different, he might not even think about the strange, Jiang Mubai wanted to catch them. At this moment, the old man had already approached Jiang Mubai's back. He looked at Jiang Mubai's back, his eyes showing a ferocious glare. Ayo! The old man suddenly let out a silent roar and pounced on Jiang Mubai. Everyone in the live broadcast room held their breath, staring tightly at the big screen. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? He rushed over. Brother Mubai, turn back quickly. Buzz. The live broadcast screen suddenly went dark, and everyone froze in place. What happened? Brother Jiang won't be in trouble, right? Shut up, Crowmouth. Impossible, Brother Mubai won't be in trouble. Just when everyone was worried, the live broadcast screen lit up again. At this moment, everyone showed a terrified look. On the screen, Jiang Mubai was still standing in front of the coffin, seemingly thinking. And the old man, at this moment, was lying on Jiang Mubai's body. How could this be? What is this, ghost pressing the body? Quick, alert Brother Jiang. Haha, a netizen unwilling to reveal nationality sent a blessing? Everyone, come and watch. Strange Tales Bureau. Li Fei and the others were also shocked by this scene. They had imagined countless possibilities, including Jiang Mubai kicking the old man, Jiang Mubai hitting the old man, Jiang Mubai throwing the old man. But no one expected the old man to just lie on him like this. And it seemed Jiang Mubai had not noticed this scene. How could this be? Xiaoku, quickly alert Jiang Mubai. Received. When the live broadcast suddenly went dark, Bai Xiaoku was already prepared. As soon as the screen lit up, she sent the second alert without even needing Li Fei's instruction. At this moment, everyone watched Jiang Mubai nervously. Strange Tales Space. Jiang Mubai was still thinking at this moment. He lightly rubbed his slightly sore shoulders. Now, he had analyzed some situations. That orphanage was definitely related to the wishing pool. Very likely, Michelle had made a wish there. Just as Jiang Mubai prepared to get up and leave, a message from Longguo appeared in front of his eyes. Jiang Mubai looked at the illusory words, his eyes widening. When he saw an old man lying on him, his face immediately turned ugly. In his dark eyes, madness flashed again. Chapter 114, The Strange Body. Ding, strange body has awakened, 90%. You are crazy. The alert sound of his talent rang in Jiang Mubai's mind. But he did not care at all. Now, he only wanted to investigate the soul behind him. Why could he not see it himself? He carefully touched his shoulder, turned around, and still saw nothing. Jiang Mubai's gaze gradually shifted from gloom. Curious. What is this? Interesting. What is this thing? Jiang Mubai once again approached the coffin. He crawled in and then lay flat inside. He wanted to see if by returning the soul to the coffin, he could get rid of it. But it was still useless. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel it. His shoulders were growing heavier, and sometimes he even felt like an invisible force was strangling his neck. One thing was certain, his clothes were not inside out. So it must be this old man causing the trouble. I must catch him and study him. Jiang Mubai stood up and walked back and forth. The people in the live stream looked at him, momentarily confused. What's Brother Jiang doing with this old man on his back? Are you stupid? Brother Jiang clearly knows there's an old man on him, but he can't see him. Ah, what now? Will Brother Mubai be in danger? It's better if he dies. Diyu #Yuan at %*. While the livestream was arguing, Jiang Mubai once again reached the bottom of the stairs. It had been almost 10 minutes since he entered the basement, and above him seemed like another world. Jiang Mubai could clearly see the scattered wooden planks from the large door above, but the basement was eerily quiet. Indeed, that typhoon was an eerie phenomenon. Jiang Mubai ignored the typhoon and carefully considered the rules. He wanted to see if he could approach the rules and solve the strange thing on him first. Soon, he noticed a hidden clue. The ancient Luoran coin. The blood writing on the ground mentioned the coin was in the coffin, but when he looked earlier, the coffin was empty. So the coin must be in the old man's hands. The second line of the blood writing also said, if you can help the old man get rid of his servant, he can give you the most important treasure, the ancient Luoran coin. This clearly indicated the old man would give him the coin. So, if he fulfilled his request, would the old man appear? The servant had already been dealt with, so he just needed to tell him, and the old man would surely appear and give him the coin. Then, with this thought, Jiang Mubai smiled. Jean, are you on me? Hiss. A sound like a snake flicking its tongue suddenly appeared in Jiang Mubai's ear, and his neck grew tighter. He touched it, and he could clearly feel the imprint of his fingers. Jean, your servant has already been dealt with. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and give me the ancient Luoran coin? Jiang Mubai didn't care about the pressure on his neck and continued speaking. Slowly, the invisible force around his neck dissipated. A green handprint appeared on his neck. But immediately, black light flashed on Jiang Mubai's body, erasing the handprint. Ding! A crisp sound suddenly came from behind him. Jiang Mubai turned his head, and on the ground, a golden ancient coin appeared. Looking at the mark on the ground, Jiang Mubai revealed a proud look. He walked to the coin, picked it up, and began examining it. The coin was cold. On its front was the unfamiliar face of an old man, with curly long hair and a long beard. On the back was an image of a round moon. The moment Jiang Mubai saw this image, he knew that the wishing pond must be related to the red moon. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to investigate this wishing pond. He put the coin away and looked around again. The surroundings were still as chaotic as before, nothing had changed. His shoulders were now even heavier. Jean had fulfilled his promise, but he did not appear. In this situation, Jiang Mubai could only turn to self-reflection. Although he had many questions for Jean, without Jean appearing, he had no way to ask. Jean, are you sure you won't appear? Jiang Mubai's tone had turned slightly cold. Jean still did not appear. Jiang Mubai's neck. The palm mark appeared again. Jiang Mubai saw it, and a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Examine myself 3 times a day. I am strange, and you are strange. I go to the basement, and you are in the basement. I want to kill you, and you also want. Before Jiang Mubai could finish speaking, a chill suddenly rose in his throat, and he instantly felt as if he had lost the ability to speak. What is happening? Jiang Mubai was still speaking, but his voice could not be transmitted. Boom! A terrifying black energy burst from his body. This was the power of the strange body. Usually, an ordinary strange person would disappear when hit by this power. However, this mysterious power now still had no effect. Jiang Mubai stopped in place and began to think. The awakening of the strange body made Jiang Mubai's mind unusually calm. He almost instantly figured out the reason. This old man could only be dealt with through rules. He had relied too much on the strong power of the strange body. Now it seemed this power was not always unstoppable. Maybe when fully awakened to 100%, even 101%, it could work. But Jiang Mubai clearly remembered what happened when he was on the death train. If the strange body exceeded 100%, he would gain a more terrifying power, capable of directly killing ordinary strange beings. But in that state, whatever he did would be distorted. This was undoubtedly dangerous. Jiang Mubai did not want to awaken this power unless absolutely necessary. Because he could not control it. What is the source of the strange body? This crazy talent seemed to keep reminding him. Could this power be from its disappeared friend? Jiang Mubai shook his head, throwing aside the messy thoughts. He once again came to the coffin. This time, his gaze turned to Rule 4. If the coffin opens, it shows that my condition is good. My friend, please trust me. I will not hurt you. Speaking of which, this old man attacked him seemingly from the moment he discovered him. A normal person could not feel goodwill toward a soul that suddenly appeared on them. Jiang Mubai, as a normal person, was the same. Although he was curious, in his heart he wanted more to capture him and study him. Could it be that this old man's power came from the unintentional malice and fear in his heart? Thinking this, Jiang Mubai sat down on the ground. He began to relax. Jean, tell me your story. I believe you are a kind person. From the information you left, I can feel your reason. Why did you want me to stay away from Griffinlo Orphanage? As Jiang Mubai finished speaking, he suddenly felt light on his body. Then, a twisted figure appeared in front of him. Chapter 115 Jean. This was an old man in worn clothes, with gray hair, wearing round glasses. His skin was dark, hair thin, and by his age, he must be at least very old. After Jean appeared, he looked at Jiang Mubai, then went to a cardboard box near the coffin. As he rummaged, an old cup fell to the ground. Jean picked it up, then sat on a stool, beginning to recall. His voice was weak, but extremely clear. Green Street, he. Ward City does not even recognize this street. On the map, it is not marked. It is a dirty cave, given to us underground rats. Every day on this street, someone tries to leave. They climb the wall but never appear again. Sometimes people say a body appeared in Ward City sewers. Oh, right, those people were merchants. They exchanged the cheapest black bread and a little money for our labor. As Jean spoke, he picked up the cup beside him. The once empty cup now contained some murky liquid. Jiang Mubai listened quietly, not interrupting him. Michelle had once told him some things about Green Street. Gulp, gulp. After taking a couple of sips of water, Jean spoke again. It was probably about 2 years ago. A young man came to this street. He was a noble, a son from a wealthy family. The first impression we all had when we saw him was that he was so handsome, so dashing. He wore magnificent clothes, and just those shoes of his were worth a house. He came to the center of Green Street, near Old Man N's house, holding a coin in his hand. I clearly remember his speech back then. Do you want my treasure? If you do, take it all. He threw the coin, and everyone knew that it was that rich boy's twisted sense of humor. He just wanted to see us desperately scramble for that insignificant food. But we didn't care. Because to him, it was insignificant. Jean looked at Jiang Mubai when he said this. Jiang Mubai understood where the coin came from now. What did that young man look like? Be more specific. Jean sank into his memories again. This time, he clutched his head in pain. I don't remember. I only remember he had golden hair and shiny shoes. He was accompanied by a delicate girl with brown hair. It doesn't matter. When I see him, I'll take care of him. Jean gave Jiang Mubai a deep look and drank another sip of water. I found the coin, but I didn't say anything. I didn't tell anyone, and I didn't go to find him to claim the reward. I did think about sneaking up to him, exchanging for some things, like money or food. But I couldn't protect. If my son hadn't starved to death, if my daughter hadn't gotten lung disease, maybe I would have found that young man and left this place. But now. A lonely old man, whose only wish is to die at home. Jiang Mubai looked at him with clear eyes. You didn't exchange the coin with that rich man, so where did you get the money to hire a servant? I didn't hire him. I just looked at him, he looked like my son. Jiang Mubai nodded. Is this what you wished for with the coin? Yes. That young man came to find me. I don't know why he found me. He was so sure the coin was with me. He told me to go to the wishing pool, and I could get everything. I didn't believe it, and Green Street didn't even have a wishing pool. But that person actually funded it, directly from the orphanage, to build one. He left. He didn't say anything. By some strange twist, I went to that wishing pool. I threw the coin into it and wished to meet my son. I don't dislike girls, but there is only one wish. After my son died, I accompanied her for a few more years. Old Jean finished speaking, stood up, and walked to the coffin. He lay down inside. The coin. I don't know when it came back. It was sent to you. Don't make a wish. I made a wish. A red moon appeared at the orphanage. I could feel it, it was smiling at me. After saying this, old Jean lay inside the coffin. Jiang Mubai walked to the coffin and looked inside. This time, there was a pile of withered bones inside. Jiang Mubai sighed and gently closed the coffin. This state couldn't be reversed anymore, and besides, he had no reason to save him. Most importantly, this person hadn't told the truth. His child definitely didn't just die from starvation. If he wasn't mistaken, the fat black man in the house earlier was his son. He had the scent of contamination on him, but not the scent of a wish. That old man's wish wasn't just to see his son, it was never that simple. After closing the coffin, Jiang Mubai returned to the rooftop. The typhoon should have stopped, and Jiang Mubai carefully climbed up. At this moment, the house was in complete disarray. A large hole was punched in the ceiling. Moreover, a few elderly men and women had appeared inside the room, each holding their own potatoes and cabbage, arguing fiercely as they fought for the ownership of these foods. Who are you people? Put down my stuff. Jiang Mubai's face darkened as he watched the people scrambling for the potatoes. Among them, a middle-aged woman, with her bare shoulders, pointed a finger at Jiang Mubai and shouted, "You won't ever have old Jian's favor, old Jian doesn't dare to deal with us, what are you even?" Slap. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Mubai slapped her across the face. The woman's head spun several times before vanishing into black mist. This scene left everyone stunned with fear, frozen in place. They looked at Jiang Mubai with eyes full of terror. Jiang Mubai was not in the mood to tolerate them. He coldly glanced at the crowd. "Give me this stuff, and clean up this place." The people around him immediately threw the potatoes down and began cleaning up. Jiang Mubai looked at everything with satisfaction. How dare these people try to steal from him while he wasn't around? He couldn't stand it. He glared at the crowd, grabbed a burlap sack, filled it with the potatoes and cabbage, and left. He was heading to the orphanage. On Green Street, the cold red moon hung high in the sky, like a bloodshot eye, watching everything. At this moment, Green Street was even dirtier and messier, with the devastating typhoon nearly destroying everything. There were busy figures everywhere on the street, trying to steal as much as they could before the people who had been blown away by the typhoon and turned into black mist returned. Jiang Mubai ignored them. This was the law of survival on this street. As long as they didn't bother him, it was fine. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Mubai walked down the street and headed straight for the wall that Jenny had mentioned. There, a hole as large as a water tank appeared. Chapter 116, The Orphanage. Brother Jiang is going to the orphanage. This strange story is really strange, why didn't it send us directly to the orphanage at the start? I guess it's because of that coin. It's probably a hidden item to pass the level. Who knows? Other countries also didn't get the coin, and the people from Sane country even went directly using their talents. By the way, what happened to those chosen ones in Ward City? They're still making cakes. Through the hole, there was also a worn-out street, and the entire green street was like a square, with the orphanage right in the middle. After crossing through, Jiang Mubai walked through 3 more streets before reaching the entrance of the orphanage. In front of him stood a huge white building, resembling a Western-style church, now empty and desolate. Only occasionally could some figures in grey robes be seen hurriedly passing through the gaps in the iron gate. On the iron gate, there was a blue poster, covered in densely packed blood-red small text. Griffinlo Orphanage Rules, 1. 1. Griffinlo Orphanage, Tyrone is unwell, and all affairs of this institution are currently under the management of Ms. Barbara. No one is allowed to disobey Ms. Barbara's orders. 2. This institution only accepts orphans between the ages of 0 to 18. If you do not meet the age requirements, please leave immediately. 3. This is an orphanage, just an orphanage. Please put away any strange thoughts. 4. If you wish to seek employment, Griffinlo Orphanage welcomes you, as we are currently in need of a laborer. 5. The orphanage is filled with hostility toward anyone with good intentions. 6. The orphanage accepts all donations. If you wish to contribute supplies, Ms. Barbara will hold you in high regard. 7. Discussion of Ms. Barbara is prohibited in this institution. 8. Ms. Barbara loves small animals. She rescued a stray Persian cat named Fizz. If you see its eyes are not red, stay away immediately. 9. To ensure the safety of the children, the orphanage does not keep dogs. If you hear a dog barking, run away immediately. 10. Cats and dogs cannot speak. 11. This institution does not have a wishing well. If anyone claims to have seen a wishing well, immediately inform Ms. Barbara. If anyone claims they want to escape from this institution, please immediately inform Miss Barbara. Griffinlo Orphanage is a place filled with love. Out there, in the live streaming rooms, netizens from Longwa are once again discussing the rules of the orphanage. Miss Barbara is suspicious. Please stop talking nonsense. Who asked for your opinion? Shut up, look at Rule 5. What does it mean to have malice towards someone with good intentions? Is it possible that the rule is hinting at the chosen one showing goodwill toward those who harbor malice? That's too easy, Brother Jiang would beat the weirdness to a pulp. But the problem is, Brother Jiang doesn't seem to have much malice toward the weirdness, he's more curious, I can tell. B. This time the rule isn't hard, there's no conflict. Brother Jiang is about to steamroll everything. Griffinlo Orphanage. Jiang Mubai looked at the rules, falling into deep thought. This rule, he had a rough understanding of it, and that Miss Barbara definitely had something wrong with her. If he encountered her, and she showed malice, he would simply deal with her. His strange body had already awakened to a high level, and he wasn't afraid of contamination like rule-breaking. But he didn't want the strange body to awaken too much. If it exceeds 100%, it would become troublesome. His goal was only 2 things, to pass the level and bring Michelle back. Exceeding 100%, he was confident he could forcefully break through everything, but at that point, who knew how twisted the result would be? Also, there was one thing that made him worried. That was, the rules were changing. Jiang Mubai guessed it had something to do with him. After all, in the previous few rounds, he had almost forced his way through, which obviously didn't align with the rules of the rule-based Weird Tales. Old Jean also showed some signs of problems. He had a way to seal his 3 provinces. That was his only ability to destroy the weirdness at this stage. Perhaps, he had to try a more normal way of passing the level. Jiang Mubai lifted his head, glanced at the sack behind him, and walked forward. At the Iron Gate entrance, there was still a small house, inside of which stood a person in brown clothes. At that moment, he was glaring at Jiang Mubai with a fierce expression. Stop! Before Jiang Mubai could enter, the security guard walked over, holding an electric baton, his eyes blood-red. Non-related people, leave immediately. Saying that, he raised the electric baton and pointed it at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai looked at the electric baton curiously. The electric baton, crackling with blue electricity, looked very threatening, but Jiang Mubai thought the sparks were quite beautiful. I wish I could have an electric ability too. Jiang Mubai thought with a sense of longing. I'm here to complete my admission procedure, I'm an orphan. As soon as these words were spoken, the security guard fell silent. The live stream viewers also fell silent. Damn, Brother Jiang is tough. Brother Mubai seems to really be an orphan. I'm willing to give him a home. The security guard looked at Jiang Mubai, his eyes flashing. How old are you? 16. The bloodlust in the security guard's eyes intensified at that moment. But he still remained silent. This kid clearly wasn't 16, though he had a harmless look. But he definitely wasn't 16. But he had no proof. You. After a moment of silence, the security guard trembled all over, his face contorted in rage as he rushed toward Jiang Mubai. Are you lying to me? No. Looking at Jiang Mubai's serious face, the security guard, panting heavily, was about to think of another method to get rid of Jiang Mubai when suddenly, the sound of a cat meowing echoed, followed by, "Meow, let it in, I can feel its malice." The security guard stiffened instantly. His eyes quickly regained their calm, and as if nothing had happened, he returned to the room. Creak. The door slowly opened. Jiang Mubai didn't move. He was staring at the Persian cat that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Its eyes were incredibly beautiful, one blue, one red, like jewels. Rule 8, if its eyes are not red, please leave immediately. Jiang Mubai quickly made a judgment in his mind. The actions of the security guard had already shown the danger of the cat, now staying away was undoubtedly the better choice. But this cat said he was full of malice. This was undoubtedly slander. He had come with goodwill. Thinking this, he put down the backpack behind him and came to the security guard again. Donate supplies. At this moment, the security guard looked at Jiang Mubai, fear showing in his eyes. Had he gone mad? Had he not seen the notice posted at the door? He was sick, he was absolutely sick. The security guard did not want to deal with him at all, he closed the room door tightly, yet Jiang Mubai still knocked on the door. Security guard, come out quickly. The security guard looked at Jiang Mubai, he only felt he was more terrifying than the cat. At this moment, the cat behind Jiang Mubai also showed a strange look. Chapter 117 Normal. You, cat, you, cat. The security guard stood inside the room, looking at Jiang Mubai behind him with terror, his hand shaking as he pointed. Jiang Mubai looked at him with curiosity. He of course knew the polluted cat behind him was having a fit, but he did not expect the security guard to react so strongly. It seemed that cat was more dangerous than imagined. Black light flickered in Jiang Mubai's eyes, he turned his head and looked at the Persian cat again. At this moment, the Persian cat's long fur had fluffed up, its eyes flashing a bloodthirsty light. Meow. A piercing cry suddenly came from its mouth, staring at Jiang Mubai, it made a chilling girl's voice. Meow, I want to make you into little dried fish. Looking at the Persian cat whose voice and appearance were completely different, Jiang Mubai was stunned for a moment. He had imagined many things the Persian cat might say next. For example, I will tear you apart or I will kill you, or maybe say nothing and rush at him directly. Jiang Mubai had even prepared to hit it away. But he never expected this cat wanted to make him into little dried fish. He looked at the Persian cat with curiosity. He wanted to see how it would make him into little dried fish. Just as Jiang Mubai was about to approach it, the Persian cat suddenly opened its mouth and let out another piercing cry. Meow. Terrifying red waves suddenly shot from the Persian cat's mouth toward Jiang Mubai, fish scale-like things appeared on his body. But immediately, even darker energy flashed across his body and vanished. Jiang Mubai stood in place completely unharmed. He looked at his own body, then at the black cat. A look of understanding appeared in his eyes. This attack was a bit like the pollution of the mushroom creature of the heavenly being. But the heavenly being's pollution was a punishment that broke the rules, while this cat could attack actively. This was undoubtedly terrifying, if not for Jiang Mubai's strange body, other chosen ones might have died directly. Of course, except those who had awakened strong talents. At this moment, the Persian cat stayed in place, looking at the unharmed Jiang Mubai, shock showing in its eyes. Meow, how are you okay? Why didn't you become little dried fish? The Persian cat arched its body, its fur fluffed up even more. It carefully stepped back. Jiang Mubai did not answer, he instantly became a shadow and appeared behind it. Then, Jiang Mubai grabbed with his right hand, catching the Persian cat by the back of its neck and lifted it up. Meow, meow, what are you doing? Let me go, meow. The Persian cat struggled wildly, but Jiang Mubai ignored it, he raised his left hand and slapped the Persian cat twice. The Persian cat became quiet. It obediently, little by little, from its eyes, the humiliation was obvious. I want to clear the game normally, you, don't come to bother me. Jiang Mubai's tone was firm and unquestionable, the Persian cat nodded wildly upon hearing it. It did not understand what he meant. It was just a cat, it didn't understand clearing the game meant anything. But now, the wisest choice was to not provoke this madman. The Persian cat was fearful inside. Jiang Mubai looked at the Persian cat and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, let's do it again. You, go over there. Jiang Mubai pointed to where the Persian cat had appeared, and the Persian cat, terrified, cautiously walked aside. After it returned to the place it first appeared, Jiang Mubai took the bag and returned to the gate of the yard. Security, I am here to register for admission, I am an orphan. The security guard in the room looked at this scene and was completely stunned. He now had a feeling of suspicion that was hard to describe. He looked at Jiang Mubai, then at the Persian cat, swallowed, and walked out. Okay, come in. The security guard now had no other thoughts, he just wanted to send this lunatic away and then report to Ms. Barbara. Slap. Jiang Mubai slapped the security guard. The cat hasn't spoken yet. The security guard held his face, looking at the cat with full grievance. Meow, 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 let him come in, I can feel his kindness. After hearing this, the security guard quickly opened the door wider. Jiang Mubai was very satisfied, he glared at the Persian cat, and the Persian cat disappeared instantly. Then Jiang Mubai placed the bag behind him in front of the security guard. I want to donate supplies. After saying this, he emptied the contents out. Outside, the people in the live broadcast watched this scene, equally in disbelief. Brother Jiang is playing a new type of game? He said he wants to clear it normally. But why do I feel his clearing is not normal? Should we check other live rooms? Kangaroo Country is at the same progress, I will take a look. Don't look, I just finished, he has already become small dried fish. The Paranormal Bureau. Li Fei and a group of experts fell into silence. Do you think Mubai's mental state is wrong? Li Fei looked at everyone and was the first to break the silence. After a moment, a psychoanalysis expert came forward. No, it's hard to say, I suspect he has a deviation in understanding normal clearing. Then what should we do? Li Fei did not refute, because he had the same feeling. In his understanding, normal clearing should be finding loopholes between rules and using them. Clearly, Jiang Mubai was not doing that. If we remind him rashly, it may make his understanding more confused. I suggest we leave it alone for now. For now, he is relatively safe. Li Fei nodded and looked at the big screen. At this moment, Jiang Mubai had already completed registration with the security guard. Paranormal space. Jiang Mubai looked at the security guard, a smile on his face. The security guard, trembling, handed him a card. On it was Jiang Mubai's admission information. This was actually not within the security guard's duties, but he was afraid that if he refused Jiang Mubai, he might do something abnormal. So he changed one child's information, who had already left the orphanage, to Jiang Mubai's information. Anyway, after he left, he would report to Ms. Barbara. The security guard made the decision in his heart, and now worked extremely hard. Your room is on the 3rd floor, 307. As for the supplies you donated, I will explain to Ms. Barbara. Okay. Jiang Mubai put away the ID card and walked toward the main building of the orphanage. The security guard kept watching him. After he completely entered the orphanage, he hurried to the room and picked up the phone. Ms. Barbara, something bad happened. After the call connected, the security guard immediately recounted what had just happened. However, the voice on the other end was surprisingly indifferent. That's all? Why yes. There is no need to specifically tell me this, I have more important things every day. You can send those supplies to the kitchen. By the way, what's his name? Jiang Mubai. Got it. On the other end, a beep sounded, and the security guard stared blankly at everything. He always felt Ms. Barbara was a little off. It seemed that since Director Talon was hospitalized, she had not appeared again. Chapter 118, Orphanage Rules, Part 3. Griffinlo Orphanage. Jiang Mubai now stood in the hall. He looked around. The gray walls were badly damaged, cobwebs were gathered in the corners of the ceiling, and although the floor seemed clean, a layer of dust could still be seen. The place gave off a feeling of lifelessness. The entire hall was empty, not a single figure in sight. Directly across from the hall was a dining room, with an old-fashioned long table placed in the center, and barrel-shaped stone stools on either side. On either side of the hall were 2 staircases, the left leading to the 3rd floor, and the right leading to the 2nd floor. At the corner below the stairs, there were a blue door and a red door. At this moment, the sound of barking dogs came from behind the blue door. Jiang Mubai stared at the blue door, suppressing his inner curiosity. Rule 9, this orphanage does not keep dogs. If you hear barking, run immediately. Jiang Mubai wasn't afraid of dogs, but he wanted to pass through normally. More accurately, he was suppressing his strange body. He certainly didn't want to fall into the distorted state again where everything he did became extremely twisted. Thinking of this, he quickly ran up the left staircase. Just as Jiang Mubai left, the blue door suddenly vanished, as if nothing had happened. What's going on with this orphanage? This can't be a haunted house, can it? I have a bad feeling. Do you think this orphanage is a maze? You cursed crow, shut up. 3rd floor of the orphanage. Jiang Mubai had now reached a corridor. The moment he stepped in, the stairs behind him disappeared. Jiang Mubai looked down over the railing of the corridor. He saw countless figures walking back and forth in the center of the hall, 1,000 meters below him. Some were carrying trays, while others were sweeping with brooms. Everything was completely different from when he had just come up. He could even see Jenny holding the hand of a blonde girl, walking toward the dining room. What was going on? A look of confusion appeared in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Could this be something like a time reversal? But Jenny's appearance was exactly the same as when he first saw her. Jiang Mubai was about to jump down to investigate. 1,000 meters in height was no problem for his strange body, which had already awakened 95%. But there was still one issue. That was, if he went down, would his strange body awaken again? A flicker of madness was about to erupt in Jiang Mubai's eyes, one that even reason couldn't suppress. Who? Jiang Mubai took a deep breath, controlling his impulse. He left the railing and continued walking forward. Across from the railing were several broken iron doors. Jiang Mubai arrived at a room marked 307, gently pushing the door open. Creak. The sharp sound echoed, accompanied by falling dust. A bedroom of about 20 square meters appeared before his eyes. A rusty upper and lower single bed, an old-fashioned Western-style wooden wardrobe, and a dressing table with a shattered mirror, all appeared before Jiang Mubai. This place had clearly been abandoned for a long time. Dust covered the floor everywhere. What was strange, however, were the dog paw prints scattered across the dusty floor. Jiang Mubai stared at the marks on the ground for a few seconds before heading straight to the bed. He first swept off the dust from the bed, then grabbed the broom behind the door and began to clean the room. This was his place to stay, so it was necessary to clean it up. As he cleaned, not long after, he found a poster under the bed. There were small characters densely written on it. Although some parts seemed to have been scribbled out, the overall writing could still be read clearly. It was a set of rules, new rules. Griffin Orphanage Regulations, 3.1. Pets are not allowed in the dormitories. 2. The orphanage only has dogs, no cats. These dogs are stray dogs adopted by the director. In fact, the director likes cats, but he is allergic to cat fur. There is no wishing well in the orphanage, but if you see a wishing well, close your eyes immediately and chant a nursery rhyme. For disobedient children, the director will punish them with a disciplinary whip. Children who violate the rules 3 times will be expelled from the orphanage forever. The details of the violations are posted on the walls on both sides of the cafeteria. Before meals, everyone must chant them. The orphanage only provides breakfast and lunch. In the afternoon, everyone must go out and do volunteer work. You must return to the orphanage before 8 p.m. If you see hallucinations, return to your room immediately. Hallucinations include, but are not limited to, seeing people, objects, or scenes that have already passed away. Jiang Mubai carefully read these 10 rules, and some connections started to form in his mind. Both versions of the rules emphasize one place. The wishing well. This already says a lot. That place is very likely the source of the contamination in the orphanage, even in the entire Green Street and Ward City. And that place is right in the orphanage. What would happen if it were destroyed? A dark gleam flashed in Jiang Mubei's eyes. He looked at the rules again. There were other parts worth studying. Hallucinations. Has Jenny really passed away? Or is she trapped in a hallucination? Or maybe, Rule 10 itself is problematic? Outside, in the live broadcast room, countless people were discussing the new rules. I suspect the dog has a problem. I feel like you're always talking nonsense. By the way, were those scenes Jiang saw on the stairs hallucinations? It should be. I thought Jiang was going to jump, oh my god, so high, I could feel the fear even through the screen. Mubai can even kick a train to explode. I think the most important thing for Jiang now is to find the nursery rhyme. But it seems Jiang is planning to rest. Mubai, go to sleep. The prestigious Green Diamond member, the running deer, sent 1,000 flowers. In the dormitory, Jiang Mubai lay on the bed, thinking about the next plan. First, his primary task was to find the wishing well and destroy it. He believed this was definitely related to the clues for passing the game. This was also why he wasn't looking for the nursery rhyme. He didn't need the nursery rhyme, seeing the wishing well was the real goal. As for the second task, it was to find Michelle. He had already seen her from afar through Jenny. It was definitely her. As long as he saw her again, he could directly reverse her state. After passing the game, he could take her away. Now the question was whether he should enter that illusion. If he really did, the strange body awakening would undoubtedly make all his actions absurd and twisted. This would create uncontrollable factors for his upcoming actions. This was really troublesome. Jiang Mubai didn't have a better solution for the moment. He could only choose to wait. He believed the event would definitely come. Following the event, finding loopholes in the rules, this was currently the most feasible plan. While he was deep in thought, the door suddenly knocked. Chapter 119, Nursery Rhyme. With a hurried knock, the door was pushed open. A woman in a blue dress, her face blurry, stood at the door. Jiang Mubai? She spoke while writing on a form in her hand. Today it's your turn for duty. You can choose to go out and find a job yourself, or accept a volunteer assignment from the orphanage. Leo from Green Street A5-101 has requested clothes washing work for 3 days. Her voice was very calm, with no emotion in it. Jiang Mubai sized her up. From her build, he could tell she was probably around 30 years old. She should be a staff member here. I've already donated supplies, do I still need to work? Jiang Mubai didn't want to leave right after arriving, and he had already discovered a clue. Yes, you still need to. Her voice remained calm. These two things don't conflict. However, considering the supplies you donated, this room is for your exclusive use. Jiang Mubai lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Find a job yourself, do you have any requirements? Just satisfy my dinner needs, and bring back a potato. Jiang Mubai nodded, this was not difficult for him. Considering the clues he had gathered, Jiang Mubai decided not to waste time. He walked to the railing and looked down, still seeing several figures below. Jiang Mubai even saw Jenny holding Michelle's hand, but it seemed they were arguing. Can you see what's happening down there? The woman was slightly stunned, her eyes instantly turned cold. You've been contaminated, go back to your room and chant the nursery rhyme. Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned. A nursery rhyme can prevent contamination? I don't know any nursery rhymes. Without saying a word, the woman hurriedly took out a new form and wrote on the back. Soon, a nursery rhyme with simple musical notation was written. The musical notation was not difficult. Jiang Mubai had seen related materials in the psychiatric hospital, and some patients were even musical geniuses. He just read it once and could hum it lightly. Jiang Mubai took the nursery rhyme, and seeing the woman still vigilantly watching him, he immediately began to sing. 1 eye half open, 3 ears, 4 legs. This child is so cute, we look so strange. 3 pairs of eyes with no mouth, legs beside the ears. Don't ask who he is, we are all cowards. The eerie tune, the twisted words, as Jiang Mubai sang them, a faint red light appeared around him. Ding, the eerie body has awakened, 99.99%. The hidden madness flashed across his eyes, and Jiang Mubai slammed the door shut with a bang. The woman silently watched this scene and left. After she left, the door where Jiang Mubai was disappeared in an instant. Then, at the stairs on the first floor, a blue door appeared again. What's going on? Are you stupid? Can't you tell Jianggu has been contaminated? Shut up, don't you know Jianggu isn't afraid of contamination? But Jianggu sang the nursery rhyme, it means he knows his own state. Am I the only one who likes this nursery rhyme? No, don't sing, help. The Eerie Tales Management Bureau. Li Fei and the others also received an extremely terrifying report. All around the world, everyone who watched Jiang Mubai's live broadcast, as long as they sang that nursery rhyme, they all inexplicably saw a blue door. This was undoubtedly terrifying, no less than the arrival of Eerie Tales. No one knew what the blue door was, they only heard the frantic barking of dogs. What's going on here? Do you have any thoughts? Li Fei looked sternly at the group of experts. The experts looked at each other, no one answered. After all, this involved the eerie realm, far beyond their understanding. Li Fei looked at them and sighed. It wasn't their fault. They were all ordinary people, even though they had come far in their respective fields, they were still ordinary people. He just felt deeply powerless. The Eerie Tales had already begun to infiltrate the real world in this way. SS and SSS level beings, how terrifying would they be? Captain Lee, the nursery rhyme has been blocked, what do we do next? Those damn people in Beautiful Country are slandering us again. Public opinion is very unfavorable for us, Beautiful Country, 7 Black Country, and others are demanding an explanation from us. As the messages came in, Li Fei clenched his right fist. Explanation? They're the ones imitating it, what explanation do we owe them? A bunch of fence-sitters, don't mind them. Li Fei's voice was cold as he picked up the phone and cursed at the person in charge of 7 Black Country. Ben Jui's face was dark as he listened to the translation, trembling with anger. At the same time, in live broadcast rooms worldwide, various bullet screens were scrolling wildly. OMG, the stupid Dragon Country's lunatic has harmed the whole world. Dragon Country must give us an explanation, Smita. Don't explain, you've been explaining every day but I haven't seen you take any action. What do you know, Sane Country? We need to listen to Beautiful Country, Daddy. Your fathers no longer recognize you, Wula. In the mirrored parallel space, Jiang Mubai was standing in front of the vanity, curiously staring at the shattered mirror before him. In the broken mirror, a large black dog was barking wildly. Behind the dog, there were all sorts of strange creatures, a duck with the head of a rat, singing rabbits, dancing maggots, and so on. The big dog seemed to be their leader. Every time it barked, it moved a step closer to the mirror. If it continued barking like this, it was very likely to jump out of the mirror. This scene was undoubtedly terrifying, but Jiang Mubai was different. He looked at the rat-headed duck, his eyes sparkling with a strange light. He thought of the cat. I wonder if it would eat something like this. Maybe I can catch one and give it a try. Woof woof, woof woof woof. The big dog continued to bark. Suddenly, ripples like water waves spread across the mirror. Jiang Mubei's eyes widened, and as the dog was only a few steps away from the mirror, Jiang Mubai suddenly reached out, grabbing at the mirror. Oh whoa! The big dog's cry of pain came from the mirror. Jiang Mubai ignored it and pulled the dog out, slapping it 3 times across the face. The dog spun in place in pain, and Jiang Mubai, seeing this, kicked it once more. Then, the big black dog obediently crouched beside him, its tail between its legs. Jiang Mubai looked at the dog with satisfaction. You, get me a rat-headed duck. Awoo, awoo. The big dog didn't dare bark anymore, it only gave a soft whimper and ran into the mirror to fetch a rat-headed duck. Jiang Mubai curiously watched it, then knocked it out with a quick motion. After a while, when I see that Persian cat, I'll let it eat. Maybe I'll ask it about the wishing pool too. Jiang Mubai thought to himself quietly. Meanwhile, on top of a statue in an orphanage, Fei Zi was happily licking her paw, ready to enjoy the dried fish. At that moment, she suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. It was as if some ominous premonition was about to happen. The feeling was so strong that even the small fish in front of her no longer smelled good. Meow, what's happening? Fei Zi looked around in confusion, but everything was still silent. There was nothing there. Chapter 120, Meeting Michelle Again. Jiang Mubai casually tossed the rat-headed duck aside and looked at the door. The dog problem was solved, the volunteer issue was resolved, and now he needed to find the wishing pool. The staff's method of determining pollution seemed to depend on whether they saw illusions. If that's the case, all I have to do is pretend I didn't see it. Jiang Mubai walked to the door and gently opened it. Creak. With the sound of the handle turning, the door opened. Outside, several figures were walking busily, holding trays and bowls, heading towards the large door nearby. Is this the first floor? Have I entered the illusion? A brief moment of confusion flashed in Jiang Mubei's eyes, but then he realized the reason. This place should only be accessible once a certain level is reached. If I'm not mistaken, it's the dog. When I was contaminated and heard the dog barking, I unknowingly arrived at the blue room on the first floor. According to the usual process, chanting the nursery rhyme to ease it would allow me to leave. But for some reason, that nursery rhyme seemed to awaken something strange in me even more. That's why I can stay in this room and directly enter the illusion. Interesting. Could it be that when I first came here, I was already in the illusion, just not noticing it? Jiang Mubai curiously looked around. At this moment, the busy figures had already entered the restaurant. One by one, young women dressed in grey robes quickly ran towards Jiang Mubai. What are you doing? Hurry up and wash your hands. Are you talking to me? Is there anyone else here? The woman looked at Jiang Mubai strangely, then quickly left. Jiang Mubai thought for a moment, then followed her. Since he was here, he might as well take a look first. He was not sure if he could come back after leaving. After entering the dining hall, Jiang Mubai queued at the side near the entrance. Those people were the children lining up to wash their hands. Jiang Mubai's height made him very noticeable here, countless eyes turned toward him. He began searching around as well. Soon, he saw Jenny and Michelle at the end of the long table. Jenny was looking at Jiang Mubai, her eyes a little avoiding his. Sister, do you know him? So strange, never seen before, is he new? Michelle's curious voice suddenly broke the silence. This made Jenny nervous. She lightly tapped Michelle's hand and lowered her head to look at her own bowl. Seeing this, Michelle quickly withdrew her small hand and sat properly. She wanted to ask more, but seeing Jenny's expression, she could only pout and stay silent. Jiang Mubai could still feel her gaze occasionally looking at him. He looked at Michelle and showed a gentle smile. This made Jenny even more nervous. She always felt that the way this person looked at Michelle was very strange. She worried that Jiang Mubai might be a pervert. Michelle, that person said he is your friend, do you know him? Jenny whispered. Michelle widened her eyes, looking at Jiang Mubai entering the washing room, appearing confused. I don't know him. Then this person must be a pervert. Look at his eyes, he definitely has bad intentions, don't you dare talk to him. But Sister Jenny, isn't this an orphanage? Aren't we like a family? No, Michelle, this place is unusual, we must escape from this orphanage. While they spoke, Jiang Mubai came over. Jenny immediately pulled Michelle and kept silent. Jiang Mubai looked at Jenny curiously and sat across from her. Just as he was about to ask Michelle something, a woman's voice suddenly came. Time to eat. A woman in a blue long robe suddenly appeared at the entrance of the dining table. She looked at the group of sitting children, her gaze passing over Jiang Mubai. During lunch, talking is forbidden. Now, begin the pre-meal prayer. The children obediently closed their eyes and placed their hands on their chests. Jiang Mubai did not know this ritual, but he could imitate them. After all, he could hear what they prayed for. Closing his eyes, lowering his head, and quietly finishing the prayer, Jiang Mubai opened his eyes. The woman in the blue robe now sat next to him, a strange light flashing in her eyes. You are the child who donated supplies before entering, right? God praises your mercy. Because of those foods, the children can have vegetables in their lunch. The woman spoke gently, but Jiang Mubai frowned. Isn't this an illusion? He raised his head and looked at the wall ahead. Rules were posted there. Griffinlo Orphanage Rules, 2. For someone whose strange body had awakened 99.99%, most rules did not affect him much. But he still did not want to break the rules. Because in Rule 2, there were 2 rules. 7. During meals, no talking in any form is allowed. This is blasphemy to the gods. 9. Children who break the rules will be forever expelled from here. God, expelled. These 2 words made him somewhat wary. The former was an unknown presence until now. The latter might very well make him leave this illusion. Jiang Mubai felt this was the woman's purpose. He did not want to leave, he had not taken Michelle away yet. Of course, with his strange body fully awakened to 100%, he could ignore the rules and stay forcibly. But he had a premonition. Next awakening would be far beyond just 100%. Jiang Mubai said nothing, looking at his plate. Somehow, there was now potato and vegetable soup in it. Jiang Mubai looked around and saw that behind him, a fat woman had just left. She was the one responsible for giving food to each child. Glug, glug. Jiang Mubai picked up the spoon and started eating. The best approach now was to act like he was part of the orphanage, following its rules. Seeing that Jiang Mubai was silent, a red light flashed in the woman's eyes, then she smiled and stood up. Enjoy your meal, this is a gift from the gods. After speaking, she disappeared. Jiang Mubai stayed silent from start to finish until the meal was over. Alright, children, please take your plates to the cart. Next, we will do a group cleaning. Michelle, Jenny, you two cannot be together, and don't help her with everything. While speaking, the woman suddenly turned her gaze to Jenny and spoke coldly. Jenny instinctively lowered her head and nodded. Understood, Sister Marion. The woman nodded, then looked at Michelle. Michelle, today you will finish part of the cafeteria work alone. After cleaning, wash the bowls. This is punishment for wasting food last time. No. As soon as the woman finished speaking, Michelle's childish voice came out. Her eyes were stubborn, and a hint of grievance appeared on her face. Hearing this, the woman's eyes instantly turned icy. A long whip appeared in her hand, swinging sharply at Michelle. Crack! A crisp sound, and Michelle's back clothes tore immediately, leaving a blood-red mark on her pale back. This is a warning, act again and you will not eat for 3 days. Michelle cried in grievance. Jiang Mubai watched from the side, frowning slightly. Is she really Michelle? Chapter 121 SSS level clearance? I have been noticing 2 words, God, do you know what this is? Who knows, maybe it's just a title. By the way, what is Brother Jiang planning now? He won't interfere again, right? When has Brother Mubai ever made a wrong decision? Maybe it's now. In the parallel space. Jiang Mubai was already walking towards Michelle. As he moved, countless eyes turned to him. After all, he looked like the oldest among all the children. Hee, new child, do you have something to do? A gentle voice suddenly sounded, Marion blocking Jiang Mubai's way. Jiang Mubai looked at Marion, her coffee-colored long hair pinned up with a wooden pin, brown eyes full of peace and kindness. But Jiang Mubai knew, she was tainted. She was strange. Different, extremely special, strange. I just want to see her. Jiang Mubai said while walking toward Marion. Marion chuckled lightly, looked at Michelle with interest, then turned her head to Jiang Mubai. Stop your steps, child, I know your abilities. Although I miss being human, my state is still fine now. Hearing Marion, all the children looked terrified, quickly lowering their heads and starting to busy themselves. Only Michelle still stood in place. Jiang Mubai stopped walking. His idea to try to reverse Marion's state had been seen through. Although Jiang Mubai did not expect this method to work, Marion's vigilance was much higher than he imagined. You are the director? Jiang Mubai looked down, thinking for a moment, then at Marion. The first one. Which one was Talon? The previous one, you asked me 2 questions, and my answers obviously go beyond what you should know. Now, it's my turn to ask. Jiang Mubai nodded. Marion continued to look at Jiang Mubai. After a moment, she asked. What exactly are you? Jiang Mubai touched his chin. Currently I am probably not human, but a little different from you. This should be why it fears, you seem to have a contract on you. Contract? Jiang Mubai didn't really understand this, he thought carefully, maybe it was that missing good friend who did it. He knew a lot. Forget it, second question. You, want to take Michelle away? Marianne didn't hide her voice, everyone could hear her words. Michelle was quietly looking at Jiang Mubai, but hearing Marianne's words, her face instantly turned pale. She immediately remembered what Jenny had told her, her little hands flailing nervously in front of her. No, I don't know you, I won't go with you. Her eyes opened wide, showing a trace of panic. Jiang Mubai looked at her, sighed lightly, he looked at Michelle with a trace of gentleness in his eyes. Michelle, if you don't want to, I won't force you, I just hope you. No, I'm not going anywhere, I want to be with Sister Jenny. Michelle kept waving her hands, she stepped back 2 steps in fear, clearly in her heart, Jiang Mubai was already linked with a bad person. Marianne stood to the side, smiling as she watched the scene. Child, you heard the answer, give up. She doesn't want to, you can't take her away. As Marianne spoke, a flash of extreme red light appeared in her eyes. Jiang Mubai instantly felt his hair stand on end, he stepped back 2 steps, shock flashing across his face. Is it you? How could it be, you are not. Shoo. Marianne put her finger in front of Jiang Mubai's lips. I am everywhere. Listen to my advice, leave. This is my deal with you, if you agree, go back to the room, inside is what you want. If you give up, I can't guarantee what will happen next, you surely won't want to see it, Death Castle is ready. Marianne whispered a few words, then left, before leaving she spoke to another woman in grey robes. Children, continue, Rose, arrange the tasks. Jiang Mubai looked at her back, struggle in his eyes. He slowly walked towards the stairs. There, a blue door had appeared. Jiang Mubai stood in front of the door, he reached out his hand, then pulled it back. After repeating a few times, he finally pushed the door open. Inside, it was empty, only a black paper note on the ground. Jiang Mubai walked over, gently picked it up. As he looked at it, his heart couldn't help but pound. SSS level completion condition, kindness. You have gained its friendship, Marianne's blessing, stay in the blue room for 3 days to complete, reward as follows. 1. Jiang Shasha and Jiang Lily soul redemption. 2. During your survival, Dragon Country permanently immune to ghost stories. 3. All Dragon Country resources, increased by 100 times. 4. Cancer cure method. 5. 7 full rewards, plus unknown future rewards, made everyone go crazy. Damn, this is, completed? It's kindness? What kind of condition is this? Look at this reward, Dragon Country number 1. It's kindness, what is it? Who cares what it is, it has kindness, that's enough. We're rich. Ghost Story Management Bureau. Li Fei and others also looked at this scene in confusion. Quick, send a message, we still have a chance, Captain Li. Yes, don't let Mubai leave that door, must keep him calm. No, I think he should not be calm, should be impulsive, if he calms down, maybe he will leave. Yes, in short, must make him agree. Experts all spoke urging him. Li Fei also watched in shock at this scene. Honestly, he didn't know how to judge. Calm down. First he comforted the excited experts, then picked up the phone and started dialing. Dragon Country, Imperial Capital, a single hospital room. Zhang Jintian was lying on the hospital bed, wearing a respirator, looking at the tablet supported by a stand at the bedside. His right hand held an old mobile phone to his ear. Who? Mubai. Zhang Jintian spoke weakly, every few words, he had to gasp heavily. On the phone, Li Fei's excited voice came. Jiang, Captain Jiang, sorry to disturb you now, I don't know what to do, currently we still have just a hint of opportunity. Li Fei, who? Strange tale, won't have, good intention. But, Captain Jiang, you also saw, the reward, that reward could only be for you, and, your body. Li Fei. Zhang Jintian's voice carried a trace of pain. Do not be fooled. Chapter 122, Trade and Purpose. Bureau of Strange Tales. Li Fei listened to Zhang Jintian's words, his right hand clenched tightly. After a moment, he returned to the meeting room. At this moment, all the experts were waiting for him. Li Fei looked at them, then at Mubai, gritted his teeth, and spoke. Xiaoke, send a message, let Jiang Mubai try to stay in the blue room. Bai Xiaoke left quickly after hearing it. Meanwhile, all over the world, all countries where the chosen ones still survived, once again fell into unparalleled shock. Jiang Mubai, this lunatic, once again, received the favor of the strange tale. This time, he even gained the friendship of it. How is this possible? This is not fair. Moreover, through Jiang Mubai's livestream, they discovered a secret. Jiang Mubai is not human. He is bizarre. At this moment, led by Pretty Country, a group of fence-sitters again switched sides and demanded that Dragon Country give an explanation. Either hand over the way to make the chosen one stronger, or let Jiang Mubai die. For this, Li Fei handled it the same as Zhang Zhentian, never indulging them. As public opinion rose, Li Fei imposed various sanctions on all fence-sitter countries. Having experienced 3 strange tales, Dragon Country, with its original strength, was already very powerful. Some small countries regretted bitterly on the day Dragon Country announced sanctions. Park Ganglai of Pickle Country, at this moment, even found his pickles tasteless. Of course, his pickles always had a little secret inside. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai did not know these. At this moment, he was looking at the illusory prompt appearing before him. The Bureau of Strange Tales hoped he would choose SSS level clearance. He did not feel surprised about this. If it were him, he would make the same choice. But at this moment, his heart was full of struggle. SSS clearance, for him, was very easy. He believed, staying here, it would make no extra moves, and he could safely pass, getting many rewards. The price was, he had to give up saving Michelle. This might be his only chance. Jiang Mubai sat on the bed, hands on his cheeks, recalling everything that happened with the divine creature. Michelle was dead. When she left, she was happy. Maybe that was enough. And just now, she said she did not want to leave with him. Ah. With a light sigh, Jiang Mubai lay on the bed, looking at the clock above the door, and closed his eyes. He tried to stop himself from thinking about other things. Soon, a day passed. This day was unusually peaceful. In his room, even clean water and food appeared from nowhere. This scene made people in the live stream very envious. Brother Jiang, this is not a strange tale challenge, this is a vacation. Do you think the food is safe? Brother Mubai is not afraid of pollution. By the way, if Brother Jiang just lies like this, we don't need to keep watching, right? Qingshan Mental Hospital is cooperating with the toy factory again, this time releasing Mubai acrylic boards with all kinds of poses. The director is talented. Outside, countless people in Dragon Country showed relaxed expressions. Soon, they would again witness another clearance. This was undoubtedly thrilling, and people had already started celebrating. In the strange tale space, Jiang Mubai still lived a life of eating and sleeping and eating. In the strange tale, maybe he was the only one doing this. Time passed again, and in the blink of an eye, only 1 hour remained before Jiang Mubai left. Li Fei and the others had already prepared to welcome Jiang Mubai. Countless people were cheering. People from other countries, seeing this, were naturally envious, jealous, and hateful, but they could do nothing about it. They could only watch helplessly as all of this happened. OMG, the crazy person from Dragon Country, please go crazy already. Go out, Simaida, passing Dragon Country is worse than killing me. Then why don't you just die, Yura? Strange Tales, open your eyes, hurry and kill this crazy person. While those jealous and envious people were cursing Jiang Mubai's blue door was knocked on. This scene instantly made everyone in the livestream sit up straight. Ha, our prayers have worked. Hurry and open the door, go out Simaida. Romantic, too romantic, go for it, crazy person. In the mirrored parallel space. Jiang Mubai heard the urgent knocking outside the door and frowned slightly. There was less than an hour left. Why was there a change? This wasn't caused by it, it was someone else, not Marion, but who? Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking became more frantic. Jiang Mubai got out of bed and walked towards the door. His hand rested on the doorknob. Who is it? Jiang Mubai cautiously asked. There was no answer outside the door. Only louder and more intense knocking. Damn, Brother Jiang won't be falling into a trap, will he? Impossible, if it's really like this, how could we fight? It could be a variable. No, please, Brother Jiang, don't open the door. The people in the livestream were praying desperately. Jiang Mubai's brow was tightly furrowed. He couldn't feel what was outside. This blue door seemed to block many things. Only by opening the door could he know. Jiang Mubai was still hesitating, and the knocking from outside grew more intense. He even faintly heard some movement. It seemed to be Jenny's voice. She came to find him, for what? Jiang Mubai's right hand trembled, he had already guessed the reason. Maybe it was Michelle. Jiang Mubai took a few deep breaths. Click. With a soft sound, Jiang Mubai opened the door. Boom. A terrifying black smoke instantly rushed into the room. Jiang Mubai was immediately covered by the dense smoke. But then, a darker light appeared on his body. The smoke dissipated. The scene outside appeared before Jiang Mubai. In the hall, it was now empty. The broken floor, the old ceiling, everything was just like when he first entered. Only on the floor was a torn calendar paper. July 23, 1998. The calendar paper had been torn, but the blank page behind it could still be seen, with a crooked sentence written on it. Jiang Mubai's pupils immediately shrank when he saw it. How could this be? He took a few steps back, unable to believe it. He quickly touched his clothes, and the ancient Garen coin hidden inside had disappeared. When? Jiang Mubai carefully recalled every detail. This orphanage had only one person he had been in close contact with. Marion. She stole his coin. So this was the trade condition and purpose for passing the SSS level challenge. Jiang Mubai took a deep breath. He looked again at the childish note written on the calendar paper. It only had one sentence. Help her, Michelle, made a wish. Chapter 123, 404. Jiang Mubai's face turned grim. He had still been schemed against. He had originally thought Michelle had already made her wish, and he just needed to find out what it was. But he didn't expect that the time he arrived was before Michelle made her wish. That unknown existence, perhaps a god, gave him the SSS level reward with the ultimate goal of making him miss Michelle's wish. Now she had completed her wish, and if he wanted to save Michelle, he would only be able to tear apart the contract using strange abilities. But doing so would require him to bear the backlash of breaking the contract. His ability had been corrupted. Breaking the contract came with a price. Its purpose was to make him bear the cost, so that one day in the future, it could strike him down. Maybe, he would never wait for the future. With its malice, perhaps it already set up a trap in these past few days. Of course, he could choose not to save Michelle, but Jiang Mubai believed that it would definitely find a way to pull him in. Otherwise, how could Marion, no, Tony, possibly let Jenny pass the message to him? It seems that he needs to meet this dead and reborn old friend with a new face. Jiang Mubai looked at the empty hall outside, a flash of madness crossing his eyes. But he quickly calmed down. He looked at the calendar paper in his hand again, folded it, then grabbed the mouse head duck and walked outside. Wait, what's going on? Jiang Ge went out? Not good, big trouble, brothers quickly log on. Jiang Ge ran out. What happened, why? I'm so angry, we were about to finish, why did Jiang Ge run out? Maybe his mental illness kicked in, Smita. Good news, huge news, the Dragon Kingdom's mental patient went out. Our prayers were answered, it must be God helping us, Ghost Stories, you're too great. Ghost Stories Bureau. Li Fei and others looked at Jiang Mubai with equally ugly expressions. Just a second ago, those experts were still celebrating, believing that clearing the game was a done deal. There was less than an hour left, everyone could feel that the massive reward was within reach. But before they could celebrate for long, the scene of Jiang Mubai opening the door appeared on the screen. Just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, Jiang Mubai left. No! Countless experts screamed, holding their heads. Team Li, quick, contact him. We still have hints, don't be stupid. That's an SSS level reward, what was he thinking? Has he thought about us? Li Fei looked at those shouting madly and slapped the table heavily. Quiet. Everyone immediately fell silent, but they still looked at Li Fei with unwilling eyes. Li Fei swept his gaze over the crowd, took a deep breath. We don't need to question Mubai's decision. When you doubt him, don't forget, he has cleared the ghost stories 3 times, and solved the crisis in the real world. Everyone fell silent, they lowered their heads, feeling ashamed. Seeing this, Li Fei didn't continue to blame them, he looked at the big screen. The last hint opportunity must not be wasted. Xiao Ko, you take a team and continue investigating this orphanage, I don't believe they can hide the news from us. Team Li, what about the hints? Based on Team Zhang's experience, we should calm Jiang Mubai down now. An old expert hesitated for a moment and spoke up with his suggestion. Li Fei turned his head and looked at him, his gaze calm yet carrying authority. That's Team Zhang, the current commander is me. Compared to Team Zhang, I trust Mubai more, he doesn't need us to hint at his mental state, what he needs are the information we don't know. Li Fei's voice was unquestionable, and after hearing it, the expert team nodded and remained silent. Everyone in their hearts might not agree, but as the person in charge, Li Fei's decisions must be followed. Otherwise, with everyone having different ideas, things would definitely go wrong. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai had already reached the door. The empty hall was now completely deserted. Everything had returned to the starting point, but Jiang Mubai had found a way. Marion, Barbara, Tony. Are you one person, or 2 people? Clack, clack, clack. Jiang Mubai walked up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was different from the 3rd floor, if the 3rd floor was a straight corridor, the 2nd floor was a circular hallway. This layout was strange, because the space on the 3rd floor was clearly larger than on the 2nd, which almost defied the laws of physics. It was a bit like the 2nd and 3rd floors were swapped. Considering this was the Ghost Stories world, Jiang Mubai had already seen the Penrose staircase, so seeing this layout, It seems there's nothing too extraordinary. Jiang Mubai continued walking down the corridor, several rooms flashing by in front of him. 201, 202, 203, 404. 404. Jiang Mubai stopped in his tracks, his eyes landing on the familiar blood-colored door, a hint of sorrow flashing in his eyes. This room brought him bad memories. He never got to see that girl in the end. Jiang Mubai stood before the door, gently placing his hand on the doorknob. Same room, same number. If he opened it, would he see her? Jiang Mubai didn't know. His hand remained on the door for a long moment, before he withdrew it. In the end, he turned and walked away. This is Griffinlo Orphanage. This is not Lily Valley Girls' School. Absolutely, he cannot let the information before him mislead him again. A determined look flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes as he left. Without looking back. After he left, the door to room 404 quietly opened. From inside, a girl in a blood-colored school uniform walked out. Her pale hands clutched the edge of her clothes, her head lowered, her long, dark hair covering her face, with only her black eyes faintly visible. She stood frozen in place, watching Jiang Mubai's retreating figure. But then, a hint of bloodthirsty madness flashed in her eyes. Bang! The girl returned to the room, slamming the door shut. Then, 404 vanished. Everything felt like an illusion. Jiang Mubai continued walking forward. 204, 205, 206. All the room doors here were the same, dark yellow wooden doors. Jiang Mubai didn't feel anything different. From the distance and his perception, Jiang Mubai felt like he had circled around this circular corridor once. But the room numbers were still changing. 242, 243, 244. Jiang Mubai didn't care about these, he kept walking. He wasn't looking for a specific room, but for Fei Zi, the Persian cat. He believed that little thing must know something. Just as he was seriously searching, a small hair floated past his eyes. Jiang Mubai looked at the cat hair, a smile spreading across his face. Found it. Chapter 124, The Clever Fei Zi. Jiang Mubai looked in the direction where the hair had floated. He saw that outside the fence, a statue of an angel had mysteriously appeared. The Persian cat was lying on top of the statue. At this moment, it hadn't noticed Jiang Mubai at all, comfortably licking its paw. Jiang Mubai looked at the Persian cat, then glanced around. This circular floor seemed to show different scenes in different spots. That's why he hadn't seen it earlier. What would happen if he went over now? With that thought, he gripped the railing, his right hand applying a little force, transforming into a shadow as he flew toward the statue. Bang! Jiang Mubai landed steadily next to Fei Zi, the Persian cat. Fei Zi was startled, its fur puffed up in an instant, its body arched as it stared at Jiang Mubai. Why are you here again, meow? Jiang Mubai glanced at it, then handed it a mouse head duck. I have something to ask you, this is a gift for you. Fei Zi looked at the mouse head duck, its cat face clearly disapproving. I don't eat that, meow, I want dried fish. Where is the dried fish? Meow, the dried fish is in Principal Barbara's drawer. Principal? Jiang Mubai furrowed his brows. Isn't Miss Barbara the assistant principal? I don't know, meow, do you have dried fish? If you have dried fish, I'll tell you where the wishing pool is, meow. Jiang Mubai gave Fei Zi a look. I'm not going to the wishing pool, I'm looking for Michelle, a little blonde girl. She made a wish yesterday. Fei Zi lay back down on the shoulder of the statue, tilted its head, thought for a moment, and shook its head. Nobody made a wish yesterday, I went to check. Did you go back to the past, meow? The past? A hint of confusion flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Was this already the past? And then, had it gone back to the past again? This is the past of the past, past perfect tense? Damn grammar. Dragon language doesn't have this saying at all. Jiang Mubei's brow furrowed even deeper. What is today's date? July 24th, 1987, meow. No, the time matches, he hasn't gone back to the past. What's going on? Is it lying to me? Jiang Mubai looked at Fei Zi again, his gaze a bit unfriendly. Fei Zi quickly sensed it, and fear made it shuffle backwards. What do you want, meow? I think you're lying to me. No, I wouldn't lie, meow, today is the 24th, on the 24th there's fish head to eat, meow. Then you're hiding something from me. Do you know Marion? No, I don't know her. You're lying. Jiang Mubai grabbed Fei Zi up with one hand, this cat wouldn't be honest unless beaten. Fei Zi was terrified and its four legs kicked wildly. Meow meow meow, let me go, meow. Take me to Marion, or I'll feed you rat head duck. Jiang Mubai placed the rat head duck in front of Fei Zi. If Fizi refused, he would definitely shove it into its mouth. Seeing the rat head duck in Jiang Mubei's hand, even Fizi felt a chill. Its already flat nose and eyes-aligned face twisted even further. It's a cat. When starving, it would eat mice. But it's not crazy. This thing absolutely cannot be eaten. Fizi began to struggle wildly. Meow meow meow, I'll take you, let me go. No, we go together. No meow, no meow, Marion is a bad woman, she's very dangerous. Then it depends on your choice, do you think she's dangerous, or do you think I'm dangerous? Jiang Mubei's eyes were pitch black, his madness deepening into something more sinister. Fizi shuddered when it saw it. Marion is very dangerous, there's no doubt about that. But she's very normal. In most cases, she can be communicated with. And this person in front of me. Not only does he feel dangerous, the most terrifying thing is, he seems a bit mentally unstable. What if he loses control and kills me, meow? Meow woo. Fizi's voice was twisted with fear. I'll take you, meow, please don't do anything rash, meow. Good. Jiang Mubei grabbed its neck and jumped back to the second-floor hallway. He had just left the statue, but after walking only a few steps, the statue disappeared. Jiang Mubei looked curiously at the hall below. Every step he took made the scene change slightly. It was like a moving maze. What's going on? Jiang Mubei asked, looking at Fizi. This time, Fizi was quiet. It quickly spoke up, I don't know, meow, the second floor is like a running wheel, running around will get you lost. Running wheel? That description was quite fitting. Jiang Mubei didn't speak much, he stayed close to the railing and walked while observing. He tried to observe some details from it. But after walking for a while, there was no change other than the scenery being different. Where exactly is Marion? Jiang Mubei's face darkened again. Fizi noticed and its cat face scrunched up, quickly speaking. Marion is very special, Marion is really special, meow. As long as you're in the mirror room, just say her name in front of the mirror, meow. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Mubei grabbed Fizi and gave it a fierce look. He really wanted to slap it twice right now. Fizi trembled with fear, its eyes turning red. Of course, whether its eyes turned red or not didn't matter to Jiang Mubei. He was confident he could deal with this cat. Bang! Jiang Mubei reached the door of room 288, kicked it open, and entered. The room was covered in dust, empty with no one inside. Jiang Mubei ignored the messy room and started searching for the mirror. But there was nothing in this room. Where's the mirror? They're afraid of mirrors, so they must have hidden them. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Mubei slapped Fizi's backside, and Fizi kicked its four legs wildly. You didn't ask me, meow. Fizi's voice was full of grievance. Jiang Mubei snorted coldly, then placed Fizi down on the floor. You, find me a mirror, and if you dare run. Jiang Mubei didn't finish his sentence and shot another fierce look at Fizi. Fizi immediately understood his meaning. It quickly nodded. I definitely won't run, meow. Fizi said, backing up. It had already made up its mind. As soon as it was out of Jiang Mubei's sight, it would immediately go find Director Barbara. This madman, it didn't want to stay a second longer by his side. Jiang Mubai looked at Fizi, his eyes calm, without a ripple, then turned his head and continued searching the room door. Bang! This time, he kicked open room 289's door and walked in without hesitation. Fizi saw this and its cat eyes instantly widened, its fur standing up in excitement, and it dashed off running. It ran around the second floor for a full 3 minutes before stopping, then leaped down to the floor below. Meow, meow. Fizi was panting heavily. That madman is too scary, meow. No, I must tell Director about his search for Marion and Michelle, meow. The Director will reward me with a lot of dried fish, meow. I must be careful and avoid him, can't let him know where the Director is, meow. I'm so smart, meow. Chapter 125, Marion. In a room at Griffinlo Orphanage. Fizi was lying on the ground, wagging its tail at a young woman dressed in a grey long dress. Miss Barbara, meow, that's how it is, that madman is looking for Michelle and Marion, meow. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, lying on a lounge chair, reading a newspaper. After hearing Fizi's words, she set the paper aside and sat up. Marion? If she's involved, it's never good. That woman, sooner or later, will kill her. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in the woman's eyes, then quickly returned to normal. By the way, don't let him get close to the wishing well, but I've made a fake one. If he insists on going, just lead him there. Meow, Miss Barbara, I have to go back, meow. That madman will kill me, meow. Fizi jumped up in fear when it heard Barbara's words. Barbara gave it a glance. Of course, you have to go back. Don't worry, he won't kill you. This time, when you return, you'll take this mirror with you. This is the mirror from Marian's first appearance. I've hidden its usage method. It's just right to test Marian's situation with it. As Barbara spoke, she took out a handheld mirror. The back of the mirror had some small notes, but after Barbara's hand brushed over it, they disappeared. Fei Zi watched from the side, waiting until Barbara finished preparing everything before it took the mirror in its mouth and left. At the orphanage, on the second floor, in room 289. Jiang Mubai was lying on the bed, quietly waiting. He made no move, just silently counted in his mind. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Fei Zi returned. It carefully stuck its head out, took a glance at Jiang Mubai, then walked in holding the mirror in its mouth. It carefully placed the mirror on the ground, then ran swiftly to the door. This is the mirror, meow. I brought it for you, meow. Jiang Mubai glanced at it and smiled. You kept your promise, I thought you'd run away. Of course not, meow, I always keep my word. My dried fish? Fei Zi asked cautiously, while it looked around, clearly still a bit traumatized by that rat-headed duck. After I ask Marian, I'll get you a duck neck treat. Jiang Mubai jumped off the bed and picked up the mirror. I don't want it, meow. At the mention of duck neck treats, Fei Zi instinctively remembered that contaminated duck, and it shook its head like a rattledrum. Jiang Mubai ignored it and carefully examined the mirror. It was a copper mirror, very old, both in shape and style. It gave him the feeling that it was something from hundreds of years ago. He suspected that it might be a strange object. Holding it in his hand, he flipped it a couple of times, then looked at Fei Zi. How did you get this copper mirror? I found it in the bathroom, meow. Why do I feel like the back of this mirror has been scratched? No, I don't know, meow. This is the only mirror I could find. Jiang Mubai nodded. He placed it on the table. Just shout Marianne's name in front of the mirror? The best time is at midnight, meow. Alright, I'll wait then. Jiang Mubai immediately agreed. Then he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. Fei Zi watched carefully from the side, confirming that he was really resting, before giving him a fierce look. It pisses me off, meow. Humph, wait until midnight. You summon Marianne, and I'll see how you deal with it. Fei Zi licked its fur, lying on the ground, starting to imagine the scene where Jiang Mubai gets torn apart. Out in the world, viewers in various livestream rooms were left somewhat confused by Jiang Mubai's actions. Why didn't Jiang Gu chase that cat just now? I have a feeling that cat definitely did something bad. Unfortunately, we're following Jiang Gu, so we can't see it. Definitely don't use that mirror. Looking into a mirror at midnight, just thinking about it is terrifying. But it seems like Jiang Gu has already decided. What should we do? What are you afraid of? Worst case, just summon that old woman. Jiang Gu has dealt with weird things like this before. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to look forward to it. On the bed, Jiang Mubai remained quiet. However, his soul had already entered a surreal space. This was 10 minutes ago. At this moment, he was following behind Fei Zi, who was running wildly, entering a grey room on the first floor. He heard all the conversations between Barbara and Fei Zi clearly. Including the rules behind the mirror, he saw it all clearly before Barbara destroyed it. Ancient Curse Mirror. 1. Do not use at 12 a.m. or Marianne will appear right in front of you. 2. To communicate safely with Marianne, place the mirror in water. 3. To use the mirror to spy on others, simply drip blood onto it. 4. After using the mirror, you will lose your shadow. Those without shadows must stay away from light. 5. Marianne is always watching you. That dead cat really didn't have good intentions. Looks like it's time to feed it a rat-head duck. Wishing pool. I didn't want to go, but it looks like I should make a trip, don't know where Missy is now. Jiang Mubai couldn't get an answer from Barbara, and the flashback ended. In the room, Fei Zi was still lying on the ground, but farther from Jiang Mubai. It had wanted to run a long time ago, but it didn't dare go against Dean Barbara's words. It could only stay near Jiang Mubai, the demon, with a stiff face. Buzz. A strange ripple flashed from Jiang Mubai's body, and he opened his eyes. Fei Zi. Jiang Mubai suddenly spoke, startling Fei Zi. What is it, meow? Where is the wishing pool? Fei Zi carefully glanced at him before saying, you can only enter the wishing pool from the red door on the first floor, meow. You're not lying to me? Jiang Mubai looked at Fei Zi. No, I wouldn't lie to you, meow. Fei Zi took 2 steps back. Jiang Mubai nodded, his gaze flashing with satisfaction. If you lie to me, you're definitely eating that rat-head duck. After speaking, Jiang Mubai immediately went to the bathroom. He took a basin from inside, filled it with water, and placed it on the table. Fizi watched this scene, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. What are you going to do, meow? Of course, I'm going to talk to Marianne. Rule 2, placing it in water will be safe. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, Fizi was so scared that its legs went weak. Meow, 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 how does he know, meow? And no way, he must be messing with me, meow. Just as Fizi was thinking in fear, Jiang Mubai had already placed the mirror in the water. Marianne, Marianne. As his words fell, ripples suddenly appeared on the water's surface, and then a familiar face appeared in the mirror. Chapter 126, Barbara's Ability. Old friend, we meet again. Accompanied by a gentle chuckle. In the water-like scene, a handsome face with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared. Jiang Mubai looked at Tony, a black light flashing in his eyes. Your state is very strange, I remember, you should have been dead. Tony shook his head with a bitter smile. In the infinite train, the one you killed was my original body, now I am only a bit of leftover consciousness. This is a bit unscientific. Jiang Mubai sighed. His words made Tony pause slightly. Science. That is too far for me, I have lived from the Marian era until now, experiencing the Red Moon catastrophe of 1999. Catastrophe? What is that? Jiang Mubai asked with curiosity. Tony glanced at Jiang Mubai. It is the time when strange tales erupted, sigh. At this point, Tony sighed deeply. Old friend, is Sasha okay now? Tony spoke again, his tone a bit weak. Jiang Mubai looked at him and shook his head. I took her off the train, she is still in a polluted state, but when I leave this time, it can be solved. Is that so, thank you? Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, a trace of relief appeared in Tony's eyes. Clearly, Jiang Sasha was a stone he could not let go in his heart. Jiang Mubai looked at Tony's weak face, also feeling some regret. Tony's state was very strange. This was not something his abilities could solve. Moreover, he felt Tony's consciousness would not last much longer. No need, what exactly is Marion? Where is Michelle? How to go to the wishing pool? Jiang Mubai asked the 3 questions he cared about most. Tony smiled bitterly again. Old friend, you ask too many questions. Because of special reasons, I cannot tell you about Marion, just remember, without absolute certainty, never summon Marion. As for the girl called Michelle and the wishing pool you mentioned, the 2 of them disappeared together, I feel the wishing pool is no longer in the orphanage. Jiang Mubai frowned tightly. This answer surprised him a bit. According to his guess, the condition to pass should be the wishing pool. If there was no way to go to the wishing pool, how could he leave here? The SSS level passing condition had already failed. Is there any way? Jiang Mubai spoke in a deep voice. Tony thought silently for a while, then answered. Yes, Barbara, she knows what to do. A red light flashed in Tony's eyes. Jiang Mubai nodded. He would go see Barbara if there was still news of Michelle, maybe only she knew. Moreover, it was strange she suddenly became the director. Jiang Mubai remembered, when he just arrived, the rules clearly wrote that Barbara was the director's assistant. And Director Tyren's death date was July 10, 1999. There was a problem here. Thanks, your information is very helpful. By the way, can you get the duck with a mouse head on the train? Make me a bowl with it. Why do you want that? Tony was a bit surprised. Nothing, I have a friend who wants to eat. Saying this, he glanced at Fitzy. At this moment, Fitzy's cat face completely froze, it ran, but Jiang Mubai moved faster. He instantly became a shadow and grabbed Fitzy. Meow 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 meow, let me go meow, I won't eat meow. Fitzy kicked with all 4 legs. Jiang Mubai ignored it. This dead cat had tricked him many times, today, he must feed it a mousehead duck. Seeing Fitzy in Jiang Mubai's hand, Tony paused slightly. Then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So this little Pinocchio, hee, my friend, you are clever. Tony smiled and waved lightly. Then, a duck neck bowl appeared in the mirror. Jiang Mubai looked at the black thing, a bit disgusted, reached out, and grabbed it. Seeing this, Fitzy's eyes almost shone with fear. Meow 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 meow, I won't trick you anymore meow, I won't eat meow. No, ha, ugh meow. Although Fitzy struggled with all its strength, it still could not resist Jiang Mubai. He violently stuffed the duck neck into its mouth. At this moment, Fitzy's tears were almost coming out. Meow, ugh. Meow, ugh. Fitzy lay on the ground, gagging every few steps. Now, looking at Jiang Mubai, its gaze was like seeing a devil. This scene made countless people in the live room stare in shock again. Is this thing really that disgusting? Damn, are you even speaking human words? If it's not disgusting, you eat one. I must be crazy to eat that. How can Brother Mubai treat the little kitty like this? He was just Your just has already caused harm to brother Jiang twice. I don't care, the kitty is so cute, how can he do this? I really like it. Damn. What kind of demon is upstairs? Jiang Mubai did not know about the outside discussion. At this moment, he was watching Fitzy with great interest. He had thought Fitzy would turn into a mouse, but unexpectedly, besides gagging, it had no other problems. He took another piece of mouse head and walked toward Fitzy. Meow meow meow, I say meow, I don't want to eat any more meow. Jiang Mubai looked at Fitzy and nodded with satisfaction. Tell me all the information you know. Remember, every mistake you make, I will feed you a duck neck. Fitzy looked at the black object in Jiang Mubai's hand with fear. If it remembered correctly. That should be a mouse head meow. Although thinking this, Fitzy did not dare to say it out loud. It carefully looked around, and after confirming no one was there, it cautiously began to speak. It is Miss Barbara. Miss Barbara told me to lie to you meow. I cannot refuse her meow, otherwise, I cannot be a cat. At this, Fitzy fell silent. Jiang Mubai glanced at it, a trace of black light flashing in his eyes. Cannot be a cat, what does that mean? Fitzy showed a fearful look in its eyes. I originally was also a human meow. One time, I secretly took food, Miss Barbara found out, she punished me, and turned me into a cat meow. Jiang Mubai nodded. He had already felt something was off about this cat, turns out it was once a human. If this cat was not lying, then Miss Barbara was even more terrifying than imagined. This ability was almost like magic. Is this her ability? Fitzy nodded in fear. Are there any trigger conditions? Trigger conditions? Fitzy clearly did not understand this. I mean, her ability to turn people into cats, can it be used without limits? Fitzy paused. Its red and blue eyes moved slightly, the cat face showing doubt. I don't know meow. I only remember, she locked me in a small dark room, asked where the food went, every time I lied, she grew bigger, later, I fainted meow. When I woke up, I had become like this meow. Interesting. Curiosity flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. He now really wanted to see this mysterious director. Chapter 127 Barbara's Malice. Wait for me here. After instructing Fitzy, Jiang Mubai went to the water basin. Tony had already disappeared at this moment. Although Jiang Mubai could summon him again, he did not plan to continue. Tony was not in good condition, and Jiang Mubai could feel a contract-like restraint on him. This was a perception that arose after he awakened, breach of contract. As a friend, he could forcibly help tear the contract, but only if the cost was not too high. With all unknowns now, Jiang Mubai did not want to do extra things. Marianne. Everything should be related to her. That woman could take the Grolon coin from him without anyone noticing. This already proved how dangerous she was. Putting away the copper mirror, Jiang Mubai walked toward Fitzy. Let's go, find Barbara. Fitzy heard it and hurriedly stood up. Can I go too, meow? Of course, don't you want to turn back into a human? Fitzy was silent, carefully following Jiang Mubai. Can I still turn back, meow? I don't know, but Barbara is in danger, I will take care of her, give me some of her personal information. Jiang Mubai prepared to find similarities between Barbara and himself in advance. They walked and talked at the same time. Jiang Mubai already knew Barbara's residence through flashback. But to prevent accidents, he decided to bring Fitzy along. This time Fitzy was obedient and told Jiang Mubai everything. Even what color leggings Barbara wore, he told clearly. Jiang Mubai was satisfied but still kept a guard. After all, Tony could call it Little Pinocchio. Soon, they arrived at room 297. Fitzy was lying on the railing, wagging its tail, looking below. Do you see the number on that door? Director Barbara is at door number 3, meow. Jiang Mubai followed its gaze. Below, the hall had turned into a square with doors on all 4 sides. And that door number 3 was where Fitzy had gone before. This time you are obedient. He patted Fitzy's head. Fitzy shook its head unhappily. You help me find Michelle, I will go see Barbara. If you can help me find her, I don't mind helping you solve your problem. Oh really, meow? Fitzy's eyes instantly lit up when it heard Jiang Mubai's words. Of course it's real, as long as you can help me find her. Jiang Mubai spoke calmly. He already had an idea about Fitzy's change. It was nothing more than contract, rule, and ability. The contract, he could tear apart. The rules, just need to find a way to break them. As for the ability, solving Barbara naturally would remove it. Jiang Mubai pressed the railing with his right hand and looked back at Fitzy. Okay, I'm going down, you move fast. After saying that, he pressed lightly and jumped down. Fitzy stood on the railing, watching Jiang Mubai's back, its eyes spinning around. After a moment, it seemed to decide and ran in the opposite direction. Outside. All the major live streams. Countless netizens were discussing intensely. Brothers, Jiang is going to deal with Ms. Barbara. Are we about to clear it? I don't know, this ghost story is strange. The chosen ones from other countries are still in that city, only Jiang came to the orphanage. Is it possible they are all wrong, only Jiang is right? But the chosen ones from 7 Black Country are back. Really? We didn't get any news at all. Maybe soon. The live stream in 7 Black Country just exploded. They blocked the news, but it won't hide for long. That live stream, damn, scary. Big brother, tell us, what happened? While Long Country netizens debated, 7 Black Country was in chaos. Their new chosen one, Carcass, was back. No one knew what happened. Ben Juwo was still completely confused. 7 Black Country Ghost Story Council Hall. Ben Juwo looked at the panel of experts, showing clear anxiety. Those who went to find Carcass, why did they all disappear? Who can tell me what happened? The Whitebeard experts all stared blankly at Ben Juwo. God, oh my god, Carcass must have been corrupted. He returned to 7 Black Country with a purpose. One old man suddenly held his head and shouted loudly. Hearing him, the group all showed despair in their eyes. Shut up, no matter what happened, 7 Black Country will get through it. Ben Juwo shouted, then looked at the big screen again. A line of blood-red words floated at the top of the screen. The chosen one of the 7 Black nations, Carcass, has returned. Below the blood words, Carcass' twisted smiling face turned into a picture, staring at everyone. This horrifying scene made countless people's scalps tingle. If it weren't for the fast news blockade of Hansa, the whole world might have known. No, maybe the whole world already knew. Only, they were also trapped in the same kind of dilemma. Carcass, what exactly is wrong with you? Hansa felt anxious in his heart, hesitating again and again, finally picking up the phone and dialing the Dragon Nation. Because last time he received news that Jiang Mubai had once solved the ghost stories of Dragon Nation in the real world. He had a premonition that their 7 Black nations might also be experiencing a terrifying invasion. Carcass. Hansa clenched his fists. Mirror ghost story space. Jiang Mubai had now arrived at the entrance of room 3. He casually knocked on the door and directly pushed it open. Squeak. With a sharp scraping sound, the familiar empty room appeared before Jiang Mubai. Directly in front of Jiang Mubai was a recliner. At this moment, a blonde woman, looking in her 20s, was leaning on the chair, swinging leisurely. It was Barbara. When Jiang Mubai entered through the door, she was clearly startled. But after seeing Jiang Mubai, the corners of her mouth showed a strange smile. I knew Fizz couldn't be trusted, you still came. Barbara sat up straight, looking at Jiang Mubai. Although smiling, a clear disgust flashed in her eyes. Jiang Mubai naturally noticed, but he didn't care. She hated him, he also hated her. Where are Michelle and the wishing pool? Jiang Mubai asked directly. Barbara's disgust grew when she heard this. Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? Jiang Mubai ignored her, stepped forward, directly reaching out to grab her neck. Barbara's hostility, he could feel it already in the flashback. For such an enemy, Jiang Mubai showed no mercy. Buzz. A strange fluctuation flashed and disappeared. Jiang Mubai's hand directly passed through Barbara. Barbara stood up, a sneer on her lips, her body quickly enlarging. Tell me, what is your relationship with Michelle? As Barbara spoke, strange spots flew from her mouth, rapidly expanding and in the blink of an eye flew onto Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai instantly felt his body tingle. Pollution? A cold light flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes, and a dazzling black light burst from his body. Those black spots immediately turned into scattered energy and vanished. Jiang Mubai sensed his body, except for a slight tingling in his arm, there was no discomfort. Barbara was completely shocked at this moment. She looked at Jiang Mubai in disbelief. How can this be, you? What exactly are you? Her voice was twisted and harsh. I am the same as you, both strange, only I am calmer. Jiang Mubai looked at her, a madness flashed in his eyes. Barbara saw this, her expression slightly stiffened. Calm, these 2 words seemed hardly to relate to him. She raised her right hand, suddenly swinging at Jiang Mubai. Whoosh! Barbara's huge body had terrifying power. Before her hand touched Jiang Mubai, he felt an invisible pressure. Even though he had awakened 99% of his strange body, he felt a trace of danger. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist tightly, and also struck at Barbara. Boom! The violent air instantly exploded from the collision, then Jiang Mubai turned into a cannonball, flying out. Bang! Jiang Mubai smashed the door, hitting the wall hard. A bit of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, his eyes even darker. I see, her ability is the question that cannot be refused. Every time it is refused, her power increases a bit. Jiang Mubai figured it out. At this moment, Barbara rushed out again. Her body was 5 times bigger than Jiang Mubai's. With one hand, she could grip him. I know you, it has already given me a hint, your ability, the ability you used to kill me, what is it? Barbara spoke again, her eyes flashing with a scarlet glow. Jiang Mubai's expression darkened as he saw it. Self-reflection. He did not refuse. Although he knew Barbara's ability must have a limit, he didn't want to take the risk. Because if he kept rejecting her, to defeat Barbara, he would have to awaken his strange body once again. The consequence of doing that was that all his future actions would be uncontrollably distorted. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, Barbara smiled. Limits, this ability must have limits, what is its limitation? Jiang Mubai did not continue answering. He jumped down from the wall and quickly ran toward the stairs. Leave this place first, then talk later. Barbara watched Jiang Mubai's back, seeing through his thoughts. She suddenly stepped forward, blocking Jiang Mubai's path in 2 steps. Her body had grown even larger. It was almost touching the ceiling. Don't even think about leaving. Barbara shouted loudly, black spots flying out of her mouth. Jiang Mubai gave her a cold glance, waved his right hand, and scattered them. Seeing this, Barbara sneered, stepping forward, and blocking Jiang Mubai again. You can't escape. As she spoke, she reached for Jiang Mubai again. This time, a mark appeared in her hand. It was the mark of a cat. Jiang Mubai looked at the mark in Barbara's hand, his eyes flashing with madness. No way to dodge. No way to escape. Only resistance left. Boom! Terrifying black energy instantly erupted from his body. His hair quickly grew longer, growing wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached his waist. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 110%. Hee, ha ha ha. Jiang Mubai covered his head and laughed loudly, his voice turning into mutterings that drove people crazy. Outside, in various live streaming rooms, the originally live broadcast suddenly began to twist. It was as if an invisible force was starting to affect everything. What's going on? No signal? What nonsense are you talking about? This livestream is made by Ghost Stories. Didn't you see the image is flickering? Could it be that my brother Jiang did something? Oh my god, will brother Mubai be in danger? As the Dragon Country netizens were discussing, Jiang Mubai's laughter suddenly came from the screen. Countless viewers, hearing his laughter, were struck with darkness. They heard his muttering crazily in their ears. I'm not crazy. I'm perfectly fine. I'm not crazy. Crazy is you. I can't take it anymore, what is this? Hurry, turn off the live stream, someone beside me has already fainted. I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy, I'm not crazy. Ghost Stories Management Bureau. Li Fei and the others were also staring at the big screen with twisted faces. At this moment, in the hall, except for the determined Li Fei, everyone else began to cover their heads and scream loudly. Calm down. Li Fei's forehead bulged with veins, he endured the discomfort and shouted loudly, trying to bring those people back to their senses. But they couldn't hear, and even Li Fei, due to his loud shout, had blood-red eyes. Mubai, what happened to you? Li Fei leaned on the chair, holding his head, staring at the crazy laughing Jiang Mubai on the screen, and finally trembling, he reached out and pressed the power-off button on the projection screen. Click. With a crisp sound, countless people fainted again. Li Fei looked around at the chaotic scene, his face pale. Mubai, did you lose control? Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai stopped laughing. He looked at the giant Barbara, his eyes showing excitement. Amazing ability, an interesting ability. I'm very curious, will killing you let that cat? Barbara looked at Jiang Mubai at this moment, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. She didn't know what had happened to Jiang Mubai, but she could feel that he had changed. Don't be fooled by his small appearance right now, his body contained a terrifying power. That power could obliterate her. What are you? What exactly are you? Barbara screamed in terror, retreating wildly, but her body was too large. After only 2 steps, she bumped into the wall. Jiang Mubai smiled at her, his harmless face showing a pale smile. I don't know either, maybe I become something like my good friend. Although I really don't want to answer you, I'm in a good mood. He, ha 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 ha. He answered Barbara's question while laughing as he walked toward her. Barbara, seeing this, became even more terrified. What are you going to do? She looked at Jiang Mubai, screaming. Jiang Mubai still wore a gentle smile. I just want to send you to where you need to go. Put. His right hand instantly pierced through Barbara's chest. A strange black energy erupted with a loud bang. No, don't. Barbara screamed in horror, twisting her body wildly. You've killed me, she will never turn back into a human, you killed me, you will never find Michelle. Upon hearing her words, the energy surging in Jiang Mubai's body began to calm down. He smiled as he looked at Barbara. Is that all you want to say? Heh, I hate it when others threaten me. Boom! The terrifying energy erupted once again. This time, Barbara didn't even make a sound before being obliterated. Chapter 129, The Horror That Is About to Arrive. Outside. In various livestream rooms. After Jiang Mubai dealt with Barbara, the livestreams returned to normal. Jiang Mubai's figure reappeared in the livestream, but this time, all the viewers had severe psychological trauma. They would never forget the fear they had just experienced under I'm Not Crazy. Brother Jiang, is everything back to normal? I suspect I'm not normal anymore, I'm a little scared to watch. Honestly, I feel the same, but I just couldn't resist. Brother Mubai seems fine as long as he's not smiling. Do you think Brother Jiang is really human? Maybe he's a soul from a parallel world. I once read a novel about a high-level existence, just bored. Mirror parallel space. After dealing with Barbara, Jiang Mubai walked toward her room. The surroundings had already been severely damaged, with dust covering the walls and floors. Jiang Mubai casually kicked away the bricks scattered from the ceiling and entered Barbara's room. What met his eyes was still extremely simple. It seemed that aside from that rocking chair, there was nothing else. It was hard to imagine that this was the director's room. Jiang Mubai walked to the rocking chair, carefully examining the old redwood chair. It emitted an ominous aura. This feeling was very similar to the copper mirror that Fei Zi had given him before. Could this also be a bizarre item? Curious, Jiang Mubai picked up the chair and flipped it over. On the bottom of the chair, 3 lines of blood-red characters were clearly visible. When you see this chair, congratulations, your luck is about to arrive, because this chair was once watched over by a great existence. If you use it, you must be respectful. 1. Sitting on this connecting chair, the great existence will watch you, and by listening to the great existence's voice, you can complete the evolution of your life. 2. The great existence hates mental illness. Anyone with a mental illness sitting on this chair will face the great existence's punishment. 3. There is a certain probability of being polluted when using this chair. Jiang Mubai looked at the twisted rules, and a smile appeared on his face. He was very satisfied with this chair. He had long wanted to see that great existence. If he could, he would go look for it directly. This is undoubtedly the most convenient. As for rules 2 and 3, he ignored them directly. Obviously, it has nothing to do with him. He is completely normal. Thinking of this, Jiang Mubai excitedly flipped the chair over and then moved it to a place that looked pleasing, lying down. People in the live room, seeing this scene, obviously felt a bit awkward. Do you think, am I, Brother Jiang, mentally ill? I have said it many times, Brother Jiang is absolutely normal. If Brother Mubai is not normal, then all the chosen ones from other countries are fools. But, I always have a bad premonition, he is a strong person who came out of a mental hospital. I am not talented, I have also been there before, honestly, all the older brothers there are geniuses, they speak so well. During the discussion, the live room screen changed again. This time, visibly terrifying black energy fell from the sky, directly covering the chair. In the mirrored parallel space, Jiang Mubai lay on the reclining chair, looking up at the sky. At this moment, as he saw, it had already turned into a starry sky, a huge, terrifying black castle floating in the air. Above the castle, a pair of blood-colored eyes watched everything. God of heaven! Jiang Mubai immediately recognized the owner of the eyes, a cold light flashing in his own eyes. It's you! In the sky, a twisted voice also came at the same time. The voice almost completely materialized, and at the same time, white terrifying energy fell. Below, Jiang Mubai's long hair flew, he raised his right hand, and punched towards the sky. Boom! Terrifying black energy erupted from his body. The energies gathered together, forming a huge fist, rushing towards the sky. Forbidden! Another voice came from the sky. Then the black castle erupted with dazzling bloodlight. Rumble! An even more terrifying roar followed. This time, the whole space was instantly engulfed. In front of the live room, countless people watched this shocking scene. They had just adjusted their state, not yet reacted to what happened, when in their minds, a castle appeared. Then, a cold and merciless voice appeared in the minds of everyone in the world. SSS horror story, Death Castle, is about to descend. This horror story will fully descend 30 days after the Griffinlo orphanage ends. All living beings, offer fear, destroy hope, darkness will remain forever. OMG, what is happening? God, save me. Something appeared in my mind. SSS level horror story? Am I also a chosen one? Oh yeah, watch me push through the horror story. Golden finger, it must be a golden finger, I awakened the golden finger, my life is mine, not controlled by heaven. This is mine, mine. Countless people either prayed in fear or roared in competition. But before they could understand what this thing really was, a shiver from the soul burst out from their bodies. It was the feeling of death. All people in the world, at this moment, like a revolving lantern, saw the experiences of their lives. This feeling was terrifying, as if a hand of death was squeezing their necks. No, don't. God, oh my God, help me, save me. Chosen ones of Dragon Country, save us quickly. Damn, this was caused by Dragon Country, they must take responsibility to the whole world. Responsibility my ass. While countless people panicked, the horror story heads of all countries including Beautiful Country, Arctic Country, Battle Country, Seven Black Country, and Dragon Country, had already gathered in an emergency online meeting room. Although they also felt shivers, they had to face this terrifying thing together. Who can tell me what exactly this thing is? All this was caused by Jiang Mubai of Dragon Country. We 7 Black Country representatives asked Dragon Country for an explanation. Yes, Beautiful Country supports 7 Black Country. Li Fei, you must give us an explanation. What exactly is going on? In the meeting room, Dog Egg looked at Li Fei, his voice twisted. Soon he also saw the revolving lantern, but their country's chosen one had returned to the real world. The vanished blow had clearly pulled him back. Now Beautiful Country, could be said, was adding snow to the frost. Although they did not have a decline in national fortune, no punishment for failure. But that vanished chosen one was clearly more terrifying than the previous two. Because Beautiful Country already had governors of many states, lost contact. How shocking this was. Chapter 130, Distortion. Li Fei looked at the group, his face showing displeasure. Now the situation was extremely serious. Beautiful Country and other Western countries were still leading the blame. What Captain Zhang said was indeed right, the sorrow of humans is that there are such foolish dogs. Li Fei was too lazy to waste words with him, he directly exited the chat room. In the live stream, everyone looking at the vanished Li Fei fell silent. OMG, my God, I knew it, Dragon Country is unreliable. This congratulator wore a green hat, holding his head. Then you think of a way, Ula. I do have a suggestion. The female head of Kangaroo Country smiled at the crowd. Speak. Dog Egg looked at her, his voice deep. The female head glanced at Dog Egg, then at the others. A cold light flashed in her eyes. This SSS-level horror story, did it not start only after this horror story ended? We can wait for Jiang Mubai that lunatic to come out, find a way to capture him. As you can see, the horror story keeps getting harder, it must be related to him. Hee, you really think smart, you think we can't see? The key is, how can it be done? Before the female head finished speaking, the head of Third Country interrupted her. Hearing the words of Third Country's head, Kangaroo Country immediately got angry. What does a sleeping maggot understand? If we can't do it, can't we force Li Fei? That fool. Dog Egg suddenly slammed the table. The lunatic of Dragon Country must die, I will find a way, we still have a strange tool in hand. How come, didn't Beautiful Country also always fail the clearance? You really think we have nothing? Don't forget, orphanages and divine creatures, we have all the information. After saying this, Dog Egg closed his mouth. Other country heads looked around, searching for someone to talk to. But now in the live stream, even if they wanted, there was no way. Seeing this, Dog Egg knew his purpose was achieved. He smiled and nodded. Release this news, let the world know, Dragon Country cannot protect Jiang Mubai. After speaking, Dog Egg left the meeting room. Horror Story Management Bureau. Li Fei looked at the chaotic big screen, silent. Those experts were all waking up, discussing countermeasures. Carefully listening, they were discussing macroeconomy, population, construction, and shelter. Yes, Li Fei had already prepared for the worst. Although he trusted Jiang Mubai, he had to consider countless Dragon Country people. If Jiang Mubai really failed, what would happen? Captain Li. While Li Fei was thinking, Bai Xiaoka ran over. Her face still a bit red. Clearly, that terrible scene in the Death Castle had also caused her considerable mental trauma. Captain Li, international opinion is very unfavorable to us. Li Fei looked at the slightly panicked Bai Xiaoka, his face grave. I know, Beautiful Country surely has information we do not know. Then what should we do? For now, don't worry, as long as Jiang Mubai is in Dragon Country, his safety is definitely guaranteed. After speaking, Li Fei continued to look at the big screen. Now the livestream finally had a bit of movement. Horror Story Space. Accompanied by the sound of falling stones. Jiang Mubai slowly stood up from the ground. At this moment, he was still in Barbara's room. Everything that had just happened seemed like an illusion. But Jiang Mubai knew it was real. Just now, he was forcibly taken by an unknown power to an unknown space. There, he saw the Death Castle. Is this what he was about to face? Jiang Mubai's face was somewhat solemn. He had not been hurt in the direct confrontation with the Death Castle just now. But he had to admit, he fell into a disadvantage. That Death Castle was covered with a terrifying great power. That power was despair. The feeling of despair turned into substance, enhanced by the red moon and the gods, covering the castle. That was absolutely not something brute force could break. Because that power had a feeling of endless life. It seemed that its source of power was all humans in the world. Just thinking about it was scary. If it was true, then doesn't that mean all the chosen ones who entered would always be shrouded by fear? Being in that state for a long time, combined with the Death Castle's pollution. Jiang Mubai could already imagine what the Death Castle would face. Who? Jiang Mubai took a deep breath, calming his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. No matter how terrifying the Death Castle was, it was the next strange tale. In the next strange tale, he would awaken a new ability. Now the most important thing was to pass the strange tale. Thinking of this, he brushed off the dust on his body and left the room. He had to find Marion. Now, his strange body had awakened to 105%. He was completely confident in dealing with her. After Jiang Mubai left, he jumped sharply, landing directly on the second floor. Then, he casually entered a room, filled a basin with water, and put the old mirror that Fitzy had given him into the water. Marion, Marion! Jiang Mubai shouted twice. On the water's surface, a shadow appeared again. Seeing this, Jiang Mubai stepped forward to take a closer look. But this time, it was not Tony in the mirror. Inside was a gray-haired woman with a twisted face. Ah! The woman appeared and let out a sharp roar, then the basin exploded. Bang! With a splash of water, a figure shot toward Jiang Mubai like lightning. Jiang Mubai was caught off guard by the sudden scene, but his reaction was very fast. The moment Marion got close to him, Jiang Mubai stomped the ground and stepped back 2 steps. Then, he waved his right hand, and with a blur, Marion was instantly thrown away. Boom! This time, Marion crashed directly into the opposite wall. Jiang Mubai looked at Marion in the old court dress with her twisted face, his expression darkened. He directly stepped forward and grabbed her. Where is the wishing pool? I will only ask you once. Marion stared at Jiang Mubai, showing a pale smile. He. Absolutely, cannot, talk to Marion, oh. Swoosh. After saying this, Marion opened her mouth wide, and her tongue instantly grew long, stabbing toward Jiang Mubai's forehead. Humph. Jiang Mubai snorted coldly, and a burst of madness flashed in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, he squeezed hard. Bang! With a dull sound, Marion turned into black mist and disappeared. Jiang Mubai looked at the place where Marion vanished, then looked around, picking up the bronze mirror on the ground. He filled another basin with water and put the bronze mirror into it. Interesting, this mirror seems like a connector of some sort. Tony, aren't you going to come out to see me? After Jiang Mubai finished speaking, the water surface began to ripple again. Then a familiar voice came from inside. Good friend, I want to see you, but just now, my consciousness was sent to another place. Chapter 131 Fitzy. When Tony spoke, his voice carried a deep weariness. He had clearly been prepared to respond, but suddenly, his consciousness was twisted to a dark castle. If he hadn't had a bit of a backup, he surely would have died just now. This is just too absurd. Tony's mind was racing, like a herd of wild horses, at this moment. Jiang Mubai seemed to know what Tony was facing, his face darkening slightly. I'll resolve this issue as soon as possible. Tell me, how can I find the wishing pool? If this thing moves, there must be a way to summon it. Tony looked at him and sighed. The golden coin, take it, go to the second floor, keep pushing the doors, eventually, one will lead you there, but you just need to help me reveal the location of the coin and the path to it. I can help you, but Marion, she's already been dealt with by me. Tony froze, shock written all over his face. How is that possible? It's still daytime. She couldn't appear during the day. Jiang Mubai smiled lightly. She has also been twisted. Tony's eyes twitched uncontrollably. You, forget it. Tony spoke helplessly, and then, his eyes flashed red. Soon after, an image appeared in front of Jiang Mubai. In the image, Fizz was running madly, a shining golden coin in her mouth. Jiang Mubai looked at this scene, then smiled faintly. Thanks, Tony. Without waiting for Tony to speak, he grabbed the mirror and smashed it hard on the ground. Crash! With a sharp sound, the mirror shattered into pieces. Thick black smoke poured out of it. The smoke was so dense that it almost filled the whole room in an instant. When the smoke cleared, a disheveled figure appeared before Jiang Mubai. His golden hair had completely lost its shine, his handsome face filled with exhaustion. Tony! Jiang Mubai smiled as he looked at the familiar figure before him. Tony, slightly coming back to his senses, first looked around in confusion, then turned to Jiang Mubai. How did you know? His voice carried shock and complexity. Feelings. Jiang Mubai looked at him, speaking calmly. The last time you gave me the duck neck rice through the mirror, I had a feeling. When Marion came out just now, I finally confirmed it. This is a powerful, strange object combining links, teleportation, and seals. Then, why did you smash it? Because my friend was inside, simple as that. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, Tony fell silent. He lowered his head, strange light flashing in his eyes. Thank you. No need to thank me. I also hope you can help me. I'm looking for someone. Who? Without hesitation, Tony answered. Jenny. Jenny? Tony recalled carefully. He seemed to remember the appearance of the golden-haired girl. I know. I will find her. Tony said lightly, then glanced around before walking away quickly. Jiang Mubai gave him a deep look before leaving as well. He was going to chase that cat. If he didn't hurry, who knew where it would run to? Jiang Mubai carefully looked around, then jumped straight down from the second floor. In the live stream, everyone watched the scene with confusion. Is that Tony? Is that Tony? Yes, my darling, that's Tony. My brother Jiang is so awesome. He was summoned. Am I the only one who noticed? Brother Jiang smashed a strange object to summon him? Nonsense, friendship is the most important. But by the way, did my brother Jiang really go to conquer the horror story? I feel like he's either flirting with girls or making friends. Shows that brother Mubai is popular. Alright, stop the awkward praise. My brother Jiang is looking for the cat now, the cat is the most important. Wow, the way brother Mubai is looking for the cat, it's just like my daily life with my rebellious child. I can't, I'm going to beat it up. I'm going to. A bunch of demons. Mirror parallel space. Jiang Mubai arrived on the third floor at this moment. Although he didn't see Fitzy, he had already noticed his hair. This meant it had been here before. Jiang Mubai lightly waved his hand, grabbed a strand of hair in the air, and immediately activated flashback. In a twist of space, Jiang Mubai returned to 10 minutes in the past. It must be said, the flashback ability was extremely powerful. Especially for short-range tracking. Because it could control only the time progress of these 10 minutes, Jiang Mubai almost instantly locked onto Fitzy's escape route. Jiang Mubai used his ability while chasing Fitzy. In less than 10 minutes, he was already behind Fitzy. Are you still running, Fitzy? Jiang Mubai looked at the frantically running Persian cat and spoke with a cold voice. Fitzy shivered all over, but then ran even harder. Oomph. Jiang Mubai snorted coldly, suddenly accelerated, his body instantly becoming a blur. Then, in a flash of black light, he appeared in front of Fitzy. Snap. Jiang Mubai grabbed Fitzy. Fitzy's four legs kicked wildly. Let me go, meow. Jiang Mubai ignored him. This cat had deceived him many times. His patience with it had limits. I'll give you only one chance to explain. Jiang Mubai's voice was icy cold. Fitzy was so scared that all its limbs almost stiffened. I was going to find Michelle, meow. Fitzy's voice grew smaller and smaller. And then, as I understand, you got the Guron coin. Fitzy glared at Jiang Mubai, eyes full of stubbornness. You only told me to find Michelle, so it has nothing to do with whether I took the coin. Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned. He slowly released his hold. I was a bit impatient, the gold coin, can you give it to me? Fitzy looked at him, shaking his head constantly. No, meow, I won't give it to you even if I die. Why? Jiang Mubai was a little puzzled. He saw the stubbornness and persistence in Fitzy's eyes. Because I want to save my little brother, meow. Little brother? Fitzy looked at Jiang Mubai, tears slowly falling from its eyes, slowly lowering its head. Yes, little brother was very very hungry, meow, so I stole the black bread. So that's why Barbara punished you? Yes, meow. Jiang Mubai nodded. He knew a little about Barbara's methods. And your little brother? What happened to him after? After Jiang Mubai asked, Fitzy stopped moving completely. After a long time, it finally raised its head. Little brother starved to death. Chapter 132, Wishing Pool. Hearing this, Jiang Mubai was silent. In his life, he had never experienced something like this. But he clearly remembered what Michelle had said in his arms. The sickness from hunger takes many of my friends away every day. This was Griffinlo, daily life in the slums. Fitzy. Jiang Mubai sighed lightly. I can probably guess what you want to do. I'll help you break the curse, you give me the gold coin, okay? Wishing will only bring you pain. No, no, meow. Hearing Jiang Mubai, Fitzy shook its head constantly. I just want to see him once, I just want to see him once. Jiang Mubai looked at Fitzy, seeing the persistence in its eyes, and sighed. Then come with me. After you make your wish, I will destroy the wishing pool. Hopefully my own distortion can create some new change. Jiang Mubai said lightly, then walked toward the second floor. Fitzy lifted its head, looking at his back, a trace of almost human excitement flickered across its face. It chased after Jiang Mubai while speaking. Really, meow? Really, meow? Really? One person and one cat, one in front, one behind, went down from the third floor. Orphanage second floor. Fitzy now lay on Jiang Mubai's shoulder, holding a gold coin in its mouth. Jiang Mubai kept opening closed doors. 101. 102. 103. After opening more than 100 doors in a row, they still didn't find the wishing pool. Jiang Mubai couldn't help but begin to think deeply. He believed Tony would never lie to him. But why? With that thought, he turned to look at Fei Zi. Do you know what's going on? Fei Zi's eyes also showed a hint of urgency and expectation. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, she hugged the ancient gold coin in her paws. I don't know, meow. I didn't use this method before. Then can the method you used before still work? It can't, meow. I've already checked, Director Barbara must know. As she spoke, Fei Zi's eyes and fur began to turn black. Jiang Mubai looked at all of this, his brow furrowed. In his perception, Fei Zi seemed to be having a problem. But he couldn't quite tell what it was. What's wrong? Nothing, meow. It's just that I haven't had any dried fish for a long time, meow. How do we get dried fish? No, it's no good, meow. Only Director Barbara. Meow. Suddenly, Fei Zi started to howl loudly, and then she jumped off Jiang Mubai's shoulder and began rolling on the ground. Jiang Mubai watched all of this, a dark light flashing in his eyes. This is pollution erupting from within the body, it can cause mutations. There are 3 different auras mixed in here: Red Moon, Celestial God, and Barbara. Celestial God, Red Moon, their relationship seems very special. The Red Moon energy seems even more terrifying than Celestial God. So what exactly is this? With that thought, Jiang Mubai walked directly toward Fei Zi and grabbed her. Then, without hesitation, he activated his ability. Breach of contract. V-Room. A blinding red light erupted from Jiang Mubai's body, quickly covering Fei Zi. Then, a red light shot out from Fei Zi's mouth, transforming into a full moon. Jiang Mubai looked at this, curiosity flashing in his eyes. He gently placed his hand on the red moon. Crack, crack. Bang. With each breaking sound, the red moon suddenly shattered, turning into countless rays of light, flying into Jiang Mubai's body. Strange red light, pitch-black glow kept appearing. Jiang Mubai instantly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. He tried to take 2 steps forward, and with each step, a deep footprint appeared on the ground. This is the price he had taken on Fei Zi's fate. Of course, fate, this was just his perception. He didn't know if fate could be measured by weight. But even if it could, Fei Zi's fate would not affect him too much. Jiang Mubai took 2 deep breaths, calming his mind. Then, he looked down at the unfamiliar girl on the ground. She wasn't very old, with long brown hair, looking almost the same age as young Michelle. But her hands were covered with thick calluses. This was clearly from doing heavy, hard work repeatedly. It was hard to imagine that this girl was the same as the Persian cat who loved eating dried fish. Because in Jiang Mubai's memory, Fei Zi, in her cat form, still loved to groom herself. This might be a trait of cats, or it might be because the girl herself loved beauty, only feeling free to show it in her cat form. Of course, that no longer mattered. Jiang Mubai gently walked in front of Fei Zi, picked up the coin beside her, and held her up. The girl didn't resist. She just looked at Jiang Mubai with pleading eyes. Jiang Mubai looked at her gently, muttering softly as he walked. Fei Zi, let's just call you that. I promised you that I would help you make a wish and meet your brother, but the influence of the Red Moon is greater than I imagined. I don't think I have the right to interfere with your fate or make decisions for you. However, it's a fact that I saved you. The coin itself belongs to me, I'm taking it. Afterward, I'll settle you in a room. I don't expect you to understand me, but I hope you can think about yourself. This is my advice as an elder, and also as someone dealing with the strange. The Chosen One's advice. After speaking, Jiang Mubai casually pushed open a door and placed it on the bed. Fei Zi tightly grasped Jiang Mubai's hand at this moment, as if using all her strength. She looked at Jiang Mubai, tears in her eyes. Please. I just want to see him once, please. Dad is dead, Mom is dead, he can't cook, his hands are clumsy, and he can't work. I promised Mom to take good care of him, but. At this point, Fei Zi broke down in tears. Jiang Mubai quietly watched her, gently removing Fei Zi's hand from his arm. Fei Zi. This is not your fault, you have done well enough. Rest well, your family knows everything, and they will surely bless you. Jiang Mubai comforted Fei Zi for a while. After Fei Zi fell into a deep sleep, he left. At this moment, holding a coin, he walked alone on the circular corridor on the second floor. His gaze swept over the surrounding doors, finally stopping in front of room 748. Jiang Mubai gently placed his hand on it. Creak. With a distinct sound of a door opening, a strange place appeared before Jiang Mubai's eyes. This was a plaza of several hundred square meters, with a wish pond in the center, gushing with blood-colored spring water. In the pond, a broken angel statue stood, holding a broken sword in the center. The angel's wings were broken, her face covered in gray cracks. But at this moment, she was strangely staring at Jiang Mubai, a cold smile showing at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Mubai, do you want to make a wish? I can fulfill any of your wishes. Chapter 133, The Projection of the Divine. Any wish. Jiang Mubai stared at this eerie angel, his eyes showing obvious disbelief. Rather than wishes, he was more curious about this angel. How could it still talk in such a broken state? What was its true form? Was it originally human like Fei Zi, or did it turn into something abnormal and strange after death? Jiang Mubai walked towards the angel. The angel stiffened when she saw this. She instinctively felt a bad premonition. But out of duty, she still smiled and spoke. Come, I can fulfill all your. Slap. Before the angel could finish speaking, Jiang Mubai waved his right hand and slapped her. She froze, staring at Jiang Mubai in disbelief. You actually desecrate a divine being? Slap. Jiang Mubai slapped her again with his backhand. This time, the angel stood dazed, her eyes turning blood red as she raised the broken sword high. The divine watches, you will be punished, the divine watches, divine punishment will surely descend. God? Divine punishment? Jiang Mubai had originally wanted to talk to her kindly, but upon hearing the words he disliked most, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly lunged forward, grabbed the broken sword from the angel's hands, and kicked her in the chest. Bang! With a loud thud, the angel statue instantly shattered into broken stone pieces. Jiang Mubai, holding the broken sword, coldly watched all of this. Finally, he looked towards where the angel had stood. There, dim bloodlight flickered, and twisted small characters slowly emerged from the bloodlight. Jiang Mubai lowered his head, quickly scanning it. The small character's content was directly imprinted in his mind. Congratulations, you have passed the trial of the broken-winged angel, your wishes will increase from 3 to 4. Throw the ancient Ron coin into the wish pond, the divine will personally receive you. In the livestream, countless people watched in silence. Even those foreign people who usually stir things up were silent now. OMG, is he human? He desecrated the angel, God, hurry and punish him. Look, new rules have appeared. But I can't see clearly, I feel like this crazy person from Dragon Country is about to pass the level, it drives me crazy. But hasn't he not passed yet? Trust me, he won't pass. You think everyone is like our chosen one, came back. But, I heard Kakas had a problem. Didn't the officials already deny the rumor, Kakas just went traveling? It is not like that, our Asen country has inside news, those chosen ones who came back early, they carry missions, to pollute the countries they are in. Shut up, you group of sleeping maggots, you are the pollution to this world. The netizens of Dragon Country watched other countries' netizens fighting each other in their own live stream room, all sighed with feeling. Dragon language, walked toward the whole world. Mirror parallel space. Wishing pool. Jiang Mubai at this moment looked at the strange rules appearing in his mind, a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. His purpose, originally was to destroy this wishing pool. But now, there is a chance to personally see the heavenly god, then his plan must change. Even if it is only a projection, Jiang Mubai will also destroy it. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, threw the ancient Luan coin into the wishing pool. Boom! The small coin, after being thrown into the wishing pool, was like a 10,000 gene giant stone. The calm water surface instantly exploded into countless waves. Jiang Mubai stood at one side, coldly watched all this. His emotion had not the slightest fluctuation. After the waves scattered, an old man with white hair slowly floated from the water. He smiled and looked at Jiang Mubai, took out 3 coins. Young child. Just now what you threw into the water, was it a gold coin? A silver coin, or this copper coin? Jiang Mubai looked at the old man, the corner of his eyes twitched non-stop. With his strange body awakened to 110% degree, a state where calm and madness coexist. At this moment, he also could not hold it anymore. This twist, is it a bit too outrageous? Jiang Mubai's mood was somewhat depressed. He looked at the old man, gritted his teeth, finally pointed to that copper coin. This one, where is the heavenly god? The old man looked at Jiang Mubai with smiling eyes. Young child, you are very honest. These 3 coins, I will not give you. May I ask what wish do you have? Jiang Mubai's face was gloomy. He forcibly suppressed the madness about to erupt, spoke coldly. Heavenly god, where? The old man at this moment also felt a trace of something wrong, because the young man in front seemed a bit abnormal. He stroked his beard, looked at Jiang Mubai. I am the lake god, not the heavenly god you speak of, I do not know. Maybe, he is a powerful. Before the old man finished speaking, in the sky, suddenly dropped a blood-colored lightning. Boom! Along with a dazzling red light, the old man directly annihilated into ash. The lake's surface continued to roll. Then, a twisted scarlet figure laughed strangely and flew out. Dragon Country's chosen one, we meet again. You, what wish do you have? The scarlet twisted figure did not care about Jiang Mubai at all, his tone was extremely relaxed, even carried a trace of smile. Jiang Mubai coldly looked at him, madness instantly flashed in his eyes. Swish! He suddenly turned into an afterimage, rushed toward the heavenly god projection. The heavenly god then lightly laughed again, his tone revealed disdain. He had no movement at all. Just when Jiang Mubai was about to get close to him, his right hand lightly waved. A red light curtain instantly appeared before his eyes. Bang! Jiang Mubai's fist fiercely hit on the light curtain. Ripples like water waves surged from the light curtain, along with strong impact, the surroundings of the wishing pool suddenly cracked. Jiang Mubai stopped in place, he coldly looked at the heavenly god. You, are the initiator of these strange tales? Jiang Mubai forcibly made himself calm, he now had no way to deal with the heavenly god. The heavenly god at this moment seemed to stare at Jiang Mubai, around the twisted figure appeared countless black tentacles. Not so, I am only the executor of rules. How about it, now can we calmly talk? Jiang Mubai did not answer, his right hand continued to exert force. But that ripple. It seems to have an unstoppable force. This force made it impossible for him to break through. Do you think I would negotiate with you? Jiang Mubai withdrew his right hand and looked behind him. Although the wishing pool was broken at this moment, one could still see an oval ceramic jar. Clear spring water gushed out from it. That was the vessel maintaining the power of the celestial god. That thing cannot exist forever, especially now that it has been exposed. The celestial god glanced back, then turned his head and chuckled lightly, not caring. This place, this orphanage, this period of time, is only a small experiment. Do you really think I care about letting you pass? Even those rewards are just child's play. I know you don't care, but what if I had the souls of both of them? As the celestial god's projection finished speaking, 2 images appeared on the water surface. On the left, a dormitory-like room, a lonely figure in a blood-colored school uniform hugging her legs, sitting on the bed. The other, a laboratory-like place, a tall figure in a blue research coat busy inside. They were Xia Yulua and Zhang Lily. Jiang Mubai stared at the images in the water, his eyes erupting with bloodthirsty madness. Chapter 134, Hope and Despair. Xia Yulua, Zhang Lily. Jiang Mubai stared at the reflections in the water, his voice hollow. Seeing this, the celestial god's crimson figure twisted more, he looked mockingly at Jiang Mubai, his distorted voice turning into whispers, echoing all around. What do you think of this deal? Jiang Mubai raised his head, looking at the celestial god. Your conditions. Conditions, ha. Give up your chosen one identity and take the souls of the 2 of them back. Souls? Jiang Mubai still muttered softly, the black aura around him growing more violent. Seeing this, the celestial god looked at him deeply twice and stepped back. Jiang Mubai walked forward lightly, but after a few steps, he was blocked again by the veil that appeared in front of the celestial god. His gaze turned back to the celestial god. I'm not sure whether what you said is true. The celestial god chuckled lightly. Then, go see it yourself. After speaking, the celestial god waved his right hand, and 2 illusory doors appeared before him. The left one was a crimson iron door, the right, a dark yellow wooden door. Jiang Mubai looked at them deeply and walked toward the iron door. He placed his hand on the handle and gently pulled. Squeak! With a piercing sound, the familiar dormitory appeared before him. It was still the 6-person bunk bedroom, but this room had only one lonely figure. She was lowering her head, hugging her legs, sitting on the bed near the window. Long hair covered her face, but the familiar blood-colored school uniform and the red and green apples beside the bed already revealed her identity. Jiang Mubai looked at the familiar figure of the girl, memories and sorrow flashing in his eyes. He had thought he would never see this girl again, but each encounter with strange tales always seemed to reveal a trace of her. Although he had already guessed, until he truly saw Xia Yulua, Jiang Mubai still felt deep sadness. Especially since he already knew about Xia Yulua's childhood. Xia Yulua, is it really you? Jiang Mubai walked lightly to the bedside and spoke softly. The girl still kept her head down, silent. Seeing this, Jiang Mubai gently sat on the bed, wanting to reach out to awaken her, but his hand stopped just before touching Xia Yulua's shoulder. He heard Xia Yulua whispering. She kept repeating one sentence endlessly. I'm sorry. What's wrong with you? Jiang Mubai whispered, his eyes filled with growing madness. But Xia Yulua still did not respond. Jiang Mubai stood up, ready to pull her directly. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly god came from behind. If I were you, I wouldn't touch her. Jiang Mubai suddenly turned his head and looked back. The madness in his eyes finally erupted at that moment. Ding, the mysterious body has awakened 119.99%. On the edge of despair lies the balance point between reason and madness. You are crazy and sick, but who can say that this world is not like this? Whoosh! Jiang Mubai's figure instantly blurred, transforming into an afterimage, and arrived next to the heavenly god. He watched the twisted figure of the heavenly god, with a mocking gaze, suddenly reaching out toward the heavenly god. Crack! Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the illusory curtain in front of the heavenly god shattered directly. Jiang Mubai's hand touched the heavenly god. But at that moment, a blinding light suddenly emerged from the heavenly god, followed by a distorted laughter. He. Ki. Are you really willing to give up both of them for me, this split body? If you are willing, go ahead and take action. Bang! Before the heavenly god finished speaking, Jiang Mubai's right hand directly exerted force and crushed him. Illusory smoke erupted, accompanied by the strange laughter of the heavenly god, disappearing without a trace. In the sky, echoed the mocking distorted whispers. Jiang Mubai, this decision you made is wrong, the castle of death, you will surely regret. Jiang Mubai ignored the heavenly god's words, he quickly reached Summer Yulua's side, preparing to use reversal. He knew the heavenly god would not be so kind. Having fallen for the trick once, he would never be fooled a second time. Whether it was this transaction or the soul, it was all a conspiracy. Moreover, he believed that the heavenly god would not easily use Summer Yulua and Jiang Lili against him. He was testing. As long as he showed the slightest hesitation, he would surely be targeted everywhere within the castle of death. He wanted the heavenly god to see his determination. As long as something happened to Summer Yulua and Jiang Lili, his only goal was to utterly destroy the castle of death. In the dormitory, Summer Yulua was still crying, holding her head. Jiang Mubai had now grabbed Summer Yulua's arm. Her arm was very cold, with traces of tears dampening it. Jiang Mubai felt the lingering warmth and his heart ached. He did not hesitate and activated his power. Reversal. Buzz. A piercing red light exploded, and then a cold wave instantly surged into Jiang Mubai's body. Despair, darkness, loneliness, helplessness. Countless negative emotions surged into Jiang Mubai's mind, erupting violently. Boom. The cold, stinging sensation felt like a giant steel needle stirring in Jiang Mubai's mind. Jiang Mubai let out a painful groan. He gripped Summer Yulua's right hand tighter, crazily driving the power of reversal. Summer Yulua, don't give up. Jiang Mubai supported himself on the bed with his left hand, painfully speaking to Summer Yulua. At this moment, Summer Yulua raised her head, looking at Jiang Mubai, her beautiful face emotionless, only deep despair in her eyes. Give up. Give up. Summer Yulua murmured softly, tears dripping down her cheeks. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told the teacher, I won't dare again. Summer Yulua seemed startled, she shouted, pushed Jiang Mubai away, and then curled up in the corner of the bed, trembling. Jiang Mubai looked at her with a heart full of pain. He hurried over and sat beside Summer Yulua. It's okay, everything you experienced is over. I will solve all of this. I will definitely. Jiang Mubai gently hugged Summer Yulua and began to tell her about his experiences. The celestial being, the train of death, Jiang Lili, Michelle, and Jiang Nana's confessions. He told Summer Yulua everything. Slowly, Summer Yulua stopped crying. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Mubai. Really, is there hope? Jiang Mubai looked at her gently, his tone full of determination. There is. Summer Yulua smiled, she smiled happily yet sadly. She leaned on Jiang Mubai's shoulder. Slowly, he closed his eyes, disappearing from sight. Jiang Mubai quietly watched the scene, remaining silent. After about a quarter of an hour, he stood up and left the room. The dark red iron door disappeared. The yellow wooden door still stood. Jiang Mubai looked at the familiar wooden door and walked toward it again. Chapter 135, Goodbye Jiang Lili. This door was the entrance to the administrative department of the Celestial Biotech Company. Jiang Mubai could even see the remaining 3 characters of administrative department on it. He didn't immediately open the door, but glanced back. That jar-like object was still flowing, indicating that the celestial avatar hadn't died, but had left. Jiang Mubai could feel that it was watching him from some unknown place. It made sense, after all. If the celestial avatar could be so easily destroyed, this world-spanning horror story would never have existed. He stared deeply at the jar for a moment, then turned his head and pushed open the door. He could destroy the jar, but this door might disappear along with it. Zhang Lily had helped him before. She had been seriously corrupted, and it was related to the hint she gave him back in the Human Resources Department. Not everyone could resist the corruption. If Jiang Mubai ignored it, he would feel guilty, and moreover, Zhang Lily seemed to be friends with Xia Yuluo. Her childhood projection was in Xinghua village. Creak. With a sharp sound, the door opened. What appeared before him was a huge, immense laboratory. Blue light spilled from a square above, and all around were various complex and closely packed instruments. Biochemical analyzers, blood cell analyzers, desktop centrifuges, optical microscopes, and in addition, there were more than a dozen experiment tables and various test tubes and petri dishes. Jiang Mubai glanced over these devices but saw no one. This laboratory had no human presence at all. It was dead silent and cold. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Mubai slowly walked forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing around him. Zhang Lily, are you here? Jiang Mubai called out as he walked. But after walking for a long time, he still didn't find anyone. He couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to change direction to search, blood suddenly dripped from above, splashing onto the floor. Jiang Mubai immediately looked up, only to see a person with grayish-white skin clinging to the ceiling. Their eyes were hollow, pitch black, devoid of any emotion, and they were staring at him intently. This scene undoubtedly sent a chill down his spine. The viewers in the livestream were sweating nervously as they watched. This ghostly place is really creepy, I don't get it. What are these 2 doors? These 2 doors look very familiar, isn't this yellow door the one from Celestial Biotech? No way. Just now, Brother Jiang was talking to himself for a long time, even punching the air. Do you think he's been corrupted and is seeing illusions? But Mubai GE is not afraid of corruption, right? Then how do you explain his behavior just now? The crazy Appa must have been corrupted, he's getting his comeuppance. Shut up. The people in the livestream room were discussing furiously, but they hadn't seen the moment when the celestial avatar appeared. To them, Jiang Mubai's behavior was so strange. Horror Story Management Bureau. Li Fei also frowned. He knew Jiang Mubai to some extent, especially after learning some details from Zhang Zhentian. He believed Jiang Mubai was seeing things they couldn't see. This made it hard for him to judge what to do. Especially since they had just experienced that unknown castle that suddenly appeared in their minds. Even though it lasted only an instant, its range covered the entire country. Only he knew how chaotic things were outside right now. If it weren't for their bureau being prepared in advance, who knows how many people would be affected. Mubai, is there anything we can do to help you? Li Fei murmured quietly. Bai Xiaoke was also standing beside, looking at the figure on the screen, with worry in her eyes. Li Fei glanced at Bai Xiaoke and sighed softly. There was still something very important that he needed to handle. Xiaoke, you stay here and keep an eye on things. I'll be stepping out for a while. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Bai Xiaoke looked at Li Fei's back, and for some reason, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. It seemed like something bad was about to happen. Bai Xiaoke clenched the corner of her clothes and continued to watch the live broadcast. Strange talk space. Jiang Mubai was staring at the figure above his head. He wasn't scared. To him now, these things were as weak as ants. What puzzled him was why he hadn't seen these things earlier. Jiang Mubai frowned slightly and glanced at the humanoid strange creature again, then suddenly leaped. He immediately lifted his leg and kicked. Bang! With a muffled sound, the creature didn't even get a chance to scream before it was kicked into smoke and disappeared. Jiang Mubai looked at the black flame left behind by the monster and lowered his head, thinking deeply. He felt a faint sense of familiarity in the power from these monsters. It was the power of despair. Where did these monsters come from? While he was thinking, there was again a rustling sound from the ground. Jiang Mubai looked toward the source of the sound. He saw more humanoid monsters running out from behind a secret counter. It seemed like this was the nest of the monsters. Without a second thought, Jiang Mubai turned into a shadow and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. With countless muffled sounds, the entire laboratory was instantly filled with black smoke. Jiang Mubai cleared the place effortlessly, but his expression darkened when he looked toward the lower part of the cave. Because he saw Zhang Lily. She was lying in a human capsule below. She was still wearing a blue research suit, and through the thin fabric, her perfect figure could be seen. But her condition was not good. In fact, it could be said to be very bad. Because all the skin she exposed had turned grayish-white. Next to her hand, there was a syringe and a medicine bottle. The cap of the medicine bottle was scribbled with a few words. APTX 5200. A new drug. She had injected the new drug and was undergoing a transformation into some unknown weirdness. Without hesitation, Jiang Mubai smashed the capsule's door. He needed to use reversal to help her recover. But just as he broke the capsule, Jiang Lili immediately opened her eyes. She looked at Jiang Mubai, her eyes filled with intense despair and deathly silence. How are you, here? Leave, quickly, go, to the administration department. She said in a broken voice, handing him something like an ID card. She seemed very anxious. This scene was so familiar. Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Lili in silence, then directly reached out and grabbed her. This is not the realm of the divine creatures, I'll take you out. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a chilling sense of being watched. Jiang Mubai quickly stopped his movement and turned his head sharply, looking behind him. The divine figure appeared once again. Its face was still scarlet and blurry, and other than its mocking eyes, nothing could be seen. Hey, Jiang Mubai, have you ever thought about how some things could have been avoided, but because of you, they became twisted? For example, them. The divine figure said with a smile, waving its right hand, and an image appeared before them. In the image, there were two figures. They were Michelle and Fizi. Chapter 136, Destroying the Divine Being. Michelle, Fizi. Jiang Mubai looked at the familiar figures in the image, his face darkened. Because they were in another place. There, the layout was exactly the same as the wishing pool. To be exact, it is another wishing pool. Jiang Mubai raised his head and stared coldly at the god of heaven. When the god of heaven disappeared, was it to go do this thing? Move aside. Jiang Mubai pulled Jiang Lili and walked toward the direction of the god of heaven. His reversal ability ran like crazy, and the calmness in his eyes seemed to be pressed down to the limit. The god of heaven looked at this scene in a teasing way, and a mouth split open on the scarlet face. TSK, how does the feeling of the power of despair feel? Can you reverse the despair brought by the whole world without stopping? Also, that little cat seems to have completed the wish. The god of heaven said with a light laugh, and at the same time enlarged the picture before him and projected it in front of Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai stopped moving. He slowly let go of Jiang Lili's hand. Jiang Lili still looked at this scene with no expression on her face, but from her eyes, one could still see a trace of anxiety. She pulled Jiang Mubai hard, seeming to hint to him, telling him to leave quickly, but Jiang Mubai did not make any movement. He only looked at the god of heaven quietly, and at the corner of his mouth, a trace of a smile slowly appeared. So that is how it is, I know now. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Jiang Mubai suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Then, a burst of violent black energy exploded out from Jiang Mubai's body with a bang. This energy was so strong that it instantly shattered the laboratory ceiling. Except for Jiang Lili behind him, everything around them was wiped out in an instant. The god of heaven had originally looked at Jiang Mubai in a teasing way, but after seeing Jiang Mubai burst out with such terrifying energy, shock suddenly rose in his eyes, and then his expression turned grave. You are an old day contractor? He, ha ha ha. Jiang Mubai looked like a madman. While covering his own head, he laughed and walked toward the front. I do not know who the one you speak of is, but I know one thing. That is, you also cannot escape the influence of my twisting. Jiang Mubai raised his head and showed a trace of a crazy smile. Since we both are not affected by the rules, then let us see whose reaction is faster. After saying that, Jiang Mubai instantly turned into a black shadow and rushed toward the god of heaven. Seeing this, the god of heaven suddenly retreated. Then countless tentacles burst out beside him and struck toward Jiang Mubai. Bang 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 bang. In only a very short instant, the two completed dozens of exchanges. The people in the live stream room did not even see clearly what happened. The two kinds of light, scarlet and darkness, directly swallowed the screen. Who can tell me what happened? Don't know, Brother Jiang seems able to see something that we cannot see. Is there a possibility that actually that kind of thing is something we cannot see? So annoying. Just when the netizens of Dragon Country were discussing it, inside the live stream room, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Then scarlet twisted writing once again appeared on the screen. Ding, the chosen one of Dragon Country has already lost his way. Inside the live stream room, a strange trace of freezing appeared. After that, even fiercer bullet comments rolled crazily through the live stream room. Looking closely, those bullet comments did not have any pessimistic words. Instead, they were abnormally excited. There was no other reason, because every time a similar sudden change appeared, it represented one thing. That was, Jiang Mubai was about to clear the stage. Brother Mubai, charge duck. Message left by respected Royal Noble Green Diamond member. Push through the strange tales, starting from the Dragon Country chosen one losing his way. Dear netizens, if Brother Jiang can push through the strange tales, I will give my lovely employees 2 hours of paid slacking off leave. Brother Jiang 666, the whole family of the one upstairs. Strange tale space. Jiang Mubai was at this moment standing in the middle of the shattered laboratory. Beneath his feet appeared a black circular area, and countless red silk threads were slowly floating out from it. The god of heaven floated in the air and looked at Jiang Mubai, shock showing in his eyes. It could not understand why. Why, with its own rank, could it completely fail to gain the upper hand? He was only a chosen one. He was only supposed to be an ant under the binding of this rule. Why? The unwilling god of heaven began to roar loudly, twisted murmurs turning into black symbols, rising up to the sky. However, before those symbols could take effect, the red silk threads around Jiang Mubai also pierced the sky. Then, those symbols, as if made of paper, were pierced one by the silk threads. The god of heaven stared blankly at this scene. God of heaven. At this moment, Jiang Mubai spoke, his voice also turning into murmurs, shaking the surrounding space into even greater chaos. I've always wondered, since you were stronger than me, why didn't you just kill me? At least, with the death train, you had the chance. Now, I know why. The Griffinlo Orphanage, it was your experiment to change the timeline, wasn't it? Starting from the heavenly beasts, you've always been trying to go back to the past. I don't know what you want to do, but there's no doubt that you've failed. The past isn't so easy to change, because no matter what you do, no matter what rules you make, an inevitable result will always occur. I wanted to save Xia Yilua, I failed. I wanted to save Michelle, I also failed. But all of this, the death train changed it. At this point, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Mubai's mouth. The god of heaven had regained his composure, watching Jiang Mubai with a serious look in his eyes. At this moment, he truly began to view this chosen one as an equal. Interesting, continue. Jiang Mubai ignored the god of heaven, looking up at the sky instead. His gaze pierced through space, staring at a black, sinister castle in the void. The moment I successfully brought Jiang Shasha back to reality, you saw hope. You wanted to use my hands to achieve your goal. Since that's the case, then everything here should be controlled by me. Jiang Mubai withdrew his gaze, quickly picking up Jiang Lily behind him, and Sueo forcefully stomped the ground. Boom! At that moment, the entire garden where the wishing pool stood collapsed instantly. Jiang Mubai transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing in front of the god of heaven, then he waved his right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless black silk threads turned into streaks of light, piercing through the god of heaven directly. The god of heaven made no attempt to resist. He simply coldly stared at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai, you won't succeed. Your distortion will inevitably lead to everything losing control. I'm looking forward to it. Jiang Mubai did not answer. He coldly glanced at the god of heaven, then clenched his right hand into a fist in the air. Boom! With a muffled sound, the god of heaven, pierced by the red silk threads, was directly obliterated. Chapter 137, The Wish. After destroying the god of heaven once again, Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Lily in his arms. Her body was becoming transparent at this moment. Jiang Lily herself had appeared here using the power of the god of heaven. Now that the god of heaven had disappeared, she couldn't hold on much longer. Jiang Mubai looked at the figure in his arms and stopped moving. Are you okay? Jiang Mubai's voice was a little low. Jiang Lily looked at Jiang Mubai. She seemed to be losing human emotions, her eyes showing slight fluctuations, but her face held no expression at all. Quick, go, administrative department. Jiang Lily softly repeated these words. Jiang Mubai didn't move again. He sat down on the ground and began to use his reversing ability once more. However, the violent power of despair clashed fiercely against him, and Jiang Mubai, for a moment, had no way of dealing with it. His face grew darker and darker, and the madness in his eyes became more intense. Finally, amid a surge of violent black energy, he completely transformed into chaotic madness. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 120%. You've gone crazy. In your madness, you are transforming toward the unknown. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Jiang Mubai began to laugh loudly, his hair wildly flying about, and countless colorful light balls appeared around him. A huge, pitch-black shadow, as dark as ink, floated beneath his feet. Red and black, two colors of light burst out from the black hole, turning into tentacles. Strange murmurs, twisted bodies, Jiang Mubai. At this moment, he completely lost his human form. He held Jiang Lily tightly and suddenly shot into the sky. Boom! A dazzling light suddenly appeared, followed by countless glowing orbs gathering together to form an illusory gate, standing in midair. Jiang Mubai slowly floated inside. Amidst a dizzying swirl of time, he arrived in a brand new garden. At the center of the garden, there were two figures, Michelle and Fizz. Both of them looked at Jiang Mubai with fear in their eyes. Jiang Mubai appeared to be mad, but upon seeing Michelle, a rare trace of humanity appeared in his eyes. He slowly descended to the ground and walked towards the two of them. Seeing this, Michelle immediately panicked. Her small hands waved frantically in front of her chest, retreating while stuttering. "Why you, don't come any closer. I won't go with you." Fizz stood in front of Michelle at this moment, looking at Jiang Mubai with a stubborn expression in her eyes. "It's all my fault. If you have something against me, come at me. I won't let you harm Michelle." Jiang Mubai glanced at the two of them, then looked at the Jiang Lily in his arms. A struggle appeared in his eyes, but it only lasted for a moment before turning into madness again. He looked at Fizz and Michelle, his eyes cold and merciless. "Who made the wish?" Jiang Mubai spoke coldly, his voice turning into a mutter. Michelle and Fizz only heard it and felt their heads spinning. Had they not been so strange themselves, the mere sound of his voice would have been enough to kill them. At this moment, the two of them ran frantically towards the distance, one after the other. Jiang Mubai simply clenched his right hand, pulling them from the void. What are you going to do?" Fizz stood in front of Michelle, trying to remain calm as she asked. Jiang Mubai stared at her with no change in his emotion. "Help me, make a wish." Fizz had thought Jiang Mubai would kill her directly, but hearing that he only wanted her to make a wish, she slowly calmed down. She cautiously looked at Jiang Mubai, speaking softly. "Why, you said you wouldn't let me make a wish. Help me, make a wish." Jiang Mubai kept repeating the same words, and Fizz began to grow scared again. What wish do you want to make?" Jiang Mubai glanced at her, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. He pointed at Jiang Lily in his arms. "Let her die." Fizz froze. Jiang Lily's eyes also flickered for a moment, but soon she regained her composure. "And no, I won't." Jiang Mubai slowly looked at Fizz. He pulled her toward him, grabbing her by the neck. "Help me, make a wish." Fizz kept slapping at Jiang Mubai, her legs kicking wildly, but Jiang Mubai showed no sign of releasing her. Seeing this, Michelle immediately ran forward, grabbing Jiang Mubai's pants leg. Please, let go of Fizz, please. I'll go with you, I'll agree to anything, just let go of Fizz, please." Jiang Mubai slowly loosened his grip. Fizz fell to the ground with a thud, covering her neck, staring at Jiang Mubai in terror. Jiang Mubai looked at Fizz, then at Michelle. A trace of struggle appeared in his eyes again. "Help me, make a wish." Jiang Mubai continued repeating these words, but this time, his voice was deep and suppressed. Fizz had recovered her senses by now. She stubbornly looked at Jiang Mubai. No, I won't. Even if I die, I won't make such a wish." With that, she charged at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai looked at her, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But before he could move, Michelle rushed over. She hugged Jiang Mubai's leg, crying out loudly. I'll make the wish, please don't hurt Fizz anymore." Michelle cried, her tears sliding down her cheeks. Seeing this, Jiang Mubai extended his hand and gently wiped her tears away. Michelle froze for a moment, and with a cold gaze from Jiang Mubai, she slowly walked toward the wishing well. Fitzy followed her, holding on tightly. "Michelle, no, don't promise him, don't promise this devil." Michelle looked at Fitzy, then she looked at Jiang Mubai, and spoke softly. "It's okay, I don't have that coin anymore, and I think this big brother is not a bad person. But if you lie to him, what will he do to you? No, I'll make the wish, I won't let you make this kind of wish." Fitzy said, grabbing Michelle tightly, then she shouted loudly toward the wishing pool. I wish that big sister dies. She won't die. Buzz. As soon as Fitzy finished the wish, the sky suddenly darkened, then a dazzling red moon slowly appeared. At that moment, both of them froze. Fitzy stared at the sky in confusion. Why is the moon appearing? I don't know, what should we do, Michelle also became frantic. However, before they could act, the scarlet blood moon in the night sky immediately cast a beam of moonlight onto Jiang Lily. Jiang Mubai showed no expression, he just quietly watched everything. He saw everything Michelle and Fitzy did, but he did not stop them. Because the distortion had already started when he acted. Chapter 138 Choice. Big sister, will she recover? After a brief shock, Fitzy came back to her senses. She held Michelle tightly, nervously looking at Jiang Lily. Under the moonlight, Jiang Lily emitted a faint red and green glow. Jiang Mubai still made no move. He just quietly watched Jiang Lily. He knew this wish would surely be distorted. Without the Gulorn coin, the wishing pool being activated already showed the problem. But he could not tell how the distortion would happen. His original plan was to have Fitzy make a wish like a curse, certain death, and then through the distortion of the wish itself, plus his influence, produce the opposite result. But Fitzy and Michelle both refused. He had no choice. If he forced it further, the process could become even more distorted. Because he could no longer control himself. His humanity was disappearing. If not for a thread of rationality from his original personality, he would have already gone on a killing spree. The feeling was strange. Jiang Mubai could not explain it, he just felt he shouldn't be like this. However, now if he did go on a killing spree, destroying everything, his heart seemed strangely calm. Thinking this, he waved his hand casually. A rainbow-colored light orb flew out instantly. Crack bang. With a crisp sound, the wishing pool immediately froze into rainbow-colored ice and vanished into grey dust. Fitzy and Michelle watched in fear, but in a moment, Fitzy reacted. She pulled the terrified Michelle and turned to run. Me, Michelle, run, this person will definitely kill us. But. Michelle wanted to speak, but Fitzy did not give her a chance. She grabbed Michelle and ran straight toward the garden entrance. Jiang Mubai watched the two, then looked at Zhang Lily, waving his right hand. Bang bang bang. Countless rainbow-colored tentacles broke out of the ground, wrapping around the two's limbs. What are you doing? Fitzy twisted her body, struggling with all her strength. Jiang Mubai waved his right hand, pulling her in front of him. I bear your fate. The distorted voice turned into whispers, entering Fitzy's ear. Fitzy felt as if a storm had risen in her mind, dizzy and disoriented. When she recovered, she dared not resist, begging with her voice. I won't run anymore, I won't run, please, don't hurt Michelle. Jiang Mubai looked at her in confusion, then at Michelle, and released them both. Michelle now seemed frightened, hiding behind Fitzy. The small hand clenched the corner of her clothes, looking at Jiang Mubai with a pitiful expression, her big eyes filled with tears. Jiang Mubai looked at her, a flash of struggle appearing in his eyes again. Just as Jiang Mubai was about to grab Mishware and ask her some questions, Zhang Lily's sudden cry rang out. Then, a blinding dark green light suddenly erupted from her body. Whum! The eerie green light, accompanied by a terrifying power of despair, surged into Jiang Mubai's body. Then, the familiar voice once again echoed in his ears. Jiang Mubai, you can't kill me. Only by cooperating with me can you leave this place. Listening to the familiar mocking tone of the god, a cold glint flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Get lost. Jiang Mubai spoke coldly, his tone emotionless, as if he was simply stating his demand. Zhang Lily, possessed by the god, looked at Jiang Mubai, a charming smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Hee, this time, how will you choose? Will you kill this woman you want to save? Or will you let me go? Jiang Mubai, admit it, the madness hidden in your heart is enough to destroy. Before Zhang Lily could finish her sentence, Jiang Mubai's body exploded with a violent burst of black energy. Boom! The black energy clashed with the eerie green energy, and Jiang Mubai instantly broke free from the grip of despair's power. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhang Lily. Zhang Lily showed no reaction. She just mocked Jiang Mubai with her gaze. It seemed that seeing his internal struggle was quite amusing to her. Beside them, Fei Zi stood frozen in place. It seemed that she realized she had made a mistake. The person she wished to save seemed to have their soul replaced. She had never seen that older sister, did not recognize her, but the feeling that older sister gave her now made her feel a sense of familiarity. This familiarity was something she had felt before when Barbara turned her into a cat. Why is this happening? Fei Zi's face turned pale as she muttered quietly. Zhang Lily suddenly turned her head, looking at her. Hee, little kitten, you're quite interesting too. Your brother's soul is in my hands. So, how about making a deal? A deal? Fei Zi was obviously scared, quickly backing away but unable to stop herself from looking at her. Jiang Mubai's grip tightened, and it seemed Zhang Lily's neck was about to snap. However, possessed by the god and transformed by the power of despair, she showed no sign of pain. She just revealed a cold, eerie smile. Frenzied red tendrils shot up from the ground beneath her feet. Then, one of the tendrils suddenly pierced through the void and pulled out a soul. It was a transparent little boy, not very old, with coffee-colored curly hair, looking quite lively. At this moment, the little boy's eyes were closed, his brows tightly furrowed, and he appeared to be in great pain. Leo! Fei Zi's eyes lit up with excitement upon seeing this. She quickly ran toward the little boy, but before she could reach him, one of the red tendrils whipped around, knocking her away. Leo, little brother, don't be afraid, I'm coming, your sister will protect you, your sister will protect you. Fei Zi painfully stood up and continued to move forward, but Jiang Lily's strike, possessed by the god, had already broken her ribs and right leg. She hadn't gone far when she collapsed to the ground. The god mocked as it looked at Jiang Mubai and Fei Zi. Kill this woman and save the little kitten you hate, or search for hope to save this woman and let the little kitten go, making a deal with me. Hee, I'll use her soul against you. Jiang Mubai, isn't this a kind of rule? The god let out a mocking laugh. Jiang Mubai looked at the god and then at Fei Zi, revealing a cold smile. Do you really think your chances are high? God, your biggest mistake wasn't giving me a choice, but underestimating my determination to kill you. As Jiang Mubai finished speaking, a fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes, then countless colorful small balls appeared around the two of them in an instant, blocking everything. The heavenly spirit, possessing Jiang Lili, saw this and a strong fear appeared in her eyes. This is the door's blockade. There is still another update being written. Chapter 139, A Dagger. No, let go of me, let go of me. The heavenly spirit was slightly panicked at this moment. It never expected Jiang Mubai to have such power. How is this possible? This kind of power is absolutely not something a human could possess. Those great existences would never bestow such power upon weak humans. Jiang Mubai must have stolen this power. The heavenly spirit quickly understood, looking at Jiang Mubai with a fierce expression. It must leave at all costs. Otherwise, with the door's blockade, it will be killed by Jiang Mubai. Losing a clone is not the worst. The worst is that it cannot transmit any information back to its main body. Thinking of this, the heavenly spirit began to struggle frantically, roaring as dark red energy poured out from Jiang Lili's body like a flood. But these energies were seemingly suppressed by an invisible force. As soon as they appeared, they were suppressed by an even stronger seven-colored force. The seven-colored orbs of light around Jiang Mubai seemed to possess a high status. No matter how the heavenly spirit struggled, it was futile. The heavenly spirit slowly gave up its resistance. Looking at Jiang Mubai, it began to offer terms incessantly. Let me go, and I'll bring back that girl you care about. Let me go, I won't bother with your country anymore. Let me go, everything here is yours, that little cat, that little boy's soul, including that girl with the dual personalities, they're all yours. The heavenly spirit's shadow was now attached to Jiang Lili's back, looking at Jiang Mubai with urgency in its eyes. Jiang Mubai wanted to kill it immediately, but the heavenly spirit's terms were like a sharp dagger, each one stabbing deep into his heart. Humanity seemed to grow stronger in Jiang Mubai's eyes, the struggle in his gaze growing more intense. The heavenly spirit, seeing this, seemed to see hope, and it began to roar again, its twisted words turning into echoes that rang in Jiang Mubai's ears. Alright, I can also tell you something, that person in your country called Zhang Jintian, he's dying, everyone's hiding it from you, I know you care about him, let me go, I'll give you the reward of curing his disease. We can make a deal, we can set the rules, let me go, I will definitely do it. These two sentences completely awakened Jiang Mubai's inner thoughts, the cold indifference in his eyes disappeared, and intense sorrow appeared in his eyes. Xia Yulua, Captain Zhang. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 110%. Even after returning to oneself, it still cannot hide the fact that you've gone mad. My friend, you need my power. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 120%. Jiang Mubai was now in an extreme state of contradiction, his mind constantly flashing with different people, Xia Yulua, Jiang Lili, Zhang Jintian, Bai Xiaoke. They appeared both in the real world and in the strange world. Every time he saw those figures, he felt happiness and joy, but this feeling lasted only an instant, then immediately disappeared. They weren't as important as he had imagined. Crack! Jiang Mubai's grip tightened, and the reversed power reappeared in his hand. Seeing this, the heavenly spirit became even more frantic. No, Jiang Mubai, you will regret this, you will definitely regret this. Let me go, I still have more terms, more conditions. No! Jiang Mubai spoke coldly. In his eyes, the struggle flashed with both pain and ruthlessness, eventually blending into a deeper madness. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 120%. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 120%. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 120%. Buzz. A glaring red light, like a tide, now poured out from Jiang Mubai's body. He was going to use reversal to directly reverse the heavenly spirit's state. In his mind, this method is much more effective than directly killing him. Because killing him directly will only give him the chance to escape. The god felt it and showed despair in its eyes. A ghostly green power suddenly erupted from its body. This is the power of despair. The stronger the despair, the stronger the power. No! The god roared loudly, and the ghostly green light suddenly shot out from its eyes, piercing into Jiang Mubai's forehead. Boom! At that moment, Jiang Mubai felt his soul being struck by an extremely evil force. Sadness, loneliness, despair, fear. A mix of emotions that should never appear in his heart violently struck his soul. Those emotions seemed to tear apart the emotional gaps in Jiang Mubai's heart, throwing his consciousness into chaos. Seeing this, the god's despair faded a little. He had found Jiang Mubai's weakness. Humanity, that is his weakness. All he needs to do is pass this information back to the original body, and even if Jiang Mubai is terrifying, the original body will still have a way to deal with him. With that thought, he looked back at Fizi. That little cat, do you want to save your brother? I can help you, I don't want your soul, I only want one thing, kill him, kill this man. You hate him, you loathe him, you despise him, I can feel it, come on, child, come on. The god's alluring words echoed in Fizi's ears, and her eyes became dazed as she walked towards Jiang Mubai. The god's smile grew even more intense. Slowly, a pale-colored dagger formed in his body. Child, come on, I can feel it, you can come through, don't worry, he carries your fate on him. Come closer, just a little more. Yes, pick up that dagger, stab him, stab him. At this point, Fizi was standing right in front of them, her eyes fixed on the dagger surrounded by a rainbow-colored sphere, before slowly bending down to reach for it. No, no, Fizi, no. Michelle, shouting anxiously from the side, Fizi heard her and seemed to regain some clarity in her eyes. She slowly turned her head, looking at Michelle with a dazed expression. Brother. Michelle. Leo. Fizi mumbled their names, holding her head in pain. The god saw this and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Shut up. Seeing that he was about to escape, the god would not allow anyone to disturb him. He roared violently, ready to kill Michelle. However, he was completely trapped within the doorsteps now, unable to do anything except make sounds. In fact, if Jiang Mubai hadn't fallen into chaos, the god couldn't even transmit his voice. Michelle heard the god's roar, and her face paled in fear, but when she saw Fizi was about to continue walking forward, she immediately controlled her fear. She did not want Fizi to go ahead. She had a bad premonition. For some reason, her heart was beating so fast, a feeling she had never experienced before. She had to stop Fizi, she had to stop her. With this thought, Michelle immediately ran towards Fizi. She would stop Fizi, no matter the cost. Fizi, don't, Fizi, come back now. Michelle urgently shouted as she ran towards Fizi. Fizi had already picked up the dagger from the ground and was about to stab Jiang Mubai when Michelle's voice came from behind her. She turned around instinctively and saw a figure suddenly rushing towards her. Thud. A cold voice suddenly appeared, and Fizi's body stiffened violently, freezing in place. Chapter 140, The Story of Pinocchio. Fizi, don't go over. Michelle was already in tears, tightly hugging Fizi, completely unaware of Fizi's pale face. At this moment, Fizi regained her sanity, her red and blue eyes gazing at Michelle with tenderness. Sorry, Michelle. Fizi spoke softly, trying to push Michelle away. But her hands could no longer exert any strength. She would not hurt Michelle. She liked Michelle. In the final moment, to avoid hurting her, Fizi, before even realizing it herself, pointed the tip of the dagger at herself. She did not know why she reacted so quickly, perhaps because of love. Or maybe, it came from a cat's instinct. Yes. She was a cat, not a human. She had fooled everyone. Fizi slowly closed her eyes, and scenes flashed through her mind. The most vivid memory was when she had wished to become human from the old man who appeared in the lake. At that moment, she was very happy. Even now, she still clearly remembered that old, gentle voice in her mind. Child, honesty is only the beginning, being human is not that easy, you may not understand, but for you, it is both a blessing and a curse. Go, take care of this child, from today, he is your brother. Remember what you promised me, be an honest and kind person. Honest. Kind. Now thinking back, she seemed never to have achieved that. To steal food for her brother, she had lied. To let her brother go to school, she had cheated for money. She would convince herself it was all for her brother. But did she really care for that brother? Sorry, old man. I am a liar, boo-hoo, I lied, boo-hoo. Fizi began to cry, her gaze started to drift. Michelle also noticed this scene, and when Fizi collapsed in her arms, she was already scared and helpless. Fizi, what's wrong, Fizi? Sorry, Fizi. Michelle knelt on the ground, her small hands covered in blood pressed tightly on the wound the dagger had made on Fizi. But it was useless. The dagger now emitted a faint green light, piercing into Fizi's body. A cold, hopeless feeling appeared in Fizi's heart. Am I going to die? Fizi thought this in her heart, she gave up resisting, gave up everything. In her ears echoed Michelle's voice. The voice was full of urgency, full of worry. She did not want her to worry. This was not what she wanted. Her pupils focused, filled with light. She used all her strength, opened her eyes, and looked at Michelle. She wanted to imprint her image in her mind, to take it to another world. Fizi trembled as she reached out her hand, wiping the tears from Michelle's eyes. Michelle, don't cry. Fizi spoke softly. This may be my best resting place. Sorry, I lied to you, I lied to my brother, I lied to Big Brother, I lied to the late god old man. Director Barbara was right, I should never have become human. For me, tell them. Michelle listened to Feezy's words, holding her and crying. Feezy, it's okay, I forgive you, that late god old man, Director Barbara, they. Before Michelle could finish speaking, Feezy's hand fell down, then her body turned into a light and vanished. Michelle froze completely in place. Then she cried out loudly. The god nearby saw this scene, anger flashing in his eyes. This stupid cat, I helped you deal with the late god, tore up the contract, and you can't even do this. What use are you? The god roared loudly, green light erupted from his body again. This was a desperate rebellion, he was ready to burn everything of himself to break the seal of the threshold. He had to pass the message out. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded. At this moment, Jiang Mubai's body of rainbow light balls started to shake. Jiang Mubai slowly raised his head, his pupils returned to pitch black, madness burning, calmness swallowed. God! Jiang Mubai spoke softly, his voice cold, merciless. The god turned around, looking coldly at Jiang Mubai. Let me leave. Cancel all of this, or else. Before the god's words fell, Jiang Mubai acted directly. His body became a streak of 7-colored light, instantly appearing before the god. Reverse. This time, Jiang Mubai held nothing back, using all his energy to unleash this strange ability. Buzz. A blinding red light burst out again, and above the red light, even rainbow colors appeared. The god roared in pain. Jiang Mubai, even if I don't want this clone, I will make you pay for a decision you will regret for life. Boom. Another fierce energy explosion occurred, and this time, the terrifying power of despair collided violently with the reversal ability. The god completely burned this clone. Pain, despair, all negative emotions, became a flood, colliding with the reversal ability. Jiang Lily's body instantly emitted a dazzling light. Her body quickly returned to its original form, but her aura became even weaker. You came to find me. Jiang Lily regained her mind, looking at Jiang Mubai with confusion in her eyes. She seemed to know him, but for some reason, she had no clear memory. No, more accurately, not no memory, but confused memory. It seemed she had known him since childhood. It seemed she had seen him before. Yet it seemed he had never appeared in her world. Why was this happening? Jiang Lily could not understand. Jiang Mubai looked at the confused Jiang Lily, and a trace of humanity returned to his eyes. Yes, I am looking for you. Helping you is also helping myself. You? Jiang Lily heard the logical emphasis in Jiang Mubai's words, but she still did not understand. Jiang Mubai wanted to explain, but could not. Because now he was also in a bad state. The lack of emotion made him want to destroy everything, but the remaining humanity kept him rational. This walking on the edge between nothingness and humanity made Jiang Mubai unable to correctly understand himself. At this moment, he only wanted destruction. Leave. Jiang Mubai suddenly pushed Jiang Lily, holding his head in pain. Countless 7-colored light spheres appeared around him again. Jiang Lily looked at him, a charming smile appearing on her lips. She slowly walked forward and gently hugged him. Thank you. I don't know what happened, but in my memory, I seem to treat you like family, thank you. Thank you. After saying this, Jiang Lily's body emitted a dazzling white light, flying out of Jiang Mubai's body. Ding, congratulations Chosen One for completing S-level hidden task redemption. She has long been dead, you cannot save her life, but you can save her soul. Jiang Mubai looked at the prompt in his mind and laughed loudly. His laughter seemed sarcastic, seemed mocking, but if listened carefully, one could feel the suppressed madness. I will change it anyway. Chapter 140 Kisses and Farewell. I will change it anyway. Jiang Mubai shouted to the sky, swinging his hand, countless 7-colored light spheres flew into the air. The spheres collided, gathered, and finally became a 7-colored light gate. Jiang Mubai grabbed the void with his right hand, a streak of light rapidly flying toward the light gate. Boom! At this moment, the world roared and changed color, the originally dark sky became even darker. As if a huge creature was descending. Jiang Mubai looked at everything coldly, the madness in his eyes had destroyed all reason. He only wanted slaughter. After the terror arrived, he would destroy everything. However, after waiting a long time, the surroundings remained calm. Nothing happened. The darkness in the sky slowly receded, everything returned to normal. The garden remained a garden. Only the figures that existed here had vanished. Jiang Mubai slowly landed on the ground, his gaze looking forward. There, Michelle was still crying. Looking at this familiar girl, struggle flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes again. He slowly walked forward, waving his hand. Jiang Mubai quietly watched her. He was thinking whether to kill her or just ignore her. His inner instinct urged him to give up, but the madness taking over him kept persuading him kill her. Michelle kept sobbing, looking at Jiang Mubai with eyes full of pity. Big brother, can you save her? Big brother, please, can you save her? Jiang Mubai lowered his head and looked at the ground. There was nothing there. But in Michelle's eyes, it seemed like feces still existed. She was sick. Jiang Mubai looked at Michelle and placed his hand on her forehead. A dark red light flickered again, but this time, the red glow lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before disappearing. Accompanied by this, was Jiang Mubai letting out a muffled groan. Is it not working? Jiang Mubai pressed his hand to his chest, frowning slightly. His eyes regained their calm at that moment. Rationality suppressed the madness, and humanity took control. He sighed as he looked at Michelle. This was her choice. Jiang Mubai was not good at comforting others. Especially those he cared about. Michelle looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with tears. Please help her, I beg you, big brother. Jiang Mubai shook his head. He gently took Michelle's hand. I can't save her, but I can help you. Help me? Michelle was still confused. Yes, I can help you tear up the Red Moon's contract. When Michelle heard Jiang Mubai's words, her face instantly turned pale. But. Jenny is dead, right? Jiang Mubai interrupted her without waiting for her to speak. Michelle nodded again, eyes red. Is her body still there? Michelle shook her head. Jiang Mubai crouched down, gently looking at her. They wanted you to live well. And you would want to listen to them, right? How do you know? Michelle looked up with tearful eyes. Jiang Mubai smiled. Because, I've seen you in the future. Future? Yes, if you trust me, just tell me the Red Moon's wish, and I'll help you tear it up. Michelle hesitated and struggled for a long time, then finally lowered her head. I only made 2 wishes. One was to see Sister Jenny. The other was to make this world free of pain. Jiang Mubai didn't understand why Michelle had such thoughts before. But after experiencing the Griffinlo orphanage, he understood. He nodded and gently placed his hand on Michelle's forehead. Break the contract. Buzz. With a piercing black light, 2 full moons slowly floated out from Michelle's body. Jiang Mubai looked at the red moon, which exuded a strange, evil aura, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he waved his right hand and shattered the red moon. Ah! Michelle let out a painful scream as she held her head and rolled on the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Mubai quickly went over to support her, but just then, an even more intense white light suddenly erupted from her body. The white light was warm and soft. Jiang Mubai, just being illuminated by it, felt his body and mind relax. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 50%. Slowly, the white light dissipated. Adult Michelle appeared before her. She wore a goose-yellow short-sleeve and fashionable jeans, quietly looking at Jiang Mubai. In her eyes, there was endless tenderness. Thank you. Is your illness cured? Michelle walked in front of Jiang Mubai, speaking softly. Jiang Mubai looked at her, nodded, then shook his head. Almost. You came back? Michelle also nodded, then shook her head. I am already dead. She lowered her head as she spoke. Then, suddenly, she leaped into Jiang Mubai's arms and kissed him. Jiang Mubai froze. The coldness and moisture of her lips made him feel like his soul was pierced by an electric current. When she came to her senses, Michelle had already pulled away from him. They were now a person's distance apart, and Michelle was happily looking at him. Thank you, I have to go now. There are some things. She must make a decision. Saying this, she raised her head and looked at the sky. Jiang Mubai also looked up, their gazes seemingly piercing through endless time and space, both looking at the black castle in the void. You can come back with me, I have a way to reverse it again. No. Before Jiang Mubai could finish speaking, Michelle interrupted him sharply. She looked at Jiang Mubai, her eyes once again flashing with tenderness. Thank you, this is my decision, I hope you can respect it. Jiang Mubai stared at her deeply and nodded. He didn't continue to persuade her, just quietly sat on the ground. In less than 5 minutes, he would be leaving. Michelle also sat beside her, gently resting her head on Jiang Mubai's shoulder. I know many things. How do you know? My soul felt it in the Death Castle. Then why are you still going? Why? Jiang Mubai was a bit confused, but Michelle didn't answer. She just smiled and looked at Jiang Mubai. You will know in the future. Very mysterious, I'm a bit curious. Then I definitely can't tell you. Michelle interrupted him again, smiling. Alright, you're about to leave, thank you. Jiang Mubai shook his head. We are friends. Friends? Michelle revealed a sad look. Jiang Mubai wanted to say something, but a white light had already surrounded him. In the end, he didn't say anything. In his heart, he already had the answer. Maybe, he just didn't want to believe it. In the garden, Michelle sat alone on the ground, looking at the sky. The red moon had disappeared, and the morning sun rose again, but Michelle didn't feel any warmth. This place, it was the past. This place, it was a creepy tale. She slowly stood up and walked to the place where Fizi had disappeared, picking up a handful of soil and placing it on her chest. Fizi, I will do my best. Mubai, I will bring that girl back. Michelle smiled, stood up, and walked toward the morning sun, disappearing. Chapter 141, The Plan of the Beautiful Nation. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation's chosen one for clearing the S-level hidden conditions. All resources of the Dragon Nation plus 50%, including but not limited to freshwater, oil, coal. The Dragon Nation's territory increases by 10,000 square kilometers. The Dragon Nation's national fortune plus 40 points, with additional benefits of abundant harvests, flourishing livestock, and plentiful grains. The Dragon Nation's smog disappears for 3 years. The average life expectancy of the Dragon Nation's people increases by 10 years. The following are special rewards, choose one. Remaining selection time, 1 day. 1. Photonic weapons. 2. Double the number of creepy tale hint chances next time. The outside world. In all major live streams. When Jiang Mubai's strange form dropped to 50%, the live stream screen reappeared. Everyone saw the scene where Jiang Mubai and Michelle kissed. The S-level hidden clearance seemed to have been forgotten by them. Everyone focused entirely on Jiang Mubai and Michelle. Ah, isn't that the strange fox spirit from the Heavenly God Biology Company, Michelle? I knew it, Brother Zhang's goal wasn't to clear the creepy tale, it seemed real on the surface, but in reality, he's deep in strategy, always targeting pretty female anomalies. But, how did she end up here? Is it possible that Brother Jiang is setting up a big plan? No, I don't believe it, Brother Mubai is definitely lying. Brothers, we've cleared it, let's focus on the rewards for clearing it. Not good, not good, inside information, something happened in Shandong province, I heard from my uncle that the sky there exploded. The sky, exploded? The Anomaly Management Bureau. Li Fei and other experts were sitting in the conference room, their expressions full of sorrow. Jiang Mubai had cleared the S-level hidden task, undoubtedly a major piece of good news. Especially since there were photonic weapons in this reward. Li Fei could even imagine how powerful the Dragon Nation would be with photonic weapons. But at this moment, these experts didn't show the expected excitement. Zhang Jintian had passed away. This was undoubtedly a sorrowful event for the Dragon Nation. Although Zhang Jintian's last words indicated that the funeral and everything else should be simple and low-key. But he had done so much for the Dragon Nation. How could Li Fei and the others possibly agree? Zhang Jintian, in their hearts, had already not only been the person in charge of the management bureau, they had long already treated him as family, an elder. At this moment, countless people looked at the report in their hands with complicated eyes. That was Zhang Jintian's life resume before death. Dragon Country Strange Talk Person in Charge, Dragon Country Strange Talk Management Bureau Initiator, Dragon Country Strange Talk Emergency Matters Group Leader, Dragon Country Strange Talk Intelligence Department Minister, Dragon Country Representative to International Strange Talk, Vice Chairman of the International Strange Talk Council, East State Strange Talk Council Chairman. Honor titles, plus after Strange Talk appeared a series of almost perfect solutions for Dragon Country, Zhang Jintian is worth Dragon Country people deeply remembering. Everyone. Li Fei endured the sadness, looked at everyone. Captain Zhang is gone, but his words, we must remember. If Strange Talk is not destroyed for 1 day, we cannot be at peace for 1 day. I hope we can temporarily put away the sad emotions, continue to fight with Strange Talk, Dragon Country needs us. A group of experts looked at Li Fei, and nodded one after another. But, Strange Talk now are all solved by Mubai, the help we can give, is very limited. Do what we can. Li Fei's eyes swept over the crowd with dignity. Besides providing Mubai with a strong backing, we also need to make other preparations. For example, the Destroy Mubai plan led by Beautiful Country. At this point, a cold light flashed in Li Fei's eyes. The actions of Beautiful Country and others, with Dragon Country's strong intelligence ability, it is impossible to not know. Before, Dragon Country kept low profile, cared about the whole world, did not want to participate, however, Beautiful Country and others became more and more excessive. Especially now, the public opinion of Western countries all want to destroy Jiang Mubai, this makes Li Fei have to make a choice. They do not cause trouble, but they are not afraid of trouble. A group of experts heard Li Fei's words, and showed strong fighting intent one after another. Do not cause trouble, not afraid of trouble. Li Fei looked at them, and nodded. Alright, everyone, the tasks assigned before, everyone go be busy first, later, I will go meet Mubai, the matter of Xinghua village, I will be responsible for communication. At this point, Li Fei glanced at Bai Xiaoke. Bai Xiaoke hesitated a little, but still nodded. After the meeting ended, Li Fei stayed alone in the operation room. At this moment, the sky was already dark, but he had no thought of resting at all. He took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. On the other side of the phone came Bai Xiaoke's somewhat tired voice. "Captain Li, do you have something?" Li Fei paused for a moment, then asked. "Xiaoke, you have worked hard," Mubai sighed, "how is it?" There was silence on the other side of the phone for a moment, then continued to answer. "Mubai is still in a coma now, experts checked, his body has no problem, but he has not woken up. Dozens of Dragon Country experts all think it is his spirit too tired, maybe. Maybe he will be in a coma for several days." "Several days?" Li Fei's brows slightly frowned. "Okay, during this time, thank you for continuing to take care, Captain Zhang's matter. I will personally tell him." From the other side of the phone came Bai Xiaoke's voice again. Li Fei hung up the phone, looked at the night sky. The night was very quiet, but he could feel a kind of unusual. He looked at the sky and whispered to himself. "Sorry, Mubai, the matter of reward, I should respect your decision, but beautiful country is pressing too tight. I will wait until the last second of the reward ending. If you are still unconscious, I will make the choice myself, hope you do not mind." Beautiful country. Grey Palace. Gooden at this moment sat in a bright hall, looking at the big screen in front of him. This was an online network meeting room. Inside, all were countries led by beautiful country. They were discussing how to destroy Jiang Mubai. However, their conversation was thought-provoking. "Our kimchi country is a bit far from Dragon country." "Talk your dog shit fart, our 7 black country is not farther than you?" "Our kangaroo country is recently being monitored by Dragon country." Battle country has exited the chat room. Gooden listened to this group of old foxes' words, his face was gloomy. They won by 1. On the surface, he is the leader, but now isn't he afraid of that light weapon? Although he really wanted to curse, Godan still controlled himself. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly twice, then continued speaking. "Don't act like Longwei in front of me, a mere optical weapon, our beautiful country naturally has a way to deal with it. Have you forgotten, the godlike creature?" As soon as Godan finished speaking, the people in the conference room all changed their expressions. That godlike creature they had long learned about through Godan, and it seemed to be a terrifying existence that created urban legends. Could it be that beautiful country has a connection with that godlike creature? If that is true, what kind of terrifying foundation must beautiful country have? People watched the video in the conference room and all saw the shock on their faces. "Mr. Gordon, can you carefully talk about that godlike creature? Without some information from you, it's hard for us to confirm." Finally, the female head of Kangaroo Country broke the silence. Godan sneered at this big-chested but brainless woman and crossed his legs. "Rather than explaining to you, it's better to let you meet someone." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Then a golden-haired figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked at the mysterious figure, showing shock. This. Chapter 142, Sudden Change. After the mysterious figure appeared, countless people's eyes showed shock. Their eyes began to move actively again. After all, no one wanted to see Longwa rise. This sleeping lion, the whole world was afraid of. Emily, didn't she die from the first urban legend? How could it be? Could the godlike creature have revived her? God, my God, the dead can come back? Weird, it must be weird, beautiful country and weirdness join forces. When this was said, everyone fell silent. Passing urban legends repeatedly is indeed terrifying. But if they could team up with that terrifying existence that created urban legends, that would be truly horrifying. Godan looked at the worried expressions of everyone, showing satisfaction in his eyes. He enjoyed their gaze. The whole world should fear beautiful country. And they were right. He, the most talented urban legend leader of beautiful country, successfully contacted the godlike creature. That terrifying existence not only revived Emily, but also said it could open some water in their beautiful country's death castle. As long as they could destroy the Jiang Mubai. Godan didn't know why this terrifying existence was so interested in a chosen one. But regarding making Jiang Mubai die, he could say he cared more than anyone in the world, no one else. This matter must of course be kept secret, I now only want your attitude. Godan's tone was full of no doubt, the people in the livestream fell silent. Soon, Kimchi Country spoke first. We are willing to provide help for beautiful country. 7 Black Country also supports. Beautiful country. Arctic Country needs some time to consider. Maple Leaf Country swears to follow beautiful country to death. Godan's gaze swept over the group with authority, kicking out those who were considering. Good, we will continue to discuss further plans. Longwa, Imperial Capital. In a separate luxurious and heavily protected villa, Jiang Mubai slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt dizzy and his mind was full of countless chaotic voices, like arguing, constantly appearing in his mind. You are crazy, he is not crazy. I am crazy, you are very normal. These voices made his head spin, making him want to destroy everything. Jiang Mubai covered his head, moaning in pain. He waved his right hand, breaking the nearby water cup. Clang. A dull sound came out. Xiaoka immediately held the edge of Jiang Mubai's bed and stood up, rubbing her eyes and looking at Jiang Mubai. He now had blood-red eyes, covered his head, curled at the edge of the bed. Mubai, what's wrong, Mubai? Quick, someone come. Someone, come quickly. Xiaoka was so frightened by this scene that her face turned pale, and she hurriedly shouted loudly. The medical expert team, who were almost on standby around Jiang Mubai all day, immediately gathered around. They hurriedly tried to comfort Jiang Mubai and help him with emergency treatment. However, these treatments had no effect at all. At this moment, Jiang Mubai seemed to have completely lost his hearing, unable to hear anyone speaking, he just kept holding his head. The group of people looked at each other, and finally, helplessly, they decided to first give him a sedative injection. After all, if this state continued, it would look even more dangerous. However, when the nurse held the syringe and tried to inject his hand, an unexpected thing happened. Jiang Mubai's body appeared to have a layer of black light, and the needle tip broke with a snap as soon as it touched. The nurse who was injecting Jiang Mubai was stunned at that moment. She didn't even understand what had happened. So stupid, I'll do it. Seeing this, the head nurse immediately came over, but when the same scene happened to her, she fell silent. The others could only watch worriedly from the side. Fortunately, Jiang Mubai did not stay in this state for long, and about 15 minutes later, he recovered. At this moment, he looked coldly at the crowd. You, what are you doing here? Jiang Mubai spoke softly. No one answered at once. It was still Xiaoka who stepped forward, taking out a cup of water and handing it to Jiang Mubai. Mubai, we were very worried about you, you have been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days? Jiang Mubai frowned slightly, then recovered. I understand, you all can leave. The crowd looked at each other. Although Jiang Mubai told them to leave, everyone could see that his state was not good. Mubai, maybe I should have the medical team go to another. Leave. Before Xiaoka could finish, Jiang Mubai interrupted him directly. Xiaoka looked at the seemingly unfamiliar Jiang Mubai and finally bit her lip and nodded. She expressed her apologies to the medical staff and arranged another place for them before returning to the villa. However, when she arrived at the door again, she found that it would not open. No matter how she used the key, it did not work, as if the door lock was just decoration. How could this happen? Xiaoka immediately became worried. She hurriedly patted the door, calling Jiang Mubai's name. However, there was no response from inside the room. Xiaoka's unease grew stronger. She quickly dialed Li Fei's number. But Li Fei's side also could not be reached. What is happening? Xiaoka became even more terrified. She instinctively took 2 steps back, but before she could walk far, she suddenly realized that the space in front of her had completely changed. The familiar 4-story villa had disappeared, replaced by a dark red building in front of her. Upstairs, there were dozens of black windows, and behind each window was a familiar figure. They were staring straight at her, their eyes glowing with bloodthirsty light. Xiaoka was shocked, her eyes showing intense fear. She immediately realized that she had entered the ghost story. She had never experienced such a scene. Seeing it in a live stream and being there in reality were completely different. Xiaoka's heart was pounding, cold sweat dripping down her pale face. What should I do? What should I do? Xiaoka was extremely terrified, almost fainting, and in her panic, a figure appeared in her mind. Jiang Mubai. That all-powerful person in the ghost story was inside. She only needed to find the rule to enter the main room and find him. Xiaoka kept encouraging herself silently, forcing herself to calm down and start looking for clues. Soon, she saw a pitch-black poster. Xiaoka's eyes immediately lit up. She hurried over to check, but when she saw the content on the poster, she froze. Because on that poster, there were no rules at all. Only a pale portrait stared coldly at her, showing a strange smile. Chapter 1, Mental Hospital. Dong, dong, dong. At the moment she saw the portrait, Xiaoka's heart began to beat wildly, and strange whispers floated in her ears. Those whispers became sounds that drove people mad, repeatedly saying 3 words. I am not crazy. Xiaoka felt as if she was going mad, painfully holding her head, squatting on the ground with blood-red eyes. Her hair grew wildly, turning the color of fresh blood, and black energy shot up like a geyser, wrapping around her. After everything calmed down, Xiaoka's figure appeared again. Her blood-colored long hair fell over her shoulders down to her waist. On her pure and lovely face, there were a pair of charming eyes, black and red mixed. Her expression no longer showed worry or fear. Instead, her eyes were full of confusion and struggle. How am I here? Bai Xiaoke murmured to herself. She walked a few steps forward casually, reaching the door of the red attic, gently placing her hands on it. Bang! With a loud crash, the door shattered. The scene inside the red building appeared before her eyes. It was a broken, dim, and rotting-smelling corridor. On both sides of the corridor were 2 rows of white doors, and at the end, a dark green staircase. Everything felt very familiar to her. It seemed like a fusion of multiple scenes. Where exactly was this place? Bai Xiaoke could not understand, her memory was confused. She only remembered that when she was in class at Lilian Girls' Noble School, she accidentally fell out of the classroom. This corridor did look like the corridors of Lilian School. But that green staircase and the white doors, she had never seen. Divine creature. Qingshan Mental Hospital. 2 strange voices kept echoing in her mind, making her ears ring even more. She staggered to push open a white door and walked in. Inside, there was no one. The simple ward had nothing except in 4 hanging. Ward? Am I sick? Bai Xiaoke lay on the bed, fainting into unconsciousness. Inside the dark red attic, Jiang Mubai was now curled up in a corner. His eyes were sometimes confused, sometimes clear. When confused, his eyes seemed to flash with memories. When clear, his eyes only held curiosity. His state kept switching, and the whole corridor seemed to be changing. The strange management bureau. Li Fei was now sitting at the head of the conference room in the operation room. Around him were all the important military figures of Dragon Country. They were discussing the plan to destroy Pretty Country. Some strong-willed wanted to start the war immediately, directly destroying Pretty Country. After all, taking action against Jiang Mubai now was almost the same as declaring war on Dragon Country. Some conservatives thought they should observe first. After all, Pretty Country seemed connected to the origin of the strange events, they knew a little. If they acted impulsively now, they could be tricked. Both sides argued fiercely about this issue, neither giving in. Li Fei felt a headache for a moment. Just as he was thinking hard to find a better solution, the door was pushed open. An urgent message arrived. Pickle Country was causing trouble behind the scenes. They seemed to have made some agreement with Pretty Country, preparing to test Dragon Country's limits first. It was said they were preparing something through public opinion and military means. The already tense atmosphere was now fully ignited. Damn it, one Pickle Country, are they crazy? We must destroy them, we must destroy them. Why are there so many foolish dogs, insisting on dying for themselves? Energy weapons, just the right time to test them. A group of people quickly made decisions, and soon, they launched a series of sanctions against the Pickle Country. The head of Pickle Country's bizarre affairs, Park Gangryle, was still basking in his wise decision. As the first nation to grab the beautiful country's leg and take the lead, wouldn't the beautiful country praise itself internationally later? However, before he could be happy for even an hour, a dazzling sun suddenly appeared over the entire Pickle Country. Then, a terrifying stream of light suddenly fell. At this moment, the whole Pickle Country seemed to be baptized by holy light. Inside the red building, Jiang Mubai had now returned to normal. He looked around, his eyes filled with strong curiosity. Where is this place? Could it be a mental hospital? Jiang Mubai carefully observed the surroundings. Soon, he realized he had entered a bizarre tale. This made him feel astonished. He seemed to vaguely remember that the next bizarre tale was 3 months later. Strange, but never mind. Anyway, since he was here, he might as well see it. One bizarre tale was not difficult for him. Moreover, he could awaken abilities through the bizarre tale. Thinking this, he immediately closed his eyes. Soon, he heard a pleasant voice. Ding, he activated the bizarre talent. The chosen awakens bizarre ability, Limitless. Limitless, blessing can apply a limitless blessing to your future ability. After blessing, the ability's characteristics will greatly improve. Note, each bizarre tale can only be used once. Limitless. Jiang Mubai looked at his ability, his eyes flashing with intense curiosity. If he gave a reversal a blessing, could it be used more than once? The first thought in his mind was exactly this idea. Although he knew that the bizarre body helped him more. But that talent always hinted that he was crazy. This annoyed him greatly. So, he completely ignored that talent. Ding, bizarre body awakened, 90%. You are crazy, my friend, you need my help. No, I want to rely on myself. Ding, bizarre body awakened, 99.99%. You are crazy, once you calm down, you will see how correct your choice is. Ding, Limitless has been blessed, bizarre body. At this moment, Jiang Mubai's face was a little ugly. This talent of his was becoming more and more abnormal. It was crazy. He had to find a way to prove it was wrong. Thinking this, he immediately went toward the 3rd floor. If he remembered correctly, this suspected Qingshan Mental Hospital had its treatment room on the 3rd floor. He wanted to treat himself. Perhaps frontal lobe removal was a good choice. He had wanted to try it before, but conditions were not ready. Now, with the bizarre body, it seemed possible to try. Soon, he went up the spiral stairs to the 3rd floor. The place looked exactly as he remembered. The dark red iron door was right in front of him. Jiang Mubai excitedly walked toward the iron door. A trace of impatience appeared in his eyes. Chapter 2. He successfully treated himself, too. I am a mushroom. My name is White Frost Cup Umbrella. I like to stay in damp places. If someone eats me, he will also become a mushroom. He, ha ha ha. In the dark red room, a disheveled person was squatting in the corner, drawing something on the ground with his hands. He kept singing the previous rhyme. On the other side, there was also a short-haired, thin young man. He frowned at the mushroom person, a trace of impatience flashing in his eyes. Hiss. Cup Umbrella. Stop chanting. Old son can't take it anymore. Shall we do something else? White Frost Cup Umbrella was cheerfully pretending to be a mushroom, when Wukong suddenly poured a bucket of cold water, making him furious. Fool, bold monkey, who did you call Cup Umbrella? You. What, you don't accept it? During their quarrel, the dark red iron door suddenly was pushed open. With a creaking sound, Jiang Mubai walked in. The two immediately stopped their dispute, and they both looked at Mubai. Mubai, you came just in time, this umbrella cup is acting up again, come judge who's right. Mubai, don't listen to this lunatic, quickly recite the tightening spell, make this mischievous monkey shut up. Jiang Mubai looked at his two roommates, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Enough, now is not the time for arguing, I am sick too, now I plan to treat myself, I need your help. At first, neither of them would yield, but hearing Mubai was sick, they immediately quieted down. They both looked at Jiang Mubai, eyes showing excitement. The one named Wukong hurriedly stepped forward, curiously looking at Jiang Mubai. You are sick? How did you get sick? You won't also go like Baozi, to that strange tale, right? Just as Wukong finished speaking, Baishuang Baisan immediately interrupted him. Mischievous monkey, I already said you were sick, our dorm does not have Baozi at all. Mubai, teach me the tightening spell, this mischievous monkey is seriously sick. Jiang Mubai looked at the two seriously ill roommates and shook his head. The matter of the confinement spell can wait, I have a mental illness talent in my brain, it keeps saying I am crazy, I need to treat myself. Talent? Doesn't that awaken only after entering the strange tale? Could it be, you have already entered the strange tale? Wukong suddenly became excited, jumping up and down, scratching his head and face, looking at Jiang Mubai. Baishuang Baisan's eyes twitched constantly. Jiang Mubai ignored Wukong, too lazy to explain to these two lunatics. They are sick. Different explanations? Baisan, help me find a rope. Wukong, help me make a scalpel and disinfectant. Also, push a recliner here, I plan to do a frontal lobe surgery. Jiang Mubai kept giving orders to the two, their eyes becoming more excited. They already knew Jiang Mubai was a genius. But they did not expect he was so genius that he could operate on himself. This was simply amazing. Both were very curious how Jiang Mubai would operate on himself. Soon, the two were ready. Mogu now held a rope, continuously looking at Jiang Mubai, eyes full of expectation. Wukong released a bloody aura, producing a complete set of surgical tools. Both looked at Jiang Mubai together. Mubai, tell me, how do you like to be tied? Don't worry, I know many, handcuff tie, upright suspension tie, hands behind tie, you will be satisfied. Wukong and I have tried many times. Jiang Mubai looked at the eager Mogu, nodded and smiled. No need, I will do it myself. Saying this, he grabbed the rope. Baishuang Baisan watched Jiang Mubai excitedly. Jiang Mubai ignored him. He looked at Wukong. Wukong, help me press Baisan on the chair. Wukong froze for a moment, he immediately understood Jiang Mubai's idea, without a word, rushed over, excitedly punched Baisan on the head. Baisan was instantly stunned, eyes dazed looking at Wukong, then eyes filled with frenzied bloodlust. Mischievous monkey, you dare hit me? Boom. Terrifying energy instantly surged, Baisan grew huge in an instant. He directly transformed into a mushroom, hopping forward. Wukong also got wild, grabbed his bangs, blew hard. Countless Wukong figures immediately appeared. Then, in the narrow space, the two began to fight. Boom, boom. Stupid, take my old sun stick. Your stick is not hard enough, watch my Mogu big sit. Boom, boom. After dozens of clashes, the two lay exhausted on the ground. Jiang Mubai looked at them, nodded in satisfaction. Then, he directly tied the two up. The dim bloody light, now more sinister. The terrifying blood-red light flickered continuously in the room. Accompanied by screams, it vanished. The surgery was a success. When Jiang Mubai came out, he had successfully cured himself. He proved with his actions that he was normal. Because a madman could never perform such a precise surgery. At this moment, Jiang Mubai quietly stared at the rules posted at the door of the operating room, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Patient rules. 1. Patients should help each other. 2. Patients should understand each other. 3. Patients should be tolerant of each other. 4. Patients cannot attack other patients. 5. Requests between patients should not be refused. 6. When a patient is unwell, they must be treated immediately. 7. Never anger the mushroom patient. 8. Never anger the Wukong patient. 9. Wukong and mushroom have absolute power in this ward. 10. Patients can kill each other, but only if they are patients. Although there were 10 rules, Jiang Mubai immediately analyzed a way to break them. This was very simple for him. At this moment, Jiang Mubai, full of energy, slowly left the building. Since he had cured himself, the next step was to find a way out. This strange tale seemed to be a manifestation of his mind. In other words, it was caused by his own pollution. Therefore, there was no need to open the door. The person he wanted to meet was certainly not inside, so what difference did it make whether the door was opened or not? With his emotions growing fuller, Jiang Mubai now felt a slight sense of oppression in his heart. He was sick. He needed to cure himself. However, with his emotions swelling, he felt more and more lost. It seemed like he wasn't as happy as before. Tap, tap. Jiang Mubai silently walked past the door and reached the second floor. His gaze pierced through one pale door after another, and he saw many familiar figures. There were school security guards, mental hospital patients, marshal, and even orphanage volunteers. But they were all illusions. Here, the only real one was himself. Jiang Mubai continued walking, and soon, he reached the first floor. Just as he was about to leave the building and head outside, a sharp screeching sound came from behind him. A door in the hallway opened. From inside, a pure girl with blood-red long hair stepped out. She looked at him, her eyes filled with struggle and confusion. Mubai. Kiki softly called out, stopping him. Jiang Mubai turned around and looked at the girl, whom he had met once before. Is something wrong? Jiang Mubai's eyes softened. His strange self had awakened 99.99%, but his humanity hadn't decreased as before. He believed that the purpose of this illusion was to find himself again. Everything was going very smoothly. Kiki looked at him with a complex gaze, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I want to leave here. I remember everything now. Jiang Mubai looked at Kiki and shook his head. I can't do it. Why? Kiki's voice carried a hint of fear. Because I can't take someone from an illusion into reality. Kiki froze. On her face, a trace of pale flashed. I am not your illusion, I am Xiaoke, I am Xiaoke. Jiang Mubai still shook his head. I can feel, on your body, my aura. Sorry. Jiang Mubai casually said one sentence, then waved his hand. Kiki only felt her body was grabbed by a pair of invisible hands, pulled toward inside the door. Bang! The door closed. Kiki was shut inside the room door. Mubai, I am Xiaoke, I am Xiaoke. Kiki hit the door hard, cried out Jiang Mubai in despair. Jiang Mubai did not respond, he just left with low mood. Despair spread in Kiki's heart. She squatted down, began to cry. Why you do not believe me, woo woo? Why? Do not know how long passed, a figure appeared behind Kiki. She wore a blood-colored school uniform, gently pulled Kiki up, handed her an apple. Kiki stopped crying, she slowly turned her head. A familiar figure appeared in front of her. Xia Yuluo. Kiki looked at this former friend, rushed into her arms, cried loudly. Xia Yuluo only gently patted her shoulder, a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It's okay, Kiki. Despair will bring you power. Despair? Kiki softly spoke, she looked at Xia Yuluo, a trace of obsession appeared in her eyes. Xia Yuluo smiled and looked at her. Yes, despair, pray to it, when despair comes, we will all be freed. Endless void, inside a ferocious black castle. A twisted figure at this moment stood in a room made of black stone, looking at a mirror. The scene in the mirror was Kiki and Xia Yuluo. When the heavenly god saw Kiki successfully accept that apple, the heavenly god smiled. His laughter turned into twisted murmurs, echoing in the dead silent castle. He, really looking forward, one more fresh life, Jiang Mubai, how will you choose? Just when he laughed proudly, the death castle suddenly shook violently. The heavenly god froze for a moment, dark green light burst in his eyes, showing strong killing intent. That girl was released. Jie. Lake god, you are not dead yet. The heavenly god said, suddenly silently roared one sentence, then, inside the eternal corridor of the Death Castle, one core rule was added. Rule 3, any local god must not step into the Death Castle. At the moment this rule appeared, the whole Death Castle seemed to come alive. Then, all water sources in the castle were instantly covered by oil green. In a hidden pool somewhere, an old figure holding a wooden staff, trembling came out from the water, in his hand was an ancient coin. Child, hope this wish can become the point you break the balance. I make a wish to the red moon, wish the curse. Boom! Before the old man finished speaking, a blood-colored lightning suddenly appeared above his head. With a loud sound, the old man together with the pool, turned into flying ash. Ding! A crisp sound came from the ground, a coin fell from the air to the ground. The heavenly god's figure appeared. He looked with mockery at the place where the lake god disappeared, picked up the coin on the ground. Jia Jia. No one can escape the Death Castle, even if you are a god. Strange Management Bureau. Li Fei and others were sitting in the operation room, faces full of shock. The light energy weapon is too powerful. This simply is not a weapon current stage civilization can develop. Only one strike, just one strike. Bubble Vegetable Country, instantly destroyed. Now, their country's military system has completely collapsed, everything, under the strong light, was annihilated without difference. Bubble Vegetable Country now exists in name but not in reality. This is high dimension power. Internationally, at this moment already full of public opinion. Countless countries were scared by this scene. Even beautiful country also fell silent. Facing the questions from various countries, Gooden rarely chose to fall ill. Countless heads of strange tales from different nations, the leaders, all called Longhua, sent emails. All just to meet Zhang Zhentian, hoping to gain a chance to talk with him. They were scared. Under such terrifying technological power, every country felt trembling. Li Fei answered almost all the calls, but no matter how perfect those diplomatic methods were, he firmly blocked them. Now, Longhua is not afraid of any country in technology. The only thing they feared was that inexplicably appearing god. This is also why even in such a situation, some still touch the pretty country. Internationally, countless people were discussing. Various headlines rushed to the hot searches of every country. Hashtag enemy of Longhua is foolish, that country has many smart people, hashtag. Hashtag we do not want war, stay away from pretty country, hashtag. Hashtag the friendship between Asin country and Longhua grows deeper, hashtag. Hashtag chapter 4 a letter hashtag. Pretty country. At this moment, Gooden was hiding in an air raid shelter, secretly talking with Emily. Emily's eyes were blood red, a mysterious smile at the corner of her mouth. Mr. Gordon, do not worry, the god has responded, the Death Castle, Jiang Mubai will surely die. Hearing Emily's words, Gooden breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he did not expect the light weapon to be so strong. It completely overturned his knowledge. If he had not seen Emily resurrected from death, maybe he would have felt fear, and submitted to Longhua. But all this no longer mattered. He had a more important trump card. Emily communicated with the god, it had promised him. Death Castle would give pretty country a B-level clearance. Even though it was only B-level, Gooden was already very satisfied. Because Death Castle is an SSS-level strange tale. This kind of tale, whether the punishment for failure or the reward for success, is extremely huge. As long as Emily comes back alive, his pretty country will truly reach the peak. The more Gooden thought, the better his mood, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Miss Emily, I leave everything to you, may your future be as bright as your golden hair. Mr. Gordon, you are polite. At this moment they praised each other like in business, seeming that victory was right in front. Red Building. After Jiang Mubai locked by Kiki in the ward, he left. Now outside, the sky was dark, a bright full moon hung high. Jiang Mubai looked at the moon, different from strange tales, memories flashed in his eyes. He began recalling everything from the past. Slowly, his eyes cleared again. Everything around began to distort. Red Loft disappeared. The familiar four-story villa appeared again. At the villa entrance, guards were patrolling. It seemed everything Jiang Mubai had done before was hidden. Jiang Mubai did not tell them. He knew everything himself, that was enough. Click. Jiang Mubai pushed the door, walked into the room. After skillfully making a cup of coffee for himself, Jiang Mubai lay on the bed, began watching his tablet. It had been 7 days since the strange tale ended. He also saw a series of things Longhua had done recently. Especially, now the White Extinction Plan had been fully exposed by Longhua. For him, Longhua almost destroyed the entire military system of Paokai country. Jiang Mubai was still grateful, although this included him being the chosen one, he could feel everything Li Fei and others did. Speaking of which, he had never seen Li Fei after coming out. Thinking of this, he called Li Fei. On the other end, Li Fei was extremely excited hearing Jiang Mubai's voice. Nothing made him happier than his chosen one awakening. He quickly said he would come to visit. Jiang Mubai thought for a moment, believing he had something to say. He always had this style, solving everything before he came back, then starting to relax properly. After all, dealing with strange tales is very stressful. Soon, Li Fei arrived. He wore his signature black suit, walking toward him in big steps. Mubai, how is your body? As soon as they met, Li Fei immediately showed concern for his health. Jiang Mubai smiled and shook his head. It's fine, everything is good, let's talk inside. Seeing that Jiang Mubai was in good condition, Li Fei agreed. The two went inside together. In the living room, Li Fei first apologized for their rash choice of reward, then began to talk with Jiang Mubai. Regarding the two-choice reward, Jiang Mubai did not have many thoughts. If asked to choose, he would pick the photon weapon. After all, if the country is strong, the people are safe. Team Leader Li, you seem anxious about something. I'm fine, you can speak. Jiang Mubai noticed Li Fei's urgency and spoke first. Li Fei looked deeply at Jiang Mubai and said, Mubai, the international situation will not have big changes for now, the world is preparing to face the Death Castle. The problem is, that God. Hearing Li Fei, Jiang Mubai's eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent. The strength of this intent made Li Fei feel his soul tremble. God, it has appeared in the real world? You know? Li Fei forced his rapid heartbeat to calm, staring at Jiang Mubai in shock. Jiang Mubai nodded. I fought its avatar in the orphanage, it is very troublesome. Jiang Mubai's words made Li Fei freeze in place. Fighting with God. How is this possible? Is he even human? You. Li Fei stammered, not knowing what to say. He suddenly remembered that Jiang Mubai had seemed lost for a while. Could it be that during that time, he was fighting God? This is too absurd. Li Fei felt his understanding was distorted. What kind of thing is God? After a long silence, Li Fei finally asked. Jiang Mubai thought for a moment, frowning, and said. Should be a human, or maybe once was a human. I cannot judge well, need to see its true body. Li Fei was completely stunned. Looking at Jiang Mubai, his gaze carried a strange meaning. He wondered if Jiang Mubai would one day become like God. No wonder he thought this. After all, Jiang Mubai's experiences were too miraculous. After calming the massive amount of information, Li Fei began to talk about another matter. Apricot Blossom Village. According to the information Li Fei had, over Apricot Blossom Village, a 7-colored light gate once appeared out of nowhere, then exploded, covering the nearby sky with a rainbow light screen. When Li Fei finished, Jiang Mubai did not show worry, but his eyes were full of excitement. Is what you said true? Of course, Mubai, do you know what that is? Jiang Mubai looked at Li Fei, smiling and nodding. I know, I will go solve it there, don't worry. Jiang Mubai did not say more, everything must wait until he arrived. However, he already had the answer in his heart. At that time, to resist fate, he had forcibly released a fragment of Lily's soul. No surprise, he could directly reverse Jiang Lily and let her be reborn. Seeing Jiang Mubai so calm, Li Fei said nothing. After all, in this field, in Long Country, maybe no one could match Jiang Mubai. After settling these two matters, Li Fei decided to leave. He wanted to tell Jiang Mubai about Zhang Zhentian, but did not know how to start. After all, Jiang Mubai was happy now, and Zhang Zhentian's death was still hidden. Forget it, we'll say it in a few days. Thinking this, Li Fei left. By the way, Mubai, please take care of Xiaoko, her father. It is Captain Zhang. Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned. Isn't her surname Bai? This matter is a long story, she follows her mother's surname. Right, this letter is for you from Captain Zhang. Li Fei thought for a moment, and still decided to give the letter to Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai looked at this letter, for some reason, he felt a trace of heaviness. Thank you. Jiang Mubai lowered his head, a trace of strong sadness flashed in his eyes. Li Fei did not notice this scene, at this time the sky had already turned dark, he did not want to continue disturbing Jiang Mubai. After giving him the letter, he left. Chapter 5 Half an Apple. Jiang Mubai stood at the door, looking at Li Fei's back, silent without words. The night wind blew past, lifting the corner of his clothes, making his figure look even more lonely. Jiang Mubai looked at the moon above his head, looked at the letter in his hand, and returned into the room. He did not immediately open the envelope, but carefully thought. Speaking of it, he seemed not to have seen Bai Xiaoka. Could it be, the person in his spiritual world really is her? But, she clearly is Bai Kiki of Linglan Girls' School. Jiang Mubai for a moment could not distinguish his intuition. Here seems to have something not right, but he for a moment had no clue. The only thing he could think of was something like reincarnation, but he felt it was not realistic. After all, this is a bit not too bizarre. Jiang Mubai lay on the bed, quietly closed his eyes. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 119%. My friend, you need my help, don't you? Tomorrow, we talk. Jiang Mubai whispered, no longer paying attention. The dim yellow light flickered in Jiang Mubai's bedroom, a round black full moon seemed to appear above the villa. The next day, before the sky was bright, Jiang Mubai opened his eyes. He first checked his own state. After not feeling any discomfort, he looked at his own talent. The strange body had awakened to 119%. His that disappeared good friend seemed to once again remind himself. What made him feel relieved was, he did not say again that he was crazy. This is right. He is not crazy. He is very normal. Simply went to the bathroom to take a shower. Jiang Mubai changed into a clean white casual outfit. He put away Zhang Zhentian's envelope and came outside. At the door, there were still many black-clothed guards, at all times protecting his safety. If it were an ordinary person, more or less would feel a bit unable to bear. However, to Jiang Mubai, whose strange body has awakened to 119%, these guards have no effect at all. When he left, those guards did not even have any discovery. On the street, Jiang Mubai looked at the prosperous city, his eyes full of curiosity. He properly experienced once the prosperity and extravagance of the imperial capital. Until evening time, after Jiang Mubai returned, he once again felt the coldness in the room. Baishouka still had not returned. From this view, that Baikiki very possibly really is her. How could it be like this? A trace of black light flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 120%. Boom. Terrifying black airflow, with Jiang Mubai as the center, burst out with a loud explosion. On the ground, at this moment appeared a layer of black curtain. One by one colorful light balls floated up from within. Jiang Mubai looked around. In his eyes there was not a single emotional fluctuation. He waved his right hand, those light balls quickly gathered, turning into a light door. Jiang Mubai slowly walked in, time twisted, space changed. When he appeared, he had already stood in front of the red building. Looking at the familiar scene, Jiang Mubai slowly walked in, came to the ward that imprisoned Baishouka. Standing at the door, Jiang Mubai still could hear Baishouka's crying sound. He pushed open the door, walked in. Creak. Cold sound accompanied with harsh friction sound, Jiang Mubai came into the ward. Baishouka still had a head of red hair. She was lying on the hospital bed, softly crying. Jiang Mubai walked over. In his eyes, still there was no emotion. Let's go home. Jiang Mubai coldly spoke. However, the girl, had no movement at all. She still covered her face, endlessly repeating the sentence, why not believe me? Jiang Mubai just quietly waited like this. About a quarter of an hour later, Baikiki stopped crying. She slowly turned her head, her two eyes passing through the gaps between her fingers, looking at Jiang Mubai. Why not believe me? Her voice could not hear any emotional fluctuation, and in the faintly revealed gaze, there was despair and madness. Jiang Mubai felt it. With a wave of his right hand, countless black vines instantly burst up from behind him, tightly binding Baikiki completely. Baikiki only looked at her in despair. Why not believe me? Jiang Mubai did not explain. He did not want to explain, and did not need to explain. The leap of life level made his only remaining moment of humanity stay in stabilizing his own mental state. For those human emotions, he had already thrown them behind his head. Saving her was only because he once had this thought. That was all. Jiang Mubai slowly walked toward Baikiki, the tentacles twisting, pulling her in front of him. Jiang Mubai raised his right hand and placed it on Baikiki's head. Baikiki looked at her with resentment. A person like you who has no feelings does not deserve to receive anyone's love. That is not for you to care. Xia Yulawa was right, you are beyond cure, only by embracing despair can. Crack. Before Baikiki finished speaking, Jiang Mubai directly reached out and grabbed her neck. What you saw was only my illusion, not real. Baishouka only sneered coldly while looking at him. If she is fake, then what about this? Baishouka turned her head to look toward a corner of the bed. There was a bright red apple, bitten halfway. Jiang Mubai froze for a moment. A trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. With a slight wave of his right hand, Baikiki was immediately pressed against the wall by the tentacles. Then, he slowly walked over and picked up the apple. The apple was still that apple. But Jiang Mubai could be sure, this was definitely not created by the pollution of his mental world, no, manifested. Was it the heavenly god? A cold chill flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. He put away the apple, placed it into his pocket, and once again came in front of Baikiki. This time, he did not hesitate at all, directly launched reversal. Buzz. A glaring blood light instantly covered Baikiki's body. Baikiki began to struggle in pain. At the same time, a green stream of light also flew out from Baishaoka's eyes and entered Jiang Mubai's body. This was the power of despair. This was the power of the heavenly god. Boom. Jiang Mubai's mental world seemed to erupt into a tsunami. Countless green energy exploded violently. But this time, Jiang Mubai was already prepared. The power of despair almost had no effect on him at all. Ding, the strange body has awakened 121%. Hashtag $% and asterisk at hashtag XXXX. I am not crazy. Jiang Mubai's voice turned into twisted muttering. Around him, blaring 7-colored light burst out. Yuluwa, Yuluwa. Baikiki shouted loudly in despair, however, she did not receive any response. Under the cover of the 7-colored light, Baikiki let out a desperate scream and fainted. Jiang Mubai looked at the unconscious Baishaoka, waved his right hand, grabbed her, and returned to the real world. Imperial capital, Villa. In a separate luxurious bedroom, Baishaoka slowly opened her eyes. In her eyes, there was pain, there was fear, there was terror. But at the moment she saw Jiang Mubai, all worries disappeared, turning into strong surprise. She suddenly sat up from the bed, threw herself onto Jiang Mubai, and cried loudly. Woo woo, Mubai, I. Jiang Mubai had no response, he only stood quietly in place, his expression cold. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 125%. Chapter 6 The Taboo of Revival. Mubai, what's wrong with you? Baishaoka also felt something was wrong at this moment, her face slightly red as she looked at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai's gaze, at this moment passed over himself. Looking out at the distant view beyond the window. Baishaoka could not help but follow her gaze. When she looked, she froze in shock. A boundless wave of green light, like a tide, swept across the sky. What is this? Baishaoka covered her mouth, crying out in surprise, but when she turned to look at Jiang Mubai, he had vanished. Fear gripped Baishaoka. She hurried outside, seeking the guards for help. But they seemed not to notice, busy with their own matters. What is happening? How could this be? Baishaoka could not understand, and ran again to the infirmary. They too listened to her story, confused. Baishaoka realized. It seemed that only she could see it. She did not think she was ill, or hallucinating. Because Jiang Mubai could see it too. This must have happened while she was unconscious, giving her the ability to see. At that moment, what exactly had happened? She only remembered arriving at the door of that red attic. Just as Baishaoka was about to recall, a sharp pain struck her head, and she fainted. Above Xinghua village. With a blinding flash of rainbow light, a gate of light appeared from nowhere. Then, Jiang Mubai stepped out from it. He looked down, his eyes flickering with struggle. Is this my previous obsession? Jiang Mubai slowly drifted downward. He had returned to Xinghua village once again. On the muddy path, Jiang Mubai followed the route in his memory to Jiang Lily's room. At that moment, thick white smoke rose from the small, old house. The tiny figure of Jiang Lily struggled in the kitchen, cooking with effort. Jiang Mubai watched from afar, a trace of comfort appearing in his eyes without realizing it. But in an instant, his gaze turned cold again. He slowly approached Jiang Lily. Ding dang, ding dang. Jiang Lily seemed unaware, still busy. Her small figure moved back and forth tirelessly. Soy sauce, white salt, vinegar, add some 18 spice. Sizzle. With the fire boiling down, a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork was ready. Jiang Lily happily put it on a plate and ate it deliciously. Her state was almost no different from a human. However, the moment she touched the food, it instantly became corrupted, turning ghostly green. Jiang Lily did not notice, placing it in her mouth, eating it deliciously. Jiang Mubai waited until she finished eating, then walked over. Big brother. Jiang Lily saw Jiang Mubai, joy flashing in her eyes, she bounced forward, wanting to hug him. However, a rainbow-colored light appeared beside Jiang Mubai, blocking her. Bang. Jiang Lily crashed against it and bounced to the ground. Big brother, what's wrong? The clever Jiang Lily immediately sensed something was wrong with Jiang Mubai. But Jiang Mubai gave no explanation. He instantly teleported beside Jiang Lily and grabbed her. Reverse. Terrifying blood-colored energy quickly surged over her body. With Jiang Lily's slight pained moan, her body was reversed back to human. She had not been corrupted by the god. The god seemed not to notice here yet. At this moment, Jiang Lily looked at herself in confusion. Jiang Mubai ignored her, waving his right hand again, activating his power, breaking the contract. Another strange red light rose from Jiang Lily's body, then 3 blood-colored moons slowly rose from her body. Jiang Mubai already knew her wish, so he could directly tear the contract apart. Bang bang bang. With 3 crisp bursts, the red moons shattered and disappeared. The contract was destroyed. Jiang Lily had no more constraints on her. Jiang Mubai quietly watched Jiang Lily. Her body now emitted a faint white light. The white light was weak, but extremely dazzling. Terrible heavenly power burst endlessly from her body. Rumble. The sky darkened. Blood-colored lightning flashed wildly. It seems like it wants to destroy everything in the world. This is the cost. The price for bringing a person who had long since died back in a way that is impossible to understand. This cost is so great that even Jiang Mubai, whose strange body had already awakened to 125%, felt a trace of danger. He slowly lifted his head, looking at the sky, a flash of madness appearing in his eyes. Boom! A terrifying energy burst out from Jiang Mubai's body once again. A pitch-black curtain and rainbow-colored orbs, now wildly flying from the ground, transforming in the sky into a 7-colored light gate. After the 7-colored light gate appeared, Jiang Mubai swung his right hand violently, and with a thunderous roar, countless 7-colored rays surged out from the light gate and rushed up to the sky. Terrifying energies collided one after another. The rainbow-colored light freely scattered. At this moment, nearly everyone in Longwo witnessed a miraculous celestial phenomenon. A 7-colored light curtain, crossing the sky from an unknown place. The Strange Affairs Bureau. When Li Fei received this information, he immediately held an emergency meeting. When he heard that the incident took place in Xinghua village, his face turned pale. How could this happen? Mubai, we didn't get to solve it yet. Li Fei didn't know that Jiang Mubai had already arrived at Xinghua village. In his anxiety, he hurriedly dialed Jiang Mubai's phone. But the call didn't go through. Li Fei felt even more uneasy. He quickly gave orders for strict surveillance, then rushed to Jiang Mubai's residence. However, no matter how he searched, he couldn't find Jiang Mubai. This made him extremely anxious. Just when he was pulling his hair out in frustration, Baishouka arrived. At this point, she had already regained consciousness. Upon seeing Li Fei, Baishouka immediately briefly explained what she knew. Li Fei listened, his face serious. The sky turned green, Mubai disappeared. Shouka, why didn't you contact me earlier? I just found out, but I think Mubai may have solved this. Hearing Baishouka's words, Li Fei realized he had been too anxious. He forced himself to calm down. Shouka, sorry, Mubai is here, you've worked hard. If anything happens, contact me immediately. After saying that, he hurriedly returned to the bureau. Xinghua village. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was staring at the sky, his face expressionless. Heaven's punishment had ended. The scorched marks on the ground and his torn clothes all proved how terrifying what had just happened was. Yet, even such a punishment from heaven hadn't harmed Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai had become even stronger. But this strength came at a considerable price. Because Jiang Mubai's strange body had awakened again. Now, his strange body had reached 130%. No one knew what state he was in, perhaps not even he himself. Chapter 7, Attachment and Home. Chaotic thoughts, disordered memories, rushed through Jiang Mubai's mind. Yet, his gaze showed no change. Still cold, heartless. It seemed as if nothing in the world could affect him. At this moment, Jiang Lily had returned to her human form. She gazed at Jiang Mubai in a daze, gently shaking his pant leg. Big brother, big brother? Jiang Mubai looked down at Jiang Lily, then waved his right hand gently, causing her to faint. He didn't care about Jiang Lily anymore, instead heading in another direction. There was still a presence there. Jiang Shasha. Buzz. A blinding black light erupted from Jiang Mubai's body. He transformed into a black streak of light and vanished. Doll Mountain. At this moment, Jiang Shasha was sitting under a tree with lifeless eyes, staring blankly at the sky. She held a crystal-clear green wristwatch in her hand, softly whispering Tony's name. When Jiang Mubai arrived, she didn't even notice. Jiang Shasha. Jiang Mubai spoke calmly, his voice hoarse and distorted. As he spoke, his voice seemed to materialize, causing the surrounding withered trees to emit eerie howls. If it were not for Jiang Mubai, no murderous intent existed, just his words alone could destroy everything around. Jiang Shasha slowly turned her head. She looked at Jiang Mubai, her eyes filled with pleading. Help me. Jiang Mubai looked at her, his tone cold. You want me to, do what? Jiang Shasha looked at Jiang Mubai, then at the watch in her hand, sorrow showing in her eyes. I want to see him. Jiang Mubai's gaze seemed to pierce countless spaces, looking toward a black castle in the void. Finally, he looked back at Jiang Shasha. You will die, he will die too. Jiang Shasha paused, then a desolate smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I know, I just want to see him. Jiang Mubai nodded, his right hand waved lightly, countless light spheres rose from the dark curtain beneath his feet, forming a colorful light door. Then, the light door slowly shrank, flying into the center of Jiang Shasha's forehead. The strange tale begins, you may enter, but you are not the chosen, you can only follow me into the same tale. There, it is parallel, a mirror, what happens, I do not know. Are you ready? Jiang Mubai's tone was calm, as if he had done something trivial. However, for Jiang Shasha, this was a great favor. Thank you, seeing him once, I will be satisfied. Jiang Shasha knelt to the ground, crying bitterly. Jiang Mubai glanced at her faintly, then left. His obsession had been fulfilled. Here, he had no relation. Next, he would seek a way to oppose the gods. Black light emerged from his body, and he slowly flew into the sky. Yet, just as he prepared to leave, a cold alert tone echoed in his mind. Ding, the Dragon Nation chosen has passed X-level Strange Tale, Apricot Blossom Village. This is her homeland, also where the red moon mirrors your fate, you have fulfilled your promise, Apricot Blossom Village, dissipating. Buzz. A piercing light suddenly appeared before Jiang Mubai, then an enormous, incomprehensible force descended upon Apricot Blossom Village from the void. Jiang Mubai stood still, quietly watching it all. The light covered everything. Hope rose from that moment. Ding, strange body has awakened, 75%. You healed yourself, now you are in very good condition, but do you really think so? Jiang Mubai's vision slowly returned. He opened his eyes and looked around. Apricot Blossom Village was gone. Doll Mountain, also gone. Now, everything around was bare, nothing remained. It was as if this place had become a barren land, ready to be cultivated. Yet Jiang Mubai knew, all of this was real. Because before him lay a little girl in tattered clothes. She was Jiang Lily. She had come back to life. Jiang Mubai looked down at the familiar figure on the ground, his face full of complexity. Jiang Lily, Jiang Shasha. Perhaps, for you, this is the best ending. Jiang Mubai left. He took Jiang Lily back to the imperial capital. Bureau of Strange Management. When Li Fei received Jiang Mubai's call, he was so shocked he didn't know what to say. Jiang Mubai had gone to Apricot Blossom Village without anyone knowing. And had even solved the crisis there. This was simply unbelievable. From his disappearance until now, not even half a day had passed. This was a miracle. Listening to the voice on the other end, Li Fei felt as if he were dreaming. Mubai, when will you come back? Captain Li, the matter in Apricot Blossom Village is temporarily resolved. I want to see the outside world properly, won't return for now. Your safety. Li Fei paused here. Recalling all the incredible events, he thought, anyone who met Jiang Mubai, safety could not be guaranteed. All right. Mubai, I've opened enough permissions for you, all expenses are covered, enjoy your trip. Thanks. After briefly reporting on Apricot Blossom Village, Jiang Mubai hung up. With Jiang Lily, they began their journey. Just as the mysterious body had described, Jiang Mubai felt great. However, the last sentence still lingered in his mind. It made it seem like he didn't believe in himself. Jiang Mubai and Jiang Lily walked side by side on the street. The resurrected Jiang Lily now looked at the surrounding crowd, her eyes filled with a mix of fear and excitement. She tightly held onto Jiang Mubai's sleeve. Big brother, where are we going? Jiang Mubai gently looked at her and smiled. First, I'll take you to buy some clothes, then I'll go look for something on my own. Ah, big brother, are you leaving me? When Jiang Lily heard the word on my own, her little face instantly turned pale, and she gripped Jiang Mubai's sleeve tighter. Right now, she depended on Jiang Mubai very much. To her, Jiang Mubai was her only family. Jiang Mubai looked at Jiang Lily, gently patted her head, and tucked the hair in front of her face behind her ear. Don't worry, Team Li and the others will take good care of you. Dragon Country is your home. Home. Jiang Lily whispered and lowered her head in disappointment. Tears uncontrollably swirled in her eyes. Dad's gone. Mom's gone. Sister's gone. Big brother is leaving too. What is home? Wah. Jiang Lily suddenly started crying, attracting the attention of the crowd around her. Soon, a group of people gathered around. Though some were just watching for the fun of it, most were asking with concern. Little girl, what happened? Would you like some candied haws? I'll give you one for free. Hey, are you her brother? Why aren't you comforting her? Her little face is all covered in tears, stop crying. Come on, Auntie will give you a toy. Jiang Mubai looked at the people around, then at Jiang Lily. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes again. Did he really do the right thing? Chapter 8, The Spreading Despair. After calming Jiang Lili down, Jiang Mubai took her to a restaurant. He ordered a lot of delicious food, but Jiang Lili didn't feel like eating. She just stared at the table with red eyes. Jiang Mubai noticed this and a complex look passed through his eyes. He had resurrected Jiang Lili, but he couldn't give her a home. He hadn't even tried to persuade Jiang Shasha, and directly gave her the way to the Death Castle. Though he didn't hide this from Jiang Lili, and she didn't say anything about it. He clearly remembered that when he left Xinghua village last time, Jiang Lili still had hope in her heart. But now, he had destroyed that hope. Why? Why had he been so cold back then? Jiang Mubai raised his head and looked at the sky. In his eyes, he could still see the green light covering the sky. Despair? No, it wasn't the gods. Maybe it was me. My condition is still unstable, and the mysterious body still has strong side effects. The more Jiang Mubai thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He had found himself again and restored his humanity, but this didn't bring him happiness. Ding, mysterious body has awakened 100%. My friend, you are just one step away from the real transformation. The final step. But, is this transformation really what I want? You need to ask yourself. Jiang Mubai ignored the mysterious body's prompt and looked at Jiang Lili. At this moment, Jiang Lili was a little hungry, and her eyes kept glancing at the food on the table. However, her low mood made her appetite not that strong. Eat a little, or you'll harm your body. Jiang Lili gently nodded. After eating, the two of them wandered around the nearby scenic spots, and eventually, they stayed in a hotel. At night, Jiang Mubai stood in front of the window, looking at the night sky, his eyes confused. My friend, do you still have any doubts? You, who are you? My friend, I am you. No, you are not me. Then, who do you think I am? Jiang Mubai gave a deep look at the mysterious body's prompt and ignored it. This talent has gone mad. He didn't need to continue dwelling on this issue. The next day, as soon as the sky lightened, Jiang Mubai packed everything up. He took Jiang Lili and headed to the nearby city's Strange Management Division branch. At this moment, Jiang Lili tightly grasped his sleeve, unwilling to let go. Big brother, when will you come back? Jiang Mubai squatted in front of her, gently looking at her. After I solve some necessary matters, I'll come back. Will it take a long time? Jiang Lili's gaze was filled with expectation. I don't know, but when I come back, I'll definitely visit you. Jiang Lili lowered her head and stopped speaking. Jiang Mubai looked at her, then glanced at the people behind her, and finally sighed, leaving. He needed to find some answers. In this process, he wanted to be alone. After parting ways with the people from the Strange Management Division, Jiang Mubai once again set off on his journey. He had no particular goal, nor any direction. He just wanted to wander around for a while, perhaps, without realizing it, he'd figure things out. His strange abilities still remained at 100%, still empowered by the limit-breaking abilities. But his condition hadn't changed at all from before. He had already gotten used to it. Perhaps, in the future, he'd always remain at this level. On the street, Jiang Mubai walked quietly. The sounds around him occasionally reached his ears. I got yelled at by my boss again today, so frustrating. I always fail my exams, the pressure is too much. She definitely doesn't like me, forget it, I won't be a simp anymore. I wonder if Brother Jiang can clear the next ghost story. I don't know why, but my heart feels so hopeless. Forget it, I'm tired, just let it all end. Listening to the sighs and complaints around him, Jiang Mubai's brows furrowed slightly. Because he'd heard these kinds of words many times before. It felt as if the entire world, all the people, were falling into despair. This was the power of the god. It was constantly influencing the whole world. So that's it, this is his plan? No wonder the interval for the ghost story this time is 3 months. He plans to make the whole world fall into despair during these 3 months. Understanding the god's plan, Jiang Mubai quickly called Li Fei and informed him of the situation. Li Fei immediately sensed the severity of the matter, calling an expert team overnight to discuss countermeasures. At the Unified Management Bureau, Li Fei and the expert team were analyzing the situation. How's the situation abroad? Li Fei glanced around, and the experts around him all showed signs of pessimism. Team Leader Li, according to the information we've received, it seems the same situation is happening all around the world. Whether it's domestically or internationally, whether online or in real life, everywhere is filled with pessimistic statements. We've already implemented a series of measures, but none of them work. It seems that, as long as anyone has even the slightest negative emotion, it will be infinitely magnified. Maybe, humanity is really facing the greatest crisis in history. Hearing the expert's words, Li Fei became more and more frustrated. He slammed the table and shouted loudly. Then why don't you come up with a solution? We've thought about it, but it's useless. You keep blaming us, why don't you think of something yourself? We've done enough. Now we should just focus on keeping ourselves safe. That's right, this management bureau should be disbanded. Disband. Disband. The harsh roar and shouting filled the entire meeting room. Despair slowly spread. In the imperial capital. In the villa area. After more than a month of wandering, Jiang Mubai had returned here. He had gained good control over his own state. But when it came to the god, he still hadn't found a way to deal with it. He had even tried looking for strange beings, like the lake god, for help. However, no matter how hard he searched, he found no information. It seemed like such beings didn't exist at all. Well, if it were that easy to find, they wouldn't have twisted the situation just to see it. Maybe, when it came to dealing with the god, he'd have to rely on himself. After all, that lake god. It doesn't seem very impressive. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was lying on the bed, quietly staring at the ceiling, thinking about a plan. Beside him, Bai Xiaoke was walking back and forth in despair. Mubai, I heard that Team Leader Li is going to disband the Strange Affairs Bureau. Is this really the right thing to do? Jiang Mubai turned his head and looked at her. I don't know, but I've met Team Leader Li. His condition is very bad. This is the despair awakened deep inside people's hearts by the gods. Right now, ordinary people can only rely on their willpower to resist it. But Team Leader Li's willpower is not weak. Why? That's because of the influence of those around him. It's like a snowball. No matter how strong his willpower is, it can't overpower the collective will. Hearing Jiang Mubai's explanation, Bai Xiaoke became even more desperate. But soon, she seemed to have noticed something. But I don't think I've been affected that much. Jiang Mubai looked at her and smiled. After that, it will be up to you. I have a feeling that the gods must be connected to the real world. Chapter 9, The Clover Jade Pendant. Bai Xiaoke stared blankly at Jiang Mubai, her cheeks slightly flushed. She could feel it, Jiang Mubai had changed. The old Jiang Mubai was a quiet, cute, and slightly silly boy. He was handsome enough, but he gave more of a feeling of being interesting. Now, Jiang Mubai seemed to have lost that silly charm. Instead, he was more mature, free-spirited, steady, and confident. If she hadn't seen Jiang Mubai so often, she would almost suspect that his soul had been taken over by something from a fantasy novel. That couldn't possibly be true. Bai Xiaoke shook her head. Maybe he really has recovered from his illness. Bai Xiaoke secretly looked at Jiang Mubai, and suddenly their eyes met, making her heart race faster. Xiaoke. At this moment, Jiang Mubai's voice came. Ah. Bai Xiaoke was startled, and quickly looked away in panic. Fortunately, Jiang Mubai didn't seem to notice her actions. He took a sip of water and looked at her. Can you help me buy some things? Huh? Bai Xiaoke didn't expect Jiang Mubai to say that, and nodded in confusion. Sure. Jiang Mubai briefly listed some things he wanted her to buy, and then Bai Xiaoke hurriedly left. He kept watching Bai Xiaoke's figure until he was sure she had left before withdrawing his gaze. Then, he took out the letter that Zhang Tian had given him and opened it. Mubai. When you see this letter, I may already be dead. Thank you very much for your contributions to Longhua and the Strange Affairs. I don't know what will happen after my death, but I can feel that the Strange Affairs is becoming more terrifying. It seems like there's some terrifying existence secretly controlling this incomprehensible thing. The Chosen One, to me, is not a good thing. This identity bears too much. Although sometimes I feel like you're sick, I can still see that calmness and love for life in your eyes. I hope you can always keep that love and live a good life. I also believe you can heal yourself in the end. Hee, I've said a lot, anyway, thank you so much. There are some things I want to ask of you. It's about Xiaoke. She's my adopted daughter. I've never told anyone about this. To the outside world, I just said she shares the same surname as her mother, but in reality, her appearance was an unexpected event. I met an old man by chance. When I met that old man, I had already contracted a serious blood disease, but that old man seemed to have some magical power, and he cured me. He asked me to adopt a girl named Kiki as a repayment. I agreed. That old man said she would have an important mission. I personally didn't believe in such things, but with the appearance of the Strange Affairs, I slowly began to believe. Kiki has been with me for 21 years. Although there is no blood relation. But I have already treated her like my own daughter. I hope you can help her. Maybe I am overthinking, but I really don't want anything bad to happen to her. Please, as a reward, I want to give you this jade pendant. This was given to me by that old man. He said that this jade pendant has incredible power. I don't know what this jade pendant can do, but it must be a powerful strange artifact. I hope this jade pendant can help you pass the ghost stories better. Elegant penmanship, written on yellowed letter paper. On the back of the paper, there is a green mark like a 3-leaf clover, printed on it. Jiang Mubai sighed, gently touching the 3-leaf clover on the back of the envelope. This is the jade pendant? Buzz. A dazzling green light suddenly appeared from the clover mark. Then, an ancient jade pendant floated out from the letter. This scene was both magical and strange. Jiang Mubai looked at the jade pendant, black light flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to pick up the jade pendant to examine it, the pendant suddenly burst with a white light. Then, at an extremely fast speed, the pendant instantly flew into Jiang Mubai's body. Boom! A cold, refreshing feeling, like a flood, exploded violently from the depths of Jiang Mubai's soul. However, he did not feel any discomfort. Only a stream of cold air echoed in Jiang Mubai's mind, making him even calmer. Jiang Mubai felt the changes in his mind, astonishment appearing in his eyes. Very magical jade pendant, not only can resist pollution, it seems, it can make me calmer. At this moment, his strange body was 100%, but he felt even lighter. This feeling was extremely wonderful. He was confident that even if his strange body awakened to 125%, he could still keep his current reason. This gift, for him, was truly excellent. He liked it very much. Jiang Mubai looked at the envelope with gratitude, carefully putting it away. For Zhang Jintian and Baishiaoke, Jiang Mubai held deep goodwill. Whether it was for the gift, or his friendship with Baishiaoke, he did not mind helping her. Although some time had passed, Jiang Mubai already knew what had happened in the Red Building at that time. Reincarnation, it really exists. By Baishiaoke, this was simply unbelievable. If so, could Xia Yulu also reincarnate? Jiang Mubai unconsciously thought of that girl. The return of humanity made him understand himself more deeply. He liked that girl. After putting away the envelope, Jiang Mubai lay on the bed again. Next, he needed to adjust well, and go to the Death Castle. He hoped everything could be solved there. Night. Baishiaoke lay quietly in the bedroom. She recalled the events of the day again and again, her heart beating very fast. As if something was about to burst out of her heart. This feeling was very strong, making her body tremble unconsciously. A dim green light slowly emerged from her body, her hair rapidly changed, in an instant turning crimson. Baikike's memories awakened again. She lightly got off the bed, opened the bedroom door, and walked towards Jiang Mubai's room. Despair and madness fluttered in her eyes. Sizzle, sizzle. As she walked, the sound of nails scraping the floor followed. In this quiet villa, it was extremely sharp. In Jiang Mubai's bedroom, he was already fast asleep. The clover pendant floated quietly in his spiritual space. Gentle white light emitted from the pendant. In his sleep, Jiang Mubai felt unprecedented relaxation. Ding, strange body has awakened, 1%. Chapter 10 Loading flashback. Death Castle. The god stood in front of a mirror with a human face, quietly standing. Its crimson twisted figure. Covered by a layer of unknown energy, it made people unable to look at its true form. But still, through the wildly twisted tentacles around it, one could feel its anger at this moment. Yes. It was very angry. Because a soul it had imprisoned had secretly escaped. That girl was taken from Lilybell Girl's school by it. It had planned to use her against Jiang Mubai. However, she ran away. This was undoubtedly a provocation to it. The heavenly god was now furious, yet he had no clue about the girl. She seemed to have disappeared. This was simply unbelievable. One must know, this death castle was almost completely under his control. How did she escape? Crimson bloodlight flickered in the heavenly god's eyes at this moment. He began to carefully recall, and finally, he remembered a person. Someone he had seen at the Heavenly God Biological Company. Is it her? The twisted whispers turned into echoes, resounding through the entire Death Castle. Then, the Heavenly God repeatedly tapped the void with his right hand, and inside the eternal silence corridor of the Death Castle, a new core rule appeared. Death Castle Core Rule 4, inside the Death Castle, pure souls are forbidden. Buzz. Blinding red light suddenly shone from the human-faced mirror. Somewhere in the Death Castle, a blood-colored lightning struck from the air again. Boom. In the Imperial City, inside a luxurious 4-story villa. Jiang Mubai was still sound asleep. Baikike had now come before him, looking at Jiang Mubai with eyes flashing despair, whispering over and over, why don't you believe me? Jiang Mubai had no reaction. The clover kept his mind in an unprecedented relaxation, he seemed completely trapped in sleep. In the dream, various people surrounded him: Xiaolua, Michelle, Marshall, Zhang Jintian. While he was happily talking to them, suddenly, a sharp pain shot from his heart. Jiang Mubai abruptly opened his eyes. Before him, Kiki now looked at him with hatred, her blood-red long hair flying everywhere, her long black nails deeply piercing Jiang Mubai's heart. Why don't you believe me? Why don't you believe me? Kiki shouted madly and loudly, blinding green light rising from her body. Jiang Mubai looked at Kiki, eyes showing a moment of confusion. Don't believe you. So, that's why. Blood dripped from the corner of Jiang Mubai's mouth. Madness flickered in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Ding, the overlimit has loaded flashback. Flashback, returning to 10 minutes ago. Note, you can change. Ding, the eerie body has awakened, 100%. Boom. Terrifying black energy exploded violently. Jiang Mubai instantly activated the overlimit ability and flashed back. Bang, 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 bang. The space before him shattered and overlapped. Jiang Mubai's figure slowly became illusory and disappeared. At this moment, Jiang Mubai arrived in an unknown space. It was gray and misty, filled with countless floating light spheres. Inside each light sphere, a scene flickered. Looking carefully, these scenes were frozen records of what had happened 10 minutes ago. Jiang Mubai gently reached out his right hand, touching the light spheres. He felt that he could directly merge into any point in these spheres. This feeling was strange, as if transcending everything. This was the time point domain. This was a forbidden domain. This domain was definitely not made by the heavenly god, past projections. This was truly going back to the past, changing the past. Jiang Mubai wanted very much to merge into each light sphere, to do something, see what would change. But reason told him, he absolutely could not do this. Because doing so could make already fixed events happen in extremely twisted ways. He didn't know why he had this understanding, but he was certain it would happen. Is this why the eerie body forcibly loaded the overlimit ability onto this talent? My friend. You seem to know it now, your power, it's uncontrollable. Uncontrollable? Jiang Mubai muttered quietly. I don't think so. And, what exactly is your connection to the ghost stories? My friend, you'll know soon. Jiang Mubai ignored this insane talent. He slowly scanned each glowing orb, finally stopping at the moment Bai Xiaoke entered. He reached out his hand, lightly touching the glowing orb. Buzz. A blinding rainbow light exploded suddenly, and in a flash of white light, Jiang Mubai was sent back to the past. Creak. In Jiang Mubai's bedroom, an incredibly faint sound suddenly rang out. The door opened. Bai Xiaoke, with blood-red long hair, walked in. She looked at Jiang Mubai, her eyes filled with despair, and slowly walked toward him. Why don't you believe me? Bai Xiaoke muttered softly as she walked. Jiang Mubai still didn't react. She stared at him, hatred growing more intense in her eyes. Just as she reached Jiang Mubai, ready to raise her hand and strike him down, Jiang Mubai suddenly opened his eyes wide. A flash of rainbow light flickered in his pupils. Bai Xiaoke froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Jiang Mubai to react like this. Despair flashed in her eyes. She looked at Jiang Mubai and let out a piercing scream. Why don't you? Before Bai Xiaoke could finish, Jiang Mubai suddenly reached out, grabbing her. He looked at Bai Xiaoke calmly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Bai Xiaoke, I believe you. Bai Xiaoke was stunned. Her eyes filled with confusion. Guilt, fear, worry, terror, all sorts of complicated emotions appeared in her heart. Tears uncontrollably swirled in her eyes. She suddenly threw herself at Jiang Mubai, bursting into loud sobs. Her blood-red long hair slowly faded. Bai Xiaoke's soul vanished again. Mubai, woo. I'm sorry. Woo. I hurt you, woo woo. Jiang Mubai did not blame Bai Xiaoke. Her attempt to assassinate him was because the gods had used her inner despair. He had already faintly sensed the gods' intention. They wanted him to kill Bai Xiaoke. He didn't know why the gods wanted to do this. But he definitely wouldn't let them have their way. Jiang Mubai looked at the pained and guilty Bai Xiaoke and gently patted her shoulder. I'm fine, Xiaoke, this has nothing to do with you. You should go back now. Bai Xiaoke lifted her head, looking at Jiang Mubai, and a sharp pain hit her heart. She wiped away her tears and gently nodded. Mubai, I'm sorry. Jiang Mubai didn't respond. He returned to the bedside, raised his head, and looked at the night sky. End of part 5, can be finished after reading, will finish writing this month, new book next month. Chapter 11, Despair. Time passed, and another month slipped away. During this month, Jiang Mubai stayed at home almost every day. He had no social activities. It wasn't that he didn't want to. But the outside world was now filled with despair. In his eyes, the sky had long been covered by a ghostly green. The power of despair was gradually affecting everyone in the world. On the streets, small merchants and peddlers were sighing and complaining. Countless families were having internal conflicts. Companies were going bankrupt, closing down. Even in the 24-hour strange live stream rooms, there was nothing but lamenting. 1 hour left, and the world will be destroyed. Jiang is no good either. I can feel the terror of this ghost story. I dream of that castle every day, it's right in my head. I broke up, I've lost the ability to love, no man is any good. Yesterday, I beat a customer up, and today I'm still not satisfied, gonna beat them up again. The livestream chat was now a garbage dump of negative emotions. The scrolling bullet screens were like a release before the apocalypse. The strange bureau. Li Fei sat alone in the meeting room. The empty meeting room, with only the 300-inch screen and Bai Xiaoke. This department, now basically a name without substance. The members of the expert team, one by one, resigned and went back to retire. Li Fei also did not have high hopes for this ghost story, but under Bai Xiaoke's strong insistence, he still came. On one hand, Li Fei already had a strong willpower, on the other hand, it was because of Bai Xiaoke's special nature, which could indirectly affect him. If not for this, he would have chosen to stay home and quietly await death. At this moment, Bai Xiaoke stood behind Li Fei, hesitating to speak. Team leader Li, we need to start preparing. Li Fei stared blankly at the screen that was not turned on, then glanced at Bai Xiaoke and slightly nodded. Contact Mubai, it's up to you, ah. After saying that, he sat directly in the reclining chair. Seeing this, Bai Xiaoke's eyes dimmed, she said nothing and silently turned on the LCD screen. At the same time, a group of Western countries led by Pretty Country. They were also in an encrypted online meeting room, exchanging information. The original purpose of this meeting room was to counterbalance the increasingly terrifying Dragon Country. However, this did not have any effect at all. Instead, it threw Godan into deep despair. Because in the meeting room, at this moment, all the desperate chats were completely leaning toward Pretty Country. Destroy, let's destroy together with Pretty Country, worth it. 7 Black Country supports the decision of Kimchi Country. Maple Leaf Country cannot bear this despair, preparing to leave this sinful world first. Godan listened to their words at this moment, his eyes without a trace of light. Even when Emily stood behind him, looking at him strangely, he did not react. Ah. Finally, amidst the sound of desperate sighs, Godan fainted. Ding, the chosen one is about to enter the ghost story, please be prepared. This ghost story, Death Castle, overall rating, SSSS, death rate, unknown. Your success or failure will directly affect your country's fortune, good luck. Dragon Country. Imperial Capital. 4-story villa. Jiang Mubai now stood by the window, quietly looking at the sky. In his mind, the cold prompt sound had already rung. However, this did not affect his state of mind at all. At this moment, he had waited 3 months. Death Castle, the gods, their terrifying nature, Jiang Mubai had long understood. At the orphanage, Jiang Mubai only fought with a clone and already felt extremely exhausted. He already had an answer in his heart about how terrifying the gods in Death Castle truly were. However, he did not feel pressured. Because this was him, something he would face sooner or later. Why? A blinding white light slowly covered his vision. Jiang Mubai, in a twist, arrived in an unfamiliar place. This was a huge, pitch-black corridor. As far as the eye could see, 12 enormous pillars, as big as real-world skyscrapers, rose. On each of these 12 pillars, countless mysterious red patterns were engraved. The patterns were extremely complex, delicate, covering the pillars like crawling worms. Just seeing them was enough to cause serious mental shock. Jiang Mubai stood under the pillars, forming a sharp contrast with them. From the zoomed-out live broadcast view, it was like an ant standing under an ancient eternal tree. All viewers of the live broadcast were shocked by this scene. We humans are like ants, we live like ants. How did ancient people travel through time? Ah, forget it, I'm too lazy to argue. God, I'm even more hopeless now, this is impossible to clear. Is this Death Castle? I can already smell the breath of death. Jiang Mubai did not know the outside discussion. He was now staring at the massive pillars, his eyes serious. Because he felt something unusual about the pillars. Those pillars were now emitting terrifying pollution. Ding, the eerie body has awakened, 101%. Distortion has begun, my friend, can you remain sane? A cold warning had already spread in his mind. Jiang Mubai's eyes instantly filled with madness. Too fast. So fast that Jiang Mubai made no reaction, the eerie body awakened to 101%. This was an extremely troublesome matter. It was very bad for his next exploration. He quickly closed his eyes and began to calm his suppressed madness. However, the pollutants continuously rushed from the pillars, like waves, washing over his mind. Now, he was enduring an extremely huge pressure. Ding, eerie body awakened to 105%. Ding, eerie body awakened to 107%. No, if this continues, unpredictable distortion will happen. He must find a way to leave here first. Feeling the turmoil inside, Jiang Mubai no longer hesitated and prepared to leave. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly searched for the corridor exit. At this moment, the terrifying force of despair suddenly fell from above Jiang Mubai's head. Jiang Mubai barely had any time to react before being covered. Instant death. The start was instant death. Boom. A terrifying black airwave exploded from Jiang Mubai as the center. Colorful light spheres flew instantly from under Jiang Mubai's feet, bursting loudly. With a shocking huge sound, it directly swallowed the whole corridor. Ding, Dragon Nation Chosen One has lost. Chapter 12 Escape. Dragon Nation, major live streaming rooms. At this moment, the comment stream froze again. The Dragon Nation Chosen One had lost. According to previous situations, if Jiang Mubai lost, it definitely meant the monsters would advance smoothly. However, now, people in the live room did not think so. Under the coverage of despair, any negative emotion would be amplified without limit. Moreover, before Jiang Mubai lost, they all saw the terrifying green pillar falling from the sky. Ah, the heavens did not give birth to me, Dragon Nation. Brother Jiang is dead, let it be destroyed. Although I still hold hope in my heart, it does not matter now. Brothers, I have bad news, it seems only Brother Jiang faced this. Used to it, I am tired. In the live room, sighs and lamentations filled the air. No one blamed Jiang Mubai, they only felt sorry for themselves. It was as if Jiang Mubai's fate was already decided. Usually, after seeing this scene, someone would gloat and run over. But now, with the whole world in despair, even such mocking monsters disappeared. Western countries. Jiang Mubai's matter spread almost instantly. However, those reports were not as sarcastic as imagined. Their headlines were almost all the same. Even Dragon Nation cannot resist, what hope do we have? At this time, major social platforms around the world were full of various headlines. Especially one, whose popularity broke billions. Hashtag Dragon Nation Chosen One has lost, what hope do we have? Hashtag. Under this headline, screens from several countries could be seen. They came from all over the world, everywhere. Our country's chosen one has become a wriggling worm. God, that is lucky, our 7 Black Nation Chosen One went in and hit the wall to suicide immediately. Ah, our Kangaroo Nation Chosen One turned into a sloth, now has not walked even 1 meter. OMG, our Maple Nation Chosen One looked at that pillar once, then exploded. To be honest, all your country's chosen ones failed, no punishment? Impossible not to, here it is still shaking, but it does not matter, $0 purchase really fun. Ah, destroy it, tut 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 tut. Monster Management Bureau. Li Fei also looked at the big screen with blank eyes. Because of Bai Xiaoke, he did not show extreme despair. But his mood was still not high. Mubai, lost again? But this time, his chance to survive should be very small. Bai Xiaoke looked at Li Fei beside him. His gaze was firm. Captain Li, it won't happen, Mubai will definitely escape. Li Fei turned his head and looked at Bai Xiaoke, a faint trace of hope appearing in his eyes. Really? Won't he? The Space of Strange Tales. The Death Castle. Jiang Mubai, at the moment his Yuri form broke through to 120%, once again used the ability of the threshold. This time, he summoned countless spheres of light, crashing wildly, trying to resist the power of despair. However, the power of despair in the Death Castle was unbelievably strong. Even though Jiang Mubai had transformed into an unknown state, he was still in a rather difficult situation. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was standing in the middle of the corridor, his eyes crazily scanning the surroundings. Around him, countless tentacles of junk were wildly thrashing. So you are Jiang Mubai? No wonder you managed to destroy one of my avatars, the Chosen One, TSK. In this state of yours, it has a hint of the unknown, it was worth it for me to specially prepare a great gift for you. A distorted voice, tinged with mockery, came from the void. Upon hearing it, Jiang Mubai's eyes flashed with madness. God! He raised his head, looking upwards, his hoarse and twisted voice emerging from his mouth, as though wanting to destroy everything. Ha, weak ants, attempting to defy the rules, enjoy it well. The mocking voice of the god echoed again, and then terrifying red light, like a tide, surged from the pillars. Instantly, it submerged the entire corridor. Jiang Mubai screamed madly, his voice echoing endlessly. Death Castle. Withered Meditation Room. The distorted, crimson figure of the god was now standing in front of a mirror, mockingly watching the image in the mirror. In the mirror, Jiang Mubai was twisting and screaming. Countless multicolored tentacles were continuously emerging from his body, thrashing wildly. However, the constant power of despair, combined with the red energy, was like an ocean, drowning Jiang Mubai. It seemed that no matter how he struggled, it was useless. The god watched this scene with satisfaction, letting out a mocking laugh. Just as he was enjoying Jiang Mubai's struggles, the death castle suddenly trembled slightly. The god's figure froze, and then his eyes turned crimson. Damn soul, no matter where you are, you will die. The god roared loudly, and instantly countless twisted black shadows appeared throughout the castle. Death Castle. Intersecting corridors. Michelle, dressed in a slightly damaged pale yellow short-sleeved shirt and blue jeans, was pulling a graceful figure, urgently fleeing. Behind them, 3 pitch-black figures, each wielding a massive black axe, were chasing the two. They were now in a winding corridor that could only fit 3 people. On both sides of the corridor, countless pitch-black tunnels were intertwined. However, despite the fact that the pursuers were only a few meters behind, neither of the two had any intention of entering the tunnels. Because, floating in those tunnels were countless green eyes. Their gaze was fixated on the two fleeing, exuding a sinister and expectant expression. It seemed that as long as they entered, they would instantly be devoured. "Yu Luo, how are you? You have to hang on." Michelle pulled Xia Yu Luo, running while looking behind. At this moment, Xia Yu Luo's face was pale, and half of her blood-red school uniform had turned pitch black. She looked at Michelle, her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty gaze. Madness was brewing. Despair had already begun to grow. This was pollution, new pollution. This kind of pollution seemed to devour reason. Xia Yu Luo originally belonged to a special kind of weirdness, but under this pollution, her remaining consciousness was fading. Before Michelle could finish speaking, Xia Yu Luo suddenly swung her right hand. Swish! A cold light flashed. In an instant, a bloodstain appeared on Michelle's shoulder, and she cried out in pain, falling to the ground. "Yu Luo, hang on a little longer, we can escape." Michelle, fallen on the ground, looked at Xia Yu Luo, her eyes filled with sorrow. Mubai. Mubai had already arrived at the Death Castle. He had the power of reversal. As long as he appeared, surely he could. Before Michelle could finish speaking, Xia Yu Luo suddenly held her head in pain. Then, she wildly waved her hands. Chapter 13 New Ability Destruction. Death Castle. Eternal Silence Corridor. Dark red energy, like liquid, spread throughout the space, wrapping Jiang Mubai inside. The power of despair, the power of crimson, 2 different energies, crazily pressed on him, fixing him inside the corridor. If it were not for his strange body having awakened to 120%, he would certainly have been seriously injured by now. At this moment, Jiang Mubai floated in the middle of the dark red liquid, looking coldly at his surroundings. Although this liquid made him slightly uncomfortable, it did not affect him at all. Breathing freely in this dark red liquid energy was instinctive to him. Because now, though he looked human, in essence, he had already transformed into unknown. However, for now, he had no way to leave here. Jiang Mubai's mind quickly thought of strategies. The overlimit had not loaded yet. Whether loaded into the strange body or backflash, he had a good chance to leave. But that ability, each strange tale, could only be used once. His reason told him it was time to use it now, but the lingering obsession in his heart urged him to load the overlimit into reversal. Because in his human heart, there was always an important person he could not let go. He had to think of another method. Right, he seemed not to have awakened a new strange ability yet. Counting the time, it should be almost right. Jiang Mubai thought in his heart, and at this moment, a clear notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, his strange talent activated, the chosen one awakened strange ability, Destruction. Destruction, madness makes you destroy everything. This is the power your heart resists. Note, the powerful destruction can only be controlled in unknown state. After use, you will return to human state for 24 hours. Talent awakened. A flash of madness passed through Jiang Mubai's eyes. Although this ability was somewhat different from what he wanted in his heart, there was no doubt it could be used here. However, Jiang Mubai looked at the note, lost in thought. To use it, or not? After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Mubai lifted his head. A dark purple faint light flashed in his eyes. He had made his decision. The instinct in his heart indicated that the overlimit must be applied to reversal. Otherwise, he would regret for life. After understanding, Jiang Mubai did not hesitate and activated the strange ability. Annihilation. A faint extremely dark purple light emerged from Jiang Mubai's eyes. Then, he opened his right hand, aiming forward. VZZZ. With a purple thread that seemed to swallow light itself, a spinning dark purple light ball slowly gathered by Jiang Mubai's hand. The moment the light ball appeared, all red energy from all directions was sucked in as if encountering a black hole. Annihilation, deathly silence, destruction. The terrifying energy seemed pressed into the light ball by invisible giant hands covering the sky. Then, the light ball began to pulse. Thud. Thud. At this moment, centered on the light ball, fine cracks gradually appeared. With the distortion of space, an aura that made souls shiver slowly emerged. Withered meditation room. The god was using the human face mirror to search for Xia Yulu and Michelle. Suddenly, he felt a tremble deep in the soul. As if something was about to erupt. The god did not know what it was. Instinctively, he thought of Jiang Mubai. A crimson figure slowly twisted, tentacles rising from under his feet. The god looked at the human face mirror, touched it with his right hand, and ripple-like waves appeared, shifting the view to eternal silence corridor. Plop! Plop! The god froze. For the first time in a long while, he felt the heartbeat that only humans had. A cold, numb feeling appeared in his heart. What? What is this? The heavenly god looked at the purple light orb in front of Jiang Mubai, and a twisted voice suddenly echoed out, trembling with fear. How is this possible? Even if he undergoes a metamorphosis, he shouldn't have this kind of power. No, I don't believe it. What is this? Despair, despair. The heavenly god began to roar loudly. The tentacles around him twisted wildly, and green light flashed, bursting out from the death castle in an instant. As the heavenly god struggled to maintain the power of despair, suppressing the eternal silent corridor, a violent shaking suddenly came. Time seemed to freeze. Then, with an unparalleled deafening explosion, part of the death castle began to collapse. The heavenly god was stunned. He suddenly looked up towards the mirror. Then, he saw a shocking purple pillar of light breaking through the castle, shooting into the void. Bang! A crisp sound echoed from in front of it. The mirror of faces shattered. The broken mirror exploded into streams of light, passing through the heavenly god's figure. Then, the heavenly god let out a painful roar, turning into twisted, writhing tentacles, collapsing to the ground. The eternal silent corridor. At this moment, Jiang Mubai fell from the sky to the ground. Cold sweat covered his forehead, and intense terror appeared in his eyes. Ding, the strange body has been sealed. My friend, you are sick. I am sick. Jiang Mubai pressed his hands to the ground, kneeling, panting heavily. Above his head, violent void turbulence raged. The corridor trembled, the ground was collapsing. But Jiang Mubai, at this moment, had no strength to move. The destructive power was too strong. This force not only destroyed all the despair in the corridor, but also obliterated the 12 massive pillars and the top of the castle. The terrifying energy, though helping him escape danger, also took away all his strange powers. Now, he was no different from an ordinary person. Jiang Mubai took a deep breath, forcibly calming the terror in his heart, and stood up. Around him, everything was shattered. A twisted light gate appeared ahead. Jiang Mubai looked at the light gate, then glanced around, and without hesitation, he ran towards the light gate. The light gate was about to disappear. He had to leave here quickly. Outside the world. In all major live stream rooms. When Jiang Mubai gathered the power of destruction, the screen in the live stream rooms restored. Countless people witnessed the moment when the purple light orb appeared in front of Jiang Mubai. Everyone stared at the big screen in disbelief. Some people even kept pinching the people around them, confirming whether they were dreaming. This was understandable. After all, with the previous strange stories, Jiang Mubai's strange body would always lose control once it reached 100%. No one knew what happened when Jiang Mubai lost control. But just now, not only in Longwa, but also in beautiful country, Kimchi country, Asan country, and even the whole world, anyone watching Jiang Mubai's live stream saw it. A purple light orb, like a divine miracle, destroyed everything. Chapter 14, Room. In the live stream room. Everyone was shocked, unable to speak. It was silent for over 10 minutes before various comments slowly started to appear. OMG, what just happened? I really want to see the chosen one of Longwa become a god. Oh my god, does God really exist in this world? If there is, it must be Longwa's chosen one, Simaida. Brother Jiang is amazing, we have hope now, Longwa has hope. You handsome guy, just now Jiang Di, you were calling so happily. Pray to Brother Mubai, take me flying. I don't want to fly, I want to be a loyal dog. The live stream room in Longwa seemed to fill with hope. This hope, however, was not just Longwa's, but the whole world's. Beautiful country. Dogdan also saw the scene. It must be said, even Dogdan himself felt the twists of fate. Just now, he was struck by despair. Fainted and just woke up, he immediately learned about Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai had become a god. Jiang Mubai possessed the power to directly confront the celestial. This was the news that Godan received. In Godan's eyes, just like everyone else in the world. Only, in his eyes, hope had just appeared, then that hope turned into a sharp knife of despair, stabbing into his heart. Become a god? Confront the Celestial? No. This news made him feel worse than Li Fei pooping on his head. How could this be possible? He had become a god. Dragon Nation, there was a god? No, impossible, we have Emily. In utter despair, Godan ran madly to the big screen, looking at Emily. However, on the screen, there was nothing. Emily had died the moment she entered the strange tale. No, no, no. Baka, OMG, my god. Emily is dead? Impossible, our beautiful country is being punished again? No, impossible, absolutely impossible? Godan was spitting blood now, staring at that string of punishments, at least a 20% loss of territory, his eyes darkened without a single light. He seemed unable to believe it, quickly opening the Western world's social media platforms. However, the trending searches, keywords, headlines, were like giant hands slapping his thick face. Hashtag beautiful country fails, someone reveals, they created everything hashtag. Hashtag extra, extra, beautiful country colluded with the celestial hashtag. Hashtag Dragon Nation, hope of the world hashtag. Hashtag miracle appears, purple winged angel hashtag. Hashtag Jiang Mubai is not insane, he is light hashtag. Godan stared blankly at all of this, collapsing completely to the ground. Bang, bang. At that moment, the door behind Godan was suddenly kicked open, countless agents rushed in, lifting him up. Mr. Gordon, you are under arrest. Godan had no reaction, his eyes only filled with deep despair. The Strange Management Bureau. Li Fei was extremely busy now. The way Jiang Mubai destroyed everything, smashing that impossibly huge corridor, then walking into the light gate, he saw it too. Accompanied by Xiaoka's excited shouting, hope also appeared in Li Fei's eyes. But, before he could release the suppressed despair in his heart, the crazy ringing of phones started. Those experts had to go on duty. The Strange Management Bureau needed a reboot. Leaders of strange tales from various countries demanded to meet. Kimchi country needed to repent. And so many other matters, all piled around him now. He was so busy he wished he had extra hands, legs, and mouths. Quick, Xiaoka, did you record that scene of Mubai? Hurry, contact the expert team, edit that scene, release it on all major platforms. Yes, think of an inspiring title, we need to use this to bring hope to Dragon Nation and the world. Have those experts come back immediately, go on duty at once. Captain Zhang, Dragon Nation, there is hope. Mirror Strange Tale Space. To be exact, the only Strange Tale Space. After passing through the light gate, Jiang Mubai arrived in a single enclosed room. It was extremely dark, except for the eerie red light from the eye on the ceiling, there was no other source of light. And the red light from the eye kept flickering. This made it even more eerie and terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Mubai's strange body was sealed, his human state dominated, and the sense of fear increased. However, he had already experienced multiple strange tales. These fears at most caused fluctuations in his mind, but could not affect him. Because, as long as he did not break the rules, the strange things would not attack him. The most important now was to find the rules of this place, break them, and leave. Following the red light from the eerie eye that followed him, Jiang Mubai began to search quickly. This place was not large. The whole room looked just over 80 square meters. The layout was very strange. It was a rectangle, divided into 3 parts. The middle part, which covers about 60 meters or so, is a place that resembles a living room. The reason it's called a living room is because Jiang Mubai saw a long rectangular stone table that can seat 20 people. He could be precise to 20 people because of the 20 stools of different heights under the long table. On the left side of the dining room, it looked a bit like a bedroom, with an old double stone bed, a wash basin, a mirror, a red flip-top cabinet, and 3 pairs of embroidered shoes. The walls around were all gray, and at the very top, there was a window. On the window, at this moment, there was a faceless human head hanging, which slowly followed Jiang Mubei's movements. Jiang Mubai glanced at the head and shifted his gaze away. He tried his best not to look at that head. After all, that thing was a bit terrifying. Once he had lasted through a day, he would definitely take that head down and study it properly. On the right side of the dining room, it was hard to see clearly. It seemed there was a layer of twisting black light curtain that covered that area. Jiang Mubai didn't bother with it. Because exploring this room was not the priority. The rules were the first priority. He withdrew his gaze and began searching. Based on his experience, rules are usually quite obvious. These rules are generally posted somewhere, like on a poster or some notes. So, his first target was that red flip-top cabinet. Because he had already seen a black piece of paper stuck to the cabinet. Jiang Mubai cautiously approached the wardrobe, preparing to check it out. However, just as he reached the red flip-top cabinet, a muffled sound, like knocking on a door, suddenly came from inside the cabinet. Bang! Accompanied by a violent shaking, a cloud of dust slowly fell. Jiang Mubai stopped in his tracks. His face turned slightly pale. Because he saw what the black paper was. It was a charm. Chapter 15, Unfinished Rules. A charm. Jiang Mubei's face turned grim. The appearance of this thing made it hard not to associate it with what was inside the flip-top cabinet. It was undoubtedly terrifying. Especially now, as the dong sound continued coming from inside the cabinet. Jiang Mubai took a deep breath, calming his inner agitation, and forced himself to walk closer. He ignored the increasingly intense noise as he approached and looked at the top of the flip-top cabinet. There were 3 rules that seemed to be carved with a knife. 4. What you are looking for is inside the cabinet. 5. Absolutely do not open the cabinet. 6. Beware of its gaze. Jiang Mubai read the 3 rules under the dim red light coming from the eyes above his head and fell into deep thought. Outside, in the live stream, the viewers who regained hope were also discussing. Although their enthusiasm was not as high as the previous creepy tales, the floating bullet screens were still plenty. 123. Where are the 3 rules? Rules 4 and 5 are obviously conflicting. What do you think is inside? I guess it's a corpse, especially since there's a head hanging on the window. Great minds think alike. Why doesn't Brother Mubai just open it? I think I saw fear in his eyes. The people in the live stream couldn't understand, so they could only watch quietly. In the eerie room, Jiang Mubai had already left the redwood cabinet. With his weird and insane ability sealed, he didn't think opening this cabinet was a good idea. Even though he could use the 3 provinces of myself, the danger was still very high without the prerequisite condition of being also weird. The most important thing now was to continue searching for rules and figure out what this room was meant for. Jiang Mubai stood at the junction of the living room and this room, looking at the farthest room. Behind the black light curtain, strange figures seemed to flicker in and out. This scene was simply comparable to a high-energy moment in a horror movie. Jiang Mubai resisted the urge to walk over. This time, he came to that thing that looked very much like a sink. This pool was also black, a little like marble. Above the pool, there was something like a knob. In the pool, there were some twisted white marks. These marks looked like words, but were incomplete. Jiang Mubai thought for a moment, and vaguely guessed the reason. He lifted his head and looked up. Sure enough. Above the pool, there were also marks. Although without the red eyes shining, it was hard to see clearly. Just by those similar scratches, Jiang Mubai could make a judgment. This is the rule. The rule is composed of 2 parts. The method to solve it is simple. Just fill this pool with water, use the reflection in the water, and combine the scratches above with the scratches in the pool. Thinking of this, Jiang Mubai gently turned the knob. Boom! The imagined water flow scene did not appear. With a dull loud noise, the room shook slightly. Then, beside the pool, a staircase slowly appeared leading underground. Pairs of red eyes floated beside the dark stairs, staring at Jiang Mubai fiercely. Jiang Mubai paused. His face became even darker. Madness burned in his eyes. He did not hesitate, and directly walked down the stairs. He had already made a decision. As long as those eyes moved in any way, he would directly apply over-limit loading to Sancheng Wushan. He had long felt that strengthening Sancheng Wushan would surely allow lower restrictions, even low enough that only one rule needed to be satisfied. If he were not worried about Xia Yilihua and Michelle, Jiang Mubai could even make the decision directly. With a grim face, Jiang Mubai glared fiercely at those floating eyes and walked in. Those eyes looked at Jiang Mubai, showing cruel looks, but there was still no movement. In the basement, Jiang Mubai followed the stairs to a dark room. There was no light here. Jiang Mubai could not tell what the situation was. But he vaguely felt a trace of moisture. There was water here. Just ahead. Plop. As soon as Jiang Mubai made the judgment, the sound of a water drop falling was heard. Jiang Mubai stopped in place. He slowly crouched and reached out his hand. Below was a cold water pool. Here, is this a place to store water? Jiang Mubai felt it was a bit ridiculous. But thinking this was a ghost story, he said nothing. He slid hard in the water twice, then climbed 2 steps and cautiously looked around. After waiting for 5 full minutes, seeing no movement on the water, Jiang Mubai turned around. He wanted to find something to carry water, and bring the water up. But just as he turned, he faintly saw, at the basement entrance lit by scarlet eyes, a black shadow flashed. Jiang Mubai stopped abruptly. He slowly clenched his fists. He saw it. Although there was no strange body, he still clearly saw what the black shadow was. It was a floating human head. A head with no facial features, with long hair. A human head. In Jiang Mubai's mind, the thing hanging by the window flashed through. He cautiously stopped in place, waited several more seconds, then took a deep breath and walked forward. Outside. All the viewers of the livestream were now terrified by this scene, their scalps tingling. They all sent bullet comments to calm their racing hearts. Next time if this scene comes again, can we have bullet screen protection? OMG, this scene scared me to death. To be fair, Brother Jiang is still brave enough, although I could go, but I could never be as calm as he is. You're crazy, nowadays anyone dares to say they are the chosen one. Go, Mubai Appa. What's wrong with the brains in kimchi country? Alright, stop cursing, we're international friends. Our dragon country is very generous. We definitely won't settle scores after the fact. After Jiang Mubai left the basement, he returned to the bedroom. The first thing he did upon exiting was to look at the head outside the window. It was still floating there, as if it were hanging from a string. But from the head's shaking hair and slight shift in position, Jiang Mubai could tell that it had moved. Jiang Mubai did not continue to go to the basement. Because the uncertainties with this floating head were too high. He had no idea what the purpose of this head was. Before taking any action, it was best to first eliminate its hidden dangers. Otherwise, it could be very dangerous. Jiang Mubai glanced at the floating head, withdrew his gaze, and walked to the bedside. He decided to wait for a while. If he could safely wait for 24 hours, his strange body would awaken again and would surely be able to handle this situation. Just as he sat down on the bed, his eyes suddenly froze. Because, he saw the rules again. Chapter 16, New Rules. Jiang Mubai sat on the bed, a strange gleam flashing in his eyes. He saw the rules once again, but this time, rather than rules, it seemed more like a hint. It was etched on the wall opposite the bed, but those rules could only be seen when sitting on the bed. Every time Jiang Mubai tried to stand up, the writing would immediately disappear. Jiang Mubai rubbed his eyes, walked over to take a closer look, and confirmed that it wasn't an illusion before returning to the bed. The distorted writing slowly appeared in his eyes at that moment. The chaotic banquet is about to begin. This is the servants' table. The great being will host the gathering in the Death Castle. Your duty is to entertain the servants of K. In some sense, servants are more difficult to serve than masters. Never let them know you are human, or your fate will be the same as mine. There are still 4 hours until the banquet starts. During this time, you need to clean up the room. Remember, after the banquet begins, you must wear embroidered shoes. Jiang Mubai carefully read this hint several times, memorizing it in his mind. Then, he looked at the embroidered shoes on the floor. Great being? What is that? Could it be something like a god? For others, there's danger here, but for me, Jiang Gu, this is nothing. But I always have a bad feeling. Haven't you noticed? It seems like Brother Mubai is acting a little strange. You're right, I feel it too. Oh my god, we're not going to die, are we? In the Death Castle bedroom, Jiang Mubai was carefully studying the embroidered shoes. These shoes were red and white, with butterfly patterns on them. The size was probably 36 to 37, clearly a woman's size. Honestly, it was a bit hard for Jiang Mubai to accept wearing them. But after the banquet starts, not wearing them seems dangerous, which made him feel conflicted. He decided to wait for a bit. After all, there were still 4 hours until the banquet started, and even accounting for the time he wasted upon arrival, he still had plenty of time. He would deal with it later. Compared to the embroidered shoes, Jiang Mubai was more concerned about the second line. Your fate will be the same as mine. Who is this I? Is it the person who lived here before? Are they still alive, or could it be that person's head? Jiang Mubai glanced at the window again. The head was still drifting back and forth. Jiang Mubai ignored it. As long as it didn't attack him, he wasn't interested in causing trouble for now. Jiang Mubai sat on the bed, looking around. He wanted to see if there were any other clues, similar to this hint, that he could use to figure things out. Soon, he found another one. At this moment, Jiang Mubai lay on the bed, staring upwards. There, once again, appeared distorted writing. As someone who was once here, I give you the following advice. 1. Do not rashly go to the living room before tidying up the bedroom. 2. When going to the living room, you must wear embroidered shoes. 3. Among the 3 pairs of embroidered shoes, 2 already have owners, you must wear the one without an owner. 4. Without an owner? 5. With an owner? 6. Jiang Mubai looked at the rules, his eyes showing a thoughtful expression. 7. How to tell the difference between having an owner and not having an owner. 8. 2 pairs of shoes already have owners, meaning there are 2 other people here? 9. If that is so, the person who gave me the hints, could they be the owner of one of the pairs? 10. Jiang Mubai was very glad he did not run around recklessly. 11. If just now he ran impulsively to the living room, maybe something bad would have happened. 12. He started seriously thinking about how to solve this rule. 13. So far, he had gotten 6 rules. 14. It was clear that rules 1, 2, and 3 were more like hints. 15. Rules 4, 5, and 6 were more like clues. 16. Among them, rule 4 had a hint. the thing you want is inside the cabinet. 17, the thing you want. 18, Jiang Mubai thought carefully. 19, actually, he did not really want anything. 20, if forced to say, it was that the god died. 21, but he felt that the cabinet would not satisfy him. 22, then what was it? 23, Jiang Mubai thought carefully and felt he was trapped in a misunderstanding. Where exactly was the misunderstanding? 24, outside world. 25, everyone analyzed alone. 26, I know, that cabinet must be a strange tool. 27, right, I ding also think so. Could it be that the cabinet's power is to fulfill wishes? 28, you think of peaches to eat, how can spirits fulfill wishes? 29, no, I think the analysis upstairs is right. Could Rule 5 be fake? He does not want you to open the cabinet? 30, can we not focus attention only on the cabinet? 31, Bureau of the Strange. 32, Li Fei was now looking worriedly at Jiang Mubai. 33, he could feel it. 34, Jiang Mubai's state was a bit off. 35, his current state was like a chosen one entering the strange tale for the first time. 36, everything was careful. 37, this was originally a good thing. 38, but Li Fei, knowing some details about Jiang Mubai, thought of another answer that made him uneasy. 39, Jiang Mubai's ability was restricted. 40, he had to know, Jiang Mubai could easily defeat strange tales, beat the strange, solve Apricot Blossom Village, and even suddenly go to strange existences thousands of miles away in one day. 41, now, he obeyed rules like an ordinary chosen one. 42, could this mean that he had an accident? 43, Li Fei's worry grew more and more, he looked at Bai Xiaoku. 44, Bai Xiaoku's eyes also showed worry. 45, Xiaoku. 46, Li Fei forced himself to keep his voice steady. 47, do you know about Mubai's situation? 48, 49, Bai Xiaoku, who was watching seriously, was startled when Li Fei called her and quickly shook her head. 50, I also do not know clearly. Could it be that Mubai was heard leaving the place like a corridor? 51, Bai Xiaoku spoke full of worry. 52, this made Li Fei unable to judge. 53, after thinking, he decided to give Jiang Mubai a hint. 54, first, to calm his mind. 55, second, to ask if he needed help. 56, although Li Fei was conservative and preferred to use hint power to help Jiang Mubai search clues. 57, his worry about Mubai's current state was even greater. 58, soon, he edited a message and sent it to Jiang Mubai. 59, Death Castle. 60, Blackstone Bedroom. 61, Jiang Mubai still lied on the bed. 62, he was thinking about how to break the rules. 63, the known rules could not solve the problem. 64, 4 and 5 clearly conflicted, but without other rules to support, it was impossible to break. 65, also, he still did not understand the rules from the pool. 66, now, what he should most do was to fill the pool. 67, but he still felt something was off. 68, while seriously thinking, suddenly a hint came. 69, it was the hint from Li Fei. 70, they used the hint power to actively ask if he needed help. 71, Jiang Mubai looked at those twisted words. A glimmer of comfort flashed in his eyes, and he spoke softly. Not for now, I have no big issues, I'm just thinking about how to crack the rules here. But there are some things I want to confirm, this needs to wait a bit. After I leave here, I'll find a way to communicate it. He finished speaking, turned over, and jumped off the bed. Chapter 17, The Shadow in the Water. After jumping off the bed, Jiang Mubai once again arrived at the side of the pool. The white scratches inside were still there. Though somewhat unclear, Jiang Mubai could barely make out the numbers. He furrowed his brows and started to think. Who left these rules? Why did he separate the rules? It seems, I need to figure out all the rules to understand. Jiang Mubai looked around, trying to find something like a water scoop. But no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find one. He did see 2 vases in what seemed to be the living room, but without distinguishing the embroidered shoes, he couldn't approach. This was a bit of a problem, did he have to use his hands to scoop it? As he thought, Jiang Mubai's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked towards the embroidered shoes by the bed. Looks like I'll have to make do with you. At least, this is faster than using my hands. With this thought, he walked back to the bed, picked up the largest pair of shoes, shook them in his hands, and then went back to the basement. The blood-red eyes emitted a faint red light, shining on the entrance of the basement, with rows of blood-red eyes still lining both sides of the stairs. Jiang Mubai glared at them again, then looked at the head floating in the window, holding the shoes, and walked down. Splash! Splash! Jiang Mubai gently moved the water at the end of the basement, filled the shoes with water, and went back up. Then, he poured the water into the sink. Splash, splash. After a few rounds, the sink quickly filled up halfway. Jiang Mubai could already faintly see the rules. But it was still not complete. It seemed, only when it's full would it work. This design is so inconvenient. After getting used to the modern facilities of the villa, Jiang Mubai couldn't help but compare. He quietly complained, then grabbed the shoes and went back down. Just a couple more times, and it should be enough. Splash. Splash. Jiang Mubai filled the shoes with water again. However, just as he was about to leave, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the water, grabbing his pants leg fiercely. Jiang Mubai froze in place. His heart was pounding loudly. He steadied his body with force and turned his head. Behind him, a shadow with disheveled hair crawled out from the pitch-black pool. It crawled while letting out a distorted scream. The voice seemed to say, "Help me." This terrifying scene instantly made Jiang Mubai's eyes flare with madness. At this moment, he couldn't care about helping it, he didn't even know what it was. Jiang Mubai suddenly raised his right hand, took the embroidered shoes in his hand, and slapped it straight at the shadow. The water-soaked embroidered shoes, combined with Jiang Mubai's full force under panic, hit the shadow hard. There was a crisp sound of "pa," and the shadow was instantly knocked away. Jiang Mubai glared fiercely at the endless darkness, quickly scooped up 2 shoes of water with the embroidered shoes, and ran up the stairs. In the underground pool, after the shadow was knocked away, it let out a distorted scream and quickly sped up, its limbs crawling on the water surface with a cracking sound. Jiang Mubai could feel it, his heartbeat accelerating. On both sides of the stairs, the blood-red eyes looked at Jiang Mubai ferociously. Jiang Mubai didn't care about them, he was running wildly, taking 3 steps at a time, charging directly to the sink, poured the water from the shoes, and immediately turned the knob. At the entrance of the basement. That shadow was closely following Jiang Mubai, its speed incredibly fast, with its hands slapping on the entrance. In the blood-red light, Jiang Mubai saw an ugly woman, with disheveled hair and blood-red eyes, about to pounce on him. Tear, ha! The woman looked at Jiang Mubai, letting out a shrill scream, causing Jiang Mubai's heart to race. Just as he was about to push his limits, loading everything into his 3 provinces, and fight back. A muffled sound echoed again. Boom! The room shook. Then, a black tile on the floor slid across, with a loud bang, closing the entrance. Ah! Ah! The ugly woman, in the basement, screamed madly, banging and slapping, slowly calming down. Jiang Mubai watched the scene, letting out a sigh of relief. That situation was too dangerous. He had almost been caught by that strange creature. Shaking his head, Jiang Mubai calmed himself and looked at the wash basin. At this moment, the wash basin, filled with water, could already reflect the complete rules, although not completely full, leaving some parts incomplete. However, Jiang Mubai could still deduce what the rules said. Rule 7, the number of times water is added to the basin cannot exceed 5. Rule 8, this room is relatively safe. Rule 9, you need an assistant, a complete assistant. Rule 10, never trust the assistant's words. Rule 11, never save her. Rule 12, do not open the cabinet, do not open the cabinet, do not open the cabinet. Rule 13, save me, I am in the basin. The complete rules were now listed in the wash basin. Jiang Mubai gently stroked the water's surface, confirming there were no omissions, and then began to think. Outside. In the various live streaming rooms. Netizens from all over the world were also discussing. OMG, that scared me to death just now. Did Jiang Gu just trigger an attack by going back and forth too many times? This castle's rules don't seem that hard. Then tell us how to crack it. Didn't the rule already make it clear? Save what's in the water basin. Jiang Gu just slapped her, now it's getting tricky. It's fine, Mubai Gij can beat the strange things. In the strange talk space. Jiang Mubai was sitting on the bed. Although the rule hints were obvious, Jiang Mubai still felt a bit strange. Because Rule 7 required the basin to be completely filled with water before it could be seen. Before the water was filled, this was entirely a luck-based rule. This was absurd. Could it be that there was a way to quickly fill the water that he hadn't discovered? Jiang Mubai slowly scanned his surroundings, but everything was clean. Apart from the bed, wash basin, and the redwood cabinet, there was only a mirror. Could it be that he needed to directly move the wash basin? As Jiang Mubai was thinking, he suddenly froze. He looked at the wash basin with a strange expression. Of course. Why didn't he think of this? He walked back to the wash basin, squatted down, and took another look. Sure enough, the wash basin could be dismantled. Jiang Mubei's eyes twitched slightly. He felt like he had been too comfortable in life. But this might not be a bad thing. Because, through his earlier rule violation, he had already realized. This rule was full of misleading and malicious elements. Chapter 18, The Female Assistant. Jiang Mubai glanced at the wash basin with some dissatisfaction and sat back on the edge of the bed. He had roughly analyzed the method to crack this room. It was most likely to save an assistant, and through that assistant, gain more clues. Rules 8 and 9 hinted that this room was relatively safe and that he needed an assistant, which should be referring to this matter. Rule 3, the 2 pairs of embroidered shoes with owners, also had some implications. And the assistant, based on the underground water pool and the redwood flip-top cabinet, could almost be clearly determined. The one in the water basin, with twisted limbs, disheveled hair, but a complete body. Then the redwood cabinet, without a doubt, must be the one with the faceless head. Under normal circumstances, there were 2 assistants in this room. Most people would easily think of saving the one in the water basin, because of the constant knocking and banging sounds coming from the cabinet. It was what I heard as soon as I entered, and the danger in the sink wouldn't trigger the rules unless touched. Especially, the rules in the wash basin are very misleading, constantly hinting at rescuing the items in the water basin, telling you not to open the cabinet. But after I just broke the rules earlier, I clearly saw. The thing in the sink is definitely not something to mess with. At least, without the awakening of my strange body, it would be hard to deal with. Finally, I understood what that slight sense of dissonance was. The rule of this room is a choice and contest between 2 assistants. Since that's the case, I separated the rules about the rescue sink and not opening the cabinet, and after splitting and combining them, I got the following rules. First, the first 3 are still hints. 1. Never rush to the living room when the bedroom isn't tidied up. 2. When going to the living room, you must wear embroidered shoes. 3. Out of 3 pairs of embroidered shoes, 2 are already owned by others, you need to wear the one without an owner. The latter part can be split and combined. The faceless head is 4, 8, 9. 4. The thing you want to find is in the cabinet. 8. This room is very safe, relatively speaking. 9. You need an assistant, a complete assistant. The part in the sink is 5, 8, 11, 12, 13. 5. Absolutely do not open the cabinet. 8. This room is very safe, relatively speaking. 11. Never save her. 12. Do not open the cabinet, do not open the cabinet, do not open the cabinet. 13. Save me, I am in the sink. The remaining 6 and 10 are hints for the servant. 6. Be careful of its gaze. 10. Never trust what the assistant says. Looking at it this way, it's very clear. The faceless head has no mouth, no eyes, so naturally, rules 6 and 10 are invalid, making it relatively safer. And the assistant in the water, she was just shouting save me. Considering rule 10, if I hadn't accidentally broken the rule, I might have actually been tricked. Jiang Mubai sighed and stood up. He walked under the faceless head. Next, I will save you, hope you don't let me down. At this moment, the red flip-top cabinet still echoed with the knocking sound of dong dong. But Jiang Mubai no longer cared about it. He stroked the black talisman, and with a flick of his right hand, he tore it off directly. Bang! As soon as Jiang Mubai tore off the talisman, the redwood cabinet slammed open. Then, a headless body in a lace skirt and short sleeve with no collar stood up. As soon as this body appeared, the head floating by the window quickly flew down. It seemed to be very happy, circling Jiang Mubai 3 times, then slowly flew to the body. Buzz. Strange red light shone from the junction between the head and the neck. Then, in a dazzling flash of light, the body seemed to transform, revealing a complete appearance. It was a tall, woman. From her long hair flowing behind her and the perfect S-shaped figure, one could tell. She had a small nose, delicate eyebrows, and a clean white face. The only flaw in her beauty was that she had no eyes and no mouth. Something was missing, a bit of soul. Jiang Mubai curiously observed this woman, then asked, "Will you help me?" The woman turned towards Jiang Mubai, nodded lightly, and then he pointed to the shoes in the bed. "You mean, let me change shoes?" The woman nodded again, then shook her head. She grabbed Jiang Mubai and pointed to the wall, then pointed to the bed. Jiang Mubai finally understood. "You're reminding me of the time." While saying this, Jiang Mubai sat on the bed. Across from the bed, there was still the hint about the dinner starting. But the time had not changed at all, still 4 hours. Jiang Mubei's eyes widened instantly, and he quickly looked at the assistant. "How much time is left before the dinner?" The woman raised one finger. 1 hour? Jiang Mubai asked in confusion. The woman shook her head. 100 minutes? Jiang Mubai's face looked somewhat unnatural. The woman shook her head again. "It can't be 10 minutes, right?" As soon as Jiang Mubai finished speaking, the woman nodded wildly. His face instantly darkened. "This rule, is it really this tricky?" No time to worry about these rules, Jiang Mubai spoke to the woman again. "Are those shoes here without an owner?" The woman ran over, picked up 2 pairs, then with her right hand, threw 1 pair directly out of the window and sat on the bed, starting to change into another pair. Jiang Mubai looked at the remaining embroidered shoes, his eyes twitched, and he began changing too. It must be said, embroidered shoes are indeed strange items. Even though they look small, once worn, they fit surprisingly well. Moreover, there's a certain comfort to them. Jiang Mubai casually took a few steps. At this moment, he felt like he was walking at lightning speed, and even his legs didn't need to exert force, he could just move around. It was truly strange. If it weren't for these being embroidered shoes, Jiang Mubai might have really planned to wear them. Just as Jiang Mubai was marveling at the magic of these shoes, the woman suddenly jumped off the bed. Then, she grabbed Jiang Mubai's shoes, ran to the sink, and started washing them furiously. Jiang Mubai stood there, stunned for a moment. How about I do it myself? The woman ignored him, her movements incredibly fast, with even her hands leaving afterimages. In just a few seconds, she had washed them clean, then she turned the knob, opened the trapdoor, and carried the sink down. In the basement, the disheveled, eerie figure was still there, but before she could climb out, the woman lifted her leg and kicked her away. Then, she splashed the sink full of water forward. Splash! Dirty water splashed directly onto the disheveled female ghost. Swiftly completing everything, the woman quickly returned and placed the sink back. Then, she directly pulled Jiang Mubai and led him to the living room. Jiang Mubai instinctively followed her. He seemed to hear the woman's happy laughter. Chapter 19, 10 servants, 2 guests. Brother Mubai went to the restaurant. Exclusive luxurious pink diamond VIP comment. See, I was right. I knew that box would be opened early. OMG, Longwei really is the savior of the apocalypse. Jiang Mubai Appa is the best. Isn't the person upstairs awkward? I originally thought teasing the Eerie would be enough, but this Eerie doesn't even have a face. Brother John really can go that far. When the lights are off, I can't see. Brothers, Jiang Mubai's embroidered shoes collaboration is in production, hurry and make a reservation if you need them. In the live broadcast room, everyone felt excited. They couldn't see what happened in the bedroom, but they did see the rules, and now Jiang Mubai had successfully reached the living room, meaning the bedroom's rules had been broken. What could be more exciting than this? In countless eyes, hope had appeared. In the strange talk space. In the living room. The female assistant had now let go of Jiang Mubai's hand. She quickly swirled around the stone table, arranging the chairs. Those chairs of varying heights were neatly arranged by the female assistant. Then, she seemed to find a rag from nowhere, and began wiping the table, swish, swish, swish. In less than a minute, the grey stone table was wiped to the point where it even had a slight reflective sheen. Jiang Mubai watched in amazement. He then realized that he hadn't done anything at all, leaving the assistant to work alone. So, he hurriedly started arranging the vases around the rectangular table. Now that his eerie body was sealed, he tried to follow the rules as much as possible to avoid breaking them. The female assistant ignored Jiang Mubai, and after finishing her work, she went to the wall between the bedroom and the living room, lightly pressing her right hand. Click! With a crisp sound, the wall slowly slid open, revealing a room that looked like a kitchen. The female assistant said nothing, and he walked straight in and quickly started getting busy. Jiang Mubai glanced at him and followed inside. It was basically certain now that the female assistant wasn't in any danger. Since that was the case, he might as well go in and search for clues. Schwala schwala schwala. Beside the vegetable washing sink, the female assistant had already started washing things. It was a blood-red large intestine, which, under the assistant's quick hands, was soon cleaned. Jiang Mubai was about to ask if she needed help, but before he could speak, the female assistant tugged at him and pointed at the wall. Jiang Mubai turned his head and immediately saw a piece of paper pasted on the wall. It had a line of crooked handwriting. The banquet is about to begin. Serving the great beings is our unshirkable duty. This is difficult. The following key points must be remembered. 1. Pirshu likes to eat meat. Please place meat in front of Pirshu. It looks like a rat, but never, ever say it's a rat in front of it or act like you've seen a rat. 2. Gudo likes to drink alcohol. After drinking, it becomes docile and can even be petted. It looks like a fluffy round ball, but remember, if it asks what it looks like, never say it looks like a ball. 3. Feeny likes jokes. As long as you can tell a funny joke, it will really like you. Be sure to prepare a joke and tell it to Feeny as it enters. 4. Lilai likes to sting people. It looks like a purple scorpion, so never anger it, or it will sting you. By the way, it's very dumb. 5. Mani likes to be served. As long as you meet its demands, you will be safe. By the way, it chose its own name and loves to change it. 6. Bobo likes to eat rats. It and Pirshu are natural enemies. They must be kept as far apart as possible, or they will easily get into fights. 7. Pix likes to be praised. You must always pay attention to Pix's expressions, or you will be turned into a small animal. 8. Groat is a noble one-eyed giant. It really likes massages. By the way, it said that it likes Feeny. 9. Colin is the most difficult. It uses foul language and likes to bully people. It's best to get it drunk beforehand. 10. Naros looks like a transparent green pudding. Its behavior is the hardest to predict. When happy, it will give you many rewards, but when angry, it will tear you apart. 11. The above 10 are the great being's servants to be served at the banquet. Never, ever anger them. 12. The remaining 2 empty seats will be for uninvited guests. They are also very special. If you're not sure, do not speak to them. Jiang Mubai's eyes scanned the 12 rules over and over, engraving them deeply into his mind. Serve the great being's servants? I've been wanting to ask, what exactly are the great beings? Are they the heavenly gods that the beautiful country speaks of? I think this is no challenge at all. As a bottom-of-the-pool servant, I can handle this in no time. I think they can't be treated according to human cognition. Who knows what will happen? Brother Mubai, are you going to serve them later? Damn. Jiang Mubai naturally didn't know the discussions outside. At this moment, he was thinking about other things. Most of the servants had their appearances described, so he could tell who was who, but there were no descriptions for Feeny, Mani, and Pix, who like jokes, like being served, and like being praised. What if they came? Thinking of this, he decided to ask the assistant. I've read the rules. Do you know how to distinguish Feeny, Mani, and Pix? The female assistant didn't respond to Jiang Mubai. She hurriedly placed the prepared fatty intestines into the pot, and with a sizzle, began stir-frying. When she finished stir-frying, she pointed to the rules poster on the wall again and gestured twice. Jiang Mubai really couldn't understand and could only frown and leave. Madness burned in his eyes, slowly, it was being suppressed by calmness. He must control himself. Reverse overload, the only ability that could work on gods, summer rainfall, Michelle, and others. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to enhance any other skills. Just endure a little longer. Jiang Mubai walked out of the kitchen. He really didn't understand cooking, so since the female assistant took over this heavy task, dealing with the servants would be left to him. While thinking about this, the curtain suddenly rippled from the other end of the corridor. Then, a small creature with a rat's head and a human body, short enough to reach Jiang Mubai's pant legs, entered. It waddled in with its feet turned out, looked around, and pointed at Jiang Mubai. Why are you standing so straight? Do you think you're tall? When you see the great Pierxio coming, aren't you going to squat down? The sharp voice, accompanied by a piercing squeak, reached Jiang Mubai's ears, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Chapter 20, The Wisdom of Humanity. Damn, this mouse is so arrogant. Jianggu has beaten up many weirdos, I bet a spicy strip, Jianggu is about to kill it. Mubai Appa, go for it, hit it, hit it. Oh my god, only when I came to Dragon Country did I realize how fragrant the air is here. I love Dragon Country, I support Mr. Jiang in smashing it. But doing that might break the rules. Since Mubai brother entered this place, he seems to really follow the rules. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, we want to see Mubai kill it. In the live stream, countless people excitedly typed comments. Jiang Mubai had left such a deep impression on everyone before, pushing through monsters and beating up weirdos had almost become his signature move. People unconsciously fell into the pattern. However, after waiting for a long time, Jiang Mubai still made no move. He just lowered his head, slowly crouched down. This action once again shook the entire world. Now, the entire world only had Jiang Mubai, the chosen one, every move of his was being watched by countless people. Some countries, even those experiencing terrifying punishments, were watching while also saving their people. Not exaggerating, he had almost become the hope of some smaller countries. However, at this moment, his crouch left countless people puzzled, confused, and angry. Extreme individuals even directly cursed. Damn it, do him, do him. What's wrong with Mubai brother? He seems scared, how could this happen? How could my idol act like this? Hurry up and hit him, hit him. It seems like since Jiang Ji's great explosion of power, he's been very low-key. Has Mubai Appa encountered a problem? I don't know how to feel now, half happy, half lost. Could it be that the Dragon Country's chosen one has a problem? No, I don't believe it. It must be the beautiful country's doing. I am going to hack into their database. The debates outside exploded at this moment, and even Li Fei felt a hint of the public opinion being off. Strange Incident Management Bureau. Li Fei looked at Jiang Mubai with a hint of worry in his eyes. He knew something was wrong with Jiang Mubai. This was most likely caused by his outburst earlier. What should be done now? Li Fei furrowed his brow and finally turned his gaze to Bai Xiaoke. She had spent the most time with Jiang Mubai, did she know what was going on with him? Thinking of this, he quickly rushed to Bai Xiaoke to ask. However, Bai Xiaoke was now also staring blankly, her eyes dull, staring at the big screen. This made Li Fei even more anxious. Xiaoke, Xiaoke? Li Fei gently pushed her, and Bai Xiaoke seemed to snap out of her trance, startled. Team Li, what's wrong? Li Fei gave her a deep look and inquired about Jiang Mubai's condition. However, Bai Xiaoke could only shake her head blankly. Li Fei sighed and immediately ordered the expert team to control the public opinion, while also issuing an announcement supporting Jiang Mubai. The boiling live stream room quieted down a little. Strange incident space, living room. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was half squatting and pulling out a stone stool that matched the creature's height. Pierxio's rat eyes? He shot him a fierce glare and sat down. Aren't you going to get food for the great Pierx? As soon as Pierx finished speaking, the female assistant quickly ran out. She brought a plate of stir-fried fatty intestines and placed it in front of Pierx. Pierx's rat-like eyes glowed faintly red as he gave the female assistant a disgusted look, then reached out and grabbed a piece of fatty intestine. Pa! What is this? Take it back and redo it. Pierx picked up the plate and threw it directly at the female assistant's face. The scalding fatty intestine burned the female assistant's face. The female assistant had no mouth, but she trembled as she covered her face with her hands. Yet in less than a second, she recovered and quickly ran to the kitchen, grabbed a broom, and began cleaning the food off the floor. Jiang Mubai watched the scene, a suppressed madness flashing in his eyes once again. He slightly stood up, took the broom from the female assistant's hands, and began cleaning the food off the floor. The female assistant then ran to the kitchen again, starting to cook the meal for the second time. After cleaning up, Jiang Mubai placed the broom in the kitchen, then grabbed a cloth to wipe the table in front of Pierx. From beginning to end, Pierx just looked at him disdainfully. Jiang Mubai didn't speak, and after wiping the table, he put the cloth away and went to the curtain in the living room. Since Pierx had arrived, others should be coming too. He needed to prepare for their arrival. He wouldn't let Pierx's mistake bother him. Just endure it for now. Once his strange body is healed. What are you doing? The great Pierx hasn't eaten, can't you see? Hurry up and cook. Just as he was thinking, Pierx's sharp voice came again. Hearing Pierx's words, Jiang Mubai's face darkened. He didn't turn around to look at Pierx and was about to return to the kitchen when the curtain began to shimmer once more. Then, a pleasant bell sound suddenly rang out. Ding-ling, ding-ling. Jiang Mubai, upon hearing this sound, instinctively turned his head and looked at the curtain. He saw a blue SPHYNX cat with a bell on its chest, walking gracefully into the room. Jiang Mubai stopped in his tracks when he saw this. Pierx, seeing Jiang Mubai stop, instinctively wanted to start yelling, but when it saw the SPHYNX cat, its momentum instantly deflated. Jiang Mubai keenly noticed this moment. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Then, he quickly ran in front of the hairless cat, smiling as he spoke. This elegant guest, you must be the distinguished Bobo, right? I've already arranged your exclusive seat, please come this way. As Jiang Mubai spoke, he led Bobo to a spot diagonally opposite Pierx. He personally pulled out a stone bench. Bobo hadn't even looked at Jiang Mubai, but upon hearing his words, it immediately felt an incomparable joy. Elegant. Distinguished. Exclusive seat. These three words pierced straight into its heart. Its tail swished up happily, and then it elegantly jumped onto the stone bench. Insignificant human, I like you very much. What is your name? Jiang Mubai's voice remained steady as he glanced at Bobo's belly and smiled. Elegant Bobo, sir, my name is Jiang Mubai, if you need anything, just ask me. I will go prepare food for you. By the way, sir, this is how we address guests in our world. Bobo's ears perked up, a trace of pride flashing in its eyes as it licked its paw and patted Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai? What a strange name, but I like you. Go now, bring me a stir-fried rat head. Bobo said this as it glanced at Pierx. Jiang Mubai turned his head, casually nodding. Okay, elegant Bobo, sir. This scene made Pierx's eyes turn red with anger. At this moment, it was trembling with fury, its whiskers shaking. This human is looking for death. He actually ignored the great Pierx and started flattering that cat? Pierx's claws began to grow sharper, Jiang Mubai was really making it angry. It was ready to destroy him. Chapter 21, The Servant's Rules. In the kitchen, the female assistant was still busy. The black pot in front of her was bubbling with a sound, as if it was making soup. Jiang Mubai took a distant glance, confirming that the pot contained a vegetable and lamb soup, but there was no smell of lamb, only a strong meaty fragrance. He silently marveled at the female assistant's perfect cooking skills, then walked over to her and whispered. Bobo wants stir-fried rat heads. The female assistant paused for a moment, then nodded. She pointed at the soup in the pot, signaling Jiang Mubai to take it, and quickly moved to a nearby cutting board, opening a red cabinet above. Whoosh! A pile of black rat heads tumbled out. Jiang Mubai curiously glanced at the cabinet that could produce any ingredients, then poured the soup into a prepared stone pot. He then picked up the stone pot and walked out. In the living room. At this moment, Piurxiu was already furious, staring at Jiang Mubai with a savage gaze, as if waiting for him to come closer so it could immediately destroy him. Jiang Mubai naturally noticed. His steps slightly slowed, and then he placed the pot at the edge of the table. Weak human, don't you dare come over? Piurxiu's voice twisted. Jiang Mubai had already angered it, and according to the rules, it had the right to erase him. However, it wouldn't let him die so easily. Angering the great Piurxiu, he would have to pay a heavy price. Maybe injecting him with rat poison, turning him into a rat, would be a good choice. Jiang Mubai glanced at Piurxiu, not walking over recklessly. Instead, he walked towards Bobo. Anyway, he had already offended this old rat, so he might as well ignore it. If it really pissed him off, he wouldn't mind sending it to the rat star. After making his decision, Jiang Mubai looked at Bobo. He carefully examined Bobo's slightly dull skin and smiled. Noble Mr. Bobo, the stir-fried rat heads are almost done. I've thought of a recipe from our place. Once I bring it out, you'll surely be satisfied. Before enjoying the rat heads, would you mind having a bowl of lamb soup? This soup nourishes the skin and will make you even more distinguished. Bobo, who was watching Jiang Mubai with interest, actually didn't like lamb soup, and he also hated Piurxiu. However, it didn't want to speak up for Jiang Mubai either. But Jiang Mubai's words once again touched it. This made it fall into a dilemma. Its round eyes kept shifting between Piurxiu and the lamb soup, watching as the dumb old rat was about to lose control, and Bobo finally made a decision. Nourishing the skin was more important. This human could die, but he absolutely could not die before the stir-fried rat heads. With that thought, Bobo arrogantly raised its head and meowed. Piurxiu, do you want to ruin my stir-fried rat heads? Piurxiu's face turned ugly immediately. It glared at Bobo and Jiang Mubai, its sharp claws digging into itself. Finally, it gritted its teeth and spoke. Insignificant human, you will pay the price. A heavy price. Jiang Mubai didn't care. He scooped out a bowl of lamb soup and placed it in front of Bobo, then swaggered over to Piurxiu. Piurxiu immediately felt that the soup in front of it no longer smelled good. Jiang Mubai smiled at him and returned to the kitchen. Sizzle, sizzle. In the kitchen, the female assistant had already started stir-frying the rat heads, while Jiang Mubai began to think about his next move. He naturally understood Bobo's thoughts. Although it looked like a cat, Jiang Mubai had never truly seen it as one. He was merely using it to delay time. He knew that this delay wouldn't last long. He had to come up with another plan before the stir-fried rat heads were done. Outside. In the live stream room. The viewers naturally had no idea of Jiang Mubai's thoughts. Although they were a bit disappointed that Jiang Mubai did not beat up Guai, after Li Fei explained that Jiang Mubai was injured and needed rest, most of them accepted it. After all, besides accepting it, they had no other choice. At this moment, the live stream room became calm again, and they all began discussing Jiang Mubai's old six behavior. TSK, although brother Jiang is injured, his wisdom is sharp, playing with Guai, all in the palm of his hand. Come on, there must be a limit to fake praise. I raise cats, I know exactly what this cat thinks. It must be waiting to watch the show. Did you see its eyes? Can you stop saying mean things? Maybe the cat, praised by Brother Mubai, changed its mind? Exactly, whether you Dragon Country people believe it or not, our 7 Black Country definitely supports Jiang Mubai. Damn, I got mocked by 7 Black Country. Ghost Tail Space. Jiang Mubai quickly thought of a plan in his mind. Seeing the stir-fried mouse head about to be finished, Jiang Mubai finally decided to place his hope on another servant. According to his analysis and the performance of Bobo and Piurxiu, Jiang Mubai was already sure that the rules here were more flexible rules. These rules, although having very few restrictions, were not completely without countermeasures. It could be seen from the hints these rules gave him. Most of these servants had certain character flaws. This Piurxiu was quick to anger, this Bobo was a bit proud. Using these wisely, there might still be a way to manage them. Thinking this, he quickly left the kitchen and went to Bobo. Honorable Mr. Bobo, this mouse head needs some decoration, please wait a little. After saying this, with Bobo showing some displeasure, Jiang Mubai went to the curtain at the end of the living room. It started to dislike this human a bit. But, the decoration this human mentioned, it was looking forward to. Extremely annoyed, it glared at Piurxiu fiercely. Piurxiu was trembling with uncontrollable anger, but he had no way. He could not defeat Bobo. Moreover, among the servants, there was a servant rule. At the dining table, strong servants can command weaker servants. If you are dissatisfied, after the dinner, you must prove yourself with actions. This was the great master's rule, and also the rule of the Death Castle. In other words, if it went against Bobo's will, after the meal, it must fight it. Talking alone, Pirshu was not afraid. But in a fight, Bobo could easily beat him. I endure, damn human. After this dumb cat's mouse head is done, I will punish you severely. While Pirshu was thinking viciously, the curtain moved again. This time, a creature the size of a human arm, with green butterfly wings and looking like a dragonfly, flew in. Chapter 22, Feeny and Lele. As soon as this strange creature entered the dining room, Jiang Mubai immediately saw hidden displeasure in its two bulging eyes. He quickly thought of the servant's name in his mind. To him, this servant could only be one of Feeny, Mani, or Pix. But with only the name and no description, he could not judge for sure. While he hesitated, the dragonfly-like creature spoke to Jiang Mubai. Her tone was like that of an old woman. You, hurry and take me to my seat. Do you want me to turn you into a cockroach? Upon hearing this, Jiang Mubai immediately knew that this servant must be Pix. Pix liked to be praised, but pay attention to its expression. As Jiang Mubai led Pix to an empty seat, he observed this strange creature. From the moment Pix entered, Jiang Mubai noticed that Pirshu became even quieter. He analyzed that among these servants, there was likely a hierarchy. He didn't know whether this position was due to greatness like those great masters, or based on strength. If it's based on strength, all he needs to do is find the strongest servants and navigate between them. You. As Jiang Mubai was thinking, Pix spoke again. Her aged voice carried an unmistakable disdain. A human finger stretched out from beneath her wings. On the finger, a piercing green light faintly flickered, and Jiang Mubai instantly felt the oppressive atmosphere. He forced himself to ignore the discomfort inside, smiling as he spoke. This noble lady, you must be Lady Pix, right? Your voice is so pleasant that I forgot to speak. May I ask, what would you like to eat? Pix stopped her movements. Her wings slightly trembled, her tone carried a hint of satisfaction. Ha, your eyes are much better than that fool woman's. I originally planned to peel your face off and keep it as a collection, but now I've changed my mind. Let it stay a little longer. Jiang Mubai listened, and a flash of darkness uncontrollably passed through his eyes. But he held it in. Beautiful Lady Pix, your decision is as perfect as your wings, always dazzling. Pix glanced at Jiang Mubai and let out a couple of strange laughs. Are you implying that if I peel your face off, my wings will no longer be dazzling? Jiang Mubai didn't expect this old thing to be so troublesome, so he quickly shook his head. Of course not, whatever you do will always be dazzling. Pix snorted coldly, pointing toward the kitchen. You, make me a worm cauliflower soup. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Mubai didn't want to tangle with this difficult character any longer, so he walked straight into the kitchen and told the female assistant Pix's request. The female assistant shuddered in fear and quickly nodded. Jiang Mubai glanced at her, lost in thought. He had probably figured out some things about the female assistant, but for now, he had no solution. Ever since he saved her, this female assistant had indeed taken on the main workload. If possible, he wouldn't mind helping her get her face back, but only if it didn't interfere with his own matters. At least, she didn't want to deal with Pix right now. This old woman's personality was a bit unpredictable. As a normal person, Jiang Mubai certainly didn't want to have too much contact with her. Sizzle, sizzle. Soon, the stir-fried rat head was out of the pan. Jiang Mubai looked at the black, pitch-like rat head in front of him and furrowed his brow. It seemed he would have to keep pulling at this cat. With that thought, he glanced at the female assistant and whispered. Can you make me a fish dish? The female assistant was slightly stunned. She turned her head, looked at the table behind her, then looked at the kitchen clock, nodded, and quickly started moving. Jiang Mubai softly thanked her, picked up the plate, and went aside. He took out a bottle of red sauce and dabbed a couple of drops on the rat head's eyes, then went to Bobu's side. At the table, Bobu was curiously staring at the rat head. Though he wasn't too happy with Jiang Mubai, he was still looking forward to his embellishment. But when Jiang Mubai placed the rat head in front of him, all of his expectations vanished in an instant. Meow, you said embellishment was just adding a bit of ketchup? Tiny human, Bobu is not happy. You, give me an explanation. Pix and Pai Erxiu, upon hearing Bobu's words, both looked at Jiang Mubai. One's eyes carried a playful glint, while the other's held a bloodthirsty cruelty. Jiang Mubai acted as if he didn't see them. He whispered into Bobu's ear, explaining. Bobu listened quietly, and gradually, his ears began to twitch, his eyes glowing. He looked carefully at the rat head again, then at Pai Erxiu, slowly nodding. Meow, your embellishment is indeed full of, soul. I'm looking forward to your fish soup. Don't worry, before the fish soup is ready, you're safe. With that, he shot a fierce glare at Pai Erxiu. Pierce felt that something was wrong at this moment, but he could not figure it out, so he could only glare at Jiang Mubai fiercely. Jiang Mubai did not care about this. He instructed his female assistant to go slower, then came again in front of the black curtain. At this moment, the curtain shook slowly again. This time, a huge purple scorpion carrying a tiny girl like a fairy crawled in. The little girl was jumping on the scorpion, shouting loudly. Not funny at all, you are really boring. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Mubai immediately realized who had come. Fine and Lele. Fine liked listening to jokes, Lele was very silly. Relevant rules flashed through his mind immediately. At the same time, Fine's clear voice came. You, big silly, tell me a funny joke, remember, it must be funny. I Fine have heard tens of thousands of jokes, don't you dare give me a fake one. If it's not good, I will feed you to the scorpion. Jiang Mubai smiled at Fine, his mind thinking fast. Soon he had an idea. He had once seen in a psychology book. For people who like listening to jokes, their laugh points often fluctuate greatly. Sometimes even a cold joke can make them laugh for a long time. Sometimes when everyone laughs, they stay cold. Therefore, to make such people laugh, pointing to uncertain jokes definitely would not work. It is better to act out a joke with them. To act out a joke means to tease people, and he already had someone to tease. If this succeeds, he had a good chance to deal with this shoe together. Thinking this, he quickly walked to Fine. You must be the Honorable Fine and Lele, seats have been arranged, over here. Miss Fine, I do have a joke, this joke is very fun, I wonder if you want to experience it? Jiang Mubai emphasized the word experience. Fine's interest immediately rose. Quick, tell Fine. Fine jumped directly from the scorpion onto Jiang Mubai's shoulder, eyes full of excitement. Jiang Mubai led Lele to the seat and brought Fine to the bedroom. Chapter 23, A Joke. Quick, tell it. Fine jumped up and down on Jiang Mubai's shoulder. Jiang Mubai looked at this tiny girl, palm-sized, wearing a green leaf dress, eyes flashing curiosity. This joke needs to be acted out, I will demonstrate it once, and prepare a few for you too. My only worry is the Honorable Pierce who will act it out later. If it gets angry, will it tear us apart? Jiang Mubai had just finished speaking when Fine immediately showed a disdainful expression. What is that stinky mouse to be afraid of? Just act it out, as long as it's fun, I will help you hit it. Hearing Fine, Jiang Mubai smiled slightly and breathed out in relief. That's good. Alright, you quickly go, tell it to me, if it's not funny, I will turn you into a mouse. Jiang Mubai's eyebrows twitched slightly. He already knew, these servants seemed extremely obsessed with transformations. Okay, Honorable Miss Fine. Jiang Mubai smiled in agreement, then arranged the highest stone stool for Fine, convenient for her to enjoy food. Then he went to not far from Pierce. Honorable Lord Pierce, I just heard that you are very knowledgeable. I have a question that has puzzled me for a long time, can you answer it? Pierce saw Jiang Mubai, its eyes immediately flashed a bloodthirsty light. It sneered at Jiang Mubai, letting out a disdainful hiss. Stupid human, trying to please me now will only make me angrier. Jiang Mubai looked at Pierce strangely, not understanding why it thought he was trying to please it. He ignored the mouse, adopting a serious manner as if asking a question sincerely, looking at Pierce. I am sincerely asking, wise and clever Lord Pilxiu, do you know about pigs and donkeys? Pilxiu's claws revealed sharp nails. He looked at Jiang Mubai with cruelty. Are you questioning me, Pilxiu? Do you think I don't know about such filthy creatures, which are only fit to be food? Jiang Mubai nodded, realizing the answer. No, wise Lord Pilxiu, I just encountered a problem. My assistant and I are now preparing some meat dishes to serve you, but we don't know whether to kill the pig first or the donkey. Bang! Pilxiu slapped the table. Is that even a question? I, Pilxiu, eat everything. You, prepare a spicy pig intestine dish for me immediately. Jiang Mubai smiled and nodded. Alright, let me ask. Jiang Mubai walked into the kitchen, and soon after, he led a donkey out. A group of people looked at Jiang Mubai, a little puzzled. Jiang Mubai ignored them, patted the donkey, and then looked at Pilxiu. Wise Pilxiu, thank you so much for your advice. I just asked, and the donkey agrees as well. As soon as Jiang Mubai finished speaking, the servants, such as Fini, turned their gaze toward the donkey. They quickly scanned the donkey and then Pilxiu, revealing an expression of realization. Ah, Pilxiu, you are the donkey. Bobo, just realizing, immediately laughed out loud. At this moment, Fini also looked at Pilxiu. Her gaze inadvertently landed on the mouse head on Bobo's paw. After scanning it twice, combined with Pilxiu's question, Fini couldn't control herself anymore. Put. Ha 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 ha. She covered her mouth, lying on the table, rolling and laughing, completely unconcerned about her image or any potential wardrobe malfunctions. Then, it was Pix's turn, her aged laugh echoing like a ghost in the hall. At this moment, except for Lilac, everyone was uncontrollably laughing. Pilxiu initially didn't react, but upon hearing others call him a donkey, he immediately understood. His eyes burned with rage, and his claws left white marks on the table. Foolish human, you're asking for death. Pilxiu lost control, and in a blind rage, he rushed forward. However, before he could act, a burst of green light suddenly enveloped him. Then, Pilxiu was abruptly pushed down onto a chair, as if held by an invisible force. It wasn't Fini, but Pix who had acted. Pix looked at Jiang Mubai, her eyes showing interest. You are quite interesting. After dinner, I've decided to keep your mouth. Jiang Mubai had been in a good mood, but upon hearing Pix's words, a dark glint flashed in his eyes. He smiled, complimented Pix, and then walked up to Lilac to explain. Lilac was indeed quite slow. Its reflex arc was long as well. By the time everyone's laughter had nearly stopped, it finally understood. It waved its two large claws, staring at Pilxiu, letting out a strange sharp laugh. This piercing laugh was even more intense than all the previous ones combined, like a knife stabbing into Pilxiu's body. Pilxiu trembled, his whiskers curling up. He looked at Jiang Mubai with a murderous glare, wishing he could devour him. Foolish human, after the banquet, I'll eat you raw. You stupid. Ha 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 ha. Lilac was still laughing, its laugh shrill and piercing, directly overpowering Pilxiu's. Pilxiu was so angry he nearly fainted. The others, seeing Lilac laughing non-stop, seemed to be affected and began laughing as well. At this moment, at the dining table, both humans and ghosts were laughing, and only Pilxiu was being humiliated. Pilxiu's fury was unimaginable. Jiang Mubai seemed to ignore all of this, dragging the donkey to the kitchen. The poor donkey completed its final mission, slowly turning into a delicious dish in the hands of the female assistant. In the live broadcast room, everyone who saw this scene was left stunned by Jiang Mubai's actions. Damn, brother Jiang is a sneaky one. Don't say that, his serious face is really funny. Is this a serious joke? Brother Jiang kept a serious questioning face from start to finish, and that expression is deadly. If it were me, I couldn't hold it, I might have laughed halfway. The self-discipline of an actor. Am I the only one who cares about that poor donkey? Strange Management Bureau. Li Fei felt relieved when he saw Jiang Mubai easily solve this crisis. To be honest, ever since he analyzed that Jiang Mubai might be hurt, he had worried for a long time. Now seeing Jiang Mubai handle it so easily, he couldn't help but recall his files from the mental hospital. He is a genius. Far beyond them. Strange space. Jiang Mubai was standing next to the curtain at this moment. Fini was jumping on his shoulder, asking non-stop how many more jokes there were like this. Jiang Mubai waited for the others to come in while telling Fini the jokes. Fini seemed to have a new world open to her. She looked at Piers, her small eyes full of endless questions. Chapter 24, The Feast Begins. At the end of the corridor. The dark curtain rolled back and forth. Slowly, more and more people appeared. One-eyed giant Grodd in bright green pudding narrows came together. One was extremely tall, sitting on a stone cushion taller than the table, the other was as small as a child's stool. But both shared violent eyes. Grodd's violence leaned toward destruction. You could see it from how he hit his chest from time to time. Narrows's violence felt more like a mental distortion. These two servants looked extremely strong and very troublesome. Because when they came in, even the fearless Fini became quiet. Jiang Mubai also didn't want to provoke them. He tried not to attract their attention. However, he still remembered the rules. Grodd was placed by him next to Fini. Looking at the violent Grodd, when he saw Fini, he seemed to change. Quiet, obedient. Jiang Mubai couldn't help but feel, love makes people blind. As for Narrows, he sat next to Piers. Piers now felt like sitting on pins and needles, not knowing what to do. Jiang Mubai was very satisfied with his arrangement. On the other side, the female assistant cooked frantically in the kitchen. As more people arrived, her pressure grew. Jiang Mubai couldn't keep up, so he had to handle the hosting work. The two divided the work, and everything was going smoothly. Next to the curtain, Jiang Mubai waited quietly. With waves of black light. The last three for the banquet, Green, Gudu, and Mani, entered one by one. Gudu, as described by the rules, was a huge pink furball. It had no hands or feet, bouncing in like a ball. As soon as it sat down, Jiang Mubai immediately brought a jar of fine wine. Gudu was surprisingly gentle, his voice magnetic, sounding like a gentleman. Mani had a donkey head. He entered less than a minute, glaring fiercely at Jiang Mubai. Obviously, he had heard the joke. He felt Jiang Mubai was insulting him. Jiang Mubai really felt speechless. Just a joke, who knew Mani would be a donkey-headed man? Jiang Mubai thought back to the jokes he told Finny. He felt Mani was even more troublesome than Gorin. Gorin was dirty and talkative, but Jiang Mubai found that as long as he didn't mind his smell, he caused less trouble. For those who clearly sensed dislike, like Bobo and Pix, they were extremely hostile. Jiang Mubai only realized this during fights between Gorin and Pix. This seemingly dirty, thin thing actually had extremely strong fighting power. It jumped straight onto the table, pointed at Pix, cursing loudly. Pix flapped his two butterfly wings uncontrollably from anger. Her old, like an elderly woman's voice, trembled, just like a dying candle in the wind. In the end, it quieted down. It was afraid of Colin. Jiang Mubai carefully looked at Colin, searching for his information, preparing for possible future conflicts with him. In the kitchen, Jiang Mubai quietly asked the female assistant. When will the banquet end? What should we do after it ends? The female assistant did not answer. He pointed to the rules on the wall. Jiang Mubai then remembered, there were 2 uninvited visitors. Could it be, the change has to wait until they come? While thinking this, suddenly a burst of laughter came from the dining table. Feeny told another joke. This time, she asked Pierce a question about the soul. A pig and a donkey hit a tree at the same time, why? Pierce did not answer. His silence directly made everyone except Manny laugh. At this moment, Manny once again cast a furious gaze at Jiang Mubai. Its eyes were full of resentment. Jiang Mubai felt a sense of unease again. He considered whether to give Feeny some other ideas, like baboons. Now, Feeny's clever brain had fallen into a complex loop. No matter if it was a question Jiang Mubai gave her, or one she invented herself, it strangely connected to the donkey. If this continued, maybe before the banquet ended, Manny would explode. Jiang Mubai moved back and forth among the guests, busy all the time. But the atmosphere in the room gradually became oppressive. Outside. Live streaming room. People watching the live stream also held their breath at this moment. Because everyone could see, Jiang Mubai's situation was not good. Why does Feeny only ask Pierce? She might think that Mouse is stupid, but now the problem is no longer that Mouse's problem. OMG, that Manny, are its eyes even redder? And Pixar, its wing color has changed too. I feel she keeps looking at Brother Mubai. This atmosphere, very bad. At least that old city seems drunk. One less enemy is one less enemy. Should Brother Mubai beat them up? Brother Jiang is injured. Death Castle. Withered meditation room. The black mud formed by the god still squirmed, and occasionally made a gurgle-gurgle sound. Black tentacles flew out from the mud, wildly flailing, hitting everywhere. From the look of this mud, nobody knew how long this state would last. However, just as the tentacles flailed crazily, a ghostly green star fell from the sky, landing in the mud. Weird, twisted, crazy, accompanied by a roar full of strong malice, a figure seemingly covered in sludge slowly stood from the mud. His exposed eyes were bloodthirsty, crazy, and accompanied by a huge power of despair. The withered meditation room exploded instantly. Boom! With a huge sound, the whole death castle trembled slightly. At this moment, whether the servants enjoying the banquet, the castle laborers, or Jiang Mubai, or Michelle escaping, everyone felt a sudden fear. Only a few had no reaction. They were the great existences. In Death Castle, original Sin restaurant. 10 twisted figures surrounded a crimson round table. On the round table, there were various twisted, jelly-like things. Those things had complex patterns on them, emitting an ominous aura. If anyone approached, they would feel all kinds of negative emotions. Greed, cruelty, hatred, jealousy. These emotions were extremely pure, extremely strong. At this moment, except in front of the ghostly green jelly representing despair, in front of all other jellies were twisted figures. They waited quietly. It was like a ritual. It seems that as long as the desperate master is present, it can start. Time passes. Soon, a sigh of despair came from the original Sin restaurant. Let's begin. When the feast ends, I will achieve everything. A strange sound came from the restaurant. The sound seemed to laugh, to cry, to anticipate. Chapter 25, The Cognition Room. Death Castle. Crossed corridors. Michelle pulled Xiaoyulu, running quickly. Just now, the two of them were almost injured by the guard wearing armor and holding a big axe. If it were not for the unknown change that happened to Xiaoyulu at the last moment, they would likely have been captured now. At this moment, they passed through a twisted tunnel and arrived at an unknown corridor. It was not large, only a few hundred meters, but it was a completely enclosed space. Michelle and the others came through the tunnel, and now, the tunnel behind them had also disappeared. Except for the dark red doors around, this corridor could be called a complete dead end. Michelle cautiously observed the surroundings. After waiting for about 15 minutes and seeing no other changes, she looked at Xiaoyulu. Xiaoyulu's appearance had changed greatly. Her blood-colored school uniform had disappeared, replaced by a black long dress with strange patterns. At the same time, her eyes no longer had the previous liveliness, only emptiness and despair. Yulu, how are you? Michelle held Xia Yulu's hand, looking at her with worry. Xia Yulu did not respond at all. She moved like a puppet, slightly stiff, walking toward a red door on the right. Michelle was also very weak. The power of good within her was suppressed by despair after the gods awakened. Now, she felt that Death Castle was like a harsh winter, and every step was covered by cold snow made of despair. Michelle struggled to walk behind Xia Yulu, following her to the red wooden door. Yulu, do you know this place? Michelle did not give up talking to Xia Yulu. In her view, Xia Yulu's state was a loss of humanity that must be awakened somehow. Otherwise, no one could be sure what she would become. Xia Yulu ignored her and directly pushed open the door. Squeak! With a harsh sound of wood rubbing the floor, a dim room appeared before them. It looked like a room that had not been lived in for a long time. Looking around, there was a living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, all included. Besides that, there was a spiral staircase leading to the second floor. Standing in the middle of the living room and looking up, they could see the layout of the second floor, a circular corridor, with one ghost green door after another, making the whole second floor look eerie. There was no light here. But the room was filled with dim yellowish light. These lights came from the surrounding windows, and through the hazy glass, twisted shadows could be seen walking back and forth. When Michelle and Xia Yulu entered, the shadows stopped. Then, they suddenly pressed against the windows, staring at the two of them. Crimson pupils reflected on the curtains, watching them. This terrifying scene was enough to drive one mad just by seeing it. Even Michelle, who had already become strange, felt a chill. However, Xia Yulu was not affected at all. She expressionlessly glanced at the windows and walked toward the second floor. Michelle instinctively wanted to follow, but she happened to look up and froze. She saw another Xia Yulu on the second floor. A Xia Yulu wearing a blue and white school uniform, her eyes full of pain. What is going on? Xia Yulu? Michelle felt something was wrong. She was about to check the second floor. Suddenly, she saw a red poster placed on the coffee table. Michelle's eyes swept over it, and she froze in place. Welcome to the cognition room. Here, you can gain rebirth by killing your past self. The following rules, please remember. 1. The moment you enter, your past self is already born. Find it, kill it, or it will replace you. 2. Replacing you does not mean returning to your past self, it is you, and also not you. 3. If you enter here with your companion, be sure to follow her, never let it leave your sight, or else. 4. Michelle looked at the rules on the red poster, feeling extremely uneasy. She grabbed the poster and wanted to chase after Xia Yulu. However, in the room, there was no sign of her. Only in the shadows, a person exactly like herself, smiling at her. Death Castle. Black Stone Room. At this moment, Fini was standing on the seat, jumping, asking Pierre a question. Pierre, if you meet a donkey on a single-person bridge, behind the donkey is Lilac, behind you is Bobo, neither of you wants to give way, what should you do? Pierre's mouse face looked ugly, staring at Fini, silent. Fini jumped, and in her hand, somehow a wand-like object appeared, pointing at him. Answer quickly, 5 seconds left, 5, 4, 3. I don't know. Pierre said with his ugly mouse face. Hearing this, Fini laughed loudly. She flew into the air, shouting excitedly. Congratulations, you are correct. The donkey doesn't know either. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Almost all the servants around laughed out loud. Only Lilac and Mani showed no expression. At this moment, confusion flashed in Lilac's eyes, but Mani. It was looking at Fini with a gloomy face. From its nearly intolerable eyes, Jiang Mubai sharply saw cruelty. He knew very well that Fini was now crazy, trapped in the donkey thinking, could not be changed, he could only strike first. He quickly walked to Lilac's side and explained to it. After the crowd's laughter ended, Lilac suddenly burst into a harsh laugh. Then the crowd started laughing again. Mani and Pierre fell silent at the same time. They looked at Jiang Mubai with bloodthirsty eyes. Jiang Mubai stood by Lilac, motionless. Lilac wagged its tails back and forth, excitedly hitting Jiang Mubai with its claws. Lilac likes you very much, ha 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 ha. Jiang Mubai breathed a sigh of relief, quickly asked Lilac what it wanted to eat, and returned to the kitchen. After he left, Bobo jumped beside Lilac, quietly saying a few words. Lilac's eyes instantly changed, it looked at Jiang Mubai, full of anger. This foolish human is using him again. Unforgivable. Just as Lilac was raging, a thought suddenly flashed in its mind, a doubt appeared in Lilac's heart. Bobo, is he also using me? It remembered a sentence Jiang Mubai had whispered in its ear. A wise scorpion may fail 1,000 times, a foolish scorpion may succeed 1,000 times. After careful thinking, Lilac decided to think again. It fell into deep thought. Chapter 26 Suddenly striking the ancient city. In the kitchen. The female assistant cooked quickly. One dish after another, foods Jiang Mubai had never seen, with aroma floating, placed aside, making Jiang Mubai feel a bit hungry. If it weren't a servants' gathering, and his strange body currently sealed, he would have wanted to taste it. Speaking of it, after his strange body was sealed, he no longer felt pollution. Could it be that he was immune? Or, is there no pollution here? Jiang Mubai wanted to try tasting the food here, to see if it could help solve the sealing problem faster. But he was worried, what if something went wrong? He decided to observe first. Thinking this, he looked at the living room again. At this moment, the banquet had probably reached the middle stage. This was Jiang Mubai's judgment based on his own experience. Because now those servants were no longer simply enjoying food, but while eating they had begun to chat. Jiang Mubai carefully observed their movements. Among them, Bobo looked rather isolated. It would occasionally say a few words to Lilac, but Lilac seemed to be thinking about something and did not respond much. Pix, who was like a butterfly, instead chatted back and forth with the one-eyed giant Grodd. It looked like Pix was teaching Grodd how to pursue Feeny. Jiang Mubai judged this from the way they looked at Feeny. Unexpectedly, Feeny was now getting along very well with Narrows, and now she was hopping up and down on top of that green pudding, while that pudding which looked very violent was unexpectedly calm. Jiang Mubai clearly remembered that when it came in at that time, Feeny seemed very afraid of him. This stupid mouse Piersu was now chatting quite well with Golan. In fact, at various gatherings before, Golan was the most disliked one, after all the smell on its body was too pungent. But now Piersu had already become the laughingstock of everyone, and unknowingly the two had common topics. Along with that, Golan naturally also found Jiang Mubai unpleasant to the eye. In the eyes of these great existence as servants, Jiang Mubai was just a tiny human, their amusement. Now Jiang Mubai was suspected of using them, which made them even more unhappy. Of course, knowing was knowing, those great servants each had their own thoughts. Take Golan for example, he also found Jiang Mubai unpleasant, but he had no need to stand up for Piersu. If Piersu wanted to make a move, Golan might even stop him. After all, Jiang Mubai had made Piersu become the most looked down upon existence after him, and he hoped this point would continue to be maintained. However, punishment should still be punishment. Golan had already several times forced Jiang Mubai to give him a massage, humiliating Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai just silently endured, without saying more. He had already endured for so long, he did not want to let all previous efforts be wasted. Besides this, Mani had also disgusted Jiang Mubai several times. Just now when Jiang Mubai served him food, it directly used a fork to pierce through Jiang Mubai's hand. It originally wanted to directly torture and kill Jiang Mubai, but Feeny stopped it. He was not afraid of Feeny, but he knew the terror of that green pudding Narrows. It cared greatly about Face, and now it seemed to have a very good relationship with Feeny. It did not want to be targeted by that perverted pudding, so it could only give up. Jiang Mubai just looked at it once, smiled and left, as if not caring at all. Mani looked at him with disdain, continued to enjoy its own food, only it became even more excessive, constantly ordering Jiang Mubai around. Because of the embroidered shoes, Jiang Mubai was not that tired, but the injury on his hand made him feel a trace of pain. You, come over and pound my back. Golan looked at Jiang Mubai once and spoke again. Jiang Mubai silently walked over. Golan glanced at him and looked at his right hand. Heh, just use your injured hand, use force. If I feel even a little bit of neglect, humph. Golan looked at Jiang Mubai cruelly. Jiang Mubai smiled and nodded, a trace of black light flashed again in his eyes. He said nothing, quietly walked forward and began to pound Golan's back. Pa. The right hand with blood slapped onto Golan's shoulder, splashing blood flowers. Golan not only did not dislike it, but instead enjoyed it even more. The people in the live broadcast room saw this scene and began to complain one after another. What is Brother Mubai doing? He is just taking advantage of my brother Jiang being injured and unable to make a move. Didn't Brother Jiang master the annihilation talent of 3 rules? Maybe the rules are hard to find. I can currently only think of one. You are a servant. I am also a servant. The official Strange Tales website mentioned that Brother Jiang's talent seems to become more polluted with each use. Who knows if the official site is hiding something? If it were me, I wouldn't make it public. But Brother Jiang is not using it right now, which means he has other thoughts. We can only choose to trust him. But his hand is so badly injured. Strange Tales space. Jiang Mubai was still massaging Golan's back. Just as Jiang Mubai's right hand was about to lose all feeling, Gudo suddenly spoke. It was slightly drunk now, its furry hair puffed up like a pink sea urchin. Give me a drink I have never had before. I want it, I want to drink. Hearing its words, Jiang Mubai looked toward the kitchen. He was massaging Golan's back and could not leave, so he could only signal his female assistant. The female assistant was still busy cooking, but she kept an eye on the outside world. Seeing that Jiang Mubai could not leave, she quickly ran to the red cabinet door, took out a bottle of wine, and brought it to Gudo. Gudo directly pulled open the cork and drank it gulp by gulp. Not tasty, not tasty. I ask you, what do you think I look like? Gudo does not like lying. If you cannot answer, Gudo will be very angry. His voice sounded like a middle-aged man, gentle but always drawing everyone's attention. It seemed his voice had a magical rhythm. The female assistant panicked. She wanted to answer, but she had no face and could not speak. She could only keep gesturing with her hands. Gudo was slightly dizzy now and did not notice this, still asking gently. The surroundings grew quieter. Seeing the female assistant panic and kneel on the ground, Jiang Mubai spoke. Mr. Gudo, you look as dazzling as the red moon. Smack. As soon as Jiang Mubai finished speaking, Gorlin slapped Jiang Mubai's face with the back of his hand. Foolish human, do you think you are smart? Did I ask you? Jiang Mubai stepped back from the hit, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He lightly wiped the blood from his mouth, showing no emotion in his eyes. Mr. Gorlin, my female assistant cannot speak. I just wanted to help her answer. Humph. Gorlin snorted coldly, grabbed Jiang Mubai's injured right hand, and squeezed it hard. What do you think you are, you, bang? Before Gorlin could finish speaking, suddenly a red light shot at him like lightning. With a deep thud, Gorlin's chest collapsed instantly, he flew out, legs twitching, screaming in pain. No one had expected this change. All servants' eyes focused on the direction from which the red light came. Gudo. No one expected that Gudo would act directly. Even more shocking, Gudo with one strike had severely injured Gorlin. How was this possible? Not to mention, Gudo had never acted before. In their understanding, Gudo was extremely gentle, with combat power similar to Persh, and would not even fight in the servant-ranking battle. How could he be so strong? Gorlin was the 5th-ranked combat servant. And he was severely injured with just one hit? Chapter 27 Chaos. At this moment, Gudo wobbled and rolled down from under the stone bench. He walked in front of Jiang Mubai, looking at him seriously. Do I really look like the red moon? Jiang Mubai looked into his 2 black eyes and nodded seriously. Yes. Gudo laughed heartily after hearing this. Gudo is happy, you have good eyes. The great master once said, only creatures with eyes that see everything can discover the essence within the red moon. Clearly, you have it, my friend. Gudo's words left all the servants dumbfounded. All instinctively thought that Gudo had been tricked by his master. But no one dared say it. The great master is the great master. No matter what he says, none of the servants have the right to question it. To say it in such a situation is like open provocation. Gudo will surely fight with all his might. Of course, if it were them, they would fight just the same. Those servants just looked at Gudo strangely. And Gudo had already returned to his seat, picked up a bottle of the wine he just drank, and handed it to Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai looked at Gudo, looked at his serious expression, without being too pretentious. He didn't dislike Gudo either, took the wine bottle, and drank a sip directly. Gulp. The spicy wine, carrying a strong pollution, surged into Jiang Mubai's body. Jiang Mubai's body immediately emitted waves of black smoke. The black energy now turned into a stream of air, running wildly inside Jiang Mubai. His eyes instantly turned blood red. This state lasted for more than 10 seconds before Jiang Mubai returned to normal. At the same time, a beautiful voice rang in his mind. Ding, the strange body has been sealed, 80%. At this moment, Jiang Mubai looked at the wine in his hand, eyes showing delight. Good. This wine with pollution can accelerate the release of the strange body seal. It makes sense, in most cases, the awakening of his strange body comes with strong pollution. Although there seems to be a factor of his emotional fluctuation, those fluctuations are unconscious, hard to control. Why would he study things he cannot control? After understanding this, Jiang Mubai's mood improved greatly, he glanced at the donkey-headed man in Pierce, and walked smilingly to Gudo's side. Come, friend, drink. Gudo's eyes showed excitement, he moved Gorin's stool beside him and shouted loudly. Wine, bring me wine. The female assistant came back to her senses, knowing she had escaped disaster, gratefully looked at Jiang Mubai, and walked to the kitchen. Then she brought 2 bottles of strange red wine again. The other servants saw this, their faces somewhat unpleasant. This is their servants' gathering, a gathering of the great master's followers. This human, not even a servant, what right does he have to sit at the table? Pix, Mani, Grod, Narrows, they looked at Jiang Mubai with murderous eyes. Only Finny and Lilac were relatively calm. Both were thinking. Just one was thinking about the donkey joke, the other about the scorpion life. As for Bobo, it had a lazy, indifferent look. Jiang Mubai's gaze swept over these servants, without caring. He awkwardly opened the wine cap with his left hand and drank with Gudu. Gudu returned to silence, as if he didn't know what to talk about, just kept drinking. Jiang Mubai naturally was happy, his goal was to release the strange body. The two of them drank bottle after bottle like this. Jiang Mubai drank relatively slowly, mainly because every time he drank, violent black smoke appeared on his body. Gudu drank too fast and got dizzy. His round body kept spinning on the stone bench, rolling back every time he almost fell, looking very amusing. Jiang Mubai looked and couldn't help but want to touch him. Just as he reached out to touch Gudu, Finny's laughter suddenly came. Ha, I just remembered a question. The servants looked at her again, Mani and Pierce's faces even uglier. Jiang Mubai naturally heard it, looked at Mani, then at Pierce, showing helplessness. As expected, Finny's joke, unsurprisingly, was again about a donkey. Pierce, I ask you, two donkeys are chasing each other, one suddenly hits the wall, why? Don't ask me, I don't know. Pierce was completely furious, he could no longer endure this humiliation, suddenly stood up and roared loudly. Finny looked at him, jumped on Narrows' head, happily replied. Congratulations, you got it right again. The donkey doesn't know either. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into loud laughter, but just at that moment, Mani suddenly stood up and slammed his fist onto the table. Bang! Enough! Mani's eyes locked fiercely on Jiang Mubai and Finny. Finny, what do you mean? Mani's voice was twisted, as if on the verge of exploding. Finny looked at Mani in confusion, then at the others, not understanding what was happening. I mean nothing. Do you think my joke wasn't funny? Then let me tell another one. Put the donkey in the fridge. Ah! Before Finny could finish, Mani suddenly roared loudly, leaping onto the table and charging straight at Finny. Finny jumped in surprise, hastily flying into the air to dodge Mani's attack. Mani, what are you doing? Finny was angry now too, pulling out a magic wand and pointing it at Mani. What am I doing? I'm going to do you. Mani roared as he spoke, his mouth releasing a twisted glow. The others saw this and quickly backed away. Jiang Mubai also ran to the side. He curiously watched Mani, eager to see the attack methods of these servants. However, just when everyone thought Mani was about to fight Finny to the death, Mani made a move. His head suddenly turned sharply, and he looked at Jiang Mubai. Then, a twisted red light turned into a beam and shot straight at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai was just as surprised as Finny, not expecting this from her. He quickly retreated and hid in the kitchen. Boom! A massive sound echoed, followed by violent shaking, as the red light beam pierced through the kitchen, creating a huge hole. The ceiling and floor now had numerous cracks. Black, unknown stones fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. There was another sound of metal clashing, and when the crowd came to their senses, the dining table was covered with stones. Mani, what are you doing? Bobo, covered in dust, looked at his body, his eyes glowing red. Mani ignored Bobo and instead looked towards the corner of the kitchen. If you're going to blame someone, blame that stupid human. If it weren't for him, how would the party have turned out like this? Bobo snorted. Then you caused trouble with him, but why ruin the table? Why? If it weren't for you siding with that human, my great Pierce you would have killed him long ago. Pierce you blared at Bobo, unwilling to back down. Heh, great Pierce you? Are you calling yourself the great master? The one-eyed giant Grotter suddenly spoke, a red light flashing in his eyes. Gee Grotter, what are you doing? I never said that. What happens to that stupid human is none of my business, but you ruined Narrow's dinner, and you must accept the punishment of destruction. Boom! At that moment, a blinding black lightning erupted in the small room. Chapter 28, Unsealing, Kill Peaks. With Grotter's destructive power exploding, the atmosphere in the room was at its most oppressive. Except for the unconscious Green and the thoroughly drunk Gudu, all the servants had angry faces. Finny was flying in the air, her magic wand emitting a constant buzzing sound. But since she wasn't sure who to attack, she just floated in place. The tense and suffocating atmosphere continued until a faint movement was heard from the kitchen. Crash! With the sound of falling rubble, a hand reached out from the ruins. Then, more stones fell to the side. A figure slowly crawled out from the nearly destroyed kitchen. It was the female assistant. At this moment, she was seriously injured, her right leg bent at an unnatural angle. However, being strange, she quickly adjusted and recovered most of her injuries. At this moment, she looked at the servants in the living room, her body trembling slightly. Speaking of it, this party was so discordant because of the servants. She didn't perform well last time. I took away her face. This time, I decided to take away her limbs. Pixie glanced at the female assistant, making a twisted sound. Her words shattered the oppressive atmosphere, but at this moment, no one objected. The servants calmed down. Pixie let out an old laugh, slowly flying to the side of the female assistant. On its dragonfly-like body, another human finger appeared. The finger slowly reached forward, finally transforming into an old hand. At this moment, the female assistant was terrified, taking several steps back, kneeling on the ground, and constantly kowtowing. But Pixie showed no response. She only let out a twisted laugh and mocking sound. Hee hee, tremble, fear, beg, this will make me even happier. It's a pity your face is gone. I clearly remember the scream you made when I tore your face off last time. It was wonderful. As Pixie's voice fell, a layer of red light appeared on the female assistant's body. She couldn't move anymore. At this moment, she could only feel death approaching. The other servants looked at Pixie, but no one stopped it. They just quietly admired this scene. In their eyes, this was like a dessert after a meal. Pixie slowly approached. It was not in a hurry. On the contrary, it really enjoyed this feeling. Torturing the female assistant to the point of collapse, slowly, little by little, tearing off her limbs in her state of terror. This was a pleasure for it. Pixie's hand grabbed the female assistant's shoulder. It started to slowly apply force. Crack, crack. A crisp sound came from the female assistant's body, and at her shoulder joint, a red light appeared. The light was like corrosive sulfuric acid, melting her body. The female assistant shook her head in terror. Pixie slowly loosened its grip on the female assistant, wanting to enjoy it, wanting to savor it. Just as it was about to tear off the female assistant's right arm completely. In the darkness, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed it. Pixie froze, turning its head. In the darkness, a twisted figure appeared. It was Jiang Mubai. At this moment, his eyes were calm, with no emotion, staring at Pixie. Get lost. Jiang Mubai spoke coldly. As his words fell, Jiang Mubai's right hand exerted force. He swung his right hand violently. Rip! With a sound like a rag being torn apart, Pixie's old hand was torn off. Then, Jiang Mubai squeezed hard. Bang! The hand turned into black smoke and disappeared in midair. Ah! Pixie screamed in pain, its wings flapping non-stop as it flew around in the air, drops of black blood dripping from its body. The servants were stunned by this scene. They did not expect that the tiny human dared to resist. Even more unexpected was that the tiny human succeeded in resisting. Pixie was severely injured. Damn human, stupid human, Pixie, will kill you, kill you. After flying around in the air a few times, Pixie suddenly rushed towards Jiang Mubai, and black light emitted from its body again. Jiang Mubai looked at Pixie, and a pitch-black light flashed in his eyes. Ding, the abnormal body has awakened, 100%. Swish, bang. Jiang Mubai waved his right hand, directly striking Pixie. Pixie was knocked flying, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Mubai quickly approached Pixie. I examine myself 3 times a day. You are abnormal, I am also abnormal. You are a servant, I am also a servant. You want to kill me, I also want to kill you. As the 3 rules were recited, Pixie suddenly let out a terrified scream. Then, it began to struggle wildly. However, not long after, its body turned into black flames and dissipated into thin air. Silence. At this moment, everything around fell into deathly silence. All the servants looked at Jiang Mubai, their faces filled with shock. None of the servants expected it. Jiang Mubai directly killed Pixar. This, how is it possible? Why you, what have you done? Bobo looked at Jiang Mubai, letting out a terrified voice. Jiang Mubai looked at it expressionlessly, his voice calm. I hated it, so I killed it. You, want to help it get revenge? Bobo did not speak, slowly backing into the corner. Jiang Mubai ignored it. When the dinner started, it helped him, as long as it did not cause its own death. Jiang Mubai would not treat it the same. He walked in front of Mani, looking at it calmly. The donkey and Feeney's joke, I did not teach it. At this moment, Mani's eyes were full of bloodthirst and madness, but before it could speak, Jiang Mubai slapped it hard across the face. But, you are a donkey, I can confirm that. After saying this, Jiang Mubai decisively went at Mani, giving 3 straight and reverse slaps. Smack, smack, smack. Mani's head spun back and forth, its eyes changing from bloodthirsty to terrified, from terrified to begging. I was wrong, I was wrong. Smack, smack, smack. Jiang Mubai slapped it several more times, then left. This time, he went in front of Pershu. Pershu was terrified, seeing Pixar killed instantly, Mani beaten into submission. It was also scared. But no matter what, it was a servant of the great existence, its presence could not be weak. Why you, what do you want to do? Great Pershu, smack. Before it finished speaking, a sudden sharp pain hit the right side of its face, then it felt the whole world spinning. Chapter 29 Leaving. Smack, smack, smack. Jiang Mubai now seemed like a war god, his right hand swinging back and forth. Pershu's head spun back and forth from the blows, which was why it was strange and had an undead trait, otherwise just spinning its head several times would have killed it many times. After hitting for about a minute, Jiang Mubai stopped, looking into Pershu's eyes, without any emotion. Pershu was completely scared, trembling as it looked at Jiang Mubai. Pershu was wrong, stop hitting. Jiang Mubai glared at it fiercely, swung his right hand, and threw it out. Boom! With a dull thud, Pershu was thrown into the kitchen. The surroundings were completely silent. Jiang Mubai's gaze swept over the servants, finally resting on Fini. Where are the gods and the great existence you speak of? Fini was also a little scared, flying behind Narrows. Why you, what are you looking for the great master for? I am looking for the gods. Since those great existences are guests, then the gods as the masters should be here. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, everyone was silent. Although they knew little, they still knew who the gods were. They were the masters here, hosting the great existences, the masters of the Death Castle. None of the servants spoke. Even Fini remained silent. Jiang Mubai looked at them, his brow slightly furrowed. My patience is limited, I will ask again, where is the great existence? When he spoke, the surroundings became even quieter. Jiang Mubai's words were like a provocation. Before this, it would have surely caused the servants' anger, and they would have killed him. But after Jiang Mubai killed Pixar and brutally beat Mani and Pershu, no one dared to provoke him. Only the one-eyed giant Grodd and the green jelly Narrows stared at him without backing down, seeming confident. Jiang Mubai naturally looked at them. Finally, the one-eyed giant spoke first. Human, I do not know where you got your courage, but I warn you, provoking the great master will only end in death, there is no second outcome. Hearing the one-eyed giant, Jiang Mubai laughed. His eyes burned with madness. This is none of your concern, if I die, should you not be happy? The one-eyed giant was silent, and after a moment, he spoke again. I have never seen a human seeking death before. The great master was enjoying the sacred feast, no one knew where, the only thing that could be certain was that where pain gathered. Pain? I don't know either. Jiang Mubai looked at it with eyes that didn't seem to be faking. Then, he turned to Narrows, whose eyes were now filled with brutality and destruction. Human, unless you defeat me, I will not, bang. Before Narrows could finish speaking, Jiang Mubai instantly turned into a shadow and appeared in front of it. He then lifted his foot and kicked directly toward Narrows. Bang! A loud muffled sound echoed as the jelly-like Narrows was kicked into pieces, flying in all directions. The surroundings became even quieter. Everyone's eyes showed terror. Narrows, the incredibly terrifying and powerful Narrows, had been shattered by this tiny human with a single kick. How could this be? Why is this happening? They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. At this moment, Bobo was even rubbing its eyes with its paws. Even it didn't understand what had just occurred. In the distance, on the ground, on the ceiling, on the walls. The fragments of Narrows, now like jelly, were scattered everywhere. They slowly wriggled, slowly changing shape, and eventually turned into small Narrows. They looked at Jiang Mubai with eyes filled with brutality. Human, die. The Narrows spoke together, their fine voices echoing through the dining hall like an eerie reverberation. Then, countless Narrows opened their mouths, and beams of blood-red light, filled with terrifying destructive power, shot toward Jiang Mubai, crossing each other in the air. Jiang Mubai calmly watched everything unfold, his face showing no expression. Just as those red destructive beams were about to touch Jiang Mubai, a burst of black light exploded from his body. The terrifying beams collided with the black light, creating a hum that trembled the soul. The space around them began to twist, the ground started shaking, and with a loud crash, accompanied by dazzling black light, everything fell silent again. Jiang Mubai still stood in the same place, without moving a single step. Narrows was stunned. A strong fear appeared in its eyes. No, no way, no way. Why are you not affected by the power of destruction? Jiang Mubai walked casually toward one of the Narrows. Because your ability is not as powerful as you think. Of course, it could also be because I have an even stronger power hidden within me, one greater than destruction. But that's not important. Now, tell me, is what Grodd said true? Narrows still looked like it couldn't believe what was happening, and it took a full few seconds before it snapped back to reality. Then, the small Narrows began to gather, and when the full Narrows reappeared, it whispered. Yes, the place where the great existence resides must be full of negative emotions, easy to sense, but the Death Castle, I am not familiar with. Jiang Mubai nodded and didn't ask further questions. He just needed to know the general idea. The servants didn't seem to know, but if one looked hard enough, they would find it. Moreover, since this place was a haunted tale, one just needed to go through the process to meet the gods, it was just a matter of speed. But for some reason, Jiang Mubai still felt uneasy in his heart. He didn't want to wait passively. He had to find the gods as soon as possible. After making the decision, he glanced behind him. At this moment, the female assistant had already fearfully stood up from the ground. Pix was destroyed, and her face, torn off by Pix's ability, had returned. The female assistant touched her nose in disbelief and began to cry. The people around her paid no attention to the female assistant, since Jiang Mubei's strength was well known. He walked up to the female assistant and looked at her. "I'm leaving. You can choose to leave here, they won't stop you." The female assistant stared at Jiang Mubai in a daze and stood up. Only then did Jiang Mubai get a clear look at her. She looked quite delicate, her features not outstanding, but there was a very tidy aura about her. Thinking about it, most of the cooking was done by her when I was with her. Her speed, Jiang Mubai now even feels surprised. Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, the female assistant was first a little confused, then her face showed expectation. Can I follow you?" Jiang Mubai looked at her and shook his head. "Being with me, you will die very fast. Leave here, find a way to escape, or hide, wait for me to destroy Death Castle, maybe you have a chance to be reborn." "Reborn?" The female assistant showed confusion on her face, then she excitedly nodded. "Okay, I trust you, thank you. Can I know your name?" "Jiang Mubai." After saying this, Jiang Mubai walked directly toward the curtain. The female assistant looked around a little scared, quickly followed. The servants looked at Jiang Mubai and the female assistant, exchanged glances, but no one dared to stop them. Chapter 30, The Uninvited Visitor. After Jiang Mubai and the female assistant passed through the curtain, they spoke. "What to do? What to do?" "That madman went to find the Great Master." Finny floated in the air, her tone full of worry. "The Great Master is not so easy to find, their power is far beyond our imagination. As long as the Great Master makes the rules, no matter how strong humans are, they will die." After Jiang Mubai left, Mani immediately spoke. However, everyone ignored his words. After all, he had just begged for mercy after being beaten, everyone saw it. Compared to Mani, they admired Narrows more. Narrows was also beaten, but his unyielding fighting spirit conquered everyone. Of course, this is relative. Whether Narrows actually yielded, they could all see, they just did not want to admit it. "Honorable Narrows, what should we do now?" Pirshu's mouse face was swollen like a hamster, stammering as he spoke. Narrows glared at him, said nothing. Bad, we don't know what other uninvited visitors might come here. What should we do?" Bobo's panicked voice sounded. "What to do? Oof, we are servants of the great existence, these visitors still want to eat us?" Grodd shouted loudly. Hearing his words, everyone unconsciously felt at ease. Yes, they are servants of the great existence, no one dares to do anything to them. While they were thinking, the curtain fluctuated again. Then, a woman with hollow eyes, wearing a black long dress, walked in. This woman was extremely beautiful, black long hair casually fell to her waist, with every step, it seemed stars fell from her hair. This magical scene immediately attracted everyone. "You are a visitor?" Pirshu stepped back 2 steps, asked. The woman looked at him, waved her right hand. A black light shot toward Pirshu at extremely high speed. Swish! Pirshu instantly turned into black light, scattered in the surroundings. Then, the woman opened her mouth and sucked, the black light flew directly into her mouth. This scene shocked all the servants, they retreated in fear, standing together. "What are you doing? We are here representing the great existence to visit the holy feast, what are you doing?" Bobo looked at the woman, voice full of fear. However, the woman did not answer at all. Her figure instantly blurred, appeared behind Bobo, then at extremely high speed grabbed Bobo's neck. "Meow, let me go, let go." Bang! Before Bobo finished speaking, he instantly vanished, turned into flowing light and was absorbed into the woman's mouth. This scene caused dead silence on the spot. Then, panic exploded suddenly. Bobo's death completely ignited all the servants. Lilac, Gudu, Mani, Grodd, Narrows, Finny, as long as they still had fighting power, they attacked together. All kinds of strange abilities and energies erupted from these servants. However, no matter how they resisted, it was useless. The extremely beautiful woman seemed to have natural suppression over these servants. In less than a quarter of an hour, it made them all lose their fighting ability. The ancient city, Finny, Lilac, Grodd and others were now weakly leaning against each other, fearfully looking at the woman. Why do you want to kill us?" Grodd shouted loudly, black blood flowing from its single eye. The woman's eyes were empty, she slowly walked to Grodd's side and crouched down. Then, she showed a faint smile. "Because, you taste good. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The woman laughed madly, suddenly a blood-colored smoke burst from her body, covering everyone. The sounds of begging, screams, and cries came from the servants covered by the smoke, but it was all useless. They could only watch helplessly as they were melted and devoured. No, no, Great Master, I will not let go of you, Great Master, I will not let go. Who? The red smoke finally became a stream of light, flying into the woman's mouth. The woman deliciously smacked her lips, gently wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand, and continued walking forward. She passed through the living room, came to the bedroom, and then to the sink. She gently turned the sink knob and walked down the tunnel. From the tunnel, a scream followed. Outside. All major live broadcast rooms. At this moment, all viewers of the live stream were filled with excitement. Jiang Mubai had recovered. He had once again become the one who could crush everything in his path. 66666 Brother Jiang slapped those big mouths so well. What is called acting dumb to eat the tiger, this is really acting dumb to eat the tiger. Look at those servants, first so arrogant, then so miserable. I don't understand, Brother Jiang could clearly beat them badly, why did he hold back? He recovered, I see, it must be the wine, that wine. I think I saw Brother Mubai have black smoke on him after drinking the wine. You are not alone, I saw it too. Good news, our company solemnly announces that we have registered the trademark for Death Castle Blackstone wine, and applied for packaging patent. Babies, want to try the same strange wine as Mubai? Click my avatar to order, not 998, not 888, today for my family, only 88, link up, follow to order, get benefits. Damn, what devil is upstairs? Collaboration? Collaboration? We are Star Coffee, young people's favorite affordable coffee, let's collaborate, guaranteed profit. OMG, Dragon Country people are so smart, why didn't we think of this? Urban Legend Management Bureau. Li Fei looked at Jiang Mubai, who had recovered completely, a faint relieved smile on his face. Although he didn't know what happened, Jiang Mubai recovering was good news. Thinking of this, he exhaled and looked at Bai Xiaoke. Xiaoke, I need to continue handling international affairs, Mubai is in your hands now. I've already given you enough permissions, any investigations Mubai wants to do, you decide. Okay, Captain Li, I will watch over Mubai. Bai Xiaoke looked at the screen and nodded seriously. Seeing this, Li Fei looked at the screen deeply and walked away quickly. Death Castle. The interlaced corridor. After leaving that strange room, Jiang Mubai came directly here. The female assistant who followed him disappeared when they left the room. Jiang Mubai did not know where she went, it seemed a strange energy was targeting him, performing precise teleportation. Of course, this was just his guess. Jiang Mubai could not find the cause for now, he could only observe the surroundings. At this moment, he was looking at a poster on the wall. It was about the interlaced corridor, listing various rules. Chapter 31 3 Rooms. Jiang Mubai's strange body had reached 100%, rules were useless to him. But he still had to look, because he wanted to prevent his strange body from breaking through again. After all, exceeding 100% distortion was still very troublesome. At this moment, dense small words appeared before his eyes. Interlaced corridor precautions. The twisted corridor connects the most dangerous part of the Death Castle, even the air cannot control it, please proceed carefully. No living being is allowed to step into the twisted corridor without permission. Even with permission, the twisted corridor is full of dangers, remember, only the main path is safe, all other branches lead to unknown places. If you feel eyes watching inside a branch, look at them directly. Branches do not have guidance, if you see a branch with guidance words in the twisted corridor, close your eyes and leave. No matter what happens, make sure to stay away from the rooms of cognition, shame, and atonement. As you move forward, despair will always cover you. Is this a new rule? No hint how to leave. So simple, walk to the end. What if there is no end? You talk too much. Did you notice the last line, stay away from those 3 rooms? I have a feeling, Brother Jiang might go straight there. Doesn't matter, compared to that, I'm more worried about what happens if Brother Jiang goes in without permission. While everyone was discussing, Jiang Mubai had already moved forward. Everyone stared at the live stream without blinking. Death Castle. Twisted corridor. Jiang Mubai ignored those rules. He did not care at all whether he had permission. As if, even without permission, he could leave. Jiang Mubai glanced back, behind him was also a pitch-black branch, a road disappearing into darkness. Turning around, Jiang Mubai continued thinking. Compared to the restrictions of rules or the punishments for breaking them, he was more concerned whether there were any clues within the rules. The most obvious hints were the rooms of cognition, shame, and atonement. He planned to find these rooms first, to take a look. Jiang Mubai walked while observing the surroundings. It was very quiet here. In the whole space, besides his footsteps, there was no other sound. Jiang Mubai was already familiar with this feeling. He stared carelessly at the pairs of blood-red eyes in the branches. Those eyes instinctively showed bloodlust and cruelty. But when they met Jiang Mubai's gaze, in just one breath of time, the expression in those eyes changed. They became quiet, gentle, as if the one walking before them was not a human to be slaughtered, but a long-lost friend. Jiang Mubai watched all this strangely, paying it no mind. Before, he might have caught two to study. But now, he had no mood for research. He always felt something bad was happening. But he did not know what it was. This feeling made him restless inside. Tap, tap, tap. In the dead silent corridor, Jiang Mubai's footsteps echoed. As Jiang Mubai moved forward, suddenly, a branch caught his attention. Not because the branch was special, but because next to it, he saw bloodstains. They were already dried bloodstains, scattered on the wall, with pieces of torn black cloth, showing what had happened here. Jiang Mubai squatted down, picked up the cloth, gently touched it. He was familiar with this material, had a memory of it. He had seen it at the Lily Noble Girls' School. Xia Yulua? But why had her uniform turned black? Moreover, this blood had completely dried. While Jiang Mubai was thinking, suddenly, a huge shadow appeared behind him. Black light flashed instantly in Jiang Mubai's eyes, his body blurred into an afterimage. Clang! A steel giant axe struck heavily where Jiang Mubai had vanished, with a loud crash, scattering countless stones. Jiang Mubai appeared behind the mysterious figure. He looked at this black-armored, hollow figure, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He suddenly stretched out his hand, toward the armor smashing down. Bang! Another huge dull sound, on the back of the armor figure, instantly a dent appeared. It staggered forward a few steps, and suddenly fell to the ground. Jiang Mubai did not give the armor figure any chance to breathe, he directly stepped on the armor figure's head. Can you speak? Jiang Mubai asked coldly without a trace of emotion. The black shadow was silent. After a moment, a red light flashed in his eyes. Still, enter, die. Jiang Mubai pressed harder on the armor figure. He once again opened his mouth to ask. But, this armored man was like a puppet, except for these few words, he could not say any other words. Jiang Mubai listened to the broken and intermittent voice of the armor figure, a cold light flashed in his eyes, his right foot suddenly exerted force. Bang! The armor figure directly shattered, together with the armor, turned into black smoke, and disappeared. Jiang Mubai did not care about this interruption, he once again looked around, and found that those bloodstains kept extending forward. He simply followed the bloodstains and walked. Very quickly, he stopped in front of a branch. This was the place where the bloodstains disappeared. This pitch-black branch passage, inside there was no movement at all, dead silence, deep and dark. Jiang Mubai deeply looked at the front, and raised his head. Above the passage, at this moment, hung a black sign. On the sign, a line of twisted big words was carved on it. Ahead is safe, please move forward with peace of mind, the cognition room will change everything of you. Rule 5, if you see a branch with guiding words posted, please close your eyes and leave. Rule 6, no matter what situation happens, you must ensure you stay away from the cognition, shame, and atonement 3 rooms. These 2 rules, none of them did not indicate the danger ahead. But, Jiang Mubai only took one glance, then directly walked toward the inside of the pitch-black passage. He did not care about the rules, but ahead, there were people he cared about. This was the obsession in his heart. Ding, the strange body has awakened, 120%. My friend, just as you think in your heart, you need me, but, even if you heal yourself, can you really forget the changes brought by distortion? Look forward to it, you are not crazy, but you are no longer normal. The cold voice sounded in Jiang Mubai's mind, he step by step, walked toward the darkness. Chapter 32 The Michelle in the Cognition Room, 1. Outside world, in the live broadcast room, at this moment it was full of chaotic scenes. Now in the whole world only the Dragon Country still had a chosen one, the Strange Talk live broadcast was beyond everything, even if those countries receiving punishment were having earthquakes, as long as there was a mobile phone, it could still be watched. This led to, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, at this moment gathered people from all over the world. At this moment, everyone saw, Jiang Mubai violated the rules. What made people feel surprised was, under normal circumstances, like this kind of directly disobeying rules, no matter in which country, would be like a fool existence, making countless people curse. But, when it came to Jiang Mubai, no one cared about this problem. Their focus instead became strangely odd. OMG, every time I see the Dragon Country chosen one facing violation like this, I feel my soul trembling. When you get used to it it's fine, my brother Jiang is about to crush the Strange Talk. Family, is there still any way to immigrate to Dragon Country now? No, just die outside. What is good about immigrating to Dragon Country? Better come to my Sane country, we give you children for free. Are the sleeping maggots going to wake up? Mubai Appa fighting. Jiang Mubai did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, he had already passed through the pitch-black passage and arrived at a narrow corridor. This corridor was completely closed. From front to back together it was about 700 to 800 meters. When Jiang Mubai entered here, the passage behind him disappeared. Jiang Mubai did not care about this. Now had enough confidence to leave. The only thing needing attention was the distortion that was about to arrive. Because he had already seen the change. The most eye-catching one was the cognition room. The red wooden door with the house number was now broken, streams of red energy spilling out from inside. At the same time, at the end of the corridor ahead, there was also a hole. It seemed that someone had left from there. Jiang Mubai first walked to the hole and looked carefully twice. After confirming it was a directional teleportation portal, he did not rush to leave, but instead returned to the door of the cognition room. He clearly remembered that Rule 6 had a warning. No matter what happened, he must stay away from the cognition, shame, and atonement rooms. But in this room, he felt a trace of a familiar presence. It was Michelle's presence. She had come to the Death Castle. Jiang Mubai could not ignore this, it was his obsession, a human obsession. Even if he did not care about her life at all now, he still had to go in and look. Thinking this, he slowly stepped toward the room. Red energy rushed at Jiang Mubai, cold and icy, full of spiritual corruption. But it had no effect on Jiang Mubai, he did not even frown and reached the cognition room. It was extremely chaotic here. Looking around, the circular living room was in ruins, walls, sofas, coffee tables, water dispensers, everything visible was broken. It was as if a great battle had just taken place here. Who had fought here? In this room, Jiang Mubai also felt another presence, somewhat familiar, but mostly strange. It mixed with Michelle's presence, making it hard for him to tell. What exactly had happened? Jiang Mubai slowly scanned the surroundings, recording everything in his mind, then activated his ability, Flashback. Intertwined spaces, overlapping images, appeared intermittently before Jiang Mubai's eyes. When it all ended, Jiang Mubai was 10 minutes earlier. It was still chaotic here. Obviously, what happened in this room had already lasted more than 10 minutes. But Jiang Mubai was still here, finding a clue. He saw a drop of blood. The drop was falling along the handrail leading to the second floor. Jiang Mubai followed the stairs and went up. This was a projection of the past, he did not worry that his actions would affect or distort anything. He followed the stairs, followed the blood, to the source. In a room on the second floor, he saw a girl's figure. The girl had dazzling golden hair, she was curled in a corner, trembling. Jiang Mubai walked over, crouched down, and watched the girl carefully. The girl seemed very scared, her eyes were full of fear, and she kept raising her head to look forward. It seemed that something terrifying might be coming from there. Jiang Mubai did not hastily stop the flashback, he instead accelerated time. Soon, the door of this room was shattered with a roar. In the scene, a girl wearing a black long dress with mysterious patterns, long hair over her shoulders, and extremely beautiful, walked in. Her eyes were hollow, her right hand had long black nails. Seeing Michelle, the girl's expression did not change, she raised her right hand and waved toward the front. A blinding black blood light shot toward Michelle at extreme speed. Jiang Mubai instinctively reached out to block it. But like passing through the door, like a phantom, the blood light passed through Jiang Mubai's body as if unreal. Poochie! A dull sound came from behind him. Jiang Mubai turned his head and saw Michelle's body split in half, turning into black smoke and disappearing. Jiang Mubai watched everything calmly and turned to look at the girl. His eyes showed a trace of confusion. Xia Yulua fell. Why did she become like this? Why did she attack Michelle? Before Jiang Mubai could think it through, from the next room, another burst of movement came again. Jiang Mubai took one step, directly passed through the wall, and arrived at the next room. He only saw a figure exactly the same as Michelle, at this moment was panicking and running downstairs. Jiang Mubai was just about to chase, at this time, the scene in front of his eyes suddenly turned into a burst of bubbles, and scattered into nothing. Flashback, stopped. The time of 10 minutes arrived. Jiang Mubai returned to reality. At this moment he stood in place, brows slightly wrinkled. Through the only picture information, he could judge that, this room, seemed to have multiple Michelles. But the reason that caused all this, he did not discover. Cognition room, this cognition, what exactly does it mean? Xia Yulua's change, does it have a relationship with this room? He remembered, Michelle at the beginning got special power, why, in this room it was not shown. Jiang Mubai felt, all these clues, could be found from the rules of this room. But, he had just already looked in the flashback space, here there was no prompt of any rules. What should be done? Just when he was thinking, the second floor, again came a burst of movement. Jiang Mubai instinctively raised his head to look, only saw Michelle at this moment lying on the railing of the second floor, looking at himself. Her two eyes were blood red, full of chaos and madness. Chapter 33 Michelle in the Cognition Room, 2. Jiang Mubai looked at Michelle, in his eyes showed undisguised surprise. He thought, all the Michelles had already left. Did not expect, here still had one? Jiang Mubai curiously looked at her, slightly used force under his feet, then, he made one jump, landed on the second floor. Michelle? Michelle at this moment with blood-red eyes looked at Jiang Mubai. Seeing Jiang Mubai jump up, she instinctively retreated 2 steps, then raised her right hand. Scarlet blood-colored light appeared from Michelle's fingertips. Jiang Mubai only looked one glance, then did not care and walked toward her. Michelle saw this, let out a shrill scream. She raised her right hand, grabbed toward Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai did not stop, he lightly stepped toward Michelle's direction. Shwa! After image flashed past, Jiang Mubai instantly appeared behind her. Then, his right hand pressed on Michelle's shoulder. The current Jiang Mubai, his strange body had already awakened to 120%. Even if the Michelle in front had a problem, that also was not a problem. Reverse. MMA. Dazzling red light quietly appeared. Michelle in waves of painful groans, gradually returned to normal. At this moment, her eyes were clear, but looking at Jiang Mubai's gaze, still was fear. You, why are you here? Michelle did not remember what just happened. She cautiously looked at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai calmly looked at her one glance. I came to find you, what happened here? You don't come near me, you were infected by me, must quickly go to the administration department. Here is not Qingshan Biology, here is Death Castle. Death Castle? Hearing Jiang Mubai's words, Michelle was stunned for a moment, then she seemed to remember something, somewhat painfully covered her head. Jiang Mubai did not speak again, he quietly looked at Michelle. About 1 minute later, Michelle's abnormal state disappeared. The way she looked at Jiang Mubai was full of apology. Sorry, Mubai, I forgot some things. Jiang Mubai lightly nodded. What happened? What are the rules here? Hearing Jiang Mubai's question, Michelle's face instantly turned pale. She fearfully looked around, pulled Jiang Mubai's hand and walked downstairs. While speaking. Mubai, the situation is very complicated. After I separated from you, I came to this death castle. Here originally was not like this. The owner of this castle seems to have had some accident, right? I met her here, Xia Yulua. Xia Yulua? Hearing the name from Mishwer, Jiang Mubai's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle. This was a sign of his humanity awakening. Mishwer glanced at Jiang Mubai with some concern, then continued speaking. Yes, I know she knows you. I was thinking of escaping with her, so I secretly stole the guard's keys and rescued her. Rescued her? Jiang Mubai's voice was a bit hoarse. She was locked in the guard room. Normally, there are guards there, and the castle owner is also watching, but recently, I don't know what happened, it seems there's been a change with the owner of this place. I found an opportunity, so I took her and escaped. We came to this recognition room. This place, it's strange. When you step into this room, some of your emotions will leave your body. If you don't get them back, something very terrifying will happen. Jiang Mubai listened to Mishwer's words and nodded. Is this written in the rules here? Yes. Where are the rules? The rules were broken by Yulua. At this point, Mishwer's face lost all color, and the two were already standing in front of the door. She looked at Jiang Mubai with concern, bit her lip, and finally spoke. Mubai, Yulua, she's changed. You must be careful of her. Her target is you, she will kill you. Jiang Mubai looked at her calmly and nodded. It's okay. If she makes a move, I'll deal with her. Poof. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Mubai covered his head in pain, but after a moment, he returned to normal. Mishwer sighed in relief when she saw this. She pulled Jiang Mubai and walked out. I know where they went. One of my kind consciousness fragments and her sadness consciousness fragment left together. Once the fragment enters the main body, will it recover? Yes, but time cannot be delayed too long, otherwise, the fragment will devour the original consciousness. Then let's catch them. Can you feel them? Yes. Lead the way. After Jiang Mubai finished speaking, he waved his right hand and directly shattered the already broken wooden door. The two of them walked outside together. Perhaps Jiang Mubai's control over his abilities was more precise, or maybe it was for other reasons, but this time, there was no situation where the chosen ones got lost in the live broadcast. In the live broadcast, everyone who saw this scene was once again invigorated. Their excitement was a bit strange. No one cared about Jiang Mubai's actions, instead, they were all shipping the couple. I've seen this beautiful female anomaly, I know her, she's Mishwer from the Heavenly Creatures. She's so beautiful, with golden hair and blue eyes, just like the angel I imagined. Is there a Jiang fanfic or an artist who could draw them? Wait, shouldn't we be focusing on whether Brother Jiang can clear the level? Good grief, are you blind? Didn't you see Brother Jiang raise his hand and conquer an anomaly? If you don't know how to speak, just shut up. Are you not satisfied? How about we meet in real life? OMG, Dragon Country people really aren't united, can't we just enjoy Mubai's romantic actions? Guys, I really regret it. I want to go back to Dragon Country, can anyone help me? Compared to the noise in the livestream, Jiang Mubai was much calmer. No, rather than saying calm, it was more like he didn't care about anything at all. In Jiang Mubai's eyes, there was no sign of madness, but instead, there was extreme calmness. But with that calmness, there was also deep indifference. It was an indifference to life, to death, to everything in the world, indifference. Mi Shuer kept looking at Jiang Mubai as she walked, very worried about his situation. She finally relaxed when she saw Jiang Mubai didn't make any unnecessary movements. At the teleportation gate, Mi Shuer looked at Jiang Mubai nervously. If we go, we'll be separated. Jiang Mubai glanced at her, he remembered, Michelle had a special ability, it seemed, could sense other people's strange abilities. Now it seemed, this ability, seemed to have been preserved in the Death Castle. It's okay, I will handle it. After saying that, Jiang Mubai gently stepped on the ground. A layer of pitch-black shadow appeared under his feet, then countless light spheres floated up. Chapter 34 Mysterious Woman. What the hell, what is this? Stop hitting, Brother Jiang has become a god. Such beautiful light spheres, I really want to touch them. You guys are really dogs. The screenshot of Brother Jiang in this scene was immediately snatched and registered, they want to make a figurine. This matter made me deeply reflect, I am thinking that I cannot make money, maybe because my face is too thin. While the people in the live room were discussing, Jiang Mubai had already pulled Michelle through the rotating light screen. When they saw Jiang Mubai and Michelle appear together, the live room cheered again. Death Castle. Intertwined corridors. Jiang Mubai and Michelle returned to the main corridor again. Michelle looked around, a trace of anxiety flashing in her eyes. What's wrong? Jiang Mubai looked at her. Nothing, I feel the kindness consciousness has some problem. Can you be more specific? I don't know either, she obtained a strange tool, trying to cut off contact with me, we must act quickly. Jiang Mubai nodded. He glanced around, seeing no previous traces. So he continued forward. Michelle followed behind Jiang Mubai, cautiously looking around. In the dark branches around, those blood-red eyes made her instinctively feel fear. Mubai, I feel they are over here. After following Jiang Mubai for a while, Michelle tugged his sleeve, pointing to the left. Jiang Mubai stopped, quietly looking in the direction she pointed. There, no branches, only walls. Are you sure? Just a feeling. Do you feel anything at this branch? Michelle shook her head. Jiang Mubai glanced at her and led her further ahead. Then, with a wave of his right hand, countless colorful light spheres flew from his hand, hitting the wall. Boom! A tremendous sound spread, the entire corridor almost shook. In the branches, those blood-red eyes showed fear, flying everywhere. The two could even hear faint screams, whether from the eyes or not, unclear. The terrifying scene not only made Michelle show fear, even the live room people were shocked. When everything calmed down, in front of Jiang Mubai appeared another rotating blue vortex. Jiang Mubai ignored the shocked Michelle, pulled her, and stepped forward. Surrounded by countless light spheres, the two disappeared again. Twisting, dizzy, accompanied by a flash of white light, Jiang Mubai and Michelle arrived at the intertwined corridor again. This time, as soon as they appeared, countless terrified screams came from the branches. They were from those blood-red eyes. They were fearful, scared, venting their emotions with roars. This made Jiang Mubai frown slightly. Be quiet, he said calmly, and instantly, the surroundings were silent. Dead silence, not even a breath. Even Michelle covered her mouth, holding her breath to hide her panic. Jiang Mubai glanced at her, without explanation. He pulled her forward. Now, can you still feel it? Michelle timidly nodded. Very close, but still separated by a wall. Jiang Mubai nodded. When we arrive, call me. Michelle hurriedly nodded. After walking a while more, Michelle stopped in front of a wall. Jiang Mubai did not ask, he used the light sphere ability again. Rumble, rumble. The two began to shuttle back and forth. After about 3 or 4 times, Jiang Mubai arrived at a closed corridor. Here, as wide as the main road of the infinite corridor, but front and back sides. Once again, the way was blocked. Even the teleportation portal he had just destroyed had vanished. Jiang Mubai glanced around, there were no branches, not even a door. It seemed completely sealed off. Michelle looked at Jiang Mubai with some concern. I can feel that she's here. Jiang Mubai nodded. He was about to search for clues when a clear, crisp female voice came from behind him. I suggest you stop breaking things. The castle's self-defense system has been activated. If you keep destroying, you'll never reach the place you think you will. The voice came suddenly, and Michelle was startled. She gripped Jiang Mubai's hand tightly and nervously looked behind her. A woman in a black dress walked in. This woman was extremely beautiful, with long black hair casually draped around her waist. Every step she took seemed to scatter starlight from her hair. Michelle couldn't help but stare at her, mesmerized. Jiang Mubai also turned around at that moment, his eyes still calm, with no trace of emotion. What should we do? The woman glanced at Jiang Mubai, her pitch-black eyes filled with rippling water, making one feel intoxicated. Wait quietly. This place is fragile, but the walls around us are filled with teleportation streams. If you break them, you'll instantly be transported to an unknown place. Had the origin of this castle, you could never imagine. Jiang Mubai nodded. He directly sat down on the ground. His goal wasn't destruction, it was to find someone. Since destruction would lead to unknown changes, why would he do it? Jiang Mubai looked at the woman and spoke softly. You seem very familiar with this place. The woman smiled charmingly, and at that moment, the entire corridor seemed to be illuminated by light. That's right, I was resurrected here in the Death Castle. Resurrected? The woman seemed somewhat unwilling to continue the topic. She didn't answer but instead looked at Michelle. TSK, this is a clone that will soon devour its original body. Why did you bring her with you? As soon as the woman spoke, Michelle's face changed drastically. She quickly stood up and stared at her. You're talking nonsense. I don't know you. What exactly are you after? After speaking, she nervously looked at Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai showed no expression. He looked at Michelle. Sit. I don't care about what she said. Michelle sighed in relief after hearing that. Just as she sat down, Jiang Mubai's right hand instantly grasped her neck. But your expression tells me that what she said is true. What are you hiding? Jiang Mubai tightened his grip, and Michelle's face turned red as she kicked her legs frantically. Just as she was about to lose her breath, the mysterious woman lightly waved her right hand. A red mist, like waves, gently coiled around Jiang Mubai's right hand. Be gentle with the lady. That's much more charming. Jiang Mubai glanced at the woman and slowly released his grip. Michelle clutched her neck, coughing violently. It took her 3 minutes to recover. She looked at Jiang Mubai with a look full of fear. I hid the rules of the cognition room. I didn't do it on purpose. Please don't kill me. Jiang Mubai looked at her, his eyes flashing with a dark light. Tell me the rules. Michelle looked at him, backing away a little. You must promise me that you won't harm me. Jiang Mubai looked at her without any emotion and slowly nodded. Seeing that, Michelle sighed in relief. She ran to the mysterious woman and spoke softly. Chapter 35, Reversal, Over Limit. Welcome to the cognition room, where you can gain new life by killing your past self. Please remember the following rules. 1. The moment you enter, your past self is already born. Find it and kill it, or it will replace you. 2. Replacing you doesn't mean returning to your past self. It is you, and yet not you. 3. If you and your companions enter here together, make sure to stay close to her. Never let her out of your sight. 4. Do not communicate with any companion who leaves and then returns. The cognition room must not turn on the light. A normal person has 7 self-cognition clones, but those who come to this room are absolutely not normal. Do not deny yourself. Absolutely do not let the cognition entity leave this room. There is no friendship between cognition entities, they only want to kill you. Long for completeness, otherwise, you will forever lose yourself. A clear and crisp voice came out from Michelle's mouth. The netizens in the live stream room, listening one by one, all felt their scalp go numb. This room, if I remember right, Brother Jiang just went in. This weird thing, is it a clone? OMG, I am sick, I feel this room can cure me. Why did our country fail to have this punishment come down? We have, our kimchi country already discovered it, but we dare not open it. Our conglomerate just controlled one door, if needed you can pay to enter. As a capitalist of Dragon Country, my vision is still too small. Death Castle. Intersecting corridors. Michelle spoke the rules while watching Jiang Mubai with vigilance. These rules almost exposed everything about herself completely clean. She wanted to hide it very much, but she did not dare to hide it. Because she felt it, the mysterious woman beside her came out from the cognition room, a complete existence. She did not know the thoughts of this mysterious woman. But if she told Jiang Mubai the truth, that madman would absolutely kill her. Michelle thought in fear, and wanted even more to stay away from Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai sat quietly in place, ignoring her. After a moment, he then looked at Michelle. That room was destroyed when I went in. Ah. Michelle was startled, her face pale as she looked at Jiang Mubai. It was broken by the clone, no, the main body. The main body obtained a magical power. She took one clone of Xia Yulua and ran away. Michelle's voice carried a bit of grievance. Because these clones like them simply had no way to face her. After all, they were all her past. She suddenly gained powerful strength, coming to this room, surely like a fish in water. That one called Xia Yulua was like this. Oh. Jiang Mubai did not care. Actually, when he saw the rules, he already had some thoughts about this room. The core point should be denial of oneself. The more you deny yourself, the easier it is for clones to appear. Especially when your clone has already appeared. At that moment, a person's denial of oneself is undoubtedly the strongest. Actually, one only needs to achieve forgetting self, no self, then that clone room will not have problems. This is also the reason he did not have a clone. It was not that the room failed, but because he was special. Compared to this room, what Jiang Mubai cared more about was where Xia Yulua and Michelle went. They were the lingering obsession in his heart when he was human. Also one of the reasons that caused him to be unable to turn into complete for a long time. After solving them, he would become completely complete, reaching a higher void. In a while, continue to find them. Xia Yulua, how many clones has she killed? 9. Her state was not good. Jiang Mubai made a judgment in his heart. A trace of struggle flashed again in his eyes, his breathing became a bit heavy. What about you? 1. Jiang Mubai raised his head and looked at Michelle. In his memory, Michelle was sick. Logically, her clones should not be so few. Her kindness became more pure? Michelle nodded timidly. What clone are you? Regret. Why does she not kill you? Michelle no longer spoke. The mysterious woman beside saw this and lightly laughed. Sir, questioning a girl is not polite. Jiang Mubai glanced at her and withdrew his gaze. Regret. He roughly knew what Michelle was regretting. My questions are gone, continue to rest, later take me to find them. Jiang Mubai said lightly to Michelle, then stopped speaking. Michelle was naturally willing. She was now incredibly afraid of Jiang Mubai, keeping a far distance from him. The mysterious woman curiously looked at Jiang Mubai, a faint smile appearing on her lips. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and in the closed hallway, only a few people's steady breathing could be heard. None of the people continued speaking, waiting had become a silent understanding. Time slowly passed, minute by minute. Since there were no clocks or similar things in this space, time couldn't be confirmed. Sensory time, in such a closed environment, was actually chaotic. While Jiang Mubai silently counted, suddenly, Michelle's eyes began to turn red. Her body began to show bluish veins. This change was incredibly fast. One moment, she was looking at Jiang Mubai with worry and fear, and the next moment, she suddenly changed. Even Jiang Mubai felt a slight surprise. The mysterious woman beside her saw this and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Has she been corrupted? How interesting. There's no corruption here, this is a change from within her. What was her state before? The woman assessed Michelle while lightly waving her right hand. A blood-red light appeared and controlled Michelle, who was about to go out of control. Then, she looked at Jiang Mubai, seemingly waiting for his explanation. Jiang Mubai did not answer, he looked at the mysterious woman and asked. How much longer do we need to wait? The woman furrowed her brows, her tone carrying a bit of resentment. Sir, you're really impolite. I've told you so much, and you won't share anything with me to satisfy my curiosity? Reversal. This is my ability, it can reverse someone from a heavily corrupted state back. Upon hearing Jiang Mubai's words, the woman's eyes flashed with surprise. She looked at Jiang Mubai, filled with joy. What a miraculous ability. Could you reverse me too? Jiang Mubai glanced at her and shook his head. That ability can only be used once. The woman clearly didn't believe him. She looked at Jiang Mubai, her eyes shining with excitement. Then think of a way. I can tell you're trying to find their true forms, but if she loses control, the true form will be affected too. Upon hearing the woman's words, Jiang Mubai frowned slightly. He glanced at Michelle, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 36, The Redemption Room. Then, he stood up and walked toward her. Ding, overload has been loaded reversal. Reversal, overload the number of reversals will no longer be limited, and you can also use it on yourself to reverse your time to an hour ago. Please note that each time you reverse your own state, there must be an hour gap between each use. Buzz, a glaring red light suddenly burst from Jiang Mubai's body. His hair grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached his waist. This magical scene made the woman's eyes shine. Even the people in the live stream were stunned. My brother Jiang is so amazing, his hair reached his waist. Does he still have abilities? Isn't brother Jiang too freakish? Looking at him, I'm reminded of an anime I watched. That guy transformed and also had long hair. You mean that anime? I think I remember, didn't his eyebrows disappear too? Yes, you know? Don't you have any nonsense to say? What happened today? I've never seen anything like it in my life. Do you think that Brother John's previous lost moments were because of things like this? Am I the only one focused on that black, long, straight hair? She's so beautiful. That's strange, stop thinking about it. Go for it, Brother Mubai. I love you. VVIP member. As the livestream went crazy, Jiang Mubai fell into silence. Overload-loaded reversal could reverse his own state, something he hadn't expected. If that's the case, could he use annihilation every hour? Forget it, that's not important. With that thought, Jiang Mubai stepped forward and instantly appeared next to Michelle. He grabbed Michelle's hand and directly activated his ability. Buzz, a dazzling blood-red light suddenly appeared. Michelle's once uncontrollable sanity instantly returned to its original state. This time, she didn't even let out a scream. The reversal's enhancement was so powerful that it even shortened the process. The mysterious woman watched this scene, a strong sense of anticipation flashing in her eyes. I knew you were lying to me, let me try too, hurry. She eagerly stretched out her arm. On her pure white arm, faint green patterns appeared. Jiang Mubai glanced at her, didn't refuse, and grabbed the mysterious woman's wrist. It was easy for him, and she had given him some information. Reversal. He activated his ability once more. Buzz. The blood-red light appeared again, this time illuminating the entire hallway in red. The terrifying scene was like hell, and the woman's painful groans could be heard occasionally. While reversing, Jiang Mubai observed the woman's condition. The green patterns on her body erupted with overwhelming despair power, clashing with his reversal. The strength of this despair power was unimaginable. Jiang Mubai felt that even with the super-limit enhanced reversal, it would take a long time to reverse. Slowly, 15 minutes passed. Then half an hour passed. Next, an hour passed. After an hour and 15 minutes, Jiang Mubai withdrew his arm, ending the ability. The woman was now gasping heavily, looking at her body with sadness in her eyes. Is it not possible? Mum. Jiang Mubai nodded. There's too much despair power, if this continues, your mind will collapse. The woman raised her head, her face somewhat pale, and her eyes no longer as lively as before. Anyway, thank you. Mum. Jiang Mubai gently nodded, then looked at her. How do we leave here? The woman gently rubbed her forehead, looked around, then walked to a wall and knocked on it. A flash of red energy appeared, and a pale door appeared on the wall. On the door were 4 twisted black characters. Redemption room. Jiang Mubai seemed not at all surprised by this. He looked at the woman, waiting for her explanation. The woman sighed. The only thing I can do is this. Otherwise, you can continue waiting, but no one knows how long you'll have to wait, or you can go into the redemption room and leave here. Jiang Mubai didn't make a hasty decision. He gently touched the room. This room, there are some parts inside that make me feel uncomfortable, can it be destroyed directly? The woman's eyelid twitched. I don't know, no one's tried it. Instead of destroying it, I suggest you try to crack it, because this room really can redeem. Jiang Mubai nodded. He glanced at Michelle. What will happen if this clone enters? Michelle was hiding in the distance at this moment. When she heard Jiang Mubai's words, she instinctively trembled. She will die, she can't handle it. The woman finished speaking and glanced at Michelle. When Michelle heard the woman's words, she breathed a sigh of relief. She now desperately wanted to get away from Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai also looked at her and nodded. Oh, then just send her off. After saying that, he walked toward her. What are you going to do? Michelle looked at Jiang Mubai, fearfully stepping back. Jiang Mubai's figure blurred and appeared in front of her, grabbing her. Michelle struggled wildly, and at this moment, the woman's voice sounded again, with a hint of surprise. Are you going to randomly teleport her? Yes. Hey, why not hand her over to me? I'll take her to meet that girl. Jiang Mubai looked at the mysterious woman, a flash of dark light in his eyes. You have a familiar aura, Finny, Bobo, Gudu, are you trying to devour her? As soon as Jiang Mubai finished speaking, Michelle instantly stopped struggling, fearfully looking at the woman, holding on to Jiang Mubai tightly. No, I don't want to be devoured, please, help me, I'll tell you a secret. A secret of her real body. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the woman's eyes as if she could no longer hold herself back. But seeing Jiang Mubai, she regained her calmness. Yes, she is nourishment to me, and it doesn't cost you anything, besides, you don't care about her. No, please, I beg you. Michelle looked at Jiang Mubai pitifully, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. Jiang Mubai remained calm. Indeed, she means nothing to me, but I don't want any changes that could affect me becoming whole. The mysterious woman's eyes showed a hint of regret. Whole? Is it about your personality? Or your body? You entered the cognitive room, and no split personalities appeared. That's already the full display. No, it's not about personality or body. It relates to the obsession in my heart. Upon hearing Jiang Mubai's words, the woman frowned. After a moment, her eyes brightened. I see now, you're like it, it has the same craving. Since that's the case, I give up. But I'm not at ease. I feel like you will influence me. Jiang Mubai walked towards the woman. The woman smiled gently, not the least bit nervous. No, because your completeness is what I expect. This will cause it to fail. When it fails, that means my liberation. Craving nourishment is only for better liberation. Jiang Mubai stopped in his tracks, looking at the woman. It is a god? Interesting, tell me, why? The woman looked deeply at Jiang Mubai, nodding with a smile. Of course, provided you believe. I will judge for myself. Chapter 37, Conversation. Jiang Mubai arrived beside the woman. The woman looked at Jiang Mubai and directly sat on the ground. Jiang Mubai also sat down, leaving only Michelle still terrified, unsure of what to do. Jiang Mubai naturally paid no attention to her, his mind focused entirely on what the woman had spoken about. The woman glanced at Michelle, licking the corner of her mouth, then turned to Jiang Mubai and spoke softly. Do you know, it, a long time ago, was also a normal human? I didn't know. Sir, please let me finish speaking. All right. The woman seemed a bit helpless as she sighed, having been interrupted by emotion. He was also a chosen one, of course, not from this world. That place, very far away, also had civilization. His talent was great, not just his talent, but also his understanding of rules. Well, in short, he was very impressive and powerful. Later, it became a more cliché story. The chosen one from another nation failed a trial, causing her lover to be punished and die. Then he happened to acquire a strange item, so he prepared to resurrect his lover. That person was you? Jiang Mubai interrupted the woman again. The woman smiled slightly, not minding the interruption. Isn't that obvious? Jiang Mubai gazed deeply at the woman. He remembered what the god had said to him at the orphanage, something about experiments. If he wasn't mistaken, the god wanted to return to the past, to change something. This was obviously unrelated to resurrection, but the woman's state was indeed very strange, and even with the assistance of his reversal, he couldn't solve her situation. You've resurrected now, so his goal should have been achieved. The woman shook her head. Do you know about body and soul? Jiang Mubai's eyes showed signs of contemplation. He thought of Bai Xiaoke. He had never believed in reincarnation, but Bai Xiaoke had Bai Keek's memories, which had indeed shocked him. That was why he told his female assistant that there was a chance for reincarnation. Seeing your expression, it seems you understand. The woman looked at Jiang Mubai, letting out a soft laugh. My soul has been resurrected, but my body has long perished. Although he resurrected me, because I have no body, my soul keeps losing itself, I can only devour constantly. It's very painful. I've expressed more than once that I want to die, but it refused more than once. I really don't know whether I should feel touched or sad. As the woman spoke, her eyes once again became hollow. She looked at Michelle, her gaze slowly losing all emotion. Jiang Mubai looked at her, his brows slightly frowned, he grabbed her again, and used reversal. Without doubt, this had not the slightest effect. The woman's empty eyes only existed for a very short moment, then returned to normal. She looked at Jiang Mubai's eyes, showing sadness. You and him are exactly the same. In his heart there was also obsession. When obsession broke, turned into despair, he then became the master of the Death Castle. His obsession was to revive me. But he lost. I can see, your obsession is also revival, because when you were fighting against human nature, the look you showed was the same as it back then. I am tired, inside my heart there is only despair. Instead of believing it will truly revive me, I would rather expect to die together with it. What does this have to do with my completeness? Jiang Mubai's tone was still calm. The woman smiled and looked at him. Because, the completeness you pursue is destined to never be achieved, and when all hope is completely broken, you can replace him, and become the master of the castle. This is what I expect. This is also a cycle. Jiang Mubai carefully thought about her words, and nodded. You mean, I am destined to fail? That's right, the person you want to save will definitely die. When you see despair with your own eyes, and become the master here, I will naturally be freed, so, I have no need to lie to you. Becoming the master here, is it the despair in the heart? This is only one of the conditions. There is another condition, to obtain the recognition of the Death Castle. This is very easy for you, because the strength you showed has already made the Death Castle change. If nothing unexpected, it should have been seriously injured by backlash. Jiang Mubai stood up, and came beside the white door. I still feel, you hid something. Just some unimportant things. Do you want to hear some cliché love story? Hee hee, if you do not mind wasting time, I can tell you, starting from the first time we held hands. That was a romantic. No need. Jiang Mubai interrupted her. The woman also stood up, the corner of her mouth showed a smile. So, you believe? No, I do not believe, but I do not want my completeness to have any accident. You, go in first. Jiang Mubai looked at the woman, his eyes indifferent. Under his feet appeared a pitch-black curtain, countless seven-colored light balls rose from inside. The woman looked at him, around her body also surged red energy. Michelle at this moment hid far away, afraid to be affected. But the two only gathered momentum, neither made the first move. Jiang Mubai did not make a move, because he worried chaotic teleportation would change his plan. After all, the strange body 120% was always accompanied by distortion. As for the woman, in her eyes there was only sadness. Must I go in? This is the only condition, this is also the reason I do not make a move. The woman looked at Jiang Mubai, and finally withdrew the energy fluctuation. Okay, I will go in. After speaking, she walked toward the white door. Jiang Mubai quietly watched her. The woman seemed to give up resistance, he gently put his hand on the door, and opened it. A white, water-wave flowing light curtain appeared behind the door. The woman looked at the light curtain, and sighed. She gently stepped forward. Just when she was about to step into the light door, the woman still made a move. She did not destroy, but grabbed in the void. Michelle seemed to pass through space, Sun Jian was grabbed to her side. Save me, Mubai, save me. Michelle was suddenly grabbed, and screamed in panic. Jiang Mubai was always watching her movement. At the moment the woman made a move, beside him, the seven-colored light balls burst out. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbing toward Michelle. The woman quickly turned, she gently pushed Michelle into the light door. After that, she ignored the bombardment of light balls, and grabbed Jiang Mubai. Although you do not believe me, what I said is true. The redemption room really can redeem, I just worry you would not come in. Boom, boom, boom. Countless light balls exploded in an instant, causing the entire corridor to shake violently. The woman's figure shattered like dust when struck by the light balls. And Jiang Mubai was pulled into the light gate by the woman's force just before her destruction. Chapter 38, An Opportunity. Damn, that's so sinister. Brother Jiang was too careless. As expected, you can't trust beautiful women. So extraterrestrial life really exists. This is simply an astronomical miracle. This woman is strange. Do you believe what she says? Aren't you guys missing the point? That woman said Brother Jiang wanted to revive someone, and she also said that Brother Jiang is the owner of the Death Castle. Brother Jiang, being a Dragon Kingdom person, became the owner of the Death Castle. Is our Dragon Kingdom not developed anymore? OMG, this is big news. The conversation between the woman and Jiang Mubai was broadcasted live the whole time. The information they revealed was so enormous that it directly caused the world to shake. Now, all social media platforms around the world, as long as they are functioning, are discussing this matter. Everyone realized that the rise of the Dragon Kingdom is unstoppable. The gods. That is a god. Jiang Mubai actually has the possibility of becoming a god. How can this not cause panic? At this moment, the whole world is again centered around the Dragon Kingdom, and the world began to operate. Countless countries sent delegations to the Dragon Kingdom. Li Fei once again felt the immense pressure. Death Castle. After Jiang Mubai flew into the white light gate, he arrived at an unknown space. It was a white, foggy space, with nothing in it. If it weren't for the sensation under his feet, Jiang Mubai would have even felt like he was floating in the air. He wasn't panicking. Although he was tricked a little, it wasn't enough to make him feel any great emotional fluctuations. He originally just planned to enter this room to take a look. Jiang Mubai looked around, trying to find Michelle's avatar. But when he looked around, there was nothing except for himself. He slowly walked forward. Due to the lack of any reference points, Jiang Mubai felt like he was simply walking in place. But he clearly knew that he was moving forward. However, there seemed to be no end to this forward path. Time passed second by second. Normal people might quickly become frustrated and insane in this space. Because they wouldn't know if they were walking in place or going in circles. However, Jiang Mubai didn't show even the slightest expression. He didn't even use his abilities to add a bit of color or markings to this pale space. He just kept walking forward. Slowly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. As the light grew brighter and more dazzling, it became clearly visible right in front of Jiang Mubai's eyes. It was a piece of paper. A golden piece of paper. On it, a few sentences were neatly written. Do you long for redemption? If you do, continue walking forward. Ahead, you will receive an opportunity that can change the past. Please cherish this opportunity, it is the only one you will get, even if you are about to become a great existence. Jiang Mubai looked at these rules, his gaze focused on the last sentence. Even if you are about to become a great existence. Is this hinting at my current state? Is the great existence my final form? Jiang Mubai had no idea. His strange body had reached 120%, and Jiang Mubai's mind was very clear, but at the same time, his humanity had disappeared. He was sick. He had lost some emotions that humans should have. Love, sadness, kindness, and so on. That's why, after the death of Xiaolua, he felt almost nothing. But as he experienced more and more strange stories, the emotions he had lost were gradually returning. He felt that his illness had been cured. Because he felt pain in his heart. There were two girls he had once not cared about, their figures slowly began to form in his heart. Xiaolua. Michelle. He wanted to bring them back to life. This was the strongest thought in his heart after healing himself. However, when his strange body awakened to 120%, these emotions faded again. It was different from before. Before, there was none. Now, it was separation. Jiang Mubai could clearly feel his disgust towards human emotions. It would block him. But he knew he could not abandon it, which made his state very strange. Can the redemption rune really redeem? Its rules said it had the chance to change the past. If he returned to the past and changed it. Even if this past was false, could it still satisfy his human desires and make him more complete? Thinking about this, he slowly walked forward. The water-like patterns began to spread. The surrounding space slowly changed. This was a corridor, a familiar corridor. In this corridor, there was green light, and the walls were full of scratch marks from nails. Several transparent figures floated around him. One of them, after seeing him, even screamed in fear, covering its face and running away. Jiang Mubai ignored it. He walked straight towards the third floor. He recognized this place. This was the dormitory building of the Lily of the Valley Girls' aristocratic school. Without a doubt, he could save a girl here. Pat, pat. The dark corridor echoed with his footsteps, just as he was about to step onto the third floor. Two familiar figures appeared in front of him. They were a man and a woman. The man wore a clean suit and had dazzling short blonde hair. The woman had standard black hair and black eyes, looking quiet and fragile, with a good figure and wearing a green wristwatch. They were none other than Jiang Shasha and Tony. At this moment, both of them had vacant, confused eyes, staring blankly ahead, silently standing in front of Jiang Mubai, blocking his path. Jiang Mubai stopped in his tracks. He looked at the familiar figures with a slight frown. They were the human side of him, the friends he once spoke of. But this had nothing to do with him. Move aside. Jiang Mubai said calmly. The two didn't move, still standing there. Tony's lips slightly curled, as if he wanted to say something, but words wouldn't come out. Jiang Shasha tightly gripped Tony's arm. She also seemed to want to say something, but after opening her mouth, only blood came out. Jiang Mubai looked at the two of them and reached out to grab them. At the same time, the ability to reverse began to quietly operate. However, Jiang Mubai did not touch them. His hand passed directly through their bodies. A phantom? Jiang Mubai glanced at them and ignored them. Bang! As he turned around Tony and Jiang Shasha's bodies, the two immediately turned into smoke and vanished. Jiang Mubai reached out and tried to grab the illusory smoke but failed. This made him furrow his brow. He continued walking forward, but before he could take a few more steps, two figures appeared in front of him again. They were a gentle woman wearing a gray robe and a little boy wearing a tattered green coat. The woman held the boy's hand and quietly stood in front of Jiang Mubai. Their eyes were also vacant, and they were speaking something. But every time they opened their mouths, a layer of black mist would appear to block them. Jiang Mubai stood still, staring at the two of them. His gaze went past them and looked behind. There was a blood-colored door. Jiang Mubai did not continue walking forward. It wasn't because the two of them were blocking him, but because he knew they had something to tell him. But for some special reason, they could not speak. He didn't know if this was the effect of the distortion or the influence of the urban legend itself. After all, even in his current state, he couldn't avoid the distortion. Jiang Mubai stopped where he was, looking at Marshall and his sister, speaking plainly. Do you have something to tell me? If you cannot speak, you can use other methods. Jiang Mubai said, then quietly stood there waiting. Marshall and his sister still did not speak. They just stared at Jiang Mubai with hollow eyes, constantly opening their mouths trying to speak. Unfortunately, that dense black mist seemed like a seal, swallowing all words. Jiang Mubai frowned, and walked toward them again, trying to reverse. As expected, he failed again. Jiang Mubai no longer paid attention and directly passed through their bodies. However, Marshall and his sister seemed to have expected it. Their figures flickered, then appeared again in front of Jiang Mubai. Jiang Mubai glanced at them, ignored them, and continued forward. The three of them moved forward in a strange way. As Jiang Mubai walked, he looked at the blood-red door behind them, but slowly noticed something wrong. No matter how he walked, he always kept a certain distance from the blood-red door. It was as if he was walking in place. At the same time, the corridor became even quieter. Jiang Mubai stopped, looking around. The originally gloomy corridor was now covered with a layer of grayish energy. And this energy seemed to slowly solidify. Was this some kind of barrier? Jiang Mubai looked curiously, then waved his right hand. Countless colorful light spheres instantly flew out of his hand, blasting outward. Boom! With a flash of dazzling colorful light, the entire corridor began to tremble. Piercing, mournful screams came from the gray mist. The screams were full of pain and confusion, but more, there was a twisted sound. Jiang Mubai heard it. At the same time, he felt a trace of familiarity. Those voices all belonged to the death train. Jiang Mubai looked at the rolling gray mist, his right hand grasped at the void. A wisp of smoke instantly condensed in his hand. Jiang Mubai felt the cold in his hand, confirming that the smoke had consciousness. He did not hesitate, activating his ability. Reverse. Weird red light overflowed from Jiang Mubai's hand, then the chaotic smoke quickly gathered into a familiar figure. He was slim, wearing glasses, looking somewhat gentle. Excuse me, the place Brother Jan went is called Rule Horror Stories, right? Should be, I guess. It's not, like, a horror game, or something? Seems not. But why do I always feel something is wrong? Never mind, this is not important. I only care about the ending. Whether Brother Mubai can leave Death Castle is what I focus on. This redemption room, it seems to change the past? I think it's real. Isn't this place that girls' school? Horror story space. Jiang Mubai looked at the figure in front of him, recalling memories. He was Richard. In the death train, the one who always remembered, believing he could help him escape. And in the end, he got off the train. But at that time, Jiang Mubai's mind was focused on Jiang Shasha and Marshall, not noticing what happened to those who got off with the era coins. After appearing, he first looked at himself in confusion, then gratefully at Jiang Mubai. He took a step forward, eager to say something to Jiang Mubai. But as soon as he opened his mouth, his eyes instantly became hollow. The strange black mist floated from his mouth again, blocking all sound. He became like Marshall. Jiang Mubai looked at Richard, reached to grab him, but as expected, his hand slid through. Jiang Mubai frowned slightly. If he was not wrong, Richard's state had been reversed, turning into human. Just to convey information, and was instantly corrupted? A black light flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. He activated another one of his abilities again. Flashback. Buzz. A strange wave appeared, countless illusory interwoven spaces appeared before Jiang Mubai's eyes, and when everything calmed, Jiang Mubai came to 10 minutes ago. He controlled his power, accelerating the time of the past space. Soon, he arrived before Li Cha was corrupted. He originally wanted to see how Li Cha was corrupted. But this time, he clearly heard his words. Thank you, don't go, don't go. Don't go? Jiang Mubai's eyes showed thought. They are stopping me, not letting me move forward, just to tell me this sentence? Jiang Mubai glanced at Li Cha, then controlled time to the moment Tony and Marshall met. They also repeated the same words. Thank you, don't go. Jiang Mubai cancelled the reversal. He returned to reality again. Marshall, his sister, and Li Cha were still in place, staring hollowly at him. Perhaps due to the difference in levels, Li Cha's figure only lasted a moment, then disappeared. Jiang Mubai did not try again. He looked at Marshall and the other. Thank you for the warning, but I still have to go. After speaking, he looked around again. Also thank you, you owe me nothing. After speaking, he continued forward. This time, Marshall did not stop him. When Jiang Mubai passed him, he reached out, wanting to grab Jiang Mubai. But his hand, just touching Jiang Mubai, passed right through him. Jiang Mubai turned his head, glanced at him, his eyes showed no emotion. Marshall froze in place. He watched Jiang Mubai's back, opened his mouth. Finally, he turned into black mist, dissipating. Huff, huff. After Marshall disappeared, the gray mist around violently rolled, then scattered like smoke. The corridor returned to normal. Jiang Mubai scanned around, continuing toward the red door. This time, everything returned to normal, and Jiang Mubai quickly reached the door. He looked at the familiar door and familiar door number, struggle flashing in his eyes. Then, he reached out, placed his hand on the door handle, then. Creak. With a cold sound, the door opened. Jiang Mubai looked inside. A figure in a blood-red school uniform sat properly in front of a book, holding a worn pen, writing something. Chapter 404 Redemption Room, Only the Truth. The familiar figure before him instantly awakened Jiang Mubai's memory. He stopped in place, violent struggle appearing in his eyes. The girl stopped writing, turned her head, looking at Jiang Mubai. Tears flowed from her eyes, sliding down her cheeks, dripping onto her pants. Boom! Terrifying energy burst from Jiang Mubai, his thoughts rolled wildly, as if waves surged in his memory. The girl's face, her eyes, her tears, like lightning, pierced through his memory. When everything calmed, he smiled at the girl. You? Xia Yuluo. The girl looked at Jiang Mubai, lowering her head. Jiang Mubai slowly walked toward her. Xia Yuluo seemed nervous, sensing Jiang Mubai coming, she suddenly stood up. But she didn't know what to do, only clenching her pants with her left hand. Jiang Mubai stopped in front of her, not moving further. He could feel Xia Yuluo's uneasy heart. It seemed every step closer caused her great pressure. Everything is solved. After a moment of silence, Jiang Mubai finally said this. Xia Yuluo raised her head, looking at Jiang Mubai. Tears were still in her eyes, but after Jiang Mubai spoke, she showed a relieved smile. Thank you. Li Nana. I wanted to bring her to apologize, but she couldn't leave that room. Xia Yuluo's body trembled, then shook her head. It's okay, it's past. Jiang Mubai looked at the fragile girl in front of him. He again looked toward her desk. But, except for one apple and one worn-out pencil case, there was nothing. She was sick. She now was very bad. As a professional patient and doctor, Jiang Mubai instantly confirmed her state. Yes, she did not care anymore. Just as she said, everything had passed. Because she was going to leave. She was going to choose to end her own life. Actually, being able to get this answer, for her, was already very satisfying. Maybe, for her, someone willing to help her, she was already satisfied. Can talk for a bit? Jiang Mubai did not rashly approach, he could instantly control Xia Yuluo, but he did not want to. She needed treatment. This kind of illness needed medicine. Xia Yuluo looked at her, nodded, but her body stepped back half a step. Behind her, there was an open window. The cold night wind blew in from outside the window, lifting the strands of hair on her shoulders. Under the reflection of the blood-colored moonlight, her figure became even more lonely. Jiang Mubai originally wanted to say, he came from the future, but after thinking for a moment, he did not say it out. He had flashback, he once used limit breaking to strengthen the flashback. As a person familiar with time ability, he knew, rashly speaking these topics, what consequences there would be. Especially, he still had distortion on him, he was still staying in a time that was already the past. In the end, he still shifted the topic to the present. Jiang Mubai sat on the bed, and slowly opened his mouth. He talked about after he separated from her at the dorm building, what things he did, the library, the diary, the 3.5 floor, including Zhang Nana's room. Jiang Mubai spoke for about 20 minutes. Xia Yuluo did not say a single word from beginning to end, she only quietly listened. When Jiang Mubai talked about himself preparing to come to 403, he stopped. In the original time, when he came to 403, Xia Yuluo had already committed suicide. But now, she was still here. Jiang Mubai looked at Xia Yuluo and fell silent. He told Xia Yuluo about depression, hoping she could accept correct treatment. Xia Yuluo only nodded. Thank you. Xia Yuluo lowered her head, her school uniform became even more red. Jiang Mubai looked at the school uniform, then looked at Xia Yuluo, a trace of shock suddenly flashed in his eyes. He suddenly stood up and grabbed towards Xia Yuluo. His hand passed through Xia Yuluo. Phantom, or. Not caring about anything else, Jiang Mubai immediately looked toward the window, only to see below the dorm building, a figure lying there. Fresh blood dyed her school uniform red. This was the symbol of the red school uniform. Linglan Academy, every red school uniform, was a person who was bullied. Jiang Mubai was stunned. His right hand pressed on the window, with a flip, he landed below. Xia Yuluo's body disappeared. Everything seemed to return to the starting point again. Jiang Mubai raised his head and looked toward the 4th floor. The window was still open. Jiang Mubai jumped hard and returned to 403 again. He looked toward the desk. There was a letter not yet finished. On the letter, there was only one sentence. Redemption room, only truth, no redemption. Jiang Mubai tightly clenched his fist, purple flames burst out from his body. Death Castle. Eternal Silence Corridor. The hall that was originally annihilated by Jiang Mubai, at this moment had already recovered. On a wall flashing dark yellow light, at this moment one more core rule appeared again. Here, there were already 5 rules. Rule 1, Eternal Silence Corridor, cannot be destroyed. Rule 2, Death Castle, has no master, only agents. Rule 3, any local god must not step into the Death Castle. Rule 4, inside the Death Castle, forbid, pure souls. Rule 5, Redemption Room, only truth, no redemption. Rule 6, Death Castle recognizing. Feast Room. Here there was already no sound, the banquet had ended, except for a twisted figure on the throne. Here, what remained was only huge negative emotions. The god at this moment sat upright on the throne, his body was locked by 3 transparent chains. It did not care about these, the raised right hand, at this moment, was writing in the void. Streams of green energy, at this moment, turned into runes, floating in the air. Rule 6, Death Castle, any forbidden power is prohibited. The runes floated in the air, radiating dazzling brilliance, and just as the heavens finished writing in an instant, those words suddenly bloomed with golden light. Then, at extreme speed, they flew toward the god of heaven. Bang 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 bang. The god of heaven had no resisting power, directly pierced by the runes. It let out a painful roar, a miserable scream. Why was the judgment failed? No, no. Boom. The golden letters left marks on the god of heaven, turning into flames, burning it. The flames lasted for a quarter of an hour, the god of heaven screamed for a quarter of an hour. Finally, the flames went out. A great voice resounded in the void. The agent has no right to control Death Castle, you are just a participant in the drama. Chapter 41 Time and Space. Death Castle. Room 403. Jiang Mubai looked at the writing on the envelope, purple light flashing in his eyes. Anger surged into his mind instantly. He wanted to destroy everything. Just as he was ready to use his power to annihilate. The writing on the envelope suddenly twisted, changing. Then they seemed to deform, twisting and recombining into a sentence. You will gain an opportunity to change the past. Seeing this sentence, the purple flames on Jiang Mubai extinguished a bit, he laughed lightly, his eyes returning to indifference. Jiang Mubai waited quietly. Soon, the change began again. The paper in his hand suddenly shone with dazzling white light. Then, in another twist, Jiang Mubai arrived in a pitch-black space full of colorful bubbles. This is time-space? Jiang Mubai looked at the familiar scene before him, instantly recalled. He had been here before. At that time, he had overloaded beyond limits onto a flashback. Then, after using his ability, he arrived in a place containing bubbles of the past 10 minutes. There, he had once saved by Xiaoka. Now, he came to this space again. Only this time, the space was far more than 10 minutes, these dreamy light spheres contained all of Jiang Mubai's time and Linglun. Illusory light spheres floated in the air, scenes frozen in them, shining. Jiang Mubai looked at all this, his eyes unconsciously showing curiosity. Is this the salvation room, the real power? He really wanted to observe here, but above his head in the void, a phantom hourglass appeared. Blue sand was falling, bit by bit, from the hourglass. Its speed was neither fast nor slow. But clearly, this was a hint. It indicated that this time-space had a time limit. He must make a decision before the sand ran out. Jiang Mubai looked at the hourglass, then at the dense colorful spheres, starting to think. Unlike the first time someone came here, Jiang Mubai had been here, even experimented personally. He knew what would happen after he made a choice. He would take his current memories, enter that time period, and experience it again. Even unable to come back. More accurately, he would return to the past. He did not reject returning to the past. With his current experience and knowledge, he could redo the past strange tales, even achieving S-level clearance each time. But he deeply understood, returning to the past was far from simple. Time was like a calm lake, once Jiang Mubai entered, the ripples he brought would not just break the calm. He could even pollute the whole lake. What would happen then, no one could predict. Even he could not calculate. This forced him to be cautious. Unless necessary, he did not even want to directly change, but this was indeed an opportunity. This opportunity could change the predetermined ending. It can make the human side eliminate obsession, it can make it more complete. Jiang Mubai's gaze swept across the light ball, thinking about the method. Soon, he thought of it. That is the strange body. With the strange body at 120%, he could use an ability, and this ability is the 7-colored light ball. To be precise, it is the power of the doorstep. Through the 7-colored light ball, he could create a crack. After linking this crack to the time light ball, he could open a door to enter and leave the past. In this way, he could minimize the impact when he returned to the past. He could even, after changing the past, return to this space again, or even bring people from the past back to this space, and then quietly wait for this space to disappear. Jiang Mubai felt that this plan was feasible. The only thing that needed confirmation was whether he could return to that point in the past. Jiang Mubai's gaze swept across the light ball. There were so many light balls, it was like all of Jiang Mubai's time in Linglan was split into milliseconds. No, to be precise, these times were not Jiang Mubai's, but Linglan's time periods. He could even see, when he was facing the security guard at the school gate, what Xia Yulua was doing. This meant that he could not make the most effective judgment. After thinking for a moment, he looked up at the sky again. Jiang Mubai had figured out what he needed to do. That was, without affecting the past cognition of Jiang Mubai, directly bring Xia Yulua back. To achieve these 2 points, 2 conditions must be met. 1. Jiang Mubai must already know Xia Yulua at that time, otherwise, if he directly takes Xia Yulua away, it will cause a cognitive bias in the past. 2. When he takes Xia Yulua away, he must not let his past self have any form of perception. Otherwise, it will also cause time problems. Achieving these 2 points is not easy, but Jiang Mubai has already found the key. If he remembered correctly, there was indeed a time period that could work. That is the scene where Xia Yulua and Jiang Mubai were at the dormitory door. Jiang Mubai clearly remembered that after reading the rules, Xia Yulua suddenly disappeared. She left some clues for breaking through to him, blood. He just needed to find that point in time and directly take Xia Yulua away. Thinking of this, Jiang Mubai quickly searched. Soon, he found a row of densely packed light balls. The images inside those light balls were exactly himself and Xia Yulua. At that time, he was thinking about the rules, and Xia Yulua was standing beside him, her head lowered. Jiang Mubai checked one light ball after another, and he even saw the micro-expression on Xia Yulua's face at the time. Her eyes had attachment, fear, worry, joy, expectation, confusion. Jiang Mubai looked, and fell silent. He had never noticed that this girl's eyes contained so many emotions. At that time, he only focused on the rules and didn't pay attention to her. Jiang Mubai continued to observe, and soon, he noticed something strange. That is, Xia Yulua had never left his side. She had always been following him. In fact, when he entered the dormitory, she even held his hand. How could this be? Jiang Mubai was about to search for clues from other time periods when he looked up and found that all the light balls had disappeared. Only the time period of Jiang Mubai and Xia Yulua in the dormitory still existed. Distortion had happened. The past had changed. Jiang Mubai suddenly felt dizzy, and different memories began to appear out of nowhere in his mind. These memories intertwined with his original memories, making him feel like his thoughts were about to explode. Ding, the strange body has awakened 121%. $% and asterisk at #XXXX. Chapter 42, Correcting History. Ah! Jiang Mubai suddenly held his head, struggling in pain. His body erupted with intense black light. Cognitive biases, memory distortions, and the past being twisted and altered, these effects are definitely not as simple as a headache. To put it bluntly, Jiang Mubai's timeline could change. Even, the entire world's timeline could become chaotic. No, this can't happen, I must find a way. A piercing black light erupted from Jiang Mubai's eyes, and countless illusory light orbs appeared beneath his feet. Since the past was distorted, then I will correct it. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was shining with 7-colored light, and he lightly raised his right hand, causing a dense cluster of colorful light orbs to appear beside him. He gathered those light orbs, squeezed them hard, and turned them into a dagger. Then, he slashed at one of the light orbs with the dagger. That light orb was the one where he was observing the rules, and Xia Yulua was following him. SSSS. The sound of space tearing suddenly echoed, and then Jiang Mubai transformed into a streak of light, entering the light orb that had been slashed open. Under normal circumstances, when he entered the light orb, he would replace his past self. But by using the doorstep ability to enter the light orb, it was like his future self had returned to the past, and his past self still existed. This was a bug in time. He planned to use this bug to modify the past. At this moment, he turned into a 7-colored light and floated high in the sky, looking down below. Xia Yulua was standing right behind himself. At this point, he had finished reading the rules and was lowering his head, lost in thought. Xia Yulua was preparing to approach. It was urgent to correct this right now. Seeing Xia Yulua about to touch himself, Jiang Mubai couldn't think much more. In an instant, he appeared behind Xia Yulua and directly took her away. Xia Yulua, who had been quietly standing behind Jiang Mubai, suddenly felt a powerful force pulling her away. She instinctively wanted to scream. Jiang Mubai immediately covered her mouth and lightly slashed her finger with his right hand, making a drop of blood fall. Woo woo, woo woo. At this moment, Xia Yulua was being flown into the air by Jiang Mubai, struggling non-stop, her eyes showing despair. Jiang Mubai looked at her and couldn't help but feel a tinge of heartache. His humanity once again took over. But reason told him, he couldn't tell Xia Yulua the truth. Jiang Mubai looked at Xia Yulua, his voice a little hoarse. Don't resist, trust me, I'm doing this for your good, and for his good too. Xia Yulua quieted down, and tears began to fall from her eyes. Jiang Mubai gently wiped them away. Xia Yulua froze, showing strong fear in her eyes. Jiang Mubai carried her into the sky and released his hand from covering her mouth. As soon as he let go, Xia Yulua immediately begged. Please, please don't hurt him, don't hurt him. I can do anything, I can drink shampoo, I can let you hit me, I can. No. Jiang Mubai interrupted her directly, his voice a little angry, yet also carrying a touch of heartache. Why are you so foolish? Why not resist? Xia Yulua froze, wanting to turn back, but Jiang Mubai immediately used black energy to restrain her. Xia Yulua did not forcefully resist. She softly spoke. I don't dare. It's okay, he will solve it. Jiang Mubai sighed and looked down below. At this moment, himself had already gathered a clue from the blood and was heading toward the dormitory. Xia Yulua looked at Jiang Mubai, worry in her eyes. It's fine, he can handle it. Who are you? You can't know for now. Next, I'll take you away. Jiang Mubai finished speaking and took her high into the sky. Where are we going? No, I won't go, please let me go. No, you can't see him for now. It will cause uncontrollable risks. Hearing uncontrollable risks, Xia Yulua quieted down a little. A moment later, she begged again. I won't see him, I promise I won't see him, I just want to write a letter, I'll write just one letter, it won't take long. Jiang Mubai stopped. He looked down, his face darkening. Himself. He lost his calm. He actually forgot about this. No, that's not right. He was influenced. A dark light flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes as he looked at his own talent. The strange body had reached 121%. Its hint had turned into strange characters that he could no longer recognize. What is this? Jiang Mubai seemed to have some impression, but couldn't feel it clearly. Just as he was confused, a green three-leaf clover jade pendant suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, the jade pendant emitted a green eerie light. The eerie light was gentle, calm, and once the green light appeared, Jiang Mubai immediately felt a coolness in his mind. Then, he realized. He could control himself. This feeling was wonderful. It was as if the previous him was not himself, but a version of himself in a dream. Ding, strange body has awakened, 120%. My friend, your human nature threshold has increased, but external forces are still external forces, you need to control yourself. Jiang Mubai glanced at the strange body prompt, sighed silently, and then, with Xia Yulua, he went to 403. 403 was under Xia Yulua's control, but with Jiang Mubai's current state, entering was effortless. Xia Yulua stared wide-eyed as Jiang Mubai took her back to her room, her gaze growing even more terrified. In her eyes, despair unconsciously appeared. Jiang Mubai saw it. A flash of heartache passed through his eyes. But he didn't stop. He clearly remembered that when he met Xia Yulua for the second time, her state was exactly like this. He could comfort Xia Yulua, or even tell her everything, but if he did, her choice would inevitably lead to a cognitive bias when she met the self after Lily of the Valley. He had just experienced how terrifying cognitive bias could be. He couldn't let Xia Yulua go through this too. When the Death Castle was over and everything was resolved, maybe he could slowly tell her this story. But absolutely not now. Jiang Mubai quietly sat on the bed, watching Xia Yulua's back. At this moment, she sat on the bench, holding a steel pen with chipped paint, writing carefully. Her body was slightly trembling. Jiang Mubai knew she was crying. Her tears dripped onto the letter paper. He wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say. Because any of his decisions could lead to unknown consequences. He just sat there quietly. When Xia Yulua finished writing, she put down the pen and walked to the windowsill. Jiang Mubai did not stop her. He knew he was right now on the second floor, in by Keek's room. Xia Yulua stood by the window, quietly watching the sky, then leaped down. Second floor. Jiang Mubai had just crushed a blood-red eye. More eyes appeared around him, and just as he was about to destroy them all, a blood-red figure suddenly fell from above, outside the window. Without thinking, Jiang Mubai quickly turned around and pushed open the window. He saw the body of a girl lying on the ground. Jiang Mubai stared blankly at the body. He forcefully swiped the woman hanging from the window and jumped down, but when he landed, there was nothing. Fourth floor. Jiang Mubai was now applying reversal on Xia Yulua's body. Her body quickly restored its state, and when everything was normal again, Jiang Mubai took Xia Yulua, flew into the air, and disappeared. Chapter 43 Redemption. Lily of the Valley Girls' School. Teaching building. At this moment, Jiang Mubai stood on the roof, holding the unconscious Xia Yulua, quietly watching himself who was searching for clues. He occasionally glanced at Xia Yulua in his arms, but whenever he thought of her tragic past, a touch of heartache and guilt appeared in his eyes. Everything is over. I will take you away, I promise. Jiang Mubai filled in a few more details, ensuring that nothing was affected, then took Xia Yuluai and left. Boom. As soon as Jiang Mubai entered the time-space, a riot broke out here. Unknown violent energy emerged from the void, and countless orbs of light were blown everywhere, crashing and merging into each other, causing the entire space to almost collapse. Jiang Mubai's face changed, and just as he was about to forcefully leave, the blue hourglass in the void suddenly glowed. Then it flipped, and everything returned to normal. Jiang Mubai looked at this scene with lingering fear. What happened just now was too dangerous, he even felt the collapse of time. If it weren't for the blue hourglass, something terrifying might have happened. Is this the power of time? Jiang Mubai took a deep breath. In his human state, Jiang Mubai's emotions became more intense. He had already healed himself and was able to experience various emotions. Just now, he was afraid. But he didn't think of it as a bad thing. Fear is what makes one have respect. Fear is what allows one to realize their own insignificance. Only with a clear self-awareness can one move forward better. Jiang Mubai knew that deep inside, he longed to become stronger. But if the cost of becoming stronger is to abandon all human emotions, that is not what he wanted. He is human. He wants to live as a human, as a normal human being, to communicate, to connect. Perhaps, in the future, he would have a group of friends. Perhaps, in the future, he would have a family, a lover, a child. The more one grows, the more alone they become, the more human they are, the more they cherish life. This is what he wanted, but this simple wish is shackled by countless chains. Chosen one, rules, weird tales, gods. If he could, he didn't want to go through all of this. It is time to end it all. Jiang Mubai had a premonition that the Castle of Death would end everything. After calming his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Mubai looked down at his arms. At this moment, the unconscious Xia Yuluo was slowly becoming transparent. But Jiang Mubai wasn't too worried. On the contrary, he felt happy. He had successfully used the time bug to bring Xia Yuluo from the past. Not changing the past, but bringing the past into the present without altering it. This would trigger countless changes, the most obvious one being the unexpected effect of her cognition of the room. If he wasn't mistaken, the strange state of that mysterious woman was the product of coming out of the cognitive room. She couldn't be reversed by himself, which was caused by the cognitive room and the manipulation of the god. He didn't know whether the god had done the same to Xia Yuluo, but with the body he had brought back from the past, even if the god had done something, Jiang Mubai had countermeasures. Because everything was full of variables. Times variables. He looked at the fading phantom in his arms and smiled. Xia Yuluo's issue was temporarily solved. Now, he needed to solve another matter. Michelle. Normally, as long as he didn't interfere, then after leaving the Bellflower Girls' School, nothing would change. However, Michelle's avatar had come here. This is very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. He didn't know if Michelle's avatar had entered the timespace, but even if not, there was still the possibility of altering the timeline. Because Jiang Mubai had appeared at Bellflower Girls' School before entering this timespace. He had to do something, or this could trigger a terrifying butterfly effect. Because Jiang Mubai is the chosen one. Everything he experienced in the weird tales could not be said to be 100%, but 90% of it was seen by people. And the number of people is terrifying. Conservatively estimated, it would be in the billions. If Michelle really changed something with the gods, then the memory deviation issue could very well cause a crisis for Longua, and even the entire world. This is not an exaggeration. He had to resolve this chaos that he brought, and he absolutely could not let the whole world pay for his mistakes. After making the decision, Jiang Mubai immediately began to act. First, he needed to leave this space. He came in because of a letter from Xia Yuluo, the clue must be in that letter. But that letter is already gone. I don't even know if it's possible to use a flashback, I wonder if it'll work. The time I stayed in Lily Valley must have exceeded 10 minutes, but since Lily Valley is in the past, this spacetime, if I'm not mistaken, should be frozen. Let's give it a try. A dark light flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes, and he immediately activated his power. Buzz. A strange fluctuation spread from Jiang Mubai's body, and in the midst of an illusionary image intertwining, the space in front of Jiang Mubai shattered with a loud crash. What is this? The situation that appeared in front of him was clearly not aligned with the flashback ability. Jiang Mubai quickly deactivated his power, raised his hand, and prepared to summon the colorful light ball. But before he could break through and use his ability, the space in front of him suddenly twisted. Then, he was back in the white, misty space again. Behind him, a white door appeared. A white door appeared in a white space, which was very eerie, but Jiang Mubai could clearly see it. He knew that this was the sign he could leave. But he didn't walk towards the door, instead, he went in the opposite direction and continued forward. Time once again lost its meaning. He didn't know how long he walked, but another light spot appeared in front of him. It was still an illusionary paper, and on the paper was a sentence. The change has already begun, you cannot imagine the cost you are about to pay. Jiang Mubai stopped in place, gently stroking the paper with his right hand. Bang! The paper turned into a light spot and shattered, disappearing. The space around him began to change again. Has the live stream gone bad again? Looks like it's stuck. Ever since Brother Jiang looked at the letter, he hasn't moved. It changed, Brother Jiang is back in that white place again. Change? What rules are these? Did Brother Mubai's matter in Lily Valley end? This room is really strange. I don't know if this room has descended, it makes me want to go see it. We found similar rooms here in the Seven Black Kingdom, but the people who went in went mad. This is no salvation room, we've already sent people to investigate, and inside, it's all airy. Chapter 44, Xia Yulua and Michelle. Death Castle. In an unknown passage. Michelle was pulling Xia Yulua's avatar and quickly running away. Behind them, the Xia Yulua in a black dress was chasing them. The Xia Yulua in the black dress now had long nails growing from her hands, and while chasing the two, she was waving her hands at them. Every time she waved, 3 streaks of scarlet blood light shot out from the tips of Xia Yulua's fingers. The 2 women were struggling to dodge. Michelle's body was already covered in countless scratches. Her golden hair was in a mess, and even her back had 3 deep wounds. Blood was dripping from her body, falling on the ground and by Xia Yulua's side. But she seemed not to care, and kept running quickly. Beside her, Xia Yulua in a blue and white school uniform was trying to break free from Michelle's hand while anxiously speaking to her. From her words, she seemed to want Michelle to give up on her. But Michelle's gaze was exceptionally firm. Don't worry, Yulua, Mubai is already here, I will definitely save you. No, you've already paid too much. Let me go, I'm just an avatar. Xia Yulua was crying as she spoke. It was not that she was afraid. But this avatar belonged to sadness. Michelle looked at the weak girl in front of her, a hint of dullness appeared in her eyes, but she quickly gritted her teeth. No, I won't give up on you, keep going, hold on. As soon as Michelle finished speaking, Xia Yulua in the black dress waved her hand again. This time, 6 streaks of blood light crossed in an X shape, sealing off everything around, and directly flew toward Michelle's vital points. Michelle didn't turn around, but she felt it. Just as she desperately tried to awaken the good power left by the lake god inside her, preparing to fight back with all her might. Xia Yulu suddenly pushed her hard. Then, she directly stood in front of Michelle. Stop it, you will be killed by it. Thank you. Bang bang bang. The blood red light gave Michelle no time to react and struck Xia Yulu directly. Xia Yulu groaned in pain and collapsed to the ground. Yulu, no, Yulu. Michelle panicked a little. She grabbed Xia Yulu and tried to run, but the black dress Xia Yulu's main body gave her no chance. Her body became a shadow, appearing in front of them, then she grabbed Xia Yulu's clone and squeezed hard. Bang! Xia Yulu's clone turned into black mist and was absorbed into her mouth. Then, a dazzling green light exploded from her body. This green light carried endless power of despair. At the moment it burst out, a dark green rune fell into Xia Yulu's body from nowhere. Michelle stared at all of this in shock. She wanted to do something, but the terrifying power of despair violently assaulted her mind, leaving her unable to resist. She could only watch Xia Yulu transform helplessly. Time passed second by second. The green eerie light slowly faded away. Before long, Xia Yulu appeared in the same place. Although her appearance had not changed, her entire aura had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. Fear, panic, despair were gone from her eyes. Instead, there was a strong sense of joy. After absorbing her clone, Xia Yulu slightly lifted the corner of her mouth. With a strange smile, she looked at Michelle. Hee, I am really happy. I am finally out. I no longer have to be trapped inside her. Michelle, thank you so much for your help. Without you, I wouldn't know how to escape from it. To thank you, I will eat you, and then take you with me to kill him, to kill Jiang Mubai. After speaking, Xia Yulu smiled charmingly again, a bloodlight flashing in her eyes as she reached toward Michelle. Michelle looked at Xia Yulu in despair. She knew she was going to die. Images from her past began to appear in her mind. Orphanage, Jenny hiding behind the door, quietly giving her a piece of baked potato she had hidden. Poor Street, Marshall holding a newspaper, excitedly telling her he found a job. Fitzy, holding half a cake picked up from the rich district, telling her it was the most delicious food she had ever eaten. Right, that was the first time it spoke to her, and it scared her to tears. Then, the celestial being, Director Zhang Nana taking care of her, Jiang Lily teaching her experiments hand by hand despite thinking she was clumsy. And Jiang Mubai. Mubai. One scene after another formed warm pictures, printed in her mind, a tear rolling down her cheek. Meeting all of you really made me happy. Michelle slowly closed her eyes. While waiting for death, suddenly, a violent shaking occurred. Then, a phantom figure in blue and white school uniform appeared out of nowhere, entering Xia Yulu's body. It was the Xia Yulu that Jiang Mubai brought from the past. After disappearing, she appeared here, back in Xia Yulu's main body. Xia Yulu's main body had not yet understood what happened, when a white light began to radiate from her body. She painfully covered her head. She felt her sealed memories being unlocked. Then, a massive power burst from within her, pushing her out. Yes, it pushed her out. Pushed out were her memories, her soul. She was still Xia Yulu, but in essence, she was constructed by the cognition room. This could not be called fake or real, because memories and cognition belonged to Xia Yulu. Perhaps because she had stayed inside Xia Yulu's body for so long. It was about to become real, but in the state she had just absorbed, it was absolutely not. Xia Yuluwa clutched her head, struggling in agony. Dark, shadowy figures spilled out from her body. No, no, you can't drive me away, I am yours, I belong to you. I will help you, I know you want to kill him, I will help you kill him, no, no. In the end, with the painful scream of the dark shadow, it turned into an energy and vanished. Xia Yuluwa returned. Her appearance changed, the black dress slowly disappearing, and the familiar blue and white school uniform appeared on her. Michelle was once again stunned by the scene in front of her. She stared at everything in confusion, and when she saw the pain and confusion in Xia Yuluwa's eyes, Michelle knew that Xia Yuluwa had been revived. She didn't know what had happened because she didn't see the shadow descend. But that didn't stop her from feeling happy at this moment. Xia Yuluwa had recovered, and she herself was fine, meaning they had escaped a disaster. Next, all they had to do was find Jiang Mubai. Just as Michelle struggled to stand up, suddenly, an unknown memory appeared in her mind out of nowhere. These memories were of divine creatures, but she clearly remembered that the divine creatures had never experienced these. She clutched her head, struggling painfully. Those memories seemed real yet fake, tangled with her original memories. It made her feel as if her soul was about to be torn apart. Xia Yuluwa was right next to her, watching Michelle, hurriedly coming over to support her, but in her frenzy, Michelle couldn't control herself. She suddenly pushed Xia Yuluwa with force. Xia Yuluwa had just recovered and hadn't yet regained control of her body. She staggered back several steps and ultimately lost her balance, crashing into the wall, passing out. Slowly, all that was left was Michelle's painful screams echoing around. Chapter 45, Charles, Dale. The Death Castle. The Feast Room. On the throne, at this moment, sat a massive figure with an overwhelming aura. Its body was entwined with 3 transparent, ethereal chains, each burning with pale soul flames. This terrifying flame was a form of torture for anyone, yet the figure on the throne displayed no expression of pain. At this moment, it breathed steadily, staring intently at the light screen in front of it. In the light screen were Xia Yuluwa and Michelle. The divine being quietly watched, its face devoid of any emotion, but strange laughter occasionally echoed around it. It seemed as if an invisible figure beside it was speaking for it. Ha! Jiang Mubai, do you think my target is that girl? The truth, in fact, is right in front of you. You've been deceived, and so has she. Arrogance, pride, in the end, will make you pay the price. You will regret it, you will definitely regret it, hee hee, ha ha ha. As the divine being laughed, the door to the feast room suddenly opened. A woman in a black long dress walked in. This woman was extremely beautiful, her black hair casually draped over her waist, and with every step she took, it seemed as though starlight scattered from her hair. The divine being's laughter abruptly stopped, as if someone had throttled its throat. Then, it looked at the woman in front of it with disbelief, its face showing shock. Yes, its face. When the woman appeared, its twisted crimson form trembled suddenly, and then the energy wrapping the divine being's true face melted like spring snow. The figure beneath the energy was that of a weathered middle-aged man, his face so ordinary that it was hard to remember. The only feature that stood out seemed to be his gray long hair. At this moment, the man's lips trembled slightly, and a distorted voice came from his mouth. You revived, you revived. The divine being was extremely excited, wanting to rise from the throne, but before it could stand, the 3 transparent chains suddenly moved. Then, an even more piercing fire of the soul erupted from above. The woman looked at the man in front of her, a gentle expression in her eyes. She did not continue approaching the deity, but casually pulled over a stone stool and sat down. Yes, I have been resurrected, long ago. Hearing the woman's words, the deity's eyes once again showed shock, then turned into excitement. Ha 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 ha, I knew it, I was right. I activated the death castle with the power of despair, went back to the past, brought you back, and then through the cognitive room. No, that's not right, what I brought back is just your soul. I haven't found your body yet. You shouldn't be able to enter the cognitive room. How could this be? Twisted, it must be twisted. That chosen one has twisted power, he. The woman looked at the excited deity, a soft smile appearing on her face. She gently walked forward, softly caressing the man's face. Charles, give up, let him go. The deity froze, staring at the woman, confusion in its eyes. Why give up? Don't you believe in me? No, I believe. I believe you can succeed, I never doubted, but I'm tired. The woman curled up in the man's embrace, the terrifying fire of the soul spreading along the chains, covering her body, but she showed no sign of pain. She just looked at the man gently. The deity stared at the woman in a daze, but in an instant, it saw the soul table on her body. It became frantic, roaring loudly. No, be careful, leave. The twisted mutterings turned into pitch-black energy, instantly crashing into the woman. The woman instantly turned into a green ghostly light and vanished. No, come back. The deity went mad. It struggled violently, wanting to resist the chains of the rules, wanting to save the woman, but it had set 3 rules, and now it was bound by those 3 rules. This could not be changed. The power of the Death Castle firmly bound it to the throne. No, I won't give up, I won't give up. The deity howled in madness. Just as it was about to leave despite its severe injuries, the woman appeared again. This time, she didn't approach the deity, but stood next to the throne. The deity became calm again, trembling as it reached out to touch the person in front of it, wanting to check on her situation. But it couldn't. The woman took 2 steps back, avoiding it. Do you know? Until the moment I died, you were still in my mind. I loved you until the very last moment. But now, you make me feel unreal. No, I'm real. Wait for me to get rid of that chosen one, No. The woman interrupted him. She looked at the deity, her gaze gentle yet tinged with unfamiliarity. Charles, I'm tired. I want to sleep. I only have this wish. Can you fulfill it? What are you saying? You don't believe in me, right? You don't believe in me. You don't believe in me. I'll prove it, I'm right. I will prove it. I will bring you back to life, I will take you back, I will. The woman looked at Charles, who seemed almost mad, and gently held his hand. In her eyes, no matter what it turned into, it was always him. Charles. It's been so long since I heard you say my name. Name, you have a name. Yes, you have a name. Your name is Dale. Redemption Room. As Jiang Mubai continued forward, changes slowly appeared before him. He didn't enter the time-space again. Instead, just like the first time he came to Bellflower, he arrived at the deity creature. As expected, like Bellflower, he had to first find Michelle's true body in order to change the past. However, Jiang Mubai did not place his hopes on the time-space. After all, it would be distorted, easily leading to accidents. Even though he had now regained himself, he still couldn't control it. Moreover, Michelle was different from Xia Yuluo. She had a split body, and her true body had come in. She must have a purpose. Jiang Mubai had never trusted her. She hid some things. At that time Jiang Mubai did not care, because his humanity was suppressed, he only cared about his own completeness, nothing else mattered. Now it is different. Having regained his humanity, he considers things more. But he does not reject this feeling. This is what it means to be human. Jiang Mubai stood still, looking around. In front of him, it was still that familiar semicircular building. The big letters Qingshan Biopharma were written on it. Only now those letters looked brighter, more twisted. Had she really done something? It must be corrected as soon as possible. Jiang Mubai walked forward, the blue transparent door was now open. A familiar figure now stood at the front desk. Jiang Mubai, his true self. Chapter 46 The Changed Qingshan Biopharma, Part 1. This scene is so magical, seeing yourself. To have this experience in life, really perfect. Brother Jiang has returned to the past? Otherwise? This redemption room is simply a miracle. The screen won't freeze again, right? No, Brother Mubai is dazed. I also want to go to this redemption room. Is there really no room like this in the world? We have one in the 7 Black Nations. It was really scary when opened. Really is used with so much spirit, Dragon Nation style. People in the livestream were discussing fiercely, obviously this scene was too magical. Redemption room. Qingshan Biopharma. Jiang Mubai now stood quietly at the doorway. He could clearly see himself looking at the rules. He remembered, there was a supervisor behind him, then Michelle appeared in front of him. Jiang Mubai watched the scene without rushing forward. He first wrapped his body with dark energy, then hid in a corner. This scene again stunned the people in the livestream. After all, what was happening now was too mystical. But Jiang Mubai did not know this. He hid and waited quietly. Time passed second by second. The past self had finished reading the rules, he was observing the pen, seeming hesitant, then walked to the hibiscus flower. Jiang Mubai knew this was when he realized he was contaminated, ready to eat the hibiscus flower according to the rules. Normally, at this time Michelle should appear and interrupt him. But Jiang Mubai kept watching the light in the hall, there was no sign of anyone. Instead, behind him, silently, a figure appeared. This figure seemed drawn out of nothing, even hidden Jiang Mubai was stunned. Then, his expression slightly changed. What is happening? The past has changed. It was caused by his own distortion. Seeing the past self about to eat the hibiscus flower, the suddenly appeared male supervisor in blue lab coat called out. Newcomer, what are you doing? Sign quickly, is there a problem? Jiang Mubai suddenly turned, looked behind, his eyes cautious. Hidden in the dark, Jiang Mubai's face was dark. The past had changed. Michelle did not appear. How could this be? Before Jiang Mubai could think about the situation, unknown memories swept into his mind. In his memory, he did not take the hibiscus flower, did not pay attention to the supervisor, but went straight to fill the form. Memories grew, thoughts became heavier. Jiang Mubai held his head, black light flashed violently from his body. Then, with a bang, it burst out. The noise was too loud, directly attracting the attention of his past self, who turned sharply to look. Jiang Mubai had no choice, endured the headache and transformed into a rainbow light to leave. Now, he was far stronger than his past strange self, not yet awakened to 50%. Not being discovered was very simple. The past self only glanced at the corner, found nothing, frowned, and continued filling the form. At the front desk, the person in the blue research suit ignored Jiang Mubai, and their eyes suddenly turned red, wanting to act immediately. But there was also some hesitation due to the terrifying feeling that had appeared earlier, and they left as well. Jiang Mubai floated in the air outside, watching this scene, and let out a heavy breath. His expression darkened even further. In the past, things had been altered. Now, two memories were swirling in his mind, tearing at each other back and forth. But for some reason, apart from the headache, he didn't feel any stronger sense of cognitive change. This was much lighter than when Xia Yulua had done it. What is going on? Did Michelle do this? It seems like I need to find her quickly. With this thought, Jiang Mubai continued to return to the Divine God's relic. However, when he got back, he froze for a moment. Michelle was a clue, she had given him the blue little pill. Now that she had not appeared, would the changes continue afterward? Jiang Mubai looked at himself. At this moment, he had already filled out the form. He was holding it and heading towards the stairs. Jiang Mubai saw this and followed him. But the further he walked, the more his head hurt, and the feeling of memories clashing became stronger. Helpless, he could only stop, and as he pushed open the stairway door in the past, Jiang Mubai transformed into a colorful stream of light and flew inside. Since he couldn't follow him, he would go to the place he was headed and prepare some clues in advance. He had to leave a hint for his past self to find Michelle. Soon, Jiang Mubai arrived at the third floor. The hallway here was filled with pollution, and this pollution could alter people's perception. If one didn't concentrate, it was easy to forget which floor they were on, leading them to the wrong stairs. This was not a problem for Jiang Mubai. He directly reached the door to the third floor. He remembered that he had discovered some clues here before. Of course, those clues were fake. After he had judged them, he ignored them. Because the handwriting on that rule was too neat, without any traces of madness. This time, Jiang Mubai was preparing to forge a real one. He reached the door and began searching. Soon, he made a discovery. However, just as he was about to erase these writings, a sharp headache struck again. This time, it was even worse. Jiang Mubai held his head and gritted his teeth. He knew this was caused by the thoughts of altering his past, leading to memory deviation. This was very dangerous. Jiang Mubai himself didn't know if this was the right thing to do, but if he didn't, this deviation would only grow bigger. He had to do something. Jiang Mubai endured the pain, extended his hand. A pitch-black light emerged from his hand, and black threads floated from his body. He then manipulated these threads and carved 3 words in a prominent spot on the door. Michelle. He wanted to leave more information for himself, but his headache was too intense, especially after carving those 3 words. His headache had reached an indescribable level. In the end, he groaned and left. At this moment, on the second floor, the past Jiang Mubai was silently climbing the stairs in his mind. Just as he was about to step onto the third-floor stairs, a roar attracted his attention. Jiang Mubai's face changed slightly, fear appearing in his eyes. Ding, the eerie body has awakened, 50%. My friend, you're crazy, but things are getting more interesting. Jiang Mubai regained his calm. He glanced at the eerie body prompt, curiosity flashing in his eyes. I'm not crazy. Also, can you speak? Of course, but I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. This might be related to the madness hidden in your heart. Interesting. The clue should be on the third floor, let's go see. Chapter 47, The Altered Divine Creature, 2. Jiang Mubai moved quickly, and soon, he arrived on the third floor. Without any surprises, he directly saw the message left on the door. The twisted handwriting. Not only is there no disguise at all, but in one instant it can be seen, it was just left. Michelle? Is this a person name? It sounds a bit like from a foreign country. Was it left by that mysterious and strange thing? Jiang Mubai lowered his head and thought deeply. He immediately judged it out, the one who left this message is a strange thing. Because on it, he felt the breath of pollution. Jiang Mubai reached out his hand and gently stroked. Then his strange body once again violently grew. This time, it directly grew to 80%. Strong curiosity showed in Jiang Mubai's eyes, but he cautiously stepped back 2 steps. Because he felt the smell of conspiracy. Interesting, it wants to harm me. This crazy talent clearly reminded me, I cannot quickly awaken the strange body. This shows that awakening the strange body in this place will very likely fall into unknown trouble. Very high possibility is that I will be forever trapped here. But when I got close to this hint, instead it deepened the pollution. The owner who left this information, is it that mysterious god? A cold light flashed in Jiang Mubai's eyes. Then, he once again looked at the door. There was still other information on the door. This he already discovered when he went upstairs. Those information combined together is one sentence. No matter who you are, if you can see this message, you must remember, the third floor disappeared. Do not believe the new employee notice matters. Do not believe. This message, he directly judged it as fake. Because this handwriting is too neat, there is no madness at the time of despair. Talent, can you still speak? Jiang Mubai softly said to himself. In his mind, a cold voice sounded again. My friend, of course, but you are crazy. Frequently talking with me will instead make your illness heavier. Hearing this sentence, Jiang Mubai's face showed obvious displeasure. Because this crazy talent, once again said he is crazy. This without doubt is an offense to him. He is clearly very normal. Since this is so, he insists on continuing the conversation. I am not crazy. Also, do you think this strange thing that left the information, is it a god? In the mind it was quiet for a moment, then the voice sounded again. Hard to say, it is very powerful, but it is same origin with me. Same origin? Meaning it has the same talent as me? My talent is not exclusive and unique? Seeing like this, it is possible it is myself. Wanting to prove this is also simple. As long as this company can find clues about time, then this phenomenon is not hard to explain. A very bold guess, but it does not exclude it is God. Doesn't matter, I will find a way to trap it. However, from it not seeing me and leaving me information, I think my analysis is correct. First handle the procedures, then suppress the strange body, at the same time search for clues about Michelle in time. I have a feeling, the clue to clear this strange talk is here. This place is really very magical. I can feel my cognition is being twisted. Jiang Mubai did not continue to talk with the talent. He quickly climbed the stairs, and continued to move forward. In the live broadcast room, at this moment it is full of all kinds of discussion sounds. Because, the live broadcast room screen, just now, changed. From Jiang Mubai's main body, it became onto Jiang Mubai's past body. This is very magical. But also very strange. Because, no one discovered this problem. Their memory and cognition, in silent and unnoticed between, changed. Wow, Mubai brother is too amazing. I feel it found the clue to clear. Looks like, my brother John's second strange talk will also be pushed flat. My dragon country is just powerful. TSK, go look at the chosen ones of other countries. Don't look, group destroyed, now only my brother Jiang. No, I am too happy, I will go mock a bit. OMG, why am I in dragon country's live room? Our air is all polluted. Mental patient Appa go die. Oh my god, how can our country become like this? The outside world is so terrifying. Why is the B-level strange talk punishment so scary? I even feel I experienced an SSS level strange talk failure. Strange Management Bureau. Li Fei stood in front of the live streaming room, excitedly looking at Jiang Mubai. Just a moment ago, he received many calls from the heads of ghost story departments in various countries, all expressing their intention to ally with Dragon Country, which made Li Fei very excited. Of course, while he was excited, he also felt a sense of fear. Just the B-level ghost stories, just the failure of B-level ghost stories, could make the whole world center around Dragon Country. How terrifying would Jiang Mubai's A-level be after he cleared it? No, I must prepare in advance. With this thought, he looked to the side, whereby Kiki was anxiously staring at the screen, her gaze full of fear. Seeing this, Li Fei gently patted her. Xiaoku, what's wrong? Bai Xiaoku was startled and instinctively called out. And nothing, Team Li, do you remember how many ghost stories Jiang Mubai cleared? Li Fei looked at her in confusion and furrowed his brows. Didn't Mubai just clear the Bellflower School? This is the second one. Xiaoku, are you too stressed? It's okay, I'll give you a break. Of course, this was what he said, but in his heart, Li Fei didn't feel the same. At this moment, he was considering whether he should replace Bai Xiaoku. After all, she was the one responsible for contacting Jiang Mubai, but her psychological endurance seemed too fragile. If this goes on, he wasn't sure if she could take on the heavy responsibility. Bai Xiaoku forced herself to calm her worries, but hearing Li Fei's words, a hint of fear still instinctively appeared in her eyes. She knew that Li Fei's cognition had been altered. No, not just Li Fei, everyone. She looked at the experts behind her who were enthusiastically discussing, then at the floating bullet comments, her fists instinctively clenched. Team Li, do you remember Team Jiang? Xiaoku, you're tired, I'll approve your leave. Rest. I know you miss Team Jiang, but Team Zhang. Li Fei suddenly stopped talking, then he grabbed his head, struggling in pain. This scene immediately startled everyone. The experts stopped their work and came over to check. But at this moment, Li Fei seemed to lose his mind completely. He was red-eyed, wildly swinging his arms. Many people were directly injured by him. Bai Xiaoku saw this and was about to come over, but Li Fei suddenly turned around and looked at her. Send him a message. Send him a message. After saying this, Li Fei's mouth and nose started bleeding as if he was about to faint. This scene was truly terrifying, and the experts all turned to look at Bai Xiaoku. Bai Xiaoku didn't expect this to happen. She took a deep breath, looking at the experts, and mimicking Li Fei's tone as she spoke. Continue working, I'll go send Mubai a message. The experts didn't move. They looked at Bai Xiaoku with wary eyes. Chapter 48, Altered Divine Beings, Part 3. Xiaoku, what did Team Li say to you? When Li Fei was sent away by the emergency medical team, an elderly man with graying hair stepped forward. He was the highest-ranking person here, not in terms of identity, but academically. That's right, academically, in terms of rules. Though the previous chosen ones had all failed, before their deaths, there were some rules that he had cracked. Leaving aside the D-level rating in their blue and white striped uniforms, he was indeed qualified to speak. Bai Xiaoku looked at the old man in front of her, a little torn. Her position was actually that of an assistant, more precisely, responsible for the menial tasks of these experts. In terms of rank, she was lower than the expert group. When the expert group asked, she had to answer. But if she told them, the situation would become even more troublesome. With this in mind, she decided to push everything onto Jiang Mubai. Mubai told me some information before, he asked me not to tell anyone, he said that if there is a special situation, I should send him a message. The old man frowned slightly. Special situation, isn't Mubai fine right now? As he said this, he looked at the big screen. At this moment, Jiang Mubai had already reached the personnel department. Filling out the form. Bai Xiaoku followed the gaze and looked at the screen, but from just the image, it was impossible to tell Jiang Mubai's condition. She became even more anxious. But the situation is really complicated now, I must contact them as soon as possible. The old expert frowned when he heard this. Xiaoku, look, Mubai is filling out the form. See? He looks completely normal. Maybe you're just too tired. If Jiang Mubai were here, he would definitely be touched. Although this old man was a bit talkative, it was undoubtedly a form of recognition for him. However, Mubai wasn't here, and only Bai Xiaoku was feeling desperate. But before Bai Xiaoku could finish her sentence, an urgent phone call rang. One of the experts answered the phone, and his expression immediately became serious. The call reported that a large number of people watching the live broadcast suddenly experienced headaches and fainted. There were so many people affected, it almost spread nationwide, causing several cities to fall into paralysis. How could this happen? The old expert muttered in disbelief, and Bai Xiaoku, seeing this, stopped listening. She quickly ran to the special equipment and began sending a message to Jiang Mubai. Strange talk space, heavenly creatures. At that moment, Jiang Mubai had just finished writing a message, and as he was about to leave the personnel department, he saw a man with blonde hair and a white lab coat. The man was staring at him in a strange way. Jiang Mubai looked at him curiously. This was strange? Jiang Mubai's research instincts kicked in, and he wanted to catch him to see what was going on. At that moment, a prompt appeared. The information center indicated that it was from Bai Xiaoku. The message was very brief, informing him that there had been a change in Long Country, and the memories of the people from Long Country were distorted. The cause was that his past self had been altered, and he had never met Michelle. Before Jiang Mubai could sort out his thoughts, the blonde man had already come over. A sudden sharp headache hit, and Jiang Mubai's expression twisted in pain. Boom! With a terrifying black light, the personnel department was shattered. The blonde man, not even making a sound, was annihilated. At the same time, a prompt appeared in the external live broadcast room. Ding, the chosen one from Long Country has been lost. Outside. Baishioka also felt a headache at this moment. She looked at the expert group, who still seemed normal. Only those who realized their past had been changed would feel this way, right? But why me? Baishioka, confused, fell into unconsciousness. Heavenly creatures. 6th floor. Jiang Mubai arrived here again. This was the laboratory. Based on his guess, Michelle should definitely be here. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. He opened all the rooms, but aside from the cold, damaged equipment, there was nothing. He had to go back to the past to truly uncover the truth. Jiang Mubai stood quietly on the rooftop, looking at the sky. He felt that Michelle, his clone, was avoiding him. She was consciously erasing all the places where they might meet. Was she afraid of him? Jiang Mubai wasn't so sure. Because her methods were very gentle. She only erased his existence without causing massive destruction to history. Of course, although there had already been some impact, it was a gentle one, and Jiang Mubai was even confident that he could fix it with minimal cost. But the result of this correction was Michelle's disappearance. She disappeared from everyone's memory, including his own. He was so sure because, in the drawer at the front desk, Jiang Mubai found a blue pill. That pill was originally given to him by her at the front desk. But now, it had been changed in some way. Sigh. Jiang Mubai sighed and quietly sat on the rooftop. He was waiting. As expected, his past self had already been lost. But it didn't matter, he believed his past self could come back. Because this strange tale wasn't difficult. He just needed to wait quietly now. It's enough to trigger the return to the past line with the version of himself from before. Time, he remembered, was 12 o'clock. He wanted to make one last attempt, to see if he could find her. Time passed, second by second. Jiang Mubai didn't take any further action from start to finish. Because he knew, every action was a change to the past. Soon, the time reached 11:50. Jiang Mubai stood up and walked downstairs. He was going to follow his past self and return once more to the past of the celestial being. At the entrance on the first floor, Jiang Mubai's figure was covered by dark, pitch-black light, hidden in the shadows. He saw his past self had already arrived at the front desk. He opened the drawer, saw the notebook, and the blue pill. His past self hesitated for only a moment, just glanced at it, then put it away. Then, the phone rang. It was a phone call for an interview. As expected, it was Zhang Nana's call. Jiang Mubai watched quietly, knowing that whether or not to answer the phone was a decision his past self had already made. However, just as Jiang Mubai was waiting, his past self suddenly stood up and smashed the phone. Then, he looked toward the corner. Are you the future me? Jiang Mubai was slightly stunned, and he remained silent, preparing to leave. At that moment, terrifying black light suddenly appeared, and Jiang Mubai's figure was immediately blocked. Without hesitation, he waved his right hand and shattered the curtain of light. At that moment, his past self spoke. His words were twisted, strange. She doesn't want to see you. Because this place is something she created for her own redemption. Jiang Mubai stood frozen in place. He looked at his past self, and saw his body rapidly twist and then shatter with a crash. Then, amidst a flash of white light, Jiang Mubai arrived in the time-space. Chapter 49, The Changed Celestial Being, Part 4. In the time-space. Jiang Mubai stood quietly in place. When his past self spoke to him, he understood. That figure was both him and not him. Just like the summer rain at Bellflower Girls' School. Jiang Mubai suspected that they were originally true projections of the past, but something else had been attached to them, causing them to trigger a timespace with immense influence once certain conditions were met. Then, the one entering could use this space to change the past. Jiang Mubai looked around, beginning to search for Michelle. If his analysis was correct, she should also be here. However, when Jiang Mubai had finished searching everything, he realized Michelle wasn't here. This made him furrow his brows. Why was this the case? He started recalling the events that had happened with the celestial being. From his arrival there, entering, and changing. As he thought, his face changed. Because he remembered what his past self had said. She doesn't want to see you. Because this place is something she created for her own redemption. That's right, this place was created by her for herself. And he had changed everything. The reason he felt a headache on the third floor wasn't because of changing the past. But because what he had changed was Michelle's redemption. Jiang Mubai's expression darkened. He began to look toward those densely packed light spheres. But in every light sphere he looked at, Michelle was not there. It seemed she had already left the celestial being. This was troublesome. Michelle's relationship with the celestial being in Jiang Mubai was known by many, and if this period of history was changed, the impact would be enormous. Even he could not estimate how terrifying this effect would be. It must be stopped as soon as possible. After Jiang Mubai awakened his humanity, his concerns grew. He didn't have the idea of being a savior who could save the whole world by himself, but because of him, causing others to suffer, didn't meet his moral standards. Therefore, he had to do his best within what he could do. As for the outcome, Jiang Mubai shook his head. Put aside the messy thoughts. In the sky, a huge hourglass is now counting down. Perhaps because of Jiang Mubai, this time the hourglass falls noticeably faster. This means his time is not much. Jiang Mubai continued searching, his pupils slowly turning pitch black. Buzz. As Jiang Mubai's gaze scanned, suddenly, a light sphere trembled rapidly. Jiang Mubai immediately looked at the light sphere, seeing the image inside becoming clearer. It was still a divine creature, but one near the end of its existence. This was the only preserved image, very unusual, very conflicted. Conflicted, because it did not match the timeline of this space's light sphere. In this space, Jiang Mubai saw something he had never seen before: Michelle's clearance process. From entering the divine artifact, to reporting to the HR department, Jiang Lily giving notes, slamming the phone for Jiang Mubai, returning to the past, everything changed. The overall rhythm did not change, but Michelle's figure was gone. Even during the clearance, it was himself directly talking to Zhang Nana. But in this continuous timeline, a light sphere suddenly appeared. It was the scene of his past self talking to the heavily injured Michelle. They told each other their ideals, and he also realized Michelle was sick. This image was preserved, and Jiang Mubai could even see Michelle through the sphere, looking at him. It was strange. But it also fit the current situation. He knew this was left intentionally by Michelle. Jiang Mubai glanced at Michelle and lightly waved his right hand. Then countless colorful light spheres condensed into a dagger. Jiang Mubai grabbed the dagger and slashed at the light sphere. Tear. A pitch-black crack appeared. Jiang Mubai looked at the crack, turning into a rainbow streak, entering the space. Divine creature. Third floor laboratory. Jiang Mubai held Michelle, his eyes full of confusion. Michelle lay in his arms, looking at him, her eyes shining with hope. I have an ideal. I hope the whole world will no longer suffer from disease. The divine creature's immortality medicine, revival medicine, is hope. As she spoke, Michelle's face was filled with a happy smile. Jiang Mubai looked at Michelle, brushing her hair behind her ear. Michelle, you are sick. Michelle paused, her gaze at Jiang Mubai full of curiosity. What is your name? What is your ideal? My name is Jiang Mubai. I want to cure myself. You will. After saying this, Michelle's face showed a pale smile, and she closed her eyes. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Mubai saw this inside. He waved his right hand, taking Michelle away when his past self was not paying attention. Divine creature. 6th floor. Jiang Mubai used the reversal ability on Michelle. But as soon as Michelle's figure recovered, it quickly returned to its original state. Tried several times, all useless. It seemed a strange force was resisting him. Jiang Mubai frowned. He looked at Michelle, his eyes shining pitch black. He saw at Michelle's heart, a greenish and white light intertwined. This was the power of despair. What was the other force? Jiang Mubai pointed at Michelle's heart, wanting to strip this power away. This was the only way. But before Jiang Mubai could act, Michelle suddenly grabbed him. Then, she shook her head at Jiang Mubai. Mubai, no need, I am tired. Michelle's words made Jiang Mubai pause. You don't need to worry, I can reverse your state, just need to strip this force. No, this is Lake God Grandpa's power. Lake God? He is still alive? Jiang Mubai really did not expect this. To be able to hear the Lake God from Michelle's mouth. That thing was not a change brought by his own distortion? Michelle was amused by Jiang Mubai's expression. She covered her mouth and shook her head. Of course, he helped me a lot. Do you know? When I came to the Death Castle, I was guided by him. Jiang Mubai still did not quite believe. He always felt that old man was a bit unreliable. He does not seem strong. Jiang Mubai said his own view. At that time, the heavenly god was only a clone, yet it split him to death. Jiang Mubai instinctively felt that Michelle was deceived by him. But after thinking carefully, he felt a trace of something wrong, because Zhang Zhentian had once met him, and he even gave Zhang Zhentian a jade pendant. That jade pendant then came into his own hands, and now it was still floating in his mind. Chapter 50 The Altered Heavenly God Creature, 5. That jade pendant had extremely powerful strength. It could even allow himself, in the strange body at 120% state, to maintain reason. Reason was what Jiang Mubai called human nature. No, Grandpa Lake God's power is very special, his power is good. Grandpa Lake God said, my fate is in the Death Castle, I came to the Death Castle, and saved Xia Yuluo, it was also Grandpa Lake God who helped me. Xia Yuluo. Hearing Michelle's words, Jiang Mubai's heart moved. Michelle's original body was still together with Xia Yuluo, he must hurry up. But, without removing this lake god power, it seemed there was no way. Michelle looked at Jiang Mubai, she seemed to know what Jiang Mubai was thinking, and smiled. Mubai, she is very safe, did you do something in the redemption room? Jiang Mubai looked at Michelle. Michelle continued to say, I can feel everything happening there, Xia Yuluo's original body actually swallowed all identities. Jiang Mubai listened, a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Michelle's eyes dimmed, and she continued to speak. But later, a phantom shadow descended onto her body, then she recovered to normal. Now we are very safe, soon, as long as we solve the heavenly god creature, I can help you, directly go to the place where Yuluo is. My original body is waiting for you there, she has words to say to you. Jiang Mubai looked at Michelle, darkness appeared again in his eyes. You are lying to me. You are hiding something. This is not important. Michelle was slightly angry, then she thought of something inside. Mubai, this is my redemption room, you cannot destroy here again, otherwise it will really trigger very bad consequences. I am tired, I have already arranged everything, let me leave. The leaving in Michelle's mouth, Jiang Mubai could understand. It meant to dissipate. She was already strange, if she dissipated, she would very likely die directly. At that time, whether it would trigger problems to the original body, no one could say. Moreover, she was really very strange. I will take you away, I have a way, to correct history. Although time is not much, but if fast, it should be possible, as long as you. No. Michelle struggled a little, and sat up from Jiang Mubai's arms. Mubai, this is the choice of the original body, do you know? When I came in, I fused with the original body, and knew a lot. She is tired, she does not want to continue, her redemption is that the heavenly god creature never met you, I can help her, do you want to watch me arrive in front of the original body and be swallowed by her? This is the conspiracy of the heavenly god, you know the character of the original body, she cannot do it, she will only let me swallow her. Or, we two continue to keep this state, but after a long time, there will definitely be problems, I feel I am more and more unable to control myself. Let me leave, this is the best choice, the original body will still exist, I used Grandpa Lake God's power to prepare everything, as long as you let go it will be fine. Please, let go. Jiang Mubai hesitated. He slowly loosened his hand. Michelle smiled. She gently leaned on Jiang Mubai's shoulder. Thank you, my disappearance will bring some changes, but not too big. It was only a temporary headache, and those who had it would be the ones to realize that history had changed. Those who don't realize it won't have much of a problem, believe me. Why, the original wish is to never meet me. I remember, you are her regretful incarnation. I always thought she regretted Fei Zi. That's different. Michelle shook her head. I just took Fei Zi as my sister. I really like her, but... At this point, Michelle stopped talking. Jiang Mubai didn't ask any further. Michelle stood up and looked at the sky. Look, the red moon. It is the biggest source of pollution, and it's caused by the Death Castle. Anyway, once the celestial god is eliminated, everything should be over. You can do it, right? Yes. Jiang Mubai nodded. His obliteration could kill the celestial god, he was sure of it. As long as he found it, it would be fine. Then it's fine. Thank you for talking to me so much. I should go now. Once this is over and you go outside, you will see Xia Yuluo. My true self is waiting for you there. You still haven't told me why. Before Jiang Mubai could finish his sentence, Michelle interrupted him. Go ask her, she will tell you. At this moment, Michelle seemed even more lively. Jiang Mubai looked at her deeply and nodded. Then, he turned into a stream of light and left the celestial god creature. Michelle quietly looked at the sky, a tear fell from the corner of her eye, and in the end, she smiled and disappeared. Death Castle. A mysterious passage. The moment the celestial god creature Michelle disappeared, she stopped struggling. She sat quietly on the ground, looking at the unconscious Xia Yuluo. In her eyes, there was a mix of envy, complexity, heartache, and other complicated emotions. In the end, all of it turned into tenderness. She walked to Xia Yuluo's side and gently lifted her right hand, touching her forehead. Then, a soft white light emitted from her fingertips. Mubai, I don't know why Grandpa Lake God said my fate is here, but I know what I have to do. This is the power of goodness. With your reversal, it's impossible to restore her state. The celestial god has found a way to counter you, and it seems related to what he has consumed. I can feel the despairing aura of the Death Castle growing stronger, with other emotions mixed in. When Grandpa Lake God gave me the power, he said that as long as I used this power, everything could be changed. I originally wanted to save Xia Yulua with this power and take her back, but I failed. It seems like there's an inexplicable rule here that is targeting me. I thought I was going to die, but just when I was in despair, the cognition room appeared, and Yulua and I broke in. Although this room made some clones for me, it also gave me the chance to survive. The power that could counter me disappeared, but I don't know if I can return to normal. Mubai, I'm sorry, I lied to you. The one left here is my clone. The one by your side is my true self. Thank you for giving me some happy memories. I'm going to sleep now. I hope the little bit of strength I have left can help you. After leaving a message, Michelle's body slowly became transparent. In the end, she disappeared. Time and space. After Jiang Mubai left the celestial god creature, he glanced at the light balls again. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he returned to the white, misty space. A door, glowing with white light, stood right in front of him. Jiang Mubai glanced at the endless space behind him, then slowly walked toward the glowing door. Chapter 51, Xia Yulua. Outside world. After Jiang Mubai left the time and space, the live broadcast room resumed operation. Just now, many people had headaches, but the problem was resolved before half an hour had passed. It seemed as if an inexplicable force had healed them. Even the experts at the hospital could not explain the reason. In the end, they all assumed it was ghost story contamination. Too scary, Semida, my heart almost flew out. My God, what exactly happened? Why did the live stream suddenly become so quiet? The smart ones have already gone offline, only foolish us are still spamming. I still feel something is wrong. Ghost Story Management Bureau. Special Medical Room. Baishioka was still staring blankly at the ceiling. After he sent a message to Jiang Mubai, the screen froze, then she felt a wave of confusion in her mind. When she woke up, she was already lying here. The chaotic thoughts in her mind told her that something had happened just now, but she could not remember what. Baishioka looked to the side, where many doctors were standing. The equipment here was complete, and Baishioka had already finished all the tests while unconscious. What happened to me? Xiaoka, you just fainted. One of the nurses came forward and quietly explained her condition. Only then did Baishioka recall, her eyes showing anxiety. And no, I need to send a message to Mubai. After saying that, she froze in place. I seem to have already sent the message. At that moment, a nurse walked over. Don't worry, you rest well, everything is normal now. Mubai has already left the redemption room. If you want to see, you can watch. We also have a broadcast here, but the work matter was arranged by Team Leaderly, so you don't need to handle it yet. How is Team Leaderly? Hearing the nurse, Baishioka felt a little anxious. The nurse glanced at Baishioka and said to comfort her, don't worry, Team Leaderly is fine. After hearing this, Baishioka nodded. She knew that if she forced herself to leave, these people wouldn't let her. The message was already sent, and Mubai had already left that room. It should all be resolved. Baishioka trusted Jiang Mubai. In her view, as long as Jiang Mubai knew the information, he would solve it. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Death Castle. After leaving the light gate, Jiang Mubai went directly to an unknown corridor. It was extremely wide, yet eerily silent. Besides the dark, cold walls, there were countless glowing lights of different colors, mixed in the space. Jiang Mubai glanced and immediately knew they were negative emotions. According to his previous state, these negative emotions would surely have a terrifying effect on him, but now Jiang Mubai was not afraid. The jade pendant from the lake god was indeed magical. Its cool energy made his state better than ever. He did not care at all and walked out directly. Anger, greed, hunger, despair, all kinds of complex emotions rushed into Jiang Mubai's mind. His eyes only flickered with a momentary confusion, then returned to normal. He looked beyond these energies, gazing forward. There, a white light ring, completely out of place with the surroundings. The ring emitted a familiar energy. Jiang Mubai only sensed slightly and knew that was the power of the old lake god. However, his eyes were not on the white ring. At this moment, he looked at the figure inside the ring. It was a lonely girl in a blue and white school uniform, bowing her head, hugging her knees against the wall. Her hair was messy, falling casually on her shoulders. It seemed she was crying. Jiang Mubai's gaze froze. He became a streak of rainbow light, flying in front of her. Sa. Yulua? Jiang Mubai's voice was gentle, trying to keep his tone steady. The girl's sobbing seemed to stop. She lifted her head, tearful eyes looking at Jiang Mubai. Mubai. Xia Yulua wiped her tears with her sleeve, unable to believe it. She tried to stand up, but seemed to have squatted too long, her body numb, as soon as she rose. She couldn't help but stumble. Jiang Mubai immediately reached out and held her. is it really you? Xia Yulu felt scared and instinctively took 2 steps back. But Jiang Mubai was holding her tightly at this moment. It's me, I came to take you back. Xia Yulu lowered her head and shook it. No, I am already dead, going back is useless. I can help you, I can reverse your state. Xia Yulu's body trembled, but she still did not lift her head. Jiang Mubai looked puzzled. What's wrong? Mubai. Xia Yulu didn't answer. Mubai, I can't go back, I am tainted by the gods, there is something in my body, it keeps affecting me, you should run fast, I am afraid I can't control myself to hurt you. I hurt Michelle, I can't control it. Tears dripped from the corner of Xia Yulu's eyes, and Jiang Mubai felt a pang of heartache. He looked around, trying to find Michelle, but after searching for a long time, she was nowhere to be seen. Where did Michelle go? Jiang Mubai felt a bad premonition in his heart. He grabbed Xia Yulu's hand and used his reversal ability. He wanted to reverse Xia Yulu's state first, then ask her. A dazzling red light suddenly burst from Xia Yulu's body, her state rapidly reversing, but just as she was about to return to normal human form, a dark green ghostly light instantly erupted from the center of her heart. Xia Yulu's face turned pale instantly. Seeing this, Jiang Mubai immediately stopped, looking at Xia Yulu's heart with a grim expression. There was a black rune. As soon as he reversed her state, the rune would immediately absorb the surrounding negative emotions, turning into strong corruption. What is this thing? Jiang Mubai summoned a rainbow light orb, turning it into a dagger. He wanted to take out the rune. But before he could act, the green rune suddenly shattered and fused with Xia Yulu's heart. The process was extremely fast, too fast for him to react. Jiang Mubai wanted to try again, but seeing Xia Yulu's trembling body, he stopped his action. She was in pain. Jiang Mubai could feel it, she was suffering, but she was holding back, not saying a word. This made him feel even more distressed. He gently held her in his arms. It's okay, I will find a way to solve this. By the way, did you see Michelle? Hearing his words, her body trembled again. I saw her, she is in my body. Mubai, I hurt her, you should go, don't worry about me. She pushed Jiang Mubai away forcefully while crying. Jiang Mubai grabbed her again. Chapter 52 The Same Price. Yulu. Jiang Mubai spoke softly. His gaze seemed to see through everything, landing behind her. She could see, inside her body, there was a blonde girl smiling at her. Jiang Mubai understood. This was Michelle's mark. She had something to tell her. Yulu, it's okay, Michelle's matter has nothing to do with you, she only left her spiritual mark in your body. This may cause some hallucinations, it's okay. Jiang Mubai comforted Xia Yulu. Her state was very bad, she was timid by nature, after everything with Lily of the Valley, and then going to the cognition room, it was normal to be confused. It's just about Michelle. Jiang Mubai was worried, he reached out and placed his hand on Xia Yulu's forehead. Then, Michelle's message appeared in Jiang Mubai's mind. As he listened, his breathing became rapid, and when he opened his eyes, there was deep sadness in them. Why? Why did you give up? Xia Yulu felt Jiang Mubai's sadness, she lifted her head and looked at him. Mubai, what's wrong, how is Michelle? Worry showed in Xia Yulu's eyes. Her memory was indeed a bit confused. But she remembered Michelle very clearly, she had always been helping herself, saving herself. Now she was gone, and her heart was even more worried. Jiang Mubai took a deep breath and glanced at Xia Yulu. Through the recent reversal, he roughly understood Xia Yulu's state. Part of her memory overlapped and part was missing, after all, when he brought her out, her memory still stayed at Lily. Maybe after some time, she could recover, but now telling her something that changed her perception might be very troublesome. He decided not to tell her about Michelle for now. He did not want Michelle's final effort to turn into nothing. She used the power of goodness to maintain that mysterious rune of the god. But that power was weakening fast, the primary task was to find the god as soon as possible and deal with it. When all of this ended, he could directly reverse Xia Yulu's state and take her away. It would be better to tell her the truth then. Michelle, go find other clues. After speaking, Jiang Mubai pulled her to continue walking. Xia Yulu was pulled by Jiang Mubai, following behind him. Her eyes were full of deep sadness and guilt. She guessed something, but she did not want to believe it. In her heart, she was still hoping there might be a miracle. In the corridor, Jiang Mubai pulled Xia Yulu for about half an hour. But there was nothing here. Except for the chaotic energy floating around, there was only the endless corridor. Jiang Mubai was very quiet, but the madness in his eyes was even stronger. He was trying hard to suppress himself, not letting himself explode. But this kind of suppression had limits. After walking another hour, he finally exploded. Xia Yuluo's time was getting shorter, Michelle's goodness power was about to vanish, he did not want everything to be destroyed. He stopped. Then, he held Xia Yuluo in his arms. Mubai, what's wrong? Xia Yuluo was a little uneasy and nervous, she felt that Jiang Mubai's state was not right. Jiang Mubai did not explain. He raised his right hand. A purple ghostly light appeared from his hand. Destruction. Jiang Mubai glanced around and directly used his new power. Slowly, a purple light sphere floated out of his hand. This light sphere contained unimaginable terrifying energy. Once it appeared, the surrounding space began to distort. Crack, crack. Dark lightning appeared around the light sphere. This was the force produced as the space was about to collapse. A feeling of heart palpitation rose in Xia Yuluo's heart. She looked at the light sphere with eyes full of fear. Jiang Mubai held her arm tighter. His voice was low, as if suppressing his anger. Close your eyes, it's okay. Xia Yuluo closed her eyes in fear after hearing this. Jiang Mubai looked at her, then looked up, and then directly threw the light sphere into the air. Hum. Strange waves burst out from the center of the light sphere. After the purple light sphere left Jiang Mubai, the whole corridor was instantly filled with purple glow. Then the glow slowly contracted. A little dark light emerged from the purple light sphere. Then, the light grew bigger. Boom! Finally, with a shocking loud noise, terrifying energy exploded. Purple flames, broken space, trembling ground. In Xia Yuluo's perception, even if she closed her eyes, she could still see the purple blazing sun. That purple blazing sun now was above her head, destroying everything. The death castle was trembling. In the feast room, the god sat quietly on the throne. In front of it, there was a light screen. In the light screen were Xia Yuluo and Jiang Mubai. When Jiang Mubai unleashed that terrifying destructive energy, even it felt the tremor. This was forbidden power, this was power that could destroy it. Even though it had already devoured several great beings, it could not resist. When Jiang Mubai first came to the death castle, it surely would have felt fear. It would have done anything, at any cost, to destroy Jiang Mubai. But now, its heart was calm, calm without a single ripple. The celestial god looked at Jiang Mubai, letting out a strange, cackling laugh, then it extinguished the light screen. Jiang Mubai, you are very anxious. I wanted to delay a little longer, but Death Castle seems to disagree. I broke the rules, I can only stay here, but even if I do nothing, I can make you regret for life. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The celestial god laughed. It laughed wildly. Its laughter turned into twisted murmurs, a storm, destroying everything around. It seemed very happy. But if someone could resist the effect of the murmurs, they would hear the sadness in its laughter. The celestial god cried. It looked below the throne, there, a sleeping figure. She was dire. She was dead. Just as she said, she was tired. She came to find herself, to find Charles. She hoped Charles could give up everything. But it could not. It was both him and itself. Dire's last words before dying echoed in the celestial god's ears. Charles, after waking, I thought about one thing, are you really yourself? I cannot see clearly, I do not know if you do these things for me, or for yourself. I did it for you. This was Charles's last response. He saw Dire smile, but after smiling, she left. Dire let her last soul dissipate. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The celestial god laughed madly. Dire, for you, I can give up. But I am unwilling. Why must I give so much and still fail? Desperate power cannot fall only on me, I will make him pay the same price. Chapter 53 Meeting the Celestial God. The celestial god roared loudly. The sound turned into ripples, shaking everything around. Unknown corridor. At this moment, Jiang Mubai looked at the frantically flying energy currents around, a black light flashed sharply in his eyes. Celestial God. Jiang Mubai sensed its aura, he put his right hand on his heart, the reversal ability ran wildly. Because he had used destruction, returning to human state, it was instantly reversed. In a flash of red light, his aura climbed rapidly. Ding, strange body has awakened, 120%. Ding, reversal enters cooldown time 59:59. Xia Yulu buried her body in Jiang Mubai's arms, trembling non-stop. After all, she was half human, half strange. Jiang Mubai's forbidden power of destroying everything made her soul shake. Jiang Mubai naturally felt it, he glanced at Xia Yulu, gently patted her back. Then, he waved his right hand, a colorful light orb appeared instantly. Jiang Mubai manipulated the orb, gathering it together, then, in a flash of dazzling colorful light, a light door appeared before his eyes. This was the light door connecting to where the celestial god was. When this corridor was destroyed, Jiang Mubai could use it to directly pull the celestial god's aura there. This was the power of the strange body awakened to 120%, the power of space. He did not know why he awakened this, but it did not stop him from using it. Without any hesitation, Jiang Mubai stepped directly toward the light door. In a flash of dazzling light, he disappeared. In the void. The Death Castle trembled violently at this moment. Because Jiang Mubai used the power of destruction twice, Death Castle paid a great price. It flew quickly, landing on a grey planet, then bloomed with bloody light. Outside world. At this moment, the whole world boiled. There were two reasons. One was Jiang Mubai used destruction, blowing through Death Castle. The scene was so shocking that the livestream had a dead silence lasting a quarter of an hour. Then, social media and news worldwide went crazy reporting one thing. Even, foreign netizens called Jiang Mubai a humanoid walking nuclear bomb. There is no other reason, it is too terrifying. So terrifying that everyone felt pressure through the screen. People in the live room were wildly sending messages, expressing their shock. However, before they could discuss for long, the second shocking event followed. The red moon appeared. Now, in every corner of the world, wherever there are people, if they look up, they can see a blood-colored full moon. This is very inconsistent with astronomy. But this is very consistent with ghost stories. After all, ghost stories themselves do not follow reason. A group of prophets appeared from nowhere all over the world, predicting that Jiang Mubai of the Dragon Country would represent the world and complete the final battle. Not to say, this statement really gained unanimous recognition from everyone. Although many countries joined the hype, trying to lift Dragon Country to a very high position, then wait for Dragon Country to fall, making its final struggle. But Dragon Country showed no response. Because Dragon Country had already lived up to its name. Now countless Dragon Country people no longer argued about this, everyone silently prayed that Jiang Mubai would succeed. Where did Brother Mubai go? I have a feeling that we are about to clear the level. No, I have a bad premonition. At times like this, accidents always happen, for example. UN percent hashtag UN hashtag dot. Dragon Country never lacks hot-tempered older brothers. Cheer up, Mubai Appa. The world depends on you. So annoying. Ghost Story Administration. Li Fei tightly clenched his fist at this moment. As the head of Ghost Stories, he could not hope like everyone else. Even if Dragon Country had failure immunity, he had to prepare for the worst. After all, just now, Dragon Country had experienced a remote contamination. If this time Jiang Mubai was truly the final battle, then anything could happen. He had arranged everything, now all he could do was trust him. Mubai, go. Li Fei silently shouted in his heart. Death Castle. After passing through the closed door, Jiang Mubai came to an empty hall. This was a fully enclosed hall, with nothing except a fierce green door at the end wall. Jiang Mubai did not care about this, the only thing he cared about was to kill the god. Just now, he had felt it. Death Castle seemed to have changed, causing all chaotic energy to gather in the green door. He knew the god must have done something. No matter what was done, once he went in and destroyed it, it would be over. He could feel that the power of destruction could kill the god. The only thing he feared was the god's final counterattack. Thinking of this, he looked at Xia Yulu in his arms. The girl's face was pale, as if she was enduring great pain. Jiang Mubai knew it was because Michelle's good power was almost gone. She was being contaminated by a massive negative emotion. He could not delay. Yulu, wait for me outside. Jiang Mubai supported her, letting her sit by the wall. Will you get hurt? Worry and fear were in Xia Yulu's eyes. She wanted to help him, but she did not know how. Compared to Jiang Mubai, she was too weak. And she felt extreme guilt in her heart. She felt all of this was caused by Jiang Mubai trying to save her. She was already dead. Because of a dead self, Michelle also died. She did not want Jiang Mubai to also get into trouble. Tears slowly fell. Despair appeared in her eyes. Jiang Mubai gently patted her shoulder. Then, he directly walked to the fierce green door. The door slowly opened. The god sat on the throne. It had already taken the appearance of Charles, now looking at Jiang Mubai with eyes full of mockery. Jiang Mubai naturally noticed. He did not care, purple flames appeared around him. Jiang Mubai did not plan to waste words with it, preparing to directly deal with the god. The purple fireball appeared again. The terrifying, heart-pounding atmosphere appeared in the feast restaurant. Charles stared hard at the fireball in Jiang Mubai's hand, without any fear. Instead, he showed relief. Jiang Mubai sensed the change in the god, and he was thinking. But considering the god's cunning nature, he decided to take direct action. With that thought, he threw the purple fireball out. This strike could destroy the god. This strike would end the castle of death. The god quietly watched the scene, offering no resistance. Only when the purple fireball was about to hit did he let out a great laugh. Ha ha, ha ha. Jiang Mubai, I am going to die. I never thought about living. But even in death, I will make you pay a painful price. The god finished speaking, then suddenly stood up from the throne. He summoned all of his power to resist the chains of rules. The white soul fire burned the god's body, but he didn't care at all. He used all his strength to gather the emotions and despair that devoured other great beings, bringing them to the throne. The terrifying energy erupted violently, resisting the purple destructive light ball. The god laughed even more madly. I will not be enslaved by the castle of death, nor do I plan to accept its arrangements. Great drama, haha, why should I accept its arrangements for its pleasure? Jiang Mubai, listen carefully, here is the message I leave for you after my death. Despair, it's for you. After saying this, the god roared, and his body shattered, turning into an energy that fused with the energy gathered before the throne. Then, a black-green light ball appeared. Chapter 54, Half an Apple, Ending. This light ball gathered terrifying energy, and even Jiang Mubai felt his heart race. Without thinking, he stepped back and grabbed Xia Yulihua, ready to leave. At that moment, the terrifying black-green light ball exploded. It didn't collide with the destructive purple light ball. Instead, it flew directly into the ground. A layer of pitch-black curtain appeared under Jiang Mubai's feet. This curtain wasn't the ability of the stairway, but the mixed power of despair and other energies. It would devour Jiang Mubai and everything around him. Jiang Mubai's face darkened. The moment the curtain appeared, he immediately flew up, but this curtain directly broke through the two-dimensional limitation, turning into a twisted light that enveloped him. This light reflected off the throne and the feast room. Even someone who didn't understand anything could feel that the throne could remove this energy. Jiang Mubai knew that this was the god's final strike. He had to go to the feast room. Xia Yulihua tightly grasped Jiang Mubai at this moment. She felt that Jiang Mubai wanted to face it alone. She didn't want that, and he didn't want to see this scene. She didn't want Jiang Mubai to sacrifice himself for her. Xia Yulihua struggled desperately, trying to absorb the god's negative energy, but Jiang Mubai didn't give her the chance. He reached out with his right hand, pulled the destructive light ball toward him, and extinguished the energy. Then, he reversed it, reversing Xia Yulihua's state, and pushed her away. The god was dead, and the symbol of despair had disappeared. Once Xia Yulihua was reversed back to human form, she cried loudly. No, no! Jiang Mubai ignored her and directly flew toward the throne in the feast room. The god's power was about to explode, and he didn't have the confidence to withstand it. Even knowing it was the god's plan, he still had no choice but to go. This was the god's open plot, using Jiang Mubai's human weakness to force him to come. Boom! Jiang Mubai made it. As soon as Jiang Mubai entered the feast room, the ghostly green door immediately locked. Then, as if fearing Jiang Mubai's complete death, the throne sped toward him. Just before the god's energy exploded, the throne flew to Jiang Mubai's feet. Buzz! A strange energy fluctuation suddenly erupted, and in a burst of dazzling light, the throne and the god's energy fused and cancelled each other out. The crisis brought by the god was resolved. Jiang Mubai slowly descended from the air. He looked around. Everything around had already been annihilated, here there was nothing but walls. At this moment, the god's voice sounded again from the room. His voice was full of mockery, just like the first time they met. Jiang Mubai, the chosen of the Dragon Kingdom, I am dead, I admit, your power is stronger than mine, but my goal was never to kill you. Making you experience despair is my final plan for you. Whether you listen or not, I will tell you how to leave here, I want to see you make a choice of despair. Jiang Mubai's face was dark, he ignored the god, and once again gathered the power of destruction. But when this power appeared, Jiang Mubai could feel an even greater force erupting. This power was enough to destroy the Death Castle. Jiang Mubai stopped. He could break through here, but if he did, Xia Yulihua outside would surely die. Do you feel it? This is the choice I give you. Originally, this choice should have been given to you earlier. When I noticed your homeland god brought a kind soul into here, I started planning. My original plan was to plant a seed of despair in the heart of that girl outside who was connected to you, then destroy the homeland god, and write rules forbidding kind souls, using the castle agent's privileges to give that kind soul a rule protection. This way, the life and death of both people were under my control, even if you could reverse it, you could not resist. I succeeded. I will give you the best conditions to leave, but of those two, only one can survive and leave. Jiang Mubai sat on the ground, quietly listening. His heart was very angry, but he did not show it. The more in this kind of moment, the more calm one must be. The god continued speaking. Unfortunately, that blonde girl was very clever, she noticed this plan, she tried to resist me. I controlled the life and death of that girl while trying to use the rules against you. I must say, that blonde girl was very capable, after entering the human knowledge room, she came up with a method. Ah, just as you know, she wanted to use her own death to protect another. Kind souls are always like this, they are always foolish. I fulfilled her, I knew she wanted to hide all this, but I insisted on telling you. I will tell you the truth, I will make you suffer. Do you know what that kind soul's regret clone is? Ha ha ha, she likes you, ha 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 ha. She is very painful, she knows you will not be with her, she wants to use her death to save that girl, then change the timeline of meeting you, making everything disappear from memory. I noticed her plan, the redemption room. Yes, this room is beyond my control. I don't know how she knew, but how could I let her succeed? I will make you suffer. I only used small methods, yet everything became unbalanced. See, I succeeded, she did not disappear from your memory, right? Ha ha ha. Jiang Mubai listened, madness already appearing in his eyes. He forcibly suppressed it all, but purple flames still burst from within him. Are you angry? If not, then listen to my second plan. I will make you save this girl, you will succeed, you will surely reverse her state, even if you cannot, I will help you, but you will be locked in the feast room by me. There are 3 ways to leave here, one is to break this place, everyone will perish together. The second option is for you to use your spatial ability, the ability of the door, to leave alone. This will succeed, but only you can leave. The third option is to use the power of despair to open the door and take that girl with you. Am I not kind? Ha, but the power of despair is already gone. Jiang Mubai, I told you everything just so you could witness despair with your own eyes, ha ha. Your time is running out, the death castle is about to self-destruct. You will die, and the game will fail. The whole world will be punished, ha 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 ha. The voice of the god vanished, and at this moment, a violent black light erupted from Jiang Mubai's body. Outside, the live broadcast room watched the scene and fell into silence. After a moment, they began to discuss. They say discuss, but in reality, it had already become a form of public pressure. OMG, Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, what are you waiting for? Quickly choose the second option and leave. That's right, Mubai Appa, don't care about that person anymore. You can't drag the whole world down for one person. Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, true romance is keeping it in the heart. Our 7 black kingdoms support your choice of the second option. Choose the second one, our kangaroo nation also supports you. What the hell, are you all speaking without feeling pain in your backs? I feel pain even sitting down. He's the chosen one, his status is destined to serve us. Shouldn't he be considering us? But this way, will Brother Mubai be too pitiful? I can feel his pain. We will compensate him, choose quickly, sacrifice the small for the great. If I were him, I wouldn't hesitate. This is one side in the live broadcast room. The other side is the media. Various trending topics were displayed. Hashtag Dragon Kingdom's chosen one is the hero of the world, hashtag. Hashtag he used death to bring hope to the world for us, hashtag. Hashtag remember Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, he is the true light, hashtag. Hashtag shocking, Li Fei actually rejected the whole world's request, hashtag. Clearly, these trending topics were all pushing, forcing Li Fei to send a message to Jiang Mubai, urging him to choose. Li Fei was under immense pressure, but he still held everything down. He trusted Jiang Mubai. Li Fei understood him. If there really was no other way, Jiang Mubai would choose the second option. As the leader of the management bureau, he knew the second option was the best choice. But from Jiang Mubai's perspective, he didn't want to become a tragic hero. Li Fei struggled internally while also holding hope, hoping Jiang Mubai could come up with a solution. After all, he was the one who created miracles. In the Death Castle, Jiang Mubai's eyes were filled with madness. The power of destruction filled his surroundings, but he hadn't moved yet. He kept communicating with the strange body talent, but the strange body also couldn't do anything. Jiang Mubai's eyes gradually lost focus. Around him, 7 colored light spheres appeared. Just as Li Fei had thought, Jiang Mubai clearly knew what choice he should make as the chosen one. Although his heart was in pain, he still knew. He had to leave, there was no other way. The 7 colored light spheres had already gathered into a light gate, and the aura from the outside world spread into the banquet room. Above the Dragon Kingdom, a huge gate also appeared at this moment. Everyone eagerly looked at Jiang Mubai. He was about to come out. In the live broadcast room, everyone was praying. They were happy, excited, although a large part of them felt sad for Jiang Mubai, but they didn't show it. Time passed second by second. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour. Jiang Mubai's figure still hadn't appeared. The crowd grew more and more anxious, and accusations started once again. Just when everyone couldn't take it anymore, a green streak of light suddenly flew out from somewhere in the Dragon Kingdom and entered the light gate. The light gate disappeared. Countless people stood frozen in place, and then, the live broadcast room erupted in intense condemnation. My God, what the hell did this idiot from the Dragon Kingdom do? Dragon Country is going against the whole world. Jiang Mubai Appa, come out, you're a lunatic. If you're a lunatic, you should do what a lunatic should do. It's not surprising that a lunatic makes the opposite choice at this moment. Damn it, what is Jiang Mubai doing? We, the 7 black countries, strongly condemn. Countless people angrily scrolled, flooding the screen. Even the live stream experienced a slight lag. Until, a luxurious VIP but purposefully rolled in. Look, Mubaigich has moved. A special, highly honored VIP colored diamond message. At this moment, in Jiang Mubai's hand, there was an item. It was a half-eaten apple. Yes, an apple. This apple was the one that the god gave to Bai Xiaoke to eat in the mental hospital. Jiang Mubai kept it, where there was still pure despair's power. Bang! Death Castle. Jiang Mubai crushed the apple in his hand. A green door slowly appeared, then the door opened. This door only opened a crack, but that was enough. In the state of Aziri form at 120%, Jiang Mubai could transform into a 7-colored light and escape. Whoosh! A blinding light flashed, and Jiang Mubai left the banquet room. Outside the room, Xia Yulua was curled up, hugging her knees, crying quietly. She had become human again, she could live a good life, and logically, she should be happy. But she didn't feel particularly happy. Her parents were dead, Jiang Mubai was gone, and she was alone in the world, with only loneliness. Her mind kept flashing the images of Jiang Mubai and Michelle, and the darkness once again enveloped her. She was tired, she wanted to give up. Sorry, Mubai. Xia Yulua slowly stood up and picked up a broken stone fragment from the ground. Just as she was about to stab it into her heart, her hand was grabbed. Xia Yulua raised her head and saw Jiang Mubai. Mubai. Xia Yulua's eyes were hollow, whispering softly. Jiang Mubai gently embraced her, then summoned the 7-colored light door. Outside Dragon Country, once again, a huge door appeared. The live stream and reality were in sync. People in Dragon Country saw the scene and were all excited. He's out. Mubai is out. Accompanied by a 7-colored flow of light, Jiang Mubai, holding Xia Yulua, returned to reality. Countless people started taking pictures, but Jiang Mubai didn't give them a chance, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing again. In the live stream, the screen still showed something. But now, the entire screen was occupied by a purple light ball. Boom! A muffled, silent explosion rang out in everyone's hearts, followed by a blinding light, and the live stream went out. Congratulations to Dragon Country's chosen one for clearing the level. Dragon Country will receive all the rewards previously earned, and they will be doubled. The live stream was left with only this sentence. Then, everyone watching the live stream was forcibly kicked out. The live stream disappeared. As if it had never appeared at all. Even the software for the Monster Tales Bureau's notification permission was gone. Countless people stared blankly at all of this, and then, erupted into cheers. The Monster Tales was over. Li Fei at this moment, looking at the pitch-black screen, cheered loudly. Mubai, you did it. The Monster Tales is over. He looked at the equally excited experts, tears of excitement showing in his eyes. Alright, everyone, the Monster Tales is over, and our job is also finished. Although all of this is gone, what we need to do is still there, so let's get busy. After saying this, Li Fei began giving final orders. After clearing the Death Castle, Dragon Country undoubtedly became the strongest country in the world. 3 days later. Xinghua Village. At this moment, Jiang Mubai, with Xia Yulua, returned to this village. Xinghua Village was gone. Wawa Mountain was no longer there. Although the place was barren, to the two of them, it seemed as if nothing had changed. Originally, where Wawa Mountain was, Jiang Mubai now sat on the ground, side by side with Xia Yulua. Xia Yulua gently rested her head on Jiang Mubai's shoulder, watching the sunset. Mubai, do you think that moon will appear again? It's over, everything is finished. There was a deep sense of loss in Xia Yulua's eyes. Really? Her tone was a bit sad. Yes, don't blame yourself. Michelle wouldn't want to see you suffering. Mubai, I'll live well from now on, I promise. Xia Yulua tightly gripped her sleeve. Jiang Mubai glanced at the girl in front of him and smiled. He took her hand and stood up. Let's go. No matter what happened in the past, we must have hope for the future. Let's go see our new home. New home? Xia Yulua's eyes lit up with expectation. Yes, the Death Castle, it's appeared again. I've become the agent. But I gave it a new name, now it's called Hope Castle. Ah. Xia Yulua was startled, and Jiang Mubai tightened his grip on her hand. Are you scared? Not scared. I'm not scared either, let's go. Okay. The two of them walked shoulder to shoulder, disappearing into the sunset together. The end of the book. End note below. According to international custom, I first kneel and thank the readers. Without you, I am nothing. Let me talk about this book. Actually, I read all your comments. Every book review, I've read it. Where it's lacking, where it's not enough, everything the readers pointed out, I've taken note of. I tried to avoid those things in the later part of the book, but some problems were caused by the outline setup, so it's not easy to change. This book was intended to be about rule-based creepy stories, but in the later stages, I ended up writing it with a weird fantasy feeling. I noticed this myself, but Jiang Mubai's abilities were too numerous and too strong, making them hard to control. This is also a problem that I'll fix in the next book. The next book was originally going to be a rule-based creepy story, but I felt like I couldn't come up with any significant highlights. I'm still thinking about it. Some readers suggested writing about a thriller game, and that is indeed a direction. I've also thought about urban mind-bending stories, and another one is more of a sci-fi fantasy with a fantasy leveling system and going beyond galaxies, with the background being the vast universe. I actually still want to write some side stories. If I have time, I'll add more. The side stories will be about Xia Yulua and Jiang Mubai's daily life after returning from the Death Castle. Side story, the Tree Festival. The morning sunlight shone through the misty clouds, casting a faint golden glow. After last night's heavy rain, everything seemed to have revived overnight. Spring has come. After 7 days of continuous celebrations, the Dragon Country gradually returned to normal operations. Even so, on every street and alley, no matter where they went, they could hear people discussing Jiang Mubai. However, no matter who it was, even the Creep Management Bureau could not contact him now. After all, with Jiang Mubai's current state, avoiding them was too easy. At this moment, Jiang Mubai was holding Xia Yulua's hand, walking on the grassy field that was filled with a faint fragrance. They didn't know exactly where they were, only that they were in a southern province, far away from the bustling city. The scenery here was beautiful, and the lakes were enchanting. They had chosen to come here because the famous tourist spots were overcrowded. They decided to avoid the bustling crowds. Mubai, shall we go to the small town ahead? Xia Yulua hooked her arm around Jiang Mubai's and pointed ahead. Alright, it seems like they're holding some kind of event. Maybe it's about you. Actually, that feeling isn't very good. Jiang Mubai felt a little helpless. They are too enthusiastic. Xia Yulua was also a little scared of this enthusiasm, she just wanted to be with Jiang Mubai. Of course, if Baikiki were here, she would also be happy to be with Baikiki. Thinking of Baikiki, a trace of sadness appeared in Xia Yulua's eyes. Let's go, let's check out that special festival. Jiang Mubai noticed the sadness in her eyes and thought she was feeling guilty about Michelle. Mum. Xia Yulua smiled, and they both walked forward. Soon, they arrived in the town, which was very lively. At this moment, on the street, countless people were dressed in blue clothes, holding trumpets or lock numbers, beating drums while playing melodies full of local flavor. Grandpa, what are you going to do? Jiang Mubai grabbed an old man, asking curiously. The man glanced at Jiang Mubai, feeling he looked very familiar, but couldn't recall who he was. He then looked at Xia Yulua, his eyes instantly showing amazement. Such a pretty little girl, are you from outside? Yes, we are here for sightseeing. Xia Yulua replied politely. Hee, I thought so. Today is the Dense Tree Festival, we are going to the dense flower forest to worship. Worship? Yes, worship the sacred tree. You don't know, the sacred tree is very powerful. Before Jiang Mubai, the chosen one appeared, the past few rule tales failed, surrounding cities suffered greatly, only our place had no trouble at all. It must be the protection of the sacred tree. The old man took a puff of smoke and said with emotion. Jiang Mubai and Xia Yulua exchanged a glance and smiled. We want to go see too. Go ahead, but you better change your clothes, I don't mind, but afraid the ritual might be angry. Jiang Mubai and Xia Yulua nodded, they didn't object, going along with local customs. They bid farewell to the old man and went to a shop in the town. Inside, there were many special clothes, but today was a special festival, the two quickly picked their outfits. Jiang Mubai's was black, with 2 blue stripes hanging from both shoulders. Xia Yulua's was blue, with handmade red and yellow wavy patterns on the collar and waist. Xia Yulua also wore a red round hat, with strip decorations hanging along the brim, making her look full of sunny energy. At this moment, Xia Yulua stood in front of a mirror, adjusting her clothes. Her fair wrist looked like white jade. Very suitable for you, little girl, do you have a boyfriend? The shop owner helped Xia Yulua adjust her collar, smiling. Just after speaking, she was pulled back by a middle-aged man. Yes. Xia Yulua covered her mouth and smiled. The shop owner, after hearing, showed a hint of regret in her eyes. Are you blind? Can't you see a young man standing next to her? The man glared at her, pulling the woman, whispering. Maybe he is chasing her. The woman felt dissatisfied. When she turned back to ask carefully again, she found Jiang Mubai and Xia Yulua were already gone. On the street, Jiang Mubai and Xia Yulua continued following the ritual procession. Around them, two little boys were now surrounding them. Big brother, big sister, you are from outside, right? Huh? How do you know? Xia Yulua looked at the two boys. One seemed shy, he lowered his head and said. I heard it from Grandpa Mountain God Tree. Grandpa Tree also said, you are divine people. Ah? Xia Yulua was a little stunned. She looked at Jiang Mubai, finding curiosity shining in his eyes. What's wrong, Mubai? Xia Yulua asked softly. Nothing, just feeling a little strange. There is a familiar scent here. Hearing Jiang Mubai, Xia Yulua instinctively showed a little fear. The rule tales had brought her many shadows. It's okay, let's go see first. Jiang Mubai comforted her, without much worry. He was in very good condition, the strange body fully stabilized at 100%, no side effects. Even if a tail appeared here and trapped everyone, he was confident he could handle it. But the rule tails had disappeared, this possibility was almost zero. In his view, there were likely some remnants, unclean pollution here. What else did the sacred tree say? Jiang Mubai asked the shy boy. Grandpa Mountain God Tree also said, be careful of the dragon sacred tree. No, you said it wrong, it was Grandpa Dragon Tree who said this, it said to be careful of Mountain God Tree. As the shy boy finished speaking, the other boy interrupted. No, you definitely heard wrong. It was the Mountain God Tree Grandpa who said it. Dragon God Tree. Mountain God Tree. The two argued, and it quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Bojiai, Buha, what are you two arguing about? A middle-aged man in blue clothes walked over. Seeing the two, his face turned a little ugly. Hurry up and come here. He gave them a harsh glare. The two little boys turned pale and ran over at the same time. Jiang Mubai shook his head, no longer thinking about it. Soon, the two of them arrived at the dense flower forest. As soon as they entered, the sunlight from outside immediately disappeared. At this moment, it felt like night. Jiang Mubai and Xia Yulua immediately sensed something was wrong, and they looked ahead. The people who were beating drums and gongs seemed to not notice, still excitedly discussing. Listen to me, when we offer the sacrifice, I'll definitely ask the God Tree to make my wife die sooner. I don't have that thought, but I really want the old man's inheritance. By the way, have you all prepared your offerings? So many kids, just use them, anyway, it's what the God Tree said. Their words reached Xia Yulua's ears, making her even more afraid, but after all that had happened, she was no longer the same as before. Although she felt a little uneasy, she was able to calm herself. She looked at Jiang Mubai, who was now in front of a tree, staring seriously. On the tree, crookedly, a line of words appeared. Those who bring death and misfortune, please leave. Jiang Mubai touched the words, then reached out to grab. Crack! A layer of bark directly fell off. Accompanied by a sharp scream, bright red liquid flowed out from under the torn bark. New book in preparation, but things are not going smoothly, I want to write a better one.